In a previous life, the world was engulfed in a cataclysmic frost, resulting in the near extinction of 7 billion humans, with a dire shortage of food. Chen Yue, a pitiful son-in-law, was ruthlessly devoured by the family of his venomous wife. In this life, Chen Yue has been reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse, vowing to alter his fate and ensure that his ex-wife's family pays the price. Chapter 1. Rebirth, the Space of Extraordinary Abilities. Chen Yue awoke abruptly, sitting up in bed with a jolt, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Once he recognized his environment, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't I dead? How have I returned to the Su family? As he picked up his phone, the screen illuminated, revealing the date. May 26th, 2042. Is this a dream? Or have I truly been reborn? He leaned against the headboard, the summer sun streaming through the window and warming his face. The sweltering morning light already made him feel overheated, and he was slick with sweat beneath the cooling blanket. No, this isn't a dream. Everything I experienced was undeniably real. I have truly died once. As confusion morphed into a burgeoning hatred in Chen Yu's eyes, memories flooded back. On August 26, 2042, a catastrophic earthquake swept across the globe, triggering a series of volcanic eruptions after millennia of dormancy, including the calamitous Yellowstone supervolcano in America. Thick volcanic ash obscured the sky, enveloping the entire planet and resulting in a staggering death toll of 30 billion. More alarmingly, sunlight was blocked by the ash, leading to a continuous decline in global temperatures. In mere days, temperatures plummeted to nearly -50 degrees. The sudden drop in temperature ushered in an icy apocalypse, catching the world off guard. Rescue efforts from various nations faltered before they could even commence. With resources scarce, amidst the biting cold, hunger, and chaos, scenes of apocalyptic despair reminiscent of films unfolded in stark reality. As a Livian son-in-law of the Su family, Chen Yue struggled to survive in this dystopia, despised by his wife, Su Shaoxian, physically assaulted by his brother-in-law, Su Lang, and met with disdain by his mother-in-law Kai Mei and sister-in-law Su Jiao, enduring endless humiliation and torment. Even the supplies he risked his life to procure were swiftly appropriated by the Su family, leaving him with barely enough to stave off hunger. Ultimately, he was left crippled by Su Lang, who severed his tendons and abandoned him in the freezing wilderness to die a slow, agonizing death. With clenched fists and bloodshot eyes, Chen Yue see that at the betrayal of those treacherous wolves in sheep's clothing, they all deserved death. After a moment, he regained his composure and checked the time once more on his phone. 3 months remained before the impending apocalypse. If he could stockpile ample resources and construct a sanctuary capable of withstanding the impending cold wave and chaos, he could avert the tragic fate of his previous life. Moreover, he could make the Su family pay a bloody price. Just then, Chen Yue suddenly felt a searing heat in his palm, and the cooling blanket that had been draped over him vanished into thin air. Stunned, he hurriedly leapt from the bed, searching frantically, but the blanket was nowhere to be found. In the next moment, his vision flickered and the environment around him transformed. He found himself in an immense and extraordinary space. The cooling quilt hung flawlessly in that space, seemingly untouched by the force of gravity, retaining the curvature it had when draped over Chen Yue. He endeavored to connect with the outside world, and in the next moment, a reflective surface akin to a mirror appeared before him, revealing his bedroom on the other side. A surge of warmth enveloped Chen Yu's palm as he instinctively pressed his hand against the mirror, and his gaze flickered back, his body returning to the familiar surroundings of his bedroom. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him. This space, astonishingly, was under his command. He hastily attempted to re-enter the space, traversing back and forth, experimenting with various actions within it. After a brief interlude, he sat at the edge of his bed, his eyes alight with ecstatic joy. Indeed, this space was truly within my grasp. The dimensions of the space were nearly limitless, at least in Chen Yu's exploration. Even propelling himself at the speed of light through sheer will, he could not discern its boundaries. Moreover, aside from Chen Yue himself, everything within this space was impervious to the constraints of current theoretical physics. There was no gravity, no temperature, and even time itself appeared to be suspended. He even lit a cigarette and sent it into the space. The ignited tobacco continued to burn, yet the flames and smoke remained in a state of stasis, devoid of any transformation. When Chen Yue was within the space, time in the outside world equally stagnated. These revelations undoubtedly sent waves of elation through him. This indicated that once materials entered this space, there would be no concern of decay or spoilage. Furthermore, should the need arise, Chen Yue could also retreat into the space, affording himself ample time to prepare against external dangers. With 3 months of advanced preparation, unparalleled spatial abilities, and an untroubled mind, what could the Su family possibly contend against me in this lifetime? The only thing I currently lack is money. Materials and the construction of a shelter all necessitate substantial funds. Although Chen Yue was married into the Su family and managed their enterprise, his financial situation remained precarious. To keep Chen Yue under control, Su Shaoxian allocated him less than 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and even when his mother fell ill, he had to borrow money from Su Shaoxian. Clenching his fists, a nearly frenzied idea began to take root in his mind. His wife, Su Shaoxian, with the support of the Su family, had become the chairwoman of the Su Ming Consortium, owning several large chain supermarkets. The inventory of these supermarkets was stored in a warehouse sprawling across nearly 1,000 acres in the suburbs. If he could transfer all the supplies from that warehouse into the spatial realm, he could sustain himself for millennia. A plan. I require a flawless plan, one that would arouse no suspicion from Su Shaoxian. Just then, a series of impatient knocks echoed from outside the door. Chen Yue opened the door to find a woman of exquisite demeanor and appearance standing there, looking at him with palpable disdain. It was none other than his wife, Su Shaoxian. Hurry up and prepare the meal. My mother and the others are dining at home today. Su Shaoxian impatiently tossed this command over her shoulder, taking a few steps before abruptly halting, turning to point at Chen Yue and saying, "Moreover, you are aware of where to go during meal times, aren't you? Do not bring me further embarrassment." With that, she slammed the door behind her. Chen Yue clenched his molars tightly. Shaoxian was merely reminding him not to join the dining table during meals. Such was Chen Yue's treatment within this household. Whenever the Su family gathered for a meal, he was compelled to retreat to his own room, even less valued than the dog raised by his sister-in-law, Su Jiao. Chen Yue offered no resistance, silently making his way to the kitchen. Endure. Surviving this phase and securing resources to establish a sanctuary was paramount. This minor grievance could be borne. Chen Yue picked up a chef's knife, skillfully washing and chopping vegetables. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before him. Just as he was about to set the table, he heard the front door of the villa swing open, followed by the sounds of laughter intermingled with the barks of a dog. The Su family had returned. Chapter 2, 100 million, the breakup fee? The front door of the living room swung open, and my sister-in-law, Su Jiao, barged in with numerous bags in tow. As she slipped off her slippers, she impatiently exclaimed to Chen Yue, "Hey, are you blind? Can't you see I'm carrying a pile of things? Why can't you come over and help? How could my sister choose such an oblivious fool like you?" Chen Yue silently set down the dishes in his hands and accepted the burden from Su Jiao without a word. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp bark interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Su Jiao's chihuahua barking furiously at his feet, seemingly poised to leap at him. "Sonny." Su Jiao scooped up the chihuahua and affectionately showered it with kisses. "Haven't I told you? Don't stoop to the level of a useless person. Come on, let's watch some television." With that, she turned and walked away. As Chen Yue placed Su Jiao's items down, his mother-in-law, Kai Mei, and brother-in-law, Su Lang, entered the room. "There are still things in the trunk of my car. Bring them in, but be careful not to scratch my vehicle," Su Lang instructed, not sparing Chen Yue even a glance. Chen Yue understood that the comment was directed at him. Kai Mei cast a quick glance at Chen Yue. Her brow furrowed as she remarked, "Su Lang, those things are not cheap. Aren't you worried he might hide something?" Su Lang, indifferent, settled himself on the sofa and waved his hand dismissively, as if he would dare. "If he even touches my things, I'll break his legs." Their conversation bore no intention of concealing their disdain for Chen Yue. Standing there, Chen Yue felt his anger reaching its peak, seeing him still frozen in place. Kai Mei grew impatient. "What are you standing there for? Waiting for me to fetch it? Useless. Can't you even comprehend basic instructions? Hurry up and get out of my sight." Kai Mei's mere presence irritated him. Ever since he married into the Su family, they had found every aspect of him unsatisfactory. Chen Yue took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and turned to walk into the garage of the villa. There, several luxury vehicles belonging to the Su family were parked alongside his modest BYD. Opening Su Lang's Bentley trunk, he discovered a collection of gold jewelry and a 30-centimeter tall golden Buddha statue. Struggling to carry the items into the living room, he found the Su family gathered around the dining table, laughing and enjoying the meal he had meticulously prepared. The more jovial the scene, the deeper Chen Yue's resentment grew. He despised himself and the Su family. Su Xiaoshuan's business in Jinghai City was built from the ground up by his own efforts. Had it not been for that, she would never have married a penniless nobody like him. Yet, who could have predicted that once Su Shaoxian secured her footing, she would cast him aside, entrusting the company's significant positions to her family. Chen Yue had become nothing more than a dog for the Su family. No, he was even beneath that. Even when his mother passed away, he was granted only a single day off to attend the funeral. With a gloomy expression, Chen Yue picked up the leftovers he had prepared and retreated to his room, the laughter of the Su family still echoing from outside. Let them laugh. You shall not find joy for long. After dinner, Su Shaoxian, adorned with exquisite elegance and radiating warmth, stepped out. The rest of the Su family retreated to their respective chambers, leaving only the Chihuahua in the living room, casting a malevolent gaze upon Chen Yue. Chen Yue adeptly made his way to the living room, beginning to tidy the remnants of the meal. At that moment, a voice echoed from upstairs. Chen Yue. Shaoxian forgot her bag when she left. She should be at the new villa next door. Please deliver it to her. Chen Yue set down the dishes and, with the bag in hand, exited the door. Adjacent to the Lishui Villa area lay the Huayuan Villa Group, which had only recently been constructed when he and Su Shaoxian wed. Without hesitation, Su Shaoxian had appropriated funds to purchase one of the villas, nearly leading to the collapse of Chen Yue's business operations due to a lack of capital. It was shortly thereafter that her demeanor toward him took a drastic turn for the worse, declining with each passing day. Upon arriving at the villa, Chen Yue dialed Su Shaoxuan's number. The phone rang until it reached a busy signal, and seeing the villa's door ajar, he ventured inside. However, upon entering, he was greeted by a pair of men's leather shoes, one on each side, with Su Shaoxuan's high heels positioned between them. At that moment, voices emanated from the master bedroom. I just fed you yesterday. Can you not wait until today? You are insufferable. Yesterday, when that crazy woman summoned you home, I didn't get my fill. Honestly, when will you divorce her? This matter takes time. You know her father is not easy to deal with. But you, Chen Yue, a useless man without connections, hurry and divorce him, and I shall marry you immediately. You promised. Hurry, I can hardly wait. Following this exchange was a flurry of flirtatious banter. Just as their passionate discourse reached a crescendo, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang, startling both parties. Su Shaoxian turned to see Chen Yue standing at the threshold, phone raised high. Chen Yue, when did you arrive? Did I not warn you against stepping foot in this villa? Su Shaoxian, filled with shame and anger, clutched the blanket, striving to conceal her bare body. Chen Yue's expression darkened, revealing the truth. No wonder her demeanor had grown increasingly frigid. It was due to her entanglement with another. The man on the bed was Lin Jiadong, a subordinate of Chen Yue's from the company. Aside from his knack for flattery and his handsome appearance, he had never gained Chen Yue's trust. It became clear that Su Shaoxian had taken up with this pretty boy behind his back. No wonder, after 3 years of marriage, she had denied him any intimacy. It turned out another had been tending to her needs outside their union. But wait, in his past life, after the apocalypse, Su Shaoxian frequently visited the new villa. The supplies he risked his life to retrieve were not only sustaining the Su family's ungrateful lot, but also supporting Lin Jiadong, the one who had betrayed him. A scoundrel remains a scoundrel. Even if reborn 1,000 times, encountering her 1,000 times, she would still be that hollow woman. Beautiful on the outside yet rotten within. With this realization, Chen Yue's fury faded, leaving only a chilling emptiness. Such a woman is not deserving of even a sliver of one's affections. He pressed the pause button, coldly gazing at the couple entwined on the bed, and spoke in a deep voice. Divorce? Certainly, but it will cost me $1 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoxuan's brows furrowed in anger as she retorted. You dare to threaten me? Consider it a threat, if you will, Chen Yue replied, his expression devoid of emotion. In any case, without that $1 billion, this footage will undoubtedly circulate across the internet. With that, Chen Yue turned and walked away. Lin Jiadong, witnessing his departure, looked at Su Shaoxian with a grave expression and softly said, Darling, our affair must remain a secret. I could not care less. But your reputation is of far greater importance. Moreover, I would never wish for my woman to be objectified by another man. It's merely $1 billion. Do you not value me even that much? Su Shaoxian gazed at the handsome face before her, her psychological defenses crumbling in an instant. Chapter 3. Constructing the Doomsday Fortress. To her astonishment, he seemed solely concerned with her reputation. A mere 100 million, just the monthly profit of the Su Ming Corporation. As Su Shaoxian pondered this, she felt a large hand drifting across her body. In an instant, the last vestige of her reason was obliterated by desire, and she could not help but nod in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had just exited the villa district when she received a transfer of 100 million, accompanied by a message. See you at the Ming Political Bureau tomorrow. A cold smirk crossed Chen Yue's face. 100 million was merely the beginning. What I desire is the entirety of the Su family, including their very lives. With the funds in hand, Chen Yue headed straight to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. In her previous life, snow had blanketed the entirety of Jinghai City, with all buildings below the second floor buried under a solid layer of frost. The location of this warehouse was the highest elevation in Jinghai, almost untouched by the snow. During her previous search for supplies, this place had already been claimed by another group of marauders. Chen Yue swiftly rented the warehouse for a mere 500,000. Gazing at the dilapidated structure, a vision of an impregnable fortress materialized before her eyes. At that moment, her phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? We have arrived." Turning around, she saw a convoy slowly approaching, led by a Ford Raptor. As the vehicle halted, a bald middle-aged man stepped out, regarding Chen Yue with curiosity. Tentatively, he inquired, "Mr. Chen?" "Yes, it's me. You must be General Huang." Chen Yue nodded and extended her hand. General Huang frowned slightly. His secretary had mentioned that someone intended to renovate a warehouse. He had anticipated a significant project, but was taken aback to find a seemingly ordinary young person. What wealth could he possibly possess? Huang did not return the handshake, but instead clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the abandoned warehouse with a tone of disdain. "This is the warehouse?" "Approximately 2,000 square meters. The walls are severely damaged. Renovation would require at least 3 million. "Absolutely not." Noticing the contempt in Huang's expression, Chen Yue decided to abandon pleasantries and asserted resolutely, 3 million is out of the question. "Then there is nothing to discuss," Huang remarked, turning to his secretary and saying, "In the future, refrain from getting so excited about such trivial tasks. It's evident they lack experience." With that, he began to walk away. But just a few steps later, Chen Yue's voice called out behind him, "I will give you 30 million. "How much?" Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he swiftly turned to face her. Chen Yue held up 3 fingers, declaring, 30 million, but I have stipulations. The warehouse must be completely demolished and rebuilt, maintaining a size of 2,000 square meters. But the foundation must be excavated to a depth of 30 meters. The central area must include a basement of no less than 1,000 square meters. For the above-ground structure, the walls must be constructed with C-130 high-performance concrete, filled with insulation layers, and the entire exterior must be encased in steel plating at least 20 centimeters thick. All windows must utilize bulletproof glass of no less than 20 centimeters in thickness. In addition, the room must be equipped with 5 independent generators, an air circulation system, temperature control devices, a water purification system, and 3 separate security systems. Chen Yue paused momentarily and gestured toward the area outside the warehouse. Furthermore, there must be a 3-meter-high moat wall constructed 10 meters away from the main building. Upon hearing these demands, Mr. Huang's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. This was no longer a warehouse. It was evidently a military base. A foundation depth of 30 meters for a single-story structure? That was only necessary for a building of approximately 100 meters in height. Not to mention the requirement for 20-centimeter thick steel walls and bulletproof glass. Had he offended the United Nations? Noticing his silence, Chen Yue furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is 30 million insufficient? Would 50 million suffice?" Yes. 50 million is more than adequate." Mr. Huang gulped nervously, hesitating to ask, "May I inquire about the purpose of this construction?" Chen Yue waved his hand dismissively. "That is of no concern to you, Mr. Huang." Mr. Huang, recalling his earlier condescension, wished he could slap himself. In his mind, this had to be some wealthy young master wanting to build a grandiose toy for show. "Rest assured, I will fulfill your requirements. The construction will take no more than a year." "A year?" Chen Yue's brow furrowed instantly as he interrupted Mr. Huang. "That is far too long. At most, it must be completed within 2 months. I demand quality and timely delivery." 2 months? Mr. Huang shook his head repeatedly. 2 months would suffice for a simple residential building. This fortress of steel will require at least a month just to gather the necessary materials. Not to mention the other specifications like the air circulation system. A year is already the absolute limit. Seeing him shake his head, Chen Yue frowned and insisted, "No. It must be 2 months. I will provide an additional 20 million. If you lack manpower, hire more workers. If materials cannot be delivered, rent trucks. In any case, I must see the completed structure within 2 months. If not, I shall have to seek other options." Hearing this, Mr. Huang quickly grasped Chen Yue's arm. 2 months it is. With an extra 20 million for construction expenses, 2 months is indeed feasible. In this day and age, money can move mountains. Fortunately, this project is in the suburbs. Had it been in the city, even doubling the budget would not allow for completion in 2 months. I will have the blueprints drawn up immediately, and daily progress will be reported. We will ensure timely and quality completion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue nodded, transferring 30 million as a deposit, signing the contract, and then turning to leave. Subsequently, Chen Yue visited a larger medical supplies warehouse in the city, where he placed an order for a substantial quantity of medicine with a 10 million deposit. Although Su Xiaoshuan's chain supermarket does offer a reserve of pharmaceuticals, it remains primarily a convenience store, lacking numerous essential medications. In the frigid, apocalyptic world, the most critical drugs are antibiotics. Additionally, other vital medications such as ibuprofen, cephalosporins, penicillin, adrenaline, tramadol injections, and glucose solutions are scarce resources in such dire times. Chen Yue harbors a plan, one which cannot yet be revealed, and these medications are the pivotal element within it. As the day drew to a close, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yue chose not to return home. Following the announcement of her divorce from Su Xiaoxian, there was nothing in this world that could be deemed a true home. She parked her vehicle by the bridge in Jinghai City, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant glow of countless lights amidst the revelry. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to her mother, the woman who had nurtured Chen Yue with hope and perseverance, who, in her final moments, she could barely be by her side. In that villa, there was not even a place for her mother's portrait. Chapter 4. Have you ever witnessed cannibalism, Manager Chen? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Chen Yue turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman dismounting from her electric scooter before him. The young woman, unadorned with makeup, possessed a fresh and radiant visage, her jeans clinging to her curves, accentuating her long legs, ample backside, and slender waist, all suggestive of substantial means. Her delicate features were now illuminated with surprise. Chen Xian. Chen Xian was once Chen Yue's subordinate, known for her vivacious and spirited demeanor, as well as her considerable business acumen, far surpassing that of Lin Jiadong, the effete man. Su Xiaoxian, acting in her capacity as chairwoman, had dismissed her, citing the reason that no women were permitted near Chen Yue. Is that truly you? Chen Xian cheerfully parked her scooter at the roadside, approached, waved away the smoke wafting towards her face, and laughed. When did you take up smoking? Just idly puffing. Chen Yue extinguished the cigarette, stowing the butt in his pocket, and smiled. I never anticipated encountering you here. So, where are you currently employed? Oh, just floundering about. Chen Xian replied with an awkward laugh, quickly glancing at her phone, and added, Oh no, I must hurry back to prepare dinner for my sister. Manager Chen, may I have your contact information? I rushed out so hastily that there are many business matters I still wish to learn from you. Chen Yue nodded, aware that Chen Xian's diligence stemmed from her responsibility towards her 7-year-old brother, a fact well known among their colleagues. After exchanging WeChat details, as Chen Xian appeared anxious to leave, Chen Yue suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, on August 20th, remember to stock up on food and water at home, as significant events are about to unfold. The following day, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Xiaoxian glanced at her phone, frowning as she surveyed her surroundings. Beside her stood her lover, Lin Jiadong. Darling, that good-for-nothing from your family isn't going to leave us waiting, is he? Lin Jiadong remarked sarcastically. Clearly just an adopted dog, yet he dares to keep us here. Sweetheart, don't fret, let me call him again. Su Xiaoxian produced her phone and dialed the familiar yet foreign number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. This good-for-nothing. How dare he ignore my call? Su Xiaoxian scolded, her brows knitting, before relaxing with a cold smile. Rest assured, he will not fail to show up. I believe the time is nearly upon us. Since he is late, let us make him pay. Lin Jiadong's hand wandered to Su Xiaoshuan's lower back. Darling, after today, you will belong solely to me. I shall love you from beginning to end, until the end of my days. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never know hunger. With that, Lin Jiadong fervently kissed her. Hearing the man's passionate declaration, Su Xiaoxian felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her footing, as she responded with equal fervor to Lin Jiadong's advances. In that moment, Lin Jiadong's heart harbored a mocking laugh. Ah, Chen Yue, how you have embarrassed me yesterday. Today, I shall demonstrate how your most beloved woman has fallen for me and responded to my advances. Even if you two are divorced, I shall make you feel as if you have ingested something vile. However, after they had shared a kiss for over half an hour, Chen Yue's figure remained elusive. Gasping and retching, Lin Jiadong wondered aloud, where on earth has Chen Yue gone? Why hasn't she arrived yet? No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yue appeared, sauntering from the dessert shop across the street, an ice cream cone in hand. You useless fool, what is the meaning of this? You are over an hour late. Su Xiaoshuan's dissatisfaction poured forth upon seeing Chen Yue. As a man, can't you have a sense of time? I see now. You're deliberately stalling, aren't you? Do you not wish to divorce me? Chen Yue, even with such tricks, you cannot salvage our relationship. I have already offered you a substantial sum for our separation. Please refrain from entangling yourself with me. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Me? Entangle with you? You truly are like a toad on a foot, repulsive in your very essence. Just recalling all that you have done to me since the apocalypse fills me with profound loathing. I haven't harmed you, and you should consider yourself fortunate. Yet, Chen Yue had no desire to engage in severe conflict with them at this moment. After all, the global ice apocalypse was merely 3 months away, and during this time, it was prudent to remain cautious. It would be best to avoid the petty Su family. Ample opportunity to deal with them would present itself once the end times arrived. With a nonchalant glance at Su Shaoxian, Chen Yue remarked, "Apologies, I was momentarily distracted by a dog." Su Shaoxian paused, bewildered. When did Chen Yue develop a fondness for dogs? Hadn't he always despised them? She turned her gaze around, observing the clean streets and passing pedestrians. Dogs. I see no dogs. Are you fabricating tales without even a moment's thought? Do not slander me. I truly saw 2 dogs. As Chen Yue licked his ice cream cone, he strolled towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, recalling that just moments ago, 2 dogs had been fighting over excrement. Their mouths stuck together in a most unseemly manner. Didn't you see them? The entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau? Su Shaoxian and Lin Jiadong were utterly perplexed. We were just there and saw no such dogs. Certainly not 2 dogs with their mouths stuck together over waste. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Su Shaoxian and Lin Jiadong, their faces flushing crimson. Chen Yue, repeat that. Who are you calling a dog? Su Shaoxian finally grasped that Chen Yue's words were a veiled insult directed at her, and her anger surged uncontrollably. You are but a dog that has been taken in by the Chen family. Were it not for us, would you possess such a respectable job? Could you indulge in that ice cream cone? Your wretched mother has long since departed this world. Everything you have is a gift from the Su family. Everything is from me. The hysterical Su Shaoxian had drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Lin Jiadong, closest to Su Shaoxian, felt a prickling discomfort at his back. Goodness, if this woman continues her commotion, I might just find myself making headlines tomorrow. Darling, calm down. Don't let a mere dog ruffle your feathers. Lin Jiadong hurriedly pulled Su Shaoxian into his embrace, casting a provocative glance at Chen Yue. Since he has already arrived, let us swiftly proceed with the divorce formalities. That is the matter of utmost importance. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing these words, Su Shaoxuan's agitation began to dissipate gradually. What is wrong with Chen Yue? When did he become so infuriating? Indeed, I am here to finalize my divorce with Chen Yue. Once today passes, we shall be nothing more than strangers. His current antics are merely an attempt to capture my attention, aiming to retain me in his life. Chapter 5, Divorce. The money is insufficient. Haha, how naive of you to resort to such childish tricks. No matter what you say or do today, I shall not stay. As Su Shaoxuan's emotions began to stabilize, a faint smile crept across Chen Yue's lips. Ah, the tongue of the adulterer is indeed remarkable. It not only can soothe but also extinguish flames. How I find myself at a loss. Furthermore, the vast majority of the Su family's enterprises were, in fact, established through my efforts. Had it not been for my relentless dedication, enduring nights of drinking with clients until I bled from my stomach, would we have secured that first substantial contract? If I had not braved the biting cold of winter, standing vigil outside the client's office, presenting our products and seizing orders from competitors, would our company have survived? That very day, upon returning home, I succumbed to a high fever. And you? You were busy gallivanting with your so-called male friend, returning home inebriated at 2 in the morning. At this point, Chen Yue could hardly contain the hatred bubbling within her. Stepping forward to confront Su Shaoxian. You vile creature, you may have forgotten these events, but I remember them vividly. One day, I will make you pay 100-fold. Feeling the intensity in Chen Yue's gaze, Su Shaoxian felt a surge of fear. She had never encountered such a look before, as if the next moment, Chen Yue would strike her down. What do you intend to do? Su Shaoxian questioned, forcing back her terror. Chen Yue's expression shifted, a smile returning to her face, appearing as usual. I have no intention of doing anything, at least not now. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau for our divorce. With purposeful strides, Chen Yue entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, followed closely by Su Shaoxian and Lin Jiadong, who exchanged glances. The bureau was not crowded, and soon they found themselves at the front of the line. Hello, what business do you wish to conduct? We would like to register a divorce. The staff member glanced at Chen Yue, then at Su Shaoxian and Lin Jiadong, already deducing the situation. May I please see your household registration book and marriage certificate? You have your IDs as well, I presume? Indeed, we do. Su Shaoxian handed over the household registration book and marriage certificate, while Chen Yue presented her ID. Have you resolved the matter of asset distribution? Yes. We have prepared a divorce agreement. Su Shaoxian had hastily enlisted the help of the company lawyer to draft a divorce agreement that specified a sum of 100 million for Chen Yue. Everything appears in order here. Please sign the divorce agreement and return it to me. Without hesitation, Su Shaoxian took out a pen and boldly signed her name on the divorce agreement, then handed the pen to Chen Yue. Seeing this, Lin Jiadong immediately leaned in. Give her a kiss, darling. From this day forth, you are free and will no longer endure the indignities inflicted by this pathetic excuse of a man. To celebrate this momentous day, I shall reward you lavishly when we return home. Chen Yue picked up the pen, smirking at the affectionate display between the two, and, under their eager gazes, inscribed a single character, a chin, on the divorce agreement, tossing the pen onto the table afterward. Su Shaoxian? Lin Jiadong? Chen Yue, what are you planning now? Hurry and sign. Su Shaoxian expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, from the very beginning, you have been dawdling. Can you not be more decisive? Indeed. Can you not be more straightforward? Lin Jiadong chimed in supportively. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue picked up the pen but hesitated, leaving it suspended in midair. What are you doing? Can't you write? Lin Jiadong teased. Do you want me to teach you? Do I really need your guidance? Chen Yue shot Lin Jiadong a glare. Dismissing him. Su Shaoxian, growing impatient with Chen Yue's back and forth, urged, hurry up. I have other matters to attend to. Stop dragging this out. I cannot sign this document. Chen Yue remarked coldly, pushing aside the divorce agreement and pen while casting a derisive glance at Su Shaoxian, mistaking this for a moment of second thoughts. Su Shaoxian's anger flared. At this stage, you dare tell me you cannot sign? She scolded, pointing at Chen Yue. I truly do not understand your intentions. I have given you the money. This was all agreed upon. Why backtrack now? Why? You should be more aware of this than I am, Chen Yue replied. A hint of sarcasm in his tone. Su Shaoxian paused, bewildered. I do not comprehend what you were saying. Do you not? Chen Yue scoffed. How did the Su family's enterprise come to flourish? Who bore the pressure in the early stages? Now, with the Su family's enterprise valued at 100 billion. I have rightly earned half the credit, have I not? Realization dawned on Su Shaoxian, and she gazed at Chen Yue warily. What are you planning? I have already given you 100 million. Do you wish to extort me further? You wasteful fool, do you understand the concept of contentment? No. You're overthinking things, Chen Yue smiled. I merely believe that 100 million is rather insufficient to pacify me. He twirled the pen in his hand. The spinning motion agitating Su Shaoxian. If you wish for me to sign the divorce papers, so be it. To be honest, just seeing you makes me nauseous. I long to never lay eyes on your face again. However, after so many years of investment, I deserve some recompense. So, in the end, it all boils down to money. Su Shaoxian snorted. Speak up, how much do you want? Not much. I merely desire the 3 large supermarkets owned by the Su family. Chen Yue had long since devised this plan. The Su family possessed numerous assets, yet these 3 supermarkets were the most useful in a frozen apocalypse. They held extensive stock. Enough to supply a city of 1 million for an entire month. If he could store these goods in his space, he would ensure his survival in the impending disaster. What? Those 3 supermarkets are worth over 10 billion. You think you can simply take them with a word? Dream on. Su Shaoxian's reluctance stemmed from the substantial profits these supermarkets generated. She had no intention of allowing Chen Yue to seize this golden goose. Moreover, many discrete transactions had originated from these supermarkets. If Chen Yue uncovered any of those secrets, it would provide him with leverage over her. No, you will agree to this. The contract has been meticulously prepared by my attorney. All that remains is for you to affix your signature. Chen Yue extracted 2 copies of the contract from her briefcase, placing them before Su Shaoxian. In an abrupt motion, Su Shaoxian seized the contract and slapped it against Chen Yue's face, exclaiming, You worthless son-in-law. Are you truly audacious enough to ask for more? I have already granted you 100 million as a severance payment. And now you wish to claim a supermarket valued at over 10 billion? I dare say you are lost in a daydream. You are merely an inconsequential son-in-law. The Su family possesses ample means to obliterate you. In response to this unforeseen blow, Chen Yue merely smiled, then retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened a video from her gallery, and turned the volume to its maximum. Just yesterday, I satisfied your needs, and today you are already impatient? Your useless husband is truly of no value. This is precisely what you stated. Hurry up. I can hardly wait. Chapter 6. You are a dog. Su Shaoxian instinctively reached for Chen Yue's phone, but due to the inherent differences between genders, she could not even touch it. Shut it off. Su Shaoxian lowered her voice, her eyes red with fury as she gazed at Chen Yue, as if she intended to devour him. I will say it again. Shut it off. Shut it off? On what grounds? Chen Yue responded with a playful smile, glancing at the video on the phone. Not bad. Quite impressive indeed. Su, with a figure as alluring as yours, I am certain it evokes a resonance among many men, does it not? If Chen Yue lowered his voice, locking eyes with the woman on the verge of losing her composure, I were to disseminate this video online, how many men do you think would spend sleepless nights, their souls elevated? As the devilish whisper echoed, Su Shaoxian trembled involuntarily. So what do you say? Are you ready to sign? Chen Yue extended a pen towards Su Xiaoxian. Her complexion was dreadful, cold and severe as if it could drip with water. Yet, despite this, she refrained from accepting the pen offered by Chen Yue. By merely signing, Chen Yue would acquire the Su family's assets worth billions. What a tremendous loss that would be for her. However, if she refused to sign, and if Chen Yue truly made the video public, how could the Su family maintain their reputation? Su Xiaoxian found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Chen Yue, you are utterly despicable. At this moment, Lin Jiadong, who had been silent, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yue. How dare you threaten my Xiaoxian with such filth? Ha ha ha, your Xiaoxian? Chen Yue laughed. We are not even divorced yet, and you have already claimed her as yours? Did she pay you a fee for that? Furthermore, do not raise your voice in my presence. Chen Yue turned the video towards Lin Jiadong, revealing him in an embarrassing state, with all inappropriate parts exposed. This video also features a male lead, and that lead is you. Your backside is quite fair. If I were to send this video to your wife and mother-in-law, what do you think would happen? What would you do? I. Lin Jiadong was taken aback, caught off guard by Chen Yue's sudden shift in focus. He was rendered speechless. What do you mean, I? Chen Yue's voice grew stern. Tell me, what would your wife and mother-in-law do upon seeing this video? At that moment, Lin Jiadong's mind went blank, utterly stunned. Was this still the Su family's submissive and ineffectual son-in-law? Let me enlighten you, Chen Yue said, placing his phone in his pocket. Your wife would undoubtedly file for divorce, and your mother-in-law would condemn you. They would create chaos at your residence, at your workplace. Your family would tear you apart, stripping you of all dignity. Surely, they are unaware of your talents at flattery, are they? By then, you would become a pariah, reviled by all. Every relative and friend, including your business partners, would distance themselves from you, fearful of being tainted by your disgrace. All the hard-earned endeavors you have accumulated may dissolve into mere illusions in an instant. Oh, I nearly overlooked someone. Chen Yue's expression shifted to one of realization. I have heard that your mother's heart is not in good condition, correct? If she were to discover this matter and see this video, what might transpire? She surely remains unaware that her son is shattering another family by playing the role of a mistress. This discourse left Lin Jiadong drenched in cold sweat, his gaze towards Chen Yue now tinged with trepidation. This individual is a lunatic, a veritable madman. Lin Jiadong's subconscious urged him to avoid provoking Chen Yue any further. This person might indeed be capable of anything. Perhaps I raised my voice too much. Please hold on a moment. Lin Jiadong pulled Su Xiaoxian aside, saying, I believe you should sign it. Jiadong, this is worth over 10 billion. I have already given him 1 billion. Why should I pay more? Su Xiaoxian felt deeply wronged. Having been reprimanded by Chen Yue, only to find her beloved Lin Jiadong siding with an outsider. My dear, do not rush. Allow me to analyze this. Lin Jiadong employed his PUA techniques. Sweetheart, although the value of these 3 supermarkets is substantial, in my eyes, you hold far greater significance. Money can be earned again. But if that lunatic Chen Yue truly disseminates the video, your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. I am unconcerned for myself, but I worry for you. As a delicate woman, should your reputation be ruined by Chen Yue, how much suffering would you endure? Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoxian felt warmth in her heart. She had indeed chosen the right man. Even in this predicament, Lin Jiadong was still considering her well-being. Yet, relinquishing 3 supermarkets worth over 10 billion to Chen Yue was a difficult pill to swallow. Noticing Su Xiaoxian's stubbornness, Lin Jiadong began to perspire with anxiety. Darling, do not deliberate further. Do you not grasp what is more important, reputation or money? Moreover, once you finalize the divorce with Chen Yue, we can strive together. With her talents, achieving a few modest goals will be effortless. Su Xiaoxian had completely succumbed to the fantasies woven by Lin Jiadong and instinctively nodded. Brother, we shall sign. Lin Jiadong exhaled in relief and led Su Xiaoxian before Chen Yue. You must uphold your promise. Do not disseminate what should not be shared. I understand, Chen Yue replied, handing the pen to Su Xiaoxian. She briefly scanned the contract and signed on the last page. Consequently, the 3 large supermarkets under the Su family officially transferred to Chen Yue's name. We have signed. Here it is. Lin Jiadong extended the signed contract towards Chen Yue. To his astonishment, Chen Yue did not accept it, instead slapping the contract from Lin Jiadong's hands, causing it to fall to the ground. Chapter 7. Exceeding Limits? Sudden circumstances left Su Xiaoxian and Lin Jiadong momentarily stunned. Chen Yue, what do you mean? Su Xiaoxian questioned, pointing at the contract on the floor. We have signed it too. What exactly do you want? Nothing in particular, Chen Yue replied dismissively, leaning back in her chair, her gaze shifting to Lin Jiadong as she coldly commanded, Hey, pick it up. Lin Jiadong was taken aback, realizing that the target of her scorn was now directed at him. The intentional act of knocking the contract down for him to retrieve felt like a blatant insult. Why should I? He thought, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Yue. You've already insulted us. Isn't it time to vent your anger? Chen Yue nearly laughed in disbelief. Vent? Huh. Just the thought of your misdeeds makes me wish to hang you up and slice your flesh piece by piece. This is merely the beginning. How could I possibly be satisfied? Are you not proud? Are you not impressive? Kneel and pick up the contract for me. Her voice was chillingly indifferent, yet brimming with authority, startling both Su Shaoxian and Lin Jiadong. After all, Chen Yue had endured a life in a post-apocalyptic world, having encountered all manner of people there. Like a wolf raised in a zoo, perhaps it had lost some of its primal nature, even being mistaken for a husky by onlookers. Yet, once released into the wild, it would quickly revert to its true form. Will you kneel or not? Chen Yu's patience was wearing thin as she picked up her phone, preparing to send a mass message. You have 3 seconds. If you do not kneel, I will ensure that your wife and mother-in-law receive a rather scandalous video. At this, Lin Jiadong's mental defenses crumbled completely. No, let us discuss this. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. He dropped to one knee, retrieved the contract, forced a smile, and offered it to Chen Yue. However, Chen Yue regarded Lin Jiadong with a significant look, delaying her acceptance of the contract. After a minute of this tense standoff, Su Shaoxian could no longer bear it. Chen Yue, do not go too far. Jiadong has already complied with your demands. What more do you want? Do not forget, even if we divorce, you still have to live in this city. Do you truly wish for a relentless conflict between us? Correct. Chen Yue acknowledged with a glance of approval at Su Shaoxian, adding, but it is you who shall perish, while I watch you die. At that moment, Su Shaoxian failed to grasp the full implication of Chen Yu's words. Nevertheless, she could feel the profound malice emanating from her, akin to being stalked by a predator. The uncertainty of when or how this beast might strike was a source of prolonged dread. Chen Yue playfully patted Lin Jiadong's face. That shameless woman claims I am going too far. What do you think? No. Chen Yue, you are entirely justified. Lin Jiadong dared not contradict her, only echoing her sentiments. Oh, Chen Yue displayed a look of sudden realization. So, you also perceive her as a despicable woman? No, I do not. Lin Jiadong found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed crimson. Not knowing what to say, he simply fell silent. I am not teasing you any longer. Chen Yue continued to pat Lin Jiadong's face, asserting, before Su Shaoxian, you are but a dog, and before me, you remain a dog. Indeed, you speak the truth. I am a dog, Lin Jiadong managed to force out through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue was somewhat taken aback. She had initially expected this man to possess some semblance of backbone. Instead, he was merely a coward. She had hardly exerted any effort, and yet he had already capitulated? He truly called himself a dog? Good boy. Chen Yue affectionately patted Lin Jiadong's head, then took the contract from his hands. Go on, off you trot. Lin Jiadong, as if granted a reprieve, quickly stood up, disregarding Su Shaoxian, and moved away. Chen Yue, have you had your fill of this farce? Su Shaoxuan's expression was exceedingly cold, clearly struggling to suppress her emotions. If you are done, then sign the papers. After the divorce, you shall tread your path, and I shall traverse mine. We shall never cross paths again. Never crossing paths again is the best outcome, Chen Yue mused, twirling the pen in her hand. However, I fear that one day you may come knocking at my door, seeking my assistance. Seeking your assistance? Su Shaoxian nearly laughed in exasperation. Why would I ever seek you out? Even if you acquired 3 supermarkets, your assets would amount to merely a few billion. Our Su family's wealth exceeds 100 billion. I truly cannot fathom why I would find myself in need of you. But what if, hypothetically, you genuinely did come? Chen Yue suddenly ceased her playful demeanor and gazed intently at Su Shaoxian. There is no what if, Su Shaoxian declared emphatically, thumping her chest. Even in the most improbable scenario, should I ever seek your help, I would be no better than a dog. No, I would be even less than a dog. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue felt an immediate sense of relief, swiftly signing her name. I hope your memory proves to be sharp enough to retain the words spoken today. While others remain oblivious to the impending apocalypse, Chen Yue, having traversed time, is all too aware. In 3 months, the world shall undergo a monumental transformation. A catastrophic disaster is on the horizon. Chapter 8. Seizing the warehouse, abundant supplies having handed over all the duly signed documents to the staff. The divorce formalities were swiftly completed. May I have my phone now? Su Shaoxian impatiently extended her delicate hand. Chen Yue smiled faintly, retrieving the phone and placing it in Su Shaoxuan's palm, yet he did not relinquish his grip. Observing this, Su Shaoxian furrowed her brow. Even after their divorce, what tricks was he still attempting to play? Let go. What more do you want? Nothing. I just suddenly realized that we are now divorced. Chen Yu's unexpectedly heartfelt words caused a tremor in Su Xiaoxuan's heart, yet she quickly regained her composure. Could it be that Chen Yue still harbored feelings for her? This would certainly explain all his previous despicable actions. Perhaps he had merely been provoking her for attention, much like schoolboys who tug at the braids of girls they fancy. At this point, what is the purpose of saying such things? Just give me the phone. No. Chen Yue abruptly snatched the phone back, then forcefully hurled it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the device shattered, pieces scattering in all directions. Yet Chen Yu's wrath remained unquenched, under Su Xiaoxuan's astonished gaze. He relentlessly stomped on the phone until it was reduced to mere fragments. Before I came here, I vowed never to give you anything again. I would rather destroy this phone than hand it over to you. As she observed Chen Yu's fervent demeanor, a flicker of guilt welled up within Su Xiaoxian. After so many years of marriage, she was acutely aware of how Chen Yue had treated her. How had she and her family treated him in return? But soon, that fleeting sense of conscience dissipated, replaced by a profound hatred. Chen Yue, may you never find peace. As Su Xiaoxuan's curses echoed, Chen Yue calmly walked out of the civil affairs hall, plugging his ears and muttering, "Strange, why do I hear the sound of barking?" After completing the divorce procedures, Chen Yue promptly drove his BYD to Su's family's storage center. Given that this facility supplied 3 major supermarkets, the volume of goods stored was astonishing. In a metropolis with a population of 10 million, the daily consumption of supplies was immense. These 3 supermarkets had stockpiled enough inventory to sustain their operations for an entire week. Moreover, Su's supermarkets were upscale, vastly different from small roadside shops. They offered everything from steak, Kobe beef, lobsters, and king crabs to everyday items affordable for the average consumer. Essentially, it could be said that if one could think of it, it was available in the supermarket. In Chen Yu's grand design, the acquisition of supplies was of paramount importance. With ample resources in a post-apocalyptic world, he envisioned himself savoring fine wine and steak, indulging in the luxuries of a dystopian existence. Thus, he was determined to seize these 3 supermarkets from Su's family by any means necessary. Soon, Chen Yue arrived at the storage center. Its vast expanse was divided into several zones, and the number of employed security personnel exceeded 100. The supervisor of this warehouse center, a pivotal position with considerable influence, is occupied by Su Wei, the child of Su Xiaoxuan's second uncle. In the past, whenever Chen Yue came to request goods, Su Wei would arrive with a group of managers, his entourage, to mock her. As a member of the Su family, Su Wei was acutely aware of Chen Yu's precarious situation. Within the Su household, Chen Yue was regarded as inferior to even a dog, someone who could be kicked or hit at will. Consequently, Su Wei felt no moral qualms about bullying Chen Yue. Even his underlings dared to flaunt their bravado in front of her. However, this time, upon arriving, Chen Yue chose not to seek out Su Wei immediately. Instead, she entered the security center. The head of the security center, a retired Special Forces soldier, was known as Captain Liu. Upon seeing Chen Yue, he displayed a look of confusion. "President Chen, what brings you here?" It was customary for Chen Yue to go directly to Su Wei, so Liu was taken aback by her visit to the security center. "It's nothing. I just want to show you something." Chen Yue produced the transfer contract and a legal entity proof, placing them before Liu. "Su Xiaoxian has transferred all 3 major supermarkets, including this warehouse center, to me. Please review the documents." Liu examined the paperwork carefully and smiled, saying, "No problem. So now you are my boss." "Indeed, that is the case." Chen Yue rose and extended her hand to Liu. It must be noted that under Liu's management over the years, the warehouse center had never encountered any accidents, indicating not only his competence, but also his strong sense of responsibility. "President Chen, I will inform my team about this news to avoid any misunderstandings." After shaking hands with Chen Yue, Liu picked up the walkie-talkie. "No need," Chen Yue interjected. "Just bring a few trustworthy colleagues with you to follow me." After a moment's hesitation, Liu nodded. "All right, Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhao, you 2 gather more people and follow me shortly." Just as Chen Yue was about to step outside, she suddenly recalled something and paused. "President Chen, what's wrong? Could you upload the surveillance footage to my phone?" "Of course," Liu replied with a smile. "We have 10 years worth of surveillance footage here." "That's great." Chen Yue licked her lips. "Please pull up the videos from the 1st of this month, as well as the 14th and 28th of last month." Although Liu was somewhat bewildered, he complied. Chen Yu's request stemmed from her awareness that Su Wei had committed some disgraceful acts during those days. These misdeeds had surfaced in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Yet at that time, no one had the luxury to pursue accountability. After obtaining the surveillance footage, a smile crept across Chen Yu's face. "Let us go. It's time to confront Su Wei." Chapter 9. Do you deserve this money? Amidst a throng of security personnel, Chen Yue arrived at the entrance of Su Wei's office and boldly pushed the door open. The office was extravagantly furnished, featuring a round table that could accommodate 20 individuals. along with an array of audio and entertainment amenities. In stark contrast, the 2-meter desk appeared somewhat out of place. At that moment, Su Wei was enjoying a hot pot meal with a group of managers, relishing a life of indulgence. The sudden entrance startled Su Wei, who initially assumed it was a member of the Su family come to inspect operations. However, upon closer inspection, his anger flared. Chen Yue, how dare you? You enter my office without knocking? Who granted you such audacity? Ah, I see you no longer wish to remain here. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Chen Yue casually took a seat, adding, if I am unwelcome, it seems you may find it difficult to continue here. Su Wei glared at Chen Yue, retorting, you are nothing more than a dog of the Su family, a parasitic son-in-law. What brings you here? Another request for goods? I've already told you, I am busy. And so are my brothers. Each time you request something, it takes us half a day to recover. Surely, you must offer something in return? Not that I am asking. These are merely the unwritten rules of society. If you lack it, you might have to leave empty-handed this time. As he spoke, Su Wei rubbed his fingers together, overtly seeking a bribe. Chen Yue coldly regarded Su Wei and smiled. Ah, a token of appreciation, is it? Of course. He then retrieved a plastic bag from his briefcase, opening it to reveal a stack of 100 yuan bills, estimating around 50,000 in total. Upon sight of the money, Su Wei's demeanor shifted dramatically. That's more like it, he exclaimed, cheerfully wiping his hands with a few tissues before extending his hand. I never expected you to have saved up so much. My cousin mentioned she only gives you a little over 1,000 a month. It seems you've been hoarding for quite some time. However, in the next moment, Chen Yue abruptly swung the stack of money, striking Su Wei across the face. The bills exploded against him, reminiscent of a seafood merchant receiving a windfall from a wealthy patron. Su Wei was momentarily stunned. The familiarity of this humiliation ignited a surge of rage, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. What the hell are you doing? Do you wish to die, you worthless fool? Furious, Su Wei clenched his fists, preparing to confront Chen Yue. Yet, before he could advance, a group of security personnel rushed in, positioning themselves before Su Wei. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Su Wei shouted, pointing at team leader Liu. Old Liu, what are you up to? Have you forgotten who I am? I am a member of the Su family. I am in charge here. I command you to bind Chen Yue immediately. However, despite Su Wei's furious shouts, none of the security personnel paid him any heed. Team leader Liu calmly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and narrowed his eyes at Su Wei. Su Wei, you are no longer the boss here. Haven't you realized that the leadership has changed? Impossible. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback. Surely my sister would inform me if there were a change in personnel. Besides, who else could possibly assume the role of boss aside from myself? Of course, it is I. Chen Yue, smiling, produced the transfer contract and the legal person certificate, slamming them onto the table. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at what these are. Su Wei picked up the transfer contract and the legal documents, scrutinizing them repeatedly before swallowing hard. So what if there's a change in personnel? You remain nothing more than a dog of the Su family. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I will promptly inform my father. There is no place for you within the Su family. For years, you have been a mere dog. Do not think that just because you now manage this place, you can turn the tables. A dog is forever a dog. Just know your place. Huh. Su Wei, you truly are one who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Chen Yue retrieved his phone and activated the surveillance footage. On the 1st of this month, you and your cohort stole items from the warehouse, didn't you? I believe the value is rather significant, nearing 100,000. Wouldn't you agree? Now, take a look at this. On the 14th of last month, what were you doing in the hallway with the female employees? TSK. Just look where your lecherous hands are wandering. This constitutes the crime of indecent assault. A serious offense indeed. And on the 28th of last month. All right, enough. Stop talking. Upon seeing the first 2 videos, Su Wei's arrogance deflated instantly. Chen Yue, no, brother-in-law, we are family. We can joke with one another, but let's not take it too far. Though Su Wei was inept, he was not foolish. He comprehended that these videos served as evidence. If Chen Yue were to present them to the authorities, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences, potentially years in prison. Brother-in-law? Huh. I am no longer your brother-in-law. Chen Yue produced the divorce certificate, placing it on the table. Look at this. I finalized my divorce with Su Shaoxian early this morning. What should you now call me? Ch. Chen Gu. Ah, now that is correct. Chen Yue reclined in his chair, picking up a clean set of chopsticks and began to prepare hot pot. Little Su, I possess some legal knowledge. The crimes you have committed are not trivial. Moreover, I am now the owner of the storage center. Should I choose to pursue this matter, you could be looking at a minimum of 10 years in prison. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Su Wei nodded vigorously, resembling a student chastised by a teacher, afraid to breathe too loudly. Brother Chen, please spare me this once. I promise I will never behave like this again. Spare you? Why should I spare you? Chen Yue added the tripe to the pot. Is this the attitude one should have when seeking mercy? Upon hearing this, Su Wei gritted his teeth and, with a trembling voice, knelt down, saying, Brother Chen, I beg you, spare me this once. I will even bow before you. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yue observed Su Wei's demeanor and smiled slightly. But his expression quickly shifted. Damn it, the tripe is overcooked. Chapter 10. Where is your sincerity? Chen Yue cast aside the overcooked tripe. In this new life, she resolved not to endure any further indignities, even if it meant foregoing the tripe. Enough, enough, no more bowing, Chen Yue remarked, glancing at Su Wei, who was still kneeling in supplication. If you keep bowing to my tripe, you won't have a chance to eat it. Upon hearing this, Su Wei finally ceased his gestures of contrition, tears streaming down his face as he knelt beside her. It was not until Chen Yue had satiated her hunger that she turned to him. Su Wei, I am offering you an opportunity. Tell me, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Su Wei's mind raced as he contemplated the situation, and after a moment of hesitation, he tentatively suggested, Brother Chen, since you and Su Shaoxian are divorced now, I could simply leave this job. Would that be acceptable to you? Inwardly, Su Wei calculated his options. With Su Shaoxian having entrusted the storage center to Chen Yue, remaining there would only subject him to further hardship with no prospect of profit. Why not depart and allow his family to secure him a more lucrative position? Isn't that a rather trivial suggestion? Chen Yue retorted, her expression stern. Do you truly believe I would keep you on? I asked for a solution, and you offer me this dismissive response? No, I was mistaken. Su Wei hurriedly waved his hands. You tell me what to do, and I will comply without question. Chen Yue suddenly smiled. All right then. You have held this position for 5 years, correct? I presume you have garnered quite a few kickbacks and pilfered numerous items during that time? Su Wei was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yue to steer the conversation in this direction. You need not attempt to argue. Before Su Wei could respond, Chen Yue interrupted him. Today alone, I have uncovered nearly 200,000. Adding in the customary team money I have given you, that totals around 300,000 annually. Over 5 years. That amounts to 1,500,000. Now, to ensure you remember this lesson, while I will refrain from contacting the authorities, you will pay me 5 million in one lump sum, and we shall consider this matter settled. 5 million. Su Wei was momentarily frozen in place, incredulous. You've led me in circles just to demand 5 million from me? As the eldest son of Su Xiaoshuan's paternal uncle's family, he could theoretically procure 5 million. Yet, this money belonged to his parents. He himself indulged in every vice, never retaining any money overnight. According to Su Wei's prior assertions, overnight money was as untouchable as overnight meals or water. He wouldn't leave money on the gambling table to linger until the next day. What's this? The illustrious young masters who cannot produce 5 million? Chen Yue leaned on her chin, watching him with keen interest. If you cannot, I will have no choice but to alert the authorities and let them handle the matter. To be frank, I find dealing with such issues quite bothersome. Handing it over to the police is far simpler. I would merely await the outcome. However, by that time, it wouldn't simply be a matter of compensation. Can you evade criminal responsibility? Will I show you any leniency? As Chen Yue was about to reach for her phone again, Su Wei hurriedly interjected, No, don't call the police. I can procure 5 million. However, may I make a phone call? Of course, Chen Yue replied, knowing he intended to seek assistance from his family, and she settled down to watch the unfolding drama. The call was on speakerphone, and a middle-aged woman's voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Wei, you finally decided to call your mother. Enough with the chatter. Transfer 5 million to my card. Do it now. 5 million? What do you need that much money for? Although our family has been doing well these past few years, you must not engage in wrongdoing or stray from the right path. Your father and I. Silence. Hurry and transfer the money, or I will never call you again and will never return home. All right, I will transfer it. You must come home sometime. Your father has not been well lately, and he misses you. Beep, beep, beep. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Su Wei had already hung up the phone. Chen Yu's gaze grew colder. This fellow was truly lower than a beast. A few minutes later, Su Wei received the transfer of 5 million, accompanied by a multitude of messages from his mother, presumably all the words she wished to convey but had no time to express. Without even glancing at them, Su Wei promptly transferred the money to Chen Yu's account. Brother Chen, look, I've sent it to you, Su Wei said with an ingratiating smile. You are magnanimous. Just treat me like a mere nuisance. Haha, very well. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Su Wei felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and quickly stood up. However, after kneeling for so long, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he struggled to make his way toward the exit. Once Su Wei departed, Chen Yue turned her attention to the group of minions. And you lot? What do you plan to do? Witnessing Chen Yu's methods, The underlings who had followed Su Wei to scavenge for scraps dared not resist any longer and collectively knelt. Brother Chen, I have an elderly mother and young children. I beg you to spare me. Yes, Brother Chen, we were all under that scoundrel Su Wei's orders. We had no choice. If we did not comply with him, we would lose our jobs and our families would suffer. One lamenting voice after another filled the room, and Chen Yue felt overwhelmed. Enough, enough. Silence. She slammed her hand on the table and surveyed the crowd. You lot have embezzled countless resources from the company while following Su Wei for these years. Do you think I am blind? As per our usual arrangement, show your sincerity. Those who demonstrate genuine intent may return to work in 3 months. As if granted a 3-month holiday, the previously despondent group of minions immediately brightened at these words. Chapter 11. Measuring hearts with interest. Brother Chen, I am sincere. I will hand in the embezzled funds immediately. Me too, Brother Chen, please don't dismiss me. What is your account number? I'll transfer the money to you. I've already transferred 400,000. Brother Chen, this is the ill-gotten gains from these past few years. I beg you spare me. This wave of naive souls yielded nearly 2 million for Chen Yue. To be frank, Chen Yue was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this group of petty subordinates could pilfer such a substantial sum. This clearly illustrated that under Su Wei's leadership, the storage center had decayed to its very core. Enough, you all can leave now. Chen Yue waved his hand, dismissing the individuals. He then picked up his phone and dialed the police. On the other side, the departing subordinates grew increasingly incensed. They had suffered under Su Wei's tyranny. And just when they managed to acquire a meager sum, they were compelled to surrender it all. They had even been forced to kneel and forsake their dignity, nearly losing their jobs in the process. The root of all this lay with Su Wei. If it weren't for his threats, how could they have ended up in this predicament? The group quickened their pace and spotted Su Wei staggering outside the storage center. Su Wei, stop. Su Wei was startled, and only relaxed upon seeing the crowd behind him. You scared me. And who do you think you are calling Su Wei? Are you looking to die? Ha! Death would be more merciful than this. The lead subordinate stepped forward, seizing Su Wei by the collar. Su Wei, I just lost 400,000. How will you compensate me for this loss? Once one person spoke up, the rest followed suit. I lost 140,000. You owe me. Exactly. We fought alongside you through thick and thin, and now we're left with nothing. You must repay us. Su Wei, who had suppressed his anger for far too long, finally exploded. Get lost. I lost 5 million myself. Who should I go to for that? If you want to work, do it. If not, get out. I don't need you dogs. Damn it. We've been kicked out, and you still act so arrogantly. Get him. A voice shouted, and the group surrounded Su Wei, unleashing a flurry of punches. At first, Su Wei attempted to resist, but within mere seconds, he was brought to the ground, numerous filthy feet trampling upon him. Stop hitting me. Please, don't. Chen Yue stood by the window, coldly observing the spectacular scene of dogs fighting dogs below. Boss, now the storage center is entirely yours. Lu, standing nearby, lit a cigarette and remarked with a smile, however, since you promised Su Wei, why are you still calling the police? Did I promise? Chen Yue smiled. Locking eyes with Lu, Lu paused for a moment, a broader grin spreading across his face. Understood. You didn't promise. We haven't heard a thing. Exactly. Chen Yue patted Lu's shoulder. I am a law-abiding citizen. Having discovered Su Wei's criminal conduct, for his own good, I must naturally hand him over to the authorities. Once he emerges, he will become a valuable asset to society. Wouldn't you agree? Haha, indeed, quite right. Come, take a seat. I have something to discuss with everyone. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances before finding a place to sit, directing their attention towards Chen Yue. Boss, just tell us what you need. Lu, the team leader, said cheerfully. Everyone, you may go home, Chen Yue stated solemnly. I will provide compensation for N12, and you will no longer need to report to work. As soon as the words left his lips, expressions of shock spread across the faces of the crowd. Boss, are you joking? Why are you dismissing us? One protested. My family needs to eat. What will I do without this job? What about my family? You must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will take legal action. Chen Yue cleared his ears, having anticipated this reaction before making the announcement. My friends, the compensation provided by the company will certainly exceed legal standards, he stated earnestly. For those facing financial difficulties, I can even increase the compensation amount. The reason for your dismissal is not due to your performance, but rather the company's developmental strategy. Should you choose to pursue legal action, then go ahead. This decision is final, and you may proceed to the finance department to collect your compensation. Though the crowd still harbored dissatisfaction, the boss had spoken, and he had increased the compensation. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, they all made their way to collect their payments. After dispersing the crowd, Chen Yue found himself alone in the storage center's warehouse. The warehouse was vast, spanning 5 levels, each reaching an area of 1 million square meters. It was precisely this immense storage capacity that allowed for the supply of goods to sustain millions in the city for a week. Gazing at the abundance of materials within the warehouse, Chen Yue felt a surge of excitement. If he could transfer all these items into his alternate space, he would never have to worry about resources for a lifetime. Indeed, even for 10 lifetimes. Most importantly, the goods stored in the alternate space would exist in a state of suspended time. Even items nearing expiration would remain viable as long as they were kept in that realm. Moreover, the quality of the goods in the warehouse was exceptional. Despite the existence of high-end and low-end products, there were no counterfeit or inferior goods. Though these corrupt individuals took kickbacks, they dared not compromise on quality control, which was a key reason why the Su family's supermarket commanded such a significant market share. If Chen Yue could clear out all 5 levels of stock, not only would he not struggle for supplies in the apocalypse, but he would also lead a remarkably carefree life. With such a substantial inventory, 2 lifetimes would be more than sufficient. Time was of the essence. He aimed to accomplish everything today. Although the alternate space was incredibly useful, transferring such a large quantity of goods at once would still require considerable time and effort. Chen Yue hopped onto a small vehicle within the warehouse and initiated the clearing process. Every item he touched, including the shelves, was seamlessly stored within the alternate space. Chapter 12. The Doomsday Chariot. Although Chen Yue frequently visited to procure supplies, never before had he meticulously traversed the entire warehouse as he did now. The inventory within this storage facility exceeded my wildest expectations. I had been in the food section for over 10 minutes and was still far from finished. Not only was there an abundance of instant foods, but also a vast quantity of vacuum-sealed meats, not to mention the snacks and beverages, which were measured in tons. It took a full 6 hours for Chen Yue to finally transfer all the supplies from the 5 floors into the alternate space. At last, it was over. I felt nauseous from driving. The warehouse's small vehicle had a maximum speed of only 20 kilometers per hour, and enduring 5 consecutive hours of slow driving was unbearable for anyone. By the time the supplies were collected, the sky had darkened. There would be no visit to the construction site today. Tomorrow would suffice. With this thought, Chen Yue retrieved his phone and called the owner of an off-road vehicle dealership. Shortly thereafter, someone from the dealership arrived to pick him up. The owner, Qian Wanfeng, was a jovial, plump man. Despite his affable appearance, he possessed considerable cunning and could procure items that were otherwise unavailable on the market. Mr. Chen, you mentioned a significant project over the phone. How substantial is this project? Qian Wanfeng inquired, pouring tea while smiling. Projects under 5 million aren't considered significant in my establishment. He was aware of Chen Yue's position, merely a compliant pawn of the Su family. Their connection stemmed from a previous occasion when Chen Yue was sent to handle vehicle procurement for the Su family. Consequently, he found it hard to believe that Chen Yue was involved in any major project. Nonetheless, out of respect for the Su family, he reluctantly entertained the meeting. Mr. Qian, I wish to purchase a vehicle, Chen Yue stated directly. Purchasing a car? It seems you have accumulated quite a bit of personal funds lately, Qian Wanfeng jested. Are you looking to trade in your BYD? Please, tell me your budget. Chen Yue held up a single finger, prompting Qian Wanfeng to chuckle. 100,000? Mr. Chen, we specialize in high-end vehicles. We don't have anything at that price point. Not 100,000, but 1 million. Clatter. Qian Wanfeng lost his grip on the teapot, which toppled onto the table. What did you say? 1 million? You must be joking. He could scarcely believe that Chen Yue could afford such a sum. It was difficult for him to even produce 1,000 in everyday circumstances, so the notion of purchasing a $1 million vehicle seemed utterly absurd. Mr. Chen, please don't jest with me. Qian Wanfeng's expression turned serious as he glanced at his watch. It's getting late. You should head home and rest. However, Chen Yue remained seated, motionless, as he leisurely pulled out his phone. Qian Wanfeng furrowed his brow and looked at him, and in the next moment, a phone was tossed his way. Here, verify my funds for yourself. Qian Wanfeng picked up the phone, revealing the banking app on the screen, which displayed an astonishing balance of 17 million. My poor eyesight has led me astray. Mr. Chen, I admit my fault. Qian Wanfeng respectfully returned the phone to Chen Yue and suddenly snatched the teacup from her hands, discarding both the cup and its contents into the trash bin. This cup is contaminated. I shall prepare a fresh one for you. Chen Yue was left speechless. Qian Wanfeng retrieved a new teacup and, from the deepest drawer, procured a gilded box of tea leaves, personally brewing a fresh pot for her. I never expected such a delightful surprise from you, Mr. Chen, he exclaimed while busying himself. What kind of vehicle do you desire? I require a vehicle capable of traversing the Arctic. Is that attainable? Qian Wanfeng paused, contemplating for a few seconds. That would be a specialized vehicle, akin to those utilized by the Soviets during their Arctic explorations. if you truly wish for it. I can travel abroad and procure one for you. That would suffice, Chen Yue responded, taking a sip of tea. However, upon its return, you must assist in its modifications. My specifications are stringent. It must endure temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius, possess 10 tires, each equipped with independent suspension to navigate diverse terrains. Additionally, the chassis must be reinforced to withstand an RPG attack without sustaining damage. The vehicle must also be bomb-proof and bulletproof, furnished with air conditioning and insulated materials within. Upon hearing Chen Yue's demands, Qian Wanfeng stood frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, are you planning a rebellion? This is no mere vehicle, with an artillery attachment. It would be a tank. Brother, do tell me honestly, what do you intend to do with such an apparatus? Many of the materials you mentioned are regulated. If I am caught, I shall end up in prison. You needn't concern yourself with that, Chen Yue replied, withholding the truth. If you can accomplish this, I shall add an additional 1 million. Qian Wanfeng gritted his teeth in silence. Mr. Chen, the risks are still too great. Chen Yue sipped his tea nonchalantly. I will increase the offer to 9 million. Very well. Such a trivial matter, you can trust it to me. I shall have it resolved promptly. Qian Wanfeng felt an urge to kneel before Chen Yue. Master Chen, the tea is hot. Allow me to cool it for you. Do not rejoice just yet. I can only provide 7 million up front, with the remainder delivered within a week. Chen Yue leaned slightly forward, gazing intently at Qian Wanfeng. I have one stipulation. It must be completed within 3 months. That is not an issue. Qian Wanfeng replied earnestly, nodding. I can depart for overseas tomorrow. Once your funds arrive, I will ensure the vehicle is shipped back. As for the modifications, I shall personally supervise. 3 months is more than adequate. That is reassuring. With Qian Wanfeng's assurance, Chen Yue relaxed. Having dealt with Qian Wanfeng several times previously, she knew him to be greedy yet remarkably reliable in executing tasks. By the way, Mr. Chen Yue suddenly recalled something and inquired, are you able to procure items from the dark web? Stop right there. Qian Wanfeng nearly collapsed upon hearing this. Are you intent on sending me to prison? Chapter 13. Encountering a dog on the construction site, what is the dark web? Surely, you must be aware of it. Qian Wanfeng lowered his voice, astonished that you would entertain such an idea and even expect my assistance in procuring something from above. Are you courting danger? I still wish to survive. Huh, let it be then. Chen Yue chuckled softly, a profound glimmer evident in his eyes. The matters concerning the shelter and the vehicle had already commenced, and it was imperative for him to possess a weapon. In this apocalyptic world, humanity had lost its essence. When food is involved, they descend upon you like a pack of ravenous wolves. They would strip you of every possession without hesitation, even contemplating the grotesque act of carving your flesh to roast it. Chen Yue had witnessed such horrors countless times. The elderly often say that those who have grain in hand remain untroubled. Yet in this desolate age, it is precisely those who possess sustenance who feel the most anxious. Unless one wields both provisions and firearms, only then can one find solace. Mr. Qian, since you wish to remain uninvolved in this affair, could you kindly provide me with the contact information of a reliable associate? Chen Yue settled for a compromise, offering a reward of 500,000 for the introduction. Qian Wanfeng sat in silence, his expression turning grave. After a lengthy pause, he resolved, very well. But let me make it clear that I shall only be responsible for the introduction. The negotiations are your own concern. Should any disputes arise, they shall not involve me. No problem. Chen Yue rose, entrusting the vehicle matter to him, emphasizing the need for prompt resolution. Rest assured, I will handle it meticulously. The following morning, Chen Yue drove to the construction site. This would serve as the stronghold for their future existence, and the progress of the site was of utmost concern to him. Upon arrival, Chen Yue couldn't help but marvel at the power of wealth. The number of construction workers had surged to over 1,000. In the span of a single day, materials had amassed into small mountains. Dozens of excavators were engaged in earthworks. With the addition of such mechanical giants, it was estimated that the excavation could be completed within 3 days at most. Following that, they could proceed with the installation of cables, fiber optics, and plumbing. The project manager, Mr. Huang, donned a hard hat and stood atop an excavator, commanding the scene with fervor. You lot, hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, you can take your leave. I'm paying you triple the wages, not to see you loaf around. And you there? What on earth are you doing smoking at a time like this? Get to unloading those materials. Witnessing Mr. Huang's unbridled enthusiasm, Chen Yue couldn't help but nod in agreement. Mr. Huang. Chen Yue approached, but due to the cacophony of the construction site, it took several calls before Mr. Huang finally heard him. Oh, Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Mr. Huang promptly descended from the excavator, wiped his gloves on his clothing, and shook Chen Yue's hand warmly. Are you here to inspect the progress? He inquired cautiously. Rest assured, I won't be going anywhere for the next 3 months. I'll be right here, keeping a keen eye on the project's advancement. We received 30 of the materials yesterday, and another batch will arrive today. By the day after tomorrow, all materials will be in place. The earth excavation work will be completed by the day after tomorrow at the latest. According to your request, the installation work is the most time-consuming. However, I have already found over 2,000 skilled installers, who will all arrive on site in a week. Mr. Huang meticulously reported every detail. Chen Yue could not help but nod in agreement. It must be said that as long as the funds are in place, any task can be accomplished with ease. Just then, Chen Yue's phone suddenly rang. Without checking the contact, he instinctively clicked to answer. Upon connecting, he was immediately met with a barrage of pure vitriol. Chen Yue, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you divorce my sister? What have we, the Su family, ever done to wrong you? Not only did we provide you with a respectable job, but we also lent you money for your sick mother's treatment. Had I known you were this ungrateful, I would have wished your mother dead. Where do you find the audacity to divorce my sister and demand compensation? Where are you? I'll come over and break your legs. The caller was none other than his brother-in-law, Su Lang. Hearing Su Lang's voice flooded Chen Yue's heart with a tide of hatred. In his previous life, he had desperately scoured for supplies, knowing that failing to meet the required quota would result in Su Lang's brutal beatings. Even if he returned injured from his efforts, Su Lang would show no mercy. Chen Yue vividly remembered venturing out in thin clothing to search for supplies, only to return with a high fever and frostbite. Su Lang had callously pinned him in the snow and brutally punctured the frostbite on his feet with a knife, blood and pus spilling onto the ground. Yet, the very next day, he was still cast out of the house. The frostbite rendered Chen Yue nearly immobile, and from that day forth, he could no longer bring back any supplies. After all, in the apocalypse, resources were seized by force. As a cripple, struggling to walk, how could he possibly compete with the robust and strong? Even if he were fortunate enough to scavenge some scraps, they would be mercilessly snatched away. Faced with his inability to gather supplies, Su Lang had taken a knife, severed the tendons in his feet and hands, and discarded him like refuse outside, leaving him to freeze to death. Such deeply personal experiences of hatred filled Chen Yue's chest. At that moment, it felt as if a fire was igniting within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Yet reason reminded him that now was not the time for an outburst. After all, there were less than 3 months until the apocalypse would arrive. Once the end times came, he would ensure that the Su family truly understood what despair meant. Chen Yue suppressed his fury and, disregarding Su Lang's tirade, calmly replied, I am at the abandoned warehouse in Wuling Mountain. Come if you dare. I will show you why I divorced Su Shaoxian. With that, Chen Yue abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Construction Site. Mr. Huang cautiously observed Chen Yue from the side, his mind filled with confusion. What could be troubling Mr. Chen? Why does his expression seem so grim? Mr. Huang, prepare a large screen for me, Chen Yue said, his demeanor cold, and sound equipment, the louder, the better. Despite his uncertainty regarding Chen Yue's intentions, Mr. Huang nodded affirmatively. All right, I shall have it arranged immediately. In less than 10 minutes, Mr. Huang fulfilled Chen Yue's request. A 150-inch color display and several speakers were set up in the open area of the construction site. The enormous screen captured the attention of numerous workers, who began to speculate about its purpose. Could there be an event taking place? While Chen Yue and Mr. Huang were discussing the project's details, a sleek black Cullinan slowly entered the site. Valued at 7 million, the luxury vehicle caused the workers to halt their tasks, whispering among themselves. What is going on? I've never seen such a beautiful car. This must cost quite a fortune, at least 500,000, right? Nonsense. You'd be lucky to buy a wheel for that. My son told me this car is called a Cullinan, worth 6 or 7 million. My goodness. Spending 6 or 7 million on a car. Wealthy people truly know how to indulge. As Chen Yue observed the approaching Cullinan, his expression darkened immediately. He recognized that the people he despised the most had arrived. Once the car came to a halt, out stepped his ex-wife, mother-in-law, Su Lang, his cousin, Su Jiao, sister-in-law, and that insufferable chihuahua, one after another. Without uttering a word, Su Lang marched toward the trunk, retrieved a baseball bat, and menacingly advanced toward Chen Yue. How dare you not flee, you coward? You filthy dog, you think you can just ignore the consequences. Su Lang raised the bat high, aiming to strike Chen Yue's head with lethal intent. You scoundrel, my sister treated you well, yet you chose to divorce her. If I do not end your life today, I shall not carry the same surname as you. Caught off guard, Chen Yue instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The baseball bat vanished the moment it made contact with his arm. Chen Yue was taken aback, realizing something was amiss. He hastily retrieved the bat from the alternate dimension, It clattered to the ground. Su Lang stood frozen, his mind filled with bewilderment. What just happened? Am I seeing things? It's possible. With my recent health issues, perhaps I'm just experiencing dizziness. Convinced of his own delusion, Su Lang disregarded the bat on the ground. Relying on his height and strength, he kicked Chen Yue forcefully. In that moment, Chen Yue was still reveling in the newfound utility of the alternate dimension. Now he had an additional means of self-preservation. Even if he were to be restrained, there would be no need for concern. However, caught off guard, Chen Yue was knocked to the ground by Su Lang's kick. That as for abandoning my sister, I'll make sure you pay. Su Lang raised his foot and relentlessly kicked Chen Yue. His former mother-in-law, Kai Mei, rushed forward, tearing at Chen Yue's clothing while hurling abuse. You heartless wretch. Have you forgotten who provided the funds for your mother's medical treatment when she fell ill? Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you abandoned my daughter. And you demanded such a hefty compensation. I will destroy you, you ungrateful scoundrel. Allow me to avenge my daughter. The scene descended into utter chaos. Standing to the side, General Manager Huang found himself in a predicament, uncertain whether to intervene or remain a bystander. After all, this was a private family matter, and as an outsider, he felt powerless to act. The commotion attracted a throng of curious workers who gathered around. Once exhausted from the ruckus, Kai Mei, hands on her hips, commanded Su Jiao, "Bring the recording here. Let everyone listen intently. Today, I shall unveil the true nature of this scoundrel, so that all may witness what he truly is." Su Jiao, cradling a chihuahua, sashayed over and produced her phone to play a recording. Two voices resonated from the device. The male voice belonged to Chen Yue, while the female voice was that of Su Shaoxian. "I want a divorce. You must compensate me with 100 million. If you refuse, I will make a scene at your company. Surely, such secrets must be worth a fortune, and they could plunge your company into dire straits. What will it be? 100 million or the future of your company? Think wisely." As the recording concluded, not only the onlookers, but even Chen Yue himself was taken aback. Although it was his voice, it was unmistakably edited and manipulated. Did everyone hear that clearly? If not, I can play it again, Su Jiao proclaimed, raising her phone for all to see. This scoundrel not only abandoned my sister, but also extorted 100 million from her by threatening the company. Such a despicable person is truly rare. And yet, you continue to work for him. The money he pays you is ill-gotten gains. Dare I say, filthy money. Su Jiao's performance was undeniably compelling, and her words ignited a sense of righteous indignation among the workers. How shameless. I refuse to work any longer. It is disgraceful to labor for such a scoundrel, and I feel ashamed to spend the money he pays. Indeed, abandoning wife and child, I find this money tainted. Brothers, we shall not continue. Strike, strike, strike. Hundreds of voices united in the chant, and the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Even General Manager Huang regarded Chen Yue with palpable disdain. "Chen, honestly, how could you? After all those shared days as husband and wife. Now that the brothers have struck, I can no longer intervene. This is all you're doing. Remember to send over the final payment. Otherwise, you know my methods." Chapter 15, is this it? What? Chen Yue still owes you the outstanding payment? Upon hearing President Huang's words, Su Lang immediately leaned in, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Brother, you may not be aware, but Chen Yue has already accumulated a debt of 200 million that remains unsettled. Yet, during his divorce, he only claimed 100 million. This implies that Chen Yue is, in fact, bankrupt. Your outstanding payment is surely in jeopardy." President Huang's expression changed instantaneously upon hearing this. In a rush to meet deadlines, he had not allocated time for procuring materials. This meant he had purchased all the materials, though some had yet to be delivered. Most of the funds for the materials were advanced by him, and without the outstanding payment, he would suffer considerable losses. "Chen Yue, how dare you pretend to be a big shot when you have no money?" President Huang stepped forward, grasping Chen Yue by the collar, and declared, "I warn you. If the payment is not received, I will make you pay dearly. Do you hear me?" The workers nearby, upon learning of Chen Yue's bankruptcy, changed their expressions. If President Huang could not secure the funds, would that not imply their wages would vanish as well? A crowd of workers surrounded Chen Yue, their shouts echoing around him. Su Lang and the others stood a short distance away, watching the spectacle unfold, a cold smile creeping onto their faces. "How dare you challenge a member of the Su family? Do you not know who you are provoking? Even if we do not destroy you, we can certainly drown you in spittle." Amidst the chaos, Chen Yue quickly retrieved his coat from the dimensional space and donned it after shaking off President Huang. "Everyone, quiet down," Chen Yue shouted, allowing me to say a few words. The scene, under President Huang's authority, finally quieted down. "Chen Yue, what do you wish to say?" As he passed by President Huang, Chen Yue calmly remarked, "Your matters will have to wait. First, I must resolve my family issues." As Chen Yue approached, Kai Mei coldly questioned, "Chen Yue, what more do you have to say?" You are already a pariah, despised by all. I advise you to return the 100 million in the warehouse immediately, then kneel before the Su family to apologize. Only then might we consider forgiving you. Otherwise, you shall meet a dire fate. Chen Yue, upon hearing this, nearly laughed out of anger. Is this woman out of her mind? She dares to demand an apology from me. You wish to know why I divorced Su Xiaoxian? Allow me to show you exactly what your precious daughter is. With that, Chen Yue inserted a prepared USB drive into the 150-inch display screen and played a video. Upon seeing it, Su Xiaoxuan's expression changed drastically. The video depicted Su Xiaoxian and Lin Jiadong completely unclothed, in a compromising position. The clarity of the 150-inch screen was striking. Even the mole on Su Xiaoxuan's thigh was vividly discernible. Coupled with the audio quality, the atmosphere erupted. Su Xiaoxuan's appearance and figure were nothing short of perfect. An image that the workers on the construction site had never encountered before. In an instant, their eyes were captivated, unable to look away. Particularly, when they spotted a woman in the crowd who bore an uncanny resemblance to the heroine on the screen, murmurs erupted. Look, isn't that woman the very protagonist from the video? Indeed, it truly is. Clad in clothing, I almost failed to recognize her. This is exhilarating. Watching an action film in the presence of the heroine is an experience I have never encountered in my life. Kai Mei, witnessing her daughter in such a state, felt her blood pressure surge, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Su Lang's countenance turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He was taken aback that Chen Yue would resort to such a tactic. Shut it down. Quickly, turn it off. And you all, no peeking. Oh no. Standing by the speaker, Chen Yue smiled at Su Lang, stating, if your sister has the audacity to betray, why should she shy away from others watching? She has already lost her dignity. What difference does losing a bit more make? You bastard. Su Lang stepped forward, poised to strike. Yet, Chen Yue was quicker, cranking the speaker's volume to its maximum. For a 10-kilometer radius, Su Xiaoxuan's sultry gasps echoed. I concede. Is that not enough? Su Lang pleaded. Covering his ears, please lower the volume. I beg you. Before Chen Yue could respond, Su Lang lunged forward and yanked out the plug. The heavenly sound abruptly ceased. Having lost so much face, Su Lang could hardly bear it, urging his family to get into the car immediately. Once the Su family departed, General Huang was still reeling from the earlier shock. Chen Yue surveyed her surroundings, noticing the workers regarding her with peculiar glances. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Chen Yue shouted, yet not a single person budged. Who are you to command us, you scoundrel? Even if that woman was at fault. The Su family has indeed saved your mother. I also believe. I see you were merely a leech in their household, feasting upon their generosity, and post-divorce, still seeking financial gain. Brothers, let us not work for this fellow. Let us leave, let us go. As the crowd began to stir, preparing to exit, they noticed Chen Yue raising 2 fingers. On top of the current wages, I shall double it. Brothers, I reckon this is a family matter. I shall refrain from meddling. You all go. I will continue to work. That makes sense. You convince me. I shall return to work. You spineless wretches. Is it the sight of money that renders you immobile? As the old saying goes, money can make even the devil turn the millstone. If even the devil can toil for coin, so can I. Chen Yue regarded the group of workers with a cold smirk. Chapter 16. Accelerating Construction Progress. The workers promptly returned to their posts, while Huang stood in place, watching Chen Yue. Old Huang, why are you still dawdling? Go supervise the work, Chen Yue remarked. Her brow furrowed. Mr. Chen, is what that man said earlier true? Huang had previously listened to Su Lang's words and believed that Chen Yue was bankrupt. Yet, having just witnessed her offering the workers double their wages, doubts began to surface in his mind. Surely, she couldn't be pretending to have funds if she were truly destitute. Could she? What could be her motive? If the wages were not dispersed, the workers would not care about her status, should they resort to extreme measures. It would spell disaster. What are you talking about? Chen Yue appeared perplexed but then realized. Oh, you mean my bankruptcy. Rest assured, I will never go bankrupt. The funds are absolutely secured. However, Huang did not feel entirely reassured. Anyone can speak such words, but I need to see the cash, he muttered. Upon hearing Huang's whispered words, Chen Yue promptly took out her phone and transferred 50 million. Huang, seeing the notification on his phone, lifted his gaze to Chen Yue in disbelief. Mr. Chen, what is this? I have transferred you double the deposit. Chen Yue replied nonchalantly. Do you still doubt my financial status? Not anymore, absolutely not. Huang beamed widely, his joy akin to that of a blooming flower, as he scrutinized his phone. Fearful of losing the funds. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Huang brought over a chair, dusting it off with his sleeve, bowing and inviting her. It's a rare occasion for you to visit. Please wait a moment while I prepare some tea. No need for the trouble. Not at all. It's no trouble. It will be ready shortly. Just a moment. After a brief interval, Huang summoned personnel to bring the tea set to an open area, pouring tea for Chen Yue while updating her on the construction progress. Mr. Chen, to expedite the timeline, I have specifically engaged 3 design firms, each responsible for a section of the design work. They will later convene to verify their outputs, significantly reducing the design time. Furthermore, our current operational model is such that as soon as a design firm produces a drawing, we commence construction on that section. Therefore, completing the project in 3 months is certainly feasible. As he spoke, Huang presented the construction schedule to Chen Yue. She briefly perused it, noting that the final construction date coincided with the onset of a cold wave. This won't do. We need to conclude the construction a week earlier. Chen Yue handed the schedule back to Huang. I have some matters to attend to during the last week and cannot wait that long. Huang's expression turned troubled. This is already the limit. If we were to finish earlier, the workers would need to work around the clock without breaks, which is the only way it could be accomplished. Then let us work around the clock. Chen Yue leaned slightly forward, fixing her gaze on Huang. Money is not an issue. I can provide you with another double deposit. You must find another crew, 2 shifts, 1 day and 1 night. We must expedite the completion of this site. After listening to the conversation, General Huang stood there, momentarily stunned, and nodded in agreement. Another deposit? Another 50 million? How much money does this individual possess? Is this truly how he spends it? Not even a flicker of concern crossed his brow. However, with this 50 million, it would indeed be possible to recruit another batch of workers, ensuring an early completion of the project. Once the final payment is settled, I could at least realize half of my modest goal. Ah, Mr. Chen, your leather shoes seem to be rather soiled. The dust here is quite substantial, General Huang remarked, bowing slightly. Is that so? I hadn't really noticed, Chen Yue replied, preparing to wipe them with a tissue, only to have General Huang intervene. Look here. You are the big boss. You must pay attention to these details. General Huang crouched before Chen Yue, meticulously cleaning his shoes. There, now they're spotless. At that moment, a message arrived from a virtual number. The content was straightforward, merely a contact number. Chen Yue instantly understood. This must be a message from Qian Wanfeng. And the contact was undoubtedly a liaison from the dark web. After bidding farewell to General Huang, Chen Yue first procured a non-registered phone card before dialing the number. Hello. I was referred by Mr. Qian. The other party wasted no time. Their voice was encrypted, rendering gender and tone indistinguishable. Yes, I wish to make a purchase. Noticing the silence from the other end, Chen Yue continued, I would like to buy a batch of firearms and military crossbows, along with various ammunition, starting with at least several 100,000 rounds. Furthermore, the firearms must exhibit stable performance, capable of functioning in extremely low temperatures. Also, please provide maintenance kits and manuals according to the quantity of firearms. This was no trivial sum. Additionally, given the challenging logistics from your location, shipping costs would be extra. Have you thought this through? We have considered it, came the response. Chen Yue had been law-abiding in his previous life, yet it ended in tragedy. Now, with a second chance, he refused to be constrained by rules. As long as he could survive in this frozen apocalypse, he was willing to do whatever it took. The other party deliberated for a full 5 or 6 minutes, leaving Chen Yue to wonder if the call had been disconnected. We have the goods. We'll first show you the merchandise. You can select the type of firearm you desire, and we will procure that. However, you must first pay a 50 deposit. Transfer the funds to Qian Wanfeng, and he will be in touch with us. With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Following their instructions, Chen Yue transferred the 50 deposit to Qian Wanfeng. Moments later, a virtual number sent him an address. It was a warehouse located in a remote mountainous area. Upon receipt, Chen Yue immediately set off towards the destination. Chapter 17. Long guns and short cannons. Before long, Chen Yue arrived at his destination, which proved to be even more desolate than he had anticipated. If someone harbored ill intentions here, seeking to commit murder or smuggle goods, it would take the police at least 10 days to uncover the body. After a thorough search, Chen Yue was escorted into a warehouse. Mr. Chen, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. A graceful woman emerged from the inner room of the warehouse. She wore a subtle touch of makeup and was clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, her shoulders exposed. This attire seemed starkly out of place in the dilapidated surroundings. Are you the one who contacted me? Chen Yue inquired tentatively. Indeed. My name is Fang Xiaoqian, she replied, extending her delicate hand, which Chen Yue took. To his surprise, her grip was not as soft as he had imagined. Rather, it bore a certain roughness indicative of someone accustomed to handling firearms. Is this unexpected? Fang Xiaoqian chuckled, her eyes sparkling with warmth, exuding the charm of a friendly neighborhood sister. Quite, Chen Yue nodded. I did not anticipate that it would be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. His compliment seemed to please Fang Xiaoqian, who covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be quite the charmer. Please, follow me. I have prepared a gift for you. Chen Yue accompanied Fang Xiaoqian into a spacious room, its thick walls lined with soundproofing materials. The table was adorned with an array of firearms, both long and short. Mr. Chen, as you are a valued client, feel free to try any of these weapons. Just let me know which ones you prefer. As he approached the table, Chen Yue noted various models, the Beretta 92F, Glock 17, Tokarev, Type 54, among others, totaling 10 distinct types. The long guns included the AK-47, M16, G36, and more. Chen Yue fired 3 rounds from each weapon to assess their performance. Ultimately, he selected the Beretta 92F and the Glock 17. The Beretta 92F was renowned for its accuracy, ease of maintenance, and low malfunction rate. According to online research, this firearm demonstrated remarkable adaptability under harsh combat conditions, including sand, dust, mud, and water. It could fall from a height of 1.2 meters onto a hard surface without accidental discharge, and in the event of damage during combat, the average repair time for major faults was under 30 minutes. While minor issues could be resolved in less than 10, this was incredibly accommodating for someone like Chen Yue, who was not well versed in firearms. The reason for selecting the Glock 17 was its lightweight design. It is one of the most plastic-intensive handguns in the world, which not only reduces production costs and enhances grip comfort, but also significantly lightens the weapon's weight. Furthermore, the Glock is equipped with a high-capacity magazine that holds 17 or 19 rounds, and each gun comes with a rapid loader. It is essential to note that even with so many firearms purchased, Chen Yue would still need to load each bullet individually. Without a rapid loader, he would be overwhelmed by the task. There is no need to elaborate on the rifles. Chen Yue directly opted for the AK-47 and the M16 automatic rifles. Both firearms offer exceptional value for money and are widely utilized around the globe, capable of withstanding harsh environments. For these 4 models, let us procure 200 units of each. Chen Yue addressed Fang Xiaoqian, stating, additionally, for military crossbows, we shall require the Anger crossbow from the American company Horton. His choice of this specific crossbow was due to the fact that Horton is currently the only legally recognized foreign crossbow manufacturer in Yinxia. During the Kyoto Olympics, the special forces responsible for security utilized Horton crossbows. Thus, Chen Yue has unwavering faith in the performance of this military-grade weapon. He requested 200 units of the Anger crossbow, along with 100,000 arrows, to be delivered in 2.5 months. Fang Xiaoqian diligently noted Chen Yue's requests and, after a brief calculation, presented the final price. Mr. Chen, the remaining 50 balance is to be paid upon delivery, she said with a professional smile. Please prepare the cash in advance and convert it into euros. No problem, Chen Yue nodded, then inquired, by the way, do you not have any sniper rifles? Fang Xiaoqian paused for a moment. Of course we do. Would you like to see some? I can show you a few models right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a walkie-talkie and communicated something. A few minutes later, 5 burly men entered, each carrying a black box. These sniper rifles are not yet assembled. Please choose whichever you prefer. After a brief assessment, Chen Yue selected the M24 and the TAC-50. The M24 comes with night vision goggles and a laser rangefinder, ensuring accuracy during nocturnal operations. The TC-50 boasts an excellent recoil reduction design, enhancing its precision, with a maximum range exceeding 3,500 meters. With these 2 sniper rifles, one for night use and the other for daytime, Chen Yue felt confident he could eliminate any ill-intentioned adversary from a distance. I will take 30 units of each sniper rifle, along with 300,000 rounds of ammunition. Absolutely, Fang Xiaoqian exclaimed, clearly elated, as this constituted a significant order for her. Although she remained unaware of the true intentions behind the man's extensive weapon purchases, it was of no concern to her. After transferring the deposit, Chen Yue departed. Returning to his hotel, lying in bed, he reflected on the situation. The shelter was already under construction, and all necessary materials had been gathered. Even the firearms and ammunition were prepared. So what was still lacking? After pondering for a while, Chen Yue suddenly sat up, muttering to himself, the shelter lacks sufficient power. While there are generators and diesel, what if they run out? What I need is a power generation device that can operate continuously for an extended period, at least 100 years of stable function. Chapter 18. The Last Bastion. The following day, Chen Yue drove to the construction site once more to assess the situation. Mr. Chen, the design plans have arrived. Please take a look, Huang announced, trotting towards Chen Yue with a substantial stack of blueprints, followed by several workers who were maneuvering 3 tables. Once the plans were laid out, Chen Yue meticulously reviewed each one, scrutinizing every detail, which consumed over 2 hours of his time. What do you think? Is this construction feasible? He inquired. Chen Yue shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. It is insufficient, far from adequate. Firstly, the outer moat is designed to be 3 meters with a brick concrete structure. However, I require it to be at least 5 meters, constructed entirely of reinforced concrete. In simpler terms, the outer moat must withstand tank assaults. Moreover, the basement must also be entirely of reinforced concrete, adhering to nuclear defense standards. The outer wall should be made of metal and concrete, with a thickness of 30 meters. 30 meters. Huang exclaimed in astonishment. What purpose does such thick outer walls serve? This will consume a significant portion of our funds. Yes. The majority of the funds I provide must be allocated for this purpose, Chen Yue replied sternly. Otherwise, why would I spend such a considerable amount? Upon hearing this, Huang nodded silently in understanding. Chen Yue continued, if you are uncertain about how to proceed with the construction, refer to the nuclear weapon fortifications built by the former Soviet Union and adhere to those standards. Additionally, the glass must be bulletproof, with the maximum possible thickness, impervious even to bomb blasts. For surveillance, ensure there are 2 lines, one overt and one covert. You must guarantee that I can view every area from the monitoring room, with absolutely no blind spots. Remember, this is of utmost importance. Understood, understood, Huang said, quickly jotting down notes. Please continue. I am taking note. Chen Yue glanced at the plans and added a few more annotations. Furthermore, the internal structure should consist of only 2 levels, but the main body must be underground. Transform the basement into a sanctuary. The area must be sufficiently spacious and equipped with a variety of entertainment facilities, bars, karaoke halls, dance floors, gaming arcades, cinemas, and anything else you can conceive. Do not hesitate to spend. If funds run low, request more from me. I have invested all my resources into this project. The basement must remain exceptionally concealed, virtually undetectable to the average person. Even if discovered, access should be restricted, with my biometric information collected for the basement's security lock. The lock must be of the highest caliber available worldwide. The basement door must be extraordinarily thick, incorporating layers of concrete, metal, and steel. Constructed without regard for cost until no further additions are feasible. Chen Yue sipped his tea and then turned to Huang, who was diligently taking notes. My vision is for the 2 levels above ground to be nearly impregnable, serving merely as a faade. The true core lies within the basement. Do you grasp my intent? Furthermore, all control buttons must be housed within the monitoring room. I merely need to sit in the control room, and I can manipulate everything. Understood. Mr. Huang meticulously noted down all the key points. However, Mr. Chen, if we were to construct this place as you suggest, the daily electricity consumption would be quite substantial. If the power runs out, this would become a veritable iron coffin, trapping everyone inside while preventing anyone from entering. You need not worry about that. I have my own solutions. Yesterday, while reflecting in bed, Chen Yue had already considered this issue. To address the electricity dilemma, there exists but one solution: to build a power station dedicated to our needs. However, conventional thermal power plants require a significant workforce, not only maintenance personnel, but also dispatch staff, whom Chen Yue would not sustain without reason. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, sustaining such a workforce would be impossible. Consequently, Chen Yue intends to explore options in the black market. After Chen Yue departed, Mr. Huang remained in a state of disbelief. This was not merely engineering. It was akin to constructing an immense military fortress. Could it be that Chen Yue is a high-ranking official from some government department? Is the nation preparing for war? Should we follow Chen Yue's specifications, even a nuclear explosion would fail to harm those sheltered in the basement. With sufficient supplies, one could survive indefinitely within these walls. Mr. Huang picked up the phone and contacted various design institutes, relaying Chen Yue's requirements. The 3 design institutes had thought their designs were sufficiently audacious, yet they were astonished to learn that the client demanded such a grand scale. In an instant, they speculated that they were designing military structures for a secretive department. All personnel involved in the design were isolated within their institutions and prohibited from any external contact. The directors of the 3 design institutes personally reviewed the blueprints, discarding other projects to focus solely on this endeavor. Mr. Huang, responsible for construction, similarly confined the workers to the site, forbidding them from leaving. Should any information leak, he would undoubtedly be the primary individual held accountable, facing the full brunt of a conspiracy charge. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, having left the construction site, remained unaware of Mr. Huang's elaborate speculations. His sole intention was to ensure his apocalyptic fortress was impervious. No matter how formidable an opponent might be, upon encountering this stronghold, they would be compelled to depart in frustration. Chen Yue dialed Fang Xiaoqian using his newly acquired phone number and arranged to meet her at their usual spot. Conventional methods would not suffice to procure an inexhaustible power supply. Thus, he must seek fortune through alternative channels, as long as it enables his survival in the apocalypse. Chen Yue is willing to undertake any risk. Chapter 19. The Miniature Private Nuclear Power Station and the Allure of Wealth Soon. Chen Yue found himself once again at the abandoned warehouse, where Fang Xiaoqian had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Chen, what pressing matter has brought you here in such haste? Fang Xiaoqian, known for her forthrightness, wasted no time in getting to the point. I wish to inquire whether it is possible for you to procure a small-scale private nuclear power station, Chen Yue asked, taking a sip of the tea before him. Equally direct in his approach. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaoqian appeared momentarily taken aback, her hand halting mid-air as she poured the tea. At that moment, she even questioned the reliability of her hearing. What? A nuclear power station? What on earth does this man intend to do? First, he ordered a plethora of weaponry. And now he seeks a nuclear facility. Has he become a terrorist? No, this transcends mere terrorism. Observing the tumultuous expressions playing across Fang Xiaoqian's face, Chen Yue realized he had ventured into perilous territory once more and hurriedly clarified. The intention is to establish an ultra-compact nuclear power station exclusively for my company's energy needs. You need not concern yourself with domestic procedures. I only require your assistance in ensuring the station operates effectively. It must be sufficiently small, stable, and capable of functioning long-term without maintenance. A reliable self-circulation system is essential. It should be highly integrated and automated, capable of self-diagnosis and maintenance in the event of issues. Fang Xiaoqian crossed her legs, her black stockings accentuating her allure. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Acquiring a nuclear power station is indeed no simple feat. However, with adequate funding, even the most challenging endeavors can be achieved. This is not without precedent abroad, but Mr. Chen, you are a shrewd businessman. Such an untested venture carries substantial risk, and you must be prepared to shoulder that responsibility. Just as Chen Yue was about to respond, Fang Xiaoqian gestured for him to wait. Do not rush, Mr. Chen. This matter is far more complex than the firearms and ammunition previously sold to you. If we are to engage in a transaction for a nuclear power station, it must be backed by a company of significant standing. Furthermore, acquiring a nuclear power station is not a matter of mere billions. Do you possess such resources? Money is not an obstacle, Chen Yue replied calmly. Even if I lack personal funds, I have my company. Are you aware of the Xianming Consortium? I can offer it as collateral. Oh, I did not realize you were affiliated with the Xianming Consortium. If the consortium can serve as collateral, then we may proceed. I will send you the company seal, business qualifications, and other necessary documentation. Prepare accordingly. Through Chen Yue's relentless efforts, the Xianming Consortium had amassed assets in the hundreds of billions. Thus, he felt no guilt. This empire was his hard-won achievement. And now it was merely a matter of reclaiming it from Su Xiaoshen. As for the company seal and business qualifications, he had to take a gamble, betting that Su Xiaoshen would refrain from disclosing their divorce. Should she do so, the consequences would be dire. And he wagered that the Su family still valued their reputation. Let us finalize this arrangement. I will return to the company to secure the necessary documentation, while you coordinate the nuclear power station matters. Chen Yue did not linger in conversation with Fang Xiaoqian. After conveying a few brief instructions, he turned to depart. This time, his destination was the headquarters of the Xianming Consortium. Upon arriving at the company, the externally hired general manager and the assistant were already awaiting him in the lobby. Seeing Chen Yue, they rushed over. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? The general manager's demeanor elicited a cold smirk from Chen Yue. Indeed, the Su family would not disclose the divorce news, not for the time being, at least. However, that was sufficient. Such a revelation would be a scandal for Su Xiaoxian, akin to smearing excrement on one's own face. The Su family, so protective of their reputation, would never engage in such an act. Oh, the chairman sent me to collect the official seal and some asset-related tax documentation, Chen Yue stated, producing the prepared list of materials to hand over. The recipient received it without even glancing, promptly passing it to the assistant nearby. Hurry. Instruct finance in the office to expedite the process. Complete it within the hour. Understood. Ah, how considerate. Chen Yue smiled. The prestige he had cultivated over the years in the group was no trifling matter. Regrettably, in his past life, he had been shackled by morality and a sense of responsibility, confining himself. Yet this time, he would act without reservations. After the assistant departed, the general manager invited Chen Yue into his office, pouring tea while suggesting that he speak favorably of the chairman. Chen Yue, still contemplating his next steps, merely nodded in feigned agreement. Less than an hour later, the assistant returned with the official seal and all the necessary documentation, thoughtfully organized by category. After confirming that everything was in order, Chen Yue left the company. Returning to the warehouse, he found Fang Xiaoqian accompanied by a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Mr. Chen, This is our nuclear expert. You may call him Professor Bill. He will oversee all matters concerning the nuclear power station. So feel free to address any needs to him. Chen Yue, without further ado, produced a map and pointed to the nearby Tsangin Mountain. Professor Bill, I intend to establish the nuclear power station here, he said briskly, outlining his singular requirement: compactness, stability, and highly integrated automation with minimal maintenance over the long term. I need this nuclear power station to operate stably for a century. To prevent nuclear radiation, we shall add 3 layers of nuclear gates around the facility, with the wiring buried 100 meters underground, connecting to this location. He gestured toward the fortress under construction. The nuclear power station must be equipped with comprehensive surveillance and mechanisms capable of lethal force. Anyone who enters the facility without my permission shall face certain death. Professor Bill stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Chen Yue's meticulous demands. In his years of experience, he had never encountered a client with such detailed specifications. Constructing the nuclear power station in this manner would cost 2 to 3 times more than that of a conventional small-scale nuclear facility. Mr. Chen, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Your country's laws. Professor Bill inquired cautiously. That is not something you need to worry about. Chen Yue nodded and retrieved a stack of euros from her bag, presenting it to the other party. This is for your tea expenses, Professor Bill. Please accept it. As for the financial matters, I can mortgage my company as collateral. I trust you have done your research. The current valuation of the Xianying Consortium is conservatively estimated at 10 billion. With a gentle smile, Chen Yue spread out the documents before her and, with sincere joy, remarked, Are you still concerned that we might not be able to pay? I believe Mr. Bill would prefer I default on this, wouldn't he? Bill was nearly drooling. He had done his homework thoroughly. The Xianying Group was akin to a phoenix that laid golden eggs, and it was plausible that its value could soar to 15 billion. Moreover, he was aware of Chen Yue's identity as a son-in-law. Though capable, he was under the oppression of the Su family. Whether Chen Yue sought revenge against the Su family or pursued genuine collaboration, all necessary legal documents were in order. None of it was his concern. Mr. Chen, may our collaboration be fruitful. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost, dedicating 200 of our efforts to serve you. Professor Bill readily agreed. Indeed, may our partnership be pleasant. Upon leaving the warehouse, Chen Yue realized her bank account had dwindled. Glancing at the 2 prepared documents in her hand, she chuckled. In this day and age, acquiring funds was not a daunting task. Chen Yue promptly dialed a number and, with an audacious tone, declared, Old Mo, I need money right now. I'm mortgaging my company to you. How much can you lend me? Old Mo, initially bewildered by the caller ID, confirmed it was indeed Chen Yue before responding slowly. Let's discuss this in person. I'm right here. Chapter 20, A Frenzied Procurement. Upon encountering Lao Mo, Chen Yue wasted no time engaging in unnecessary conversation. He promptly presented all pertinent documentation and a loan request of 100 million. After meticulously reviewing the materials, Lao Mo transferred 90 million into Chen Yue's account. Both parties agreed that this sum would be repaid within 3 months, with an additional interest of 30 million, amounting to 130 million in total. This arrangement exemplified the principle of 9 out and 13 returned. With the funds secured, Chen Yue reached out to the largest pharmaceutical supplier in the region, executing a procurement contract worth 100 million in the company's name, accompanied by a 30 million deposit. Subsequently, he approached the original supermarket supplier and similarly arranged for the acquisition of goods valued at 200 million. Due to the long-standing amicable relationship between the company and the suppliers, Chen Yue was able to secure this deal with a mere 40 million as a deposit. Had he dealt with other suppliers, the deposit would have typically required half of the total amount. With both contracts signed, Chen Yue found himself with only 20 million remaining. He then drove to the most prominent hotel in the area, ordering a lavish feast of 50 dishes. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, he summoned the hotel manager to inquire about the total cost. The bill amounted to 11,300 yuan, but the manager graciously rounded it down to 11,000. Chen Yue expressed his satisfaction and declared, Calculate 1 table at 10,000 and prepare 2,000 tables. Commence your preparations now. In 3 months, I will provide you with an address for delivery. Here is 5 million as a deposit. What do you think? The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Suddenly, a lavish customer had appeared. Even at 5,000 per table, this would yield substantial profits. 2,000 tables represented a total of 20 million. What was this individual planning? A grand feast for all the elders of the county. Well, how about it? Is it feasible? Chen Yue urged, noting the manager's stunned silence. Absolutely. Of course it is. The hotel manager beamed with delight. Please hold on. I will make the arrangements right away. Once all preparations were meticulously finalized, Chen Yue returned to the hotel. 3 months swiftly elapsed. and Mr. Huang called Chen Yue to inform him that the fortress had been completed as requested, inviting him to conduct an inspection. Chen Yue departed from the hotel where he had resided for 3 months, driving his BYD to the outskirts. Under Mr. Huang's guidance, Chen Yue inspected each room within the fortress, and he could not help but be awestruck by each space. What had once existed solely as an idea had now become a stunning reality. The entire fortress met Chen Yue's specifications. From the exterior, it resembled a military base. The towering moat acted as an impenetrable barrier, completely isolating the fortress from the outside world. The walls, several meters thick, comprised reinforced concrete and metal, capable of withstanding any assault. The steel gate, measuring 1 meter in thickness, 3 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, weighed over 100 tons. Upon entering the imposing walls, visitors encountered a robust square structure, exuding a sense of solidity akin to a massive rock formation. Upon passing through the imposing alloy gates, one is immediately enveloped in a warm and opulent ambience. Our air circulation system is designed to military standards, ensuring complete internal circulation. Mr. Huang patiently elucidated to Chen Yue that even amidst toxic gases outside, safety within these walls is assured. Furthermore, the heating system, which you hold in high regard, employs cutting-edge technology recognized worldwide. The steel-reinforced concrete walls incorporate specialized materials that not only guarantee structural integrity, but also minimize temperature loss by 99. Mr. Huang guided Chen Yue into the surveillance room, where an array of televisions adorned the walls. This is the monitoring system you requested, he explained. We have installed over 800 surveillance cameras, allowing you to monitor any location within a 20-kilometer radius, all positioned according to your specifications and discreetly concealed. The layout plan was incinerated upon completion. He continued, of course, there are 2 sets of wiring. Should the external lines be severed, the internal lines will automatically activate. Chen Yue nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the power that wealth can wield. In just 3 short months, an impregnable fortress had risen from the ground. Mr. Huang, the thickness of these glass panels reaches half a meter, embedded with transparent alloy filaments of superior quality, the highest specification available on the market. Mr. Huang continued, they can withstand any bombardment, even RPGs cannot breach them. Moreover, they prevent 90 of heat loss. After touring the fortress, Chen Yue was exceedingly pleased. Unless faced with a large-scale military force, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to intrude upon his home. Mr. Huang, this is the controller, he said, presenting a tablet to Chen Yue. With this device, you can control everything within the fortress. It employs both local network and Bluetooth connections, utilizing the IPv10 encryption protocol. Additional tablets are stored in the basement, secured with a tri-layer protocol of fingerprint, iris, and password locks. If you prefer, you can also monitor the surveillance feeds via the tablet. Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied, Chen Yue remarked with a smile. I shall settle the final payment within a month. If you are anxious, feel free to remind my company. With that, Chen Yue drafted a letter of guarantee on company letterhead, affixing the official seal. Mr. Huang, initially hesitant due to the substantial amount of the final payment, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving the guarantee. Such a large company was a solid assurance. Even if Chen Yue were to renege, the guarantee would ensure accountability. After Mr. Huang departed, Chen Yue sat within his fortress, filled with a profound sense of security. As for the final payment, he entrusted that matter to Su Xiaoxian and her team. Soon after, the customized vehicle ordered from Qian Wanfeng arrived, along with provisions for the hotel banquet, pharmaceuticals from the pharmacy, and various food supplies from the supermarket. Chen Yue stored all these items in an alternate space, where they would remain unspoiled and readily accessible. As the delivery workers departed, they exchanged murmurs. This wealthy individual is truly remarkable. It is quite astonishing that such a grand fortress has been established in this desolate place. Indeed, one might mistakenly believe that preparations for war are underway. I have heard of such cases. Some individuals suffer from paranoia. Perhaps the affluent residents here also experience this psychological affliction. Chen Yue overheard their conversation through the surveillance system and had no desire to clarify the matter. Were Chen Yue to divulge the actual circumstances, it is likely that the other party would promptly contact a mental health facility. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the Frozen Apocalypse. Chen Yue had resided within the fortress for a week. It took him an entire week to thoroughly familiarize himself with all the rooms and amenities within the stronghold. This place boasted not only a KTV but also a private cinema, a gaming room, and all manner of entertainment facilities one would find in the outside world. In terms of defense, it was invincible. The second floor was fortified with an abundance of blast-proof glass, and due to the exceptionally high ceilings on the ground floor, one could enjoy a splendid view of the outside. However, the 2 levels above ground were mere illusions. The true safe haven lay beneath. He would suspect that in an inconspicuous corner of the first floor, there existed a wall with a protrusion the size of a fingernail. Anyone passing by would assume this bump was simply a result of poor craftsmanship during the renovations, a lump of unevenly spread cement. Yet, upon pressing this protrusion in a specific manner, a staircase leading downwards would materialize. However, to access the basement, one would need to undergo 3 layers of encryption verification, fingerprint, voice, and iris scans. Only upon successfully passing all 3 would the 3 formidable gates of the basement unlock. Chen Yue was exceedingly pleased with this structure and spent the week acclimating to the various facilities within the rooms. During this time, a small private nuclear power station had been constructed, situated within a natural granite cave 1,000 meters away. This granite cavern, shaped by millions of years of geological transformation, spanned a mere 500 square meters, with a 2 by 2 meter, 10-meter long natural passageway slanting towards the surface, sealed with 3 gates, each a meter thick. Equipped with a dual-layer mechanical password and iris recognition system, the entrance was cleverly camouflaged. In simpler terms, once the special gates were sealed, no one could open them except for Chen Yue himself. Given the current engineering capabilities, even brute force would require a week to breach. As for bypassing the 3 fortified gates by tunneling, that would mean confronting a 10-meter thick layer of natural rock, an utterly fanciful notion. All control units were housed within the fortress, ensuring that Chen Yue would not lack for power resources in the foreseeable future. It was time to organize the supplies within the space. Chen Yue's consciousness entered an alternate dimension, and with a wave of his hand, a vast array of supplies floated to one side. He grouped the frozen foods together, then the snacks, and finally the beverages. Hours later, all the supplies within the alternate dimension had been sorted by Chen Yue, neatly piled into several small mountains. These provisions were sufficient to sustain him indefinitely. Chen Yue surveyed the vast bounty with a satisfied nod. Over a month later, just before midnight, Chen Yue abruptly set down the game controller, his expression grave as he gazed outside. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the sky, and countless birds took flight from the woods. Moments later, the heavens darkened, and beams of light pierced through the clouds, creating a Tyndall effect. Each shaft of light resembled a divine radiance, some even shimmering with vibrant hues. Everyone was mesmerized by this spectacle, having never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Heavens! This was akin to a scene from a fairy tale, manifesting in reality. Darling, quickly take a photo. I must share this on my social media. It is undeniably beautiful. If only such splendid vistas could grace each day. Within the city, the majority of people wield their smartphones to capture the celestial phenomena, expressing their sentiments to those nearby. Yet, only Chen Yue recognizes that this heralds the impending earthquake. In that moment, everything around her seemed to fall into a hushed silence, accompanied by a resounding roar. The earth commenced its violent tremors. The relentless shaking impacted all that lay upon the ground: mountains, trees, towering edifices, and humankind. Panic surged like a deluge, swiftly engulfing the entire city. One moment, individuals were captivated by the wonders above, and the next, they were enveloped in the dread of the quake. Chen Yue stood in her shelter, witnessing the distant skyscrapers erupt in a cloud of dust amid the earthquake, only to shatter and collapse like a child's playthings. It was identical to the events of her previous life. According to reports from the China Earthquake Network, a catastrophic earthquake has struck North China, South China, and Central China, with an initial magnitude estimated at 10.9 on the Richter scale. CNN reported that a massive earthquake has swept across the globe, with preliminary assessments placing its magnitude at 11.2. Recent updates indicate that Mount Fuji in the island nation has shown signs of imminent eruption, prompting the evacuation of citizens. As a consequence of the earthquake, Indonesia's Merapi volcano has erupted, spewing forth copious amounts of lava, with ash enveloping a radius of 100 kilometers. Experts predict that this volcanic eruption is linked to global warming. According to U.S. news outlets, the Yellowstone supervolcano has erupted for the first time in 25 million years. Having remained dormant for years, it has now released 0.000 cubic kilometers of magma and volcanic ash. As of now, the number of individuals directly affected worldwide has reached 200 million, with fatalities exceeding 6 million, a figure that continues to rise. The following morning at 10 a.m., Chen Yue awoke and activated the lighting system. Typically, the sun would be shining brightly at this hour, yet outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Observing the bleak scene, Chen Yue poured herself a cup of coffee and stood before the vast window, a cold smile gracing her lips. The frozen apocalypse had indeed arrived. At that moment, her phone rang abruptly. It was a call from Manager Huang of the construction team. Manager Chen, Given the current state of affairs outside, could you please settle the final payment? I have no time for that now. Seek the company. They will disburse the payment. She replied curtly before abruptly ending the call and blocking the number. Whether it was manager Huang or the individual named Wan Feng, who was supposed to prepare funds for her apocalyptic vehicle, all of them were of no merit. At noon, Chen Yue set a lavish spread before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a delectable lunch while watching the news on television. In 10 minutes, the Yellowstone supervolcano was set to erupt once more. This eruption would exceed the magnitude of the previous day's event. Chen Yue glanced at the time on her phone, commencing the countdown. If the earlier volcanic eruptions had been met with a semblance of preparedness by various nations, however, following the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano in the United States, an overwhelming deluge of volcanic ash and magma has plunged the entire globe into an icy abyss. Just 1 minute remained. As the time elapsed, a strange crimson light suddenly illuminated the sky, lingering for several minutes before vanishing. Almost immediately, the temperature plummeted. Anyone standing outdoors could distinctly sense the chilling decline of the surrounding atmosphere. Within mere hours, the temperature had dropped a staggering 30 degrees, plunging into sub-zero territory. Despite it being the height of summer, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. People were compelled to don their down jackets and winter coats in anticipation. At that moment, the television broadcasted an official announcement, the onset of the fourth glacial epoch. Professor Wang, what do you believe this event will mean for the world at large? Inquired the shivering host from the studio, trembling beside the elderly gentleman. According to satellite imagery, a staggering 60% of the planet is now cloaked in volcanic ash. Indeed, the apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 22. Disorder and chaos in the apocalypse. Within the supermarket, the remnants of civilization had long since vanished, replaced by a throng of individuals resembling marauders, frantically scavenging for supplies amid the earthquake's debris. At this moment, men held the upper hand, regardless of how fiercely women fought. They could not withstand a man's blow. Some even resorted to violent confrontations over a mere barrel of oil or a bag of flour. Those unable to secure resources were compelled to pilfer from the brawlers, but upon being discovered, they faced a grim fate, often subjected to a merciless beating from the crowd. The air was filled with roars, wails, and screams that reverberated throughout the supermarket, where the pristine floor was marred with mud and blood. The store's management was utterly powerless to quell the frenzy, helplessly witnessing carts laden with goods being pushed away by the mob. Outside, the streets were teeming with vehicles speeding past and crowds bustling about. Traffic regulations had lost all significance in that moment, when one's life was at stake. Who could possibly concern themselves with a mere 12 points? A sudden drop in temperature was accompanied by a blizzard, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of summer's peak. Within the Su family villa, Su Shaoxian and others awaited anxiously. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Su Lang stumbled inside, clutching a bag of rice. His clothes were filthy, as if he had rolled on the ground, and his face bore bruises, with dried blood crusted upon his nose. What happened to you? Kai Mei rushed forward to support her son, her heart aching with concern. Don't even ask. People have gone mad. Su Lang, once proud and defiant, now spoke with a quivering voice. When I arrived at the supermarket, I asked them to pack rice, flour, and vegetables for me, but they completely ignored me. In the past, they would have treated me like royalty. Now even the lowest worker shows me no respect. How could this happen? Kai Mei covered her mouth in disbelief. And how did you get hurt? I couldn't take it anymore and slapped that scoundrel. They then surrounded me and beat me up, Su Lang recounted, wiping away the mud and blood from his face. When I looked inside the supermarket, all the good items were practically gone. I stopped someone and offered them cash for their supplies. I had 20,000 yuan ready, but I was beaten again, and they took my money. My God, Su Shaoxian gasped. Is there no law? How dare they act this way? These lowly commoners are bold enough to assault us. Do they no longer value their lives? In the end, all I managed to retrieve was this bag of rice, Su Lang said, pointing at the dirty sack. This was hard won. Kai Mei, using a handkerchief to shield her hands, disdainfully tugged at the corner of the bag to take a glance. This is stale rice. Is this fit for human consumption? Our dog wouldn't even eat this. Only someone like Chen Yue would. Exactly, brother. We sent you to buy food, and this is what you bring back? Su Jiao chimed in, criticizing him. Is it even safe to eat this? I had no choice. Su Lang felt utterly aggrieved. The food he had toiled to procure was met with disdain. Enough, enough. Let us not speak of him any longer. Kai Mei sighed gently at the sight of her son's distress. Shaoxian, please call our previous supplier. She instructed. Inform him that we are willing to pay tenfold for a swift delivery of food and drink. We are individuals of immense wealth, capable of affording even the most exorbitant prices. Su Shaoxian dialed the supplier's number. Old Wang, do you still have food and essentials in stock? Please send some over to the villa. I cannot. Old Wang replied firmly. Your husband recently took away 200 million worth of supplies from me. Given our long-standing partnership, I did not demand much in the way of a deposit. But with the current market conditions, I called him, and his phone is off. Then, Su Xiaoxian, you shall settle the remaining balance. Old Wang continued. Once you pay the outstanding amount of over 100 million, I will deliver your goods. Otherwise, you shall receive nothing. Settle the payment promptly, or we shall meet in court. Beep, beep, beep. Su Xiaoxian stood frozen, bewildered. What was happening? Chen Yue had actually taken another 200 million worth of supplies under the company's name? What could he possibly need such an abundance for? Did he foresee the impending apocalypse and intend to profit from high-priced sales? What's wrong? Kai Mei inquired, noticing the shift in Su Xiaoxian's expression. Su Xiaoxian briefly explained the situation, and the family's faces turned ashen. Damn it, that scoundrel has divorced us and is still accruing debts in our company's name. They exclaimed. How shameless. The Su family has treated him well, only to be repaid with betrayal. We must put an end to this, otherwise he will truly believe the Su family is easy prey. Su Xiaoxian, call him and demand the return of our supplies. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxian attempted to reach Chen Yue, but the call failed. His phone was off. He has surely blocked us. She seethed. Wait, with such a substantial purchase, he must have it stored at the warehouse. Su Lang's eyes brightened. Let us go there at once and reclaim our belongings. Indeed, you speak the truth. Let us depart. Thus, a group of determined individuals, accompanied by a loyal dog, braved the biting cold of midsummer as they set forth towards the suburban storage and logistics center. Along the way, they encountered frenzied crowds vandalizing shops, even pet supply stores falling victim to their madness. Witnessing such chaos, Su Xiaoxian's heart sank further. Chapter 23. Bankruptcy liquidation. The group swiftly arrived at the suburban storage and logistics center, only to be met with an unsettling silence. No one was present. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Su Lang bellowed as he surveyed the desolate yard. Could they have taken everything from the warehouse and fled? Let them run if they wish. Kai Mei shot him a disdainful glance. With so few people, how much could they possibly take? This warehouse is capable of supplying a week's worth of provisions for the entire city. What they've taken is utterly inconsequential. We should hurry inside and gather some food and drink to take home. Nodding in agreement, Su Lang led the group toward the warehouse. Upon arrival, they were all momentarily frozen in disbelief. My God, could they have really carried away so much? Su Lang's voice trembled with shock. He could hardly comprehend the scene before him. The warehouse, which should have been brimming with various supplies, was now devoid of even a single shelf. The vast space was utterly empty. Not even a trace of a mouse remained. This cannot possibly be the work of the staff. It must be Chen Yue. Su Jiao spat vehemently. He must have secretly moved the supplies. Indeed, Kai Mei concurred. This scoundrel has been cunningly elusive. First, he divorced my dear Xiaoxian, then extorted all the supermarkets and logistics centers. Now, he's made off with all the supplies. He intends to starve us. This is intolerable. We must confront him and demand an explanation. Su Lang's anger surged. Damn it. Must we allow him to act with such impunity? Meanwhile, clad in pajamas, Chen Yue observed Su Xiaoxian and her family through the surveillance cameras. Huh. Did you think I would leave you with even a morsel? I imagine you are quite eager to see me, to find me. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Chen Yue initiated a video call to Su Xiaoxian. In the warehouse, Su Xiaoxian, feeling utterly lost, was startled when her phone rang. It was Chen Yue. Why is he calling me? Upon answering, everyone gathered around. As they beheld Chen Yue, elegantly dressed in luxurious sleepwear, a glass of red wine in his right hand and a lobster in his left, they were utterly flabbergasted. Chen Yue, you are truly insidious. Su Lang seized the phone from Su Xiaoxian and began to berate Chen Yue. My sister marrying you was a grave mistake. I now see what a treacherous scoundrel you truly are. What have we ever done to wrong you? Return our supplies at once. Indeed, everything you consume and where belongs to our Su family. Su Jiao, clutching her chihuahua, mirrored its tenacious demeanor. Without our family, you would have long since perished beneath some overpass. Do not indulge in my red wine any longer, nor feast upon my lobster. Listening to their impotent fury, Chen Yue felt no anger. Rather, he was amused. While you waste your breath barking here, perhaps you should return to your company and examine the accounts thoroughly, he said, casually flossing his teeth. The surprises I have in store for you are yet to come. Having spoken, Chen Yue abruptly hung up the phone and turned off his device. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the typically composed Su Xiaoxuan's expression shifted dramatically. In her perspective, any calamity would eventually pass. As long as she retained her company and financial resources, there would always be a chance for resurgence. However, Chen Yue's strike had precisely targeted Su Xiaoxuan's Achilles heel. She snatched the phone from Su Lang's hand and called the company's finance department. As the conversation progressed, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her lips turning a ghostly white. Observing her demeanor, everyone sensed something was amiss. What happened? Is there trouble at the company? Kai Mei inquired anxiously. After a prolonged silence, Su Xiaoxian numbly replied, "The company's accounts have been frozen, and we are on the verge of asset liquidation, heading towards bankruptcy proceedings." How could this be? Kai Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaoxian, you can't be joking with us. Such a grave matter. How could I jest?" Su Xiaoxian irritably raked her fingers through her hair. That scoundrel Chen Yue had, in the past 3 months, undertaken large projects in the company's name and borrowed high-interest loans. What was even more infuriating was that he had prepaid for food, medical supplies, and even banquets. The finance department calculated that we can no longer afford the remaining payments. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and soon after, Kai Mei collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Curse you. Chen Yue, are you trying to drive us to our doom? No matter what, Xiaoxian was once your wife. A day of marriage is worth 100 days of kindness. How could you act so ruthlessly? Are you even human? Mom, stop crying." Su Lang helped Kai Mei to her feet, "And let me be candid with you. I've embezzled quite a bit of money from the company over the years, totaling several million. With this sum, we can still afford food." However, upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxian silently shook her head. "Since the company's accounts are frozen, your positions as board members will surely be frozen as well." Indeed, within a minute, Su Lang let out a wail. "Damn it, I can't access my money. This is the end." Initially, after Chen Yue had single-handedly expanded the company, the Su family did not grant him any official position. Instead, they placed their own members in key roles such as board directors and supervisors, even going so far as to consider giving a position to a dog. They did not have to work hard, yet could still draw salaries and dividends. Chen Yue had not opposed this and had maintained a taciturn attitude. At that time, he naively believed that if he worked diligently enough, Su Xiaoxian would eventually recognize his merits, and they could grow old together. Yet, the reality was far from his aspirations. Chen Yue sat in the warmth of his home, sipping red wine while observing the Su family's unraveling through the surveillance. This dish truly complements the wine. Is it tragic? This is merely the beginning. In the previous life, you severed my tendons and left me to freeze to death. In this life, I shall not only make you endure 100-fold of suffering, but also ensure each of you experiences the torment that Shang Jing inflicted upon me. Snap! The glass in his hand shattered into countless shards. Unbeknownst to Chen Yue, the edges of those shattered pieces were smooth and polished, resembling a mirror. Chapter 24. The apocalyptic scene at this moment. Lin Jiadong's face turned ashen, and he was filled with profound regret. After all the effort he had put into marrying Su Xiaoxian, he had envisioned a life of prosperity, only to be met with an earthquake and volcanic eruptions. All those years spent courting wealthy women seemed in vain. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily opened his banking app, only to see the words "receiving" only glaring back at him. "Indeed, my bank card has been frozen." Lin Jiadong sat despondently on the ground, realizing that upon marrying Su Xiaoxian, he had become her husband, and thus, his card was inevitably frozen as well. What are we to do now? Kai Mei cried uncontrollably while angrily berating Chen Yue, exclaiming that he had brought ruin upon them. How could they possibly sustain their entire family in such circumstances? Su Jiao lamented, "My precious hasn't he had salmon to eat for an entire day." She tenderly stroked the chihuahua in her arms, expressing her disbelief at Chen Yue's heartlessness, especially considering that her sister once shared a marital bond with him. But what did their past matter? Chen Yue was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. I suspected he had long been plotting against us, intending to drive us to ruin. As Kai Mei and Su Jiao wept hysterically, Su Xiaoxian felt overwhelmed. Enough. Silence. We still have a company to manage. Based on our company's income, once this disaster passes, we will be able to settle all debts within 3 months at most. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxuan's words, Kai Mei's eyes brightened. Yes, our companies are golden geese. A bit of money is trivial. Furthermore, the relevant authorities must have devised countermeasures. This calamity will soon be over. Regrettably, the next 3 months will be arduous, Su Jiao remarked. My precious will have to subsist on cheap dog food during this time. Just as Su Jiao finished speaking, a voice echoed from above. Hello, fellow citizens. I am the mayor of Jiangnan City. It is with regret that I must inform you that the current disaster is of a global nature. The eruption of large volcanoes worldwide has released ash into the atmosphere, blocking sunlight. Coupled with the rapid technological advancements over the past century, which have inevitably polluted our environment, the severity of this disaster has intensified. I must also regrettably inform you that over the coming days and possibly months, Jiangnan City will experience a sustained drop in temperature. I urge everyone to overcome these difficulties and, while time permits, stock up on supplies. Once the temperature plummets, it is advisable to remain indoors. We will do our utmost to maintain electricity, water, internet, and heating services in residential buildings. As the mayor's announcement concluded, the expressions of Su Xiaoxian and the others grew grim. Xiaoxian, does that mean our company cannot operate normally? Kai Mei still clung to a sliver of hope. Please tell me this isn't true. Mother, it is certain that the company cannot continue operations. Su Xiaoxian remarked with a pallid expression, given the current situation. Even if some individuals managed to survive, who would still come to work? Upon hearing Su Xiaoxuan's response, Kai Mei was overwhelmed with anger and suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. In Jiangnan City, Wuling Mountain, Chen Yue gradually awakened from the comfort of his climate-controlled bedroom, stretching luxuriously. The smart system in the room automatically illuminated the lights upon detecting his awakening. Bathwater has been prepared for you. And today's film has been recommended based on your recent viewing preferences, the cheerful voice of the smart home system announced. Chen Yue glanced at the thermometer, outside. The temperature had plummeted to over -20 degrees. Meanwhile, the interior maintained a cozy 27 degrees, providing him immense comfort. After a brief freshening up, Chen Yue settled into the bathtub, luxuriating in the warm water while checking his phone. A friend request from Su Xiaoxian? Chen Yue was somewhat taken aback and chose to ignore it. The reason for not outright rejecting the request was to avoid giving Su Xiaoxian the false impression that there might still be a chance. As the temperature outside continued to drop, frost began to form on the floor-to-ceiling windows. However, the interior remained exceptionally warm. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Chen Yue made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Despite the ample supply of instant foods and ready-made meals in this alternate space, he believed one shouldn't solely rely on such provisions. After all, life should possess a sense of ritual. Once satiated, Chen Yue sprawled on the sofa, digesting while browsing through his social media feed. Hey everyone, does anyone have rice or flour at home? I'm willing to pay a high price. Numerous comments flooded in below this post. What time is it? Who would still share food with others? Indeed, with this dreadful weather, who knows when it will return to normal? I can't even afford my mortgage or car loan now. At this juncture, one could hardly expect anyone to care about such financial obligations. Hello everyone, I am the owner of Huiman Supermarket. Due to special circumstances, we have stocked up on a large quantity of food. However, prices will be significantly higher than usual, so come quickly if you need anything. Is this for real? I'm heading over right now. A bucket of instant noodles priced at 500 yuan? How outrageous. Why not just rob someone instead? Though he could have resorted to theft. He merely offered a bucket of noodles. Chen Yue sat on the sofa, absorbing the apocalyptic atmosphere through his social media feed. It was astonishing that some individuals were still selling food supplies. These people truly valued money over their lives. This calamity had persisted for a considerable duration, and no amount of stockpiling could ever seem excessive. Yet, there would always be those willing to take risks for the sake of profit, believing that the disaster would soon pass. However, within 3 months, they would realize that the vast sums of cash earned through trading life's necessities would scarcely buy a single grain of rice. Chapter 25. The early days of the apocalypse. Chen Yue continued to scroll through her feed and came across a post from a single mother. Is there anyone who has children's fever medication? My little one has a fever, and the pharmacy has been completely ransacked. Is there a kind-hearted soul who could spare some fever medicine? I beg you. In these dire times, when one's own survival is at stake, who would willingly part with their precious fever medication? Perhaps it would be prudent to check the pharmacy once more. One might stumble upon a hidden gem. While there is still access to electricity and water, it would be wise to stock up on tap water. My husband works for the power company and has informed me that outages will soon follow. As Chen Yue gazed at the mother's plea for medicine, memories of her previous life surfaced, where this same woman had also sought medication through her social media. At that time, Chen Yue was out scavenging for supplies and fortuitously found some ibuprofen. In a moment of compassion, she braved the heavy snow to deliver it to this woman, only to be met with disdain for not providing children's fever medicine. Even more egregious was the fact that from that moment on, the woman treated Chen Yue like a servant, summoning her at will. Eventually, Chen Yue had no choice but to block her, yet to her dismay, the woman's calls reached Su Lang's phone, resulting in her receiving a beating due to the precious supplies from the Su family being given to another. In this lifetime, Chen Yue possessed an abundance of resources but would not part with a single grain of rice or a solitary pill for this woman. Continuing to browse her social media, she noted that most people were pleading for supplies and lamenting their unfortunate circumstances. Chen Yue scoffed at this. In the wake of the frozen apocalypse, no one could claim to be the most unfortunate, as there would always be someone in a more desperate situation. Thus, Lamenting one's plight on social media proved utterly futile. Rather than wallowing in sorrow, it would be far more productive to venture out in search of overlooked treasures. While some wallowed in despair, others flaunted their acquisitions. In Chen Yue's eyes, such individuals were even more foolish than those who lamented. Wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Although most people managed to maintain a semblance of rationality, the moment a week passed without food, their primal instincts would inevitably surface. Wherever there were supplies, people would swarm like locusts. This was precisely why Chen Yue had amassed a considerable arsenal. Ding. Today's news. In response to this global catastrophe, the government has established a crisis response team. Chen Yue, perplexed, clicked on the news article, only to find it filled with platitudes devoid of any substantive value. According to her memories from her previous life, after 3 months of independent governance in various cities, the global governmental structures collapsed, and Long Country was no exception. At least until her demise, no rescue information had emerged. Subsequently, Chen Yue opened a forum and browsed through the discussions. Some individuals believed that this calamity would soon pass. With government intervention, they argued, normalcy could still be maintained, even if it meant enduring hunger at home. These were the optimists, who, despite feeling faint from starvation, continued to self-soothe with motivational platitudes. Conversely, others posited that this disaster could obliterate human civilization and was a long-term crisis. They contended that government intervention would be utterly ineffectual. To survive, one must engage in relentless struggles akin to those of primitive humans, contending for the scarce resources available. Chen Yue contends that the perspectives of the so-called optimists are far less valid than those of the pessimists. The frozen apocalypse persists for an extended duration, relying solely on the government without self-rescue guarantees demise. Meanwhile, at the Su family's villa, although they returned empty-handed from their expedition, a modicum of essential supplies remained within the grand estate. Yet, the sumptuous delicacies they once relished are now but a distant memory. Seafood such as lobster and abalone is best enjoyed fresh, procured at the moment of consumption. Kai Mei rummaged through the trash, retrieving the leftover rice that Su Lang had previously brought home. The family huddled in the living room, wrapped in blankets, gathered around a brazier for warmth. Is it not unbearably cold? Su Lang trembled as he spoke. Why has the heating ceased? The heating company was once our partner. Su Shaoxian, her lips pale, tightened her grip on the blanket. They heard we are in dire debt and demanded this year's heating fees. When we failed to pay, they cut off the heat. These ungrateful wretches. They once came to curry favor, and now that we are in trouble, they kick us while we're down. Su Lang clenched his teeth in anger. Do not let me regain my composure. Otherwise, I shall make them pay. Enough of future concerns. Focus on the present. Su Jiao, clutching her toy chihuahua beneath the blanket, interjected impatiently. I am hungry. Who will prepare a meal? No sooner had she spoken than all eyes turned to the inconspicuous Lin Jiadong. Jiadong, you shall boil some instant noodles. Kai Mei commanded without room for dissent. Lin Jiadong pouted but wrapped himself in a blanket and proceeded to cook. Soon, a packet of noodles was ready, and the family each took a bite, savoring the broth and consuming every last morsel. In former times, such fare would have been beneath their notice. This modest stock of noodles had been discovered in the room Chen Yue once occupied. At that moment, Chen Yue was relishing a lavish spread of 3 dishes and a soup, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, indulging heartily. After finishing the noodles, Su Jiao suddenly recalled something. Wait, that Chen Yue fellow took charge of the warehouse. What became of all those supplies? Did he sell them or transfer them elsewhere? I heard from my friend that Chen Yue had reserved a significant number of banquet tables before the apocalypse struck, leaving 5-star hotels understaffed. My friend couldn't secure a table for a meal. Su Lang exclaimed, damn it. That squanderer is using our money for such reservations. He speculated. I believe he must have sold them. Otherwise, how could he have amassed such wealth? However, not everyone shared Su Lang's sentiment. So many banquets sold. Who would buy them? Who would want such things? Banquets are meant to be prepared and consumed fresh. Coupled with the image of Chen Yue feasting on lobster and sipping wine in the video, the minds of the onlookers began to stir with curiosity. Chapter 26. The thoughts of my sister-in-law after sitting by the brazier for an extended period. Su Jiao rose and returned to her room, overwhelmed by hunger. A single pack of instant noodles had been shared among 5 people, leaving each with scarcely a morsel. In desperation, Su Jiao rummaged through her belongings and unearthed some dog food, which she brought to her lips. This dog food had been purchased during a time of affluence for the Su family, a serendipitous find. Though its taste left much to be desired, it proved effective in staving off hunger. As she munched on the dog food, her thoughts drifted to the lavish banquets laid out before her. Surely, Chen Yue had not sold off those sumptuous feasts. Su Jiao mused internally. He must possess a vast cold storage, preserving all those supplies. If If I could somehow connect with Chen Yue, would I not be spared from enduring hunger and cold? Would I not reside in a warm room, feasting on lobster, sashimi, and sipping fine red wine? Lost in this reverie, Su Jiao stood before the full-length mirror, shedding the cocoon of her quilt. It must be said, Su Jiao's figure was nothing short of exquisite, complemented by her remarkable beauty and charm. She had inherited the fair complexion characteristic of the Su family, and having been pampered throughout her life, her skin radiated a luminous glow. Even after enduring such prolonged hunger, her allure remained undiminished. Her tall, slender form boasted elegant lines, and her perfectly curved silhouette left all men entranced. Gazing at her reflection, Su Jiao's confidence blossomed. How he had blushed upon seeing me wrapped only in a towel after my bath. My sister certainly would not have allowed Chen Yue to touch me. Such a pathetic creature must have never encountered someone of my caliber. With just a hint of seduction and a slight lowering of my stance, Chen Yue would surely come rushing to whisk me away. At that moment, the thought of indulging in steak and lobster while sipping red wine made Su Jiao's mouth water, and she found herself grinning foolishly at her reflection. After a brief pause, she braved the chill and donned a black lace nightgown. The garment was loose, revealing her fair, supple arms and long legs. To enhance her allure, Su Jiao deliberately bent forward slightly, her ample bosom teasingly visible. Click. A selfie was captured, showcasing the girl's outstanding poise, elegance, and charm. Yet, she remained unsatisfied, enduring the low temperature to take more shots. The temperature continued to plummet. Now outside it had reached nearly -30 to 40 degrees. The snowfall had not diminished. Rather, it intensified, accumulating to half a person's height. In some lower-lying neighborhoods, the first floor had become inaccessible. Inside the safety of his abode, Chen Yue stood bare-chested, having just emerged from the gym. His tall, lean physique was defined by clear muscle lines, boasting an impressive eight-pack, exuding a potent masculine aura. Even in the face of an apocalyptic world, Chen Yue had not succumbed to neglect, steadfastly maintaining his fitness regimen. Just as he contemplated what delectable treats to indulge in, his phone suddenly chimed. I actually forgot to delete her. Chen Yue furrowed his brow slightly, as the message had come from none other than his former sister-in-law, Su Jiao. Chen Yue, what are you up to? Shortly after, Su Jiao sent a selfie. It must be said that this photograph was taken exceptionally well, perfectly showcasing Su Jiao's enviable figure. Moreover, although her pose revealed little, it added an alluring quality to the image. Indeed, it exuded an ethereal charm. Suddenly, Chen Yue recalled a term that had circulated online, and he couldn't help but acknowledge Su Jiao's cleverness. However, I am no fool. This woman may appear demure in public, but behind closed doors, she is utterly revolting. I remember the times I painstakingly brought food home, only for her to prefer feeding it to the dog rather than sharing even a morsel with me. Humph. Despicable woman. Just as I intended to delete the photo, a better idea struck Chen Yue. He stood before the full-length mirror and snapped a selfie to send her. Having just finished a workout, what of it? Wrapped in a blanket and shivering, Su Jiao was immediately taken aback upon receiving Chen Yue's photo. How warm could his home possibly be? I nearly froze to death trying to capture that shot. Furthermore, Chen Yue's physique was rather impressive, boasting an eight-pack. Why had I never noticed before? Combined with the sweat glistening on his skin, he appeared to radiate light. No. This useless son-in-law is reveling in comfort while I am here, freezing and starving. I must find a way to get to his home. With this thought, Su Jiao braved the cold and made a phone call, her voice dripping with sweetness. Chen Yue, your home is so warm. I'm freezing over here. Oh, Chen Yue, there is something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Now that you and my sister are divorced, I can finally say it. I have always had feelings for you. I remember once when you were in the bathroom, I happened to come out of the shower. And you even had a nosebleed upon seeing me. You must like me too, right? Chen Yue smirked at the phone, amused by her audacity. He suspected she was shameless, but he never anticipated such brazen boldness. In his previous life, Su Jiao had been prone to violence against him. Moreover, when Su Lang threatened to sever his tendons, she had readily supported the idea. This enmity and resentment would remain etched in Chen Yue's memory forever. Su Jiao, do not say such things. My heart still belongs to your sister. She simply no longer loves me. Su Jiao, you love my sister? Not a soul would believe that. If you truly loved her, would you have allowed the Su family to suffer so? My sister is out there, shivering and starving beneath a blanket in the living room. Su Jiao, I must eat now. Let us continue this conversation later. Without waiting for Su Jiao to respond, Chen Yue abruptly hung up. Moments later, a flurry of images flooded Su Jiao's phone. Each one depicted exquisite delicacies. Abalone, lobster, ginseng, sea cucumber, Buddha jumps over the wall, steak, an array of sumptuous dishes. Just a simple lunch. You carry on. Staring at the messages and images sent by Chen Yue, Su Jiao stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 27. Do you not understand the value of tenderness? Gazing at the images sent by Chen Yue, Su Jiao found herself salivating, the drool dripping onto the head of her chihuahua. Steak, salt-baked snails, Australian lobster. I am utterly tantalized. Damn you, Chen Yue. What is the meaning of sending these images? Are you deliberately tempting me? Su Jiao's eyes sparkled with envy at the sight of such delectable dishes. Self-proclaimed as a fairy, Su Jiao rarely dabbled in the culinary arts. Her meals were almost exclusively taken at upscale restaurants. Now, with the city blanketed in snow and temperatures plummeting to nearly -40 degrees, all the eateries had shuttered their doors. Coupled with her habit of living paycheck to paycheck, she could scarcely save a single penny, receiving a generous allowance from her family every month. With her family now in financial ruin, her purse was even more strained. Seeing Chen Yue indulge in snails, steak, and Australian lobster ignited a mix of anger and jealousy within her. The anger stemmed from her boldness in sending enticing photos. Yet Chen Yue seemed indifferent, feasting alone. Wait, could it be that Chen Yue was waiting for me to relent? Upon calming her thoughts, Su Jiao convinced herself that Chen Yue must indeed have feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so captivated by her. Nearly bleeding from his nose at their first encounter, his current behavior must be a tactic to prompt her to concede further. How utterly foolish. I am a fairy. How could I possibly surrender my dignity for a mere meal? He is just a useless son-in-law. What right does he have to claim me? Expressing affection does not imply a desire to become his girlfriend. I employ this rhetoric with any infatuated admirer. Does he truly believe he can possess me? Chen Yue, you are so naive. Though Su Jiao outwardly dismissed the notion, her heart was in turmoil. Perhaps, being Chen Yue's girlfriend wasn't he entirely out of the question. Though such words must come from him. Only if he expressly asked me to be his girlfriend would I even consider it. As a proud fairy, her self-respect demanded that she maintain an air of superiority. However, in the next moment, her gaze upon the images betrayed her resolve. Meanwhile, having satisfied his hunger, Chen Yue retreated to the indoor hot spring he had crafted for himself. The room was shrouded in steam, and the water temperature was intelligently regulated. Immersed in the warm embrace of the spring, Chen Yue felt all his fatigue wash away. Ding dong. The phone beside him chimed again. Su Jiao had sent several more photos, concluding with the question, "Are they beautiful?" Chen Yue replied honestly, "Absolutely stunning. Your figure is exquisite, your skin fair and supple. And with that innocent expression, you are nothing short of breathtaking." Wrapped in blankets with her chihuahua, Su Jiao clenched her frozen fists in excitement upon reading Chen Yue's words. There's hope. Enduring the cold, she snapped a photo of her long, fair legs and sent it to Chen Yue. Upon seeing it, Chen Yue was utterly mesmerized. These were indeed the fabled manga legs. The slender, fair limbs were exquisitely delicate, with clearly defined muscle lines, resembling natural jade pillars. Each contour seemingly sculpted by an artist's hand. Chen Yue found himself captivated. One cannot help but acknowledge that this woman possesses considerable allure. Not only does she have an exquisite figure, but her beauty is also strikingly exceptional, reminiscent of the youthful charm found in the stars of Sakura country. Given her generous gesture of sending photographs, Chen Yue reciprocated with compliments, praising Su Jiao's sensuality among other attributes. Upon seeing Chen Yue's response, Su Jiao let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a wild boar has never dined on fine grains. How easily he could be taken down with 2 legs. A useless son-in-law is simply that, useless. Why inundate me with messages? Is he already beginning to fawn over me? Truly, he is a sycophant. Just a hint of favor, and he is ready to extend his tongue. However, if he wishes to curry favor, he must wait. I am currently famished. Su Jiao sensed the opportune moment had arrived, and thus she sent a message to Chen Yue. Brother Chen, it is snowing heavily outside. I wish to go out for dinner, but I cannot drive. Could you come and pick me up to dine at your home? We could enjoy a meal together while chatting, and I can handle cold drinks. After sending the message, Su Jiao confidently believed she had secured the situation. I am offering you a chance to dine alone with me, and I even mentioned my preference for cold beverages. If you still fail to comprehend the implication, you might as well perish. In less than a second, Chen Yue replied, "Oh dear, you are in quite a predicament. However, I am currently soaking in a hot spring and cannot leave. If you are hungry, perhaps you should buy something to eat." Upon reading Chen Yue's response, Su Jiao could scarcely believe her eyes. He rejected me? How dare he refuse? On what grounds does he turn me down? I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Is he a fool? Am I not attractive enough? Not enticing enough? In that moment, Su Jiao's self-confidence seemed to shatter, and she began to question her own allure. Chen Yue's refuge was nestled in the Wuling Mountain Villa district of Jiangnan City. Although it lay in the suburbs, it was also a gathering place for the city's elite, housing numerous influential figures. The expansive area contained over 100 households within the villa enclave alone. After enjoying the hot spring, Chen Yue settled onto the sofa, savoring coffee while watching the news on television. The broadcast conveyed no significant developments. It merely reported that temperatures would continue to plummet, and officials urged the public to stay indoors and await assistance in order to stabilize the situation. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yue scoffed. There would be no rescue. Everyone was preoccupied with their own fears, who could afford to concern themselves with others. Moreover, the weather in the coming days would be even harsher than what was reported. With the arrival of increasingly severe conditions, widespread water and power outages were imminent, and soon there would only be an hour of regional power supply each day. Chapter 28. Mind your own business, and Zhang. Chen Yue savored a sip of coffee, relishing its rich aroma. After the cessation of water and electricity, the situation would inevitably descend into further chaos. The true horror of the frozen end times was yet to unfold. Ding dong. Chen Yue glanced at her phone, where a new WeChat group had suddenly appeared, titled Owners of Huazhong Haoding Villa District. At last, the person she had been waiting for had finally made her entrance. Chen Yue's gaze turned cold as she focused on the individual who had just spoken in the group, Aunt Zhang from the property management. This wretched old woman wielded a modicum of power within the property company, often assisting neighbors with minor issues. Her warm-hearted nature had garnered her considerable respect before the apocalypse, as she diligently managed the concerns of the residents with great attention to detail. Yet this seemingly benevolent figure had left a profound impression on Chen Yue in her past life. In that lifetime, this old hag had exploited her small authority to swindle the residents of their supplies, including those that Chen Yue had risked her life to procure. She later rallied a group of security guards, establishing herself as one of the two major forces within the villa district. Anyone seeking to acquire supplies had to pay a hefty 30% fee, while those who managed to find supplies on their own were subjected to a staggering 60% deduction. 60% was an enormous portion of their resources. This unfair taxation was the reason why Chen Yue struggled to bring back any significant amount of supplies. The less she could return home with, the more brutal the beatings from the Su family would be. The reason behind Aunt Zhang's cruel behavior stemmed from her knowledge of Chen Yue's position as the Su family's son-in-law, a status of low standing. She had hardly spared him a glance before the calamity struck, and her bullying intensified in the wake of disaster. In this new life, Chen Yue's foremost desire was to eliminate this vile old woman. Thus, even though he no longer resided within the villa's confines, Chen Yue refrained from exiting the owners group. In the Huazhong Haoding Villa District Owners Group, Aunt Zhang spoke earnestly. Dear residents, though disaster is merciless, humanity prevails. We must heed the government's advice, stay indoors, and refrain from causing further chaos. We must trust that the government will soon implement countermeasures, and we will do our utmost to serve the residents. As soon as Aunt Zhang's words fell, the Huazhong Haoding Villa District Owners Group erupted into a flurry of activity. Which neighbor has stored food? My supplies are about to run out. Could someone lend me a bit? I am willing to pay a high price for food. Instant noodles, ham sausages, or bread. Anything. I will buy 1 pack of instant noodles for 500 yuan. 500 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? Even if everyone has money, you cannot be so wasteful. Indeed. You are disrupting market prices. With attitudes like yours, will money even retain its value in the future? Absolutely. This kind of malpractice must be stopped. Chen Yue observed the messages flooding the group and mused that it was indeed mirroring the developments of her previous life. Back then, a single pack of instant noodles had been inflated to 500 yuan, and the neighbor who had placed that bid was subsequently vilified by the crowd and unable to make the purchase. However, she later discovered that those who had initially condemned him had turned around and joined forces with the neighbor selling the instant noodles. Moreover, a sum of 1,000 yuan was spent on a single pack of instant noodles. In this apocalyptic world, the price of food can change dramatically from one day to the next. If one fails to seize the opportunity, what was once affordable may become unattainable by the following day. At that moment, someone in the group suddenly remarked, "We're running out of food at home. While we can still manage to go out, who is willing to accompany me to procure supplies? I'm running low as well. I will join you. Count me in. Let us gather as much as we can while we still have the chance. It may prolong our survival. After all, everyone has funds, and surely we can acquire a decent amount of supplies." Upon witnessing the group's eagerness to venture out for provisions, Aunt Zhang immediately felt a surge of anxiety. The residents of this villa community belong to the elite class, but she does not. If these individuals were permitted to roam freely, food prices would surely skyrocket. At that point, with her meager salary, she wouldn't even be able to afford a scrap. How would she survive then? None of you are allowed to go out, Aunt Zhang declared in the group, her tone exceedingly stern. Did you not see the recent announcement? Are you all planning to drive up the prices? In the face of disaster, we are all in this together, so we must remain at home, awaiting government assistance. Do not complicate matters for the authorities. If anyone dares to step out now, I shall personally report them to the authorities once this calamity passes. You may do as you wish. As soon as Aunt Zhang finished speaking, the group fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to mention the idea of searching for supplies again. To the others, Aunt Zhang had become a spokesperson for the government. Her word was seen as infallible. Observing the stunned expressions of those in the group, Aunt Zhang nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that even in the end times, her authority remained intact. However, she needed to hurry and find supplies. Otherwise, if these fools ventured out and inflated the prices, she would be left unable to afford anything. With this thought in mind, Aunt Zhang began donning a thick hat and gloves in preparation for her outing. At that moment, a notification chimed in the group. Aunt Zhang looked at her phone in confusion, seeing that Chen Yue had sent a message, tagging her. Aunt Zhang, if you're preventing everyone from going out for supplies, what if this cold disaster persists indefinitely? Can you bear the responsibility for that? The snow outside continued to fall heavily, showing no signs of abating. Moreover, even if the snowfall ceased, how long would it take to clear such a thick layer of snow? When would the aid you speak of arrive? Are you confident that everyone can endure until then without provisions? Under Chen Yu's relentless barrage of questions, Aunt Zhang stood frozen, her expression darkening as she muttered. How did munching on seeds lead to such a nuisance? As the group absorbed Chen Yu's words, they suddenly seemed to awaken, beginning to echo her sentiments. Chapter 29, Magic Against Magic, A Path Without Return. As Chen Yu's words echoed through the gathering, a chorus of agreement ensued. Indeed, it seemed the snowfall would not cease. What if my household runs out of food? Will you bring me provisions? My supplies are dwindling as well. Once my larder runs dry, I shall venture to your abode for sustenance. Such empty rhetoric. How is our quest for supplies any of your concern? Madame Zhang, incensed by the crowd's responses, felt her temper flare. It was all the fault of that Chen Yue, a mere parasitic son-in-law daring to incite emotions within the group. Did he wish for his own demise? Ordinarily, I would not deign to acknowledge him, but now, amidst this apocalypse, he seeks attention? Everyone, ignore Chen Yue. Madame Zhang proclaimed to the masses, he is merely a leech of the Su family. All he knows is to live off others. What does he understand? I am here representing the government to relay important information. Moreover, you all heard the recent announcement from the authorities. Do you trust me or him? Please do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Am I capable of deceiving you? Upon learning that Chen Yue was but a son-in-law, the crowd's demeanor shifted instantly. Oh, so he is a parasite. They scoffed. The very type of man I disdain the most. This villa community is rife with sycophants. How dare he remain in our midst? Out with him. How can we trust a leech? Kindly silence yourself and cease your prattle. At this moment, Lu Xiao, a supporter of Madame Zhang, leapt forth, unleashing a barrage of voice messages and text attacks against Chen Yue. Observing the transformed sentiments within the group, Chen Yue could not help but smirk disdainfully. Truly, one cannot dissuade those intent on self-destruction. If you seek your own end, what more can I say? Venturing outside may yield some supplies. At least enough to endure a few more days. After tonight, even if you wish to leave, the opportunity will not present itself. Based on Chen Yu's experience, an immense snowfall was imminent. The first floor would be completely inundated. However, that profile picture seems oddly familiar. Chen Yue clicked on Lu Xiao's avatar, revealing a display of ostentatious wealth, luxury cars, cash, and designer watches, all showcased within this tiny image. Ah, it is he. Chen Yue suddenly recalled that in his previous life, this individual was a devoted lackey of Madame Zhang. Rumor had it that this fellow had established a small company and amassed some wealth. Yet, it was unexpected that he had just rented a villa in this community, barely a week into his stay, before being trapped here. Chen Yue made his way to the surveillance room and activated the enormous monitor, which displayed hundreds of small feeds. These were the covert cameras he had previously arranged for Mr. Huang to install. Part of the system was set up in the Su family's villa complex, while the remainder was strategically placed around the vicinity. Mr. Huang had once cautioned him that installing such cameras was illegal, yet with a little financial persuasion, he acquiesced. Indeed, money is a universal key, Chen Yue chuckled coldly. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, what held the least value was, ironically, money. In his previous life, due to his expeditions for supplies, Chen Yue had become well acquainted with happenings within a 10-kilometer radius. It did not take long for him to pinpoint the residence of Madame Zhang and her minion, Lu Xiao. At this moment, the snow had accumulated to a height surpassing that of an average person, and the two individuals monitored had dressed and were preparing to venture outside. It must be said, this was indeed the final opportunity for them to step out. Chen Yue promptly sent a screenshot from the surveillance to the homeowners group, tagging everyone. Zhang Dama, Lu Xiao, what are your intentions for going out? Surely, you don't plan to sneak out to procure supplies, do you? Upon seeing the video screenshot, the group erupted in inquiries. Zhang Dama, Lu Xiao, what are you up to? How is it that while you prevent us from buying supplies, you both intend to sneak out? Faced with the barrage of questions, Zhang Dama hastily replied, I had no intention of going to buy supplies. I merely accompanied Lu Xiao to assess the snowfall. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Indeed, I can vouch for that. We genuinely just wanted to see how deep the snow had become, Lu Xiao quickly echoed. Observing the two retreating with their tails between their legs in the surveillance feed, Chen Yue's lips curled into a cold smirk. Just then, Chen Yue's phone chimed, revealing a message from Zhang Dama. Chen Yue, you actually installed surveillance at my doorstep? No, this cannot be. You must have hacked the surveillance system. Do you not realize that this is illegal? Once this calamity passes, I will certainly have you detained on behalf of the government. Upon reading Zhang Dama's message, Chen Yue's long-suppressed fury erupted. You old crone, I have tolerated you for far too long. Why are you still alive? Do you think that being a property manager grants you significant power? You possess no official standing, yet you dare to dictate terms? If you continue to provoke me, I swear I will eliminate you at the first opportunity. Do you believe me? Chen Yue unleashed a torrent of all the traditional wisdom accumulated over 2 decades. In the past, Zhang Dama had taken advantage of her. This time around, she would not be bullied. Zhang Dama, upon hearing Chen Yue's voice message, was left seething, nearly suffocating from rage. How dare this mere son-in-law insult me? Does he not recognize my position within the property management? Once this disaster subsides, I will ensure that some individuals detain Chen Yue and confine him in a hidden place for a few days. Zhang Dama gazed out the window at the falling snowflakes, contemplating the surveillance equipment, and sighed softly. It appeared that procuring supplies was no longer an option. However, the provisions at home were dwindling. One could only hope to endure until rescue arrived. Chen Yue observed that Zhang Dama had not ventured out again, and a sneer formed within him. In his previous life, this old crone had gone out to gather an abundance of supplies, thereby securing her influence over others. This time, her avenues were completely cut off, and he was eager to see how she would react. Chapter 30. Who gave you that face? The following day, Chen Yue gradually awakened from his cozy down comforter. After a night devoid of laborious tasks, he distinctly sensed an improvement in both his mental and physical state. The room, maintained at a balmy 27 degrees Celsius, caused a light perspiration to form on his skin. It was rather sweltering. Chen Yue utilized voice control to reduce the temperature to a more comfortable 25 degrees. Envying those who found solace in the briskness of the heavy snowfall outside, he picked up his phone, having been roused by the cacophony of messages in his group chat. Upon inspection, he discovered an astonishing count of 99 notifications. What to do? In just one night, the snow had inundated the first floor. Now, venturing out to procure supplies had become impossible. Indeed, in the low-lying areas, the ground floor was utterly obscured. Currently, residing on the second floor, he gazed out to see nothing but a blanket of snow. The same was true for his home, and the pantry was nearly bare. What should he do? When would help arrive? At this moment, Aunt Zhang, bundled up like a ball in her home, wore 3 pairs of thermal leggings layered over old cotton trousers, and added 2 more thick pairs on top. She was clad in multiple layers, appearing exceedingly bulky. Trembling, she stared at the relentless snowfall outside, filled with regret. Her household supplies had dwindled to a mere 3 days' worth, with no sign of when rescue might arrive. If assistance did not come within 3 days, she would have to endure both cold and hunger, truly a state of dire distress. Aunt Zhang cracked open a window on the second floor, and the howling wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed into her home. The accumulated snow outside found an escape, flooding into Aunt Zhang's abode like a torrent. Startled, she quickly shut the window tight. With trembling fingers, nearly frozen, she opened the WeChat group and sent a message. Dear family, in this time of national crisis, the youth must take action. I propose that all young homeowners under the age of 30 unite to clear a path. This will facilitate our ability to procure supplies and allow rescue teams to locate us swiftly. At the conclusion of her message, Aunt Zhang tagged several young homeowners, including Chen Yue. You young folks, unafraid of the cold, should set an example for everyone. I stand here with you in solidarity, representing the organization. The tasks assigned to you must be executed to completion. Anyone who fails to comply will be the first to be reported to the authorities once the disaster subsides. No sooner had Aunt Zhang finished speaking than several of those she had tagged responded affirmatively. Noticing Chen Yue's silence, Aunt Zhang tagged him again. Chen Yue, what say you? Everyone is willing to venture out and clear the snow. You wouldn't want to remain holed up at home, would you? Chen Yue had long harbored displeasure towards her. In a previous life, Aunt Zhang employed this very tactic to coerce many into shoveling snow, resulting in numerous cases of frostbite and dire consequences. Here she was again, attempting the same ploy. Unfortunately for her, he was not swayed by such tactics. Chen Yue decisively replied, Old hag, get lost. Fool. Madame Zhang. Feeling utterly disrespected by Chen Yue, was so enraged that she pinched her acupressure point at home. After a considerable pause, she decided to privately message Chen Yue, demanding, "What on earth do you intend to do? You have defied me time and again. Are you trying to stir up trouble?" Upon seeing Madame Zhang's message, Chen Yue couldn't help but chuckle. "This old hag, I had no intention of berating you, yet you seem to be actively seeking a scolding. Don't say I didn't warn you. You absolute fool. Do you not realize how frigid it is outside? If you get frostbitten, will you take responsibility? If you wish to shovel snow, no one is stopping you. Just grab your tools and go. And how dare you tag me, thinking you deserve my respect? Haven't you had enough of my reproach from last time? Are you here again seeking attention? I truly..." Chen Yue vented her frustrations, feeling significantly relieved afterward. To be frank, with someone like Madame Zhang around, she felt no pressure at all. When the burden of stress arose, she could simply open WeChat and unleash her wrath, couldn't she? Noticing that Madame Zhang was typing a response, Chen Yue decisively deleted and blocked her, denying her the chance to respond. After blocking her, Chen Yue opened the group chat and sent a message. "Madame Zhang, I must ask, are you one to bully the weak and fear the strong? Why compel us to go out and shovel snow on such a bitterly cold day? Why don't you tag that wealthy heir Wang Chong? Why not summon the privileged second-generation Kai Jikuan and the notorious Wu Zhan? Because you know, even if you did tag them, they wouldn't pay you any mind. What? Do you think we're easy prey just because we're honest?" Everyone in the group was well aware of the situation, yet no one dared to speak up. Now, with Chen Yue's merciless revelation, no one mentioned shoveling snow again, and the group chat was promptly silenced. Human nature is paradoxical. Some issues go unaddressed until they are brought to light, at which point no one wishes to play the fool. The plan to shovel snow was thoroughly thwarted by Chen Yue. Seeing the messages flood in the group, Madame Zhang felt her fury rising once more. Pinching her acupressure point was futile now. She could only slap her face with the snow to regain her composure. Chen Yue, observing Madame Zhang's distressed demeanor through the surveillance, was unable to suppress her laughter. In a splendid mood, Chen Yue turned on her gaming console to indulge in Red Dead Redemption. However, as someone lacking in gaming prowess, she failed to complete the level 4 times, causing her initially joyous mood to sour. At that moment, her phone buzzed, and to her surprise, it was the wealthy heir Wang Song and the notorious Wu Zhan. I have had no prior interactions with them. Why are they suddenly adding me as a friend? Chen Yue pondered for a moment before clicking accept. As soon as she did, a flurry of voice messages flooded in. Opening the voice message from Wu Zhan, she was bombarded with a torrent of expletives. "You are that Su family's son-in-law, the fool who wants to open a supermarket in the back mountain? Do you know who I am? Are you looking to get yourself killed? How dare you tag me in the group? It seems you are bored with life." Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yue felt her temper flare. Just when she was in a foul mood, they chose to provoke her. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Are you truly devoid of common sense? In the group, I shall mention whomever I please. It is none of your concern. You wretched creature, I am utterly infuriated. Chen Yue sent a series of voice messages on WeChat, each lasting a full 60 seconds, totaling over 10 messages. They were all pure essence. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan stood frozen in place. Chapter 31. A delicate balance between bear paws and Kobe beef. Wu Zhan was taken aback by Chen Yue's unexpected fervor. Momentarily frozen in place. Where did he find the audacity? Was it bestowed upon him by Liang Jing? Had he grown too arrogant, or had his own strength diminished? Wu Zhan prepared to retort, only to discover that he had been blocked. After venting his frustrations on Wu Zhan, Chen Yue felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, another individual sought confrontation, the affluent heir, Wang Chong. Chen Yue opened the voice message sent by Wang Chong, which was laced with contempt. "Do you even know who I am? Why are you, a mere pauper, addressing me? Even my dog dines better than you. How dare you bark in the group? Do you believe I could crush you with my wealth? Remember this, do not provoke me. I shall do as I please, and you better not tag me again, or I will ensure you can no longer survive in Jiangnan City." Upon hearing Wang Chong's voice message, Chen Yue merely smiled, recalling his past life. He remembered that Wang Chong was the first to exorbitantly purchase food in the group. It was evident that his stockpile of provisions was minimal, otherwise he would not have begun acquiring supplies so soon. Thus, he thought, let the consequences fall upon him. Who said that insults required words? If he relished ostentation, then let him witness a display of ultimate extravagance. Chen Yue retrieved a bare paw, forming a gesture reminiscent of a raised middle finger. He then presented exquisite Kobe beef and premium truffles, arranging them to spell out the 4 letters of FCK. Capturing this moment, he sent the photograph to Wang Chong. At that moment, Wang Chong was curled up in his blanket, clutching a model as he shivered, his stomach growling with hunger. As a top-tier heir, he was accustomed to a home devoid of food. He would dine at restaurants whenever he desired. Should he wish to eat at home, a chef would arrive with ingredients to cater to him. Therefore, when the frozen apocalypse struck, Wang Chong quickly realized he had no food left. Now, he found himself in dire straits, and despite the allure of the model in his embrace, his thoughts were elsewhere. Upon receiving Chen Yue's image, a disdainful expression crossed Wang Chong's face. What caliber is this? Eating steaks and bear paws? Surely, this lowlife has scavenged images from the internet to show off before me. After years of indulging in steaks and bear paws, do you think I could be deceived? Just as he was about to mock Chen Yue, 2 video files arrived. The videos captured Chen Yue elegantly savoring steak and sipping red wine, with not only bear paws, but a cornucopia of delectable dishes adorning the table. Wang Chong, upon viewing the videos, felt as if he could smell the aroma wafting through the screen, involuntarily swallowing hard. This is unbelievably tantalizing. Wait a moment. Is Chen Yue wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the video? Is it that warm in his house? The model in my arms suddenly lost her appeal. Was my previous outburst too loud? Perhaps I should have a civil conversation with Chen Yue. Who knows? I might procure some food. At the very least, I could pay to buy some. Wang Chong pondered as the second video reached its conclusion. He noticed Chen Yue's lips moving, seemingly uttering something. Driven by curiosity, he cranked the volume to its maximum, yet failed to discern her words. His heart itched as if a cat were scratching it. What on earth was Chen Yue saying? In the next moment, a message from Chen Yue arrived. Are you confused? Did you not catch what I said at the end? Holding his phone, Wang Chong instinctively nodded. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yue sent a brief voice message. With curiosity piqued, Wang Chong opened the voice note, only to be met with Chen Yue's furious shout. Idiot! Having already set his phone to maximum volume, her exclamation left him stunned. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Wang Chong erupted in anger. Damn it, Chen Yue! How dare you insult me? I'll make you pay for this. Throughout his life, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. You were the first. Once this calamity passes, I shall ensure you regret your words. Wang Chong sent several irate messages to Chen Yue, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he had been blocked. Throughout his life, he had been grateful for every friend request, let alone being blocked. This revelation reignited the powder keg of his fury, prompting him to wreak havoc in his home, smashing objects to vent his pent-up rage. After regaining her composure, Aunt Zhang resolved to re-establish her authority. The relentless snowfall outside showed no signs of abating, and her household supplies were alarmingly low. If she waited until her provisions were depleted, it would truly be a dire situation. She feared that before help arrived, she might perish. Contemplating this, Aunt Zhang softened her tone and tagged everyone in the group chat. Dear family, the situation is grave. We must unite to weather this storm. Therefore, it is essential for each household to send forth a representative to collectively clear the snow while awaiting rescue from the authorities. Consider this, without a clear path, even if aid arrives, they cannot reach us. Thus, we are not merely clearing a route for procuring supplies. We are also establishing a path for rescue. Aunt Zhang's impassioned speech resonated, prompting many to respond in agreement. What Secretary Zhang said makes sense. We must clear a path. Indeed, otherwise, when help arrives, they will also need to clear a way. We are simply taking the initiative. Exactly, let us mobilize. Once it warms slightly around 1 o'clock this afternoon, we shall venture out. All right. Observing the enthusiastic responses, Aunt Zhang smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Quickly clear a path for me so I can gather supplies. Chapter 32. This young man is truly brave. Everyone exclaimed in agreement. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely carve out a path of hope. Once the supplies arrive, those who abstain from the snow-clearing efforts, as well as the troublemakers, shall not receive a single thing. At this moment, Aunt Zhang suddenly recalled Chen Yue. After much effort to mobilize him, he must not speak out again. With this thought, Aunt Zhang tagged Su Shaoxian and Kai Mei in the group chat. Su family, please keep a close eye on your son-in-law. If he causes any more trouble, even if your family contributes, there will be no supplies. Upon reading Aunt Zhang's message, Su Shaoxian and Kai Mei's expressions immediately shifted. This cannot be allowed. That scoundrel has already been expelled from the Su family. He is no longer connected to us, and we vehemently oppose his actions. How dare he sow discord at such a time? Secretary Zhang, Chen Yue is currently residing in the dilapidated supermarket warehouse on the back mountain. If you wish to find him, you may go there. The members of the group responded enthusiastically to Aunt Zhang's initiative, collectively agreeing to gather at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to clear the snow. However, everyone noticed that the two notorious figures, He Laoda and the wealthy heir, had not replied to the messages. Yet, everyone was aware that these two were not to be trifled with, and it was out of the question to expect them to help with the snow clearing. They were not foolish like Chen Yue. Seeing that the majority had agreed, Aunt Zhang calmly declared, since there are no objections, let us proceed as proposed and meet at 1 o'clock this afternoon to clear the snow. I hope everyone can work together to overcome this hardship. Just as Aunt Zhang concluded her statement, Chen Yue chimed in the group chat. The others clicked on his voice message, only to be greeted by a rather audacious tone. Are you all fools? If you don't need your eyes, donate them to those who do. Can't you see that Wu Jin and Wang Song have not responded? What do you mean by everyone agreeing? Are they not human? Upon hearing this message, the group fell silent, stunned. Was Chen Yue truly this bold? How dare he directly address those two by name in the group? Was he courting disaster? Wu Jun and Wang Song could easily crush him with a mere flick of their pinky fingers. After listening to Chen Yue's message, Aunt Zhang let out a cold laugh. Just as I expected, you dared to invoke Wu Jun and Wang Song's names. Now you've offended both at once. Let's see how you handle this. Indeed, within half a minute, voice messages from Wu Jun and Wang Song surfaced. Chen Yue, do you wish to die? If so, I can grant you a swift end. I have never been so humiliated in my life. Once this calamity passes, I will ensure your demise in Jiangnan City. Hearing their messages, the group shrank back, playing the part of the invisible. The chat erupted with a barrage of insults hurled at Chen Yue by Wu Jin and Wang Song, a truly vicious onslaught. For a full half-minute, Chen Yue remained silent. Was he truly cowed? Had he begun to prepare for a hasty retreat? Indeed, at the same time, they had incurred the wrath of the notorious underworld figure Wu Jun and the affluent heir Wang Kong. Regardless of who it may be, fleeing would be the natural response. There is no shame in that. Just as the crowd began to speculate, Chen Yue unexpectedly sent a voice message that lasted a full 60 seconds. You two little clowns think you can intimidate me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own inadequacies. Oh, right. I suppose even your attempts at self-reflection are as clumsy as your aim. Dripping onto your own shoes? Do not mistake my words as a personal attack. Rather, I urge you to introspect. If you seek vengeance upon me, I am always ready to welcome you. But should I turn the tables on you? Do not hold it against me. Furthermore, you are not refuse bags. Cease your incessant posturing. To berate you face to face would be an honor, when you are no longer. I shall ensure my words are etched upon your gravestones. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines, trembling at the audacity of a mere son-in-law like Chen Yue. In Wu Jun's villa, 2 piles of charcoal were quietly burning. Surrounding one pile were 7 or 8 lackeys, who lingered there to celebrate Wu Jun's birthday. Meanwhile, by the other pile sat Wu Jun, beside him a woman wrapped in a blanket, shivering from the cold. Suddenly, Wu Jun slammed his phone onto the glass coffee table with such force that it crumpled instantly. This was still not enough to quell his fury. He seized the ashtray and shattered the glass table, sending shards flying throughout the room. Damn it, I will make you pay. Wu Jun's eyes gleamed with rage, his teeth gritting audibly as he wreaked havoc in the room. After a moment, one of the lackeys, trembling, finally spoke. Brother Yue, what is you so enraged? Damn it. Someone in the group had the audacity to insult me. Wu Jun's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. I must eliminate him. How else can I maintain my standing here? Upon hearing that someone dared to insult their leader, the lackeys immediately perked up. What? Someone insulted the boss? Does he wish for his own demise? Boss, tell us who it is. I will go and cripple him for you, leaving him at your mercy. Yes, boss, just say the word, and we shall set out immediately. Damn, is everyone so brazen these days? Do they not recognize Brother Yu's prowess? Huh. No matter who this fool is, misfortune awaits him. Boss, please give the command. Hand me your phone. Mine is broken. Wu Jun snatched the phone from the trembling woman beside him, logged into his WeChat, and sent a message in the group. Who knows where Chen Yue lives? I am going to pay him a visit. Upon seeing Wu Jun's fury, Su Lang immediately began to fawn in the group. Brother Yue, I know where Chen Yue is. He is currently at the back mountain. There was once a supermarket warehouse there, and he is hiding in that location. Chapter 33. Is this what you call a supermarket? Well, you, young man, are quite impressive. Once the calamity has passed, you may join me. I see great potential in you. Wu Jun casually praised Su Lang, causing him to nearly leap with joy. Such affirmation from a formidable figure is indeed a great honor. Immediately after, Wu Jun tagged Chen Yue in the group chat. You little brat, I'm coming over right now. You better clean your neck and be ready. Unexpectedly, rather than being intimidated, Chen Yue responded with an image of a middle finger, brimming with provocation. Seeing this image, Wu Jun's temper flared instantly. He grabbed his weapon and, along with his entourage, set out. However, opening the door proved to be quite a challenge. The snow had piled up to waist height. They had to return to exchange their baseball bats and machetes for military shovels to carve out a path through the snow. Fortunately, as Chen Yue resided on the back mountain, the snow depth gradually diminished with the elevation. Upon reaching the back mountain and witnessing Chen Yue's abode, everyone was taken aback. Is this really a supermarket? If you hadn't said it was a supermarket, I might have mistaken it for a military fortress. The surrounding walls were towering. Not even a fly could penetrate. especially that imposing black iron gate. It exuded an air of formidable strength. Chen Yue was armed with a military composite crossbow and several bolts, having accessed the interior shooting port through a tunnel. This shooting port was adjacent to the iron gate, elevated 3 meters above ground, narrow on the inside and wide on the outside. Naturally, it was equipped with heating, allowing Chen Yue to wear only a white shirt on his upper body. As Wu Zhen and his crew spotted Chen Yue's head peeking out, the small gang moved forward, sniffling as they taunted him. "So you're Chen Yue? Hurry up and come down to kneel before our boss. Come down. Come down. Otherwise, once we get in, we'll be sure to take a leg from you. Weren't you quite the tough guy in the chat? Why the silence now? Are you just going to be a turtle? Dare to come down for a one-on-one?" Chen Yue regarded them as if they were fools. "A one-on-one? Are you out of your mind? Do I really need to stoop to that level? The cold alone could do you in. Let me handle this." One of the lackeys declared, wielding a fire axe as he summoned all his strength to strike the iron gate. Bang! The sound was dull, absorbed by the thick layer of snow before it could travel far. The strike was powerful, yet surprisingly, it left only a white mark. The force of the rebound knocked the individual back to the ground, numbing his arms and splitting his palm, blood oozing out. It is well known that skin is more susceptible to injury in low temperatures. Wu Zhen, witnessing his subordinate's predicament, was instantly enraged, pointing at Chen Yue within the shooting port and furiously shouting, "Chen Yue, you better come out now. Stop hiding. If you kneel before me at this moment, I might spare you. Otherwise, once I get in there, you'll witness my methods firsthand. I swear I'll chop you piece by piece." Chen Yue remained comfortably seated within the outer wall, basking in the warm air, mockingly observing the shivering crowd outside. "Desiring my demise, are you? By all means. Come and claim it yourself. Have you all frozen into fools? Here, I have the luxury of air conditioning. Let us see who can endure the longest." Upon hearing this, the minions, undeterred by the threat, brandished their fire axes. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Aside from faint white markings and shallow scratches, nothing was left behind. At this rate, even granting them a century, they could never breach this door. Chen Yue picked up a military composite crossbow, ready to shoot, but reconsidered and dismissed the idea. These individuals are not to be trifled with, especially Wu Zhen, who in a previous life had nearly frozen to death after carelessly abandoning himself in a snow pit. Moreover, every time Chen Yue managed to procure supplies, Wu Zhen would exploit him mercilessly. In a world where resources were already scarce, after Wu Zhen's interference, Chen Yue returned home with even fewer belongings. The less he brought back, the harsher Su Lang's beatings became. Hence, Chen Yue harbored no fondness for these people whatsoever. Frankly, he wished to eliminate each and every one of them present. However, in this frozen apocalypse, death seemed a release, while survival felt akin to hell. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Chen Yue. He turned and left, soon returning with a length of hose. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. "What's this? You didn't escape after all. I thought you'd run away. You scoundrel, once I get in there, I'll chop off your fingers one by one and subject you to every form of torture imaginable. Hurry and open the door. Enough of this nonsense." Chen Yue chuckled coldly, taunting the wretches below. "You truly are a collection of scum, worms that thrive in the shadows of a peaceful society. A spine-snap dog, daring to bark at me here? You must have a death wish. And you believe you can kill me when you can't even open my door? How old are you, still lost in fantasy?" The minions, incensed by his words, felt their anger surge. "So, all that we said was for naught? Chen Yue, you dare to be so arrogant?" As they closed the distance, entering shooting range, Chen Yue swiftly opened the valve of the high-pressure water hose. Streams of water gushed forth, drenching them. "What the hell, it's water. Does he mean to freeze us? We're soaked to the bone. Run. I'm even wetting my underwear. How can this scoundrel have so much water?" "Chen Yue, just wait. I will return. The next time we come back, it will be your end." The group, driven by the high-pressure spray, scurried away, covering their heads. Wu Zhen, witnessing this spectacle, had a face so dark it seemed ready to drip with water. "Chen Yue, you have some nerve. Next time, I'll bring a cutting machine." "I refuse to believe I cannot breach your pathetic door." Wu Zhen ordered his minions into the vehicle, leaving behind a few harsh words as they departed. Watching them leave, Chen Yue felt a surge of satisfaction within him. Damn it, the grievances of my past life must be resolved in this lifetime. Chapter 34, Frigid Frost Outside. The snow fell in thick, feathery flakes, and the temperature plummeted to a frigid 30 degrees below zero. Wu Zhen, accompanied by his subordinates, had painstakingly carved a path through the snow to reach Chen Yue's sanctuary. Yet, upon arrival, Chen Yue had turned a high-pressure water gun on them, drenching them in icy water that quickly transformed them into human popsicles. Despite their thick down jackets, sweaters, and thermal wear, The moisture-absorbing fabrics had turned their once warm garments into solid ice sticks. The group cranked the car's heater to maximum, huddling around the vents, desperately trying to reclaim a semblance of warmth. "This is unbearable. I can't take it anymore. Move over. I can't feel the heat," one complained. "Get lost. I still need to warm up." At that moment, their faces had turned ghostly white, lips tinged with purple. Frost clung to their hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes. One of the thoroughly drenched subordinates had succumbed to the extreme cold, slipping into unconsciousness. Upon returning to Wu Zhen's villa, they rushed inside, eager to shed their frozen clothes. To their horror, the garments beneath had frozen to their skin. Each tug brought excruciating pain, and one unfortunate soul even tore off a patch of skin in the process. Wrapped in blankets, they gathered around the campfire, some sharing a single quilt, seeking warmth from one another. The bravado with which they had departed was now replaced by a disheveled state upon their return. Wu Zhen's expression soured further. He had intended to confront Chen Yue, but had ended up in this predicament. Damn it! Is Chen Yue a tortoise? How could he have constructed such a formidable base? He seethed. I must seize that base. Brother, Chen Yue's stronghold must be incredibly warm. I saw him wearing a short-sleeved shirt. One subordinate, who had been at the forefront and received the brunt of the cold water, exclaimed. But we only left white marks when we struck with axes. A direct assault is out of the question unless we bring artillery. Wu Zhen frowned, contemplating the situation. Indeed, Chen Yue's base was as solid as a fortress. Conventional methods could not breach that door. However, a cold smile soon crept across Wu Zhen's face. No matter, I refuse to believe that his base is without flaws or weaknesses. Let us not forget who I am. There is nothing I cannot obtain. Once I procure explosives, I shall blast that door open, and I refuse to believe he can hoard supplies indefinitely or hide away for a lifetime. As he warmed his hands, he spoke fiercely. When you've regained your strength, we will take turns guarding his doorstep. The moment he dares to step outside, I will ensure he pays for it. His subordinates, seasoned figures in the underground scene of Jiang'an City, felt a surge of excitement at the command. Absolutely, they echoed, their spirits ignited by the prospect of vengeance. Rest assured, my dear brother, we shall certainly deal with him and avenge your grievances. Indeed, that Chen Yue is exceedingly arrogant, daring to provoke us. He is akin to an aged immortal consuming arsenic, courting death. Were Chen Yue to overhear their words, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Step outside. Why would one venture out? The world beyond is a frigid wasteland, a veritable hell on earth. Within the confines of this abode, warmth envelopes us. Accompanied by an abundance of delectable food and endless games, this is nothing short of paradise. Even if one were to consider stepping outside, Chen Yue would glide away in his custom-made vehicle. Unless struck by a precision nuclear strike, no one could hope to harm him. Having resolved matters pertaining to Wu Zhen, Chen Yue returned to his room in high spirits and switched on the television. The leader of the crisis response team, bundled in a thick coat, trembled as he reported the current situation. Dear citizens, do not be alarmed. This cold disaster shall soon pass. The authorities have organized rescue efforts and are diligently at work. He urged everyone to maintain social order, refrain from venturing outside, and not to hoard supplies. We must place our trust in the government and our nation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue decisively turned off the television. The crisis response team merely uttered lofty platitudes devoid of substance, based on Chen Yue's recollections from his previous life. This snowfall would persist for an exceedingly long duration. The current temperature, plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius, is not even the lowest. It may soon reach 40 or 50 degrees below zero. At such a time, even if a rescue team were to exist, they would be unable to reach this place. Feeling bored, Chen Yue reclined on the sofa, sipping chilled cola as he perused the messages in the group chat. Aunt Zhang was once again attempting to instill hope in everyone. Dear family, the crisis response team has just released the latest announcement. The rescue team has been established. I believe that soon, rescuers will arrive here. Everyone must hold on. However, Aunt Zhang's message garnered little response. It was now the 5th day, and everyone had grown weary of the empty promises she offered. The snowfall outside was immense and ongoing. Even if the rescue team were to arrive, what difference would it make? Moreover, the rescuers have families of their own. If they had any means, they would surely prioritize rescuing their loved ones before coming to aid others here. Just as Chen Yue was contemplating a snack out of boredom, his phone chimed. Chen Yue, what are you up to? Sending hearts. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. It was yet another message from that mischievous little Su Jiao, likely seeking food or drink. Before he could set his phone down, another message from Su Jiao arrived. I'm so hungry. Could you please send me something to eat? I beg you. Chapter 35. Retorting Su Jiao. The arrival of the sycophant Chen Yue decisively turned off the screen and commenced the selection of today's meal. Should he indulge in steak or perhaps escargot? He had grown weary of lobster, perhaps barbecued meat would suffice. Su residence, Su Jiao's bedroom. Su Jiao cradled her chihuahua, both nestled beneath the covers, shivering slightly. Observing that Chen Yue had yet to respond to her messages, her delicate brow furrowed involuntarily. What could be the matter with Chen Yue? Why was he silent? Was he truly preoccupied? It seemed improbable. What could demand his attention at this hour? Could it be that he was upset with her sister? After all, he had been married to her sister for several years. And now that her sister had found a new love, had Chen Yue chosen to retreat? What a perplexing situation. Although her sister's infidelity was certainly wrong, she was merely in pursuit of true love. Su Jiao pondered, her limited intellect processing the dilemma, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Chen Yue must harbor feelings for the two sisters, yet out of respect for her sister, he had chosen to withdraw from the pursuit of love, resulting in his indifference toward her. Otherwise, he would not have lavished so many compliments upon her photographs previously. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiao sent another message to Chen Yue. Brother, I know you're there. Why are you ignoring me? Is it because my legs aren't fair enough? Look, how about this? If you send me a bit of steak or some canned meat, I will show you something far more alluring than my legs. What do you say? Chen Yue, holding his phone, scoffed coldly. Su Jiao truly had a thick skin. How had he not noticed this before? His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, and a message was dispatched. Steak and canned meat? Apologies, but I do not indulge in such mundane fare. My usual diet consists of delicacies such as foie gras, caviar, and truffles. Speaking of truffles, I only consume the Italian variety, specifically the esteemed Alba white truffle. As for caviar, I prefer the exquisite Iranian amethyst caviar. For dessert, I occasionally savor the Yubari King melon, which can fetch upwards of 23,000, or the rare Dinsuk watermelon, of which only a handful are produced. What on earth are steak and canned meat? Can one even consume that? As he spoke, a series of corresponding images were sent to Su Jiao's phone, making her heart flutter with desire. Su Jiao swallowed hard, tempted to leap through the screen and devour the sumptuous offerings. Yet, her composure and pride reminded her to restrain herself. Brother Chen, I know you have feelings for me. I can see it in your eyes. When you first beheld me in a bathrobe, your face flushed, and you even had a nosebleed. I can offer you a chance to dine with me, and I will don your favorite bathrobe. Once the message was sent, Su Jiao waited eagerly. It was so evident. Surely he could not be oblivious to her intentions. Before long, Chen Yu's response arrived. Is there no mirror in your home? If not, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon yourself. And you think you deserve an opportunity? You two sisters are truly impressive, each more audacious than the other. Do you think I am a fool? As I've said before, if you wish to eat, venture out and procure it yourself. Do not bother me. Su Jiao stared at the messages sent by Chen Yue on her phone, unable to believe her eyes. How could he speak to me in such a manner? How could he possess such an attitude? He is merely a minor consort. What gives him the right? At that moment, tears welled in Su Jiao's eyes. Not only had she been considerate towards Chen Yue, but she had also taken numerous photos for him. And this is how it ends. Chen Yue is indeed a scoundrel. My sister's divorce was undoubtedly a wise decision. Suddenly, Su Jiao's stomach grumbled. As she scrolled through her contacts, she finally pinpointed someone. Lu Xiao, the one closest to her. This fellow had pursued Su Jiao for many years, yet had always been treated like a mere plaything. Su Jiao had neither explicitly rejected nor accepted him. In her pool of suitors, there were many like Lu Xiao, some even of better quality and wealthier. However, Lu Xiao held a distinct advantage. He lived nearby. Xiao Xiao, what are you up to? I find myself missing you a bit. Su Jiao sent a message. Wrapped in his blanket and shivering, Lu Xiao felt a surge of warmth upon reading her message. The chilly weather outside could not dampen the fire in his heart. What's wrong, goddess? I'm not doing anything. Is there something you need? Xiao Xiao. I'm quite hungry. Do you have anything to eat at home? Could you possibly bring some over? I know you care for me the most. So you were the first person I thought of. When a goddess is in distress, how can a devoted admirer not take action? Lu Xiao tossed aside his blanket, gathering all the snacks and instant food he could find, taking photos to send her. Goddess, here is my stash of food. Which would you like? I'll deliver it right away. Upon seeing the images of the food, Su Jiao frowned. What on earth are these items? Can a person truly consume them? However, if Lu Xiao can eat them, they must be acceptable. With that thought, she decided to have her admirer bring everything. Xiao Xiao, you know I come from a strict upbringing. I still live with my mother and siblings. My mother is eager to meet you. Could you bring the items over? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to meet my family as well. What do you think? Lu Xiao, upon reading Su Jiao's message and noticing her shy expression at the end, felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. No problem. Chapter 36. Meeting the mother-in-law. Lu Xiao selected a brand new suit from his wardrobe, enduring the biting cold as he changed. It is often said that rather than embellishing a situation, one should provide support in times of need. This time, I have brought a bounty of food to the Su family. Surely, Jiao Jiao's mother and her siblings will be deeply moved. With this, my marriage to Jiao Jiao will surely be secured. Once the snow disaster passes, I shall be the son-in-law of a billionaire. At that point, I will have the world at my feet. Lu Xiao envisioned a splendid future. Little did he know that the Su family had already fallen into bankruptcy. Marrying Su Jiao would result in nothing more than a notification of a frozen bank account. Braving the heavy snowfall, Lu Xiao donned a cotton coat over his suit. Taking the food with him as he ventured out, his intention was to leave a favorable impression. Outside, the snow fell heavily, making the roads exceedingly difficult to traverse. With each step, Lu Xiao found himself sinking into the snow, needing to compact the snow beneath his feet to raise his head above the surface and find the right direction. Fortunately, his unwavering determination propelled him to the Su family residence. Before long, Lu Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Su family's villa, completely covered in snow, resembling a snowman. After pressing the doorbell for several seconds, Su Jiao finally opened the door. Wow, Xiao Xiao, you're here. You truly are the best. Thank you. Su Jiao exclaimed as she eagerly snatched the food from Lu Xiao's hands and brought it inside. At that moment, the Su family, including Su Xiaoxian, gathered around a fire for warmth, entirely ignoring Lu Xiao, who stood to the side with the food. What is this? To be heated before consumption? Can this even be eaten? Kai Mei remarked disdainfully, tossing aside a pack of instant rice after a cursory glance. And what is this? Goodness. Instant noodles from a bulk pack. I've only seen these, never tried them. I hear the impoverished buy these due to their large quantity and low price. Biscuits? Are they from France or America? Please tell me they're not domestically produced. Noticing that the Su family had no intention of acknowledging him, Lu Xiao summoned his courage to introduce himself. Annie, brothers and sisters, my name is Lu Xiao, and I am Su Jiao's friend. Huh. You're still here? Kai Mei looked up at Lu Xiao. Once you've delivered the food, you should leave. What are you sticking around for? Also, next time you bring food, could you make it a bit more upscale? I mean, the instant noodles, biscuits, and this instant rice. How are we supposed to eat that? If you like my sister, at least bring something decent. Su Lang, finding nothing to his liking in the bag, carelessly tossed the items aside. Do you think these are appropriate? Just answer me that. Lu Xiao, right? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but your offerings are quite lacking, Su Xiaoxian added. But don't be disheartened. Young people often make mistakes. Just improve next time. Exactly. Su Jiao pouted. Xiao Xiao, don't you have any normal foods like steak, lobster, or caviar at home? The members of my family are quite affable. We do not seek extravagant gifts. Merely a gesture of good intention will suffice. However, what on earth did you bring this time? Could we not settle for the common fare that ordinary people consume? Please refrain from gifting instant noodles or those abominable vegetarian rice dishes. Just look at my mother, my siblings. They are all discontent. If they do not approve, then we. Listening to Su Jiao's words, Lu Xiao felt his bones turn to jelly, nearly losing his balance. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao. Next time, I will certainly bring something delicious. Lu Xiao vowed, thumping his chest. Even in this frigid and challenging environment, I shall ensure you thrive, plump and content, without enduring a single grievance. Hee, I knew you were the best, Xiao Xiao, Su Jiao exclaimed, linking her arm with Lu Xiao's and skipping joyfully as she ushered him out the door. Once the door was firmly shut, Su Jiao immediately wrinkled her nose and grimaced at her hand, retching slightly. What a misfortune. I expected there would be some decent provisions from this loseress home. Yet all we received was a bag of refuse? What a wretched existence. Why must the only fish in this vicinity be him? The severe blizzard had enveloped the region for over a week, resulting in many households running perilously low on supplies. In the north, perhaps there was a better grain reserve. But this was the south. When the snow first began to fall, had anyone ventured out, they might have procured some resources. Now, even braving the elements would yield little, as the few items available had long been seized by others. People huddled in their homes. Even with windows and doors sealed with tape, they felt no warmth. Each room resembled a cold storage unit or an ice coffin, with everyone's lips turning blue as they curled beneath their blankets. All of this could be attributed to Aunt Zhang of the property management. At present, she was cocooned in 3 layers of quilts, afraid to even poke her head out. Even the slightest release of gas had to be carefully contained, lest she dissipate the meager warmth she clung to. As for the unpleasant odor, that was a trivial concern. Frostbite was a far greater threat. With her pantry long emptied, she felt both cold and hungry, calling out to heaven and earth in vain. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir, Wang Song, was not faring much better. Despite being enveloped in 5 layers of sumptuous velvet blankets, he and his young model companion still shivered uncontrollably. The model had long ceased to be affectionate, merely treating him as a source of warmth. Their household had never possessed much in the way of provisions, and now they were entirely devoid of sustenance. The combination of hunger and cold led Wang Tsong to envision his great-grandmother. The Su family's plight was equally grim. Though they had been imperious and critical in Lu Zhao's presence, the food he had provided had already been devoured to the last morsel. They could hardly lament the absence of instant noodles and biscuits, for even the heating packs from the instant rice had been tucked into the blankets to conserve every last trace of warmth. Their past arrogance had now yielded to profound desperation. Chapter 37. The ultimate sycophant in Wu Zhen's villa. A group of individuals huddled around a flickering fire, their bodies trembling from the biting cold. "Brother, this cannot continue. I feel as if I am burning with fever," one lamented. "Indeed, brother, if this persists, we shall not endure much longer. Why don't we venture out and seize some supplies? Surely we could snatch a few blankets," another suggested. "Cease with such nonsense. Who knows, perhaps the snow will cease by tomorrow or the day after, and then you might find yourself locked away for years." At that moment, Wu Zhen's lips had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold, and his hands, drenched in icy water, had succumbed to frostbite, rendering them nearly useless. Even placing his hands near the flames provided no warmth, only a profound, aching pain. The two subordinates, soaked to the skin, had developed high fevers, one of whom had even succumbed to unconsciousness. With scant medicine available in the villa, Wu Zhen resorted to boiling water in an iron pot over the fire to administer to them, though this was hardly a sustainable solution. His gaze grew increasingly profound, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at Chen Yue's residence, he reclined on the sofa, munching on beef jerky while engrossed in the game Wild Wilderness. The beef jerky, imported from Australia, cost $5 for a mere 35 grams. This delicacy, free of hormones, additives, and chemicals, was marinated for over 14 hours before being air-dried, making it an exquisite post-meal snack. As a self-proclaimed gaming novice, Chen Yue had fully embraced a laid-back lifestyle, treating Wild Wilderness as an escape to explore fantastical landscapes and express himself. With nothing else to occupy his time, he found joy in fishing, hunting, and even tying up virtual women, leading a life of remarkable freedom, particularly after a tiring session. He relished the opportunity to unwind in a luxurious massage chair or indulge in every game available at the arcade. Although silence enveloped the room, numerous individuals sought to provoke him through WeChat. Whenever disturbed, Chen Yue would seize the chance to unleash a torrent of words. In the Su family's villa, Kai Mei had long shed her former regal demeanor, her hair disheveled and tangled within the covers. "Jiao, do you have any food left?" Kai Mei weakly inquired. "Anything will do. Instant noodles, biscuits, or that wretched instant rice." "All gone," Su Jiao replied curtly. "Didn't you say those were all junk food? Weren't you refusing to eat them? Yet here you are, devouring them faster than anyone else. What is the point of saying so much? We are all family." Kai Mei shot back with a glance. "If I don't say it, how will your sycophant strive to procure food for us? Given our current predicament, indulging in junk food once or twice is acceptable, but we can't make a habit of it, can we? Sister, have you been in touch with the sycophant lately?" Su Lang suddenly interjected. "How is he faring? Is he still alive?" "Alive, but there is nothing to eat at home," Su Jiao responded candidly. "Then he ought to go out and find something to eat. What is he doing just sitting at home?" Su Lang protested, seemingly irked at the lack of initiative from his subordinate. "We are all starving, and he hasn't made any effort? Quick, contact him again and ensure he delivers the food to us right now." Su Jiao sighed helplessly. Why hadn't she reached out in recent days? She had even taken the initiative to video call Lu Xiao. Yet, all the provisions from Lu Xiao's home had already been sent over, leaving him with not a grain of rice. This was evident from Lu Xiao's gaunt chin, a testament to his hunger. Moreover, the snow outside had grown increasingly heavy, completely burying an entire floor. The idea of him clearing a path to scavenge for supplies was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, during this period, Lu Xiao could only huddle at home, igniting anything combustible to keep warm. Although the conditions were arduous and he suffered from hunger, his heart brimmed with sweetness. Over the past few days, his goddess, Su Jiao, had sent him numerous messages and voice notes. She had even taken the initiative to video call him. However, why had she not replied in the last couple of days? Perhaps she was bathing or preoccupied. He needed to be considerate. Relentless pestering might upset his goddess. Just as Lu Xiao was lost in his thoughts, a message from Su Jiao arrived. "Hey, are you dead?" Su Jiao's message jolted Lu Xiao back to reality, and he hastily typed a response, fearing he wouldn't reply in time. "Still alive? Thanks for your concern. What's up, Jiao Jiao? Do you have any food left? I'm starving." Lu Xiao paused, his excitement swiftly turning to despair. "Jiao Jiao, I have no food left either. I've given you everything edible from my home. Even the supplies I found a couple of days ago were all for you." I've kept only a morsel, and that's gone now. You fool. You actually saved some for yourself? I'm starving here, and you don't care about me? If there's no food at home, then go out and find some. Su Jiao's words filled Lu Xiao with immense guilt and regret. Indeed, how could he have saved anything for himself when Jiao Jiao was enduring such hunger? She had so many family members, and soon they would all be his family too. How could he be so selfish? Does that guy have any food left? Kaimei, Su Lang, and others gathered around Su Jiao, asking if he could send something over quickly. No, Su Jiao replied despondently, placing her phone on the ground. He had already exhausted his resources and had blocked and deleted her. What about the others? Kaimei pressed. You must have many admirers. Can any of them bring some food? They're all too far away. Su Jiao shook her head. The snow outside was too deep for them to reach her. Chapter 38. The true colors of the Su family. Alas, what a useless bunch. Kaimei exclaimed through clenched teeth. How can they possibly pursue my daughter with such feeble resolve? It is nothing but a daydream. Indeed, if there is snow outside, then simply clear it away. Love transcends mountains and seas. What is mere snow in comparison? Su Lang echoed. How could they allow the woman they cherish to go hungry? Such men are utterly unworthy of trust. Absolutely. Su Shaoxian, famished to the point of darkness clouding her vision, abandoned all notions of morality. Sister, continue to reach out to the sycophants around us and hasten their deliveries of food. As for now, Lin Jiadong, stop pretending to be dead and come here. Lin Jiadong, trembling in the corner, felt a flicker of hope as he approached the fire, only to discover that they had ignited a blaze yet denied him warmth, relegating him to the shadows of the room. Starvation and cold had rendered him nearly delirious, and he had not tasted a morsel of the food Lu Xiao had brought earlier. Yet, when Su Shaoxian suddenly called for him, a glimmer of hope emerged. Perhaps my wife truly still loves me. However, that dream was swiftly shattered. Lin Jiadong, what are you still doing here? Go out and find something to eat. Su Shaoxian said bluntly, you're just in the way. Hurry up. Upon hearing her words, the eyes of Kaimei, Su Lang, and Su Jiao brightened with realization. Yes, we have an available tool at home. How could we have forgotten him? Son-in-law, this is a matter of life and death. If you do not venture forth to seek supplies, we shall all perish. Surely, you cannot bear to witness our demise, can you? Indeed, brother-in-law. Look at how famished I am. Take advantage of the lighter snowfall and hasten outside. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, I only have these two sisters in my life, and I shall fight anyone who wrongs them. Now that my sister Shaoxian is hungry, you must go out and find food. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. The four members of the Su family harmonized in their accusations, two playing the antagonists while the other two feigned innocence, directing their ire towards Lin Jiadong. Had Chen Yue been present, she would have found this scenario eerily familiar. In her previous life, she was expelled from the villa by the Su family under similar circumstances, sent to scavenge for supplies. This illustrates the Su family's profound selfishness and exclusivity. Even after becoming their son-in-law, he was never truly considered one of their own. Reluctantly, Lin Jiadong donned his down jacket and braved the heavy snowfall as he exited the villa. Regret flooded his heart. After years of servitude, he had finally become a member of the Su family, only to be met with such an end. As he departed, Kaimei let out a cold laugh. This man serves only a minimal purpose. Son, keep an eye on him. He must bring back sufficient food for us daily. Otherwise, he shall face dire consequences. Su Lang smirked sinisterly. Rest assured, mother, I understand. Shaoxian, do you have any objections? What objections could I possibly have? Su Xiaoshuan's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if the person departing was not her husband, but rather a mere servant. Upon his return with sustenance, he was obliged to serve them first. Only after they had satisfied their hunger would he be permitted to partake in the meal. Brother, it will all depend on you, she stated. Fear not, Su Lang reassured, thumping his chest with confidence. This trivial matter is easily manageable with one hand. I shall procure a suitable steel pipe, and should he disobey, you need not expect mercy. At that moment, Chen Yue had just emerged from the gym, refreshed after a shower, clad in pajamas as she lounged on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while the interior was as warm as spring, with flourishing plants that added a touch of poetic beauty to the scene. Oh, has someone already begun purchasing food in the group chat? Chen Yue mused, opening the chat to discover someone offering exorbitant prices for provisions, with a single pack of instant noodles fetching a staggering 100 yuan. This message detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy among the participants. I bid 200 yuan. I want as many packs as you have, came the enthusiastic response. Get lost. I offer 500 yuan. In this moment, money is but worthless paper. Enough of the competition. I bid 1,000. Who has instant noodles? I shall take them all. Upon seeing the price of a single pack soar to 1,000 yuan, several individuals in the chat began to stir with eagerness. After all, this calamity was a gradual descent rather than an instantaneous cataclysm like an earthquake. Many still clung to hope, believing the snowfall would soon cease and aid would swiftly arrive. They envisioned a return to a civilized, harmonious, and orderly society. Selling a single pack of noodles could yield astronomical profits. Such an opportunity was too enticing to overlook, and perhaps it would never present itself again. Just as a transaction was on the verge of being finalized, a young mother interjected. I will pay 1,500 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. I have 2 children at home, both of whom are feverish and too frightened to leave their blankets. Please, I implore you, sell it to me. I simply wish to provide them with something warm to sustain them, or they shall surely not survive the week. 1,500 yuan is no small sum. You must sell it to me, she pleaded, sending several photos of her children to the group. The images depicted a pair of exquisite, adorable siblings. A boy and a girl, yet their lips were tinged with blue, and their bodies trembled despite being wrapped in thick blankets. The 2 children clung to each other in a desperate attempt to share warmth, yet still felt overwhelmingly cold. The young mother continued her heartfelt appeals, stirring the compassion of those within the group. Chapter 39. The Weeping Heir. However, what no one anticipated was that the wealthy heir, Wang Tsong, suddenly emerged. I will pay 3,000 yuan for a pack. I want the entire box delivered to me now. The group was momentarily stunned by his statement. Good heavens! 3,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles, truly a testament to the extravagant nature of the affluent. This box contained 24 packets of noodles, amounting to a staggering 72,000 yuan. Spending over 70,000 on instant noodles could very well set a record, right? The lifestyle of the wealthy is incomprehensible. While I am not impoverished, the thought of spending such a sum on noodles leaves me feeling pained. Upon reading Wang Tsong's message, the fleeting glimmer of hope that had appeared for the young mother was abruptly extinguished. She understood the nature of Wang Tsong. To compete with him in terms of wealth would be akin to courting disaster. Even if she could offer 4,000 yuan, he could surely outbid her with 5,000 or even 10,000. In desperation, she sent a lengthy voice message to the group. I implore you, my child is truly on the brink of death. Could you possibly spare the noodles for us? They are still so young. Please, consider it an act of kindness. After listening to her plea, Wang Tsong sneered and retaliated in the group chat. What do I care if your 2 little brats die? My offer surpasses yours. These noodles rightfully belong to me. If you have the guts, compete with me in bidding. If you can outbid me, I shall graciously concede. The poor deserve to starve. Tell your 2 little ones to ensure they are born into a better family in their next life. In truth, the families residing in this area were all quite affluent, undoubtedly wealthier than the average person. When an expert claimed that the average savings in Huaxiao exceeded 1 million yuan, it was primarily the residents of this neighborhood who inflated that figure. Yet, when compared to Wang Tsong, they appeared as beggars. The disparity was simply too vast. As Chen Yue observed Wang Tsong's arrogant demeanor in the chat, her brows gradually furrowed. Memories from a past life surged to the forefront of her mind. In her previous existence, this young mother ultimately failed to acquire even a morsel of supplies from the group, leaving her 2 children in a state of near death. In desperation, she undertook an act that even Chen Yue could not help but admire. She cut off a piece of her own flesh, cooked it, and fed it to her children. Eventually, chaos erupted, and the young mother's home was invaded by rioters. To prevent her children from being taken and devoured, she leaped from the 3rd-floor window, clutching her 2 children. Alas, their bodies were ultimately recovered by the mob, and the fate that awaited them was all too clear. Reflecting on this, Chen Yue sent a friend request to Wang Tsong, which he accepted instantaneously. He immediately launched into a tirade. A loser? A live-in son-in-law? You dare to add me? Do you see my wealth and wish to sell your food? Looking to make some money, are you? Apologize to me first. Otherwise, even if I starve, I won't give you a single cent. You can decide how to proceed. With a cold laugh, Chen Yue snapped 2 photos and sent them his way. She relished the challenge of a tough opponent, though she wondered just how tough he might prove to be. Upon seeing the photos, Wang Tsong's eyes widened in shock. Lobsters. Both Boston and Australian varieties. There they were. The steak is indeed exquisite, a remarkable fusion of the island nation and the United States, the Wagyu tomahawk steak. As everyone is aware, the price of Wagyu is exorbitant, and this particular tomahawk steak crafted from Wagyu meat is even more costly. The marbling on this steak is nothing short of visually captivating, and its flavor is unparalleled, surpassing the ordinary tomahawk steak by several tiers. Chen Yue unreservedly remarked, "Try talking back to me again." Wang Tsong swallowed hard, retracting his earlier insults and suppressing his impulse to retaliate. What is the matter? Am I wrong? Aren't you just after money? Fine, you've piqued my interest. So name your price. How much do you want for these items? However, Chen Yue did not respond to him directly, instead sending 2 photographs. This completely shattered Wang Tsung's composure. The images showcased the Italian Alba white truffle, revered as the king of truffles, alongside Iranian moss caviar. There were even over 100 Dinsuk black-skinned watermelons. Wang Tsung was baffled. How could Chen Yue have procured over 100 Dinsuk watermelons, which only have a yearly yield of a few dozen? Had he somehow purchased every single Dinsuk watermelon in existence? This was utterly unfathomable. Let me reiterate. Think carefully before you speak to me. As he perused Chen Yue's messages, Wang Tsung experienced a profound sense of defeat for the first time. Throughout his life, he had always been pampered, receiving whatever he desired. Yet now, having spent over 70,000, he could only acquire a box of food deemed fit for the common folk. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a commoner was savoring delicacies he once relished. Wang Tsung retracted his earlier statement, trembling fingers typing in response. Haha, Mr. Chen. I was blind to your stature. I was mistaken. Henceforth, you may call me Little Wang. Chen Yue, upon reading Wang Tsung's message, let a slight smile grace his lips. Very well, Little Wang, just tell me what you desire. Wang Tsung was taken aback. Little Wang? How dare he mock me? Yet, thinking of the exquisite delicacies, he suppressed his anger. Mr. Chen, I want everything you just mentioned. Just tell me the price, and I will not haggle. You, being part of high society, surely understand the value of these items, Chen Yue replied. In peacetime, you wouldn't be able to acquire any of these for less than 10 million, would you? Indeed. You are absolutely correct. Little Wang, let me be straightforward. Just now, you bought instant noodles at a markup of 500%. I only require 10 times that amount. Which is 100 million, not excessive, is it? Chapter 40. Hungry? Come and get it 100 million. Wang Tsung exclaimed in astonishment. Is he out of his mind? For such a trivial amount of goods, Chen Yue actually expects me to pay 100 million. This is sheer robbery. After contemplating for a while, Wang Tsung sent a message to Chen Yue. 100 million was exorbitant. He proposed a more reasonable sum of 60 million. To be candid, this was Wang Tsung's first experience negotiating a price, devoid of any strategy, as he straightforwardly conveyed his intentions and limits. Chen Yue saw through his proposal immediately and decisively rejected it. Impossible. It must be 100 million, not a penny less. Upon receiving the rejection, Wang Tsung felt utterly deflated. This marked the first time in his life he had faced such a denial. Who would have thought that within a mere few minutes, he would experience 2 firsts taken from him by the same man? After a considerable pause, Wang Tsung remained silent, while Chen Yue, unperturbed, indulged in a movie accompanied by an ice-cold cola, spicy snacks, and chips, relishing the moment. As for Wang Tsung, Chen Yue was convinced he was grappling with indecision. Yet ultimately, he would concede to the 100 million. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Wang Tsung sent a message. All right, I've decided to buy it. Please send it over. Following this declaration, he requested Chen Yue's bank account details and promptly transferred the funds. Deliver it? Are you out of your mind? Chen Yue retorted, exasperated. If you want it, you need to pay first, then come and collect it yourself. With that, Chen Yue sent a photograph showcasing a table laden with exquisite delicacies. See, I've prepared everything for you. Just come and pack it up when you arrive. It's freezing outside. I'm not going out. You don't even offer free shipping for 100 million? Wang Tsung seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. This is downright outrageous. Do as you wish. I'm in no rush, replied Chen Yue, genuinely unperturbed. If Wang Tsung desired the goods, he would go through with it. If not, it was of no consequence to Chen Yue. However, there was no way he would venture out to deliver. At this moment, Chen Yue desired nothing more than to remain safely indoors. Stepping outside would mean exposing himself to potential danger. Though he possessed a vehicle as formidable as a tank, he would never use it for deliveries, not even for a trivial goal. Meanwhile, Wang Tsung sat at home, trembling in frustration. Yet he suppressed his anger for the sake of tasting those delicacies. Fine, I will come and get it. Send me the address. I'm at the back mountain. You'll know when you arrive, Chen Yue replied. Oh, and bring along your little model. Model? How does Chen Yue know the woman beside me is a model? Wang Tsung pondered, scrutinizing the woman beside him, his brow furrowing deeper with uncertainty. Should he bring her? Did this woman have any connection to Chen Yue? If Chen Yue had an interest in her, it would simplify matters. He could even sell the woman to Chen Yue in exchange for more food. With this thought in mind, Wang Tsung instructed the model to put on a tantalizing outfit, topped with a thick down jacket. With a mere unzipping of her down jacket, she could showcase her figure to Chen Yue. Armed with a shovel, Wang Tsung accompanied the model as they trudged through the snow towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, Chen Yue toyed with a military compound bow in his hands, his gaze gradually turning icy. This rich heir could undoubtedly be labeled a true scoundrel. In his previous life, After a month and a half into the apocalypse, he coerced the model beside him to venture out in search of sustenance, threatening her with selling herself if she failed to procure food. Initially, the model managed to exchange goods with those who had a modicum of supplies, but soon, that too lost its novelty. Even when the model reduced her asking price to a mere half of a steamed bun or a portion of instant noodles, no one showed interest. Observing that he had thoroughly drained the model of her remaining worth, Wang Tsung's gaze shifted to her body. He gruesomely carved flesh from her, staunching her wounds with snow to prevent her from bleeding to death. Ultimately, the unfortunate woman, having lost both her legs, leaped from a height in despair but did not perish, lying on the ground, clinging to life. At that moment, Chen Yue fortuitously encountered her while scavenging for supplies. She pleaded with him to end her suffering, warning him that should Wang Tsung capture her, she would face an even more horrific fate. Thus, this woman became the sole victim of Chen Yue's hand in his previous life. Subsequently, Wang Tsung bartered the woman's corpse for an infant's body, thereby setting a grim precedent for cannibalism. It was this realization that rendered Chen Yue's gaze so frigid, as he had resolutely decided to eliminate this wretch. After receiving the funds, Chen Yue added a married woman to his contacts and transferred the money to her. Without acknowledging her profuse thanks, he promptly closed the chat window. The woman, possessing a semblance of conscience, recognized that money had become one of the last remaining utilities in the apocalypse, serving only as a means to be spent in the present moment. Simultaneously, Aunt Zhang, a worker in property management, found her home entirely devoid of food. Wrapped in her blankets, she shivered, her eyes brimming with despair. Through channels within the property management, Aunt Zhang had received some recent updates. A relentless snowstorm engulfed the globe, rendering the authorities incapable of mobilizing sufficient forces for rescue. Several major cities in the country had already succumbed to the onslaught, effectively closing off any hope for official assistance. However, with her own household now devoid of provisions, how much longer could she endure? 1 day? 2 days? No, she absolutely refused to perish in such a manner. A ruthless glint flickered in Aunt Zhang's eyes as she grasped her phone, trembling fingers sending a message in the group chat. Dear family, I have just received an official notification from the neighborhood committee. The rescue team is currently clearing our district, and I believe they will reach us shortly. Chapter 41. Aunt Zhang's scheme. Upon receiving Aunt Zhang's message, the group was instantly ablaze with excitement. Is it true? That's wonderful. My household is on the brink of running out of food, and if help doesn't arrive soon, I fear I shall perish here. Woe is me. Is the rescue team finally coming? I've been waiting for this moment. Aunt Zhang, do you know when exactly the rescue team will arrive? We have nothing left to eat. Indeed, my supplies are depleted too. Could you provide a definitive timeline? Observing the flurry of messages, Aunt Zhang revealed a cold smirk. Dear family, I have received word that the rescue team will reach us in approximately 3 to 5 days to commence their operations. The reactions to this announcement were a medley of joy and despair. Fantastic. I can hold on that long. I hope the rescue team arrives swiftly. What? 3 to 5 more days? My pantry will be bare by tomorrow. If only you had cooked more regularly. I still have provisions sufficient for another fortnight. I shall persevere until the rescue team arrives, and then I certainly intend to relocate to the equator. Jealous. Can you spare some food? Pleaded one. My stock has been entirely exhausted. The messages continued to flood the group chat as Aunt Zhang chuckled sinisterly, nodding in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction she desired. Surely, there were residents in the villa community hoarding ample supplies, while others faced complete depletion. This allowed Aunt Zhang to execute her initial stratagem. Those without provisions would inevitably seek sustenance from their well-stocked neighbors, inciting division, a critical element of Aunt Zhang's secondary plan. As anticipated, the group began to polarize. The majority faced scarcity while a minority still had reserves. Those with food became the focal point of attention, bombarded with requests for supplies. Yet, those individuals were not foolish. They would not relinquish their resources easily. Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears, Aunt Zhang interjected. We are all neighbors residing in the same villa community. There is no need to quarrel over trivial matters. I have just received an official notice. The property management will oversee the distribution of all supplies within our community. Thus, I kindly ask that all resources be centralized with me, so I can allocate them daily. To be frank, how significant are these supplies to you on a regular basis? Surely, a single meal costs you over 1,000 yuan, doesn't it? We have only 3 days left. After that, assistance will arrive. Holding on to these provisions serves no purpose. We see each other daily. If we do not unite now, how shall we face each other post-crisis? And Zhang's words struck a chord with the majority. Indeed, those of you with supplies, can you consume all that in 3 days? What harm is there in sharing a portion? We are neighbors. If you share food now, we shall remember your kindness after this ordeal has passed. Those with reserves, please. It is truly unnecessary to hoard. As the individuals with supplies began to relent, Aunt Zhang sent another message. The recent collection of supplies is mandated by the authorities. Should anyone fail to deliver the supplies to me, rest assured that the Security Bureau will hold them accountable after the disaster. I advise you to heed this warning. Chen Yue cast a cold glance at the messages in the group, a sneer gracing his lips. Is this yet another tactic? In my previous life, Aunt Zhang employed such a strategy as well. Ultimately, the supplies gathered were never distributed but hoarded within her home. Those who surrendered their supplies, and those who had long run out of provisions perished in their homes from the cold. In this lifetime, Chen Yue had no desire to involve himself in such trivial matters. In his eyes, those who submitted their supplies were fools unworthy of sympathy. The food and water he possessed could sustain him for centuries. At that moment, Aunt Zhang tagged Chen Yue in the group. Chen Yue, I recall that you have quite a few valuable items at home, don't you? Perhaps you could share some with everyone? She had lowered her tone. Yet Chen Yue felt no inclination to respond. With the vast amount you have, just a little would suffice for everyone to survive 3 days. Surely, you can't bear to watch us starve or freeze to death, right? If it's inconvenient for you, I could retrieve some from the back mountain. What do you think? My apologies, Aunt Zhang. Chen Yue replied while casually cleaning his teeth, but I have not a single grain of rice at home. Once you have gathered the supplies, please allocate a portion to me. Thank you. Aunt Zhang was left stunned by Chen Yue's response. You have no supplies? That is hard to believe. Her tone had grown noticeably sharper. Chen Yue, I am collecting supplies in the name of the authorities. Are you intending to defy them? If you do not hand over the food, you will be the first to be held accountable after the disaster. Dear friends, I assure you that when rescue arrives, those who contribute more supplies will be prioritized for assistance. Chen Yue smirked and sent a barrage of voice messages. Do you truly think you represent the organization? You are merely a property worker, wielding your authority as if it were a scepter. People have been too lenient with you, indulging your arrogance. Let me be clear, I have supplies, and plenty of them. If you have the guts, come to my home and try to take even a grain of rice. Chen Yue unceremoniously stripped away Aunt Zhang's facade in the group. A property worker is but a societal employee without any formal standing. How could she possibly represent the government? Moreover, Aunt Zhang was merely a lowly errand runner within her organization. Whenever someone needed assistance with electricity or water, they would turn to her. Given her age, people granted her a modicum of respect. Yet now, she dared to put on airs. How absurd. Chapter 42. A cup of hot tea. After delivering a scathing reprimand to Aunt Zhang, Chen Yue closed the group chat page, setting his phone aside to continue savoring the lamb leg on the table. One cannot help but remark that the flavor of the lamb from the western regions possesses a distinct essence, unlike that from other places. It carries a subtle aroma, devoid of any greasy aftertaste. Even a piece of fatty meat is surprisingly light. However, this exchange left Aunt Zhang fuming. Her hand clasped over her chest as she took some time to compose herself. How dare Chen Yue speak to me in such a manner? Time and again he opposes me, completely disregarding propriety. Does he not know the values of respect for elders and care for the young? When I take the bus, which young person would dare not offer me their seat? Once she regained her composure, Aunt Zhang contemplated rallying the group to berate Chen Yue. Yet she feared this might deter others from providing her with resources. After all, those with supplies were keenly observing the dynamics of the group. Should she incite others to insult Chen Yue, it would instill a sense of crisis among them, tarnishing her own reputation in the process. Reluctantly, Aunt Zhang swallowed her indignation and continued to manipulate the conversation in the group. It must be said, Aunt Zhang possessed a remarkable gift for persuasion, and under her influence, a few individuals did indeed deliver supplies to her home. Nevertheless, the majority of those with resources remained reticent, for no one is a fool. Upon receiving the food, Aunt Zhang immediately indulged, eager to make up for the meal she had previously missed. Meanwhile, the affluent heir Wang Tsong and his model girlfriend had traversed a considerable distance. The snow outside piled up to a height of a person, leaving their arms sore from digging snow caves. As a wealthy heir, Wang Tsong was accustomed to a life of ease, rarely stepping beyond the confines of his car or home. Engaging in such labor now felt utterly exhausting, especially as he lacked the physical prowess of individuals like Wu Zhan. Damn it, I can't go on, Wang Tsong exclaimed, casting aside the shovel and pulling out his phone to send a video to Chen Yue. Hey, Chen Yue, I've made it halfway. I really can't move anymore. You need to bring it to me. You fool, are you coming or not? Chen Yue retorted disdainfully, then shifted the camera to focus on a lobster, promptly removing one of its legs. I'll give you half an hour. If you haven't arrived by then, don't expect to see any of this. My phone's battery is down to 99, and I need to charge it, so hurry up. With that, Chen Yue abruptly ended the video call. Standing in the snow, Wang Tsong seethed with frustration, stomping his feet. Damn it, Chen Yue, just wait. Once this calamity passes, I will make you wish you were never born. With a newfound determination, Wang Tsong seemed to gain a burst of energy, digging frantically. Half an hour was an alarmingly brief span, and at his previous pace, he knew he would not make it in time. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through the agonizing pain in his arms, hastening his efforts. After half an hour, Wang Tsong stood frozen, staring at the structure before him. No wonder Chen Yue remarked that one could see his residence upon reaching the back mountain. This place is nothing short of a military fortress. Even if a horde of zombies were to descend, they would be utterly powerless against such a stronghold. Wang Tsong, who had never harbored feelings of envy throughout his life, was now engulfed in a profound jealousy. Why does someone from a lower echelon reside in such a place, while I languish in that dilapidated house without heating? This is simply unjust. The wealthy ought to relish a life befitting their status, while the impoverished should be confined to rat holes. This is an immutable truth. Chen Yue, observing Wang Tsong through the surveillance, saw him sluggishly approach the shooting aperture on the city wall. Sometimes, without a push, one remains oblivious to their own excellence. If you ask me, your excavation speed in this final half hour surpasses that of Wu Jin and his lackeys by far. Wang Tsong's teeth ground together. Damn it, are you really pushing me? I nearly collapsed outside. Were it not for the tantalizing food drawing me in, I would have given up long ago. Yet, these thoughts remained locked within his heart. Chen Yue, this place is quite appealing. How much for it? Chen Yue was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You wish to purchase my fortress? How amusing. Truly delightful. Name your price. Wang Tsong, with a show of ostentation, declared, I will not haggle. Very well, I shall ask for 500 million. Chen Yue knew Wang Tsong could secure such an amount. After all, at the onset of Wang Tsong's entrepreneurial journey, his father, Wang Lin, had provided him with 500 million as seed capital. Given the time that has passed and Wang Tsong's ability to leverage his father's connections for projects, he had likely amassed at least double that by now. 500 million, you say? Agreed. Wang Tsong readily accepted, reaching for his phone to initiate the transfer, only to suddenly recollect. Wait, please bring down the food from earlier. At this moment, Chen Yue had already drawn out a military-grade compound crossbow aimed at Wang Tsong. But upon witnessing the latter's audacious demeanor, his thoughts shifted. Allowing the scoundrel to perish so easily would be too lenient. Just a moment, you've arrived too late. The food has gone cold. Allow me to fetch you a cup of hot tea to warm you up, and I shall reheat the food as well. Upon hearing Chen Yue's drastic shift in attitude, Wang Tsong could not help but smirk. My father does not deceive me. The adage that money can make even the devil dance is indeed a profound truth. Just moments ago, he was arrogant. But upon realizing I could offer 500 million for this fortress, Chen Yue has transformed into such a courteous host. Chen Yue returned to his abode, found a bottle of Dongfang Shai, poured it out, and filled it with holy water. As for why he did not use a mineral water bottle, the opening was simply too narrow. Once he completed the task, the liquid bore a striking resemblance to the original tea, still warm to the touch. Chapter 43. The young model. Though the warm sensation of the bottle might evoke a hint of skepticism, it is entirely reasonable for the tea to be heated in such a cozy environment as Lin Feng's home. Upon returning to the shooting port with the holy water, Chen Yue found Wang Tsong and the young model outside, shivering from the cold. While engaging in physical activity, one may not feel the chill. Yet the moment one ceases movement, the sweat exuding from the body releases a substantial amount of heat. Even the damp hair had formed icicles. Hey, the food you requested is being warmed up. Chen Yue tossed the holy water towards Wang Kong. Have some hot tea to warm yourself? Wang Tsong caught the bottle, the gentle warmth instantly spreading throughout his body. At that moment, he was thoroughly frozen. Without a second thought, he unscrewed the cap and began to drink eagerly. Beside him, the young model involuntarily swallowed hard, while Chen Yue, at the shooting port, discreetly recorded the scene on his phone. The model understood that in Wang Tsong's eyes, she was merely a tool, and thus he would never share any of the drink with her. Wang Tsong's Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped down nearly half the bottle before sensing something was amiss. What kind of tea is this? Wang Tsong wondered aloud. Glancing at the color of the liquid, he took another sip to discern its flavor, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurled the bottle to the ground. What the hell? Chen Yue, is this excrement? Chen Yue burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Who would have thought that the privileged heir, who everyone clamored to please, would eagerly consume his own concoction? And he had recorded it all. This was a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. Chen Yue, I swear I'll kill you. You wretched creature. If you dare, come down and face me. Wang Tsong fumed, his anger palpable as he retched intermittently, unleashing a torrent of curses. His gaze seemed to pierce through Chen Yue. Face you? Why would I do that? Chen Yue yawned lazily, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. I'm warm and well-fed here. Why would I subject myself to your torment? With that, Chen Yue produced a military-grade crossbow, aiming it at Wang Tsong's calf. Upon seeing the weapon, Wang Tsung's face blanched, and he began to plead for mercy while attempting to flee. No, please, I was wrong. I'm sorry, brother. However, Chen Yue was in no mood to indulge him. He swiftly loosed 3 arrows, one striking Wang Tsung in the thigh. Instantly, Wang Tsung collapsed, clutching his leg as he howled in pain and rage. Chen Yue, you dare lay hands on me. I'll kill you. Are you done yet? If you want to kill me, come on. Chen Yue retorted. His aim was not precise when targeting moving objects, but hitting the incapacitated Wang Tsung was a different matter altogether. 3 more arrows flew forth, each finding its mark in Wang Tsung's abdomen and legs. Now utterly immobilized, he could only writhe on the ground. Woman, come save me. I'll pay you a lot of money. Yet the model stood frozen in fear, trembling, and unable to move. At this moment, Chen Yue no longer harbored any desire to eliminate Wang Kong. Such a scoundrel. To let him perish like this would be too lenient. Let him gradually lose his body heat amidst the icy snow, slowly experience the essence of death. Chen Yue sheathed the military composite crossbow, gazing impassively at Wang Tsung, who was struggling in the snow, already weakened. Wang Tsung succumbed to shock within mere minutes due to blood loss and hypothermia. Hey, drag Wang Tsung into the snow pit. He has too much of an eyesore lying here. Chen Yue commanded the model, her expression devoid of emotion. The bewildered model, upon hearing Chen Yue's voice, approached Wang Tsung and seized his legs, dragging him into the snow pit. The crimson blood quickly froze, covered by a delicate layer of snowflakes. At this moment, Chen Yue pondered how to deal with the model. In a previous life, he had crossed paths with her. She was not only the first person he killed, but also the first to extend a helping hand, rescuing him. Back then, Chen Yue was at the mercy of the Su family, suffering daily beatings from Su Lang, insults from Kai Mei, and disdainful looks from Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao. Even Su Jiao's chihuahua would relieve itself upon his head. The model was someone Chen Yue understood. She was a university student from a rural background, struggling with poverty, unable to afford tuition. Pursuing a modeling career was inherently costly, which led her to reluctantly align herself with the wealthy Wang Kong. Who could have foreseen the sudden onset of this frozen apocalypse, leaving her residing in Wang Tsung's villa? Overall, the model could be considered relatively innocent. In a past life, coerced by Wang Tsung to barter her body for food, she had just exited a man's residence when she encountered a bruised Chen Yue, battered by Su Lang. Upon learning of his plight, she astonishingly shared some of her food, providing a fleeting warmth to Chen Yue, who had endured much suffering in the apocalypse. Never mind. She is also a victim of circumstance. Chen Yue appraised the model's curvaceous figure, recognizing her potential utility. Hey, find something to cover your eyes. I'll let you in. Though Wang Tsung was far from a decent man, he at least provided her with a semblance of security. But now that he was dead, the model was left in disarray, contemplating her fate when she heard Chen Yue's voice. Let me in? Into that impregnable fortress? Surely, I must be dreaming. The model hastily tore a piece from her undergarment, blindfolding herself and standing still in quiet anticipation. Moments later, a warm hand grasped her arm. Although the model could not see her surroundings, she felt the temperature rising, gradually becoming more temperate. Chapter 44. The aftermath of resettlement. It had been an eternity since she had felt such warmth. Her heartbeat quickened, and the fingers, frostbitten from the biting wind and snow, began to itch. Where exactly was this place? Why did it feel so comfortable? If only I could remain here forever. Would this man allow me to stay? No, that is impossible. In this apocalyptic world where everyone is on edge, he certainly wouldn't permit me to linger. Besides, I am of no use and would only squander resources. After a few minutes of chaotic thoughts, the woman was led by Chen Yue into a small room, where her blindfold was removed. The room was modest and somewhat dirty, with a layer of dust covering the floor. It contained no superfluous furniture, only a bed with a box of condoms resting on the bedside. Yet the bed was remarkably clean, exuding the fragrance of laundry detergent. Chen Yue had just prepared this room, and it was ready for her use. After guiding the woman inside, he turned and exited, sitting on the edge of the bed. The woman caressed the soft fabric, savoring the warmth of the room, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did he truly allow me to stay here? A few minutes later, Chen Yue returned with a takeout meal, featuring rice as the main dish and 3 accompanying dishes. As she beheld the steaming food, a haze seemed to envelop her vision. Noticing that Chen Yue had not left, she quickly grasped his intentions. She unfastened her thick down jacket, revealing a form-fitting dress beneath, her curvaceous figure laid bare before him. Then, she unbuttoned her dress, allowing it to cascade to the floor. Chen Yue's gaze was captivated. It was undeniable that her skin and physique were exquisite. Coupled with her striking beauty, she surpassed many celebrities in allure. The woman shyly attempted to cover herself with her arms, unaware that this gesture only heightened her irresistible charm. igniting an impulse within Chen Yue to seize her wrist and push her onto the bed. Can we begin?" she asked, her voice tinged with a blend of anxiety and shyness. Chen Yue lifted her and placed her gently on the bed, her eyes reflecting a flicker of panic intertwined with bashfulness. The temperature in the room seemed to rise significantly. An hour later, Chen Yue, fully dressed, brought the takeout to the bedside. The woman, already famished, wrapped in a velvet blanket, sat up and began to eat heartily. "What is your name?" Chen Yue inquired, having crossed paths with her in both past and present, yet remaining unaware of her identity. "Tang Xiaozhen. You can call me Xiaozhen," she replied. "All right, enjoy your meal. I will step outside for a moment," Chen Yue said, rising to exit the room. A few minutes later, he returned with a travel bag, casually tossing it onto the bed. "What is this?" Tang Xiaozhen asked, blinking in confusion. "It's all food," Chen Yue replied with a stoic expression. "In this apocalypse, I too must fend for myself. Therefore, once you finish eating, you must leave this place. This is food for you, a token of gratitude." Token of gratitude? What gratitude? Tang Xiaozhen could scarcely recall what she had done to warrant the gratitude of the eminent figure before her. "It is nothing," Chen Yue replied succinctly. "What are your plans for the future? Do you have any intentions?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaozhen's gaze dimmed, and after a prolonged silence, she shook her head. "My family resides in the countryside. Returning home is simply not an option. The snow outside is so thick that I certainly cannot return to school. Beyond going back to that villa, I truly do not know where else I might go." Chen Yue sighed upon hearing her words. "You certainly cannot return to the villa. Even disregarding the abundance of food you possess, without Wang Tsong, you would attract unwanted attention from those around you. At that point, it would be difficult for you to escape your predicament." After uttering this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. "Ah, I have a place I can recommend to you," Chen Yue suddenly recalled. "It is at least sheltered from the wind, spacious, and equipped with bedding. There are plenty of trees around, so you can resolve your heating concerns as well. What do you think? Would you like to go?" After pondering for a few moments, Tang Xiaozhen nodded eagerly. "I would like to go." Once she had eaten her fill, Chen Yue packed 2 boxes of lighters into her travel bag. Although there was firewood, it would be impractical to expect her to create fire by friction. Gently covering Tang Xiaozhen's eyes with a layer of fabric, Chen Yue took her hand and led her out of the small room. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that, in the face of disaster and temptation, he had little faith in human nature. Upon exiting the room, they found themselves in a long corridor, which connected the interior of the shelter to the inner city walls. The place where Chen Yue and Tang Xiaozhen had just been was the nearest buffer chamber to the city wall. Should anyone attempt to breach the premises, they would encounter a formidable steel door designed for a bank vault. If the intruder were exceptionally fortunate and managed to decipher the door's code, they could access the buffer chamber where Chen Yue currently stood. However, to enter the shelter itself, one would have to pass through another door. This arrangement was a precautionary measure against a potential breach. Even if the outer door were compromised, the mob would still be thwarted by the 2 steel gates, requiring considerable effort to penetrate the shelter. Nevertheless, even if they managed to gain entry, it would pose no threat to Chen Yue, for the true sanctuary lay in the basement. At that moment, Chen Yue was leading Tang Xiaozhen through the buffer zone nearest to the gate. Once outside, Chen Yue gestured in a particular direction before re-entering the building. Although Tang Xiaozhen found herself once more amid the snow-laden exterior, her mindset had transformed dramatically. Previously, she had been engulfed in confusion and helplessness. Now, however, she was imbued with hope for a future life. This hope, a rare gem in the frozen apocalypse, would burgeon into a warm breeze, gradually expanding and enveloping the entire land. Chapter 45. The pitiful Lin Jiaodong. After braving the biting wind and snow for several minutes, Tang Xiaozhen found herself standing outside a 2-story tin structure. This building served as temporary quarters for workers during the construction of the nuclear power plant. Inside, a wealth of supplies and living amenities remained, including beds, blankets, and more. There was even a generator and ample gasoline. In an effort to keep the existence of the nuclear power plant concealed, and to provide Tang Xiaozhen with a refuge, Chen Yue had chosen this location. Firstly, the supplies left behind by the workers posed a potential threat. Eventually, those searching for resources would uncover the truth, necessitating someone to deplete the stockpile. Secondly, the presence of a beautiful model would deter scrutiny from others. Tang Xiaozhen pushed open the door and stepped inside. Dust hung in the air, and chaos reigned throughout the space. In a normal society, this place would be deemed dirtier and more disordered than a slum. Yet, in Tang Xiaozhen's eyes, it was her home. Although it was a mess, shutting the door provided shelter from the elements. The generator was intact, and the gasoline supply was sufficient to last several months if used sparingly. Counting the rooms, she noted that there were 6 on each floor. The lower level was filled with tools, while the upper level served as living quarters. The rooms contained blankets, mattresses, and some clothing that had been left behind. Though they reeked. However, they were warm. Surrounded by trees and armed with a lighter, she could easily solve the heating issue. Tang Xiaojun gazed at her new home, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Yue was monitoring Tang Xiaojun's every move through surveillance. When he saw her begin to tidy up and clean the room, his previously anxious heart settled. Born in the countryside and trained as a fashion model, she had reluctantly aligned herself with Wang Kong. Yet, her kind heart remained intact. If she found the conditions intolerable and refused to stay, he would have to eliminate her, even though her eyes had been covered during her entrance to the fortress. Rendering her unaware of her surroundings, he could not afford to overlook even the slightest risk. After leaving the monitoring room, Chen Yue activated the recording mode, allowing him to check on Tang Xiaojun's status at any time. Upon returning to the shelter, he furrowed his brow, confronted by a monumental dilemma. What should he eat today? On the 8th day of the apocalypse, anguished cries echoed from the Su family villa. You useless fool. You brought back so little food. Who can eat this? I'll kill you. Su Lang wielded a steel pipe, bringing Lin Jiadong to the ground, relentlessly stomping on his body. Lin Jiadong curled up like a dog, shielding his head with his hands and howling in despair. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise I will work hard to find supplies. Just give me another chance. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. For the love of all that is holy, stop. However, Su Lang paid no heed, swinging his arm with vigor as the steel pipe struck Lin Jiadong repeatedly. Lin Jiadong, realizing that begging was futile, turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoxian, who stood a short distance away. Xiaoxian, help me. I am your husband. If your brother continues to beat me, I will surely perish. Be silent. Su Xiaoxian coldly regarded Lin Jiadong, who lay on the ground. If you could bring back sufficient supplies to ensure we are well fed, would my brother strike you? This is all because of your ineptitude. Thus, you deserve the beating. Brother, have you not eaten? Hit harder. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxuan's words, Lin Jiadong felt a chill in his heart. After enduring a relentless assault for over 10 minutes, Su Lang was also visibly fatigued. At that moment, Lin Jiadong had curled himself into a corner, squinting at the Su family. 4 days on end, he was driven out at dawn by Su Lang to scavenge for food. Yet he was denied even a morsel of what he found. Moreover, after consuming the food he procured, these individuals still deemed it insufficient, readily resorting to physical violence against him. His mother-in-law, Kai Mei, was no better. Rather than mediating, she fanned the flames of conflict. Su Jiao, despite her pleasing figure, spent her days indulging in gluttony and idleness. In an inexplicable turn of events, she had recently demanded steak from him. What the hell do you even eat? In this dire world, if someone were to feast upon steak, he would rather eat excrement upside down. Yet, all this resentment had to remain bottled up within Lin Jiadong. He dared not utter a single word. His once-held respect for the Su family had turned to profound hatred. However, Su Lang was far too formidable. Lin Jiadong stood no chance against him, towering at 1.8 meters. Instead of foraging for food, Su Lang chose to fixate on him daily. Then there was that cousin, who spent his days idly watching. At that moment, a chihuahua strutted past Lin Jiadong, igniting his fury further. That wretched dog is still alive. They feed that mutt while I go hungry. The chihuahua rolled its eyes at him and lifted its leg, urinating on him. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped Lin Jiadong's body. Damn it, this cursed dog, I must slay you. His eyes gleamed with malice, restless to retaliate, yet he dared not act. For this dog was Su Jiao's precious pet, holding a status above his own. Any harm against it would surely invoke Su Jiao's wrath, and Su Lang would not spare him either. Meanwhile, in Su Jiao's room on the second floor, having just pilfered some dog food, she tossed and turned while gazing at the images sent by Chen Yue, drooling uncontrollably. That guy eats so many delicacies every day. Doesn't he fear high blood pressure? And why has he stopped reaching out to me? Does he not understand the importance of initiative? After much contemplation, Su Jiao decided to take the initiative herself and sweetly sent a voice message to Chen Yue. Brother, what are you doing? However, just as she sent the message, the door to her room creaked open and Su Xiaoxian entered. She first eyed the chihuahua, swallowing hard, and then fixed her gaze upon Su Jiao. Xiao Jiao, have you been in contact with Chen Yue? Let me guess, he is undoubtedly living well with plenty of food. Which is why you reached out to him, right? Su Jiao stood frozen in place. Is she a worm in my belly? How does she know everything? Chapter 46. The video sisters seeing Su Jiao standing there in silence, Su Xiaoxian let out a cold laugh. I am, after all, the female president of the company and have encountered countless individuals. I have known your character since childhood. When Chen Yue was at home, you treated him with extreme indifference. Yet now you are eagerly ingratiating yourself with him. Surely, there is an ulterior motive. Pray tell, what is Chen Yue's current situation? As Su Jiao realized she could no longer conceal the truth, she decided to reveal her chat history with Chen Yue. showcasing the images and videos he had sent to Su Shaoxian. Su Shaoxian's jaw dropped in shock as she exclaimed, "Where did Chen Yue acquire such an abundance of food? My goodness, French snails? And this, caviar. Is he truly on the same planet as us? Could it be that he has traveled through time?" Previously, Su Shaoxian had suspected that Chen Yue was living quite well, at least free from worries about food and drink. However, she never imagined that Chen Yue was not only doing well, but exceedingly so. "Sister, Chen Yue usually cannot indulge in such luxuries. Yet he is feasting at this moment," Su Jiao remarked sarcastically. "And sending me these images only indicates one thing. He is deliberately trying to provoke us." "That makes sense," Su Shaoxian said, now calming down, her mind filled with thoughts of the exquisite delicacies at Chen Yue's home. "I sensed even back at the Civil Affairs Bureau that Chen Yue still harbored feelings for me. Just think about it. Chen Yue spent so many years in our household. His status lower than even that of your dog. Why then, at the time of our divorce, did he demand such an exorbitant sum? Not only did he ask for $1 billion as a settlement, but he also insisted on taking 3 supermarkets along with the storage and logistics center." "Indeed, sister. Your words ring true." Chen Yue's behavior back then was indeed quite abnormal. Su Jiao also reminisced, recalling how Chen Yue's gaze towards her had shifted during that period. "Sister, do you think all of this could have been intentional on his part?" "Intentional? What do you mean?" Su Shaoxian was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, consider this. If we follow Chen Yue's previous demeanor, would he have had the audacity to demand such things during the divorce?" Su Jiao analyzed, while Su Shaoxian instinctively shook her head in disbelief. "Thus, I suspect that Chen Yue may have learned through some channel about the impending disaster, which is why he dared to make such outrageous demands." Su Shaoxian was left speechless, recalling past scenes. Indeed, if that were the case, everything would make sense. Although they are now divorced, Chen Yue has consistently targeted Lin Jiadong, the third party. He has not made things difficult for me at all. This indicates that Chen Yue still harbors feelings for me. Even if he occasionally vents his anger at me, it likely stems from thoughts of Lin Jiadong, the despicable Lin Jiadong, who seduced me and shattered my marriage, leaving me to suffer in this freezing cold. As for Chen Yue's reason for not informing you about the apocalypse, it was because he believed you would not take his word seriously. Su Jiao continued her analysis. At that time, your eyes were solely fixated on that worthless Lin Jiadong. Regardless of what Chen Yue says, one would inevitably perceive him as merely stirring up trouble. And it is utterly implausible to believe in such nonsensical notions as the impending apocalypse. Su Shaoxian nodded, having completely trusted Su Jiao's judgment. Chen Yue had actually endured so much for her sake. Now, with just a little initiative on her part, they could mend their fractured relationship and reconcile. This would allow her to reside in Chen Yue's home, indulging in a life of luxury. "Sister, I have a plan," Su Jiao said mysteriously. "Since Chen Yue still harbors feelings for you, let us fully exploit the advantages of femininity." "That makes sense," Su Shaoxian replied. "I know Chen Yue quite well. Even a simple embrace from him makes me sense his intense yearning. It is evident he has yet to experience the pleasures of life. Akin to a wild dog starved for sustenance. With our beauty and figures, we could easily ensnare him. Moreover, Chen Yue harbors disdain for our mother and brother. But he does not bear us any significant malice. Xiao Jiao, contact him and send him a video, quickly." At that moment, Su Shaoxian could no longer contain her impatience and urged her sister. Meanwhile, Chen Yue was relishing the comfort of an indoor hot spring, a facial mask adorning his face. "Ah, life can be so dull yet delightful," he mused. "At times, I envy those who brave the outside world. Their days are undoubtedly fulfilling." Chen Yue indulged in his musings. "I am not K. I am not K. I am not K." Just then, his phone chimed with a distinctive video call ringtone. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was a video from Su Jiao. What does this woman want now? As he answered the video call, he was taken aback to see Su Jiao clad in a summer white off-shoulder dress. It was hard to fathom how she could bear to wear such attire in such frigid weather. "Brother, what are you doing? I find myself missing you just a little," she teased. "How despicable of you. I don't reach out, and you don't even think to send me a message. Am I no longer in your thoughts? Brother, do you like my dress? Achu, does it look good?" Su Jiao grinned, her voice slightly nasal. "Can you not discern what I am doing? I am soaking in a hot spring, wearing a facial mask." Chen Yue replied, turning his phone to reveal his surroundings. "Brother, you are so infuriating. You are not wearing anything and showing off." Chen Yue chuckled coldly. This woman was indeed amusing, putting on quite a show. "Actually, brother, there is someone else who wishes to see you today." Su Jiao shifted her angle, revealing Su Shaoxian in a blue off-shoulder dress appearing on the screen. Chapter 47. This video has a flavor. Su Shaoxian and Chen Yue locked eyes, sharing a moment of silence that stretched for several seconds. Chen Yue, are you all right?" Su Shaoxian inquired awkwardly, only to feel even more embarrassed the moment the words left her lips. Chen Yue was indulging in a hot spring and applying a facial mask. She appeared to be in perfect bliss. Such luxury was beyond Su Xiaoshuan's wildest dreams. I wish I could apply a mask too, but given the temperature in Su's villa, if I dared to do so, my skin would surely peel away. Chen Yue gazed intently at both Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao. Su Xiaoxian had a voluptuous figure, her every movement exuding grace, reminiscent of a luscious peach. In contrast, Su Jiao, youthful and vibrant, resembled a freshly blossomed daisy in Chen Yue's eyes. The two women were utterly astonished by the rising mist in the video. What a warm place it must be to produce such a volume of steam. Having not indulged in masks or makeup for quite some time, they were left drooling with envy. Chen Yue, do you think I look good today? Su Xiaoxian asked. Chen Yue nodded. Passable. At Chen Yue's praise, a rosy hue crept onto Su Xiaoshuan's cheeks. Chen Yue, may I come to find you? Don't you think I look good in this outfit? I want you to see it in person. Brother-in-law, I want to go too, Su Jiao chimed in, quickly squeezing herself into the frame. Brother-in-law? It's not safe outside right now. Let me accompany my sister. You said you liked me too. Don't you want to meet me? Su Jiao persisted, her eagerness evident. Please. Let me join my sister. Chen Yue, observing Su Jiao's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If you wish to come, I'll need to think it over. Chen Yue deliberately offered them a glimmer of hope, curious to see what tricks these two women might employ. Moreover, she was taken aback by Su Jiao's boldness in addressing her as brother-in-law. Previously, she had been treated as lesser than a dog in Su Jiao's eyes, never once referred to in such a manner. Upon hearing Chen Yue's concession, Su Jiao's eyes brightened instantly. Brother-in-law, my sister has changed her mind. Please allow us to come over. You must be lonely by yourself, and with us there, you'll have plenty of fun. As she spoke, Su Jiao purposefully tugged at her clothing near her shoulder. Su Xiaoxian, surprised by Su Jiao's audacity, thought to herself, this little minx is quite the performer. I cannot be outdone. Chen Yue, look, I'm wearing the blue dress you like the most. Su Xiaoxian twirled before the camera, showcasing her figure. You used to ask me to wear this dress and play games with you, but my work kept me too busy to spend time with you. Now that I have a break, I can finally play those games with you. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxian lifted her skirt considerably, revealing her fair, luscious thighs, nearly exposing her undergarments. Chen Yue could not help but swallow hard. It must be said that both Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao, these captivating enchantresses, were exceedingly tempting. They incessantly teased the nerve within Chen Yue, igniting a restless yearning within him. He truly desired to summon them over and indulge thoroughly. However, the more he entertained such thoughts, the more repulsed he felt. These two vixens had their own ulterior motives, which he was all too aware of. They likely sought refuge in his protection, hoping to seize the opportunity to possess him, right? Very well. He would play along with their little game. Chen Yue rose to his feet, showcasing his well-defined physique. As he stretched, his robust form left Su Xiaoxian utterly mesmerized. How could this fellow be so extraordinarily strong? Why had he never noticed it before? The allure of strength was an intrinsic nature for women. Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao, aware of Chen Yue's ample provisions, might have been tempting him for the sake of mutual benefit. Yet, upon witnessing his formidable stature, their perspectives began to shift gradually. In the frozen apocalypse, only the strong could thrive. Otherwise, regardless of how much food one possessed, one would ultimately become prey. Su Xiaoxian swayed her serpentine waist, emitting enticing sighs. After years of marriage to Chen Yue, she had never exhibited such a demeanor nor produced such sounds. For a moment, he was entranced. Su Jiao, besides Su Xiaoxian, glanced anxiously at her sister and intensified her efforts. However, she soon realized that no matter how she twisted, Chen Yue's gaze remained fixated on her sister, Su Xiaoxian. In her desperation, Su Jiao pulled down her attire on the other side, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. The off-shoulder dress slipped from her body. Not only was Chen Yue astonished, but even Su Xiaoxian stood frozen in shock. Goodness, did this little minx need to put in such effort? My word, if she revealed herself, would that not put me at a disadvantage if I remained clothed? Su Jiao hastily covered her bosom, feeling her cheeks aflame despite the frigid temperature of the room. Brother Chen Yue, did you see? Indeed. Then, may I? Of course not. Chen Yue decisively rejected Su Jiao's request. Her inner calculations were loud enough to be heard 10 miles away, while Chen Yue harbored desires to consume them. The resentment from his past life lingered in his heart. Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao had tormented him in their previous lives, treating him as less than human. Especially Su Jiao's wretched canine, which Chen Yue had longed to eliminate. Thus, he must ensure that this clan of Su family members paid a price, experiencing suffering and despair before meeting their end in utter hopelessness. Seeing Chen Yue's continued refusal, tears welled in Su Jiao's eyes. At that moment, both Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao were freezing, huddling together under the blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 48. Sowing discord. Observing Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao huddled together for warmth. Chen Yue felt an indescribable satisfaction within. Neither of these women possessed any redeeming qualities. Given the apparent closeness of their relationship, why not deepen it even further? Su Jiao. How surprising it is. Despite the apocalypse having ravaged the world for several days, your figure remains remarkably intact, still so full and rounded. Chen Yue did not hold back on her praise, noting that the Su family must be faring quite well, able to maintain such indulgence even in these dire times. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Su Jiao's face turned pale instantly. Su Shaoxian stood frozen, scrutinizing her younger sister from head to toe. Indeed, for the past few days, Su Jiao had consumed the same rations as them. How was it possible for her to remain so plump? Immediately, Chen Yue continued her verbal assault in the video. Su Shaoxian, just look at how emaciated you've become. Clearly, you are a good sister, sacrificing your share for Su Jiao. Aren't you? At this moment, Su Jiao attempted to snatch the phone from Su Shaoxuan's grasp, but was thwarted. Su Shaoxian continued to scrutinize Su Jiao with a perplexed gaze. Particularly, she noted the fullness of Su Jiao's bosom, contrasting it with her own slightly sagging form due to hunger. Su Jiao, be honest. Aside from the food that Lin Jiadong, that good-for-nothing, brought back, what else have you been eating these past few days? I haven't eaten anything. Su Jiao exclaimed in a fluster. Sister, don't listen to Chen Yue's nonsense. I've been eating with you all. What could I possibly have? Then why haven't you lost much weight? Su Shaoxian's gaze sharpened. Akin to an employer discovering an employee slacking off. Don't tell me it's a matter of your physique. No matter how exceptional your constitution is. After being starved for so long, you would surely lose weight. I. Su Jiao stammered, uncertain how to respond. Su Jiao. What time is it now? Su Shaoxian's tone suddenly softened. We are in the midst of an apocalypse. We are family and should share both hardships and blessings. If you have food hidden away, I advise you to confess it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if it comes to the attention of our brother and mother, you know their methods. I truly haven't hidden any food. Su Jiao was resolute, unwilling to part with her secret stash of dog food, her last remaining supply. Hearing Su Jiao's words, a hint of sorrow crossed Su Shaoxian's face. Su Shaoxian, Chen Yue's voice chimed in again. Let me give you a little hint. Check beneath Su Jiao's bed. Beneath the bed? Su Shaoxian glanced at the ashen-faced Su Jiao, preparing to rise. But Su Jiao grabbed her arm. Sister, there's nothing under the bed. Su Jiao's frantic demeanor only heightened Su Shaoxian's suspicions. After breaking free from Su Jiao's grasp, Su Shaoxian crouched down and discovered a bag of dog food, already opened, tucked away beneath the bed. Don't touch that. It's mine. Su Jiao lunged forward as if possessed, snatching the dog food with a fierce glare directed at Su Shaoxian. This scene resembled that of a dog fiercely guarding its food. Su Shaoxian did not relent, using her advantage and reach to grasp Su Jiao's hair firmly. Within the confines of the room, a fierce altercation unfolded. Su Jiao, how dare you secretly hoard food? I shall inform Mother. I will fight you to the bitter end. If you dare tell Mother, there won't be enough dog food for the entire family for even a day's sustenance. What will we do after it's gone? What about my beloved Chihuahua? That is of no concern to me. Even that wretched dog could be consumed if it comes to that. After all, it is still meat. You are truly malicious. To even contemplate harming my precious pet. Chen Yue, observing the fracas between the two fair-skinned women through the lens of his camera, was taken aback. He hastily made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a chilled bottle of beer from the refrigerator, along with several delectable cold dishes from the pantry. Once the beer was poured and the appetizers arranged, he felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao still embroiled in their tussle. To relish a spectacle, one must have fine wine and sumptuous food. Given the intensity of this drama, it was evident that strong spirits were ill-suited. Only perfectly chilled beer would suffice as an exquisite accompaniment. Su Shaoxian, at the very least, I shall share a portion with you. We can dine together in the future. As Su Jiao sensed her defeat, she quickly whispered to Su Shaoxian, together? That could work. Do you truly mean it? Su Shaoxian released her grip on Su Jiao's hair. If you dare deceive me, I shall promptly inform brother and mother. As long as you remain silent, we shall share this dog food. Just consider it. Brother's appetite is insatiable. How much would he consume in one sitting? And with mother, this substantial bag of dog food wouldn't suffice for their meal. Su Jiao panted. However, if it is just the two of us, with a daily ration, not only will they remain oblivious, but we can also eat to our fill. What do you think? To be candid, Su Shaoxian found herself tempted. Recently, she had barely managed to stave off hunger. And the prospect of a more satisfying meal lay before her. She had no reason to decline. Very well, I accept your proposal. Su Shaoxian nodded. I shall not inform mother or brother. This matter shall remain between us. Excellent. Chen Yue, observing the agreement forged between Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao, could not suppress a sardonic smile. You truly are dutiful daughters, even at this juncture, not forgetting to encourage your mother in her weight loss endeavors. Chen Yu's voice resonated through the phone, causing Su Xiaoxuan's countenance to pale as she swiftly ended the video call. What is wrong, sister? Did you hear that? Is everything all right? Chen Yue inquired, having caught wind of the commotion. Such clandestine affairs are best kept to a minimum, Su Xiaoxian remarked, stealing a glance at the now-terminated chat window as she popped a few pieces of dog food into her mouth. Chapter 49. A harsh rebuke to the ex-wife. After finishing the meal in Su Zhao's room, Su Xiaoxian made her way downstairs. At that moment, Kai Mei and Su Lang sat huddled together by the fire, their eyes tightly shut, wrapped in blankets for warmth. The prolonged hunger had rendered them too weary to even open their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Jiadong trembled in a small corner, shivering from the cold. What took you so long? Kai Mei weakly lifted her eyelids and inquired of Su Xiaoxian. Oh, Su Jiao has her period. Su Xiaoxian fabricated an excuse. She felt a bit unwell, and I was taking care of her. Kai Mei accepted this explanation without suspicion, merely nodding in response. Mom, I'm heading back to my room to change into a fresh set of clothes, Su Xiaoxian announced. I haven't bathed in days, and I need to put on something clean. All right, go ahead, Kai Mei replied. Upon returning to her room, Su Xiaoxian changed into a lovely blue dress and sent a friend request to Chen Yue. While preparing braised pork, Chen Yue heard her phone chime and instinctively glanced at the screen. Why is it Su Xiaoxian? What does she want to add me for? Chen Yue hesitated to accept the request immediately, as her braised pork was nearly ready. After plating her dish, she wiped her hands on her apron and accepted Su Xiaoxuan's friend request. I didn't call. The familiar video ringtone echoed once more, prompting Chen Yue to answer it directly. Su Xiaoxian had prepared a multitude of words, but upon seeing Chen Yue cooking steak and braised pork, her mind went blank, and saliva involuntarily dribbled down her chin. Through the screen, Su Xiaoxian could almost savor the enticing aroma of the steak and the tender, luscious texture of the braised pork. What is it? Speak quickly. Chen Yue was focused on cooking the steak, needing to monitor the heat carefully to avoid overcooking it, and had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Su Xiaoxian. Finally regaining her composure, Su Xiaoxian sat up straight and stated earnestly, Chen Yue, I was wrong. I don't know why I was blinded by my own arrogance and hurt you. I sincerely apologize. I am sorry. Chen Yue, however, ignored her. As if she hadn't uttered a word, Su Xiaoxian felt a tinge of embarrassment at Chen Yue's lack of response. Chen Yue, are you still angry with me? I understand, and I don't blame you. If the roles were reversed, I would feel the same way. But consider how I have treated you over the years, and how the Su family has treated you. You've often resorted to hitting and scolding me, and the entire Su family has never regarded me as a person. Do you need me to provide examples? Chen Yue replied calmly. Su Xiaoxian had not anticipated such a retort from Chen Yue. Just as she was about to react, she paused to reflect, realizing that there was some truth to Chen Yue's words. Fine. Even if I haven't treated you well, and the Su family hasn't either, this is your opportunity to demonstrate your magnanimity. Su Xiaoxian began to employ workplace PA tactics to influence Chen Yue. Since we are able to be together, it signifies that we share a connection. Chen Yue, have you ever heard the saying, it takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat, 100 years to share a bed? The many days we have spent together sleeping signifies that our past lives have cultivated for thousands, even tens of thousands of years to attain this. Oh, I see. Chen Yue paused momentarily, as if pondering, then in my previous life, I must have been a malevolent practitioner, which is why I am so unfortunate in this life to have encountered you. Su Xiaoxian, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Malevolent practitioner? How dare you? I speak of love, and you speak of malevolent practices? Now I understand why I must divorce you. A man so devoid of romantic understanding deserves to be single for life. Yet, for the sake of the food in Chen Yue's hands, she swallowed her ire. Chen Yue plated the steak, cooked to a perfect medium, and selected a sauce before slowly continuing, Su Xiaoxian, I truly do not understand how you can be so thick-skinned. You still have the audacity to contact me? If it were me, I would have long sought a solitary place to end it all. Su Xiaoxian sat there in silence, resembling a schoolchild chastised by a teacher. Chen Yue brought the prepared braised pork and steak to the dining table and took a seat. As he savored the delectable food, he gazed at Su Xiaoxian on the screen. Su Xiaoxian, how did I treat your family back then? You must be fully aware of how I regarded you. Without me, whether you could have established a foothold in Jinghai is questionable. And Lin Jiadong? Ask yourself honestly, was I not good to you back then? Now you come to me to apologize. What difference does it make from stabbing someone and then expressing remorse? What is the difference between dumping nuclear waste into the ocean and then apologizing for polluting it? Su Xiaoxian, you hold no place in my heart anymore. Everything I do now is an act of vengeance. I desire to see your family perish." After uttering these words, Su Xiaoshuan's mind went blank. She had once thought that Chen Yue still harbored feelings for her, yet she was shocked to discover the depth of his resentment. After numbly hanging up the phone, she felt no chill, quietly sitting on her bed, her gaze hollow as she stared into the distance. How could he say such things about me? He is merely a son-in-law. Do we not treat him well enough? That ingrate. Not only does he fail to appreciate our family's efforts, but he also remembers every trivial detail with such clarity. I used to scold him, and now he dares to take a position above me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but the sight of the lavish feast quelled much of her rage. Chapter 50. The humble Lin Jiadong Su Xiaoxian descended the stairs in a daze, and as she reached the foot of the staircase, Lin Jiadong suddenly sprang out, startling her. "What are you doing? Is there something you need?" Su Xiaoxian had just been scolded by Chen Yue, her heart burning with unexpressed rage. Upon seeing Lin Jiadong's frail form, she was reminded of Chen Yue's robust physique, and her disdain for Lin Jiadong intensified several-fold. What had she been thinking? Why had she ever found this little puppy appealing? Not only was he ineffectual, but he paled in comparison to Chen Yue. Su Xiaoxian cast a frosty glance at Lin Jiadong. "If you have nothing to say, then get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way." Lin Jiadong, wearing a sheepish expression, approached Su Xiaoxian and discreetly produced a piece of compressed biscuit. "Xiaoxian, you have no idea. The outside world has descended into complete chaos. The supermarket is overrun with rioters, and they have emptied the shelves. I salvaged this biscuit for you. Don't worry, I've evaded Mom and my brother. They haven't noticed." Su Xiaoxian observed Lin Jiadong's filthy hands, caked with dirt beneath his nails, and noted that the biscuit was crumpled and smeared with an unidentifiable substance. The memory of the earlier video surfaced, where Chen Yue sat at a dining table relishing braised pork and steak. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her, and Su Xiaoxian could no longer contain her fury. In a fit of rage, she hurled the biscuit at Lin Jiadong's face. "Get out. I never want to see you again, you worthless fool. If it weren't for your seduction, I would be luxuriating in a warm bath, applying face masks, savoring braised pork and steak, and sipping red wine. And what about you? You venture out daily in search of food, yet you return empty-handed, leaving us all to starve. If you lack the means, why do you insist on being with me? You cannot provide the life I desire. Why did you intrude into my world? You have ruined my life, my very existence. I despise you. Just leave." Lin Jiadong stood frozen, bewildered. "A bath? Braised pork? Xiaoxian, what are you saying? Why would you say such things? Is my daily search for food not enough? Do you have any idea how chaotic it is outside?" Realizing she had misspoken, Su Xiaoxian fell silent. However, Su Lang and Kai Mei, drawn by her voice, hurried over. "What's wrong, sister? Did this useless Lin Jiadong bully you?" Su Lang stepped forward, his gaze landing on the biscuits scattered on the ground, momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "You, Lin Jiadong, dared to hoard food. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't bear the surname Su." As he spoke, Su Lang seized a steel pipe and rained blows upon Lin Jiadong. At that moment, Lin Jiadong was utterly confounded. He had believed that Su Xiaoxian loved him, but witnessing her cheering Su Lang on shattered his heart. It dawned on him that everything had been a deception, a cruel illusion. "Initially, I believed that Su Xiaoxian had sacrificed such considerable wealth and assets to be with me, thus demonstrating her profound affection. Yet, in the end, I found myself to be the fool. Was her declaration of love in bed merely a fabrication? Why? Why did Su Xiaoxian treat me this way? Where did I fall short? Had she not claimed to be burdened by her family? Was it all a fade?" Lin Jiabong, reeling from Su Lang's assault, lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. He no longer cared for his vulnerable parts. His heart was consumed by despair, wishing for Su Lang to end his life. If only he could die, all his troubles would cease. He would no longer need to venture out daily in search of sustenance, only to return to further beatings and scoldings. Lin Jiabong closed his eyes, resignedly awaiting his demise. On the 9th day of the harsh winter, the Su family huddled by the fire, supplemented by the warm air from the air conditioning, barely making the home inhabitable. Outside, the snow continued to fall, having persisted for a full 9 days. Su Xiaoxian gazed at the frost patterns on the window with a troubled expression, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, plunging the room into darkness. What was happening? Had the power gone out? Su Lang stood up to survey the surroundings. Could it be that we ran out of electricity? Let's contact Aunt Zhang from the property management to settle the bill, Kai Mei said, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. That's impossible, Su Lang frowned. On the first day it snowed, I prepaid 5,000 for the electricity. It's only the 9th day. It shouldn't have run out. Mom. The water also stopped. Su Jiao exclaimed anxiously, rushing from the kitchen. Thirsty from consuming too much dog food, She intended to drink some tap water, only to discover it was gone as well. With both electricity and water cut off, how could they continue living? Kaimei suddenly broke down. This is condemning our family to perish here. An urgent announcement blared from outside. The disaster response team issued an emergency notice due to the calamity persisting for 9 days. With increasing snowfall and inadequate clearing across various regions, a widespread power outage had occurred, with only certain underground cables remaining operational. Therefore, starting today, electricity and water would be available for only 2 hours daily, from noon to 1 o'clock, and from midnight to 1 o'clock. Residents were advised to prepare water supplies for unforeseen needs. Just 5 minutes after the announcement, it was noon, and power and water resumed as scheduled. Everyone heard the news and hurriedly gathered containers to collect water. The crisis intensified once again. Chapter 51. The Heist. The collapse of order. Anyone would forever remember the 9th day since the onset of the apocalypse. It was on this fateful day that the disaster response team issued a notice regarding the cessation of water and electricity supply. Previously, the Su family was able to maintain the indoor temperature to a chilling -20 degrees Celsius by relying on air conditioning and burning firewood. However, with the power outage, the temperature indoors would plummet to well below -40 degrees. How would they survive after this? Upon receiving the notification, Kaimei collapsed onto the ground. Yet, she refrained from shedding tears, aware that any droplets would freeze, leading to further complications. Wasn't it said that aid would arrive soon? Why did she feel that the situation was growing increasingly dire? Su Lang shared the same expression of despair. He had grown weary of the harsh weather. Each day, the pent-up fury within him found release through physical altercations with Lin Jiadong, but with the water and electricity cut off, he might not even possess the strength to engage in such confrontations anymore. Son, go to Zhang Gan's house and inquire about what the authorities truly mean, Kaimei urged. Wiping her face. She had previously claimed that help was on the way, but when would it actually arrive? Su Lang felt conflicted upon hearing her request. The snow outside was becoming heavier, and even the snow cave they had recently excavated would be buried again within mere hours. If he ventured out now, he would have to dig a new snow cave. He would not know when he would return. I won't go? After pondering for a few seconds, he flatly refused Kaimei's request, insisting that it was a task for that useless individual. Yes. Kaimei turned her gaze towards Lin Jiadong, who was curled up in a corner. You worthless creature. Stop playing dead. Hurry up and go to Zhang Gan's house to check the situation. If we cannot retrieve food, at least running errands should be manageable, right? Let me tell you, the Su family does not harbor idlers. If you cannot prove your worth, you might as well get out. Lin Jiadong had just endured a beating, and his body was in a state of disarray, every bone feeling as if it were shattered, causing him excruciating pain. It was a struggle for him to even sit up, let alone venture outside. As Kaimei observed Lin Jiadong lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, she approached, ready to kick him, when a strange sound emanated from outside. Son, do you hear that sound outside? Su Lang listened intently for a few seconds. It seemed someone was chopping wood, and it was quite close to their home. Due to the heavy snowfall, the view from the first-floor windows was obscured. Thus, Su Lang wrapped himself in his clothing and ventured outside. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted a neighbor scaling the yard, hacking at a tree on their property. Hey, you dare to trespass and steal from my home? Do you wish to perish? Su Lang charged forward without hesitation. Upon hearing the commotion, Kaimei and the others emerged from the house, witnessing Su Lang grappling with the male head of the neighboring household. Get in there. What are you waiting for? Kaimei, Lin Jiadong, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao all armed themselves with makeshift weapons and joined the fray. The neighbors were an elderly couple in their 50s. How could two aged individuals possibly contend with the youthful vigor of Su Lang? With the addition of Lin Jiadong and other relatives, the neighbors swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage. Stop. We were wrong. The neighbors hastily retreated towards their own villa. Seeing this scene, Kaimei was suddenly seized by a surge of anger. Son, let us go and seize their home. Su Lang, initially taken aback, soon felt a rush of exhilaration. Yes, mother is right. At this point, who cares about anything else? Su Lang was the first to charge forward, with Kaimei and the others closely following. As the neighbors witnessed the Su family rushing at them, terror gripped them, prompting them to hastily retreat inside and barricade the door. Open the door, Su Lang shouted, delivering a powerful kick. Damn it, hurry and unlock it, or I swear I'll end you. We were wrong. Please, just leave. The neighbors cried, desperation in their voices. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. Kaimei reached the door, hands on her hips, scolding them. Did you not think of your wrongdoings when you came to chop down trees? Did you not consider your faults when you resorted to violence? Now that you see you cannot win, you wish to surrender? Open the door. If we break in, you will all perish. Su Lang continued to kick the door with relentless force, the cold having rendered it brittle. With one final, mighty blow, the door splintered open. The elderly couple inside had no choice but to comply, fearing that if the door were completely destroyed, the frigid winds would invade their home, turning it into a frozen tomb. Even if the Su family did not kill them, they would surely freeze to death within their own walls. Once inside, Su Lang swiftly kicked the male neighbor to the ground, swinging a steel pipe down upon him mercilessly. Lin Jiadong, witnessing this, seized a nearby stick and joined in, unleashing his pent-up fury upon the unfortunate man. Though he dared not resist Su Lang or the Su family, he seized this opportunity to unleash his wrath, embodying the very figure he detested. The beaten neighbor lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, bloodied and broken, while his wife wept inconsolably over her husband. Kaimei, observing the scene, let out a cold laugh. Had you known this day would come, why did you act so foolishly? Children, take everything of value from their home. Leave nothing behind. Su Lang and the others erupted in cheers, frantically stuffing their pockets with anything that could serve as fuel for warmth. The large wooden table was no match for Su Lang, who chopped it into firewood with an axe. Chairs and doors were similarly dismantled, leaving the neighbor's home in utter disarray. The female neighbor stood, seemingly soulless, staring blankly at the chaos unfolding around her. Chapter 52. Alarm triggered. Crisis approaches. Certain items that could not be taken away were ruthlessly destroyed by Su Lang, who left nothing for the neighbors. He shattered everything into smithereens, including the water pipes and electrical circuits within the house, with the intent of rendering the neighbors utterly destitute. Before departing, Su Lang even hacked half of the wooden door of the neighbor's home to pieces. A chilling wind swept into the room, freezing the blood that had just flowed from the male homeowner within minutes. The Su family returned home, triumphant as if they had won a great battle, and immediately stoked their fire, which radiated warmth throughout their dwelling. In stark contrast, the neighboring couple faced dire circumstances. Their home, already sparsely furnished, was now devoid of even a single scrap of paper. With the destruction of the electrical systems and plumbing, opening the main switch would result in flooding, leading to further freezing. The sole man of the household was grievously injured, lying on the floor, barely clinging to life. The woman, despondent and lost, found herself at a loss for what to do. For the next 2 days, the Su family reveled in the spoils of their looting. During this time, the neighbor's wife had once approached their doorstep, kneeling in the snow, beseeching for a morsel of warmth. Anything, even a few scraps of paper. However, she was heartlessly turned away by Kaimei. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, temperatures continued to plunge, nearing a frigid -50 degrees. Outside, the landscape remained blanketed in snow, rendering the view through the frosted windows obscured. Even by the fire, warmth was a scarce luxury. Water left outside would freeze into icicles within mere seconds, and many households faced frozen pipes. When the water supply was scheduled to resume, it proved futile, forcing them to resort to melting snow for water. Many families were entirely devoid of food. In the owner's group chat, numerous individuals began to mention Zhang Dama. Zhang, you mentioned distributing supplies and food. Where are they? When will they be delivered? Indeed, I have nothing left to eat at home. If supplies do not arrive soon, I will starve. Yes, Zhang Dama, when can we expect food distribution? We supported you back then. You cannot betray us. Do not fret. I am still compiling the list, and once it is complete, I will distribute the food. Zhang Dama cursed under her breath while wrapped in blankets by the fire. These fools believe everything they are told. I deceive you for your own good, to enlighten you about the treachery of human nature. If only you have a future to consider. Meanwhile, Chen Yue lay languidly on her bed, engrossed in her phone, with only a thin layer of gauze covering her. The room was blissfully warm, and with the velvet blanket draped over her, she feared developing heat rash. Observing the group chat filled with inquiries directed at Zhang Dama regarding supplies, a cold smirk crossed her face. Have these people still not grasped the reality? How utterly foolish. Unable to tolerate their naivety any longer, she sent a message in the group. Zhang Dama is clearly deceiving you all. She is undoubtedly hiding at home now, indulging in the supplies you submitted while basking in the warmth of a fire, living in sheer comfort. It's baffling that you continue to send her provisions. One wonders what you are thinking. Is there truly any difference between this and self-destruction? Upon seeing Chen Yue's message, the crowd finally reacted, and a wave of indignation swept through the group. Aunt Zhang, is what Chen Yue said true? Hurry and return the supplies I submitted. And mine as well. You old wretch, how dare you deceive us? I trusted you so much. Indeed, either you distribute food and supplies to everyone, or you return everything you have collected. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Upon witnessing Chen Yue's words and the group's attitude, Aunt Zhang chose to feign ignorance. Why should I return the supplies I painstakingly acquired through my own efforts? If you were willing to give them to me, even the authorities wouldn't intimidate me. And Zhang had made up her mind. No one would take even a grain of rice from her. The fate of others was of no concern to her. As long as she survived, that was enough. Meanwhile, in Chen Yu's home, he sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping chilled cola and playing video games. The table was adorned with an array of candies and preserves, easily within his reach whenever he desired. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the alarm system he had designed with assistance. If anyone appeared on the surveillance and attempted to cause harm, the alarm would trigger. Why is Wu Jin here again? Through the surveillance footage on his phone, Chen Yue observed Wu Jin standing at the entrance with a group of followers. One of them was fiddling with the door. Surely doesn't he think he can open it? Chen Yue scoffed. This guy is clearly not very bright. If I can construct such a formidable fortress, how could they possibly unlock the door with ease? These doors are fortified to the same level as bank vaults, if not stronger. With that thought, Chen Yue decided to check it out. Despite having an abundance of food and supplies, he yearned for conversation. It would be a perfect opportunity to engage with them and temper their boldness. Soon, Chen Yue arrived inside the city wall and opened the shooting port. At that moment, Wu Jun, along with 5 of his followers, hid at a distance, wary of Chen Yu's potential for retribution with a high-pressure hose. After 2 of his brothers had been drenched from head to toe by the high-pressure water gun. One had suffered from a persistent fever for several days and was teetering on the brink of death. Wu Jun's supplies were dwindling, and with his brother's life hanging in the balance, he resolved to take a risky gamble with the remaining members of his crew. The supplies in Chen Yu's home were all too familiar to Wu Jun. The one attempting to pick the lock had been specifically sought out for this task. Chapter 53. You are truly overstepping. In recent days, Wu Jun has been enduring hardships. He has exhausted all combustible materials within his home. His ailing younger brother continues to suffer from a high fever, showing no signs of recovery. Although the household had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, the overwhelming number of mouths to feed quickly depleted their meager rations. In this dire moment, Wu Jun contemplated seeking assistance from Chen Yue, the impenetrable fortress. The mountain of delectable food beckoned him to return alongside his younger brother. To facilitate their entry, Wu Jun enlisted the help of a skilled locksmith among his companions. At that moment, Chen Yue opened the shooting port, casting a cold gaze upon the individuals below. What do you think you're doing? Are you seeking death? Do you dare disturb the peace here? You wish to perish? Chen Yue, do you still dare to show your face? Wu Jun's fury ignited upon spotting Chen Yue. Do you recall the debts between us? I remember them vividly. You've reduced my 2 younger brothers to this state. And now one of them is burning with fever inside. What do you propose we do? Not my concern. Chen Yue retorted dismissively. What are you all up to? Are you here to court disaster again? This time I've brought along an expert. Wu Jun declared, gesturing to the locksmith diligently working on the lock. He is a seasoned thief. He can unlock any type of lock. Throughout his career, he has never once failed. I advise you to open the door and let us in promptly. Otherwise, when the lock is breached, you will meet a most dismal fate. Are you finished? Chen Yue shot back irritably. If you have the capability, then unlock it. I'm curious to see if you can actually enter. Chen Yue was entirely unfazed by the prospect of the supposed expert attempting to unlock the door. After all, he had constructed such a formidable fortress. Could he possibly make such a rudimentary error? With keen observation through high-definition equipment, Chen Yue scrutinized the locksmith at work and was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. No wonder he is a seasoned thief. His equipment is indeed impressive. It's no wonder Wu Jun is so arrogant. This individual is truly skilled. Under normal circumstances, he might even breach a bank's vault. The anti-theft door that Chen Yue had procured was of bank-grade quality, albeit larger and more advanced. However, the operational principles of the lock were quite similar to those of a bank vault. Should the locksmith decipher the intricacies of this mechanism, he could indeed unlock it. Unbeknownst to Wu Jun and his companions, Chen Yue had taken precautions against such an event by installing a solid steel bolt behind the door, controlled electrically or hydraulically, and could be manually disengaged in special circumstances. Additionally, a pulley system was integrated but secured by a mechanical structure. Even if they managed to unlock the anti-theft door, it would be of no consequence. Unless they ventured out, no one from outside could enter through the front door. Unless they brought a battering ram, they could forget about breaching the solid steel bolt. Unless one resorts to circumventing the firewall, even that proves futile. From an aerial perspective, Chen Yu's stronghold resembles a lunar base, entirely sealed. Upon entering through the grand entrance, one encounters a spacious, enclosed corridor that leads to a formidable 3 by 3 meter steel gate. Only beyond this gate lies the first floor of the shelter, boasting an extraordinarily high ceiling, while the second floor is adorned with 4 expansive glass screens. Should they consider this a potential breach, it would only lead to greater despair. Furthermore, who can assert that there are no gifts concealed within one's own courtyard? Wu Jun observed the dazed Chen Yue, a smirk forming within. So fear has indeed taken hold. rendering you indecisive. Chen Yue, should you be afraid? I can illuminate a path for you. Wu Zhen bellowed. Come down and open the door obediently. We guarantee your safety once we enter. How does sparing your life sound? Noticing Chen Yue's silence, Wu Zhen pressed on, however, if we are compelled to force our way in, the situation will drastically change. You surely understand the distinction between surrendering and being captured, do you not? Should we break in uninvited, your life will be forfeit. I trust you are a sensible individual. My subordinate will soon unlock the door. Let us not squander time. Feigning terror, Chen Yue replied, Really? If I were to open the door, would you truly spare my life? Wu Zhen and his gang erupted in laughter at Chen Yue's cowardice. Indeed, when I, Wu Zhen, make a promise, it is as binding as a nail. Stop hesitating and open the door. Outside, amidst the swirling snow, Wu Zhen and his companions felt the chill acutely. Yearning to enter Chen Yue's fortress for warmth, Wu Zhen had anticipated that this barrage of intimidation would compel Chen Yue to capitulate. However, he was left astounded by an unexpected sight. Chen Yue simply gestured with an international sign, grinning at him. Am I seeing things? Wu Zhen could hardly fathom that Chen Yue dared to provoke him at such a moment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What? Can't you see? Chen Yue laughed, fool. Even if you manage to unlock the door, what then? Your stupidity does not equate to mine. I have long since secured the door with a forged steel bolt. Thus, even if you unlock it, what good will it do? Can you push that aside? Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Wu Zhen stood frozen in place, utterly blindsided by Chen Yue's cunning. Which sane individual would install a bolt behind the world's most secure door? This is utterly absurd. Chen Yue, noticing Wu Zhen's expression, laughed even louder. As the sound of his arrogant laughter reached Wu Zhen, he felt like a mere jester, toyed with by Chen Yue. Damn it. If that is the case, then I shall confront you to the bitter end. I refuse to believe you truly installed that contraption behind the door. Once I break in, I will ensure your limbs are severed and transformed into a human puppet. In Chen Yue's eyes, Wu Zhen's fury was nothing more than impotent rage, posing no threat whatsoever to him. At that moment, a subordinate, who was in the process of opening the door, shouted with enthusiasm, Big brother, I have figured out the mechanism of this door. With what I have in hand, I can certainly open it. However, it will take some time, approximately half an hour. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhen's excitement surged. Well done. Once we get inside, you shall be the first to be rewarded. I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg. All right. Thank you, big brother. Chapter 54. The Thunder King Chen Yue's countenance was cold as he glared at the brother of Wu Yu, who was preoccupied with unlocking the door. He contemplated how to deal with him. Should he, like last time, bring a hose and drench him until he resembled a drowned rat? No, that wouldn't work this time. They were prepared, having equipped the young man with a raincoat and umbrella. Although the pressure from the water gun could obliterate the umbrella, what about the raincoat? Not only would it squander precious water resources, but it would also fail to inflict any substantial harm. It would be akin to inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Perhaps a crossbow bolt would suffice. While it may be somewhat bloody, at least it would eliminate the only brother in Wu Yu's team with unlocking skills. It would be worth it. With this thought, Chen Yue placed an arrow on the crossbow and leaned out, ready to shoot, when he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Instantly, a shower of stone fragments splattered at the edge of the shooting port. Chen Yue was taken aback, quickly retracting his head and closing the shooting port. Outside, Wu Yu cast a glance at his brother, who lay in a snowbank, and strode forward, stomping furiously. How could you waste such a splendid opportunity like this? You worthless fool. Now Chen Yue will surely retreat into his shell, and killing him will be impossible. How dare you claim you are a sharpshooter? You're nothing but a joke. The brother in the snowbank remained silent, shielding his vital areas with his hands, allowing Wu Yu to vent his anger upon him. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, panting heavily, shaken by the earlier scene. Indeed, he had been utterly careless. He had nearly found himself in dire straits. If he could acquire a composite military crossbow, how could the notorious Wu Yu not have one? The preconceived notion had nearly cost him dearly. Now, Chen Yue dared not open the shooting port to target the unlocking brother again. Wu Yu, witnessing this, regained his confidence. Chen Yue, why have you become timid? Stand your ground. Don't be a coward. I'll have you know that my brother is about to unlock your door. Just clean your neck and wait. Once I get in, I'll flay you alive. Listening to the raucous taunts of Wu Yu and his companions, Chen Yue revealed a cold smile. I have devoted 3 full months to constructing this fortress, pouring immense effort into every detail. How could I allow a mere scoundrel like you to breach it? The traps and devices I have implemented far exceed your imagination. With this in mind, Chen Yue produced a remote control featuring a button emblazoned with a lightning bolt. Wu Laoda, are you not so formidable? Allow me to demonstrate how your brother will be reduced to a charred stick. Before Wu Yu could react, Chen Yue pressed the button marked with the lightning symbol. The unlocking brother, enthusiastically tinkering with the lock, suddenly felt a jolt coursing through his body, rendering him paralyzed. High-voltage electricity surged through him, causing uncontrollable convulsions, and within mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Wu Yu and his companions stood frozen in shock. What the hell? Chen, you can play it like this too? Even the door is electrified? Is he deranged? Such a design is beyond comprehension. A reasonable person would merely install surveillance cameras and reinforce the walls. Even a bank wouldn't go to such lengths. How many gadgets does this person have on the front door alone? Shooting ports, cameras, steel bolts, and now electrification? Is this something an ordinary human could conceive? Could Chen Yue be suffering from paranoid delusions? The little brother crouching in the snow sighed with relief, thankful that he didn't know how to pick locks. Otherwise, he might have been the one electrified. At this moment, Wu Yu also regained his composure. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of frustration. He had come here with a group of underlings, ready to teach Chun Fan a lesson. However, the shooter had missed, and the locksmith's fate was uncertain. This sense of helplessness festered within him, causing great discomfort. Chen Yue, do you dare to open the door for a one-on-one? Are you even a man? Electrifying the door? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. In the face of Wu Yu's furious tirade and provocation, Chen Yue appeared oblivious, leisurely sipping tea and enjoying chicken at home. Meanwhile, the homeowner group was once again in turmoil, due to Aunt Zhang deceiving the homeowners regarding supplies and refusing to distribute them. Everyone turned against her with a torrent of invective. The vitriol was relentless, shattering the limits of human expression. After enduring such prolonged scorn, Aunt Zhang finally erupted, sending several voice messages in the group. You bunch of useless fools. What time is it, and you still believe others? You deserve to be deceived by me. Don't you want supplies? I'll point you to a place. There's a supermarket in the back mountain where Chen Yue resides. His stockpiles are so vast they could form a mountain. Even if we all feasted to our heart's content, we could eat for decades. If you want me to hand over supplies, then you must make Chen Yue surrender his. If he agrees to relinquish his goods, I will immediately distribute them to everyone. Originally, Chen Yue was happily enjoying his chicken, but upon hearing Aunt Zhang's shrill voice mentioning him in the group, anger surged within him. Old hag, are you out of your mind? If you're ill, hurry up and die instead of spewing nonsense here. Do you know whether I have ample supplies or not? I could just as easily claim I haven't eaten for 3 days. You deceived everyone and still have the audacity to argue? Hurry up and distribute the supplies. People are kind now, but wait until they are robbed. Then we shall see what you do. After venting his anger, Chen Yue remained unsatisfied. How dare this scoundrel bite back at him? Chapter 55. Using a knife to kill Chen Yue's anger intensified as he suddenly recalled Wu Yu, who was still outside. Wu, my dear brother, do you not desire resources? Do you not wish to fill your belly? I have a proposal for you. Would you care to listen? Upon hearing Chen Yue's call, Wu Yu stood momentarily stunned. What is this? Has Chen Yue finally come to his senses? Is he offering me supplies? Splendid. Speak on, brother. I am all ears. How long have we been at odds? Several hours, perhaps? With casualties mounting among my men, why persist in this struggle? Due to the thickness of the city wall, Chen Yue had to raise his voice. Let me enlighten you. Aunt Zhang has deceived many and hoarded a significant amount of supplies within her home. Surely her door is easier to breach than mine. With that cryptic hint, Chen Yue believed Wu Yu would grasp the implication. Indeed, mere minutes later, Wu Yu and his entourage retreated. Their intentions clear, to seize a morsel of sustenance. The identity of their intended victim was of no concern to him. Wu Yu swiftly arrived at Aunt Zhang's doorstep. Signaling to his comrades, one of his subordinates stepped forward and knocked vigorously, bellowing, "Open up. We're here to distribute supplies." At that moment, Aunt Zhang was cocooned in her blanket, startled by the sudden commotion. Who dares to come here demanding supplies? Are they seeking death? Who is it? There are no resources here. Seek your food elsewhere. Hearing Zhang's shout, Wu Yu smirked. Zhang, it's Wu Yu. Open the door, let us converse. Upon recognizing Wu Yu's voice, Aunt Zhang trembled as though a mouse had encountered a cat. Wu Yu, that notorious thug is outside my door. What does he want? To steal my food? Absolutely not. These provisions are my lifeline. I cannot surrender them. Her mind raced as she realized her door would not withstand an assault. Thus, she hastily concealed her food in cabinets, beneath the bed, and in other hidden spots. Meanwhile, Wu Yu had lost all patience. He signaled to his men, and a half-dozen thugs armed with various weapons began to batter Aunt Zhang's door mercilessly. Curious neighbors peeked out to ascertain the commotion, yet none offered assistance. Their disdain for Aunt Zhang ran deep. Some even reveled in the discord, mocking her in their homeowner group. Aunt Zhang, open the door. Stop hiding. I know you're home. Haha. How does it feel now? Once Wu Yu breaks in, you'd better kneel properly on the ground. Wu Yu, you are magnificent. We support you. Scoundrels like her deserve to perish. Indeed, If she dares to deceive us regarding our supplies, what other treachery might she commit? Eliminate her. Take everything she has. Wu Yu reveled in the public sentiment, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Throughout his life, he has committed countless misdeeds. Yet this singular occasion has garnered him the admiration and support of many. Fear not, dear neighbors, the door will soon be shattered. Once I gain entry, not a single grain of rice will remain in that household. I shall exact a fitting vengeance for all of you, rest assured. As Wu Yu's words echoed, another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Moments later, Zhang Dama's door was reduced to splinters by Wu's underlings, who surged into her home. Brother, brother, Zhang Dama exclaimed, blocking the throng in her living room. What is the meaning of this? I am a staff member of the property management. Behind me stand representatives of the management and the authorities. You cannot act as you please. Property management? Authorities? Wu Yu laughed derisively, save that spiel for the gullible. It won't work on me. I dared to take lives before the apocalypse, let alone now. He advanced, seizing Zhang Dama by her collar, his gaze menacing. Hand over your supplies at once, or do not blame me for my lack of civility. Feeling the intensity of his glare, Zhang Dama swallowed nervously. Am I truly to surrender my supplies? If I do, I shall starve within days. Yet, if I refuse, I may be killed on the spot. Wu Yu, growing impatient with her hesitation, delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling. What are you stammering about? Do you wish to die? Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. If death is what you seek, then speak quickly, lest I waste further time on you. Zhang Dama, taken aback by Wu Yu's willingness to resort to violence, felt her bones rattle from the impact of his kick. All right, I will hand over my supplies. She surrendered, trembling as she steadied herself against the wall and retreated to her bedroom. Wu Yu signaled for his subordinates to follow. Indeed, they emerged from her bedroom bearing a meager collection of snacks and bread. Is this all there is? Wu Yu scrutinized the paltry offerings before turning his gaze toward Zhang Dama. Yes, this is it. I have gathered only this much, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. In truth, the supplies she presented were less than a tenth of her actual collection. She had hoped to deceive him, not realizing that Wu Yu was no fool. Having led for years, he had encountered every conceivable scenario and dealt with numerous traitors. With a swift motion, Wu Yu delivered a kick to Zhang Dama's face. Do you take me for a fool? This meager bounty could scarcely provoke such outrage. Chapter 56, 13 Days of Apocalypse. The Su family runs out of supplies. Madame Zhang, being of advanced age, could hardly withstand the force of Wu Yu's kick. Instantly, stars danced before her eyes, and blood flowed from her mouth and nose. In a fit of rage, Wu Yu unleashed several more kicks upon her, seemingly intent on venting all the grievances he had endured from Chen Yue. Damn it! Destroy everything. Move all the belongings. Whether it be food or firewood, seize it all. Yes. Understood, boss. A throng of henchmen surged forward, stripping Madame Zhang's home of its wooden wardrobe, bed, and even the mattresses and quilts. The food that Madame Zhang had previously hidden was also discovered by Wu Yu's subordinates. They were on the verge of dismantling doors and windows. Madame Zhang, in a frenzied attempt to intervene, was met with another beating from the gang, which finally subdued her. My heavens, are you intent on ending my life? Madame Zhang sobbed in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Take everything. You bandits. I am a property management officer, a representative of the authorities. Once this apocalypse passes, I will ensure you are all handed over to the Security Bureau. You will face execution. Those who followed you were all desperate individuals, indifferent to the Security Bureau's authority, especially in these dire times. They obeyed Wu Yu's commands without question. After confiscating all the possessions, they tossed Madame Zhang a meager portion of food. Old hag, don't claim I'm bullying you. Wu Yu jeered, pointing at her. You won't last long anyway. I'm leaving you a morsel to fend for yourself. Once Wu Yu and his gang departed, some people gradually emerged from their homes, gathering at Madame Zhang's door to peer inside. Have they left? They've gone. Now Madame Zhang is all alone. What is there to fear? Brothers, let us go. Those previously deceived by Madame Zhang regarding supplies surged into her home. What are you doing? Madame Zhang, terrified, clutched the scant food in her arms, warily assessing the intruders. What are we doing? You old wretch, dare to deceive us of our provisions. You must be seeking death. Seize the food from her. Indeed. Take it all. The crowd rushed in, and Madame Zhang found herself powerless to resist, helplessly watching as her supplies were snatched away. Robbers. You are all robbers. I will remember you. Madame Zhang's mental state shattered once more as she cried out, You come to bully an old woman. You shameless lot. I will see you brought to justice. Yet, in their hunger, none cared for concepts of law or morality. If the Security Bureau were to provide food, countless people would vie to get in. However, these individuals had always been wary of Madame Zhang's authority, reluctant to overstep their bounds. But once Yu took the lead, everyone seemed to go mad, eager to strip her of her clothing for warmth. Such is human nature. 13 days after the calamity, within the Su family villa, Su Jiao's secret stash of dog food was thoroughly devoured with the assistance of Su Xiaoxian. The provisions that Lin Jiadong had previously scavenged were completely consumed, leaving no remnants. Not even the items Su Lang had pilfered from the neighboring couple's home. Everyone began to feel the pangs of hunger. Brother, you are a man. You must shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Go out and find some food. Su Jiao cast a glance at Su Lang, her tone laden with reproach. Why should I? Su Lang retorted, clearly displeased. Do you understand the concept of gender equality? Besides, I must guard the home. What if I venture out in search of food and someone breaks in? Can you women defend it? Saying that makes me uncomfortable, Su Xiaoxian interjected. You are the largest among us, providing the best insulation. Moreover, you consumed the majority of the food Lin Jiadong brought back. Isn't it only right for you to seek out more? What right do you have to say that? Su Lang glared at Su Xiaoxian defiantly. I'm not going. We can all starve together and see who outlasts whom. Kai Mei sighed heavily and remarked, Son, although Lin Jiadong is inept, he has managed to bring back some provisions. Ever since you last struck him, he has vanished into the night and has not returned. We have gone a day without food. Thus, the reason for our hunger lies with you. Be a man and go find us something to eat. You old hag, when I was beating Lin Jiadong, who was the loudest in urging me on? Su Lang could hardly tolerate any further discussion, pointing an accusatory finger at Kai Mei. It's because of you that Lin Jiadong has disappeared. I'm not going out. Su Lang's gaze fell greedily upon the chihuahua nestled in Su Jiao's arms. And isn't there a stockpile of food here? Seeing the avarice in Su Lang's eyes directed at her cherished pet, Su Jiao broke into a cold sweat. No way. You can't eat my baby. Why not? Su Lang pushed Su Jiao aside, lifting the chihuahua by its hind legs into the air. I never understood why you liked such an animal until today. Now I realize you were merely preparing an escape route. Even if I do not slay this dog, someone else will. Rather than let it fall into another's hands, wouldn't it be better to slaughter it and share some dog meat to warm our bodies? Su Jiao, realizing she could not best Su Lang, quickly turned to Su Xiaoxian. Sister, why are you just standing there? Help me save my beloved. Chapter 57. The Su family scheme. Su Xiaoxian gazed at the chihuahua and couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, she had long contemplated eliminating the dog for a savory meal. However, during this period, she had been relying on Su Jiao for dog food. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's plate is reluctant to bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, to conceal her dependence on dog food, Su Xiaoxian chose to assist Su Jiao. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxian stood up, snatched the chihuahua from Su Lang's hands, and cradled it in her arms. Brother, how many days has it been? Are you already considering slaughtering our food reserves? What if this frozen apocalypse persists longer? Who will be your next meal? Me or Su Jiao? Hearing this, Su Lang gradually calmed down, swallowing hard as he looked at the chihuahua. What should we do then? We are on the brink of starvation. And you expect us to care for a dog? Su Xiaoxian fell silent for a few moments before raising her head to Su Lang. I happen to know a place where food can be found, and not only food, but also drink, and it is exceptionally warm. What place? Su Lang inquired. The back mountain, at Chen Yue's house, Su Xiaoxian replied. Before the apocalypse began, Chen Yue hoarded a substantial amount of food and supplies. His home is filled with countless provisions. If we can gain entry, we will have everything we need. How do you know this? Su Lang asked, perplexed. I contacted Chen Yue, Su Xiaoxian said somewhat awkwardly, tucking her hair behind her ear. I video chatted with him, and at that moment, he was enjoying steak and red wine, living quite comfortably. Damn it, that scoundrel Chen Yue is faring better than we are. Su Lang's eyes reddened with rage. It would be acceptable if others were thriving, but why him? That despicable wretch. How dare he live better than they did? Su Lang slammed his fist against the wall, fully aware that they were starving and freezing while he did nothing to help. It was utterly outrageous. Mother, brother, look. To protect the dog in her arms, Su Jiao quickly retrieved her phone, opened the album, and showed Kai Mei and Su Lang the screenshots from her video chat with Chen Yue. Look, this is what Chen Yue eats every day. He can even enjoy hot springs and baths. How infuriating. That rascal Chen Yue is living so well. He is spending our money. Kai Mei wailed, lamenting their plight. All our family's money has been swindled by him. Otherwise, would we be reduced to this state? TSK. Look at him, still smiling. Spending our money, indulging in the life we should enjoy, and he can still laugh. I've never encountered someone with such a thick skin. Son, when we find Chen Yue, you must break his legs, forcing him to crawl and serve us every day to satisfy my anger. Absolutely. Su Lang, unable to contain himself upon seeing the array of delicacies, grabbed a metal rod and prepared to set out. Brother, wait. Su Xiaoxian hurriedly stopped him. If you go like this, you won't even catch a glimpse of him. Have you forgotten? Chen Yue has constructed a fortress-like stronghold on the back mountain. Can the iron rod in your hand pry open his door? Su Lang suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Of course. How could I have forgotten this? Does that mean we are left with no options? Su Shaoxian narrowed her eyes. If we wish to enter, there is but one solution. We must persuade Chen Yue to open the door for us. How could that be possible? Kai Mei shook her head. When Chen Yue stayed at our home, we bullied him relentlessly. I never treated him as a person. To expect him to open the door for us now is sheer folly. Not necessarily. Su Shaoxian fixed her gaze on Su Lang. Brother, whether Chen Yue opens the door hinges upon you. Me? Why me? Su Lang questioned, pointing to himself in bewilderment. Because you were the one who bullied him the most during his time at the Su household. Su Shaoxian bluntly pointed out. If you apologize to Chen Yue, he may very well forgive us. Apologize to him? Dream on. Su Lang waved his hand dismissively while seated on the sofa. Even if I were to starve to death outside, I would never apologize to Chen Yue. More than half an hour later, while engrossed in a game, Chen Yue answered Su Shaoxian's video call, puzzled as he beheld the Su family on screen. Chen Yue, we were in the wrong before, and we have come to realize our mistakes. Kai Mei adopted a condescending tone. I know you want to hold it against your aunt, right? Brother-in-law, we were wrong. Su Jiao began to feign distress. It was all my brother who bullied you, and he has faced our mother's stern reprimand and has even apologized to you. Just look. As the camera shifted, Su Lang was seen kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Chen Yue, I was in the wrong. I am not worthy. I beg you, please show mercy. I know I treated you poorly, so I do not dare to hope for you to let me in. However, for the sake of your marriage with my sister, would you allow these 3 women inside? I implore you. Seeing Su Lang's demeanor, Chen Yue's frown deepened. What scheme were the Su family concocting? Su Lang's fervent display of sincerity was evident, yet not a single tear fell. Initially, he had resolutely opposed such behavior. But Kai Mei's words shifted his perspective. Son, are you foolish? You only need to put on an act. Once we are inside Chen Yue's fortress, won't he be at our mercy? Su Lang pondered this and thought, indeed. Even Han Xin had endured humiliation. What harm would it be for me to humble myself before Chen Yue? As Chen Yue remained silent, Su Lang intensified his performance. Chen Yue, I have spent these past few days reflecting deeply on my faults, feeling tremendous sorrow. How could I have treated you in such a manner? It was utterly inexcusable. Chapter 58. The mother-in-law's outburst against the brother-in-law. Chen Yue watched the video, observing the disgraceful antics of the Su family, and immediately comprehended the situation. This group was conspiring to provoke me. Do they wish for me to calm my anger? That is quite simple. Su Lang, you shall strike your own face until I am satisfied. Upon hearing this declaration from Chen Yue in the video, Su Lang, kneeling on the ground, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The veins on his forehead throbbed with rage. Calm down, brother, stay composed. Think of steak. Think of abalone and lobster. Noticing Su Lang's agitation, Su Jiao hurriedly approached, patting his shoulder and whispering in his ear, just endure a little longer. Once we are inside, you may exact your revenge as you wish. All right, I shall strike. Su Lang's eyes glinted with ferocity as he gritted his teeth, slapping his own face repeatedly with a resounding crack. Chen Yue, are you satisfied now? Su Shaoxian interjected. My brother truly acknowledges his mistake. You know him well enough. If he is willing to strike himself, it must mean he understands his wrongdoing. Indeed, Chen Yue, I am truly in the wrong. Su Lang, adhering to the principle of authenticity and performance, intensified the force of his slaps, leaving visible red marks on his face. Yet, Chen Yue was no fool. No matter how loud the sound, it was merely a fade. Enough of this charade. I can see through it. Chen Yue yawned, then picked up a chicken leg to gnaw on. Su Lang, you are hardly putting in any effort. How about this, Kai Mei? You should strike your son. Remember, it must be firm and precise. It must convey vigor and exhilaration. Me? I cannot possibly do that. Kai Mei's first instinct was to evade, but unable to withstand Chen Yue's resolute demeanor, she reluctantly acquiesced. Stepping before Su Lang, she raised her arm, gritting her teeth as she declared, Son, do not hold it against your mother. You heard the circumstances. I have no choice. With that, she delivered a forceful slap, and Su Lang emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Well done. Continue. Put some strength into it. Chen Yue exclaimed with delight. The most detested mother-in-law delivering blows to the most loathed brother-in-law. What a thrill. Encouraged by these words, Kai Mei swung her arm once more, landing blow after blow upon Su Lang's face. After dozens of strikes, Su Lang's face visibly swelled, and Kai Mei's hand also became noticeably red and swollen. Truly, a mother's love is unparalleled. The intensity is simply different. Su Lang, with such an abundance of love from your mother, shouldn't you reciprocate in some way? Now, It is time for you to strike Kai Mei in return. Kai Mei was taken aback, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to this degree. As both parties stood frozen in shock, Chen Yue urged, "What are you two doing? Why have you not made a move? Do you not desire to save her steak and chicken legs?" Hearing Chen Yue's words, Su Lang decided to go all out. He rose, towering over Kai Mei, and swung his arm forcefully towards her face. How could Kai Mei, being an older woman, possibly withstand such a blow from Su Lang? Suddenly, he felt a dazzling sensation. Sweetness flooding his mouth and nose, swaying unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. Not enough. Continue to strike. Su Lang cast a resentful glance at Chen Yue in the video, then yanked his mother up from the ground and delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. Those 2 blows landed squarely on Kai Mei's cheeks, nearly causing her to faint as she clutched the floor, struggling to regain her composure. Enough, enough. That's your mother. And you strike so heavily. Truly an unfilial son. Upon hearing that the game had concluded, Kai Mei's eyes sparkled with hope. Finally, it was over. Chen Yue would surely allow us into his fortress now, wouldn't he? Yet, before her beautiful anticipation could fully materialize, Chen Yue issued another command. Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao, you two must slap each other's faces. Remember to be fierce. If either of you lands fewer strikes, you will be eliminated from the team. Upon hearing about the elimination rule, Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao instantly panicked. They quickly raised their arms and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon each other's faces. At this moment, they disregarded any bonds of sisterhood. Survival was their only priority. As the two engaged in their fray, Chen Yue felt an immense sense of satisfaction and ease. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his vengeance. I have no strength left. Neither do I. Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. All right, if you've exhausted your strength, let it be, Chen Yue said nonchalantly. Su Jiao, give your chihuahua a couple of kicks. That little creature has bullied me enough in the past. Before Su Jiao could take action, Su Lang stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. The chihuahua yelped, its tiny body and sweater flying several meters before crashing into the wall, whimpering as it scurried away. Is that enough? We've done as you asked. Su Xiaoxian pleaded, holding her phone. That is sufficient. Come find me at the back mountain. Chen Yue replied before abruptly ending the call. The Su family, upon hearing this, was nearly overcome with joy. After such a prolonged period of humiliation, they had finally achieved a breakthrough. As long as they could enter Chen Yue's fortress, all their previous suffering would have been worthwhile. Son, make sure you're armed. Once we get inside the fortress, take down Chen Yue. Kai Mei declared fiercely. If he dares to play us like this, I'll show him what true strength is. Meanwhile, Chen Yue sat quietly on the sofa, sipping his drink, contemplating the events that had just unfolded. He was all too aware of the Su family's true nature. Based on his understanding of Su Lang, he knew that Su Lang would rather die than engage in such actions. Thus, it was clear that someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, aiming to control him once they infiltrated the fortress. However, the Su family, in their foolishness, underestimated him, mistaking him for someone as dim-witted as they were. If they wished to play, he was more than willing to join the game. After an indeterminate passage of time, a group appeared on the surveillance monitor. Chen Yue magnified the feed to scrutinize the scene, recognizing that these individuals were none other than Su Xiaoxian and her companions. They approached the entrance of the fortress and politely knocked on the door. Chen Yue, we have arrived. Chapter 59. Canned herring. Chen Yue gazed coldly at the Su family outside, her expression as frigid as ice. I apologize, but my thoughts are in disarray at the moment. She did not allow them the opportunity to respond, directly articulating, thus, I am uncertain whether I can forgive you. Upon hearing this, Su Lang's face paled instantaneously, his fury igniting as he exclaimed, Chen Yue, I have offered my apologies and endured your blows. What more do you desire? Do not push your luck. Su Xiaoxian furrowed her brows at Su Lang's foolishness. She quickly interjected, Chen Yue, my brother has a rather fiery temperament. Please do not misinterpret him. What he means to say is that we genuinely recognize our mistakes and understand that you may not forgive us. However, we have ample time. Allow us to enter, observe our conduct, and then decide whether to grant us your forgiveness, shall we? Su Jiao chimed in eagerly. Yes, brother-in-law, permit us to enter. I assure you will not regret it. Everything my sister and I previously promised, we shall fulfill. Indeed, son-in-law, please let us in. Chen Yue scoffed internally before replying. Your sincerity has indeed touched me, yet I still cannot permit you entry. I shall reconsider once my heart finds peace. For now, I will toss out some of the meager canned goods I have at home for you to nourish yourselves. With that, Chen Yue hurled several cans into the snowy terrain outside. The Su family's primary concern was to satiate their hunger. Thus they scarcely cared about being denied entry into the stronghold. As they beheld Chen Yue tossing down 4 cans from the shooting port, they immediately scrambled to seize them. This one is mine. Do not snatch it from me. And what if I saw it first? My strength prevails, so it belongs to me. Stop pulling my hair. Is it really worth it over this one can? Chen Yue had thrown down 4 cans, so they should be vying for the others. After a brief, chaotic scramble lasting several minutes, each person managed to acquire a can. However, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao each secured a large box of 5-pound canned beef, while Kai Mei only managed to grab a box of herring. Everyone was well aware of the overpowering odor that emanated from the herring. Kai Mei's face visibly fell. Chen Yue, could you exchange this for another can? I cannot stomach this. Then do not eat it. If you starve, it serves you right. Chen Yue retorted irritably. What do you expect at a time like this? You think you can be so choosy? This is not your home. Besides, I have already relinquished what little rations I had. What more do you want? After hearing Chen Yue's words, Kai Mei seethed inwardly. You wretched Chen Yue. Do not presume I am unaware of the quantity of food you possess. This is nothing short of a deliberate affront to me. Su Jiao has already shown us the evidence. We beseeched you in such a humble manner, and yet you only offered us this paltry amount. Once we gain entry into the stronghold, we shall ensure your demise. Realizing that Chen Yue would not permit them to enter, the Su family could only leave in indignation and return to the villa. The other 3 individuals relished their beef cans with great enjoyment, while Kai Mei was left with only a single can of herring. Upon opening it, the entire room was engulfed by a putrid stench of decay. However, driven by hunger, Kai Mei pinched her nose and endured the nausea, consuming the can's contents. Strangely enough, despite its foul odor, the taste was rather palatable. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, having been robbed, found her home devoid of any sustenance. She had even resorted to boiling her leather shoes, an experience utterly indescribable. The flavor was not only replete with unpleasantness, but was also infused with a strong rubbery essence. The amalgamation of tastes overwhelmed her senses, rendering her dizzy. Yet, abstaining from eating would ultimately lead to her demise, so Aunt Zhang, with great reluctance, consumed every last morsel of the shoes. Despite this, hope for survival eluded her, and she could only plead with others in the group for a morsel of food. After the previous incident where Aunt Zhang deceived everyone, no one trusted her words anymore. To trample upon the trust of others is to invite ruin upon oneself. Chen Yue still had a fair amount of food. Perhaps if she humbled herself and begged him, she might procure some nourishment. A spark of hope ignited in Aunt Zhang's mind. What was pride compared to the gnawing pangs of hunger? Swallowing her dignity, she sent a video to Chen Yue. Chen Yue, I was wrong. Could you possibly spare me some food? I am on the brink of starvation. Chen Yue, observing the disheveled state of Aunt Zhang's home in the video, smirked coldly. If you are truly apologizing, then show some sincerity. Mere words will not suffice. Here's the deal. Kneel before the camera and slap your face until I am satisfied. Aunt Zhang was taken aback by such a demand, momentarily stunned. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded resolutely. No problem. As long as it brings you joy and earns your forgiveness, I will do anything. Thus, Aunt Zhang knelt before the camera, repeatedly slapping her own face. Harder. Are you not hungry? Chen Yue's voice echoed from the other end, igniting her anger and rendering her cheeks crimson. Yet she had no choice but to comply with increased force. The sound of her slaps resonated thunderously, and within mere minutes, her face began to swell visibly. Chen Yue, please calm down. It is all my fault. Do not hold a grudge against an elderly person like me. Our traditional virtues teach us to respect the elderly and care for the young. Have mercy, grant me a morsel of food, or I shall truly perish. All right. Chen Yue, witnessing Aunt Zhang's tearful visage and swollen face, finally relented. I forgive you. No need to continue hurting yourself. Aunt Zhang sighed in relief, rubbing her face. Ouch. That hurts. As for the food, I'm sorry, Aunt Zhang. In truth, I have no food left either. After uttering those words, Chen Yue promptly disconnected the video call and blocked her. Witnessing such a seamless execution of actions, Zhang Dama stood frozen, unable to fathom the reality before her. You dare deceive me. This wretched son-in-law has the audacity to trick me. Zhang Dama erupted in a heart-wrenching roar, her demeanor transforming into one of madness as she began to violently smash the few belongings that remained in her home. Chen Yue, may you suffer a fate worse than death. After your demise, you shall surely descend into hell, and I will ensure your ruin. How dare you deceive even the elderly? You shameless wretch. After wreaking havoc for a good 10 minutes, Zhang Dama finally regained her composure, a glint of malevolence shining in her eyes. Chapter 60. The onset of chaos. Aunt Zhang sat quietly in her home, contemplating for an extended period, before hastily seizing a kitchen knife and departing. Mere minutes later, messages began to proliferate in the homeowners group. My heavens, Aunt Zhang is actually hacking at the door of the neighbors. If I recall correctly, isn't that elderly couple next door over 70? Indeed, Aunt Zhang has gone too far. How can she target such frail seniors? The elderly tend to hoard provisions and are often unfamiliar with WeChat. Perhaps Aunt Zhang had precisely that in mind when she chose her victims. You are right. Even if those two were to perish, no one would be the wiser. Chen Yue, observing the discussions in the group, accessed the camera and discerned that Aunt Zhang had just broken through the door and entered the residence. After approximately 10 minutes, she emerged, one hand grasping a substantial bag of flour, the other cradling a large sack of rice. Throughout this ordeal, the elderly couple had not made an appearance, leaving their fate uncertain. Chen Yu's heart sank at the scene. He realized that the days of turmoil were about to commence. The news of Aunt Zhang raiding the home of the elderly spread rapidly within the group, inciting a wave of condemnation against her. Aunt Zhang, do you not have elderly in your household? How would you feel if the provisions painstakingly saved by your own elders were seized so callously? Seeing that you can no longer deceive anyone, you resort to thievery and such despicable acts against the elderly. What a foolish wretch. I never imagined you to be capable of such actions. At that moment, Aunt Zhang dismissed all concerns. She activated a mode of fierce retort in the group. What right do you have to judge me? In the face of life and death, your actions may not surpass mine. Where were you when you came to my home to steal? Why did you not utter a word then? Now you all emerge pretending to be virtuous. What hypocrisy! I have long been weary of your sanctimonious behavior. It must be said that Aunt Zhang's years of service in the property management were not in vain. Her verbal onslaught rendered the others speechless. Observing the silence in the group, a cold smirk and disdain appeared on Aunt Zhang's face. Since we are on the subject, let me share some good news. I have been deceiving you all along. There is no rescue team. This was merely a ruse to pacify you. Only by making everyone believe in the existence of a rescue team could I ensure a semblance of restraint. Now that the truth is revealed, let us all abandon our pretenses. Steal, fight, kill, let chaos reign. Upon reading Aunt Zhang's words, the group members fell into a profound silence. Indeed, when a glimmer of civilization remained, everyone endeavored to uphold their last vestiges of integrity. However, once order disintegrated, it was inevitable that some would rise to seize the opportunity. These individuals would regard others as mere prey. At that moment, within the Su family's villa, upon receiving the news in the group chat, the Su family fell into a profound silence. The rescue team was certainly not coming, and if we wished to survive, there was but one path forward: to seize. The first to succumb to the impulse was Su Lang. Concealing his face to avoid detection, he retrieved a knife from his home and stepped outside. The neighboring household on the right had already been thoroughly plundered by the Su family. Thus, Su Lang set his sights on the residence to the left of their villa. This dwelling was occupied by a middle-aged single woman, approximately in her 40s, who ran her own business. Having divorced her husband years prior, she had entrusted their child to him and now lived alone in the villa. For Su Lang, this middle-aged single woman represented an ideal target for his predatory intentions. He approached her door and knocked gently. A moment later, her voice resonated from within, laced with fear and desperation. Who is at the door? What do you want? Zhang Jia, it's Su Lang from next door. I actually have no ulterior motive. I simply wish to borrow some food, as we have run out. Oh, it's Su Lang. Hearing the familiar voice, the woman's defenses lowered slightly. I'm sorry, Su Lang, but I have no food to spare. Perhaps you could try asking at another house? Having been neighbors for so many years, Su Lang retorted, if you refuse to lend me food, what makes you think others, who barely know me, would be inclined to help? He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently, fearful that she might have brought home an unwelcome companion. After several minutes of careful listening, he confirmed that she was alone, and only then did he feel a semblance of relief. Zhang Jia, I'll be frank, today, you must open this door, whether you wish to or not. What do you mean, Su Lang? Are you intending to force your way into my home? Ignoring her question, Su Lang brandished the knife and began to strike at the door repeatedly. This scene evoked memories of a horror film, The Shining, that the single woman had seen years ago. You've lost your mind. Perhaps order will be restored soon. Do you want to end up in prison? Stop. You can still pretend nothing has happened, but if you don't, I will report you once order is restored. Su Lang, now beyond reasoning, replied. Haven't you seen the messages in the group? There is no rescue team. We are trapped here. If you have any sense, you'll open the door quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 61. The sweet temptation of robbery. The entrance of the community proved utterly inadequate to withstand Su Lang, who swiftly broke it open. He stormed into the home of a single female proprietor, first delivering a brutal beating, and then ransacking her residence, leaving no supplies unplundered. It was only after Su Lang's departure that the distraught businesswoman took to the owner-s group to voice her lamentations. Oh my heavens, my home has just been robbed. Is there no law left? Is there no justice anymore? She had anticipated expressions of sympathy from her peers, yet to her astonishment, the chat had descended into chaos. Those scoundrels. They not only stole my provisions but even took my dog. How can we survive? With no food in this bitter cold, we shall starve. Rescue team. I earnestly wish to see you at this very moment. I long to return to a semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, it became apparent that the multi-story residential area of the villa had devolved into a widespread grain looting spree. Many had banded together, seeking out isolated or vulnerable households to rob. The spoils were subsequently distributed according to a predetermined ratio. Madame Zhang sat at home, munching on rice while observing the frenzied exchanges in the chat, murmuring to herself, I am not to blame. I have done nothing wrong. I merely wish to survive. What is wrong with that? If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon this apocalyptic world. How well we coexisted before the end times. Yes. And let us also blame Chen Yue. He possesses such an abundance of food yet refuses to share with others. It is he who has driven us to this state. It is he who has pushed people to the brink. If he had been willing, his provisions could sustain us for years. Had that been the case, perhaps the apocalypse would have long since passed. Chen Yue is selfish and self-serving. He is the root of all this calamity. Therefore, I cannot be held accountable. Madame Zhang pilfered from the elderly couple next door, yet she did not resort to lethal force. She merely took their food supplies. The remaining provisions would undoubtedly suffice for the couple for a while, as the elderly consume little and are not particular. They should manage for some time without issue. Madame Zhang continuously reassured herself, positioning herself as part of a marginalized group, attempting to evade the gnawing pangs of conscience. At that moment, footsteps echoed at her door, causing her to sit upright like a startled bird. Could it be that those brutes from Wu had returned? Panic surged within her. She could not afford to lose the food she had so unethically acquired. She found herself utterly unable to face the elderly couple again. Madame Zhang pulled out her phone and sent a message in the group. Dear all, I have left this place to seek refuge with my elder sister. Those wishing to rob me, do not bother. There is nothing left in my home. Her intention in sending this message was merely to intimidate the person lingering at her door, yet she was taken aback to find that the individual remained steadfast, showing no signs of departure. Stealthily, she approached the door, hoping to peer through the peephole, only to discover that it had already frozen over. The outside world was shrouded in uncertainty. After experiencing the terrifying home invasion by Wu Yu, and Zhang was now in a state of panic, hastily retreating to the kitchen to grasp a kitchen knife for courage. The persistent sound of footsteps outside tightened her already frayed nerves. Who dares to tread out there? Do not play tricks on me. Leave at once. I assure you, I am not afraid. Should you dare to enter, I shall not hesitate to take your life. In this apocalyptic world, I possess nothing but my life. Come in if you dare. Do not underestimate me because of my age. I have witnessed the slaughter of pigs in the village during my youth. It is merely a matter of a knife entering and exiting flesh, is it not? Am I to fear you? After a tirade of curses, the footsteps outside indeed ceased. Aunt Zhang stood frozen in place, not daring to move. It was not until a good 10 minutes had elapsed that she cautiously approached the door. Pressing her ear against it, she listened intently for any signs of movement. Have they left? Humph. That fool was scared away by my words. How absurd that such a person would attempt to rob me. With that thought, Aunt Zhang involuntarily relaxed. The prolonged tension had left her feeling quite unwell. After waiting another 5 or 6 minutes, she placed her hand on the doorknob, incrementally turning it to open the door. As Aunt Zhang poked her head out, before she could fully comprehend the situation, someone seized her hair and yanked her outside. Who are you? I will kill you. The shock and terror surged through her as she wildly swung the knife in her hand, yet she could sense that it had not struck anyone. In the next moment, a sharp pain coursed through her abdomen as a foot connected forcefully with her stomach. At over 50 years of age, the blow rendered her weak and defenseless. However, her assailant showed no intention of relenting, relentlessly stomping down upon her, one strike after another, with no signs of stopping. Aunt Zhang could only lie on the ground, protecting her vulnerable areas from the onslaught. In this moment, she took note of her attacker's appearance. To her astonishment, it was none other than Lin Jiadong, the sycophant of the Su family, a newcomer to the village area. Get out. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I shall spare you. Lin Jiadong's cold gaze remained fixed on the prostrate Aunt Zhang as he spoke icily. Please, Jiadong, we are neighbors. Aunt Zhang immediately began to plead for mercy, fully aware that if she found herself alone outside, she would surely freeze to death by nightfall. Thus, she attempted to appeal to their past camaraderie. What she did not realize was that Lin Jiadong, disillusioned with the Su family, had long since lost any semblance of sentiment. Chapter 62, Discovering the Granary? Regarding Aunt Zhang's predicament, Lin Jiadong remained unfazed, even stifling a chuckle. Wasn't this predicament a result of her own making? Had she been forthright from the outset? choosing to share her circumstances with others. Perhaps they would have rallied to her aid. The outcome of universal betrayal is invariably self-inflicted. Whom can she blame? With a swift kick, Lin Jiadong pushed Aunt Zhang aside, seized the keys, and entered the house, locking the door firmly behind him, leaving her to shiver in the biting wind and snow. The situation in the villa district escalated, and naturally, Chen Yue took note of the turmoil unfolding there. Most homeowners in the area were affluent, and their pantries were scarcely stocked. As the days wore on, many had already run out of provisions. In the absence of food, desperation would drive these individuals to seek sustenance elsewhere. It seemed only a matter of time before someone stumbled upon this place. After lunch, Chen Yue observed movement on the surveillance feed. Upon reviewing the footage, she noticed several men had approached the exterior walls, armed with hammers, axes, and an array of tools, launching a ferocious assault on the door. Yet, the seemingly impregnable barrier bore not a single mark. Moreover, the axes they wielded were left with nicks and chips. These little rodents were indeed quick to act. Chen Yue took a few bites of her meal, then armed herself with a military crossbow and made her way to the city wall. Peering through the shooting aperture, she observed the frantic activity below. What to do? This door is far too sturdy. How could it possibly be opened? With such robust security in place, there must be an abundance of food within. As she watched the men struggle in vain, a sardonic smile crept across Chen Yue's face. I have invested so much, maintained so many, and constructed this fortress. Do they truly believe they can breach it so effortlessly? Hey, save your efforts, Chen Yue finally exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer. If you wish to enter, prepare for missiles. The men looked up in surprise at Chen Yue, quickly transitioning to threats of their own. However, their menacing declarations paled in comparison to those made by Wu Yu when he had come. These threats were of a different caliber entirely. Moreover, over the past few days, several groups had attempted to intimidate her, but what had been their fate? One by one, they had met with death or injury. Open the door. We mean no harm. We simply seek some food. One man called out. We have been without provisions for several days. Please, grant us a morsel. Indeed, we implore you. If necessary, we shall pay for it. I have no food, Chen Yue replied, exasperation evident in her voice as she brandished the military crossbow. If you do not depart immediately, I shall shoot. Initially taken aback by the sight of her weapon, the men hesitated, yet none retreated. Go ahead and shoot. We will die of hunger eventually, and dying sooner might just lead to rebirth. Another shouted defiantly. I don't believe you'll dare to pull the trigger. Go on, take your shot. I stand here unmoving. Should I budge? I am your son. Chen Yue thought to himself, how absurd. You are already over 50. Do you still wish to claim to be my offspring? Dream on. As communication proved futile, Chen Yue chose silence. Seizing a military composite crossbow to aim at a man's leg, pulling the trigger, the bolt shot forth instantaneously, striking the thigh of the individual who had been leaping about exuberantly. Good heavens. Are you serious? If you do not leave at once, my next shot will be aimed at your head. The wounded man took flight, and the remaining individuals, witnessing Chen Yue's willingness to resort to violence, scattered in all directions. In their haste, they did not forget to hurl threats. Just you wait. I shall return to finish you off. Damn it. If you refuse to lend us food, then so be it. Why resort to violence? Once we prepare, we shall undoubtedly demolish your wretched abode. Faced with such threats, Chen Yue scoffed. To dismantle this outer wall, you would at least require heavy artillery from the military, yet even upon breaching, you would still not find me, after all. I possess a basement. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Yue's phone began to ring. Within the homeowners group, someone tagged all members. Family, let us cease our infighting. I know of a location abundant in food supplies. If you trust me, each household should send forth a strong young man to accompany me in retrieving the provisions. Upon reading this message, Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. This narrative seems rather familiar. The others in the homeowners group began to speculate upon seeing this news. Is this true? If there is indeed food, why not go yourself instead of telling us? Precisely, if each household sends a man, what if a robbery occurs? Indeed, could this be a ploy to draw the tiger from its den? If I do not perceive any benefit, I shall resolutely refuse to participate. Surprised by the skepticism of the others, Chen Yue wondered, what is this? This generation of homeowners seems to possess some sense. Dear family, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. The place I speak of is a granary, though I cannot disclose its specific location just yet. I promise, once we unlock the granary together, the food within shall be equally shared among us. We are few in number, yet the granary is abundant with provisions. Those supplies will suffice to see us through this calamity. Upon reading this, Chen Yue recalled the truth of the matter. This individual spoke accurately. There indeed exists a granary nearby, stocked with copious amounts of grain. In a past life, Chen Yue had followed that person. but he had twisted his ankle along the way and had to turn back. Those who proceeded unlocked the granary, and it was said that the food inside was piled high. However, all of this was merely a ruse. Chapter 63. Free labor in the Su family villa. Su Lang and others gazed at the messages in the group chat, their brows furrowing in concern. Is this for real? Kaimei exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. There is actually a granary, but every household needs to send a man. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon her son. Su Lang, I won't go, don't even think about it. Su Lang resolutely shook his head. This has to be a scam. Just consider the situation. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who would share news of finding food with others? If there really were food, wouldn't it be better to keep it all for oneself? I concur that something seems off, Su Jiao chimed in. If every household must send a man, what happens when brother leaves and someone comes to rob us? This is clearly a ploy to lure us away. Kaimei, now uncertain herself, contemplated the implications. If it were indeed a ruse, Su Lang would be in grave danger once he stepped outside. With only 3 women remaining at home, a few intruders could easily overpower them. Yet, if this were true, missing out on a share of food would be a tremendous loss. The others remained hesitant as well. Those venturing out were all single men. Everyone, come quickly. Another individual in the group messaged. I understand your concerns. I assure you, for those who lend a hand this time, your families will never have to worry about food again. As soon as the words left his lips, the group erupted in skepticism. On what grounds can you guarantee that? Why should we trust you? Exactly. You're calling all the men away. What if there's a robbery? I smell a trick here. Unperturbed, the individual shared a picture in the group chat. In the image were several boxes of instant noodles. Look, these are the noodles I've prepared for those who help out. Even if there's no food in the granary, you'll at least get a hearty meal while you work. Wouldn't you agree? When the image of the noodles appeared, the eyes of the group members gleamed with interest. They had been starving for days, and the sight of food was irresistible. As for whether it was a scam, after all, could one truly be deceived when food was involved? Moreover, in these dire times, acquiring any food meant an increased chance of survival. Even if it turned out to be a deception, the mere presence of noodles could cloud their judgment. I've made up my mind. Whether it's a scam or not, I must go and see for myself, Su Lang declared, rising eagerly to leave. Su Shaoxian shot him a disapproving glance and said with a hint of exasperation, you may get to eat your fill, but what about us? Don't worry, sis. Su Lang reassured her, thumping his chest. I promise to bring back delicious food for you all. Besides, whatever I eat there will ultimately be for you. In the group chat, some individuals without men at home began seeking work opportunities. I am not a man, yet I possess capabilities that surpass those of men. Allow me to join. Indeed, one must not discriminate against women. They can uphold half the sky. Whether or not we work is inconsequential. I am primarily motivated by the desire for instant noodles. As a marginalized group, our needs for sustenance should take precedence. However, regardless of their attempts to assert themselves, the individual in the group pays them no heed. Minutes later, enticed by the allure of instant noodles, nearly every household sent someone forth. Gathering at the entrance of the villa district, the messenger was a robust young man in his 30s, named Lu Jianrong, who had remained relatively unnoticed in the group. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, most individuals had little interaction with him. Brother Lu, shall we set off? It is too cold here, one remarked. Yes, Brother Lu. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home to rest. My wife is waiting for me to bring back food. Do not wait. No one else will come. Brother Lu, let us depart. Lu Jianrong surveyed the number of participants, nodded slightly, and declared, all right. Let us set off. The sooner we finish, the sooner we return home. Our destination lies approximately 10 kilometers from here, where a granary is located. The food is buried within an underground storage facility. Thus, our task today is to excavate a snow tunnel to reach there, unlock the granary, and then transport the provisions back. It is that simple. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. 10 kilometers is neither a trivial distance nor an insurmountable one. Had this been before the apocalypse, such a task would have posed no issue for so many. Yet now, after enduring prolonged hunger, their strength had waned, and challenges were inevitable. Fear not. Lu Jianrong seemed to sense the apprehension of the crowd. We have prepared instant noodles for everyone, and during our work, we will take breaks to eat and warm ourselves. That is splendid. Let us get to it. Another exclaimed. Indeed, we are all capable men. This task is trivial. Roll up our sleeves and get to work. I want spicy noodles. Someone called out. A bit of spice will keep us warm. The mention of instant noodles stirred a craving within the crowd, inexplicably rejuvenating their spirits. They all grabbed shovels and snow shovels, setting forth to dig through the snow. Meanwhile, Chen Yue observed the laborers through surveillance footage, shaking her head in resignation. These individuals possess a modicum of intelligence, yet not enough. With just a few words and a grand promise, they had gathered such a multitude of free labor. Indeed, The granary contained provisions, abundant supplies, amounting to several hundred tons. But what of it? In her previous life, Chen Yue had heard from those who had excavated the underground granary that once it was opened, the others turned hostile. Each person received merely a pound of food as compensation. The notion of equitable distribution was a mere farce. Those who dared to resist were beaten, too intimidated to retaliate, as their adversaries wielded firearms. As for Lu Jianrong, he was not a benevolent character either. Chapter 64. The Countenance of the Wolf. The reason why Lu Jianrong remains somewhat enigmatic to everyone is twofold. Firstly, he possesses an inherently low profile, and secondly, his profession necessitates such discretion. Prior to the apocalypse, Lu Jianrong was employed at a security company with exceedingly stringent recruitment criteria. The firm boasted a staff comprised almost entirely of skilled operatives or retired special forces from abroad, with mercenaries among them as well. The possession of firearms and ammunition was merely a standard aspect of the security company's operations. The owner of this firm appeared to be a mercenary who had spent years overseas, returning only due to an injury. These individuals fervently gathered supplies for him during the apocalypse, and the warehouse brimming with provisions served as one of his strongholds. Chen Yue observed the diligent workers in the video without sending a message to the group. They were currently in high spirits, and a splash of cold water from him might only raise their suspicions. This could lead them to believe he could not bear to see others thrive, ultimately risking the exposure of his own position. With his legs crossed and chin in hand, Chen Yue pondered deeply. At that moment, he suddenly realized that as time passed, the residents of the villa district had begun to extend their interactions beyond their insular circle, engaging with individuals from outside the villa area. While he could manage the dynamics within his immediate circle, fully aware of the nature of those dwelling within the villa, venturing into interactions with outsiders posed a different challenge. This new milieu was rife with danger, including individuals armed with heavy weaponry. If they set their sights on his sanctuary, an inevitable clash would ensue. A sense of urgency surged within Chen Yue. He knew he must begin to prepare for the future. Rising, he made his way to the basement, where a room had been converted into a shooting range. The sound of gunfire echoed from within. Meanwhile, Su Lang and the others were laboriously digging a snow tunnel. He felt a sense of delight as they were continually supplied with hot water, an indulgence absent in their homes. Back at home, water and electricity were cut off, and boiling water relied solely on the burning of firewood. After boiling a pot of water, Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao each had to share a sip, leaving merely a mouthful to spare. Yet now, they could enjoy hot water at will, keeping their bodies warm. However, this task demanded considerable effort, and those residing in the villa were accustomed to a life of ease. They had never engaged in such arduous labor. Initially, with the luxury of hot water, no one complained, but as their stomachs filled with water, their desire to drink diminished. After digging approximately 3 kilometers, complaints began to surface. By the time they reached 4 kilometers, some had declared a strike. "I can't do it anymore. I'm too exhausted. Indeed, my arms ache unbearably. Let us take a break." This snow has been falling for over 10 days, layering upon layering. The snow beneath is compacted like porcelain, far too difficult to excavate. Truly, this is no task for humans. I'm lying flat now. Once an individual relinquished their task, a chain reaction ensued. In less than a minute, over a dozen people found themselves seated in the snow, nursing their weary arms. At that moment, a figure resembling a junior foreman approached, wearing a smile as he addressed the group. "What seems to be the trouble? Are you fatigued? Please, hold on a little longer. We are nearly halfway there. We can rest at the 5-kilometer mark." "We can't continue." "Not at all," one person retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the foreman. "We're all exhausted. Let's take a break first. I advise you to hasten your efforts." The foreman maintained his amiable demeanor. "Look, the snow is intensifying. If we cease our digging now, all our prior labor may prove futile. We are just a few kilometers away. Let us muster our strength. Don't stand there talking as if you're unaffected." An irate individual sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the foreman. "I am worth billions. Merely being here to work is already a concession to you. And now, when I'm fatigued, you deny us a moment's respite? I can't believe how you exploit people. It brings tears to my eyes." "Indeed. Let us call it a day then." Another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "We can return tomorrow to continue our work." "That sounds splendid. A good rest today will certainly enable us to work more efficiently tomorrow." "Exactly. Let us head back." With that, some began to rise and retrace their steps, disregarding the junior foreman entirely. As the first individual brushed past the foreman, he was seized by the collar. "What are you doing? Let go of me." "What am I doing?" The foreman's countenance had shifted, losing its previous warmth, now filled with hostility. "Damn it. Are you taking my kindness for granted? Strike him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 burly men surged forward, pinning the would-be deserter to the ground. Fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Beat him soundly. The foreman joined in, delivering a few kicks, leaving the man half unconscious before casting him into a snowdrift. Understood. The two hulking figures continued to pummel the unfortunate soul for several agonizing minutes, before carelessly discarding him like a dead dog into the snow. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, the onlookers fell silent, paralyzed by fear. You wretched lot. Ignoring the wine offered and opting for punishment instead. Your skins are itching for a beating. The foreman withdrew a handgun, aiming it at the nearest individual, Su Lang. Are you going to work? Su Lang, confronted with the ominous black barrel, was struck dumb, nodding frantically. Yes, I will work, I will work. Do you wish to return home? Absolutely not, not at all. Excellent. The foreman's lips curled into a sinister grin. Now all of you get back to work. We will not rest until we reach the 5-kilometer mark. If we do not reach the granary tonight, none of you shall return. I will make you regurgitate every morsel you've consumed. Startled by the revelation of the firearm, the crowd immediately plunged into frantic labor. Chapter 65 Unexpected Visitor Fear serves as the primary impetus for labor. Under the coercion of the small foreman wielding a firearm, the efficiency of work markedly escalated several notches. Subsequently, no one provided food or drink along the way. As they approached the final 2 kilometers, the majority of the workers were utterly exhausted. The hard snow coupled with their depleted strength rendered them utterly fatigued. Yet, the small foreman stood menacingly behind them, gun in hand, ensuring that no one dared to slack off. They could only grit their teeth and continue. At long last, they unearthed the designated location. The moment Su Lang beheld the storeroom, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Finally arrived. This day had nearly cost them their lives. At last, they could finish their labor and return home with food. Well done. As the small foreman passed Su Lang, he patted him on the shoulder and approached the storeroom entrance. The lock on the storeroom was rather simple. The small foreman had an adept locksmith among them, and within 10 minutes, the large door swung open. A flurry of snow rushed into the storeroom. When the crowd discerned the scene before them, their faces drained of color. This storeroom was utterly empty. The small foreman furrowed his brow slightly at the sight, and after surveying the interior, he grasped the situation. It turned out that the provisions were located in the basement. The basement had an underground passage that directly connected to the granary. Everyone, I require your assistance once more. The small foreman spoke politely, gun in hand. The food is in the subterranean storeroom, thus you must clear the snow from the underground passage. His words immediately incited discontent among the crowd. No way? We have to work more? We're on the verge of collapse. When will this end? Indeed, I may be a capitalist, but witnessing your treatment, I feel utterly ashamed. You treat us like we're less than human. The small foreman observed the commotion for a while, smiling faintly before calmly stating, who wishes to cease working? Speak to me. Upon seeing the firearm in his hand, the previously ignited fervor of the crowd quickly dwindled. Let us continue. What choice do we have? Are we truly going to confront him? That would mean certain death. Su Lang, devoid of hope, mechanically wielded his shovel, digging through the snow. His arms had long lost sensation, and he was now sustained solely by sheer will. The next day, at the Su family villa, Kai Mei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao anxiously awaited by the door. Why has your brother been gone for a day without returning? Could something have happened? Kai Mei felt a pang of concern for her son, her anxiety mounting in the absence of any news. Perhaps he overindulged and can't move. Su Xiaoxian lamented, then picked up her phone to open the group chat. In the homeowners group, numerous inquiries had been made regarding the whereabouts of their men, with mentions directed at Lu Jianrong. A few minutes later, Lu Jianrong began posting images in the group. In the photos, Su Lang and others wore smiles, holding bowls of instant noodles, clearly enjoying themselves immensely. Even while toiling, their faces were adorned with smiles. Mother, look. Su Xiaoxian handed over her phone, deliberately magnifying Su Lang's expression. Brother is living well. He has plenty to eat and drink. Though he works, he does not suffer hunger or cold as we do. It's truly wonderful. Kai Mei, gazing at her son, smiled. Couldn't help but display a beaming smile herself. Xiaoxian, go fetch the leftover noodles and rice from the kitchen. Today, we shall indulge in a hearty meal. Once your brother returns with provisions, we will no longer have to endure hunger. All right, mother. Su Xiaoxian responded joyfully. After so many days, hope had finally arrived. As long as her brother came back, he would surely bring back an abundance of food. At the very least, being able to fill their bellies every day would be splendid. With this thought, Su Xiaoxian took out her phone and opened the chat page with Chen Yue. The messages she had sent earlier were still marked as read but unanswered. Looking back at her previous servile demeanor, she felt a wave of disgust. Chen Yue, let me inform you that my brother has gone to work and will soon return with a great deal of food. Rest assured, I will never beg you again. Do you know how your actions appear to me? Like a filthy loser suddenly flaunting wealth. What is so commendable about that? Once this calamity passes, the Su family will still be a formidable presence, while you will merely be a maggot wallowing in the dirt. After sending the message, Su Shaoxian expected Chen Yue to remain silent, but to her surprise, he replied almost instantly. Have you taken leave of your senses? You tasteless fools. What level do you think you're at? How dare you compare yourselves to me? Following that, Chen Yue sent a series of images, each showcasing an array of exquisite delicacies. Su Shaoxian couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. She realized that no matter how much food Su Lang brought back, it could never compare to the lavish lifestyle Chen Yue currently enjoyed. What could possibly be in their granary? Just rice and flour. But what did Chen Yue have? Seafood, beef, caviar. These were the epitome of gourmet cuisine. Su Shaoxian's fingers flew across the screen, frantically retracting all the messages she had just sent. She was about to offer an apology, but found that Chen Yue had already blocked her. Well, if that's how it is, so be it. It's not the first time, Su Shaoxian thought, having grown accustomed to such encounters. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, who had just dismissed Su Shaoxian, was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in playing Red Dead Redemption. At that moment, the surveillance system emitted an alarm. What is going on? Who could it be now? Chen Yue opened his phone to check the monitor, and the figure on the screen caught him by surprise. Chapter 66. The Reckoning of Good and Evil. To Chen Yue's astonishment, the figure standing at her doorstep was none other than Aunt Zhang. Gazing at her through the surveillance monitor, she noticed Aunt Zhang looking up at the camera before collapsing to her knees. Snowflakes descended upon her frail frame, further accentuating her already hunched posture. Frost clung to her hair and eyebrows. Her hands turned a ghastly shade of purple from the cold, as she trembled there in supplication. What do you want? If you seek death, do not do so at my doorstep. Chen Yue admonished through the intercom, urging her to leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Instead of departing, Aunt Zhang endeavored to bow her head in reverence to Chen Yue. Yet, her body had become so rigid from the chill that she could not lower her head any further than a dozen centimeters from the ground. I beg you, dear lady. I am on my knees, pleading for your mercy. I do not seek food. I simply ask for a sip of warm water. I am bowing before you. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang repeatedly bent and bowed in supplication. The once formidable Aunt Zhang, who had once commanded respect and fear, now resembled a dog in her humility. Chen Yue could not help but reminisce about her past life when Aunt Zhang had deceived numerous individuals, hoarding food and rallying many to her cause, establishing herself as a local tyrant within the community. Anyone returning with supplies had to surrender a significant portion to her. Most of the food Chen Yue managed to procure had been seized by this very woman, resulting in frequent beatings from Su Lang. Thus, Aunt Zhang could be considered an indirect perpetrator of Chen Yue's demise. When enemies meet, emotions run high. Regardless of Aunt Zhang's desperate bows and apologies, Chen Yue felt nothing but revulsion, devoid of any compassion. I will say this once more, leave at once. I have no warm water here. Seek it from someone else. To Chen Yue's surprise, Aunt Zhang did not retort with insults this time. She silently rose and hobbled away, her back hunched in defeat. Watching her retreat, Chen Yue let out a heavy sigh. Once, in the pre-apocalyptic era, many in the community had placed their trust in the warm-hearted and helpful Aunt Zhang. When families prepared delicious meals, they would often think to share a portion with her. However, when the apocalypse struck, Aunt Zhang squandered her advantageous position. Had she been forthright from the beginning and united everyone to clear a path, they would have surely found ample food, and the specter of theft would not have loomed over them. Aunt Zhang would not be left to cry out in vain, her pleas falling on deaf ears. Wrapping her garments tightly around her, Aunt Zhang wandered the villa district like a lost soul. Approaching each house, she knelt at the entrance, knocking in hopes of receiving a mere sip of warm water. Yet the residents had grown to loathe the old woman. Not a single soul extended a helping hand. Some even rushed from their homes to beat her mercilessly. Thus, Aunt Zhang continued her desperate quest, unknowingly arriving at the doorstep of the elderly couple she had once robbed. At the threshold of a household, Aunt Zhang halted, perhaps paralyzed by a pang of guilt, hesitating to advance. At that moment, the door of the elderly couple's home swung open, revealing a silver-haired grandfather and grandmother. They approached Aunt Zhang, reaching into their garments. Assuming they were about to produce a weapon to attack her, Aunt Zhang instinctively closed her eyes. Yet, the next instant, she felt a warm sensation in her hands. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a hot water bottle nestled in her embrace. "Child, this is all we can offer you," the old grandmother remarked, her face etched with sorrow as she gently touched her still swollen cheek, the very one that Aunt Zhang had struck during the robbery. "Before this calamity befell us, you were kind to us old souls. But now, how have you changed?" The grandfather supported his wife as they turned to leave, lamenting, "Alas, is this disaster a natural calamity or a man-made tragedy?" Warm tears streamed down Aunt Zhang's cheeks as she clutched the hot water bottle, collapsing to her knees. Facing the direction in which the elderly couple had departed, she cried out, "I was wrong. I was so very wrong. I am not human. I am a beast. I cannot face you, nor my neighbors." Meanwhile, Su Lang and his companions were tirelessly excavating the underground passage. Exhausted, they persevered under the watchful eye of a gun-toting foreman, fearing to slacken their pace. Anyone who faltered would be dragged away for a beating, only to be left in the snow to await their fate. Since the onset of their toil, 7 or 8 individuals had been taken without return. At that moment, Su Lang's sole desire was survival, even as his arms ached. He continued to dig fervently. "We've broken through. We've broken through." The lead digger exclaimed joyfully. Su Lang, upon hearing this, felt an immense relief wash over him, nearly losing grip of his shovel. The foreman, with a smirk on his face, pushed through the crowd to the front. The lead digger had now entered the storage room, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Indeed, there was food, piles of rice, flour, cooking oil, and even condiments like lao gan ma and preserved vegetables. Ha ha, we're rich. We can finally stave off hunger. Oh, this is wonderful. My wife and children can finally have a hearty meal. He cried joyfully. "Brothers, let us move. Let us take it home." The crowd surged forward, ready to seize the supplies, but a sudden gunshot pierced the air, silencing them instantly. They turned to the source of the sound, finding the foreman wearing a chilling grin. Chapter 67. Su Lang's fury towards Kaimei. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" The young foreman, wielding a pistol, slowly approached the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Have you lost sight of your place? You promised us." One voice rang out from the throng. "As long as we find the food, we shall share it equally." "Indeed, you cannot break your word. Now that the food has been found, are we not entitled to our share?" "Absolutely. Don't think that your little gun can intimidate us. At this point, who fears whom? Exactly. If it comes to it, we shall fight." Upon seeing the food, the crowd's emotions ignited. After toiling for so long, the prospect of bringing home a hearty meal for their families was tantalizing. Yet, to be denied that was a greater torment than death itself. Thus, the ordinarily ununited masses stood together for a common cause. The young foreman surveyed the agitated crowd, feeling no fear, but rather a growing amusement. What? A bunch of ragtag misfits think they are heavenly warriors? He toyed with his pistol, scanning the faces before him. Each person can claim but 1 pound of rice. Those who agree may line up here, while those who do not may leave. 1 pound? Are you sending us to beg? After all our hard work, you offer merely a pound of rice. Even a capitalist would weep at this injustice. Brothers, let us go. If we can eliminate him, the food in this warehouse will be ours. Armed with snow shovels, the crowd surged forward, but suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from behind. Startled, they turned to see Lu Jianrong and several others appearing at the warehouse entrance. The men accompanying him brandished shotguns and submachine guns, gazing coldly at the crowd. "What are you doing? Are you staging a rebellion?" Lu Jianrong's voice, though not loud, held an unsettling warmth that chilled the hearts of many. Upon seeing Lu Jianrong, the young foreman hastily approached him and bowed, exclaiming, "Hello, Brother Lu. You've worked hard. This time the boss will surely reward us well." Lu Jianrong patted his shoulder and turned his gaze back to the crowd. "What is the matter? Is 1 pound of food still insufficient? Damn it, this place is mine. Without me, you wouldn't even have a pound of rice. You've consumed so many instant noodles along the way. Truly, you are a bunch of gluttons. If not for my benevolence, I wouldn't even consider giving you 1 pound." The crowd had dared to confront the young foreman solely because he bore only a small handgun. However, now that Lu Jianrong had arrived with numerous formidable men, armed not only with handguns, but also shotguns and submachine guns, the balance had shifted. With such firepower, they could annihilate the crowd in an instant. Consequently, the people dared not utter a word, swallowing their grievances in silence. "Do you still dare defy me?" Lu Jianrong's voice rose above the subdued crowd, which resembled a flock of quails. "Do you submit?" We submit." "Speak louder. I cannot hear you." We submit. We submit." Lu Jianrong smiled faintly, conceding that it was sufficient. Thus, they should queue up to collect their rewards. Reluctantly, the crowd stood before the small foreman and began to line up, each receiving a pound of rice. Su Lang, holding the light plastic bag in his hand, let out a self-deprecating scoff. Upon returning home, he was immediately surrounded by Kaimei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao. "How was it? Did you bring back any food? How much did you manage to get?" They clamored. "Yes, we've consumed all the stored provisions, eagerly awaiting your return." "Brother, how much did you bring back? Is there any meat? Any canned fruit?" As Su Lang observed his family buzzing around him, he was struck by the realization that their supplies had been depleted. The suppressed emotions within him erupted. "Are you all out of your minds? Are you pigs? Eating so much, I nearly perished out there, and all I could bring back was a pound of rice. Couldn't you have waited for me to return before devouring everything? I am utterly exasperated. Just a bunch of gluttonous swine. Kai Mei, hearing her son's words, immediately bristled. Su Lang, how dare you speak to your mother like that? Feeling a bit too bold, are we? My wings have long since strengthened. Su Lang retorted, refusing to indulge her. You sit at home all day, eating and drinking, and when you're still hungry, you just whine. Can't you find something to eat yourself? The whole family relies on me. Am I a deity, able to manage all these mouths? And even the dog's mouth you expect me to control? Su Lang viciously kicked the chihuahua beside Su Jiao, a fierce glint in his eyes. Once the tension had subsided, Su Shaoxian sighed and sent a message to Chen Yue, but remained in a state of being blocked. Reluctantly, she dialed Chen Yue's number. When the call connected, Su Shaoxian spoke in a strained voice. Chen Yue, could you get lost? Chen Yue's cold voice cut through the line. I anticipated what you were about to say before you even called. Are you asking me to share some of my food? Didn't Su Lang just return from working, bringing back a warehouse of provisions? What's wrong now? No longer pretending to be grand. No, please listen to me. Su Shaoxian anxiously attempted to explain. Don't bother. I'm not interested, Chen Yue decisively interrupted. You wretched girl, even if I had food, I would never share a single grain of rice with you. How dare you act superior in front of me? What a joke. With that, Chen Yue abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Su Shaoxian let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 68, is that not Mr. Huang? After Su Shaoxian hung up the phone, she returned downstairs. How did it go? What did that rascal Chen Yue say? Su Lang, feeling the chill of the past few days, longed to perch by a fire. Is he willing to provide us with food? Su Shaoxian merely shook her head in response. Damn it, that scoundrel. Su Lang's frustration erupted instantly. Now that he has food, he thinks he's something special. If I ever find my way into his shelter, I swear I will deal with him. Meanwhile, in her own refuge, the once ignored model Tang Xiaojun, who had previously been exploited by Chen Yue, was enjoying an unexpectedly comfortable life. The dust-laden house had been thoroughly cleaned. The accommodations on the second floor were pristine, with one room even transformed into a makeshift bathroom. Surrounded by trees, she could easily gather firewood for warmth. As for food, she had no immediate worries after leaving Chen Yue's place. She had taken plenty of provisions with her. The house also contained some scattered food, ensuring that for the foreseeable future, her needs would be met, allowing her to live quite well. At that moment, Tang Xiaojun suddenly heard the crunching sound of footsteps on snow outside. She promptly extinguished the fire before quietly crouching by the window to peer outside. Unfortunately, the frost had obscured the glass, rendering the view nearly impossible. Consequently, those outside remained oblivious to her presence within the dwelling. I must know who is out there and what they intend. For Tang Xiaojun, her primary mission in residing here was to serve as Chen Yue's eyes. She took a still warm piece of charcoal and gently heated the frost-covered window. Once the ice melted sufficiently, she wiped away the water with her sleeve. After several attempts, she finally created a small viewing hole. Through this aperture, Tang Xiaojun spotted a man clad in a thick coat, stealthily prowling around the shelter as if he were spying on it. Just as I suspected, at a time like this, to be wandering out in the wilderness instead of staying at home can only mean trouble. With that thought, Tang Xiaojun quickly retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Yue. Hello? What prompted you to call me? Are you out of food? Chen Yue's voice from the other end warmed her heart. No, it's not that. I see a man lurking around the shelter, and I'm concerned he may pose a threat. A man? Chen Yue, currently luxuriating in a hot spring and thoroughly relaxed, was not overly alarmed by the news. I see. Thank you for informing me. I will check the surveillance footage and call you back shortly. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Yue opened the surveillance app on his phone and activated motion detection. It didn't take long for him to locate the man Tang Xiaojun had described. Isn't that Mr. Huang? Chen Yue exclaimed, gazing at the video of a man who appeared at least a decade older. Mr. Huang is the contractor who constructed this sanctuary for Chen Yue, and Chen still owes him a considerable sum of money. At such a time, his presence here surely isn't to demand payment, is it? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Chen Yue's phone rang. I don't have it. I don't have it. Hello? Mr. Huang, as I mentioned, you should collect the remaining payment from the Su family. My friend, I am not here to collect the outstanding balance. Of course, the payment is significant, considering the substantial amount involved. Mr. Huang's tone was exceedingly polite, entirely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed when previously demanding payment. My friend, you see, you owe me quite a bit. So I am willing to grant you a few days' grace. In return, could you spare some food for me? What do you think? Chen Yue smiled slightly. All right, no problem. Please wait by the gate. I will bring the food to you. After hanging up, Chen Yue made her way to the gates. At that moment, Mr. Huang appeared at the entrance, shivering in his cotton coat. "Mr. Huang, step aside. I will toss the food down to you." Upon her arrival, Chen Yue handed him 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, and a substantial amount of other provisions and vegetables. Such an abundance of food would suffice for him for 3 to 4 months. "Well, the food is with you. Hurry home now," Chen Yue remarked as she prepared to leave, only to be halted by Mr. Huang's voice. "My friend, my family has reached a desperate situation. We have gone a day and a night without food." Mr. Huang said, "Given our close bond, could you allow my family to take shelter here?" "Absolutely not," Chen Yue replied without a moment's hesitation. "I believe our relationship has not yet progressed to the point where we can share a roof." "My friend." Such words truly wound my heart. Mr. Huang chuckled coldly, trembling as he extracted a cigar from his pocket and lit it amidst the snow. "Surely you have not forgotten? I oversaw the entire construction of this sanctuary. I am likely more familiar with its intricacies than you are. To be frank, I have harbored suspicions about you. Why construct such a fortress in times of peace? Thus, I kept a set of all the keys for myself. Even the fingerprint lock has my information recorded. If you refuse to let me and my family in." At this point, Mr. Huang smirked ominously. "Then do not blame me for breaking in." Upon hearing this, Chen Yue remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at him. Indeed, Mr. Huang was not to be underestimated. Initially, she had hoped for a peaceful coexistence. But since he had taken the initiative to provoke her, she would not hold back. A few minutes later, Chen Yue broke into a smile. "Very well, Mr. Huang. Why don't you bring your wife and nephew over? It will be lively if we all reside together." Chapter 69. Expelling Mr. Huang. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Mr. Huang felt an immediate sense of relief. "All right, I shall return to fetch your sister-in-law. Soon we shall arrive as a family of 3, he declared. Chen Yue readily agreed. Yet in the depths of his heart, he had already condemned Mr. Huang. Indeed, it was Mr. Huang who had been contracted to construct the shelter. But Chen Yue had also invested substantial funds. Furthermore, he had generously provided them with an abundance of provisions, yet Mr. Huang remained insatiable and greedy. This attitude irked Chen Yue. A few hours later, Mr. Huang arrived with his wife and child, standing at the entrance of the shelter, awaiting Chen Yue to unlock the door. "This shameless Chen Yue owes us so much. It is only right that we reside in this shelter," Mr. Huang's wife berated at the entrance. "Once we are inside, we must claim the finest quarters and the best sustenance, leaving the Chen Yue at the periphery. Enough with the complaints." Mr. Huang shot her a glare, eager to smooth over the situation. "We have yet to move in. Why speak so much? I say, you are truly useless, failing to procure the money, and now I cannot express a word without your discontent. What is the matter? Is Chen Yue your father or mother? Why do you defend him so ardently?" Mr. Huang, now devoid of patience, stood silently by, smoking. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yue was already preparing a high-pressure water gun aimed at their family. Seeing Chen Yue's apparent inaction, Mr. Huang made another call. "Hello, Chen Yue? My wife and I have arrived. Hurry up. I am on my way. I'm just heating up some food for you and your wife," Chen Yue replied, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "By the way, Huang, don't you have a fingerprint? Why not come in first?" Chen Yue had anticipated Mr. Huang's untrustworthiness. And indeed, the main door might have been opened by Mr. Huang, but the reinforced latch had been custom-made without his knowledge. "Very well." Mr. Huang hung up the phone and told his wife, "Let us go in directly." As the Huang family approached the door, Chen Yue sprang into action. The high-pressure water gun unleashed its force, knocking them to the ground in an instant. Outside, temperatures had plummeted to nearly -40 degrees, approaching 50 degrees below zero. As the water struck them, they initially felt a fleeting warmth, but soon, a bone-chilling cold seeped into their very beings. "Chen Yue, what the hell are you doing? You're freezing me to death. Are you insane? I'll have your head for this. Stop immediately." "Old Huang, is Chen Yue insane? You must think of a way out." The 3 of them, drenched by the high-pressure water, struggled to maintain their footing, the thin layer of ice rapidly forming upon their skin. "Don't worry, my dear. I recorded my fingerprint, and now I shall proceed to open the door." Mr. Huang, braving the water pressure, slowly made his way to the entrance, taking a full half-minute to cover just a few meters. Due to the angle, Chen Yue was unable to aim the high-pressure water gun at Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang wiped away the thin layer of ice that had formed on his finger and placed it upon the lock. With a ringing sound, the electronic lock emitted the mechanical whir of its gears. Moments later, the lock clicked open. "Hurry! The lock is open!" Mr. Huang shouted to his wife and child, who were still in the shower. When they finally rushed to his side, Mr. Huang gave the door a hearty shove. However, it did not budge. Puzzled, Mr. Huang glanced down at the lock. It appeared to be functioning correctly. Could it be frozen? "Let's push together. The weather is too cold. The door must be stuck." On the count of 3, push. The Huang family, disregarding their earlier hesitation, placed their hands against the door and exerted all their strength. Alas, despite their efforts, the door remained immovable. Mr. Huang was thoroughly bewildered. This door was nearly airtight, making it impossible for air to circulate, hence it should not have frozen shut. So why couldn't they open it? Mr. Huang, are you currently burdened with a significant question? Chen Yue taunted from atop the wall. Perhaps if you exert a bit more effort, the door might yield. What have you done, Chen Yue? Why can't we open this door? It's frozen solid. Oh, I haven't done anything at all, Chen Yue said, deliberately brandishing a thermos filled with steaming hot tea. I merely installed a 20-centimeter thick steel bolt. If you wish to open this door, you will require a hydraulic jack. Perhaps your strength surpasses that of a jack? Mr. Huang glared at Chen Yue with gritted teeth. You, despicable scoundrel. I constructed this shelter. If you choose not to allow me to reside here, why must you treat me so cruelly? And to spray us with a high-pressure water gun, do you wish for us to perish? Chen Yue smirked coldly. I have provided you with ample provisions. Is that not enough? Once you are allowed to reside in the shelter, will you be satisfied? I suspect that in the future, you would find ways to eliminate me. Wouldn't you? To speak frankly, I have deleted all backups of fingerprints and re-recorded them. The electronic lock you just opened was the last time it would respond. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test it yourself. Skeptically, Mr. Huang placed his finger on the touchscreen, only to be met with the message indicating that the lock could not be opened. Very well. Chen Yue, you have guts. I concede defeat. Come, my wife and son. Let us depart. At that moment, Mr. Huang's son began to wail. Dad, my hand is stuck to the door. I can't pull it away. After much effort, Mr. Huang and his wife finally freed their son's hand from the door, albeit with some skin lost in the process. Chen Yue observed through the surveillance cameras as the family reluctantly dragged their provisions away from the premises. Chapter 70. Chihuahua, perish. Swiftly, the 17th day of the apocalypse arrived. Snowflakes had been cascading down for 17 consecutive days, while the temperature plummeted to a frigid 50 degrees below zero, nearing 60. The loudspeakers in the Villa district announced notifications from the disaster response team. Dear residents, due to the sharp drop in temperature, all power and water supply lines have been irreparably frozen. In 2 hours, there will be a complete cessation of electricity and water. We urge all residents to prepare by storing power and water. You may dismantle car batteries for power. Please gather solar panels, hand-crank generators, and other self-generating devices as much as possible. The announcement replayed 3 times, and Su Lang's composure shattered at home. Damn it, when will the rescue team arrive? We are on the brink of starvation. If they don't come soon, they might as well just come to collect the corpses after the disaster. For days, they had been subsisting on thin gruel, their heads spinning from hunger. Su Jiao's dog had not eaten for several days. The once diminutive chihuahua now appeared even smaller. Barely the size of a palm, its eyes glowing green as it fixated on Su Jiao, incessantly barking. Woof, woof. Su Jiao, control your dog. Su Lang's foul mood intensified with the incessant yapping. Otherwise, I'll slay it. What are you barking about? My baby is hungry. What can I do? Su Jiao retorted fiercely, brandishing her fist at Su Lang. You, a grown man, quarreling over a dog? If you have the capability, go find food. You can't even support your mother and your 2 sisters. What kind of man are you? Damn it. Say that again. Su Lang lunged forward, seizing Su Jiao by the collar. Do you wish to die? Su Jiao was paralyzed with fear, her eyes wide with terror, rendered speechless. The chihuahua, witnessing its owner being threatened, activated its protective instincts, leaping to nip at Su Lang's knee. Damn it. Mom, Xiaoxian, are you hungry? Su Lang growled like a beast, fixating on the dog. If you're hungry, I'll slaughter this dog and we can have soup. You dare. Before Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian could interject, Su Jiao, unable to contain herself, screamed, desperately trying to break free from Su Lang's grip. Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian exchanged glances and immediately moved to restrain Su Jiao. Though they said nothing, their actions conveyed their stance. Su Lang let out a cold laugh, seizing the chihuahua by its neck, lifting it into the air. The little creature flailed its legs helplessly, its eyes bulging. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Su Lang twisted the dog's neck, its tongue lolling out as it succumbed to lifelessness. My baby! Oh, my baby! Su Jiao howled in madness, attempting to rush forward, but was firmly held back by Su Xiaoxian and Kai Mei, unable to move. Su Lang, you beast! It is a life. How could you harm it? It has been part of our family for so many years. You cannot find food outside. So what kind of skill is it to return home and bully your own family? You are not a man. You are a hypocrite. A coward who preys on the weak. Unable to break free from her predicament, Su Jiao could only vent her anger through insults. However, Su Lang paid her no heed. He merely let out a faint, cold chuckle before striding into the kitchen. There, he skillfully skinned and gutted the meat, chopping it into pieces before placing it into cold water to boil. After skimming off the foam, he added a generous pinch of salt. A pot of authentic dog meat soup was soon ready. Su Lang carried the pot, a smile gracing his lips as he trotted into the living room, exclaiming, "The dog meat soup is here." Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian had already prepared their bowls and eagerly began to serve themselves as soon as the soup was set down. Su Jiao sat nearby, seething with anger as she watched, yet the enticing aroma of the meat made her involuntarily swallow. "Su Jiao, aren't you eating?" Su Xiaoxian asked, her mouth full of rib meat. Su Jiao, wanting to maintain her pride, hesitated, but her overwhelming hunger proved too much to resist. "I want that big piece," she declared, swiftly taking a bowl to scoop up a chunk of meat, not shying away from the heat as she drank the broth directly. "Delicious. Though this dog is rather small," Su Lang remarked while gnawing on a bone. "Not enough meat, but the flavor is quite pleasant. Su Jiao, after this calamity passes, you should raise a few larger dogs. The bigger, the better." Su Jiao shot Su Lang a fierce glare but lowered her head to continue eating, her mind racing with thoughts. "If I had a large dog, surely there would be enough meat for us to feast on for several meals." Once satisfied, Su Lang made his way to the garage of their home. They possessed several vehicles, 2 belonging to him, with Su Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei each owning one as well. Tucked away in a corner was Chen Yue's electric scooter. Su Lang proceeded to remove the batteries from all 6 vehicles, keeping 2 as spares for their own use. "Why not lend 2 to Wu Yu?" Su Xiaoxian suggested. "He previously stole from Aunt Zhang, so he must have some food." "No way," Su Jiao interjected vehemently. "Wu Yu is part of the underworld. What if we give him the batteries and he refuses to share food with us? What then?" After contemplating Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao's words, Su Lang concluded, "It's fine. I will speak with Boss Wu. If he refuses to provide us with food, how can he continue to operate here? He can't just kill everyone." With that, Su Lang took the 2 batteries and exited the house, heading straight for Wu Yu's villa. At that moment, Wu Yu was huddled at home with his underlings, trying to keep warm. Although they had amassed a considerable amount of food, there were many mouths to feed, which left Wu Yu quite troubled. The current food supply was only sufficient for everyone to eat for a week, and even then, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy their hunger. What would they do after that week? Chapter 71. Su Lang exchanges supplies as the snow outside had completely blocked the roads. Su Lang was compelled to forge ahead by digging snow tunnels, which considerably impeded his progress. Fortunately, having consumed dog meat soup prior to his departure, a naturally warming dish, he remained largely unaffected by the biting cold. After an hour, Su Lang finally reached the entrance of Wu Yu's villa. In the midst of worrying about provisions, Wu Yu was startled by a knock at the door and instructed his subordinate to answer it. "Who are you, and what do you want?" the subordinate inquired, eyeing the snow-laden figure before him with curiosity. "I am Su Lang, a member of the Su family. I have come to speak with Boss Wu about a business proposition, and I hope you might grant me some leniency," Su Lang replied. "Business proposition?" The subordinate scrutinized Su Lang from head to toe just as a gust of wind swept into the room. Inside, Wu Yu's voice boomed, "Damn it, you're still chatting? If you have business, come in. If not, scram. Get lost." Seeing his boss's irritation, the subordinate quickly stepped aside to allow Su Lang entry. "Boss, he claims to have a business matter to discuss with you," the subordinate reported. Wu Yu raised his gaze to Su Lang. "So it's you. What business do you wish to discuss?" "Boss Wu, the utilities have been cut off. I have several vehicles at home with their batteries removed, and I wish to trade these batteries for some food," Su Lang explained as he approached the fire to warm himself. Wu Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Batteries, indeed, are quite valuable. How many do you have, and where are they?" "They're just outside the door," Su Lang replied, bowing slightly. Wu Yu signaled to his men, who promptly opened the door to retrieve the batteries and returned with 2 of them, one of which was a motorcycle battery. "Very well. I will give you 2 days' worth of rations for these," Wu Yu declared with a wave of his hand. One of his subordinates produced a small bag of food and tossed it at Su Lang's feet. "Here, take it and leave." Su Lang was taken aback that 2 batteries would only yield 2 days' worth of food. His expectations had been much higher, anticipating at least a week's supply. "Boss Wu, this seems a bit insufficient, doesn't it?" Su Lang pressed, bracing himself. "Insufficient?" Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "I believe 2 days' rations is quite generous. What do you think? You're some affluent household. Take the food and be gone, that's the end of it." When Wu Yu dismissed him without further discussion, a surge of indignation rose within Su Lang. "Boss Wu, I hold you in high regard and call you boss out of respect, but you cannot shortchange me like this. You know the true worth of these batteries in the current market, and yet you offer merely 2 days' food. Who can survive on that?" "What did you say?" Wu Yu's expression darkened at Su Lang's words. He had been a formidable figure before the apocalypse, and few dared to bargain with him. "If you're unwilling, then get lost." As Wu Yu's temper flared, his subordinates closed in on Su Lang. Did you not hear? Get out. Fine. You think you're so impressive, Su Lang retorted defiantly. Su Lang gritted his teeth and pointed at the crowd, speaking with a fierce tone. You all better wait for me. I will make you regret this sooner or later. One of his subordinates, unable to bear the arrogance, swung a fist at Su Lang's head. Once one person struck, the rest followed suit, and Su Lang was swiftly brought to the ground. Brothers, let's give him a beating. One of the subordinates shouted. I was already furious. And now he dares to act tough in front of me. I'll show you how to put on a show. Wu Yu observed the chaos with indifference, saying nothing. The calamity had persisted for so long, and alongside his brothers, he had been deprived of food and sleep. The mental strain had reached its limit. Now, a fool had presented himself for a beating, and there was no reason to deny them this satisfaction. After enduring a severe thrashing, Su Lang was unceremoniously tossed out of the door, along with the food he had brought. Initially, the subordinates had no intention of sharing food with Su Lang after the beating, but Wu Yu, as the leader, understood the necessity of providing at least some sustenance. Otherwise, how could they survive in the villa district in the future? They couldn't resort to violence every day. The disaster might not end tomorrow, but one day it would. And they would still need to live normal lives afterward. Su Lang lingered in the snow for a moment, then wiped the frost-bitten blood from his nose, clutching the food and limping homeward. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure, still simmering from the earlier humiliation. He instantly regained his bravado upon recognizing the silhouette, none other than Lin Jiadong, who had long vanished from the Su family. At that moment, Lin Jiadong had his hands tucked into his pockets, pulling his hat low over his eyes, silently making his way out of the villa district, completely unaware of Su Lang's presence. Seeing this, Su Lang felt a surge of rage and strode forward, grabbing Lin Jiadong's clothing and coldly demanding, Lin Jiadong, where the hell do you think you're going? I thought you were dead out there. So you're still alive, huh? You were supposed to find food, and instead, you just disappeared? Are you looking for trouble? Are you? Su Lang's anger was palpable, for had Lin Jiadong brought back food as instructed, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. He wouldn't have had to venture to the warehouse to scavenge for supplies himself. He could have simply stayed home, basking by the fire, continuing to be a useless freeloader. However, to his astonishment, Lin Jiadong merely glanced at him, then pulled something from his pocket. Though Su Lang could not discern what it was, an icy dread washed over him, prompting him to step back instinctively. Upon closer inspection, he realized his coat had been slashed open, the cotton stuffing spilling out like snow. Was that a knife? Lin Jiadong intended to kill me. Chapter 72, The Transformation of the Wolf in Ukiyo-e. At this moment, Lin Jiadong had shed his previous submissive demeanor. His expression was remarkably composed, and he held a gleaming dagger in his hand, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. Don't be impulsive, Su Lang exclaimed, retreating in haste. Don't think that just because you wield a mere knife, you are formidable. I am not afraid of you. You are nothing but a dog of the Su family. A dog must behave like one. Do you wish to bite your master? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you harm me, you will surely regret it. Su Lang forced himself to appear intimidating, yet he was taken aback to find that Lin Jiadong seemed immune to his taunts. Ignoring him entirely, Lin Jiadong moved closer with a menacing gaze. Panic surged through Su Lang. They were outside, with no one to come to his aid. If Lin Jiadong truly intended to harm him, would he be able to escape? Su Lang was beset by confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Jiadong's startling transformation. Hadn't he been obedient in the past? He had never fought back, even when they sent him out to forage for food, though he returned with little. It sufficed for the Su family. As for Lin Jiadong, they had fed him as well. Was it not enough to wait until they finished eating before allowing the dog to dine on the leftovers? Was that too much to ask? Even meager sustenance was still nourishment. They had not discarded it. Rather, they had generously shared it with Lin Jiadong, demonstrating their kindness. Hey, say something. Su Lang continued to retreat, yet the distance between them diminished, heightening his anxiety. Lin Jiadong, dagger in hand, regarded Su Lang coldly and slowly spoke. What is there to say? Since fate has led me to you, you must die. Have you forgotten how you tormented me? You struck and insulted me, denying me food and drink. The meager food I painstakingly scavenged was given to that dog instead of me. You are the one I most desire to kill. Upon hearing Lin Jiadong's words, Su Lang realized he could not sway him. This was a life or death matter. My goodness! Su Lang cried out as Lin Jiadong lunged at him. And in a panic, he dove into a snowdrift. The snow outside was already taller than a person. As Su Lang burrowed into the snow, he was instantly engulfed by its depths. Lin Jiadong, watching him flee, sneered before sheathing his knife and departing. Su Lang remained hidden in the snow for several minutes, waiting until he sensed the surroundings had quieted before daring to emerge. He was now covered in snow, some of which had melted and frozen into icy clumps. Resembling a snowman, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Nevertheless, he persevered and made his way home. When Kai Mei opened the door and beheld the sight of Su Lang, she immediately erupted in despair, grasping him and demanding, "What happened? Did Wu Laoda beat you? My son, how could you endure such misfortune? Heavenly Lord, when will normalcy be restored?" At this moment, Su Lang merely desired to hasten to the warmth of the fire, yet Kai Mei persistently held him back. Frustrated, Su Lang forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Get lost." Kai Mei was taken aback, and seizing the opportunity, Su Lang freed himself from her grasp and rushed to the fire. The flames quickly melted the snow and ice clinging to his clothes. But the cold water seeping through only intensified his chill. "Hurry, son, take off your wet clothes," Kai Mei exclaimed, retrieving a set of garments from Su Lang's room. "Change into these dry ones, or you might freeze to death." Su Lang numbly nodded and began to remove his clothing. However, the sweat from his body, combined with the melted snow, had frozen his undergarments to his skin, making the removal a delicate task. He could only tear them off slowly. Even so, several patches of skin were torn, and blood flowed freely. Kai Mei hastily grabbed medical cotton and bandages from the first aid kit to staunch the bleeding. Yet, Su Lang felt nothing. He was only aware of an itch and a warm sensation coursing through him. Once he donned the dry clothes, he began to feel more like himself, the bluish hue of his lips gradually returning to a healthier color. "Son, what on earth happened to you?" Kai Mei inquired as she poured him a glass of water. "I encountered Lin Jiadong," Su Lang replied, his speech still slurred, yet the terror in his expression betrayed him. Upon seeing Su Lang in such a state, Kai Mei furrowed her brow instantly. "Lin Jiadong? That good-for-nothing is still alive. I thought he had perished out there. But why would he attack you? That coward?" Su Lang shot her an exasperated glance. "Mother, if you don't know, please refrain from speaking. Lin Jiadong had a knife. The moment he saw me, he lunged at me like a pig at New Year's, intent on stabbing me. I barely escaped by diving into a snowdrift. Otherwise, I would have perished outside." Alas, Kai Mei sighed heavily. Lin Jiadong truly is an ungrateful wretch. What wrongs did our Su family ever commit against him? Bet he would bite back at us so viciously? It is utterly despicable. Suddenly, Kai Mei shifted the conversation. "By the way, where's the food you exchanged with old Master Wu? Hurry and bring it out. We are on the verge of starving." Su Lang's expression darkened further at her words. "Don't even mention it. Old Master Wu is no saint. I gave him 2 batteries, and in the end, not only did I receive a beating, but he also provided us with a mere pittance of food." As he spoke, Su Lang pulled a small plastic bag from his pocket and placed it before Kai Mei. Chapter 73. The Su Sisters. Temptation. Once more Kai Mei stared blankly at the meager morsel of food scattered on the ground. "Is this it? Just this?" Her voice rose in indignation. 2 batteries, and this is all you bring back? What kind of business are you running?" She continued to chastise Su Lang, pointing a finger at him. "If he refuses to give you food, then why barter with him at all? Look at the state we're in now. Not only have we lost 2 precious batteries, but this paltry amount of food, who is it even enough for? You tell me." Su Lang had just returned from a harrowing outing, where he had not only endured a beating from Wu Laoda but had also been pursued by Lin Jiadong. Brandishing a knife, he was already simmering with frustration. Upon returning home, he was met with Kai Mei's lack of understanding and the disparaging gazes of his 2 younger sisters, which shattered his composure entirely. "Why don't you go find food yourself? Huh? What are you whining about here?" he erupted. "I nearly lost my life out there to bring back this meager supply. Do you even comprehend that? Damn it, all you do is eat and demand more food from me. No matter how much I bring back, it all gets devoured by you 3 gluttons," Su Lang shouted. Completely disregarding the expressions of Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao. "Useless, all of you. If you even went out to sell something for food, it would be more productive than lounging around here. Brother, how can you speak to us like that?" Su Jiao's eyes glistened with tears as she glanced at Su Shaoxian beside her, before turning and retreating to her room upstairs. Su Shaoxian understood her sister's sentiment immediately, reproached Su Lang briefly, and feigned anger as she followed suit upstairs. Kai Mei silently observed her son, choosing to remain silent. After venting, Su Lang sat on the ground, his gaze vacant. He was exhausted. Every day upon waking, 3 mouths awaited their meals, and they all demanded only the best. In this world, being able to eat a warm meal was already a blessing. To indulge in finer food was something only that scoundrel Chen Yue could manage. Chen Yue. Chen Yue. Fury ignited within Su Lang's eyes. Yes, it was all Chen Yue's fault. If it weren't for him, the Su family would not be in such dire straits. Had it not been for him, at the onset of the apocalypse, the Su family could have relocated to the storage center, where an abundance of resources awaited. If it weren't for him, suppliers would have delivered ample food to the Su family, and they wouldn't be so troubled over sustenance now. It was all Chen Yue. Entirely Chen Yue's fault. Seeing her son finally calm down, Kai Mei sighed softly. You should apologize to your two sisters. What you said earlier was truly excessive. Su Lang suddenly recalled that Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao had both retreated upstairs in anger. Indeed, what I said was a bit harsh. Although Su Lang was far from perfect, he did possess a fondness for his sisters, perhaps an innate trait of brotherhood. However, 10 minutes prior, after Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao returned to their room, they immediately took out their phones. Perhaps it was time to plead with Chen Yue once more? I find Su Lang to be utterly useless. Su Jiao glanced at Su Shaoxian, seemingly seeking her opinion. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Shaoxian nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Yue, despite his shortcomings, is still a man. He must be holding back. Let us intensify our efforts. Perhaps we can win him over. With a shared sense of purpose, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao began rummaging through the wardrobe, selecting the most enticing outfits they could find. Su Jiao donned a Japanese-style swimsuit, its crucial areas adorned with mesh, creating an alluring sense of allure. Her lower half was clad in black stockings, accentuating her already long and graceful legs. In stark contrast, Su Shaoxian opted for a cozy cat-themed outfit made of cotton. Though it was not overly revealing, the soft fabric invited the touch. Are you ready? Su Jiao inquired. Ready. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Jiao initiated a video call to Chen Yue. At that moment, Chen Yue was alone at home, engrossed in a game at the arcade. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. What does Su Jiao want this time? Chen Yue wondered, glancing at the screen for a few moments before pressing the answer button. Upon connecting, Chen Yue beheld Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao striking playful poses. Oh dear, Chen Yue. Brother. Su Jiao feigned surprise as she leaned closer. What are you up to? Are you at the arcade? You have so many fascinating things at home. Truth be told, Su Jiao had little interest in arcade games, but she pretended to be captivated for Chen Yue's sake. Do you need something? Chen Yue, eager to resume his game, responded in a rather indifferent tone. It's nothing much. Su Jiao had initially intended to ask for food, but quickly changed her mind. Allow me to show you my sister. With that, she shifted the camera's focus to Su Shaoxian, who was sprawled on the bed, stretching like a languorous cat. This posture revealed Su Shaoxuan's graceful curves, and a few playful whiskers drawn on her fair face made her resemble a delicate kitten. Even Chen Yue found himself swallowing hard at the sight. Look at my sister. She is so hungry, Su Jiao remarked, as Su Shaoxian feigned a sorrowful expression. So, dear brother Chen Yue, since you have so much food, I presume you must have some cat food as well? Could you possibly spare us a can? Su Jiao inquired tentatively, swallowing hard in anticipation. She no longer hoped for a lavish feast, even cat or dog food would suffice. After all, it was not as if she had never eaten it before. Chapter 74, Do You Dare to Threaten Me? After Su Jiao finished speaking, she patiently awaited Chen Yue's response. To her surprise, Chen Yue seemed indifferent to their plight, engrossed instead in her video game. In Chen Yue's eyes, the fate of the two women was sealed. However, she preferred to prolong their suffering, allowing them to endure the torment of despair until both their bodies and spirits were severely wounded before contemplating their demise. As for needing them, that was a laugh. With her petite model Tang Xiaojun at her beck and call, fulfilling her physical needs was merely a gesture away. Moreover, Tang Xiaojun's beauty and figure were on par with the Su sisters, rendering the risk of consuming these two women utterly unnecessary. Su Jiao and Su Shaoxian waited until Chen Yue completed her game before sweetly interjecting. Brother Chen Yue, we are out of food and have reached a dire situation. Even if you are indifferent to your precious little darling, surely you have some compassion for the little kittens? We don't require much. Just some cat food or canned cat food will suffice. Upon hearing Su Jiao's plea, Chen Yue chuckled, responding, I'm afraid all the food I possess is meant for human consumption. There is nothing here for animals. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao were momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Chen Yue? They thought. Although they understood the implications of her words, they dared not retort. After all, she was their benefactor. Any morsel of food that slipped through her fingers would be sufficient for them to enjoy several meals. Thus, offending anyone was far less preferable than angering Chen Yue. With awkward smiles, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao replied, Well, if you could spare us a little of your human food, that would be splendid. Why should I? Chen Yue arched an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to be a cat? Cats shouldn't consume human food. Do you not know this? I am merely looking out for your well-being. So do not be ungrateful. Besides, didn't Su Lang go to assist someone in raiding a warehouse? Surely he has brought back plenty of food by now. Are you trying to deceive me? Do you think I am that easily fooled? Just as Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao were preparing to counter her remarks, the door swung open. Su Lang entered, apologetic, prepared to offer his sisters an explanation. only to be met with the sight of one sister clad in nearly transparent black stockings and the other in a cat costume. His mind momentarily froze as he stood there, bewildered. What was happening? Had he entered the wrong room, or had they taken leave of their senses? In this frigid weather. Why were they dressed so provocatively? Were they attempting to generate warmth through friction? Upon noticing their brother's unexpected entrance, Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao's faces flushed crimson. They simultaneously shrieked and pulled the blanket over themselves. What are you doing? Didn't you know to knock before entering? Get out. Hurry up and leave. On the other end of the video call, Chen Yue was irritated by the commotion and shouted, "Could you lower your voices?" This remark was fortuitously overheard by Su Lang as he prepared to exit. His expression darkened as he swiftly approached Su Jiao, snatching the phone from her grasp. Upon seeing Chen Yue on the screen, engrossed in her game and sipping an icy cola, his frustration reached a boiling point. Chen Yue was taken aback, glancing at his phone, and an immediate glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Su Lang? How could it be you? Where are your two raucous sisters? Why haven't they entertained me? Chen Yue, I swear I will kill you. Su Lang screamed hysterically. Fine, fine. Those who wish to kill me are lining up all the way overseas, so you might as well join the queue. At that moment, Chen Yue was utterly unfazed by Su Lang's threats. If he could infiltrate this sanctuary, I, Chen Yue, would write my name backward. Seeing Chen Yue's unwavering confidence and reflecting on his own predicament, Su Lang swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, this fellow resided within an impregnable sanctuary. What could my fierce threats possibly achieve? My primary objectives are twofold, either to move into his sanctuary or compel him to provide us with sustenance. After a brief contemplation, Su Lang devised a plan. Chen Yue, I trust you are enjoying your time in the sanctuary, but soon enough, you shall weep. You may be unaware, but a group has arrived outside, and they are armed, not just with handguns, but also shotguns and submachine guns. Do you truly believe you can withstand this band of desperados alone? Noticing Chen Yue's silence, Su Lang assumed he had the upper hand and grinned sinisterly. I propose that you allow us to enter. We can assist you in fending off these rogues. What do you say? Chen Yue chuckled softly. Do you honestly believe you can gain entry into my sanctuary? Can't you expand your horizons? My sanctuary is unassailable. They possess only a handful of worthless weapons. I am unafraid. Su Lang was taken aback by Chen Yue's audacity. So, you're saying we are not welcome? Fine. Then perhaps you could provide us with a little hush money. Think carefully. We know the precise location of your sanctuary. If you refuse to offer us some food as a bribe, do not blame me for exposing you. Fool. Chen Yue set down his gaming device and looked at Su Lang. I've already stated that I do not care about these people. You still wish to extract food from me? Are you dreaming? If you have the audacity, let them come. Let us see who lives and who dies. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yue decisively ended the video call. Engaging in dialogue with such a person was an utter waste of life. Su Lang, staring at the disconnected video, was instantly consumed by rage. Fine. Chen Yue, you're arrogant. You're self-righteous. I shall go find them and reveal your location. I am eager to see whether your bravado surpasses that of these desperate individuals. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. With that, Su Lang tossed his phone aside and prepared to depart. Chapter 75. Su Xiaoshuan's scheme. Su Lang was incensed by Chen Yue and was about to turn away to report him when Su Xiaoxian grasped his arm. Release me. Su Lang, akin to an enraged lion, glared fiercely at Su Xiaoxian. If I do not flay Chen Yue alive today, I shall bear his surname. Brother, do not be so hasty. Su Xiaoxian maintained her composure as she regarded Su Lang. Reporting Chen Yue in such a manner would only result in mutual destruction. I would rather slay 1,000 foes and incur 1,500 losses myself than let him live. Su Lang retorted vehemently. Do you truly wish to forego the delectable delights within Chen Yue's sanctuary? Su Xiaoshuan's words struck a chord with Su Lang, leaving him momentarily speechless, his throat bobbing. The culinary delights were indeed tantalizing to him. He yearned for them in his dreams. Wagyu beef, steak, pizza, sea cucumbers, abalone. The thought of such sumptuous fare falling into another's hands left Su Lang feeling resentful. What do you propose we do then? Su Lang grumbled as he slumped onto a chair, frustrated by Chen Yue's obstinate refusal to allow them entry into his refuge. Not necessarily. Su Xiaoxian lifted her chin slightly, pride evident in her demeanor. Brother, you are a man, and can you withstand the continuous allure presented by me and Su Jiao? Su Lang glanced at Su Xiaoxian, and then at Su Jiao, who was swathed in blankets, swallowing hard. Both of his sisters possessed an enchanting beauty, and combined with their enticing uniforms, no man could possibly resist such temptation. You are indeed formidable, but do you truly believe this will suffice to sway him? Su Lang questioned. Precisely, Su Xiaoxian replied with a smile. Chen Yue lives alone, devoid of female companionship. As a normal man, he must have physiological desires. With Su Jiao and I taking turns to seduce him, How long could he possibly endure? Su Lang fell into contemplative silence. Were he in Chen Yue's position, he doubted he could last even a day. Damn it. Chen Yue is truly fortunate, he mused. Once Su Jiao and I captured Chen Yue's attention, we could certainly move into the sanctuary with him. As family, he would have no grounds to refuse us. But I haven't treated Chen Yue well. I have scolded and struck him in the past. Su Lang's confidence began to wane. What if he denies me entry? Su Shaoxian chuckled softly, continuing. Even if we assume the worst, that Chen Yue refuses to let you and Mother in, with the two of us acting as insiders, gaining entry to the sanctuary would only be a matter of time. If we further consider that Su Jiao and I are present, would we allow you and Mother to go hungry? You could simply come to the sanctuary daily to collect food. Su Lang's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, as long as either Su Shaoxian or Su Jiao caught Chen Yue's interest, life would undoubtedly improve for them. He nodded involuntarily. You are correct. I had not considered this thoroughly. Yes, brother, Su Shaoxian affirmed, but what would happen if you were to report Chen Yue? That band of outlaws would set their sights on his sanctuary. If they cannot enter, they will besiege it, seeking an opportunity. Then we would be utterly bereft of chances. If they managed to enter the shelter, our chances of indulging in comfort there would be utterly obliterated. At that point, our family would have no escape route left. Su Lang nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoxuan's analysis was spot on. It was evident that seizing Chen Yue's shelter was imperative. Otherwise, our family would surely face a dead end. However, what should we do now? My previous remarks have surely offended Chen Yue beyond repair. Would pleading for mercy and softening my tone have any effect now? Just then, Kai Mei approached, casting a glance at Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao's attire, her expression slightly uneasy, yet she said nothing. She understood that her daughters were sacrificing their bodies for the family. What could a mother possibly say about such matters? Son, I've just contemplated the situation. Soon, we will face a cutoff of water and electricity, which means communication will also be severed. Kai Mei's expression was grave as she regarded Su Lang. The interruption of communication signifies that everyone will lose contact with the outside world, and at that point, looting will become a commonplace occurrence. Su Lang, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao's faces shifted at her words. Such a scenario was highly plausible. Once communication ceases, the darker aspects of human nature would be magnified, and many would undoubtedly unleash their basest instincts to rob. Even if one does not wish to rob others, they themselves may become targets. Son, we must prepare ourselves. Kai Mei's demeanor was serious. When the time comes, no one will be there to intervene, and our family must be ready to defend against potential thieves. Simultaneously, if we possess strength, could we not also claim resources from others? Upon hearing this, Su Lang suddenly grasped the situation, nodding vigorously. As the sole man in the household, he bore the responsibility of protecting his family members. The mob would not concern themselves with niceties, they would invade any unvisited home. Furthermore, with Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao being so beautiful, they could easily fall victim to misfortune. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a surge of anger and a sense of justice welled up within him. He retreated to his room and retrieved the electric baton he had hidden away. This device was purchased before the apocalypse, initially for show, and it had long been fully charged. Now, it still retained a significant amount of power. Though its charge was not abundant, it would suffice to handle 3 or 5 individuals. Su Lang sat by the fire with his family, awaiting the moment when communication would be severed. They understood that the instant communication was cut off would mark the onset of the most chaotic times in this new world. Meanwhile, Chen Yue sat at home, furrowing his brow as he fiddled with his phone, having experienced the dark days following the interruption of communication. He was acutely aware of the impending turmoil. Chapter 76. Shen Xin Seeks Help. Chen Yue hesitated for a moment before dialing the phone number of the young model. Tang Xiaoshen. Hello? Brother Chen? Do you have any plans? What kind of clothes should I bring to you this time? Chen Yue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What on earth is happening? I have only asked you to come over a few times, and now you seem so familiar with the routine. Furthermore, is there a hint of excitement in your tone? Indeed, I do need you to come over this time. Chen Yue replied earnestly, but you don't need to bring too many things, just your essentials. Communication will soon be cut off, ushering in a period of complete darkness. You can stay with me for a few days. Based on Chen Yue's experiences from his previous life, he knew that the cessation of communication was merely temporary. Once the base stations were established and powered, they could theoretically be used indefinitely, showcasing the malice of the service providers. On the other end, Tang Xiaoshen felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Chen Yue's words. She never expected to hold such significance in Brother Chen's eyes, that he would still think of her well-being at such a time. He truly is a man worthy of lifelong trust. All right, Brother Chen, I'll pack my things and get ready to leave. Yes, please be careful on your way. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yue let out a long sigh of relief. The weight that had been hanging over him finally lifted. The brutalities of the apocalypse had stripped humanity of its essence. They were merely wolves in human skin. Those with food would rob others, while those without would see men turned into jerky and women toyed with before meeting a similar fate. Such horrors were not mere exaggerations. They were events he had witnessed firsthand. Chen Yue took out his phone and began scrolling through his social media feed, only to furrow his brow in concern. Chen Xian? Chen Xian was one of Chen Yue's subordinates, known for her cheerful disposition and considerable business acumen. Most importantly, she treated Chen Yue well, unlike the Su family, who viewed him through a lens of prejudice. At that moment, Chen Xian had posted a desperate message on her social media, prompting Chen Yue to ponder deeply. Hadn't he warned her before the apocalypse? How could it be that she had run out of food in just a few days? Should he go to her aid? After several minutes of contemplation, Chen Yue resolved to call Chen Xian to inquire about her situation. When the call connected, Chen Xian's voice was noticeably filled with excitement. "Brother Chen, you're still alive. How are you? Do you have any food? I have a little left. If you're running low, you can come and take some." Chen Yue fell silent for a few seconds, incredulous at her words. This girl, on the verge of starvation herself, still thought to offer him her rations? Was she not afraid of starving to death? "I'm fine here. I saw your post." Chen Yue responded with a hint of displeasure. "What is going on? Didn't I tell you to stock up on supplies?" "I did." Chen Xian replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "I stocked up on quite a bit of food. But after the apocalypse began, my neighbors quickly ran out of supplies, and I felt sorry for them. So, damn it, you feel sorry for them? And you let yourself go hungry?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yue was filled with indignation. "Have you not heard the saying that in the apocalypse, the first to perish are the saints? Are they now filled with gratitude towards you, or are they preparing to forcefully breach your door? I would wager it is the latter." Indeed, in recent days, Chen Xian has noticed unfamiliar figures loitering at her doorstep, occasionally pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop on the sounds within. This indicates that she has attracted unwanted attention. Today, someone even attempted to pry the door open. Within Chen Xian's home, it is just she and her sister, regardless of how many intruders there may be. Even a single adult man could easily overpower the two of them. Although we often witness women striking men while the latter remains silent or even cower in humility, it is not that men disdain to retaliate. Should both parties harbor murderous intent, it would take but 3 seconds for the woman to find herself incapacitated. The physical strength of men and women is simply incomparable. "Sister, I'm hungry," came the voice of Chen Xian's sister from the other end of the line, prompting Chen Yue to sigh in resignation. Reflecting on Chen Xian's past, she ultimately resolved, "I will come find you and bring you to stay with me." Chen Yue spoke with an undeniable authority, "But you must promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you will always heed my words. Even if I command you to take a life, you must act." "I." Chen Xian hesitated, but after a mere few seconds, she steeled her resolve. "All right, Brother Chen, I will listen to you. Then where do you reside?" "I live at." Upon learning Chen Xian's address, Chen Yue began donning her gear. Fortunately, her home was not far, so heavy weaponry was unnecessary. However, she still needed to drive, dressing in her specially tailored thermal attire, which mirrored that of Arctic expedition teams and could withstand temperatures plummeting to -40 or 50 degrees. She was far better equipped than with ordinary down jackets or cotton coats. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Feng ascended the stairs to enter the vehicle, using the remote control to open the heavy gate, which had remained shut for nearly half a month. Driving the snowmobile out of the shelter, she watched as the gate closed behind her once more. This snowmobile had been specially imported and modified from abroad. It boasted enhanced power and operated on a diesel engine, capable of covering great distances with a mere press of the accelerator. Its off-road capabilities were of the highest caliber globally, and it was equipped with snow plowing equipment to carve a path through deep snow. The entire vehicle was armored against bullets, and its chassis was robust enough to withstand landmines without overturning. This was yet another of Chen Yue's formidable assets, and now it was finally being showcased. As she drove the snowmobile, Chen Yue felt as though she were piloting a tank. The 2-meter-high snow was effortlessly pushed aside, and regardless of the terrain, those enormous off-road tires traversed it with ease. Thus, Chen Yue navigated her vehicle towards the residential complex where Chen Xian resided. Chapter 77. Rescuing Chen Xian. Within the confines of Chen Xian's home, the two sisters huddled under their blankets, trembling at the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway. They noticed that the footsteps outside had noticeably multiplied, and occasionally someone would push against their door, seemingly probing to see if anyone was home. "Sister, I'm scared," Chen Xian's younger sister said, her eyes brimming with tears. "There's nothing to fear, my dear." Chen Xian gently stroked her sister's head to comfort her. "Brother Chen, you will be here to fetch us soon. Let us hold on just a little longer." Suddenly, There came a loud series of knocks on the security door. Chen Yue quickly tightened her embrace around her sister and shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Uncle Wang, your neighbor," came a man's voice from outside. Chen Yue recognized Uncle Wang, a reclusive bachelor whose wife had left him many years prior. He had been single for nearly 2 decades. After work, it was not uncommon for him to crack open his door to furtively observe the 2 sisters, an act that still made Chen Yue shudder at the thought. "What do you want, Uncle Wang?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I saw you 2 were struggling, so I thought I'd come over to offer some comfort." "Do you need anything?" Uncle Wang said cheerfully. "I have some food at home. Why don't you and your sister come stay with me?" "No, thank you." Chen Yue firmly rejected the greasy man outside. My boyfriend will be here soon, so please leave." "Boyfriend?" Uncle Wang's tone turned icy. "As expected, you are nothing but second-hand goods. I could tell just by watching how you walk. Open the door quickly, or I will break it down." Yes, hurry up and open the door," shouted another voice. "Wang Gu, you said it. These 2 sisters are quite fresh. I'll be the first to take my pick." "Of course, no problem. I'll take the elder sister. But I must cherish the younger one all to myself." Crouched in the corner, Chen Yue clutched her sister tightly, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of despair as she listened to the vile words exchanged outside. She recalled the raucous sounds of drunken revelry from before the apocalypse. Realizing that Uncle Wang had invited his unscrupulous friends over for a gathering, and now they had not left since the world had crumbled. It had been over 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse. These men could no longer suppress their baser instincts and were now prepared to act on their predatory desires. "Chen Yue, when will you arrive?" At that moment, Chen Yue was driving his snow vehicle, having just reached Chen Yue's neighborhood. The narrow roads, compounded by numerous improperly parked cars, forced him to slow his pace after entering the community. The snow vehicle showed no fear of these ordinary cars, plowing right over them. The destruction of someone else's vehicle was far from his mind, and this time, those gasoline-powered cars were nothing more than metal husks, incapable of starting. Minutes later, Chen Yue arrived at the base of Chen Yue's building, and upon ascending the stairs, he encountered 5 or 6 men violently banging on Chen Yue's door. "Open up, you wench. Let uncle have some fun. I have food for you." Laughter erupted as Wang Gu startled everyone present. "Do not be afraid, young lady inside. Are you feeling cold? I assure you, I am quite warm," he taunted. "Care to join me for a moment?" "Begone," Chen Yue interjected, furrowing his brows at the unruly crowd after confirming the door number multiple times. "You may leave now." Wang Shu and his raucous companions were taken aback. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" one of them inquired. "Oh right. The little minx inside mentioned her boyfriend was coming to fetch her. You must be Chen Yue's boyfriend, correct? Tell me, is she delightful? Care to indulge in some fun together?" With an exasperated sigh, Chen Yue drew his pistol and aimed it directly at Wang Shu, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the corridor as Wang Shu collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What a bunch of pretenders. Chen Yue aimed his weapon at the remaining onlookers. "Are you not leaving? Shall I bestow upon you a bullet as well?" The others, having been mere acquaintances of Wang Shu, scattered in haste upon witnessing his fall. Only then did Chen Yue knock on Chen Yue's door. "I have arrived. Please cover your sister's eyes and come out." He intended to spare Chen Yue's sister any psychological trauma, offering a considerate reminder. Chen Yue remained relatively composed, though her body trembled slightly as she opened the door, still able to engage in normal conversation and movement. In contrast, her sister was in a state of agitation, crying incessantly. "I apologize, Chen Gu, for the trouble I've caused you." "No matter." Chen Yue waved his hand dismissively, holstering his firearm. "Come. I shall take you to my home, where it is warm and there is plenty of food. Enough for both you and your sister to live comfortably." "Warm? Food?" Chen Yue could scarcely believe her ears. "How can that be? Did the heating not cease long ago? And now there is no water or electricity. How could your home still be warm, Chen Gu?" "You shall find out once we arrive," he teased, shrouded in mystery. Once outside the building with the Shin sisters, they were greeted by a throng surrounding Chen Yue's vehicle. Armed with crowbars and baseball bats, they struck the car, marveling at its resilience. "What a remarkable vehicle. It can traverse such thick snow. Indeed, it's akin to a tank. Look at those ordinary cars, flattened like pancakes. I see the owner of this car. He only has a small pistol at his side. With so many of us, shall we seize this vehicle?" "Seize it. We must." Chapter 78. The car theft incident. Chen Yue gazed at those who threatened to seize his vehicle, feeling not an ounce of anger, but rather a hint of amusement. It was truly remarkable how even the most insignificant individuals dared to challenge him without considering their own capabilities. They were simply courting disaster. Chen Yue produced his keys and pressed the button for the snow-covered car, which emitted a sound that unlocked the doors, drawing the attention of all present. Oh, so this is the car owner. Who would have thought he was so young? Hey, little brother, we've taken a liking to your car. How about letting us have it? To his surprise, this young man was accompanied by two stunning women. Are you giving away car models with the purchase? How about these two lovely ladies as our car models? Gradually, they formed a circle surrounding Chen Yue and Chen Yue. At that moment, they were brimming with confidence, as the individual before them appeared to possess little fighting spirit. As for the two women beside him, they posed no threat whatsoever, aside from the potential backache they might cause in the future. Moreover, they were well aware that this young man was armed with only a pistol and no other weapons. Against such numbers, what could a lone pistol achieve? Especially when he had to consider the safety of the two beauties nearby. Acquiring this snow vehicle seemed as easy as a grandmother blowing her nose. The leader of the group approached with a sinister grin, slapping Chen Yue on the shoulder. Listen, kid, we're here to negotiate, so don't do anything foolish. Just because you have a little pistol doesn't mean you stand a chance against all of us. As he spoke, the small-time leader cast a greedy gaze at Chen Yue and her sister behind Chen Yue. Chen Yue felt disgusted by his stare and quickly hid behind Chen Yue. Look at this little lady. She seems quite shy. Surely, she can't be a virgin? The small leader laughed unabashedly upon seeing her reaction. Ha ha ha. If she is, then the big brother should definitely have first dibs. After he is done, the rest of us can take our turns. That essay given, the big brother must initiate. I prefer the younger one. She looks just right for some rough treatment. Chen Yue, trembling, clutched the hem of Chen Yu's shirt and whispered, What should we do? What are we going to do now? Chen Yue smiled calmly. Don't worry. I'm here. They can't hurt you. This statement was overheard by the assailants, provoking a chorus of laughter. Did you hear that? This guy still thinks he can be the hero. One of them mocked. He should really assess his own status. Yeah, big brother. How about we just kill this guy and take the two girls back to our hideout? I can hardly wait. Patience in this apocalypse. There will always be foolish heroes trying to impress the ladies, but their endings are often quite tragic, chuckled the small leader, unperturbed. Do you recall the newlywed couple who resided next door? The man, adamant about not surrendering his wife, ultimately met a grim fate as we dismembered him and cast his remains into the snow. Indeed, brother, your words jog my memory. I must confess, his wife was quite captivating. Seizing the moment of their menacing laughter, Chen Yue discreetly stowed away his handgun into his spatial pocket, subsequently exchanging it for a P-50 pistol. This firearm boasts an unusual design, a capacity of 50 rounds, and formidable power. Some special forces have even recognized its lethal potential, opting to replace the MP5 submachine gun with it. Chen Yue had stockpiled this pistol prior to the apocalypse, deeming it ideal for close-quarters combat. All right, lad. We shall not hold this against you, the small leader chuckled. Leave the car keys and the woman, and you may depart. Who grants you such audacity? Liang Jingru. Chen Yue retorted, not waiting for the small leader to react, and fired several shots directly at him. Anyone daring to approach would receive a bullet as well. The small leader's legs were riddled with bullets, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Are you out of your mind? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you wish to perish? He screamed. Brothers, charge. He has shot me a dozen times. Surely he is out of ammunition. Yet, when the others rushed forward, they found themselves repelled by Chen Yu's firearm. You fool, do you not see what pistol I wield? Chen Yue fired several more shots at the small leader's legs, proclaiming, I am using a P-50 with a 50-round capacity. Even if I were to slay you all, I need not change magazines. Besides, I possess more than one of these. Then, before the astonished onlookers, Chen Yue retrieved yet another P-50 from his pocket. At this moment, despair enveloped the crowd. The combined capacity of the two P-50s reached 100 rounds, sufficient to ensure their demise multiple times over. Initially, they had intended to leverage their numbers to overpower Chen Yue, only to find themselves subdued by him alone. Run. If we do not flee now, we shall lose our lives. Someone shouted, prompting the others to scatter in panic. Instantly, they fled in every direction. Chen Yue, uninterested in pursuing the fleeing individuals, redirected his attention to the small leader. Please, brother, spare my life. The small leader pleaded, I have an elderly mother and a 5-year-old son. If you take my life, they will surely perish. Have mercy on me, I beseech you. With that, he bowed deeply before Chen Yue, his forehead striking the snow with a resounding thud. Chapter 79. Encountering Robbers. Chen Yu's gaze was icy as he stared at the small leader before him. I am no saint. You have already harbored intentions to kill me. How could I possibly let you go? Your life ends here. Chen Yue raised his handgun, aiming at the small leader, his voice calm yet resolute. If you truly have an elderly mother and a 5-year-old son, then in your next life, you should offer them a sincere confession. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Yue fired several shots at the small leader. The snowflakes danced like blossoms, blooming around him. The small leader coughed up a copious amount of blood. Lying on the ground in despair, gazing up at Chen Yue. He wished to utter something, but his mouth and throat were filled with blood, rendering him speechless. In less than a minute, he had completely lost his breath, his head slumping as he lay dead in the snow. You've killed him, Chen Yue. Shen Xian looked at Chen Yue in terror, her voice a mere whisper. Chen Yue, you should turn yourself in. I will take you to the security bureau. At this moment, Shen Xian seemed to recall something, her expression dimming. Right, we are in the apocalypse. The security bureau has long ceased to function. Otherwise, there would be no one to rescue us. In this world of despair, one may show compassion to others, yet no one will extend that same compassion in return. Chen Yue opened the car door and gestured for them to enter. Get in, I'll take you home. Shen Xian helped her sister into the vehicle, which resembled a tank in size. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her. What on earth is this? Is this truly a vehicle? The expansive dashboard was devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, displaying the interior and exterior temperatures, altitude, humidity, and the overall condition of the vehicle. It even detailed every single screw with precision. Should any alert appear on the dashboard, Chen Yue could unerringly identify the problem with the vehicle. This car has been modified by me, Chen Yue proudly explained to Shen Xian, allowing her to marvel at the intricacies. For the next quarter of an hour, Chen Yue meticulously detailed every feature of the dashboard. Initially, Shen Xian had merely intended to be polite, but she was unprepared for the depth of his explanation. She felt overwhelmed. Is it truly appropriate for a young man to explain such things to a girl? Chen Yue remains unchanged, an unmistakable, old-fashioned man. As the car roared to life, Chen Yue drove out of the community, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. Ever since acquiring this vehicle, he had yearned to boast about it to others. Yet, no one had been around to listen. The only company he had were the repugnant Su family members, with whom he would never share details about his vehicle. Now, with someone capable of conversation by his side, Chen Yue felt an overwhelming desire to share every intricate detail of the car with Shen Xian. Sister, it's so warm inside the car. Shen Yue's younger sister. Chen Yue flitted around the cabin like a little sprite. Stop running. Be careful not to fall. Shen Xian swiftly pulled Chen Yue into her embrace. Chen Yue, do you have any food at home? I've been hungry for several days. Chen Yue blinked her large eyes and looked at Chen Yue, saying, of course there is. Chen Yue gently ruffled Chen Yue's hair and smiled. Not only does my brother have food at home, but there are also many fun things to do. However, once we arrive at my house, you must complete your homework before you can play. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue's expression immediately dimmed, and she muttered, homework, homework. Even in this apocalypse, I still have to do homework. And after finishing, there won't even be school. One mustn't speak so lightly, Chen Yue admonished. Adopting a tone he once despised, regardless of whether we are in an apocalypse, humanity must continue to learn. You are the hope for our future. Brother Chen, do you know how many types of foolish birds there are? Chen Yue suddenly shifted the topic. Chen Yue paused, staring blankly for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. There are 2 types of foolish birds, Chen Yue said with a smile. One type is aware of its foolishness and thus takes flight first. Isn't that just the early bird? Chen Yue inquired. And what about the other type? The other type knows it's foolish but chooses not to fly. Chen Yue gazed at Chen Yue with a hint of melancholy. It just sits in its nest, lays an egg, and then urges its offspring to hurry up and fly. Chen Yue was taken aback for 2 or 3 seconds before gently tapping Chen Yue's head. You little rascal. Just as they were joyfully driving along the road, 2 figures suddenly emerged ahead. Chen Yue slammed on the brakes, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Rolling down the car window, he shouted angrily. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Go die somewhere else. However, to Chen Yue's astonishment, the individuals did not retreat. Instead, they pulled out guns from their coats. Bang, bang, bang. They fired without hesitation. Startled, Chen Yue quickly recoiled into the car. Brother Chen, who are these people? Shen Xian fearfully crouched under her seat. Don't worry, the car windows are bulletproof. Chen Yue's expression darkened. He seemed to recall the origins of these individuals. They were the very bandits Su Lang had spoken of. In his previous life, Chen Yue had hardly interacted with them, but he had heard tales of their ruthless nature from others. He never expected to encounter them here. This was quite alarming. Listen up inside the car. One of the assailants shouted from outside, leave the vehicle and we will spare your lives. Otherwise, you want to even have a complete corpse to leave behind. You crossed our path, and now we have set our sights on you. So don't harbor any illusions. Hurry up and get out to surrender. Chapter 80. Targeted Chen Yue. Brother Chen, what should we do? Should we get out of the car? Shen Xian asked, her voice tinged with fear. Brother Chen Yue, I'm scared. Chen Yue echoed, casting a terrified glance at Chen Yue. Do not be afraid. Chen Yue reassured, turning his gaze to Shen Xian. Cover your sister's eyes. Oh, okay. Chen Yue promptly shielded Chen Yu's eyes, just as a powerful force surged from behind. Chen Yue pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward in an instant. Shit, someone exclaimed. One individual, unable to evade in time, was swept beneath the vehicle. The weight of the several tons of the car only caused a slight jolt, leaving a vivid trail of crimson behind. Another person leapt into a snowbank. Damn it. How dare you hit us? You're asking for death. The one who had jumped into the snowbank rose and fired several shots at the car, each bullet striking the glass. The metallic clinks echoed, leaving only small white spots on the window, resembling snowflakes settling on the surface. This vehicle not only boasted bulletproof glass but was also of exceptionally high caliber. Even point-blank shots from a handgun barely threatened to crack the surface. What level of vehicle is this? Such advanced bulletproof glass. The astonished assailant muttered. Damn it, there must be something valuable inside. I need to hurry back and report to the boss. Chen Yue maintained a stoic expression as he drove, while Chen Yue's complexion drained of color. Brother Chen Yue. What is it? Chen Yue inquired, momentarily caught off guard. Nothing, Brother Chen. Chen Yue shook her head, a bitter smile crossing her lips. She recognized that Chen Yue had long been mentally prepared for survival in this apocalyptic world, while she herself had not yet reconciled with such a reality. Reflecting on her past actions, Chen Yue felt a profound sense of naivety and absurdity. How foolish she had been to starve herself while sharing food with others. This was beyond mere folly. I understand what you are thinking, Chen Yue stated flatly. The reality is as it stands. Acceptance is imperative, regardless of your feelings. I understand. Chen Yue replied, her features hardening with newfound determination. Meanwhile, the subordinate hurried back to the camp, breathlessly reporting to his leader, Lu Jianrong. They had established a base within the granary, surrounded by an abundance of food. At that moment, Lu Jianrong was enjoying a leisurely meal of porridge and skewers. Living quite comfortably. Boss, a little brother rushed back in a panic, saying he needs to report something to you. Lu Jianrong glanced up, nodding slightly. All right, let him in. Understood, boss. A few minutes later, Lu Jianrong's aide brought the anxious subordinate before him. Boss, this is him. We all call him Dog San. Lu Jianrong sized up Dog San, noting his thin cotton coat, his body adorned with frost, resembling a shivering dog. Speak, what brings you to me? Lu Jianrong sipped his hot porridge, continuing to tend to the fire. Dog San bowed slightly, looking at Lu Jianrong, and greeted, Lu Ge hello. Then, Dog San recounted everything he had witnessed that day. Lu Jianrong listened with a hint of surprise. Are you saying someone drove a vehicle that resembles a tank? And its windows are bulletproof? Indeed, Lu Ge. This suggests that the vehicle undoubtedly contains valuable goods. Otherwise, there would be no need for bulletproof glass. Lu Jianrong sat in silence for a moment, contemplating. All right, you've done well. Take a pound of rice and be on your way. Certainly, Lu Ge. Thank you. Dog San nodded and, with a bow, moved to another room. After retrieving a pound of rice, he exited the warehouse while still nodding and bowing. Lu Jianrong had many subordinates, and it was impractical to house them all in the granary. Many newcomers, lacking skills, were relegated to the outside world to seek out resources. Anyone who discovered supplies or significant leads could come to Lu Jianrong for a reward. Dog San had found crucial information regarding the snow vehicle, thus rightfully earning his reward. Brothers, we must be exhausted from our journey. Lu Jianrong addressed his subordinates in the granary. A brother just found a lead on the snow vehicle. Who among you will take care of this matter? The group exchanged glances, none willing to undertake the task. After all, life in the granary was comfortable and warm, with plenty to eat and drink. Why venture into the frigid wilderness? Furthermore, if the opposing vehicle were ordinary, it could be manageable, but that was no mere car. It was unmistakably a tank. Only a fool would attempt to seize a tank with their bare hands. Seeing no one respond, Lu Jianrong's frustration boiled over. And he kicked the pot of porridge, spilling it everywhere. Damn it. You all were so eager to eat, yet now that it's time to work. Not a single one of you speaks up. He pointed angrily at them, shouting, I'll count to 3. If anyone refuses to go, don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, a figure emerged from the back of the crowd. Lu Ge, I will go. Lu Jianrong focused his gaze, recognizing a new face, and furrowed his brow. Good brother, what is your name? Lu Ge, I'm Lin Jiadong, he replied with a stoic expression. Good brother, do you know where this person resides? Lu Ge. His name is Chen Yue, and he lives in the villa area behind the mountain. He has a large shelter there. Lin Jiadong shared all he knew about Chen Yue's assets with Lu Jianrong. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong was left in stunned silence. A shelter? A snow vehicle? A swimming pool? And an abundance of rare delicacies? What a fantastical life. Lu Jianrong had believed that merely having enough to eat each day constituted a top-tier existence. Little did he realize that in comparison to others, he was merely a beggar. This is rather intriguing indeed. Lu Jianrong, stroking his bald head, sat down with a smile. It appears that I must take the lead in this matter. Brothers, arm yourselves. We have significant work ahead of us. Chapter 81. Wu Yu's scheme on the other side. The snow vehicle's powerful engine and roaring noise drew attention long before Chen Yue drove out. Wu Yu's men had already spotted him. Aware that Chen Yue would eventually return, Wu Yu instructed his underlings to gather numerous refrigerators and freezers, piling them at the entrance of the community, locking the iron gate, and waiting for Chen Yue's inevitable return to ambush him. As the sounds grew louder, Wu Yu's men, lying in wait, became increasingly exhilarated. Boss, who would have thought Chen Yue possessed such a formidable beast? If we had this vehicle, we could dominate the streets. Indeed, boss. With this kind of vehicle, what could we possibly fear? We could go anywhere, seize anything. No longer would we be confined to this small place. Soon we could venture into the grand cities. Wu Yu smacked the head of one overly boisterous subordinate beside him. Silence. When Chen Yue arrives, we strike together. Rest assured. Boss. With so many of us against one, we could drown him in our spit. Exactly, boss. Previously, Chen Yue hid in that shelter, leaving us powerless. Now that he has emerged, he should not blame us for being ruthless. Once we capture Chen Yue, you shall have your revenge. That arrogant brat has gone too far. After several encounters with Chen Yue, Wu Yu understood that he was no ordinary adversary. Moreover, Chen Yue was quite cunning, since he dared to boldly drive out. He must have a plan to return, indicating he had confidence and possibly heavy weaponry, such as handguns or submachine guns. Otherwise, he would know that stepping out of the shelter would mean certain death. While the likelihood of intercepting the vehicle was slim, Wu Yu still wished to give it a try. The roar of the engine grew increasingly thunderous, with everyone's hearts racing in anticipation. They silently observed the distant speck, which grew larger and closer. When the vehicle was still over 100 meters away, they finally discerned its terrifying stature. The height of the snow vehicle reached approximately 5 meters, dwarfing ordinary cars that seemed like toys in comparison. At the front was a massive conical plow, clearing away the surrounding snow. Chen Yue was at the helm, sharing light-hearted banter with the sisters Shen Xian and Chen Yue inside the vehicle. Brother Chen, look ahead. What is that? Shen Xian exclaimed in horror, pointing forward. Following her gaze, Chen Yue noticed the community gate tightly shut, with a pile of refrigerators, freezers, and various large objects stacked behind it. It was evident that this was a deliberate act. Chen Yue furrowed his brow, realizing who was behind this scheme. In the villa district, the only ones audacious enough to provoke him were Wu Yu and his crew. However, he had not anticipated them attempting such a brazen ploy at this moment. It was tantamount to courting death. At that moment, a multitude of individuals sprang forth from the shadows, wielding knives and clubs, standing silently as they observed Chen Yue and his companions. What should we do, Brother Chen? We cannot get through. Shen Xian, having never encountered such a scene, felt a surge of panic. Chen Yue, upon witnessing the throng encircling the vehicle, trembled uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. We shall charge through. Chen Yue engaged the gears and pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward like a roaring beast lunging at the gates. The colossal vehicle, towering at 5 meters, appeared to the onlookers as a tank. A tank barreling toward them at 60 kilometers per hour would instill fear in all but Su Sanduo. The several lackeys stationed in front of the vehicle swiftly darted aside, diving into the snowdrifts. The steel beast collided with the gates, which crumbled as if constructed of mere paper, flung open by the impact. The refrigerators and freezers piled behind were crushed beneath the car, reduced to mere two-dimensional remnants. Brothers, let us not allow him to escape. With Wu Yu's rallying cry, a cadre of lackeys began to hurl stones and liquor bottles at Chen Yu's snow vehicle. Yet, how could a vehicle impervious to bullets fear such trivial objects? Nevertheless, Chen Yue halted, for he was poised to teach Wu Yu a lesson. Typically, they would merely harass him, but with Shen Xian and Chen Yue beside him, along with the young model Tang Xiaojun, he felt a profound responsibility for their safety. Should Wu Yu and his band continue their reckless antics, it would undoubtedly frighten the women. After stabilizing the vehicle, Chen Yue opened the iron door atop the car and drew his P-50 handgun, firing several rounds into the crowd until the magazine was empty. The lackeys, unaware of Chen Yu's firearm, had approached recklessly. Once he brandished the weapon, it was too late for them to flee. Several individuals were struck in vital areas, collapsing into the snow, while others were hit in the legs and feet, stumbling away in disarray. Wu Yu and a few astute companions sought refuge in the snowdrifts, their minds clouded in disbelief that their long-concocted scheme had unraveled so swiftly. Wu Yu, I may have overlooked your provocations in the past, but do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Chen Yue barked coldly in the direction where Wu Yu lay hidden. Today serves as a mere lesson. Should you dare to return to my sanctuary seeking trouble, I shall ensure your demise. As for the weapon I shall wield next time, let your imagination run wild. Having delivered his ominous warning, Chen Yue swiftly retreated into the vehicle, engaged the gears once more, and continued on his path toward the sanctuary. Chapter 82. Is this a nuclear bunker? Yu stood silently, a chilling glint in his eyes. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Chen Yue, was it? Very well. You think highly of yourself. Just wait. I shall make you pay with your life. Your food, your women, your shelter will soon belong to me. How dare a lowly son-in-law possess such things? He is unworthy. After several minutes of driving, the vehicle finally arrived at the exterior of the shelter. Chen Yue gazed at the fortress-like structure, her senses overwhelmed with disbelief. Brother Chen, is this truly where you reside? She inquired incredulously. Yes, I live here. Rest assured. It is quite safe, Chen Yue replied as he awaited the slow opening of the massive steel gates, which emitted a thunderous sound as they creaked open, allowing the car to enter the sanctuary. If Chen Yue was astonished before, she was now utterly flabbergasted. The facilities within the shelter were beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Moreover, upon stepping inside, she immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop her. The thick, vault-like doors reminiscent of a bank's strongroom, the expansive space, and the comforting temperature felt like a gateway between two disparate worlds. Brother Chen, did you foresee the apocalypse? Chen Yue connected the dots of their previous conversation. Her curiosity piqued. Prior to the onset of the cataclysm, Chen Yue had advised her to stockpile supplies. Chen Yue had complied, gathering a considerable amount, but ultimately, her kindness led her to share them with others. Now, witnessing Chen Yue's fortress, she instinctively linked the two events. However, Chen Yue refrained from answering her directly. He could hardly divulge the truth of his time travel to Chen Yue, for such revelations would likely be met with disbelief. Such narratives belong to the realm of fiction. How could they manifest in reality? Do not dwell on such thoughts. Settle in here. It is exceedingly safe, Chen Yue said, brushing off the ice accumulated on the snowmobile while addressing Chen Yue. I have stocked plenty of provisions here. Simply tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Seeing that Chen Yue had deftly diverted the topic, Chen Yue chose not to press further. In these dire times, everyone harbors secrets. Very well, Brother Chen, we shall make this our home, she replied, realizing she had no other place to go, thus acquiescing to Chen Yue's arrangements. Given the comprehensive facilities, it was undoubtedly secure, and in this apocalyptic world, her primary concern was the well-being of her sister. Moreover, she felt a sense of familiarity with Chen Yue. Having previously been his subordinate, Chen Yue harbored a fondness for him, knowing him to be fundamentally good-hearted. Once settled, she planned to repay Chen Yue by assisting with household chores, her cheeks flushing crimson at the thought. Yet, Chen Yue did not share Chen Yue's depth of contemplation. He simply felt that in his earlier life, few had treated him kindly, and Chen Yue was certainly one of them. In the moments of utmost helplessness and uncertainty, it was Chen Yue who extended a hand to herself. Although Chen Yue appeared indifferent towards others, his heart was not devoid of warmth. He cherished those who treated him well and bore no qualms about retaliating against those who did him wrong. However, those who sought his life faced certain demise. No amount of divine intervention could save them. After venturing out in the snow vehicle, it returned marred by slushy grime, which quickly solidified into ice in the frigid air. If not addressed promptly, the next attempt to drive it would likely result in being unable to open the doors. With only a few such vehicles at his disposal, losing one would diminish his fleet. Thus, Chen Yue took great care of this snow vehicle, dedicating nearly an hour to cleaning and scrubbing it until it was spotless. All right, that should suffice. Let us be on our way, Chen Yue remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. First, we will arrange accommodations for you all, and then we can dine. Upon entering the shelter, the young model Tang Xiaojun awaited at the entrance. Brother Chen, the guest room has been tidied up. Chen Yue was somewhat taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the model's efficiency. I noticed you returning with guests on the surveillance, so I swiftly prepared a room for them, she explained. Excellent work, Chen Yue praised, patting Tang Xiaojun on the shoulder. He was not concerned about her potential mischief, with super administrator privileges in his hands. He could easily transform the shelter into a massive freezer or an oven if he wished. Moreover, he had only left 3 days' worth of provisions at home. After that, the shelter would become a vast and sturdy coffin. The Chen Yue sisters were taken aback to discover that there was a woman in Chen Yue's home, particularly Chen Yue, whose eyes reflected an unusual emotion. However, Chen Yue remained oblivious to their reactions. After guiding the Chen Yue sisters to their room to drop off their luggage, he took them on a tour of the first and second floors of the shelter. Upon witnessing the facilities, Chen Yue found herself at a loss for words, having been rendered speechless by astonishment yet again. The rooms were comfortably warm, equipped with various functional spaces, including a sauna, shower rooms, a media room, a gym, and a reading room. It was unfathomable that such a paradise could exist amidst the apocalypse. The kitchen and dining area were absurdly spacious, capable of accommodating 20 or 30 people without feeling cramped. What do you think? Isn't it quite splendid here? Chen Yue boasted proudly to Shen Xian. We have independent heating, water, and power systems. I want to mention the nuclear power plant, he added, downplaying the details. As for water, it was sourced from underground aquifers, with additional supply from a sizable underground reservoir that required replenishment from fresh water within his space. Let me assure you, as long as I desire, I could live here indefinitely. Incredible. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. Chen Yue hopped about the room, her curiosity akin to that of a playful kitten. Xiao Yu, don't run around. We are in someone else's home. Shen Xian urgently grasped her younger sister, admonishing her with a serious tone. The thought of residing in such a place filled her with trepidation, as she feared her sister might inadvertently offend Chen Yue. If they were to be expelled by Chen Yue, they would truly have nowhere else to go. It's nothing. Children will be children. Chen Yue chuckled nonchalantly, waving his hand. However, there is a rule within the shelter that I must inform you of in advance. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian immediately straightened her posture. As you have observed, the shelter is often the object of envy from the outside world. While I trust you, in these dire times, I must remain vigilant. Chen Yue continued. Thus, the traps and mechanisms within the villa are generally activated. To prevent any accidental harm to you, I request that unless absolutely necessary, you remain in your respective rooms. Moreover, there are cameras installed throughout the premises, except in the bathroom, but rest assured, these cameras are solely for security purposes and are not intended for surveillance. Shen Xian's brow furrowed slightly at this information. Although it resembled a form of confinement, such precautions were indeed the best defense against the treachery of human nature in apocalyptic times. Despite her long-standing acquaintance with Chen Yue, complete trust was not to be expected, which was entirely understandable. No problem, she finally replied after contemplation, nodding. Brother Chen, it is already a tremendous fortune for you to have allowed us here. We will certainly not cause you any trouble. Upon hearing Shen Xian's words, Chen Yue nodded in agreement and smiled. Well then, I suppose you must be hungry. Come, let us go eat. Chapter 83. The preparations of the fearsome Wu. Meanwhile, Lu Jianrong's gang, under the leadership of Lin Jiadong, traversed the snow-packed path created by Chen Yue's snowmobile, arriving at the villa district. Shaolin, is this the place where you once resided? Lu Jianrong surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Brother Lu, I lived here before, in a villa belonging to the Su family, Lin Jiadong replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Very good. The more I observe Lin Jiadong, the more I appreciate him. This fellow possesses a fierce tenacity that Lu Jianrong finds immensely appealing. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must be ruthless to maintain their standing, especially with dogs. The more ferocious, the more useful. Thus, Lu Jianrong perceived a reflection of himself in Lin Jiadong. Brothers, go door to door and summon the residents. I have inquiries to make. Understood. Upon receiving Lu Jianrong's command, a throng of underlings armed with firearms surged into the villa district. They knocked on doors, and should anyone resist or express reluctance, they would be coerced at gunpoint to emerge. At this moment, within the villa of the notorious Wu Yu, the aftermath of his earlier humiliation before Chen Yue left him in a furious state, resulting in him wreaking havoc within his abode. Chen Yue, I shall surely kill you. Otherwise, I vow never to be human again. Brother, we need not fear him. I have connections to acquire firearms, and once I obtain them, we shall seek vengeance against Chen Yue. Indeed, brother, calm your temper, do not jeopardize your health. Just as Wu Yu was engulfed in rage, a knock resounded at the door. An assertive voice called from outside, come out. Everyone inside, step forth. My elder brother Lu Jianrong has arrived to pose some questions. Hurry up, or do not blame me for being ungracious. What the hell? Wu Yu was taken aback by someone else claiming to be the elder brother. Grabbing a nearby baseball bat, he approached the door, flinging it open and, to the astonishment of the intruder, delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Wu, with a sweeping motion, brought the bat down upon the intruder's head. Who the hell is this pest? The bat was solid and had a satisfying heft. Lu Jianrong's underling was rendered unconscious, lying motionless in the snow. Wu Yu stowed away the firearm and decisively shut the door. Brother, if we leave him be, that fellow outside will surely freeze to death, remarked one of Wu Yu's subordinates. What is the matter? Do you know him? Wu Yu turned to glare at his subordinate. I don't know him, absolutely not. The subordinate hastily clarified. I was merely contemplating whether we should leave ourselves a means of retreat. Who the hell are you to pity someone you don't even know? Wu Yu slapped his subordinate across the face, causing it to swell instantly. If an unknown person dies, so be it. Stop your sanctimonious drivel. If you feel sorry for him, then get the hell out. Brother, I was wrong. Please, do not expel me. Wu Yu's subordinate knelt in desperation, pleading for mercy. Wu Yu let out a cold snort. ignoring him further, and turned to return to the house, where he sat beside the fire to warm himself. "Brother, who exactly is this Lu Jianrong? Have you heard of him?" inquired one of his subordinates. "I have not heard of him, but I've heard that Lu Jianrong seems to own a property in this villa area," Wu replied, his gaze deep and contemplative. "As for the man himself, I have never encountered him. I suspect he is yet another of those few entangled individuals who seek to plunder in this apocalyptic world." "Your words hold truth, brother. In these dire times, human nature has greatly deteriorated," another subordinate chimed in. "Indeed, our leader is astute. Even with our overwhelming advantage, we have refrained from preying upon the other residents of the villa area. We have even dealt with individuals like Aunt Zhang. Once this calamity is past, surely the authorities will award us a medal. Enough of that chatter. We ought to consider how to acquire more food," Wu sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Despite their wickedness, they still clung to the hopeful dream that disaster would eventually subside. The food supplies at home had dwindled to near depletion. With so many subordinates relying on him for sustenance, he felt a profound sense of responsibility as their leader. If they could not fill their bellies, who would wish to follow him? As for the notion of robbing their neighbors, Wu had contemplated it. However, the cost-benefit ratio was far too low. Daily, there were complaints in the homeowners group about the lack of food. It had been over 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse, and food among these people was surely scarce. If he led his subordinates to raid, the spoils would likely be insufficient to distribute. In such a case, not only would he go hungry, but he would also risk becoming a target for collective retaliation. At least for the moment, it was not the opportune time to seize their reserves. The only nearby source of abundant food was with Chen Yue. Yet, Wu had attempted to gain access to Chen Yue's stronghold several times, employing various methods, all to no avail. Knowing that there was a wealth of food within Chen Yue's sanctuary, yet being unable to access it gnawed at Wu like a cat's claw. It seemed he needed to devise alternate strategies to persuade Chen Yue to willingly open his doors, or perhaps find a way to blast them open. Who mentioned having a way to acquire firearms. Wu resolved to take a bold step and addressed his subordinates. "If we can obtain firearms, let us acquire as many as possible. It would be best if we could also secure some explosives. Once we have everything prepared, we shall pay Chen Yue another visit." A glint of cold determination flashed in Wu's eyes. "Upon our arrival, we will negotiate with Chen Yue once more. If he is willing to open the door and allow us entry, that would be ideal. However, if he refuses, we shall blast the door open." The subordinate assigned to the task nodded resolutely and began to reach out through his channels. Chapter 84. The Revenge of Lin Jiadong, Part 1. The relationship between Wu and his subordinates was in urgent contact. At the entrance of the villa area, Lu Jianrong's faction had gathered nearly everyone in one place. "Where is Lin Jiadong?" Lu Jianrong scanned the crowd and inquired of a nearby subordinate. "Big brother. He has gone to the Su family and is expected to arrive shortly." The Su family. Lu Jianrong's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that this time Lin Jiadong would have a chance to exact his revenge. At the entrance of the Su family villa, Lin Jiadong gazed at the familiar yet foreign place with reddened eyes. Here, he had found love and happiness, but it was also where he had plunged into despair. He could not forget the atrocities committed against him by the Su family, nor the beatings from Su Lang, the insults from Kai Mei, and the disdainful glances from Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao. Those looks felt as if they were directed at a mere dog. In his hands, Lin Jiadong wielded a fire axe and a hand crossbow, and without hesitation, he began to hack at the Su family's front door. He understood that speaking would only waste time. It was far better to be straightforward and brutal, just as Su Lang had been towards him. Bang, bang, bang. The fire axe struck the door repeatedly, causing the Su family members inside to pale with fear. What should we do? Su Lang's heart raced with anxiety. Fully aware of the wrongs he had inflicted upon Lin Jiadong, he had once encountered Lin Jiadong and had witnessed his ferocity firsthand. Who are you asking? Who should I ask? Kai Mei was on the verge of tears. Son, you treated Lin Jiadong the worst. Why not go apologize and settle this matter? Do you have any conscience? Su Lang exploded. Isn't it you who forced me to push Lin Jiadong out to fend for himself? It was also you who deemed him useless, prompting me to beat and scold him daily. And it was you who denied him any food, leading to his departure. Kai Mei and the others exchanged glances, looking at Su Lang. What are you doing? You're a grown man, and you're quarreling with us girls? Even if we were wrong, what difference does it make? You should have reminded us. For the first time, Su Lang felt the utter shamelessness of his family and was left speechless. Let us pause the infighting. Kai Mei sighed. Our priority now is to calm Lin Jiadong. Everyone, think of a solution. I have an idea. Su Jiao suddenly raised her hand, resembling a student in class. No matter what, Lin Jiadong is still my sister's husband, and he must love her. Why not offer my sister to him? Perhaps if he is satisfied, he will leave us be? Are you even speaking sense? Su Shaoxian immediately erupted. You want to offer me up? Look at Lin Jiadong. He has completely lost his reason. Will that help? His wrath is directed at our brother and mother. How can you say such things? I am still his mother-in-law. As disaster loomed, the Su family began to shift blame onto one another, eager to sacrifice each other for their own safety. After several minutes of heated argument, they finally managed to calm down. Xiaoxian, I think you should have a word with Lin Jiadong, sighed Kai Mei. After all, you are husband and wife. You share not only the title, but also the essence of a marital bond. He is likely to heed your words. After pondering for a while, Su Xiaoxian resolved to approach the door. Jiadong, Jiadong, she called out, standing a meter away from the entrance. However, her pleas were met with silence. Jiadong, I know you are out there. Please stop. Can we talk? Upon hearing her words, Lin Jiadong ceased his assault. He was also fatigued and curious to hear what Su Xiaoxian had to say. Seeing that he had halted his attacks on the door, Su Xiaoxian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Jiadong still harbored feelings for her and was willing to listen. If that is the case, things will be much simpler. Su Xiaoxian cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. Jiadong, you have suffered. You cannot fathom how worried I was during your absence. You occupied my thoughts incessantly. I feared for your well-being, worried that you might suffer from hunger or cold, and I dreaded the thought of you freezing outside. Now that she saw him return, brimming with vitality, she felt an overwhelming joy. However, Lin Jiadong remained unmoved by Su Xiaoxuan's heartfelt confession. Instead, he felt a twinge of amusement. Worried about me? If you truly were, you wouldn't have treated me as you did. He would never forget the cold disdain in Su Xiaoxuan's eyes when she looked at him, filled with contempt, as if he were no more than a stray dog. Please open the door yourself, Xiaoxian, Lin Jiadong replied indifferently, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It would spare him some suffering if she opened it herself. Su Xiaoxian was taken aback, forcing a nervous laugh. Jiadong, they are desperate criminals. If we open the door, will we still have our lives? Jiadong, for the sake of our marriage, please spare the Su family. They are your kin, after all. You cannot cast your own family into the flames. At that moment, Lin Jiadong had regained his strength and ignored her pleas, swinging his fire axe mercilessly against the door. Jiadong, Jiadong, stop it, Su Xiaoxian shrieked, covering her ears in terror. Please spare us. We have shared a marital bond. If you must, let me go and take them instead. With a deafening crash, a frigid gust of wind swept into the room. Lin Jiadong stood at the threshold, his expression as impassive as ever, staring at them. Chapter 85. Lu Jianrong, is there someone here who claims to be the Black Boss? Lin Jiadong stood silently at the entrance, wielding a fire axe in his right hand. Su Xiaoxian, closest to him, trembled uncontrollably, her expression vacant. Jiadong, she managed to force a smile, stepping forward to embrace Lin Jiadong. I miss you so much. Lin Jiadong pried her arms away and pushed her into the room before drawing a crossbow aimed at them. Don't. Please don't. Su Lang, feeling guilty, was the first to kneel, bowing repeatedly before Lin Jiadong. It's not my fault. They forced me. Su Lang hurled a large pot towards his family, exclaiming, it was them who compelled me to treat you this way. Think about it. I have no grievances with you. Why would I behave like this? It makes no sense. Right? Upon hearing the pots clatter as it struck them, Kai Mei and Su Jiao immediately erupted in anger. Jiadong, my dear son-in-law, Kai Mei implored. You mustn't listen to Su Lang's nonsense. We didn't make him do that to you. It was all his doing. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Jiadong observed the infighting among them, a wave of melancholy washing over him. This was the Su family. I may be the third party, yet even I could not stoop to such disgraceful antics. Silence. Shut your mouths. Lin Jiadong bellowed, and the atmosphere fell immediately still. They lined up to exit, heading towards the gate of the villa community. Lin Jiadong pointed his crossbow at Su Lang. You first. Su Lang, now singled out, reluctantly rose from the ground. All right, just don't point at me. I'll go. Leading the way was Su Lang, followed by Kai Mei, Su Jiao, and lastly, Su Xiaoxian. Thus, Lin Jiadong escorted the entire Su family to the entrance of the villa community. Meanwhile, Lu Jianrong had gathered all the residents within the community, watching with a smile as Lin Jiadong approached with his group. He did not rush him, but patiently awaited his arrival. Lu Jianrong understood that certain matters needed Lin Jiadong's involvement to help him unravel his inner turmoil and become more ruthless. Jiadong, Lu Jianrong beckoned. Come here. We've been waiting for you. Now that you're here, we can begin. After ushering the Su family into the crowd, Lin Jiadong swiftly walked to Lu Jianrong's side, lowering his head respectfully to greet him. Brother Lu. Lu Jianrong, satisfied, patted his shoulder. Good. Are you feeling much better now? Yes, thank you, Brother Lu, for allowing me time to handle personal matters. Lin Jiadong expressed his gratitude, clarity washing over him. Lu Jianrong nodded, preparing to address the group when a subordinate stumbled towards them, clutching his head. This young man was the one sent to the Black Boss Wu U.S. residence. Miraculously, he had regained consciousness after being knocked out at the door. Brother, there's a troublemaker. The subordinate hurriedly reached Lu Jianrong, panting. The place I went at has a troublemaker. He struck me and even seized my gun. Lu Jianrong's expression transformed from a smile to a furious scowl. To dare act against him was akin to slapping his face. Such an affront was utterly intolerable to Lu Jianrong, leaving a portion of his brothers to watch over these individuals. Lu Jianrong retrieved a submachine gun from the vehicle and proclaimed loudly, "The rest of you, follow me. Damn it. I refuse to believe anyone can turn the tide against us. Let's take them down." At his command, dozens of armed men advanced towards the villa of the notorious Wu Yu. Guided by the injured brother, they swiftly encircled Wu Yu's residence. Inside the villa, Wu Yu's subordinates, upon witnessing the gathering outside, turned pale with fear. "Be brother, they are attacking." One of the trembling subordinates exclaimed, "What should we do, brother? They are armed. They even have submachine guns, while we possess only a broken handgun, a rifle, and a few crossbows. How can we possibly fight them?" Although Wu Yu's heart raced with anxiety, as the leader, he could only feign calmness. "Stay composed. Are there not countless tales of the weak prevailing over the strong in ancient times? They are merely a disorganized mob. Though their weaponry may be superior, we hold the advantageous position. We can certainly repel them." Wu Yu began fervently instilling motivational fervor into his subordinates. "If we can drive them back, their weapons will become ours. At that point, who would dare to provoke us? Even Chen Yue will have to bow and scrape before us." After a few rounds of inspiration, Wu Yu's subordinates felt as though they had been imbued with the spirit of warriors, and not a single one harbored thoughts of retreat. "Listen up. You have 1 minute to lay down your arms and line up to exit. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The voice from outside echoed within the villa, prompting Wu Yu to bellow in response, "To hell with it. In my dictionary, there is only death in battle, no surrender. Brother, the resistance inside is quite firm." A subordinate reported to Lu Jianrong. "Resistance? Then let us fight." Lu Jianrong fired the first shot. He wielded the MP5 submachine gun, renowned as the king of submachine guns, boasting a 30-round magazine and a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute. Bullets rained down upon the villa as if they were free. Yet, those inside, including Wu Yu and his subordinates, were not only unable to retaliate, they could barely lift their heads. "Charge in. Capture their leader alive." With Lu Jianrong's command, the encirclement tightened. The subordinates surged into Wu Yu's villa, seizing everyone and bringing them before Lu Jianrong. Chapter 86. The discourse. Lu Jianrong looked down coolly at Wu Yu, who was kneeling before him. "So you are the illustrious Wu? I have heard that in your lexicon, there exists no term for surrender, only for fighting to the death?" Wu Yu lowered his head, muttering, "The dictionary has been revised." Although Wu Yu was a formidable figure in the underworld, he felt fear in the presence of a desperate man. In this world, those who are unafraid of death are exceedingly rare. "Ha! It appears you are quite perceptive." Lu Jianrong patted Wu Yu on the head, akin to petting a dog. "At a critical moment, you choose to amend your lexicon. Not bad. The youth is teachable. Brother, with these individuals, our numbers are complete. Let us return to the entrance." With a wave of his hand, Lu Jianrong signaled to his subordinates, who brandished their guns at Wu Yu and the others, escorting them back to the entrance of the villa district. "Jiangdong, you have lived here before. See if everyone is gathered." Lu Jianrong's subordinate brought him a sofa, and he sat down heavily. Lin Jiadong surveyed the crowd. The community committee's Aunt Zhang, the Black Boss Wu Yu, the Su family, and neighbors. "Brother, everyone is here." "Good," Lu Jianrong declared. "Since everyone is assembled, I shall share a few words. Fellow villagers, I am Lu Jianrong. It was I who led you to the granary, where we unearthed provisions. You may perceive me as a ruthless fiend, but you are mistaken." Lu Jianrong straightened his posture, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. "You may believe I am fierce and combative, yet I am, in truth, quite amiable. I wish only to do good for all and engage in tangible deeds. In these apocalyptic times, we survivors must unite. To incite internal strife now would be utterly unbecoming. Even if I were to consent, you would not, would you?" Silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Jianrong coughed awkwardly twice, fiddling with the handgun in his hand, and smiled. "What? Am I mistaken? Do you not agree to internal discord?" "Absolutely not. We shall unite." A subordinate initiated the chant, and soon the crowd joined in, albeit hesitantly. Lu Jianrong nodded in satisfaction. "Since we are all in agreement against internal conflict, allow me to share my thoughts. Let me be clear. I possess information regarding several supply points in the Lijiang district of Jiang'an City. The granary was merely one among many, and you all are aware of its reserves. If anyone is uncertain, just inquire with those nearby. As long as you are willing to work for me, There will be sustenance for all. Moreover, do you see these fellows at my side? The gang of subordinates immediately showcased their firearms. Lu Jianrong nodded, a broad smile gracing his face. My brothers previously engaged in armed transport. Though their numbers may be few, in the context of Longhua, they are more than sufficient to exert influence. Furthermore, I am aware of several arms depots. Once we secure those resources, we shall be well equipped. As long as you follow my lead, everything you need, food, clothing, and even weaponry can be exchanged for your contributions. In this merciless apocalypse, humanity still shows compassion. How could you not support such a favorable policy? The atmosphere fell silent once more. Those gathered here had sent their men to work during the last expedition. Yet each household had received a mere pound of rice. What can 1 pound of rice accomplish? It barely suffices to make a thin porridge to sustain life. The labor was more grueling than hauling bricks at a construction site. Now, Lu Jianrong was demanding that everyone work for him again, and disbelief coursed through the crowd. Seeing their lack of response, a cold glint flashed in Lu Jianrong's eyes. What is this? Are you unwilling to work for me? He rose from the sofa, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly, causing those who met his eyes to immediately bow their heads. This choice does not bode well for unity. Moreover, it signifies a rebellion against me. Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing me? Lu Jianrong shouted to his underlings. Death, death, death. His minions raised their weapons in unison, their cries echoing through the air. Bring forth our leader and his lackeys. Lu Jianrong gestured dismissively, indicating the first to challenge him. Just moments ago, he had led a rebellion against me and injured one of my subordinates. Thus, I shall present a demonstration for all to witness the fate of those who defy me. 2 of his followers dragged the limp Wu Yu to the front of the crowd. As they released their grip, Wu Yu collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Lu Jianrong approached him, raising his pistol towards Wu Yu's head. Wu, the leader. Brother? How amusing that anyone would dare to call me brother in my presence. Wu Yu looked up to see the ominous muzzle of the gun, his face turning ashen with fear. Don't kill me, please. I'm of use. I can be of great service. Spare my life, and I will serve you. Work for you. I beg you. You even desire that worthless Lin Jiadong. I am far more capable than he. If you doubt me, I can prove it right now. Lu Jianrong was taken aback by Wu Yu's audacity, his expression shifting to a smile. Very well. Your first task is to ensure that these people willingly work for me. Can you accomplish that? Of course. I can certainly do that. Wu Yu scrambled to his feet, declaring, these people are worthless. They are beneath us. Speaking to them kindly is futile. Observe my methods. With a swift gesture, Wu Yu ordered one of his subordinates to seize the nearest individual. Are you willing to work for Brother Lu? Wu Yu leaned in menacingly. He offers such meager rations. It's insufficient to fill one's belly, and we toil to exhaustion. I'd rather stay at home. Very well. You refuse. Do you? Strike him. Wu Yu and his minions grabbed iron pipes nearby and began to beat the man mercilessly. The air was filled with anguished cries. You refuse. You dare to refuse. I'll make you regret that. Wu Yu's actions grew increasingly ruthless, driven by the fear of being ensnared by Lu Jianrong. Chapter 87. Preparing for battle. Under the overwhelming force of Boss Wu's fists and feet, those who initially contemplated resistance soon abandoned their thoughts of defiance. After subduing these obstinate individuals, Boss Wu approached Lu Jianrong with a courteous demeanor. Brother, everything has been taken care of. These people are all willing to work. None of them are unwilling. Lu Jianrong regarded Boss Wu with satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder as he remarked, Well done, you've worked hard. Indeed. Boss Wu, taken aback by the praise, nodded repeatedly. Whatever you say, I shall do. From now on, if you point east, I shall not venture west. Excellent. My team requires individuals with such high awareness. Lu Jianrong affirmed. Jiangdong, ensure you keep an eye on these people. Lu Jianrong then turned to Lin Jiangdong. They are your neighbors, correct? You must engage in meaningful communication with them. Gather their supplies from each household and bring them back to our base. If anyone resists, do not resort to violence. Remember to win them over with virtue. As he spoke, Lu Jianrong handed his sidearm to Lin Jiangdong. This pistol has been with me for some time. Its name is Virtue. Carry it back to the base, and no one shall trouble you. Given that Lin Jiangdong had recently allied with Lu Jianrong and held a lower status, Lu Jianrong was concerned that bringing such a large group back could incite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he entrusted his weapon to Lin Jiangdong, signifying that all his actions were sanctioned by Lu Jianrong. This ensured that Lin Jiangdong, with his relatively low standing, would not face difficulties from the guards at the outpost. Lin Jiangdong respectfully accepted the pistol, securing it at his waist. Brother, you can rest assured. I will accomplish the task. I trust you to handle matters well. Lu Jianrong nodded. I will now follow the tracks left by the snow vehicles to find the person you mentioned. Brother, please be cautious. That individual is exceedingly cunning. Lin Jiangdong cautioned. If you can eliminate him, do so without hesitation. If you leave him any avenue for escape, he will certainly seek revenge. Rest assured, your brother is no saint. Lu Jianrong laughed heartily, then set off with a few subordinates along the path marked by the snow vehicles. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, Shen Xian, Chen Yue, and Tang Xiaojun were seated at a dining table, preparing to enjoy lunch. The midday meal featured an array of Chinese dishes, including dumplings, buns, lion's head meatballs, mapo tofu, and pepper chicken. It could be said that this lunch encompassed nearly all 8 culinary traditions, showcasing a variety of flavors from sweet to sour, bitter to spicy. In the midst of the apocalypse, Shen Xian and her companions had never encountered such a lavish spread, their eyes widening in astonishment. Particularly, Chen Yue was on the verge of drooling. Brother Chen, there are so many dishes. Will we be able to finish them? Shen Xian swallowed hard. Despite her eagerness to indulge, she worried that it might be excessive to waste such abundance. Tang Xiaojun nodded and said, Brother Chen, there are only 4 of us. 4 dishes will suffice. Too many dishes would be a waste. Should I remove a few? Chen Yue, unable to resist their insistence, reluctantly agreed. Ultimately, the table was left with only a braised lion's head, a plate of steamed 8 treasure fish, a serving of potato stew with beef brisket, and a dessert that Chen Yue wished to have. Even so, Chen Yue and Tang Xiaojun ate with great care, refusing to waste even a morsel, and only set down their chopsticks after scraping their bowls clean. Shen Xian and Tang Xiaojun conscientiously gathered all the utensils and proceeded to wash them. Just then, Chen Yue's phone rang. He glanced down and was surprised to find a text message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Su Xiaoxian. The message was simple, containing only a single line. A group of people is heading your way, armed with guns. Be cautious. After reading the message, Chen Yue's brow furrowed slightly. He sat on the sofa and turned on the television, switching it to surveillance mode. In this mode, he could cycle through various security camera feeds without needing his phone or tablet. After switching between several cameras, he finally spotted the group. There were about 10 individuals, each wielding either a rifle or a handgun, making their way toward his shelter, following the tracks left by his snowmobile. It seemed bloodshed was imminent. Chen Yue murmured to himself with a cold glint in his eyes. At that moment, Tang Xiaojun and Shen Xian emerged from the kitchen, chatting and laughing, seemingly having forged a friendship. This eased Chen Yue's concerns. He had initially worried that the two might not get along, but it appeared his fears were unfounded. Now, the question was whether to take them along this time. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to leave them behind. His sole reliance within the shelter was his firearms. One could know a person's face, but not their heart, until he was certain they harbored no ulterior motives. Essentials like freedom, food, and weapons must remain solely in his control. The rooms assigned to them could only be accessed using Chen Yue's fingerprint from the outside. This series of measures was purely for his own safety. Moreover, even if someone were to act out of greed and, during their time alone, ambush and ultimately kill Chen Yue, they would find no comfort within the shelter. The entire shelter was devoid of food. All provisions were stored within Chen Yue's special space, and the password lock to exit the shelter was known only to him. Should someone succumb to greed and attempt to seize control, they would soon discover that the consequence of slaying Chen Yue would be inheriting a lifeless iron coffin, one that offered no sustenance, leaving them to await their demise. This shelter, while appearing formidable from the outside, would only evoke a deeper sense of despair from within. You both stay home and rest well. I have a matter to attend to, Chen Yue said succinctly, hoping to alleviate their concerns. Upon her arrival, Shen Xian was utterly oblivious to the circumstances that awaited her at the shelter. She merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Tang Xiaojun, seemingly struck by a thought, hesitated momentarily before finally uttering, Please be safe and take care. We shall await your return. Understood, Chen Yue replied, donning her coat and turning to exit. Before long, Chen Yue found herself at the shooting point by the gate, quietly anticipating the arrival of Lu Jianrong and his companions. Meanwhile, Lin Jiabdong had already led his team to thoroughly scour all the villas, collecting every piece of supplies and escorting his neighbors towards a secure stronghold. As they traversed the snow-laden path, a flurry of snow descended upon them, making their journey arduous. Chapter 88. We are here to make friends. Amidst the crowd, the Su family huddled together. Xiaoxian, are you foolish? Why did you send a message to Chen Yue? Su Lang's lips turned purple from the cold, yet he could not restrain himself. How has Chen Yue treated us? Have you forgotten? In my opinion, it would be best if Lu Jianrong and his group could eliminate him directly. That would alleviate the resentment in my heart. Xiaoxian shot him a glare and slowly replied, Are you really that naive? Do you genuinely believe that with just their dozen or so men and a few rusty guns, they could breach Chen Yue's stronghold? In my view, even if they brought another dozen men, it would be futile. We have seen that stronghold with our own eyes. No matter how much they strike with axes or hammers, not even a single den appears. Such a formidable door, I fear, cannot even be breached by explosives. Xiao Xian glanced around before continuing. I am merely considering our escape route. If Lu Jianrong's side prevails, then your wish is granted. If Lu Jianrong loses, then I would be doing Chen Yue a favor. Who knows, perhaps in the future, we might gain entry to his stronghold. Su Lang pondered her words and nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Regardless of how they contend, we can reap the benefits. Exactly. Su Jiao, who had been listening, joined the conversation. So, do you think Lu Jianrong's group has arrived yet? They must be clashing with Chen Yue by now, right? With such heavy snow, who knows? Su Lang sighed heavily. We have truly entered a den of wolves. Lu Jianrong's crew devours without leaving bones. I have witnessed it myself. Those who do not work properly are simply knocked unconscious and tossed into a snowdrift, quickly turning into popsicles. Xiao Xian and Su Jiao sighed heavily at this. If men are treated as laborers, what about the women? Especially since the two of us are not without our allure, does that not? Meanwhile, Chen Yue sat there, drowsy. Why have these people not arrived yet? What are they dawdling about? Just as Chen Yue pondered this, he spied through the shooting hole a group trudging through the snow from afar. Unbeknownst to Lu Jianrong, the snowy path was arduous. Even with Wu Yu's guidance and a trail pressed by snowmobiles, they took considerable time to reach their destination. However, upon seeing Chen Yue's stronghold, he was momentarily taken aback. Such thick and tall walls. This stronghold seems capable of housing many people. If the supplies within are ample, there would be no need to venture outside. Lu Jianrong scrutinized the stronghold, his astonishment growing. Who conceived of such a treasure? Truly visionary. Lu Gu, this is the place. Wu Yu nodded and bowed, entirely devoid of his earlier swagger as a gang leader, resembling more a traitor. The owner here is named Chen Yue. He built this stronghold before the apocalypse began. Wu Yu detailed every aspect. I have brought people here several times, but we could not open his door. Couldn't he open it? What about picking the lock? That wouldn't he work, brother. We lamented with great sorrow, previously. One of my subordinates was exceptionally skilled in the art of lockpicking, and he was on the verge of unlocking the door. However, Chen Yue unexpectedly electrified the entrance. My subordinate was instantly electrocuted, and we never dared to return since. Indeed. Lu Jianrong grew increasingly appreciative, recognizing that Chen Yue was a remarkable talent. To conceive of constructing a sanctuary before the onset of the apocalypse, and to do so with such foresight, was commendable. If he were to join my organization, my grand ambitions would surely come to fruition. With this thought, Lu Jianrong was eager to meet Chen Yue, thus quickening his pace. Before long, Lu Jianrong and his group arrived at the sanctuary's exterior. Wu Yu, displaying keen perception, stepped forward and shouted toward the sanctuary. Chen Yue, my elder brother has arrived. Open the door and welcome him. If you delay any longer, beware that we may force our way in and end your life. In what life? Lu Jianrong retorted, giving Wu Yu a kick. You are always resorting to violence. The world is governed by human sentiments and social intricacies. Do you not understand? With your demeanor, you presume to be a leader? Yes, you are absolutely right. After shooing Wu Yu away, Lu Jianrong took up a megaphone and began to speak. Brother Chen Yue, is it? My name is Lu Jianrong. You may have heard of me, or perhaps not, but that is of no consequence. I have come here with a singular intention, and that is to befriend you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue scoffed, finding the manner of this proposed friendship quite peculiar. To bring along so many people armed with an abundance of weaponry for the sake of friendship? Chen Yue replied, you are the Lu boss of the Dinghai armed escort, right? I am acquainted with you. Lu Jianrong's face brightened instantly. Could it be that they were indeed familiar? But then Chen Yue continued, your subordinates comprise several veterans and mercenaries returned from overseas. They possess a considerable arsenal and represent the most formidable force in the Linjiang district following the apocalypse. Hearing this, Lu Jianrong's expression grew even more jubilant, ready to respond to Chen Yue when he heard him add, however, that is not the case for me. In my view, your subordinates, your weaponry, and even your ambition to gather survivors and crown yourself king, along with your rather unsavory proclivities, are all mere refuse. I advise you to leave promptly and not to compel me to take your lives. Lu Jianrong's face flushed crimson. Where did this fellow come from? Not only did he know of me, but he was also aware of my influence, and even my desire to amass survivors to become a tyrant. He was even privy to my peculiarities. This individual possesses a certain sinister charm. Furthermore, it seemed he held a great confidence in his sanctuary. Otherwise, He would not dare utter such words upon seeing our numbers. Confronting someone of this caliber with force would be futile. A gentler approach was warranted. Brother Chen Yue, please do not misconstrue my intentions. Lu Jianrong continued. I genuinely wish to befriend you. I have but one request. Open the door and allow us to reside within. From that point onward, I shall be the leader, and you shall be the second. Apart from myself, you are responsible for all management matters concerning this shelter. I apologize, but I find myself disinterested in this matter. Chen Yue slowly opened the shooting hole, leaving just enough of a gap to extend the barrel of a gun. If you do not leave soon, I shall be compelled to fire. Lu Jianrong, witnessing Chen Yue's unyielding demeanor, felt his irritation rise. Brother Lu, this fellow is just like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Wu Yu chimed in, suggesting, I think we should resort to direct action. Chapter 89. The indomitable door. Lu Jianrong stood still, disregarding Wu Yu, his mind still mulling over the situation. This sanctuary, constructed to such an extensive scale, must be exceedingly difficult to breach. Moreover, Wu Yu had previously mentioned that the door could not be hacked open, and it was electrified, making the method of lock-picking utterly futile. Alas, words have their limits. I shall implore him once more. If he remains obstinate, then I shall have done my utmost. Lu Jianrong bellowed. Brother Chen Yue, you may have heard of my reputation through various channels, but you only possess hearsay and do not truly comprehend my intentions. To speak candidly, I command a considerable following, and I am poised to establish a doomsday self-rescue society in the Linjiang district, uniting all survivors. In these apocalyptic times, only by banding together can we find warmth. Would you not agree? Noticing the silence from the other side, Lu Jianrong continued, once the self-rescue society expands, I will gradually extend my influence throughout the entirety of Jiangnan City. Eventually, I could become the sovereign lord of Jiangnan City. At that time, you would be akin to a prince, no, a chancellor. You would then stand above all others, endowed with the freedom to choose from resources and women alike. What say you? Chen Yue let out a derisive laugh. He had heard of Lu Jianrong's infamy in his previous life. This man was treacherous and ruthless, harboring grand ambitions. To align himself with Lu Jianrong could very well lead to his demise in a matter of days. I am not interested. Upon hearing Chen Yue's rejection once more, Lu Jianrong could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, this fellow is truly a stubborn rock. I refuse to believe I cannot breach his door today. He commanded, bring forth the improvised explosives we prepared earlier. At that moment, a lackey approached Lu Jianrong with a homemade explosive. Boss, what are your orders? You charge forward. Lu Jianrong directed, gesturing toward the sanctuary's entrance. Go, blow that door open for me. Yes. The lackey immediately dashed forward, but unexpectedly, Chen Yue struck at that very instant. A volley of bullets rained down, and the lackey carrying the explosives was hit multiple times, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu Jianrong, witnessing this scene, seethed with rage. Chen Yue, you have narrowed your options. How dare you slay my men? You are unaware of my prowess. Lu Jianrong seized another lackey from the crowd. This time, you go. First, retrieve the explosives, then affix them to the door. If successful, you shall remain by my side from henceforth. Rest assured, if he dares to fire, he will meet his end. We will cover you. Go? Leave it to me. Boss, I will accomplish the task. One must admit, Lu Jianrong's leadership skills were quite formidable. His entourage of lackeys held him in high regard. At the mere utterance of Lu Jianrong's command, they would fearlessly face any peril, be it a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. The lackey, clutching the explosives, sprinted towards the sanctuary's entrance, while the remaining lackeys aimed their firearms at the shooting aperture. Should Chen Yue dare to reveal himself, a barrage of bullets would surely be unleashed upon him. Thus, Chen Yue paid no heed to the underling wielding homemade explosives, for that door was impervious to destruction. It was constructed of C800 grade ultra-strong concrete, possessing a hardness comparable to steel. Not to mention, the imposing alloy gate only added to its formidable nature. He was confident. As anticipated, the underling hastily reached the shelter's entrance, affixing the schematic bomb onto the door. Be careful, big brother, I'm about to detonate. After retreating to a safe distance, the underling pressed the controller. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the shelter's door was engulfed in blazing flames, thick plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky. Seizing the moment as the smoke ascended, Chen Yue swiftly opened the firing port and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the outside. Lu Jianrong and his companions were caught off guard by Chen Yue's counterattack, immediately scrambling to find cover. But at this juncture, it was already too late. Several underlings sustained varying degrees of injury, lying in the snow and wailing in agony. Their warm blood flowed forth, only to freeze into ice almost instantaneously. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Jianrong erupted in fury, wildly firing his pistol at the shooting port until his ammunition was expended. Everyone, prepare to advance. Lu Jianrong commanded with a sweeping gesture. The door must be damaged. Once the dust settles, we will storm in. Capture Chen Yue alive. Do not kill him. I wish to exact my vengeance personally. However, to his astonishment, when the smoke cleared, the shelter's door remained utterly unscathed, marred only by a faint smudge of soot. Lu Jianrong stood dumbfounded. How could this door be so resilient? Even homemade explosives had inflicted no discernible damage. What material is this? Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire jolted Lu Jianrong from his stupor, compelling him to duck for cover. Yet, his underlings bore the brunt of the assault, with several sustaining bullet grazes. Big brother, we can't win. Let's retreat. Wu Yu, dodging bullets, hastened to Lu Jianrong's side. This fortress is too solid. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. We must not act rashly. Let's withdraw. Lu Jianrong surveyed the wounded underlings and glanced at Chen Yue's stronghold. Gritting his teeth as he declared, retreat. He was unwilling to concede. With a dozen men and homemade explosives, to leave in such a shameful manner without inflicting any harm on Chen Yue was unacceptable. Since the apocalypse began, Lu Jianrong had always been the one to bully others. Never had he been bullied himself, especially not in such a manner. No, he vowed that this grudge would not go unpunished. Observing Lu Jianrong's escalating anger, Wu Yu quickly added fuel to the fire. Big brother, Chen Yue has stockpiled a vast amount of food. Not only does he possess sea cucumbers and abalone, but he also has independent heating, water, and power systems. It is akin to a paradise on Earth. We must devise a plan to infiltrate. Lu Jianrong, already seething with rage, became even more incensed at Wu Yu's words. Damn it! I refuse to believe that his shelter is truly impregnable. The next time I come, I will ensure his demise. Chapter 90. A storm is approaching. Prepare to reinvent the shelter. Lu Jianrong and his companions arrived with an air of arrogance, but departed in a state of dejection. At the forefront of the group, Lu Jianrong's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Since the apocalypse, he had led his subordinates in sweeping through much of the Linjiang district without encountering any opposition. Yet, they had stumbled in this secluded valley. Not only had they squandered a significant amount of ammunition and explosives, but several of his men had also sustained injuries. In such extreme cold, injuries equated to certain death. Even if they survived, these individuals still required sustenance. Lu Jianrong could not abide the notion of his men consuming food without contributing labor. Hearing the moans of the injured among the ranks, his fury erupted. Damn it! Silence! Endure it, or I'll toss you all into the snowdrifts. Meanwhile, after repelling Lu Jianrong and his group, Chen Yue returned to the shelter and immediately locked herself in the surveillance room. Tang Xiaojun and Shen Xian exchanged worried glances. After a few minutes of manipulating the control panel, a series of video feeds appeared on the large screens before her. The footage captured from various angles within the villa district documented the actions of Lu Jianrong's faction as they infiltrated the area. Chen Yue sat in a chair, quietly contemplating while watching the recordings. In her previous life, although she had never directly confronted Lu Jianrong's forces, she was familiar with their reputation. At that time, Wu Yu, the leader of the villa district, commanded a significant following. When Lu Jianrong's faction arrived, Wu Yu had led a resistance, with both factions experiencing victories and defeats. Eventually, Wu Yu's group managed to acquire a cache of firearms and ammunition, successfully repelling Lu Jianrong's advances. It was not until 3 months later that Wu Yu's faction was ultimately swallowed by Lu Jianrong's forces. Now, due to her own actions, Lu Jianrong's faction had prematurely launched an assault on the villa district. In the present moment, the footage displayed segments of Lu Jianrong's faction abducting individuals from the villa district. With these captives, Lu Jianrong's power would undoubtedly expand. Chen Yue suddenly felt a surge of urgency. If they continued to grow unchecked, her own shelter, even if not breached, would face numerous uncertainties. It is said that one need not fear a thief, but rather the thief's intentions. Although the likelihood was low, it was not impossible. Moreover, she had reached a point of no return with Lu Jianrong's faction, and tranquility was certainly not on the horizon. Thus, Chen Yue resolved to further fortify her shelter. She rummaged through her belongings and unearthed the blueprints from the shelter's design phase, retrieving a pencil to sketch and annotate her ideas. On the other side, Lu Jianrong and his companions returned to their encampment, a granary. Brother, you've returned? Lin Jiadong hurried forward, but upon seeing Lu Jianrong's expression, his smile vanished instantly. Brother, we brought everyone back. Several individuals, unable to endure the cold, were unceremoniously tossed into a snowdrift. Indeed, well done. Although Lu Jianrong spoke thus, his countenance remained grim. Lin Jiadong could only retreat timidly to the side, too fearful to utter another word. It appeared that the elder brother had also encountered difficulties with Chen Yue. Her audacity to provoke him was truly remarkable. A captivating spectacle was surely in store. Lu Jianrong stepped forth before the crowd, seizing a megaphone to proclaim loudly, "Welcome, everyone. We find ourselves in the midst of an apocalypse. So we shall forego a formal welcome. There are several stipulations I must convey. First and foremost, our family is one of harmony and affection. Internal strife is absolutely forbidden. Should I discover any infighting, regardless of who it may be, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." His gaze swept across the assembly before resting on the Su family, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips. Su Lang, witnessing this, felt his legs weaken with fear. Secondly, each of you must venture out to procure supplies. I will not sustain idle individuals here. Only those who can gather resources shall have the right to eat. Should you fail to find anything, you shall endure hunger until you do. At this juncture, a voice from the crowd inquired, given the freezing conditions outside, where are we to find supplies? If there were supplies, would we still go hungry? I have not eaten in several days. Another echoed, you are compelling me towards death. If it must be, then please, end my life now. Bang. Without hesitation, Lu Jianrong drew his pistol and shot the individual. You all heard him. He urged me to end his life. In all my years, I have never encountered such a ludicrous demand. The man struck by the bullet convulsed on the ground before succumbing to death. The crowd, witnessing Lu Jianrong's decisive brutality, was rendered utterly speechless. Is it truly over? How could it end so swiftly? Just moments ago, they had been alongside one another, and now one had departed for another realm. Many found it difficult to reconcile this harsh reality. Yet, when their eyes met Lu Jianrong's, they realized that whether they accepted this cruel truth or not, acceptance was imperative. As for the third stipulation, all possessions within this camp belong to me. This includes your valuables and even your very selves. Women are also under my dominion. I will not tolerate anyone coercing the women of this camp. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao exhaled in relief. It seemed fortune favored them. At least Lu Jianrong would not impose upon them. Lastly, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Should I discover anyone attempting to flee, if I cannot retrieve you? So be it, but if I can, your legs shall no longer belong to you. Chapter 91. The cherished Su Lang Lu Jianrong's words instilled considerable pressure among the crowd. Some contemplated fleeing, but upon realizing the grave consequences, they abandoned the idea. Once the admonishment concluded, Lu Jianrong instructed his subordinates to confine them. Surrounding the granary were dormitory buildings, which had served as accommodations for the guards prior to the onset of the apocalypse. These individuals were not permitted to leave. Thus arrangements for lodging were made. The Su family found themselves allocated a cramped and foul-smelling apartment, with drafts seeping through the poorly sealed windows. This abrupt shift was jarring for the Su family, who were accustomed to a life of comfort. How could this be? Did Lin Jiadong not have the decency to speak a kind word? The more Kai Mei pondered, the angrier she became, unleashing a tirade within the confines of their dismal quarters. Useless indeed. Even after stealthily escaping and joining this faction, he remains a waste. I cannot fathom what Lin Jiadong is thinking. Our family has treated him well. Why choose to flee? Now that he has aligned himself with this group, he too must venture out to scavenge for supplies. Moreover, the resources he retrieves will be surrendered to others. Would it not be more prudent to keep them for his family? Kai Mei's frustration mounted as she cursed the treacherous scoundrel. If I see him again, I shall break his legs. Just then, the apartment door swung open, revealing Lin Jiadong with a grim expression. Upon seeing him, Kai Mei immediately fell silent. Good heavens, he hasn't been lurking outside, has he? Did he overhear everything I just said? This is disastrous. He now possesses some authority. He will surely seek retribution against me. Is there any point in apologizing now? Oh. Who will come to my rescue? Lin Jiadong approached Kai Mei with an impassive demeanor. This bizarre behavior startled the Su family, leaving Kai Mei rooted in place. Too afraid to speak, Lin Jiadong was no longer the son-in-law they could belittle. He was now a member of Lu Jianrong's faction. To strike him now would be tantamount to slapping Lu Jianrong in the face. Such retribution would be mild compared to what might follow. Get out, Lin Jiadong said flatly. Kai Mei was momentarily taken aback and stammered in response. However, Lin Jiadong had no patience for her hesitation. He shoved her aside and seized Su Jiao's hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Jiao shrieked in panic. The Su family members were taken aback by this scene and rushed forward to intervene. Yet they lacked the courage to confront Lin Jiadong, rendering their efforts futile. Please, let me go. I was wrong. I truly was. Don't take me away. Brother, sister. Mother. Help. Su Jiao's cries echoed throughout the apartment building. As Su Jiao appeared on the verge of being dragged out the front door, Su Lang could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, shouting, Lin Jiadong. Su Lang, filled with fury, shouted, I have hit you the most. If you have the guts, come at me. Why bully my sister? Are you even a man? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiabdong halted his steps and pulled out a gleaming knife from his pocket. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Repeat that. As Su Lang beheld the threatening knife in Lin Jiabdong's hand, his bravado quickly dissipated. He stood frozen in place, not daring to utter a word, let alone intervene in Lin Jiabdong's actions. Scoundrel. Lin Jiabdong spat at him, then continued to drag Su Jiao away. Brother, save me. Hurry, brother, confront him. Su Jiao's cries for help echoed throughout the apartment. Just then, Lu Jianrong arrived with a group of people. Release her, Lu Jianrong stated calmly. Lin Jiabdong complied immediately, letting go of Su Jiao's hand. She scurried back behind her brother, Su Lang, like a frightened lamb, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Jiabdong, I am about to reprimand you. Did you not hear what I just said? Lu Jianrong continued. Brother, I heard, but this family has, Lin Jiabdong began. But Lu Jianrong raised his hand to interrupt him. The past is the past. The present is the present. You must heed my words now, understand? If you defy me, it signifies you cannot be nurtured. And you know the consequences of that, don't you? At Lu Jianrong's words, Lin Jiabdong shivered involuntarily. This group consisted of either veterans or mercenaries, at the very least seasoned street thugs, whose methods were always lethal. I was wrong, brother, I understand. Lin Jiabdong stood aside, resembling a remorseful schoolboy. Satisfied, Lu Jianrong nodded and turned his gaze towards Su Lang. Lin Jiabdong, here's the deal. I need you to procure 120 pounds of food, and then you may take Su Jiao away once. As for Su Shaoxian, she requires 100 pounds. And concerning that old woman, just 30 pounds will suffice. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Lin Jiabdong's face. All right, brother, I understand. I shall go find the food at once. He cast a meaningful glance at Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao before departing. Make sure to return promptly. Everyone is held to this price. If someone else finds 120 pounds of food before you, Su Jiao will belong to them. Lu Jianrong's gaze remained fixed on Su Lang, who mistakenly believed Lu Jianrong had intentions towards his younger sister. What are you staring at? Do not even think about laying a hand on my sister. Su Lang declared indignantly. If you have the courage, come at me. Bullying women is no mark of a man. Haha. Who said I wanted to bully your sister? Lu Jianrong approached Su Lang with a lewd grin and playfully pinched him. I wish to cherish her, but you are in my way. Chapter 92. Prepare a plug for Su Lang. As Lu Jianrong's words resounded, a stunned silence enveloped everyone present, including Su Lang. What? Lu Jianrong actually harbors feelings for Su Lang, for my brother? Su Lang, overwhelmed with shock, staggered backward, ultimately pushing Su Jiao in front of him. Brother. This is my sister. She's quite charming. Take your time to enjoy. Su Jiao, upon realizing the predicament, immediately recoiled in horror and pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lang. Are you still my brother? At a crucial moment, you push me out. Are you even a man? What kind of man shoves a woman forward to bear the brunt of things? Unbeknownst to Su Jiao, Lu Jianrong was indifferent to her presence. He brushed her aside and approached Su Lang. You might not realize it, but I fell for you the moment I laid eyes on you. Look at your physique. So robust. You must frequent the gym. Lu Jianrong reached out to caress Su Lang's face, admiring his features and physique, utterly captivated. Come, follow me. I shall take you to a splendid place. I won't go. Don't pull me. I refuse to go. The roles had reversed. Previously it was Su Jiao pleading. Now it was Su Lang's turn. However, the two burly men accompanying Lu Jianrong were not to be trifled with, as they seized Su Lang's arms and dragged him towards the entrance of the apartment. Help? Little sister. Save me. I don't want to go. I'm straight. Su Lang pleaded desperately. Don't just stand there. Come help me. Yet, not even Su Shaoxian nor Su Jiao, including Kai Mei, showed any intention of intervening. Lu Jianrong was not someone to provoke. They were now on his turf, and upsetting him could lead to dire consequences. With the flames of trouble not yet licking at their heels, why would they rush to extinguish them? As for Su Lang, well, he was a man. Surely he could withstand it. The two henchmen of Lu Jianrong hoisted Su Lang up, dragging him out of the dormitory. His cries echoed in despair, but to no avail. Instead, his plight attracted more curious onlookers peeking out from their doors. Upon witnessing Su Lang's treatment, they immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Casting sympathetic glances in his direction, Su Lang had surely experienced a social demise. After Lu Jianrong departed with Su Lang, Kai Mei and the others promptly locked the door. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Mom, do you think my brother will be okay? Su Shaoxian asked with concern. Should we prepare some ointment for him? That won't help. Just prepare a plug instead. Kai Mei sighed deeply. She never anticipated that her son would encounter such trials in his lifetime, while she, as his mother, could do nothing to aid him. Also, make sure to soften some toilet paper. We wouldn't want him to get hurt again. When your brother returns, do not mention this matter at all. Kai Mei continued her meticulous instructions, lamenting, what a misfortune this is. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao exchanged glances, remaining silent. In their hearts, as long as it was not themselves being taken away, it mattered little who it was. However, when Su Jiao recalled the look in Lin Jiadong's eyes as he departed, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was evident that Lin Jiadong had set his sights on her, making it only a matter of time before she was taken away. What was she to do? Su Shaoxian noticed Su Jiao's unease and gently reassured her, fear not. Finding 120 pounds of food is no simple task. Besides, with so many people in this base, the food is limited. Perhaps Lin Jiadong will find food only to have it snatched away by someone else. We must think positively. Don't you agree? Su Jiao nodded. Yet her heart remained unsettled. A fleeting thought of escape surged within her, but was swiftly quelled by an overwhelming fear. If she could flee, it would be a joyous outcome, but if caught and brought back, she would face a fate worse than death. Surely, by then, it would not only be Lin Jiadong tormenting her, but many others as well. At that moment, Su Shaoxian took out her phone, only to discover there was no signal. She had intended to text Chen Yue for help, but upon seeing the lack of signal, her spirits plummeted. What was Chen Yue doing? Was he dining, or perhaps indulging in a bath? Did he realize her mistake? Would he come to her aid? After all, a day as husband and wife nurtures 100 days of affection. Surely he would. Su Xiaoshuan's thoughts spiraled, and she reflected that had it been in the past, she would never have imagined that the person she missed most would be Chen Yue, the one she could rely upon most. Remembering her past actions towards him when he was at home, her heart ached, filled with regret. If given another chance, she vowed she would not treat Chen Yue in such a manner again. Thus, the Su family sat in the dilapidated and filthy little room, each burdened with their own thoughts. After more than 2 hours, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Su Lang's voice. Kai Mei hurried to open the door for her son. Su Lang entered, disheveled, leaning against the wall with one hand while the other covered his backside, teetering on the brink of rage. Brother Yu. Su Jiao spoke at an inopportune moment. Shut up. Su Lang bellowed. Damn it. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. He actually did that to me, to my backside. Su Lang could never have anticipated being on the receiving end of such treatment, as he had always been the one to confront others. This place is hell. I must escape. But at that moment, Kai Mei noticed the bulging bundle in Su Lang's arms and swiftly reached out to retrieve it. To her astonishment, it was rice. Kai Mei looked at Su Lang with a mix of suspicion and surprise, to which he muttered in frustration, Lu Jinrong. That bastard said he would give me 2 pounds of food each time from now on. Chapter 93. The unconventional thoughts of the mother-in-law that night. Su Lang found himself unable to sleep peacefully. Every time he closed his eyes, vivid images of Lu Jinrong confronting him invaded his mind, refusing to dissipate. The searing pain radiating from his posterior forced Su Lang to lie on his side, and he languidly endured until dawn broke. Today, the Su family was to venture out in search of supplies. Otherwise, there would be nothing to eat. Lu Jianrong gathered everyone together to organize teams. Each supply team consisted of 5 individuals, one of whom would be designated as the leader. The leader would be appointed by Lu Jianrong himself. As the Su family arrived at the assembly point, Su Lang caught sight of Lu Jianrong casting him a mischievous smile, which sent a shiver down his spine. All right, it seems everyone is here, Lu Jianrong announced, standing on a platform with a loudspeaker. As I mentioned yesterday, I do not tolerate idleness here. Regardless of who you are, you must contribute. Today, you will embark on a quest for supplies under the guidance of your team leader. I hope you can bring back a substantial amount, so we can all have our fill. After delivering his speech, Lu Jinrong approached Lin Jiadong. Jiadong, Lu Jinrong said with a grin, embracing him. You are familiar with the Su family, so I entrust you with the task of leading them in their search for supplies. How does that sound? Sure. Lin Jiadong replied expressionlessly, but if they disobey, may I take matters into my own hands? Of course. Lu Jianrong laughed heartily. Feel free to discipline anyone who does not comply. Just one thing, do not strike Su Lang's face, understood? Having heard snippets of information from others, Lin Jiadong nodded in agreement. Rest assured, brother, I will not strike the face. His gaze shifted to Su Lang, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Su Lang's heart sank in despair. He never imagined he would find himself in such a precarious situation. The memory of having dealt with Lin Jiadong was still fresh, yet now the tables had turned. This was disastrous. Lin Jiadong would surely seek revenge. He would undoubtedly retaliate against me just as I had done to him. What to do? At this moment, Su Lang was in a state of turmoil, yearning to flee yet paralyzed by fear. However, remaining in place would not only subject him to Lin Jiadong's wrath, but also Lu Jianrong's torment. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Su Lang painfully shut his eyes. He wished to crouch down and take a moment to collect himself, but he was too afraid. Any attempt to crouch would result in utter humiliation. All right, everyone. Lu Jianrong clapped his hands to capture the group's attention. It's getting late. It's time to set off. I wish you all a smooth journey and may fortune favor you in your quest for supplies. The groups of 5 departed, leaving the 4 members of the Su family standing in a state of confusion. Lin Jiadong approached them, his expression impassive. Let us go, hurry up. I'm warning you all in advance. If anyone dares to slow me down, I will break their legs. Upon hearing this, Su Lang instantly perked up. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Jiadong furrowed his brow and raised the stick in his hand, delivering a sharp blow to Su Lang's posterior. The area was already a vulnerable spot, and with Lin Jiadong's strike, Su Lang winced in pain, beads of sweat trickling down his face. However, he dared not utter a sound, fearing that Lin Jiadong would seize the opportunity to reprimand him further. Moreover, he knew that if he cried out, that wretched man would only become more exhilarated. What is the matter? Are you not going to respond to me? Lin Jiadong, noticing Su Lang's silence, struck him again. Brother, I was wrong, Su Lang exclaimed, clutching his rear in agony, rising onto his toes. Lin Jiadong remained silent, merely casting a glare at Su Lang. Hurry up, follow me. Under Lin Jiadong's command, the Su family had no choice but to trail behind him as they made their way outward. The nearest location that might harbor supplies was several kilometers away. Braving the biting wind and heavy snow, the Su family trudged forward with great difficulty. Su Lang, in particular, felt as if the cold wind were invading his very insides, leaving him feeling exceptionally frigid. Kai Mei hastened to Lin Jiadong's side, striving to ingratiate herself. My son-in-law is truly exceptional. Now he is even a squad leader. Jiadong. It was my fault before. I was confused, so please don't hold it against me. She babbled incessantly in his ear, but Lin Jiadong seemed utterly indifferent, not even casting a glance in her direction. Seeing his reaction, Kai Mei couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed that Lin Jiadong still bore a grudge against her. Now that he held power, she could not afford to offend him again. She forced a smile back onto her face and hurried to catch up with Lin Jiadong. My son-in-law, are you hungry? You're dressed so lightly. If we find clothes, I'll pick out a piece for you. This dreadful weather is indeed cold, but being near my precious son-in-law warms my heart. I now understand. My son-in-law is not just like a son. He is as good as 10. As long as my son-in-law is happy and living well, I, as his mother-in-law, will also find joy and contentment. At this point, Kai Mei couldn't help but swallow again. Since yesterday, their family had scarcely eaten. The rations they received were pitifully scant. The meager food was hardly sufficient to stave off starvation, merely preventing them from perishing. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Mei couldn't resist speaking again. Dear son-in-law, I mean to say, once we find food, could you spare us a little? We promise to eat just a bit, absolutely not more. Upon hearing Kai Mei's words, Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao perked up immediately. Mom, you're absolutely right. That's the crux of the matter. Were those earlier remarks not nauseating? We nearly lost our dinner listening to them. Chapter 94, A Vicious Beating of the Mother-in-Law. Lin Jiadong relishes the moment. As Kai Mei lavished attention upon Lin Jiadong, Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao followed closely behind, their expressions devoid of emotion. Yet within, a tempest of indignation surged. Is this truly the language you can utter? Have you mistaken the script? Still referring to him as a precious son-in-law, claiming that your happiness hinges on his own? Utterly revolting. Had there been a live broadcast, you would undoubtedly have gained 1 million followers overnight. While Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao fervently critiqued in silence, Kai Mei uttered the pivotal phrase, sharing food. This proclamation struck a chord deep within them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the entire family had scarcely enjoyed a satisfying meal. The once slender Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao had become even more frail and emaciated. As for the meager portions doled out by Lu Jianrong, it would be an understatement to say they were insufficient. It could be surmised that even the old sows raised back in their rural hometown had fared better. Even dogs would disdainfully turn away. Now, both Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao instinctively held their breath, awaiting Lin Jiadong's response. Upon hearing the mention of sharing food, Lin Jiadong indeed halted, turning to face Kai Mei. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I said, once we find food, could we perhaps have a little to eat first? Please stop. Before Kai Mei could finish her sentence, Lin Jiadong landed a hefty blow, sending her crashing to the ground. He then initiated a relentless assault. Each kick landed upon Kai Mei's body without a shred of mercy. Were circumstances different, Lin Jiadong would have eagerly donned sprinting shoes to enhance his stride. How dare you harbor ulterior motives? Sharing food? I could slay you and feast for days. He seethed. Have you forgotten how you treated me? You dare ask me for food? Never had Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao witnessed such shamelessness. They stood frozen in shock, speechless. Meanwhile, Su Lang, clutching his groin, simmered with anger, yet remained silent. He could still walk, but should he provoke Lin Jiadong, it would surely be reported to that scoundrel Lu Jinrou. The next time, he might not even be able to walk. Oh heavens! Please stop. Son-in-law, I beg you, spare me. Kai Mei screamed in agony. She shielded her head. But Lin Jiadong targeted her abdomen. When she protected her midsection, he struck her head instead. In a moment of desperation, Kai Mei turned to face the ground, curling her body like a shrimp to shield herself from Lin Jiadong's onslaught. Yet, he was no fool, and he targeted the softer parts of her body, circling around to strike. Kai Mei's wails, cries, and heart-wrenching sobs melded into a cacophony. Please stop. I beg you. I misspoke. I don't want to eat. Just spare my life. Lin Jiadong could not help but feel a seething resentment whenever he recalled the previous actions of the other party. He channeled all his animosity into a fervent drive to strike, relentlessly assaulting his mother-in-law, Kai Mei, as if he intended to take her life. At that moment, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao, who had been standing nearby, finally reacted. Lin Jiadong, stop. My mother is about to collapse. Su Shaoxian stepped forward, attempting to intervene, only to be violently shoved to the ground by Lin Jiadong. She was merely a woman, and after enduring days of hunger, how could she stand against Lin Jiadong, who was engulfed in a rage? Brother, please save our mother. Don't let Lin Jiadong continue. Su Jiao pleaded, clutching Su Lang's sleeve, but Su Lang turned his head away, remaining silent. As Lin Jiadong showed no signs of relenting, Su Shaoxian fell to her knees. We were wrong. We truly were wrong. Please, I beg you, stop. If you continue, someone will die. My mother is over 50. How can she withstand this brutality? For the sake of our past as husband and wife, spare her life. I implore you. Su Shaoxian repeatedly bowed her head, leaving bloody marks on her forehead. The frozen ground beneath them was as hard as concrete, making her act of penance akin to striking her head against a cement floor. It was only upon witnessing Su Shaoxuan's desperate state that Lin Jiadong gradually calmed down. To be honest, Lin Jiadong had a fondness for Su Shaoxian. Though their marriage was relatively brief, their time as lovers had been extensive, establishing a profound emotional foundation between them. This was why Lin Jiadong often targeted the other three, yet never laid a hand on Su Shaoxian. He approached Kai Mei, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and took hold of her collar, lifting her up. Enough of the nonsense, just follow me. If you continue to babble, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Kai Mei, having been thoroughly beaten into submission, covered her injured face and nodded repeatedly. Her visage bore 2 distinct wounds, and her body was marred with bruises from Lin Jiadong's kicks. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through her. Yet, she dared not complain, closely trailing behind. It was crucial to remember that Lin Jiadong was armed. If he harbored any ill intentions, he could easily resolve matters with his weapon. Su Shaoxian wiped away her tears, rising to her feet and supporting her mother as they moved forward step by step. She gazed at Lin Jiadong's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. How deeply they had once loved each other, even going so far as to force Chen Yue away to be together. How had it come to this? Not only did Chen Yue despise her, but Lin Jiadong also harbored such hatred for the Su family. Was this truly the fault of the Su family? Yet, was it wrong to be somewhat demanding of them? Chapter 95, Reinventing the Gate, Indestructible. At this moment, Su Shaoxian found herself engulfed in self-doubt. No, the Su family cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly Chen Yue and Lin Jiadong who are at fault. It is they who are ineffectual. Now that they each possess a modicum of power, they have begun to ruthlessly suppress us. This reveals not only their incompetence but also their insufferable snobbery. They are nothing but ingrates, indeed. After successfully brainwashing herself, a chilling demeanor settled upon Su Shaoxuan's face. With Lin Jiadong present, his entire family had no means of escape. But must they truly remain within Lu Jinrong's grasp? To be treated like beasts of burden, while she herself becomes the very beast to be ridden. Even she and her sister risk being commodified. This is something Su Shaoxian could never bear. No, I must escape. With this thought, Su Shaoxian retrieved her phone and sent a message to Chen Yue. Help me. I am being controlled by Lin Jiadong. Please, I implore you to save me. I am notifying you in advance that someone is coming to find you. Please, come and rescue me. After successfully sending the message, a sense of relief eluded Su Shaoxian, as she believed the likelihood of Chen Yue coming to her aid was exceedingly slim. But what if? What if Chen Yue still held feelings for her? What if he was nostalgic for their past? Su Shaoxian silently vowed that if Chen Yue were to rescue her, she would overlook their previous grievances. Once the calamity had passed, she would promptly divorce Lin Jiadong and remarry Chen Yue. After all, true affection emerges in times of adversity. While Su Shaoxian fantasized about Chen Yue arriving on a magnificent cloud to save her, Chen Yue, residing in the shelter, disdainfully tossed aside his phone. What a lunatic! Is this woman out of her mind? He muttered angrily. How dare she expect me to rescue her? Where does she find such confidence? I would gladly annihilate the entire Su family. Memories from a past life surged forth, intensifying Chen Yue's fury. After a considerable pause, he managed to calm himself. No, this woman is far too formidable. Every time he recalled her visage or received her messages, murderous thoughts would inevitably arise. Henceforth, it would be prudent to minimize contact with her messages. The paramount task at hand was to reinvent the gate. Chen Yue gazed at the meticulously sketched blueprints before him, lost in contemplation. Previously, he had procured not only an array of firearms and ammunition from the black market, but had also specifically ordered several fire control systems for armed drones. Thus, his current objective was to integrate these systems with machine guns at the firing ports. The lessons learned from prior experiences made Chen Yue acutely aware that merely opening the firing ports left him with a mere one chance of evading enemy fire. Although the shelter was well stocked with medical supplies, the absence of doctors or surgical tables meant that any injury sustained would have to be addressed by himself. Not only will it impede our enjoyment of food and leisure, but it also poses a risk of infection. After all, the interior is rather warm. When the opportunity arises, he must gather a collection of medical equipment and professionals. He recalls the female chief physician he encountered in his previous life. Her radiant face and voluptuous figure igniting a surge of desire within Chen Yue. However, there is no rush, for before his demise in the past, her unparalleled medical skills deterred anyone from taking action against her. He must find a chance to recruit that female doctor. Reflecting on the current situation, Chen Yue resolved to eliminate this one probability at its inception. The blueprints indicated that once the machine guns were properly equipped, he could sit within the confines of the house and operate them with a joystick, as effortlessly as playing a video game. 3 machine guns would form a crossfire, covering a full 180 degrees in front of the door, leaving no blind spots whatsoever. Even if someone managed to crawl beneath one of the guns, the other 2 would be able to find an angle to launch an assault. Thus, this was of paramount importance. Upon realizing this, Chen Yue rose and exited to begin the transformation of his entrance. The renovation of the door was neither trivial nor monumental. It required integrating a separate fire control system into the existing framework. Not only did he need to ensure the fire control system operated seamlessly, but he also had to guarantee that the previous system remained unaffected, rendering this task quite challenging. As for the mounting points for the machine guns, Chen Yue had already meticulously designed them. One would be positioned above the door, while the other 2 would be installed on either side, forming a triangular formation with the aforementioned gun. Once the ammunition was expended, replacing the magazine would be a straightforward task. Seeing Chen Yue's hurried demeanor, Shen Xian and Tang Xiaojun could not help but feel concerned. Brother Chen, do you need assistance? Please let me know what I can do, they offered. It's nothing. Chen Yue waved his hand dismissively, preferring to handle the matter himself. It was not a question of mistrust towards the 2, but rather an innate affinity men possess for mechanical tasks. Even if he initially lacked understanding, he could grasp it with a moment's contemplation. Most women, however, reacted differently. They would often become utterly bewildered when faced with such machinery. If they were to assist with the installation, it was not inconceivable that a mishap could occur with the machine guns. Shen Xian and Tang Xiaojun exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with exasperation. It seems we are merely a hindrance here, Tang Xiaojun sighed, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. For her, Chen Yue was not only her partner, but also her savior. Thus, she harbored a deep desire to aid him. She would likely acquiesce even to unreasonable requests from him. Yet, in the end, she found herself unable to contribute in any meaningful way, leading to a profound sense of frustration. Sister, don't overthink it. Let us clean the house once more, Shen Xian suggested, having forged a sisterly bond with Tang Xiaojun in less than a day. We've already tidied up twice. The floor is almost polished. What more can we possibly clean? Though she spoke otherwise, Tang Xiaojun nonetheless picked up the broom beside her. She understood that she must take some action, even if it were something as humble as sweeping the floor. Chapter 96. Su Lang's dismay. Meanwhile, the Su family, accompanied by Lin Jiadong, scoured the surroundings in search of sustenance. However, given the prolonged onset of the apocalypse, most of the easily obtainable provisions had already been depleted. Only scraps remained to be found. After toiling for an entire day, they returned to the camp in the afternoon with scarcely any food to show for their efforts. Lin Jiadong led the Su family to the designated location for food exchange. Due to the scarcity of supplies, the individual in charge of the exchange produced a single caterpillar-shaped bread, dividing it into 4 segments, one for each member of the Su family. After a long day of labor, they were disheartened to realize they had only received this meager offering. Son-in-law, could you possibly procure a bit more for us? We are truly famished. Kai Mei, having forgotten her previous discomfort, began to beseech Lin Jiadong once more. He shot her a glare, retorting, "If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, be gone." Startled, Kaimei hastily covered her facial wounds and retreated to a corner. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a bitter smile. Life had become even more arduous than before. What were they to do? Nevertheless, they resolved to consume the food immediately. For in this dire place, hoarding provisions was a certain invitation for theft. Once everyone had completed their exchanges, Lu Jianrong summoned all present. "I am quite dissatisfied with your performances today," he declared, brandishing a list that detailed the amount of food each team had brought back. "Are you all on a diet? Do you not wish to eat?" Lu Jianrong glared at them, and not a soul dared to utter a sound, fearful of inciting his wrath. The maximum amount of food retrieved by any team was a mere 30 pounds. Lu Jianrong's anger morphed into incredulous laughter. Some teams had returned with only a single loaf of bread. "What is this? Were you all frolicking in a winter wonderland? Have you fancied yourselves as southern potatoes on a holiday? Let me make this clear. Should anyone dare to slack off like this again, they may as well perish outside. However, for those who performed admirably, rewards await. The top team, step forward. You may choose someone to warm your bed tonight." No sooner had Lu Jianrong spoken than Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao turned their gazes toward Kaimei. The top team had procured 30 pounds of food, and thus, their choice would likely fall upon Kaimei, whose value was precisely that amount. Kaimei's complexion turned pale at the thought. Just then, Lu Jianrong added, "Since it is the first day, I shall bestow a generous reward upon the top team. Today, they may select anyone they desire, with no restrictions on price. Whoever they fancy must accompany them." Upon hearing this, Kaimei breathed a sigh of relief. The odds of her being chosen were now exceedingly slim. After all, her two daughters were as beautiful as celestial beings. Who would choose her, an elderly woman, over them? Only someone with peculiar tastes might do so. But such a likelihood seemed exceedingly rare. Kaimei felt a sense of relief. However, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao suddenly found themselves burdened with a heavy mood. They had initially believed they had escaped calamity, yet they were taken aback by the unexpected addition of a new clause by Lu Jianrong. "It's over. He will surely choose me." Su Jiao fretted to herself. "I am so beautiful and youthful. Which man could resist my allure?" Su Shaoxian shot her a glance, thinking, "I am not lacking in appeal either. Compared to you, my figure is more voluptuous and possesses greater charm. Although I have lost some weight recently, I still hold a captivating presence. Thus, my peril is even greater. You, little girl, should step aside." When the person ranked first approached, both Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao were rendered speechless. To their astonishment, the one in the lead was an elderly woman. The old woman selected a young, handsome lad with an impressive eight-pack. Initially reluctant, the young man was compelled to follow the elderly woman after being coerced by Lu Jianrong's subordinates. Once the selection process concluded, Lu Jianrong announced the disbandment, instructing everyone to return to their respective rooms. As Su Lang prepared to leave with his family, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Before he could turn around, he felt someone grasping his rear. This unexpected touch sent shivers through him. He understood the implications all too well. "My dear, where are you off to?" Lu Jianrong leered. "Come with me. We shall depart immediately. I know you have been thinking about this all day, and once we arrive at my place, we can indulge ourselves." Su Lang shook his head vehemently, pleading, "Please, I beg you, spare me. I cannot endure this." "Ha ha. I relish this expression of yours." Lu Jianrong dismissed further conversation, gesturing for two burly men to seize Su Lang, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Kaimei stood there, torn between words. Though her heart ached for her son, she knew there was little she could do. She could only silently pray that Lu Jianrong would be gentler today and provide more food. They had all consumed only a quarter of a loaf of bread, and their stomachs still grumbled with hunger. If Su Lang could return with an additional 2 pounds of food, perhaps they might satisfy their hunger. The three women returned to their rooms, quietly awaiting Su Lang's return. After an indeterminate period, a knock echoed at the apartment door. Before they could rush to open it, a burly man entered, supporting Su Lang as he stumbled back. He carelessly tossed Su Lang into the room as if discarding a piece of refuse, and then turned to leave. Su Lang's face was stained with tears, and he remained motionless, as if his spirit had been utterly drained. Chapter 97, Embracing You, Are You Afraid? Kaimei, observing Su Lang's disheveled appearance, sensed that he had undoubtedly endured considerable torment that day. "Come lie on the bed, my son. Do not rest on the cold floor," she urged, gently assisting Su Lang to the bed. Gradually, a flicker of light returned to his eyes. "I cannot remain here any longer. I must escape. I must find a way to flee," Su Lang repeated fervently, as if under a spell. "Is it truly so simple?" Kaimei sighed wistfully. If it were that easy to escape, would Lu Jianrong allow it? And look at Lin Jiadong. He has become nothing more than a sycophant. How can we possibly get away? I don't care. Tomorrow, I will escape. Su Lang suddenly shouted in a fit of desperation. I cannot endure this any longer. If this continues, I shall be completely broken. Let us not dwell on that for now. What about today's food? Kai Mei glanced at the bulging items in Su Lang's arms, swallowing involuntarily. Su Lang retrieved the food, and Kai Mei quickly handed it over to Su Xiaoxian, urging her to prepare a meal promptly. The three of them were ravenous, relying solely on this fleeting hope. Su Xiaoxian immediately set about cooking, while Su Jiao assisted her. Once the meal was ready, the three indulged in the fragrant rice, completely oblivious to Su Lang still lying on the bed. Meanwhile, in Lu Jianrong's room, a charcoal fire burned, raising the temperature above freezing, making it considerably warmer than elsewhere. Lu Jianrong convened a meeting with his subordinates. The sanctuary of Chen Yue is truly tempting. Lu Jianrong surveyed each individual before speaking slowly. Does anyone have a way to breach Chen Yue's door? Whoever finds a solution will be rewarded with the position of second-in-command once we gain entry to his sanctuary. Some present had never witnessed Chen Yue's refuge and proposed immature suggestions. Ideas such as using explosives or axes were swiftly dismissed by Lu Jianrong. After a prolonged silence, Wu Laoda raised his hand. Brother, I do have an idea. Oh, pray, enlighten us, Lu Jianrong replied, intrigued by Wu Laoda, recognizing his sharp intellect and ruthless nature. He bore a remarkable resemblance to Lin Jiadong. If utilized well, he could become a formidable asset. Consider Chen Yue's door. While it is incredibly sturdy, it must have a lock. And it is made of metal, is it not? We could employ a metal cutting gun to sever the lock, thereby allowing the door to open smoothly. With a shooting hole, will he not simply watch as you use a cutting gun? Lu Jianrong expected more from Wu Laoda, but was met with disappointment as his expression soured. The elder brother observed the shooting hole and noted, somewhat excitedly, that Chen Yue was merely one individual. If he wished to shoot, he would inevitably need to open the shooting hole. Wu Laoda's eyes brightened as he spoke. If we gather a few people to suppress fire at the shooting hole, once Chen Yue opens it, we can retaliate, and he will surely hesitate to expose himself. This strategy would grant us a significant amount of time. Lu Jianrong remained silent, deep in thought. This method indeed possessed a degree of feasibility. Moreover, when his team previously gathered fuel, they had also secured some oxyacetylene cutting torches and gas cylinders, which were designed specifically for thermally cutting steel. Given sufficient time, breaching the door would pose no challenge, and the operation itself was not overly complex. Furthermore, his subordinates were well armed with both long and short firearms, and many possessed commendable shooting skills. Thus, it was certainly worth a try. Well done. Let us proceed with your plan. Lu Jianrong cheerfully patted Wu Laoda on the shoulder. Truly, one who has experienced leadership possesses a sharp mind. Oh dear, please do not flatter me. I am no great leader. Wu Laoda quickly retracted his neck. We shall execute your plan tomorrow. I refuse to believe that Chen Yue's door can withstand our efforts. Lu Jianrong waved his hand, and his numerous subordinates immediately began preparations. You have devised such an excellent strategy. How should I reward you? Lu Jianrong approached and embraced Wu Laoda's shoulders, casually patting him. Wu Laoda, caught up in his joy, suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was Lu Jianrong gazing at him with such a lecherous look? What was happening? An hour later, Lu Jianrong's subordinate presented the oxyacetylene cutting torch they had previously collected, along with 3 gas cylinders. They were now thoroughly prepared, eagerly awaiting dawn to set off for Chen Yue's sanctuary. Lu Jianrong felt an overwhelming confidence in this operation. After expending so much food to support so many men, and with an ample supply of firearms, how could they possibly be unable to deal with a mere Chen Yue? Even if his door was exceptionally sturdy, it was made of metal, and he had brought along a metal cutting machine. Even if they could not dismantle the lock, they should be able to breach the door itself, shouldn't they? Once I enter his sanctuary, I shall ensure that Chen Yue pays back 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold for his previous disdain towards me. I will make him understand who truly holds power in the Linjiang district of Jiangnan City, and who is the true leader. Feeling the weight of pressure on his shoulders, Wu Laoda began to feel increasingly uneasy. What is happening? Could this person possibly be? The thought ignited a sense of panic within him. Recalling Su Lang's gait over the past few days only solidified his suspicions. No, I must leave this place immediately. Chapter 98. The Su family rises against Lin Jiadong. As dawn broke on the second day, Lu Jianrong and his companions commenced their preparations. This time, they had gathered over 20 individuals, fully armed, equipped with a flame-cutting torch and 3 large canisters of liquefied gas. As Su Lang and the others stepped outside, they chanced upon this scene. What is happening? What are Lu Jianrong and the others planning? Kai Mei exclaimed in a state of panic. She had become a nervous wreck, easily startled by the slightest commotion. Perhaps they are going to find Chen Yue, Su Lang surmised, having recovered considerably after a night's rest. At least able to walk again. He grimaced while clutching his backside, remarking, Chen Yue is in for some trouble. They've even brought a flame-cutting torch. No matter how sturdy his door is, it cannot withstand this. What is a flame-cutting torch? Is it really that formidable? Su Jiao inquired, unfamiliar with such equipment. Su Lang, having inspected construction sites, took the opportunity to enlighten her. The flame-cutting torch is extensively utilized on construction sites, adept at cutting through thick, lengthy scrap steel. For instance, it can efficiently dismantle cast steel components, obsolete boilers, steel structures, as well as vehicles and old ships, he explained, emphasizing its versatility. Moreover, the flame-cutting torch is not hindered by narrow spaces or the size of objects, allowing operations in any setting. In essence, if someone could reach the door, they could slice through Chen Yue's entryway. Upon hearing of the flame-cutting torch's remarkable capabilities, both Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao's expression shifted dramatically. Su Shaoxian hastily retrieved her phone to message Chen Yue, but to her dismay, there was no signal. While they stood deliberating, Lin Jiadong approached. What are you all still doing here? Hurry up and follow me. Do you wish to skip a meal today? Under Lin Jiadong's coercion, the Su family reluctantly followed him out. Their destination was a nearby supermarket, where the elderly woman who had secured the top spot in resource collection had found a wealth of supplies. Lin Jiadong had learned of this location from her, intending to take the Su family there. After all, he needed to gather 120 pounds of food to secure Su Jiao's departure. The wind and snow continued to rage, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Leading the way, Lin Jiadong was followed closely by Su Lang, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao, with Kai Mei bringing up the rear. Move faster. Stop dawdling, Lin Jiadong urged, glancing back. If you don't want to eat, just say so. At that moment, Su Lang suddenly launched an attack on Lin Jiadong. He shoved him into a snowdrift and then advanced to pin him down, delivering blow after blow. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao quickly rushed to assist, restraining Lin Jiadong's arms and legs, allowing Su Lang to maximize his assault. Suddenly, Su Jiao screamed, blood. There's blood. Su Lang and Su Shaoxian turned to Su Jiao, only to find her hands stained with blood. The crowd hurriedly looked at Lin Jiadong, who had a knife plunged into his own body. What on earth happened? Who among you stabbed him? Su Lang exclaimed in frustration. He had merely intended to knock Lin Jiadong unconscious, but inadvertently inflicted a grievous wound. This was a calamity. If Lu Jianrong discovered this, he would surely seek retribution against them. Brother, you've committed murder. Su Shaoxian was the first to cast blame upon Su Lang. It's over for us. We are doomed. Nonsense, it was not my doing. Su Lang retorted fiercely. I only struck him with my fists. Who among you wielded the knife? Are you not aware of the dire consequences of killing Lin Jiadong? It was you. Su Jiao accused Su Lang as well. Had you not suddenly attacked Lin Jiadong, we would not have come to your aid. Clearly, you realized you couldn't best him and resorted to using a knife. Don't attempt to shift the blame onto us. My sister and I are but delicate women. How could we possibly stab him? Mother merely lent a hand, then stepped aside, so it could not have been her either. It was undoubtedly you. Su Jiao, with the astuteness of a detective, laid bare the situation. Enough of this. Su Lang glanced at Lin Jiadong, contemplating deeply. There's no turning back to Lu Jianrong. If we return, we will surely face death. Thus, there is but one destination for us now, home. Home. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao queried in unison. Can we truly return? Will Lu Jianrong and his men not pursue us? This is our only option, Su Lang sighed. Lu Jianrong and his group have already set out to seek vengeance on Chen Yue. By my calculations, they should be nearing their destination soon. Therefore, the likelihood of encountering them upon our return is minimal. We simply need to lie low at home until they depart. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao fell silent, contemplating the situation. Su Lang's plan appeared feasible. If they could evade Lu Jianrong and his men, they might escape from the stronghold undetected. While it meant going without food each day, it would alleviate their burdens. Su Lang, too, could no longer withstand Lu Jianrong's tyranny, who summoned him each night to engage in unspeakable acts. This had led to such discomfort that he often found himself unable to relieve himself properly, with the aftermath escaping him before he could even squat. Thus, among this group, Su Lang was undoubtedly the one most eager to flee. Chapter 99. The Crisis of Su Jiao. The members of the Su family deliberated briefly and unanimously resolved to flee from their current predicament, seeking refuge back at the villa. They recognized that to remain here would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, it was wiser to stealthily return to the villa, where perhaps a glimmer of survival awaited them. However, as Su Lang led his family towards the villa district, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Jianrong and his entourage, who were en route to confront Chen Yue. At that moment, Su Lang stood frozen, perplexed by how Lu Jianrong's group had arrived earlier, despite their diverging paths. It was as if they had stumbled upon a ghost. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao clutched Su Lang's sleeve, seeking refuge behind him. Brother, what should we do? We're doomed this time. Calm down, calm down. Su Lang feigned composure. For now, we are technically under his protection. As long as he remains unaware of our involvement in Lin Jiadong's demise, we should be safe. If he inquires, we will simply say that Lin Jiadong left on his own accord. All right. Lu Jinrong and his gang had delayed their progress slightly. Upon entering the villa district, they spotted the 4 members of the Su family standing there in a daze. Well, if it isn't the Su family quartet, what brings you here? Lu Jinrong scratched his head in confusion. I distinctly instructed Lin Jiadong to take them out to gather supplies. Could it be that they are hoarding food here? Beside him, Wu Laodan nodded in agreement. Boss, when I was here last, I sensed that these folks were concealing quite a stash of provisions. Perhaps they truly sought food. If they are indeed in search of supplies, that would be fortunate, Lu Jinrong mused, resting his hand on the grip of his firearm. However, should they harbor any ulterior motives, they shall not escape my wrath. I doubt they would dare. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Laoda flattered. How astute and formidable you are. My esteemed boss, these petty thieves would never dare deceive you. They must be utterly terrified at this moment. We shall ascertain the truth by simply asking. Well said. Let us approach and inquire. Under Lu Jinrong's leadership, a group of men formed a semicircle, encircling Su Lang and his companions. What are you doing here? Lu Jinrong inquired casually, though his hand remained poised over his firearm, ready to draw at the slightest hint of suspicion. Noticing Su Lang and the others remained silent, Lu Jinrong's brow furrowed slightly. I am addressing you. Why are you here? Where is Lin Jiadong? This. Su Lang was about to respond when Lu Jinrong interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Silence. Lu Jinrong pointed at Su Jiao. You, little beauty. Tell me where Lin Jiadong has gone. Su Jiao, possessing far less fortitude than Su Lang, was rendered speechless by Lu Jinrong's pointed inquiry. She stammered, I. It's not me. I don't know anything. I know nothing. What do you mean, know nothing? Please, tell me, where has Lin Jiadong gone? Lu Jinrong's irritation was palpable. The lengthy wait was proving to be a considerable waste of time. Brother, look. Observe the corner of that woman's garment. One of Lu Jinrong's sharp-eyed henchmen immediately noticed a red stain on Su Jiao's clothing. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao instinctively recoiled a few steps. The others, including Su Lang, were similarly struck with fear, their faces draining of color. Su Jiao continued to retreat, desperately wishing to flee. Seize that woman, Lu Jinrong commanded with a sweeping gesture, and his subordinates swiftly descended upon them, capturing everyone, including Su Lang, without exception. Lu Jinrong approached Su Jiao and forcibly stripped her of her outer garment. Scrutinizing the red stain closely. Do you see this? Is it blood? The stain had long since frozen and was caked with mud, leaving Lu Jinrong uncertain. However, among Lu Jinrong's entourage was a particularly astute associate, who had previously worked in the security bureau but had been imprisoned for embezzlement. After his release, he found himself amidst the chaos of the apocalypse and aligned himself with Lu Jinrong. This associate took Su Jiao's coat, examined it meticulously, and after moistening his fingers with saliva, rubbed it on the stain and sniffed. Brother, I can assure you with absolute certainty, this is indeed blood. Lu Jinrong took the coat and waved it in front of Su Jiao, demanding, now speak. Whose blood is this? Su Jiao stammered, I don't know. Perhaps it is mine. Yours? Are you injured? Lu Jinrong's tone grew increasingly menacing. Speak. Whose blood is it? Is it Lin Jiadong's? If you do not tell the truth, I will strip you bare and allow my brothers to have their way before tossing you into a snowdrift. Lu Jinrong's threats rendered Su Jiao speechless with fear. It's not me, brother. Truly, it's not. I know nothing. She pleaded. Please, don't target me. I'm just an innocent woman. Enough of this nonsense. Brothers, advance. Lu Jinrong waved his hand, and his henchmen grinned menacingly as they approached Su Jiao. Sweet girl, since you insist on being obstinate, do not blame us for being harsh. Who would have thought you possessed such spirit? Yet, why subject yourself to this torment? Brothers, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We must conclude this swiftly and find Chen Yue. Su Jiao, like a frightened kitten ensnared by ravenous wolves, gazed in terror at those surrounding her. Chapter 100. Hostage-taking? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Su Lang shouted fervently, do not trouble her any further. I am aware. Lu Jinrong halted his underlings, intrigued. Very well. Enlighten me. Whose possession is this? This is mine. It is my blood. Hence I implore you not to torment my sister any longer. Lu Jinrong, infuriated, sneered. Oh, so you are resolute, are you? I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. He drew his firearm, yet unexpectedly, Wu Laoda swiftly intervened. What are you doing? Do you wish to perish? How dare you obstruct me? Brother, calm down. Wu Laoda urgently clarified. You may not be aware, but the Su family has ties to Chen Yue. Oh, they are connected to Chen Yue? Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong composed himself. For his primary objective was to gain entry into Chen Yue's sanctuary. As long as he could enter, he would be willing to spare these individuals. Proceed. Very well. This Chen Yue was previously a son-in-law of the Su family. Wu Laoda gestured towards Su Shaoxian, stating, Chen Yue was married to this woman. Subsequently, due to some unforeseen circumstances, she became involved with Lin Jiadong, leading to her divorce from Chen Yue. Ultimately, they bullied Lin Jiadong, prompting him to flee from the Su family. It must be said, the allure of gossip is inherent in human nature. Lu Jianrong, smiling, approached Su Shaoxian, scrutinizing her from head to toe. What a lovely young lady. How could you be so misguided? Chen Yue is such a visionary, and yet you divorced him. Lin Jiadong is immensely capable and courageous, and you drove him away? Lu Jianrong chuckled. What transpired? Did you intend to rely solely on yourself in this apocalypse? Only to find yourself in such a predicament? Su Shaoxian felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, unable to meet his gaze. She found herself pondering whether she was fated to encounter misfortune, as both men she had been involved with seemed to flourish once they departed from her life. Enough. These individuals still hold some value. Let them retain their lives for now. Lu Jianrong sheathed his weapon, declaring, Brothers, we must hasten our departure. Bring these individuals along. If Chen Yue refuses to open the door, we shall resort to violence. Understood, brother. Lu Jianrong's subordinates tightened their belts and followed his lead. The Su family members, bound by ropes, trailed Lu Jianrong towards Chen Yue's sanctuary. After a considerable distance, Lu Jianrong and his group finally arrived at the periphery of Chen Yue's refuge. Chen Yue had long been monitoring Lu Jianrong's forces through surveillance cameras, armed and poised at the firing aperture. As Lu Jianrong's party entered the line of fire, Chen Yue opened the shooting port. Just as he extended his firearm, gunfire erupted from the opposite side. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets detonated against the steel plate beside the shooting port, with one even penetrating through the vent. Chen Yue swiftly sealed the shooting port. Realizing Lu Jianrong's subordinates were not to be underestimated, it is likely that many of them are veterans returning from military service. Is Chen Yue still not opening the door? Lu Jianrong's subordinate bellowed, It seems you are truly determined to resist us until the end. We have over 20 men here, each armed with a firearm. Do you truly believe you can prevail against us? What are you all babbling about? If you have the capability, come inside. Although Chen Yue was outmatched in marksmanship, he excelled in rhetoric. You bunch of useless fools. If you lack the ability to breach the door, then freeze out there. Lu Jianrong chuckled, waving his hand. His subordinate, wielding a flame-cutting torch, immediately understood and charged forward. However, after waiting for an extended period, Lu Jianrong noticed that his subordinate had yet to ignite the flame. What are you dawdling about? Lu Jianrong could not help but shout. Boss, this flame-cutting torch won't light. What should we do? The outdoor temperature is quite low. Damn it, what bad luck. Lu Jianrong paced back and forth, pondering whether the torch might be faulty. I should have tested it before coming. This was indeed a slap in the face. Clearly, the liquefied gas had frozen. At that moment, Su Jiao, who was bound, inexplicably spoke up. However, in the next instant, Su Shaoxian kicked her, exclaiming, Hey, are you foolish? Why are you reminding them? Su Jiao quickly realized, shutting her mouth and lowering her head in silence. Right. How did I not think of that? Lu Jianrong slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Brothers, quickly gather firewood and start a fire. Let us warm up the liquefied gas cylinder. Once it's warmed up, we shall cut open Chen Yue's sanctuary door. Lu Jianrong turned to Chen Yue's refuge, declaring, Chen Yue, we shall spare you for the time being. Once we are prepared, we will come in for a chat over tea. Of course, if you are willing to open the door now, my terms remain unchanged. As before, I will let you be second in command, allowing you to choose food and women at your leisure, ensuring you live a life of ease. Enough of your nonsense. Chen Yue shouted from within the sanctuary. If you can't manage it, then scram. I still have to go back for dinner. I'm planning on having barbecue today, so don't waste my mealtime. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong instinctively swallowed hard. Barbecue? He was currently surviving on cold leftovers. It was a rare luxury to have a bite of something warm. Freshly cooked noodles would freeze into ice lumps within mere seconds of being brought outside. Hearing how well Chen Yue was living made Lu Jianrong's heart ache. Damn it! What am I eating in this stronghold? What is Chen Yue feasting on? There is simply no comparison. Chapter 101. The Su family faces imminent doom. Lu Jianrong was taken aback upon learning that Chen Yue had indulged in barbecue for lunch, his mouth watering uncontrollably. However, he swiftly redirected his focus, pulling Su Lang before him. Chen Yue, Lu Jianrong threatened, pressing the gun against Su Lang's temple. If you do not open the door soon, do not blame me for taking Su Lang's life. At that moment, Lu Jianrong felt confident in his position, armed with a cutting torch and an array of firearms. Along with numerous hostages, he believed he had not only the advantage in weaponry but also the upper hand psychologically. Yet, to Lu Jianrong's astonishment, his attempt to intimidate Chen Yue with Su Lang failed to instill any fear. Instead, it seemed to invigorate him. Lu Jianrong, you clearly have not done your homework regarding me, Chen Yue exclaimed from the shooting range, sipping on a soda. Had you taken the time to inquire about a few people, you would have discovered that Su Lang and I are sworn enemies. If you threaten me with him, I might even find it amusing. Hurry up and kill him. I'm impatient. Lu Jianrong was momentarily stunned. This individual was behaving unpredictably. How could threatening a member of the Su family have no effect? Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Lu Jianrong ordered the 4 members of the Su family to kneel in a row, aiming his weapon at their heads. Quite impressive. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, Chen Yue. However, I find it hard to believe that you are truly so cold-hearted. If you don't open the door soon, I will indeed kill them. Go ahead and kill them. Chen Yue's indifference rang out. You can slay them at will. I wouldn't bat an eye. Su Shaoxian and the others trembled on the ground, their hearts sinking upon hearing Chen Yue's words. Chen Yue, please open the door. Save us. Su Shaoxian pleaded through tears. We were once a couple. Just unlock the door. Indeed, Chen Yue. You cannot be this heartless. Kaimei sobbed, her face awash with tears. Son-in-law, have mercy and spare us this time. We acknowledge our past mistakes. The old woman bows to you. Please save us. Please save us. I am still young and do not wish to die. I beg you. Chen Yue, punish me as you see fit, but save my family. Chen Yue, I admit our family has wronged you in the past, but think carefully, never did we intend to take your life, did we? You must not be so cruel as to push us into the flames. As the Su family members pleaded, their tones were unified, oscillating between apologies and moral coercion. Upon hearing Su Xiaoshuan's claim that they had never wished for his demise, Chen Yue's teeth clenched in fury. They had never wished for it? Or perhaps they simply had not found the opportunity. He was a man who had already perished at their hands once. If he were to trust them once more, would that not render his previous life a futile sacrifice? Chen Yue scoffed, seemingly unperturbed by their pleas, and addressed Lu Jianrong. Have you decided whom to kill first? Or shall I offer you some guidance? Kai Mei, that timid woman, could very well be the last one standing. Her fright would be her undoing. As for Su Lang, who often presents himself as bold and arrogant, it would be best to strike him first, aim for the kidneys, twist the blade, and then pull it out sideways. I wonder if he would still possess such bravado after that. As for those 2 women, their faces should be utterly disfigured before being cast into the snow, allowing them to experience the slow freezing of their blood congealing in their wounds, leading them to a despairing death. Upon hearing these words, cold sweat trickled down the backs of those present. How could this young man be so ruthless? Not only does he refuse to open the door, but he also instructs Lu Jianrong on how to kill. Is this even human? What profound enmity could incite such hatred? Lu Jianrong, astonished, turned to Su Shaoxian and asked, what have you done to him to provoke such loathing? Su Xiaoshuan's face was ashen, whether from the cold or fear. She stared blankly at the shooting aperture, her heart in turmoil. Why does he despise me so? What have I done wrong? Even if he hates me, must he desire to witness my demise? At that moment, Lu Jianrong's subordinate rushed to his side. Brother, we have warmed up a bottle of liquefied gas. Shall we proceed? After this bottle is exhausted, the other 2 should be ready for use as well. Excellent. Lu Jianrong nodded. Well done. Quickly, cut open Chen Yue's door. Yes, brother. The subordinate immediately dashed to the entrance of Chen Yue's dwelling with the gas canister in tow. After assembling the flame-cutting tool, he struck the ignition several times before finally succeeding. Haha. Chen Yue, your countdown has begun. Lu Jianrong exclaimed with exhilaration. I advise you to cease your futile resistance. If you open the door now, my terms remain unchanged. But once the door is breached, I will undoubtedly end your life. Why all this pointless chatter? Chen Yue scoffed. If you have the capability, show me by cutting the door open. Damn it. You truly are impervious to reason. Lu Jianrong fumed. You lot, hurry up. Remove Chen Yue's door. The subordinate adjusted the power of the flame-cutting tool to its maximum, and the white flames erupted against the shelter's door. As he observed the sparks flying from the door, Lu Jianrong's eyes began to sparkle with hope. Success was imminent. This tactic was indeed effective. Now, it was merely a matter of time. Once the lock melted, the door would be rendered utterly ineffectual. After several minutes, Lu Jianrong, gazing at the partially melted door, wore a perplexed expression. What is going on? Why isn't it opened yet? He shouted at the subordinate operating the flame cutter. Are you slacking off? Brother, I am doing my best, the subordinate replied defensively. You might not see it clearly from afar, but I have managed to melt a small section of the door. However, the lock remains unyielding. What could be the reason for this? Lu Jianrong's emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster, just as he believed success was within reach. Another complication arose. He hastily approached, peering closer, and gasped in shock. The massive steel door was already glowing red from the flames of the cutting torch, molten iron trickling down its edge. However, this molten iron was merely a superficial layer, hardly even skin deep. This is truly infuriating. Lu Jianrong irritably rubbed his temples and paced back and forth. Stop exerting yourselves. Chen Yu's cheerful voice rang out from within the shelter. My door is a good several centimeters thick. Even if you exhaust all 3 of those gas canisters, you won't be able to breach the surface of my door. However, should you manage to incinerate a plate of iron several centimeters thick, then perhaps we shall meet. At that moment, Lu Jianrong realized that entering the shelter from the outside was nearly an impossible feat. Even if one were to acquire military-grade explosives, they would likely prove ineffective. Anyone capable of installing such a door had undoubtedly anticipated all conventional methods of forced entry. Moreover, who could guarantee that there wasn't another door behind it? Perhaps the inner door was even sturdier than the one before him. Let us retreat, brothers. Lu Jianrong sighed heavily. It is clear we cannot get in. What about those Su family members? One of his companions inquired. What else can we do? Leave them here. Lu Jianrong had no intention of concerning himself with the Su family any longer. Killing them would waste ammunition. It was wiser to let them stay, as they might reveal weaknesses in Chen Yu's shelter. Chapter 102. A lingering threat after the departure of Lu Jianrong's forces, a considerable amount of debris remained, namely, the 4 members of the Su family. Bound hand and foot, they were unceremoniously discarded into a snowdrift, trembling in the cold. Su Lang, who should have been the most robust among them, was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, from the torment inflicted by Lu Jianrong over the past 2 days. The melting snow water seeped relentlessly around him, and as he lay in the snowdrift, he found himself transported back to that fateful night. Meanwhile, Chen Yue sat in his abode, monitoring the events outside through surveillance cameras. He observed on the video feed that Lu Jianrong's group had deliberately abandoned the Su family there while they themselves lurked not far away in another snowdrift. Should Chen Yue entertain the slightest notion of stepping outside to assist, the marksmanship of Lu Jianrong's men would surely result in his immediate demise. The 4 members of the Su family were nearly devoid of consciousness from the biting cold, yet their will to survive burned fiercely, especially in the face of death. Su Shaoxian, summoning an unexpected wellspring of strength, desperately wriggled her way to the entrance of Chen Yu's sanctuary. I know you are watching us, she implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Please save us. The snowflakes that melted upon her face quickly refroze, and the relentless chill rendered her speech nearly incoherent. The corners of her mouth cracked open from her efforts to speak, the warm blood freezing almost instantly before it could touch the ground. Su Jiao, Su Lang, and Kai Mei also struggled to endure their plight. Upon witnessing Su Xiaoshuan's movement towards the sanctuary, they too shuffled closer, pleading, Please save me, I was wrong. Big brother, I beg you, save. Observing the Su family's desperate entreaties from within, Chen Yu's brow furrowed. The Su family deserved their fate. Yet, allowing them to die so easily was not something he could accept. Such a demise was far too comfortable. It did not align with the narrative he envisioned. Moreover, this was Lu Jianrong's doing. The Su family's demise would not bring him satisfaction. He could not afford to allow Lu Jianrong to revel in their downfall. Not in the least. However, he would never take the risk of opening the door. Instead, he swiftly activated the shooting port and tossed down a dagger. Hurry and cut the ropes. Get out. If you're going to die, do it elsewhere, not here. Chen Yu's voice echoed from within the sanctuary. Upon seeing the dagger on the ground, Su Shaoxian quickly shifted her body. After several attempts, she finally grasped the dagger and severed the bindings. With her assistance, the ropes that bound Kai Mei, Su Jiao, and Su Lang were subsequently cut. Su Shaoxian felt warmth blossom in her heart. She had known that Chen Yue, despite his flaws, would not truly abandon them. Observing from a distance, Lu Jianrong and his cohorts furrowed their brows. Brother, what should we do? This kid is not responding. They've managed to free themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jianrong issued a retreat order. Let us withdraw for now. Given Chen Yu's cautiousness in this scenario, it seems we shall gain nothing today. Despite the myriad of grievances swirling within Lu Jianrong, he found himself powerless. After all, this formidable barrier was impervious even to a flame-cutting gun. Let us capture the Su family, he declared. His subordinates stirred with eagerness, yet Lu Jianrong halted them. Enough. Look at the Su family, shivering like dogs. We shall leave them here. Why? They inquired. This group of inept individuals would be of no use if brought back. Besides, if we leave them here, Should they ever gain access to the sanctuary, breaching their psychological defenses will be 100-fold easier than with Chen Yue. Wise words, brother. How did I not conceive of such a brilliant plan? Truly, you are remarkable, they praised. Indeed, with these individuals remaining, they would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb for Chen Yue. When the time came, infiltrating the sanctuary would be a far simpler endeavor. Precisely. I always knew my brother was extraordinary. Gradually, Lu Jianrong distanced himself, basking in their flattery. Meanwhile, the Su family huddled together for warmth, gazing longingly towards the sanctuary. Chen Yue, please let us in. Look at our dire state, they implored. We will surely freeze to death out here. We beseech you. We have nowhere else to go. Once inside, we will still recognize you as our leader. That must suffice, right? Chen Yue, observing the Su family's plight through the surveillance footage, furrowed his brow in indignation. You saved yourselves yet seek to take advantage of my sanctuary? How audacious. With a flick of the switch, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol, his words laced with disdain. The Su family stood silently at the entrance, absorbing his ire, acutely aware of their past transgressions against him. Any attempt at rebuttal would be feeble. With a snap, the shooting port opened, and several cans were hurled out. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up upon seeing them, and she hurriedly embraced the cans as though they were treasures. Take these cans and be gone, Chen Yue commanded, immediately shutting off the surveillance feed, rubbing his nose in agitation. Those cans were merely nearing expiration from the supermarket stock. Their provision to the Su family mattered little to him. He did not wish for their demise. Death would be a release, while the torment of enduring life was the true suffering. However, the incessant disturbances from Lu Jianrong and his ilk had become a thorn in Chen Yue's side. Most critically, he lacked the strength to confront them directly. While he could perhaps endure within the sanctuary, the apocalypse was escalating daily, and he would eventually be overwhelmed. With a heavy sigh, Chen Yue's expression grew increasingly grave. He needed to devise a strategy to contend with Lu Jianrong and, in the future, even greater forces. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed snowy hollow, Lin Jiadong lay in silence, his wounds frozen and the blood congealed into ice. A wave of resentment coursed through him. Why? Why must it be me? After the apocalypse descended, I was subjected to humiliation by the Su family. After much struggle, I managed to join Lu Jianrong's faction and reclaim a semblance of dignity. Yet, is this where I am to meet my end? Su family, your cruelty knows no bounds. Especially the one who stabbed me with a knife. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your identity. Should I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death. Despite Lin Jiadong's overwhelming resentment, he found himself unable to move, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, several individuals appeared, taking Lin Jiadong away to an unknown destination. Chapter 103, Redemption in the Apocalypse. Can you all hurry up a bit? I'm truly exasperated. Why did my brother assign me to this group of elderly folks? Move quickly. Don't force my hand. The frustration was palpable as Zhang Dama urged them onward. What on earth is wrong with this old man? Has he passed away? What an unfortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, Zhang Dama and an elderly couple found themselves in a group led by a young man, venturing out in search of supplies. However, the elderly man soon collapsed from exhaustion, and the young man descended upon them, only to find Zhang Dama protecting the old man with her body. Blows rained down like a torrential downpour, and Zhang Dama quickly lost consciousness. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered that their leader, that very young man, had vanished without a trace. Has he finally left? Zhang Dama sighed in relief, turning her gaze to the old man beneath her. He still breathed, but due to fatigue and malnutrition, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Beside him, the elderly woman gazed vacantly at her husband, clutching his hand tightly. Sister, we must leave, Zhang Dama urged, grasping the elderly woman's arm. Brother Lu may not endure much longer. If we depart now, back to the villa area, perhaps we can find a glimmer of hope. You go on. The elderly woman shook her head, snowflakes tumbling from her hair. I have spent 50 or 60 years with him, and in the end, I must remain by his side. Besides, I have little strength left. Following you would only be a burden. You must live on and cherish life. Zhang Dama pleaded with her a few more times. But the woman's resolve was unyielding. Realizing she could not change her mind, Zhang Dama set off alone. As she walked through the snow, memories of the apocalypse flooded her mind. From her initial arrogance to deceiving her neighbors, and ultimately being rescued by the elderly couple when she had nowhere else to turn. Suddenly, she recalled the day she had stormed into their home with a knife. The old man and woman had shown no fear. Instead, they had inquired if she was out of food. That simple question had disarmed her fury in an instant. Ultimately, it was the old man who had shared a portion of their food with her, allowing her to have a satisfying meal. The deeper her thoughts wandered, the slower her pace became. I am not unwilling to save them. I am simply powerless. I wish to survive. I must survive. But living this way, What distinguishes me from a beast? No matter how she tried to rationalize her feelings, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, freezing into crystalline droplets in the biting wind and snow. In this desolate world, few could be a beacon of light for others, especially good souls like the elderly couple. With this realization, Zhang Dama turned resolutely back toward the path she had come from. At that moment, the elderly woman leaned against her husband's chest, listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat, murmuring softly, 62 years ago, when I married you, I pondered what form our conclusion would take in the future. I fear your departure, for I cannot bear the torment of facing the emptiness of this room alone. Yet, the apocalypse has bestowed upon us the conclusion of walking together, which must be a blessing in itself. After 62 years of enduring storms and advancing hand in hand, I harbor no regrets. In the next life, I wish to be your wife once more. As she spoke, the elderly matron gently closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps approached from afar. The elderly matron lifted her gaze in perplexity, only to see Aunt Zhang braving the wind and snow, hastening towards her. Sister, I have come to carry Brother Zhao. Aunt Zhang quickly reached them, straining to lift the old man onto her back. Xiao Chun, what is this? The elderly matroness' eyes filled with confusion. Sister, do not speak. I will not allow you to perish. Aunt Zhang, though not robust in stature, was tasked with bearing the burden of a man who stood a towering height of 6 feet. Even on her back, his feet dragged upon the ground. My life was saved by you. I will not let you die before my eyes. I am no beast. I am a human. Aunt Zhang murmured this mantra, as if it were a steadfast belief within her heart, gradually moving towards the villa district. Time passed, and Aunt Zhang's strength was thoroughly exhausted by the time they arrived at the villa district. However, the situation was dire. Prolonged malnutrition, compounded by the low temperatures, fever, and excessive fatigue, had plunged the old man into a critical state. It seems we cannot endure any longer. The elderly matron tenderly caressed her husband's cheek and said to Aunt Zhang, who was rummaging for warming supplies, Xiao Chun, you need not concern yourself with us. Depart from here and seek your own path. We will only be a burden to you. No, no. Aunt Zhang appeared to be in a trance. You cannot die. Absolutely not. I must find a way to save Brother Zhao. I must ensure your survival. Just as the elderly matron was about to offer further persuasion, Aunt Zhang suddenly froze in place. Of course, I know where to find medicine and warmth. Indeed, Aunt Zhang's revelation led her to Chen Yue's shelter. Unlike before, this time she sought the refuge not for herself, but to save others. She had no desire to enter the shelter. She only hoped that Chen Yue would permit the elderly couple to enter. With this thought, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through Aunt Zhang as she hoisted the old man onto her back once more and trudged through the snow. Upon reaching Chen Yue's shelter, she appeared on the surveillance video. What is she doing here? Chen Yue pondered, glancing at the elderly couple beside her. Before she could inquire, Aunt Zhang fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. Chen Yue, I implore you, please save Brother Zhao and Sister Lu. I beg you. Chapter 104. To those who have shown me kindness, I shall repay 100-fold. As Chen Yue gazed at the scene captured on the surveillance footage, he found himself utterly perplexed. What was unfolding before him? Was it a case of the cat weeping for the mouse? A weasel paying respects to a chicken? The tears of a crocodile? Just then, the scarf around the neck of the elderly man slung over Aunt Zhang's back caught Chen Yue's eye, causing his pupils to constrict in sudden recognition. That scarf. Could it be? He sprang to his feet, before Chen Yue could utter a word. Aunt Zhang, while prostrating herself, cried out with a trembling voice. I escaped with Brother Zhao and the others from Lu Jianrong. But Brother Zhao has fallen ill. If we do not save him soon, he will perish. I beg you. Chen Yue, I was wrong before. I won't enter your shelter. You only need to save them. They are good people. They truly are good people. Witnessing Aunt Zhang's tearful plea, Chen Yue pondered for a few moments before addressing her through the speaker. Very well. But you must leave this place immediately. Only after your departure will I bring them into the shelter. All right, all right. Aunt Zhang responded without a moment's hesitation, her excitement palpable as she declared, I will leave right now. With that, despite her already frail condition, Aunt Zhang unexpectedly summoned a burst of energy. However, the slick ground caused her to stumble, and she crawled away in a hurried, clumsy manner. After confirming via the surveillance footage that Aunt Zhang had indeed departed, Chen Yue opened the shelter's door and brought the elderly couple, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, inside. Upon seeing the two individuals Chen Yue had returned with, Tang Xiaozhen and Chen Xian were taken aback. Brother Chen, what happened to them? Why do they look so pale? Quickly, fetch needles and glucose saline to set up in 4. Chen Yue's medical knowledge was limited, yet he was confident that administering these two solutions would be appropriate. Glucose would replenish the couple's nutrition and strength, while saline would restore their hydration. In a world ravaged by disaster, the absence of food and water was all too common. Thus, ensuring these two essentials, along with a warm indoor environment, would surely help them recover. Tang Xiaojun and Shun Xian hurriedly gathered the necessary supplies, and fortunately, Tang Xiaojun had some experience with injections. After a few attempts, she successfully set up the saline and glucose IVs. Brother Chun, they have fallen asleep. They should be fine now. Do not worry, Tang Xiaojun reassured him. At that moment, Chen Yu's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. His willingness to allow the elderly couple into the shelter was not solely out of a desire to save lives. The world was filled with the unfortunate. Even if Chen Yue attempted to help, he could not save them all. Just as he was preparing to reject Aunt Zhang's request, he had noticed the scarf around the couple's necks, covered in snow. On a certain day in his past life, under the duress of the Su family, Chen Yue had ventured out in search of supplies, only to return empty-handed. In the grip of hunger and cold, he collapsed within a villa community. Many looked through the windows at the fallen Chen Yue, but averted their gazes, choosing to ignore his plight. As despair overtook him and he lost consciousness, he had resigned himself to the belief that he would freeze to death outside. Yet, after some time had passed, he awoke. At that moment, he found himself within an empty villa, where flames flickered nearby, and a meticulously hand-knitted woolen scarf adorned his neck, precisely the same one worn by the elderly couple. Most importantly, a modest supply of biscuits and instant noodles lay beside him. Though scarce, in this apocalyptic world, any morsel of food was exceedingly precious. Chen Yue yearned to discover who had rescued him, yet after an exhaustive search, he uncovered no leads. The only clue was the scarf around his neck, which did not belong to him. Subsequently, Chen Yue attempted on several occasions to locate his benefactor, only to be met with the desolate emptiness of the room, where the person had never reappeared. Perhaps after saving Chen Yue that day, the benefactor bid farewell to the apocalypse, and the scarf later became one of Chen Yu's essential pieces of gear in his fight for survival. Thus, upon sighting the scarf on the elderly couple, he immediately recognized it. It turned out that the very couple who had saved his life in a previous existence was this venerable duo, both well into their 70s. While he could overlook others, he could not feign ignorance towards his saviors. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving deed. It was only natural to repay 100-fold. Moreover, he now possessed the strength to support the elderly couple for many years to come, should it come to that. Additionally, he had faith in their character. Those who extend a helping hand in dire circumstances are rarely malicious. Even if they harbored ill intentions, what of it? Within this fortress, there existed merely a week's worth of provisions, and all supplies were secured within his own space. If he were to perish, they would undoubtedly join him in his fate. Chenggu, why don't you rest for a while? Tang Xiaojun tenderly caressed Chen Yu's cheek, her large eyes reflecting a myriad of delicate emotions. She resembled a wife gazing upon her weary husband. It's nothing. I'm not tired. Chen Yue grasped Tang Xiaojun's hand, pondering whether the elderly couple was truly all right. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't say for certain, Tang Xiaojun replied, lowering her head slightly. Elderly individuals often contend with various ailments, so anything was possible. Chenggu, you must prepare yourself mentally. Just in case, I'm saying just in case, they succumb to their illnesses, try not to be too heartbroken. Tang Xiaojun discerned the significance this couple held for Chen Yue, which prompted her to express her concerns delicately. I understand, Chen Yue replied, steeling himself as he approached the elderly couple. The snow and ice on their bodies had completely melted, soaking the bedding, which was now speckled with mud. The once pristine bedding had become rather filthy. Yet, Chen Yue paid no mind to these details, his heart aching for the aging couple. Time passed, and eventually, the elder matron awoke first. Her condition was markedly better than her husband's. She had merely fainted due to the extreme cold and hunger. Now, in a warm environment and after receiving glucose and saline, she appeared revitalized. Young man, who are you? The elder matron inquired, gazing curiously at the tearful Chen Yue seated beside her. My name is Chen Yue. Chen Yue made an effort to display a smile. Auntie, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? The elderly woman glanced around vacantly before shaking her head. I feel quite well. It is very warm here. Oh dear, I have soiled your sheets. Do you have any water? I will clean it for you shortly, the aunt said as she attempted to rise from the bed, only to be gently restrained by Chen Yue. It's all right, Auntie, please do not worry about it, Chen Yue replied with a smile. Just rest comfortably here. I will bring you some food shortly. Chapter 105, The Dichotomy of Light and Darkness, Goodness and Evil. The elderly lady gazed at Chen Yue with a hint of confusion. Young man, it appears we are not acquainted. Why do you extend such kindness towards us? In this world, placing excessive trust in others can lead to misfortune. Chen Yue smiled gently. Auntie, while you may not know me, I certainly recognize you. You both are among the finest individuals in the villa community, deserving of our utmost respect. At that moment, Chen Xian entered, carrying a bowl. Here comes the chicken soup. Chen Xian, please feed Annie the soup to replenish her strength. Chen Yue instructed as he rose to offer his seat. Call me when you're done. Certainly. After departing, Chen Yue made his way to the surveillance room, diligently reviewing the footage of Zhang Dema and her companions within and around the villa. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Could it be that Zhang Dema has indeed changed? He had observed every detail from the moment she carried the old man into the villa to their arrival at the shelter. If it were an act, it was performed with such authenticity that it hardly resembled her usual demeanor. Thus, it seemed plausible that she had genuinely transformed. However, such matters required caution. Otherwise, he might find himself in a perilous situation. The surveillance footage could only reveal so much. What lay beyond the cameras was a mystery known solely to the elderly couple. Upon returning to the medical room, Chen Xian had just finished feeding the last spoonful of soup to the elderly lady. After consuming the warm broth, the old woman's complexion brightened considerably, resembling that of an ordinary person. Youth, thank you, she exclaimed, sitting upright and preparing to bow her head in gratitude. Chen Yue, taken aback by such a gesture, quickly supported her. Andy, please, there is no need for such formality. Once she was settled, he took a seat beside her and inquired, how are you feeling now? Quite well, the elderly lady nodded, her strength restored by the soup. That's wonderful, Chen Yue replied with a smile. But his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Annie, may I ask your opinion on the property manager, Zhang Dema, who brought you here? The elderly lady fixed her gaze on Chen Yue for a few moments before letting out a sigh and responding slowly. She is merely an ordinary person struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. Initially, she made some misguided choices in her quest for survival, but ultimately came to her senses. Is this not the true reflection of us ordinary people? Chen Yue was taken aback, surprised by the depth of her words. The elderly lady then recounted their experiences upon arriving at Lu Jianrong's shelter. It turned out that when Lu Jianrong's associate was apprehending individuals, Zhang Dema was already with the elderly couple. Consequently, when the teams were allocated, they naturally found themselves placed together. Due to their advanced age and frailty, they unfortunately returned empty-handed on their first day of foraging, much to the fury of their team leader, who raised his club in anger, ready to reprimand them. However, Aunt Zhang intercepted them, recording all the food she had gathered under the names of the elderly couple. Without food collection, they naturally had nothing to eat that evening. Aunt Zhang endured hunger for an entire day. It was through her unwavering support that she managed to bring the couple back to the villa area, to Chen Yue's residence. Otherwise, the elderly couple would have perished in the wilderness by now. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Yue realized that perhaps Aunt Zhang had indeed undergone a transformation. Although she remained an ordinary person struggling on the brink of survival, she had developed a moral compass, no longer displaying the same selfishness as before. Andy, you should rest well here, Chen Yue greeted with a smile before departing. Meanwhile, upon receiving the canned food, the Su family hurried back to their villa. We are going to freeze to death. Quickly find some wood to start a fire, Kai Mei complained as soon as she entered the house. Su Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, and Su Lang searched high and low, but found nothing that could be used to ignite a flame. Is this it? Are we going to freeze to death here? Kai Mei wrapped herself tightly in a quilt, saying, otherwise, shall we return to Lu Jianrong? At least it's warmer there. If we work hard to find food, we can still get some daily. Most importantly, son, you can bring back 2 pounds of food each day. Su Lang was utterly unwilling to hear this. After narrowly escaping that den of wolves and no longer enduring Lu Jianrong's torment, why would he go back? Return to suffer again? Absolutely not. If you don't go back, you'll die here. Kai Mei, noticing Su Lang's attitude, immediately protested, do you wish to perish? Huh? Would your mother harm you? Besides, if you could mend your relationship with Lu Jianrong, wouldn't our days improve? It's certainly better than starving and freezing here. I refuse to go back. Su Lang erupted in fury, astonished that Kai Mei would utter such words. If you want to go back, go alone. Don't drag me down with you. Just as Su Lang and Kai Mei were about to argue, Su Xiaoxian quickly intervened. Mom, brother, please don't quarrel. I believe there is still hope for us. Hearing Su Xiaoxian's words, Su Lang and Kai Mei paused their dispute and turned their attention to her. Mom, brother, think about it. Chen Yue gave us canned food, which means he actually has a soft spot for us. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to care about our survival. He wouldn't even need to throw us a lifeline, right? That useless son-in-law must not have given up on my sister yet. Kai Mei and Su Lang instinctively nodded, their eyes gradually brightening with hope. Chapter 106. Kneeling upon meeting left Chen Yue bewildered after listening to Su Xiaoxuan's analysis. Su Lang and Su Jiao both reacted. Indeed. If he was able to assist us once, he could undoubtedly help us again, or even provide us refuge in his sanctuary. Su Lang felt a surge of excitement, as if Chen Yue had already consented to aid him. Precisely, Su Xiaoxian nodded. So when we find ourselves in dire straits, we can simply seek out Chen Yue. We might even manage to procure some sustenance. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to locate something to kindle a fire. Otherwise, we would surely succumb to the bitter cold. The group quickly nodded in agreement and promptly ventured out to search for fire-starting materials. Following the communication blackout, the villa district had transformed into an isolated island. Those outside were oblivious to the circumstances within, and the residents of the villa district had no knowledge of the outside world's condition. During these past few days of idleness, Chen Yue spent his time in the monitoring room, observing the inhabitants of the villa district. In the interim, the elderly man had awakened, gradually regaining strength and recovering from his injuries under the attentive care of Tang Xiaojun and Shen Xian. Chen Yue noted that currently, only the 4 members of the Su family and Aunt Zhang were active within the villa district. The rest of the residents were likely still under the influence of Lu Jianrong's faction. So far, no outsiders had been spotted. However, this was merely a temporary situation. Given the villa district's low population density, unlike high-rise apartments packed with hundreds of people on limited land, it was only a matter of time before someone took notice of this place. When that time arrived, the brief harmony here would inevitably be shattered. Aunt Zhang's activities became the focal point of Chen Yue's observations. He discovered that she had been diligently gathering supplies over the past few days. Braving the harsh winds and snow, she returned each time with only a meager amount of food. Nevertheless, she had refrained from seeking Chen Yue's help again or engaging in any unscrupulous deeds. One day, while Chen Yue was monitoring the feats, Shen Xian knocked on the door of the monitoring room. Normally, Tang Xiaojun and Shen Xian maintained an unspoken understanding. Whenever Chen Yue entered the monitoring room, they would not disturb him. However, this time, Chen Yue heard a knock, indicating that something significant was afoot. Instinctively glancing at the surveillance video, he observed that no creatures were approaching the sanctuary. Could it be the elderly couple seeking him? Upon opening the door, he found Shen Xian standing outside. Brother Chen, the old gentleman wishes to see you. All right, I shall go at once. After securing the monitoring room, Chen Yue hastily made his way to the medical room. The elderly couple was currently being entertained by Tang Xiaojun's playful antics, and upon Chen Yue's arrival, Tang Xiaojun tactfully withdrew. Young man, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude. The old man earnestly addressed Chen Yue. Without your assistance, my partner and I would surely have perished from the cold outside. It was merely my duty, Chen Yue replied. The reason we had Xiaoshan summoned you here is to discuss something important. The elderly couple exchanged glances before slowly speaking. We wish to go home. Home? Chen Yue inquired, puzzled as he looked at the couple. Do you mean returning to the villa district? Is it that you find it uncomfortable to stay here? It is not that I cannot adapt to living here. This residence in the villa district is indeed unparalleled in comfort. The elderly man shook his head, stating, You may not be aware of my profession. I have practiced traditional Chinese medicine for decades, thus I possess an intimate understanding of my own health. My time is short. I shall not linger here, as it would be a waste of your provisions. I also do not wish for you to witness my final moments. Chen Yue remained silent for a considerable time before he heaved a sigh and replied, Very well, since you insist, I shall escort you back. Thank you, he responded. Chen Yue then exited the medical room, informing Tang Xiaojun and Shen Xian of the situation, instructing them to prepare food and other necessities. Presently, the villa district is devoid of any supplies. Upon their return, the elderly couple would find themselves without food or means of warmth. While Chen Yue respected their wishes, he simultaneously prepared a week's worth of provisions for them. However, he was cautious not to over-prepare, lest their supplies be seized by others, resulting in a net loss. If necessary, he could always bring them more food once their supplies were exhausted. After everything was arranged, Chen Yue led the elderly couple to the garage. Upon seeing the vehicle, disbelief flickered in their eyes, which elicited an involuntary smile from Chen Yue. Meanwhile, inside the villa of the elderly couple, Aunt Zhang sat by a small fire made from dried grass, gnawing on a frozen bun. Food was nearly non-existent, and the bun was a fortunate find she had salvaged from a snowdrift. The fire was feeble and would not last long, making it impossible to thoroughly warm the frozen bun. Having not eaten for several days, she could not resist biting into the outer layer after merely warming it. Zhao and the others must be quite comfortable in Chen Yue's shelter, she thought, as she gazed into the flames, her mind conjuring the faces of the elderly couple, prompting an involuntary smile. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from outside. Aunt Zhang hurriedly extinguished the fire, crouching beneath the window to peer outside. Could it be Lu Jianrong's group? Fear gripped her as she hid. How had they managed to find such a vehicle? It was utterly terrifying. Having never seen Chen Yue's snow vehicle, she instinctively assumed the newcomers were affiliated with Lu Jianrong. However, Her trepidation transformed into anger when she spotted Chen Yue and the elderly couple disembarking from the vehicle. How could Chen Yue return them? She thought, her heart seething. At their age, sending them back to the villa is akin to condemning them to death. She resolved that under no circumstances would she allow Chen Yue to return the elderly couple, even if it meant kneeling before him in protest. Aunt Zhang stumbled towards the door, only to confront a bewildered Chen Yue and the elderly couple. She hastily advanced to Chen Yue, dropping to her knees before him with a resounding thud, her actions eliciting confused glances from the others. Chen Yue and the elderly couple exchanged perplexed looks, utterly bewildered by Aunt Zhang's sudden display of emotion. Chen Yue, I implore you. Zhang Dama is kneeling on the ground, bowing her head to Chen Yue. You cannot send these two elderly individuals back. Chapter 107. In the apocalypse, to live is to be in hell. There is no food or water here, not even warmth. And Zhang's voice trembled with despair. Sending them back is akin to condemning them to death. How about this? Chen Yue proposed. I will take care of their meals. Every day, I will bring food and supplies to you. Just shelter them. Observing Aunt Zhang's pleading demeanor, Chen Yue felt a flicker of compassion. Although she struggled to feed herself, the mere intention to provide for the elderly couple revealed her genuine remorse. Chen Yue helped Aunt Zhang to her feet. Returning here is what the elderly couple wishes. I do not wish to go against their desires. How could that be? Aunt Zhang cast a glance toward the elderly couple, who nodded in agreement. Chen Yue continued, I have brought a week's worth of food and heating supplies. You can stay here. Once the food runs out, just contact me, and I will deliver more. As she spoke, Chen Yue produced a military-grade walkie-talkie and handed it to Aunt Zhang. Holding the still-warm device and seeing the vehicle filled with provisions and firewood, tears streamed down Aunt Zhang's face. She had never anticipated that, despite her past transgressions, Chen Yue could forgive her without holding a grudge. All her gratitude culminated in a simple thank you. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Chen Yue harbored a deep-seated indifference, knowing that Aunt Zhang was only valuable for caring for the elderly couple. Should they pass away, Aunt Zhang would inevitably meet her own demise. Chen Yue was not only one to remember kindness but also to bear grudges. Though Aunt Zhang had fallen from her former grace, enduring hardship, it was still insufficient. Amidst Aunt Zhang's endless expressions of gratitude, Chen Yue departed in her snowmobile. However, as she drove halfway, a figure suddenly emerged from the roadside. Chen Yue slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt before the person blocking her path. The individual wore a white down jacket, caked in mud. Hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest, with wounds and dirt smudged across their face. Frostbite marred their hands, and they stood there, grinning foolishly at Chen Yue while clutching a few rotten planks of wood. Who is this? Chen Yue thought, bewildered. Wait a moment. Could it be Su Xiaoxian? Chen Yue found it hard to believe her eyes. Su Xiaoxian had once been vibrant and radiant. Even a speck of dust would have warranted 3 washes. How had she transformed into this wretched state? You are Su Xiaoxian? Chen Yue inquired tentatively. Upon realizing that Chen Yue recognized her, Su Xiaoxian nodded vigorously. Chen Yue, it's me. It's me. I missed you so much. I finally found you. As she rushed forward to embrace Chen Yue, she failed to notice the shift in Chen Yue's expression. Bang! A gunshot rang out, exploding a shower of snow at Su Xiaoxuan's feet. Startled, she froze, staring blankly at Chen Yue. Chen Yue, what? What are you doing? Don't come near me. You're filthy. Chen Yue's icy gaze pierced through Su Xiaoxuan's heart like a sharp blade. Su Xiaoxian stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. What? Chen Yue actually called me dirty. How dare he say that? Am I not the one he cherishes the most? Observing Su Xiaoxuan's stunned expression, Chen Yue simply entered the car, commanding, move aside. I am going home. It's almost time for my workout. With red-rimmed eyes, Su Xiaoxian cast a glance at Chen Yue before silently stepping aside to clear the path. Just as Chen Yue started the engine, 3 figures sprang forth from the snowbank by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Lang, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei. Familiar faces indeed. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yue felt no joy. This was merely delaying his exercise. Su Lang and Su Jiao knelt in the middle of the road, pleading with Chen Yue to take them back. Kai Mei, initially reluctant, soon joined them in kneeling as she saw their futile pleas. Seated in the idling car, Chen Yue blew warm air as he coldly observed them. After they had knelt for over 10 minutes, their voices hoarse from shouting, Chen Yue finally leaned out of the car. Have you finished? If so, hurry up and get lost. My time is valuable. I need to return to my workout. They had already wasted enough of his time. But the Su family remained stubbornly on their knees, displaying an attitude of indifference. With a weary sigh, Chen Yue reflected on how much the world had changed in the apocalypse, yet the Su family seemed utterly stagnant. Had they truly decayed to such an extent? Chen Yue, please, have mercy and take us back. I beg you. Su Jiao pleaded. Brother-in-law, if it's not possible, just take my sister and me back. Yes, yes. Just take Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao back. Don't be fooled by their dirty appearances. They can still be cleaned up and have fun. In silence, Chen Yue drew his handgun and fired several shots at the snow where they knelt. The bullets struck the ground, sending a spray of snow into the air, startling the trio. Get lost. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. I mean what I say. Faced with Chen Yue's fierce demeanor, Su Lang, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei reluctantly rose to their feet and shuffled to the side of the road, allowing Chen Yue to pass. As he shifted gears and slowly drove away, he tossed 3 expired cans at Su Shaoxian. Truth be told, finding even expired food was a challenge in this alternate space filled with resources. Watching the 4 scramble like dogs, a smile crept onto Chen Yue's lips. This scene was undeniably satisfying. Who said death was the greatest pain? Living, especially in a state of subservience, was the true torment of this world. Su Shaoxian held the can in her hand, gazing at Chen Yue's departing figure, her eyes brimming with tears. Once, she had felt so proud before him, but now, she found herself humbled and pleading. Yet, even in her desperation, Chen Yue still looked down on her for being dirty. The Su family, upon beholding the can in Su Shaoxuan's hand, lost all semblance of reason, completely disregarding their previous subservient pleas to Chen Yue. Perhaps, in their eyes, the can held far greater significance than any notion of dignity. At this moment, the villa district was divided into 2 factions. One comprised 3 individuals led by Aunt Zhang, who enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence thanks to the old couple's generosity, with ample fuel and provisions at their disposal. The other faction consisted of the Su family, who, after consuming the contents of the can, continued to huddle together, shivering beneath tattered blankets scavenged from unknown sources, merely scraping by in a desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 108. Chen Yue's chess game. Chen Yue drove swiftly back to the shelter, retreating to his room where he locked the door and immersed himself in contemplation of his subsequent strategies. In his previous life, he had survived for over half a year, granting him insight into the impending cessation of the snow. Approximately 1 month after the onset of the apocalypse, he knew the heavy snowfall would begin to relent in a mere 10 days. However, this was not a favorable inception. Rather, it heralded a more brutal hell. Once the snow ceased, temperatures would stabilize at a frigid 50 degrees below zero, causing the lower layers of snow to gradually freeze solidly over the course of several days. Thus, it would not be long before the snow became as hard as concrete. At that juncture, all resources concealed beneath the snow would become utterly inaccessible, leading to the emergence of various factions poised to plunder what remained. As the apocalypse persisted, the competition for survival would grow increasingly savage. In his past life, Chen Yue had witnessed the harrowing nature of such conflicts. The denizens of the apocalypse could no longer be deemed human. They would fight tooth and nail for a morsel of sustenance. Concepts of righteousness, morality, and legal constraints were rendered mere scraps of paper. Now reborn, he had established this sanctuary, yet he was only aware of the circumstances within the first 6 months following the apocalypse. What the world would resemble after that period remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was conceivable that these factions might amalgamate, wielding formidable weapons, though the likelihood was minimal. Even a 1% chance warranted consideration. Furthermore, the remnants of governments, military forces, and genuine power brokers had yet to engage. Or perhaps he was simply too insignificant to qualify for such a contest. What course of action should he pursue? Should he take the initiative and exploit his current advantage to dismantle the external factions one by one? No, that would be excessively perilous. Lu Jianrong's faction already occupied the villa district. Who could guarantee that the external forces were weaker than his? Moreover, Chen Yue was oblivious to the number of factions lurking nearby. A proactive assault could inadvertently expose his whereabouts, allowing them to detect him first. What if he were to cultivate his own faction and fortify defenses? Chen Yue found himself lost in thought. Nurturing a faction within the villa district that served only his interests could significantly mitigate the potential impact on his sanctuary. After all, as long as the villa district remained unbreached, he would be safe residing in the mountains behind. Presently, only Aunt Zhang, an elderly couple, and the 4 members of the Su family remained in the villa district. Each of these individuals was increasingly ineffectual in the event of an external threat. They would likely be among the first to succumb. Hence, it was imperative to bolster the population of the villa district, ideally with able-bodied young adults. Chen Yue massaged his temples. His current advantage lay in the vast stores of food and supplies. If he could leverage these resources to enlist others to assist him, it should pose no problem. However, who could he trust to lead? The Su family? Definitely not. Their current demeanor left much to be desired, and entrusting them with such a task would be futile. Aunt Zhang, perhaps she would suffice. Zhang Dama was once a member of the neighborhood committee, possessing a certain understanding of the community's overall management, and she had a knack for stirring people's emotions. Recently, however, She had undergone a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. Although at the onset of the apocalypse she had been selfish, shrewd, and driven solely by profit, the prolonged trials and significant changes had evidently awakened her humanity. Moreover, she found herself responsible for caring for an elderly couple. If she could secure a promise of food and warmth, she would be the most manageable individual. Furthermore, when it came to these puppets, even if she ultimately sold them, she bore no moral burden. After all, for them, living an extra day was a blessing. And death was simply the end. With this in mind, Chen Yue contacted Zhang Dama through a military walkie-talkie. At that moment, Zhang Dama was in her villa, boiling water for the two elderly individuals. In such frigid weather, it was essential to consume hot water to maintain body temperature. Zhang Dama, please respond. Chen Yue called out. Zhang Dama hurriedly retrieved the military walkie-talkie from her embrace, fumbling with it until she finally figured out how to operate it. Ah, Chen Yue, I am here. What is the matter? Zhang Dama's voice was loud, as if fearing that Chen Yue might not hear her. She was somewhat flabbergasted that Chen Yue had reached out to her. Chen Yue rubbed her ears and replied, "There is no need to speak so loudly. I can hear you just fine. Zhang Dama, I would like to ask you something. I've heard that within Lu Jianrong's faction, you need to gather supplies to exchange for food, correct?" "Yes," Zhang Dama nodded, "but the exchange rate is quite low, and most people cannot fill their stomachs." "Exactly. I also need to gather supplies now," Chen Yue explained. "I would like to ask you to go out and see if anyone is willing to serve me. I can offer food that is certainly more than what Lu Jianrong provides." Zhang Dama was taken aback. Chen Yue is also collecting supplies? Isn't his shelter almost fully stocked? What does he need supplies for? She voiced her confusion, to which Chen Yue replied, "It was merely out of interest. Zhang Dama, I will allocate food and survival supplies to you based on the number of people. You just need to help me bring back a permanent resident. And I will provide you with some food, without any cap." "That is too much." Zhang Dama shook her head in refusal. "I only hope to take good care of the elderly couple. When I run out of food and supplies, I will come to you for assistance." "That is acceptable." Chen Yue nodded in agreement. Zhang Dama's reasoning was sound. Her household lacked any combat capability. Hoarding excessive supplies would not only be unwise but could also attract trouble. Thus, rather than stockpiling at home, it was better to keep them in Chen Yue's hands, retrieving them as needed. Zhang Dama quickly tidied up before bidding farewell to the elderly couple and ventured alone into the biting wind and snow towards Lu Jianrong's stronghold. Hidden within her clothing was the list of supplies dictated by Chen Yue. To her surprise, the list did not contain any food. Rather, they consist of trivial items, such as game controllers, TC data cables, black stockings, catgirl headgear, and an array of other peculiar objects. There are even some chemical materials and mechanical components. Who would take the time to scavenge for such things in a post-apocalyptic world? Can these truly be considered resources? In a time of calamity, the essentials should encompass food, medicine, and various means of warmth and protection against the cold. Wouldn't you agree? However, since the benefactor has a demand, Aunt Zhang does not inquire further. As long as she can procure what is needed, that suffices. Chapter 109. Aunt Zhang seeks allies. Aunt Zhang had been lurking outside Lu Jianrong's stronghold for quite some time when she finally spotted a solitary figure. This person was Wang Wan, a resident of the Villa district whom Aunt Zhang recognized. Wang's family had built their fortune through the sale of electronic products and had only recently moved into the villas 2 years prior. At that time, Aunt Zhang was still a property manager, frequently visiting his home for casual chats, and the two had grown quite familiar with one another. Thus, Aunt Zhang decided to initiate her breakthrough with Wang. If she could win over just one person, the others would surely follow. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Wang," Aunt Zhang called softly from her concealed spot in the snow. Wang Wen paused, scanning the area, and soon noticed Aunt Zhang nestled in the snowdrift. His expression immediately darkened. Aunt Zhang's previous actions had deeply hurt the homeowners. When she had demanded that every household contribute supplies, Wang was the first to comply, trusting her completely. However, he never anticipated that she would betray that trust, taking all his food for herself. Consequently, upon recognizing Aunt Zhang, he pretended not to see her and turned to leave. "Don't go, Xiao Wang." Aunt Zhang could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to grasp Wang's arm. "Let go," he protested, attempting to shake her off. To his surprise, Aunt Zhang's grip was surprisingly strong, refusing to loosen. "I'm not here for food," Aunt Zhang hastily clarified. "I'm assisting Chen Yue." "Chen Yue?" The mention of this name made Wang pause. Chen Yue's reputation had spread throughout the Villa district. His sanctuary was replete with abundant supplies, warmth, and security. However, how could Aunt Zhang, his sworn enemy, possibly have any connection to him? "Are you trying to deceive me? Chen Yue would never associate with someone like you." Wang angrily wrenched his arm free from her grasp. "Get lost. I don't want to see you again." "Wang Wen, I'm not lying to you, Aunt Zhang pleaded, pulling out an item from her belongings. Just take a look at this. If you still don't believe me, I can contact Chen Yue directly and have him speak to you. Wang glanced at the note Aunt Zhang handed him. It listed game controllers, TC data cables, black stockings, catgirl headpieces. What does Chen Yue want with these? How would I know? Aunt Zhang responded exasperatedly. That's just what he asked for. Wang hesitated, scrutinizing the list once more. Finally, he retrieved a power bank from his bag and handed it to Aunt Zhang. Tomorrow, same place, he instructed. If you truly manage to bring back food, I will consider following you. Wang's reasoning was straightforward. A power bank was nearly worthless in exchange for food under Lu Jianrong's rule. If Aunt Zhang's claims proved true, she would undoubtedly be able to trade it for considerable provisions from Chen Yue. Should she return with food the next day, it would validate her story. Wang Wen was acutely aware that food was predominantly controlled by powerful factions. Aside from Chen Yue, it was exceedingly difficult for individuals to possess a substantial amount of food. It is worth noting that a power bank could be exchanged for an entire loaf of bread. Yet, with Lu Jianrong, a power bank would scarcely fetch even a fifth of a loaf. Aunt Zhang accepted the power bank, assuring him, rest assured, tomorrow at this same time and place, I shall bring back the food for you. Wang Wen nodded and subsequently departed, returning to the sanctuary provided by Lu Jianrong's faction. During this period, the rations supplied by Lu Jianrong's group had been dwindling, and Wang Wen was eager to find a new benefactor. Upon receiving the power bank, Aunt Zhang hastily made her way back to the shelter of Chen Yue. Chen Yue tossed a piece of bread to Aunt Zhang and retrieved the power bank using a. The following day, at the designated time, Aunt Zhang was already waiting at the same spot for Wang Wen. Here you go, this is your food, she said, presenting the loaf of bread from her arms. Wang Wen's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the bread. Could it truly be exchanged for food? An entire loaf, no less. And fresh, at that. Was Aunt Zhang's claim indeed genuine? Wang Wen tore open the packaging and devoured the bread in a few bites, washing it down with some cold water. Instantly, a sense of fullness enveloped him. The dense bread burst in his mouth, flooding him with a profound sense of happiness. This feeling was simply exquisite. He had lost count of the days he had gone without a satisfying meal. Aunt Zhang, is everything you said true? Absolutely. Aunt Zhang affirmed, her expression grave. I have indeed wronged you in the past. Your skepticism is entirely justified, yet this time, I am not deceiving you. Wang Wen pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, I will trust you this once. I will accompany you back to the villa district. Splendid, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, gripping Wang Wen's hand in excitement. Thank you for placing your trust in me. Given this wonderful news about the villa district, I must share it with others. Wang Wen smiled and replied, Aunt Zhang, please wait for me here. I will return shortly. Stay safe. Returning to Lu Jianrong's stronghold, Wang Wen leveraged his connections to seek out a few acquaintances. He then relayed the news regarding Chen Yue to them. Initially skeptical, the group was persuaded by Wang Wen's earnest assurances and agreed to secretly escape with him. Approximately an hour later, Wang Wen returned with 3 individuals who were also willing to return to the villa district. Under Aunt Zhang's guidance, the 5 of them made their way back to the villa district. Chapter 110. Labor for reward. Wang Wen arrived outside Chen Yue's shelter accompanied by 3 companions. Chen Yue, Aunt Zhang mentioned that we could exchange supplies here. Is that true? I have found electronic components and unopened stockings. I possess some silver jewelry and a few data cables. Can they be exchanged? The 4 of them waited for several minutes outside, yet no response came. What is happening? Is Aunt Zhang deceiving us? Wang Wen questioned. Surely not. Brother Wang Wen, did you not exchange for food? At that moment, the shooting port opened and a suspended basket was lowered. Place your items in the basket, came the instruction. Wang Wen and his companions exchanged glances and deposited their collected items into the basket. Minutes later, the basket reappeared, filled to the brim with food. Inside, a note read, each of you can see the exchange rate for what you contributed. Distribute accordingly, and do not cause a commotion. I will not be polite if you do. Chen Yue, holding a loudspeaker, observed their every move from behind the monitor. Initially, she wished to avoid any disputes over the distribution of supplies among the group. Wang Wen and his companions laid the supplies out on the snow. Electronic components. 1 steam bun, here you go. This is yours. A data cable can be exchanged for 1 piece of bread. So many. Here, this is yours. Wang Wen took on the role of distributing the supplies, ensuring that each of his companions received their fair share. Although the food was limited, they felt a sense of satisfaction. This was certainly more than they had acquired under Lu Jianrong's influence. With hard work, achieving food independence was no longer a dream. However, while the issue of food was addressed, what about the matter of heating? Chen Yue, how can we exchange for heating supplies? As soon as the words left his mouth, the shooting port opened once more, and a piece of paper fluttered out. Wang Wen caught it and glanced down. The list of exchangeable items was considerably more extensive. This was something Chen Yue had painstakingly devised. We understand now. We will return tomorrow to exchange for more supplies. Wang Wen tucked the note into his coat and prepared to leave with his 3 companions when Chen Yue's voice echoed through the loudspeaker again. You may inform others who are willing to cooperate. I will provide additional rewards based on the number of people you bring. Upon hearing of the extra rewards, Wang Wen and his companions felt invigorated. Rest assured, we will head out immediately. Although Wang Wen had no desire to return to Lu Jianrong's territory, he was determined to undermine him. Upon their return, however, due to a lack of collected supplies, Wang Wen and his companions were naturally not allocated any food. Nevertheless, they were unconcerned. Their bellies were already full. The news that supplies could be exchanged for food at Chen Yue's place spread rapidly, reaching many within Lu Jianrong's domains, prompting them to sneak out and return to the villa district to serve Chen Yue. As the number of people increased, Chen Yue enlisted the help of Aunt Zhang to manage the collection of supplies. Every day, Chen Yue would inform Aunt Zhang in advance about what items were needed for exchange. Aunt Zhang efficiently oversaw the contributions from the others, collecting them and bringing them to Chen Yue in exchange for food, which she would then distribute back to the group. Of course, Aunt Zhang was not working for free. Chen Yue promised to take good care of the elderly couple. Furthermore, he announced a long-term task, the construction of a barrier wall. If everyone worked together to build a wall using discarded furniture, appliances, and construction waste, Chen Yue promised to reward them with something even better, a diesel generator. Upon hearing about this task, the group rejoiced. Under Aunt Zhang's leadership, they eagerly commenced the construction of the barrier wall. A diesel generator was indeed a prized possession. With it, the villa area would have electricity restored, allowing for the use of heating appliances such as water heaters, electric kettles, and electric blankets, which, even in the extreme cold of the apocalypse, would be far superior to relying on firewood. After turning over a new leaf, Aunt Zhang's organizational and leadership skills had markedly improved. Under her guidance and Chen Yue's behind-the-scenes direction, the villa area flourished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jianrong's faction noticed a significant decrease in the number of people at their stronghold. In Lu Jianrong's room, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Damn it! Can someone tell me what is happening? How could we have lost so many people? I'm only rallying a handful each morning. Isn't that absurd? Brother, I know where everyone has gone. One of his lackeys, Wu, quickly interjected. Oh, where did they all go? From what I gather, most of them have returned to the villa area. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong furrowed his brow. How is that possible? They have nothing to eat or drink. Are they seeking their own demise? Here, at least they can work hard each day for a meal. What can they do over there? Brother, a junior member timidly raised his hand. I heard that Chen Yue is providing far more food than we do. Moreover, the items he requests are quite peculiar. Now, the people in the villa area hardly seek food anymore, focusing instead on collecting strange and unusual items. Lu Jianrong was taken aback. What nonsense! Chen Yue has started recruiting people to assist him in gathering supplies? And they are all bizarre items? Is Chen Yue out of his mind? Isn't gathering supplies supposed to be about collecting food and wood? What use are all those electronic products? It seems Chen Yue has an abundance of resources, but cannot put them to good use. What a lamentable situation. Chapter 111. Mr. Huang's arrival reveals the secrets of the shelter. Lu Jianrong had long coveted Chen Yue's shelter, yet the thought of the impregnable gates extinguished his desire to launch an assault. Even if he were to confront them directly, he knew he would be unable to breach those defenses, rendering his efforts futile and exhausting. The only recourse would be to target the inhabitants of the villa district. But what significance would that hold? They were merely a group of beggars, incapable of stirring any real commotion. Lu Jianrong could easily eliminate them if he so wished. At that moment, a flustered subordinate rushed in. Boss, someone has arrived. What's the hurry? Lu Jianrong's mood was already sour, and the sight of his subordinate's panic only aggravated him further. What is going on? Who is it? How many? And how many guns do they have? He assumed it was another faction seeking confrontation. It's just one person, the subordinate explained hastily. He claims to be the contractor of Chen Yue's shelter and has important matters to report to you. The contractor of Chen Yue's shelter. Lu Jianrong was taken aback. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. If this was indeed the contractor, he would possess comprehensive knowledge about the shelter. The fact that this individual had come seeking him surely meant he bore explosive news. Perhaps he could even reveal a secret passage. Quick, invite him in. Lu Jianrong urged his subordinate, hastily changing his attire before stepping outside. In the hall of the stronghold, Lu Jianrong met the individual. This man had likely been rotund before the apocalypse, as he still bore excess flesh despite days of hunger. However, he emanated a faint, unpleasant odor that made Lu Jianrong somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Lu Jianrong, seasoned in the ways of the world, approached with a warm smile and extended his hand. "What shall I call you?" "Just call me Mr. Huang," the man replied. Lu Jianrong patted Mr. Huang's hand. "Your arrival is akin to a timely gift in our hour of need. You see, I have been urging Chen Yue to open the gates and allow everyone to take refuge inside. Yet, this fellow not only refuses to do so, but has even resorted to gunfire, injuring, and even killing several of my brothers. Chen Yue is nothing short of a demon." Lu Jianrong's words struck a chord with Mr. Huang. "Indeed, Lu Gu, you are absolutely right." Tears welled in Mr. Huang's eyes. "I helped construct the shelter for Chen Yue. I may not have contributed much, but I certainly endured hardships. Yet, when I approached Chen Yue with my wife and child, he turned a high-pressure water gun on us. Lu Gu, by then, the temperature outside had plummeted to -40 degrees. The moment the water hit us, it froze within seconds. Chen Yue truly lacks humanity. He even spares neither women nor children. What has become of your wife and child?" Lu Jianrong feigned sorrow as he inquired. "If it comes to it, we can bring them here. Though our conditions are far from ideal, at the very least, we can provide a meal." Upon hearing this, General Huang's gaze instantly dimmed. After she and her daughter returned home, they fell gravely ill, and soon, the daughter passed away. "Therefore, my purpose in coming here is to join forces with you." General Huang's eyes gradually grew resolute, declaring, "I must witness Chen Yue's demise. With our brotherhood united, success is undoubtedly within our grasp." Lu Jianrong embraced General Huang's shoulders, urging, "Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. First, let us dine." Under Lu Jianrong's guidance, General Huang entered a room containing a large pot. The pot was boiling snow water, with instant noodles, ham, and some frozen meatballs nearby. Although instant noodles were hardly a delicacy before the apocalypse, in the current circumstances, having them is a mark of distinction. Especially being able to eat to one's fill is an exceedingly rare privilege. Lu Jianrong had generously brought forth half of his stock, hoping to extract information about Chen Yue's shelter from General Huang. Having not tasted proper food in quite some time, General Huang could no longer resist and scooped a bowl of broth to drink before the noodles were fully cooked. Once the noodles were soft and ready, he devoured 2 large bowls accompanied by meatballs and crab sticks, then leaned back comfortably in his chair, patting his belly. "General Huang," Lu Jianrong said, casting a sidelong glance at him, "having satisfied your appetite, we must now discuss our revenge. Share what you know, and I shall send someone to deal with Chen Yue. Once we seize the shelter, you will be second in command of our team." General Huang let out a contented belch. "Hold your horses, Brother Lu. The materials within Chen Yue's shelter are of unparalleled quality. Even for constructing a military base, they would suffice. Even explosives might prove ineffective. Thus, there is but one method to breach the shelter." "What method?" Lu Jianrong leaned in closer, listening intently. "Patience," General Huang replied with a sigh. "If we wait, Chen Yue will inevitably reveal a flaw." Upon receiving such a response from General Huang, Lu Jianrong was initially taken aback for a few seconds before fury consumed him. He seized General Huang by the collar, pressing a gun to his head. "You've eaten and drunk your fill, yet you now tell me we must wait? Is this what you think I needed to hear? Do you believe I would hesitate to kill you?" General Huang was taken aback by the sudden escalation, fear freezing him momentarily. The warm liquid trickling down his legs, coupled with overwhelming shame, jolted him back to reality. "Ouch! What are you doing?" General Huang exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm. "I know nothing more. What else do you wish me to say? Is that all you have?" Lu Jianrong gritted his teeth in anger. "Brothers, teach him a lesson. Beat him until he no longer recognizes his own mother." Chapter 112. Are you really trying to play Versailles with me? Lu Jianrong's subordinates, lacking restraint, descended upon General Huang with reckless abandon. 4 or 5 of them surrounded him, unleashing a torrent of blows that left him begging for mercy. "Please, no more. I implore you, spare me," he cried. "For heaven's sake, stop. If you continue, I shall be enraged." He whimpered, tears streaming down his face. "Enough, I beg you. Show me mercy." "Ah, but I know something." Lu Jianrong raised his hand from his seat, and his subordinates immediately ceased their assault, standing attentively by. "Speak. What else is it that I am unaware of?" General Huang, wiping the blood from his nose, sat on the ground and began to divulge. Upon hearing that Chen Yue's shelter boasted an air circulation system, heating apparatus, and even nuclear-powered electricity, Lu Jianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly something a mere mortal could achieve? Who would construct such a fortress in times of peace? This is sheer madness. However, in the present context, this fortress resembled an impenetrable iron box, safeguarding Chen Yue from any interference. Thus, the notion of breaching the shelter from the outside appeared nearly impossible. General Huang summarized the situation. "We must bide our time. The area of Chen Yue's shelter is not vast, even if filled to capacity with provisions. It could not sustain him for more than 2 years. After 2 years, without food, Chen Yue will inevitably have to venture outside. That will be our opportune moment. Upon hearing that they would have to wait 2 years, Lu Jianrong's expression darkened. So, you've been advertising Chen Yu's shelter all along. Haven to you? 2 years, you say? If I could afford to wait that long, would I need your empty words? Just as Lu Jianrong was poised to draw his pistol and silence General Huang, one of his subordinates stepped in front of him. Boss, it may have once required 2 years, but that is no longer the case. Chen Yue is currently trading food for all manner of useless items. At his current rate of waste, he will likely run out of supplies within a fortnight. When that time comes, he be the one begging us. Lu Jianrong squinted thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the tables will turn. The humiliation we endure at Chen Yu's hands will be repaid in kind. I've lived long enough to encounter all sorts of characters, but one who builds a shelter in peace and trades food for scrap in times of disaster is truly a rarity. Indeed, General Huang chimed in. Brother Lu, I have shared everything I know. When you enter the shelter, to be sure to take me along. Lu Jianrong snorted disdainfully. You cunning merchant. You kept the truth hidden until you suffered. But never mind, I am magnanimous. When the time comes, I shall reserve a small room for you within the shelter. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you. Lu Jianrong and General Huang had yet to enter Chen Yu's sanctuary when their accommodations were already arranged. Meanwhile, in the villa district, it seemed that the residents had all returned. Su Jiao glanced outside, perplexed, and remarked, Has Lu Jianrong's influence collapsed? That seems improbable. Kaimei shook her head, asserting that with so many individuals and firearms at their disposal, their downfall would not be so easily achieved. It was likely that something had transpired within the villa district. I have dispatched Su Lang to inquire, and we shall wait for his return. No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open, and Su Lang entered, his face alight with excitement. Good news, he exclaimed as he settled by the campfire, sipping water to warm himself. Stop drinking and tell us quickly. What is this good news? Su Lang, brimming with enthusiasm, shared, I just heard that Chen Yue is now exchanging food for supplies. Moreover, the items Chen Yue sought were rather peculiar, such as stockings, contraceptives, and vibrators, each with a surprisingly high exchange rate. For instance, a box of contraceptives could be exchanged for an entire loaf of bread. Damn it, Chen Yue possesses so much food. Kai may see that enviously. Doesn't he think to share some with us? What an ungrateful wretch. What good does it do to lament now? Su Shaoxian retorted, rolling her eyes at Kai Mei. What we need to consider is how to carve out our share from Chen Yue. Shaoxian is right. Su Lang continued. I heard that Chen Yue has entrusted the task of exchanging supplies to Aunt Zhang. If we could take over this role, we would have an endless supply of food. Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, the task of exchanging supplies is quite lucrative. Not only could we acquire provisions from the residents of the villa district, but we could also obtain food directly from Chen Yue. Just acting as middlemen could provide enough for our families. If we were a bit more unscrupulous and demanded kickbacks, wouldn't we be soaring to new heights? Isn't Aunt Zhang's relationship with Chen Yue rather poor? How could he entrust such an important task to her? Who knows? Su Lang replied nonchalantly. If Chen Yue can forgive Aunt Zhang, why not us? After all, Chen Yue is our Su family son-in-law. At Su Lang's words, an awkward expression crossed Su Xiaoshuan's face. What a son-in-law. Not only had she betrayed Chen Yue, but she had also forced him into divorce and humiliated him repeatedly. Now, seeing that he had food, she was back to calling him son-in-law. There's no time to lose. We must set out to plead with Chen Yue. Kai Mei concluded decisively. And the Su family set forth towards Chen Yu's sanctuary. Chapter 113. The fox assuming the tiger's might, still craving flesh. Chen Yue gazed at the surveillance footage, observing the Su family standing outside the shelter, his brow furrowing in confusion. What mischief were these individuals up to now? Chen Yue, I know you are inside. We have not come today to beg for food, but to seek employment. Su Lang shouted, straining his voice. Upon hearing Su Lang's declaration, Chen Yu's confusion deepened. Could it be that the Su family had suddenly changed their hearts and were now approaching him for work? If they were willing to put in honest labor, Chen Yue could certainly offer them something to eat. He had adopted an impartial stance towards everyone within the villa area. Through the loudspeaker, Chen Yue responded, All right. What kind of work do you wish to undertake? I see that Aunt Zhang's work is quite commendable. Let us take over her duties. Su Lang replied with confidence. After all, we are family, are we not? What do you say? Su Lang believed that given the relationship between the Su family and Chen Yue, they would surely obtain the job. Since Chen Yue had previously maintained a poor rapport with Aunt Zhang yet was now willing to assign her this lucrative task, why should the Su family be any different? However, Chen Yu's expression darkened upon hearing Su Lang's words. Do you truly wish to work? And you dare to request such a significant position right off the bat? If you seek to gather supplies and exchange them for food, I would gladly welcome it. After all, I care little whether you live or die. I merely wish for you to experience the arduous task of digging through the snow for sustenance. But if this is the work you seek, then forget it. In his heart, Chen Yue understood the Su family's capabilities. Even a good deed could be turned into a disaster in their hands. His plans must not be jeopardized by these troublemakers. Get lost. You think you are entitled to Aunt Zhang's duties? Take a good look at yourselves. Chen Yue berated through the loudspeaker. I thought you had turned over a new leaf. Yet you remain the same as before. Leave this instant. Go perish wherever you please. If you do not depart, I shall resort to gunfire. Upon hearing Chen Yue's threat, the Su family was immediately taken aback, hastily retreating. Once back inside the villa, the 4 members of the Su family gathered around the campfire, their expressions grim. Chen Yue is truly an ungrateful wretch. How could he refuse us? Indeed, he was once our son-in-law. Does he not remember how well we treated him? Enough of this talk. It serves no purpose. We must contemplate how to proceed. For I am on the verge of starvation. The group fell silent, and after a moment, Kai Mei slowly spoke. I believe that no matter what, Chen Yue remains the Su family's son-in-law, and everyone living here is aware of this. Surely, they will show us some consideration. Currently, a barrier wall is being constructed outside the community, and many people are cooking together. Once we approach, they will surely not deny us food. Su Lang's eyes brightened. Yes, you are right. Our relationship with Chen Yue is evident. They will surely consider this. Therefore, dining should pose no issue, especially with someone preparing our meals, requiring us to lift not a finger. Let us proceed at once, Su Jiao exclaimed. I am absolutely famished. The Su family exited their residence and arrived outside the villa district, where numerous individuals were constructing a partition wall. Upon spotting the Su family, someone immediately called out, Su Lang, you've come too? Thanks to your excellent son-in-law, we wouldn't have a meal otherwise. Indeed, your son-in-law is quite remarkable. He manages to procure such an abundance of food, and his generosity is commendable. Come, have you dined yet? We've just prepared some noodles. Do join us. Su Jiao gazed at the steaming pot of noodles, unable to suppress her saliva, instinctively wishing to rush forward. However, Su Lang restrained her. We've already eaten. You all enjoy. Su Lang, suppressing his hunger, smiled as he explained, my brother-in-law is a bit concerned about our progress and provisions, hence our visit. Oh, Su Lang. Rest assured, we will certainly work diligently. Another responded. Indeed, simply working guarantees us food, something we could scarcely have dreamed of before. Would you care to join us for a taste of our culinary skill? After several polite refusals, Su Lang reluctantly seated the Su family, each receiving a bowl of noodles. One of our duties is to monitor your provisions. Su Lang chuckled. So shall we indulge a little? Eat, eat. Hurry, it's quite chilly. If left too long, it will grow cold. The Su family exchanged glances before slowly beginning to eat. Su Jiao wished she could open her belly to pour in the food, yet she restrained her desire, savoring each bite. How is it? Is the work exhausting? Should you encounter any issues, do let us know. We can discuss it with Su Lang to enhance your benefits. Ha ha ha, indeed. Our son-in-law is truly impressive. Su Lang had seamlessly integrated with the workers, dining and chatting, promising some fanciful rewards. Once sated, Su Lang and his companions stood, hands clasped behind their backs. The meal was quite satisfactory. Continue your good work. We shall return to inspect this evening. Absolutely, Su Ge. Whatever you wish for this evening, we shall arrange. Is there meat? Yes, yes. Then let us have some meat. Su Lang pondered for a moment. Let me see if your meat is fresh. Certainly, Su Ge. You can count on us for this evening. Su Lang laughed as he departed with his companions. Upon returning to the villa, they burst into hearty laughter. Aha, it truly works. Su Lang chuckled until tears nearly flowed. These fools genuinely believed it. This communication disruption is indeed a delightful occurrence. Ha! Chapter 114. The deception unveiled. Kai Mei laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, at long last, our hardships have borne fruit. With Chen Yue's name backing us, we shall command everyone in the villa district. Before long, that Aunt Zhang will be unable to continue. When that time comes, we shall seize her position. Kai Mei's gaze sparkled with anticipation, envisioning a future where they could merely recline at home while provisions would be delivered to them. Reminiscent of the days before the apocalypse when they reigned supreme, the Su family was quite elated. The frigid air outside rendered any venture for supplies or labor a daunting task. Now, they could simply remain indoors and, when the time came, partake in the bounty. How delightful that would be. Thus, the Su family languished in comfort for several days without anyone suspecting their antics. Remarkably, some individuals even delivered goods to the Su household, hoping to ingratiate themselves and leave a favorable impression on Chen Yue. Those who had once resided in villas before the cataclysm possessed an almost cunning approach to social dealings, which only inflated Su Lang's arrogance. causing him to regard others with disdain. He would unleash his wrath at the slightest provocation. One day, while Chen Yue was conducting a routine surveillance check, he discovered the Su family's misdeeds, igniting his fury. Damn it! This bunch of good-for-nothings is not only inept, but also repugnant. Even in the face of the apocalypse, they continue to scheme. What on earth are they thinking? The residents of the Villa district were equally foolish, still attempting to curry favor with him through backdoor dealings. Oblivious to the fact that he had severed ties with the Su family long ago. Pacing in contemplation, Chen Yue pondered his next steps. Should he confront the Su family directly and expose their true nature? No, that would be too humiliating, and the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Perhaps it would be wiser to delegate this task to Aunt Zhang, as she was more reliable. He promptly called Aunt Zhang via the intercom, and she responded without delay. Aunt Zhang, there is a matter that requires your attention. Please clarify to everyone in the Villa district that I, Chen Yue, have long since cut ties with the Su family. Should they feel deceived regarding their supplies, they must seek out these 4 individuals from the Su family. Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a scandal involving the Su family. Understood, leave it to me. I shall handle this right away. After placing the intercom down, she prepared to depart, but the individual in front of her, waiting to exchange supplies, was reluctant to let her leave. Please, Aunt Zhang, don't rush off just yet. I need to complete my exchange first. Aunt Zhang cast a glance at the person and inquired, You haven't delivered any supplies to the Su villa, have you? The person hesitated before responding, I have delivered. Isn't Chen Yue the Su family's son-in-law? Little did they know, Chen Yue had already severed all connections with the Su family, and he had divorced Su Xiaoxian long ago. Zhang Dama expressed her frustration. Questioning who else had sent help, she urged everyone to spread the word to prevent further deception. Upon hearing this, the expression on the man's face darkened immediately. He had managed to trade the supplies he had collected for a considerable amount of food, yet half of it was given to the Su family villa. His intention was to seek assistance from the Su family to speak to Chen Yue, hoping to gain entry into Chen Yue's shelter or to secure a less demanding job, akin to what Zhang Dama had. To his astonishment, his backdoor dealings had gone awry, much like Su Lang, who had taken the wrong path. Just days ago, Su Lang had confidently informed him that Chen Yue had agreed to allow a group of people to reside in his villa, and his name was among them. Still in disbelief, the man probed further. Zhang Dama, you can't be deceiving me, can you? Zhang Dama, exasperated, sighed, contemplating the man's naivety for not grasping the situation. Consider this, she urged, if the residents of the Su villa had such a close relationship with Chen Yue, why haven't they moved into his shelter yet? Use your brain. After absorbing Zhang Dama's words, the man's expression grew increasingly grim as he finally accepted the harsh reality. He dashed out, racing to convey the news to everyone. Within the villa community, more than a dozen individuals had delivered food to the Su villa. Upon hearing this revelation, they were initially taken aback. But soon they began to accept the truth, their indignation boiling over. The Su family is truly shameless, deceiving even their neighbors. One lamented, I've been frequenting their home, hoping for a backdoor entry into Chen Yue's shelter, only to find this. Alas, brothers, we must confront them and demand our belongings back. Another declared, Indeed. Let us go. With sticks in hand, the group marched toward the Su villa. At that moment, Su Lang had just finished lunch and was leisurely lounging on the sofa, picking his teeth. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, causing him to sit up abruptly. Has someone already come bearing food? He mused. How quickly these fools act. Well, let us see what delicacies they have brought this time. Su Lang strolled to the entrance and opened the door, revealing a gathering of over a dozen people. Oh, what brings so many of you here? He smiled, eyeing the crowd. Show me what you brought today. Let me reiterate. Whoever delivers the most and the finest items will gain priority access to Chen Yue's shelter. Chapter 115. Luxurious rewards do not lament over such trivial matters. You must understand that within Chen Yue's sanctuary, there is an abundance of everything. You have seen the photographs, now hasten to retrieve your belongings. For I am eager to retire for the night. A dozen individuals remained silent, their icy stares fixed upon Su Lang, their expressions menacing. Suddenly, it seemed as if he grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as the first person ready to raise a club to strike, Su Lang swiftly closed the door. Bang, bang, bang. Su Lang, open the door. By God, I will make you pay for this. Open up. Return our possessions, you scoundrel. We venture out daily in search of food, while you, this wretch, seek to reap without sowing. Open the door, or we shall set your house ablaze. With his back pressed firmly against the door, Su Lang dared not exhale. He was perplexed. Why had these individuals suddenly become enlightened? This was unexpected. Based on his experience in capital exploitation, the lower class was not supposed to access genuine information. It thrived on the disparity of knowledge. The clamor outside roused Kai Mei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao from upstairs. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? What is going on outside? Kai Mei inquired anxiously. Mother, these people have suddenly come to their senses. They have realized the situation. They threatened that if we do not return their belongings, they will burn our house down. Kai Mei's face turned pale, nearly causing her to faint. If their home were truly set ablaze, the 4 members of the Su family would be left homeless. In such frigid temperatures, without a place to seek refuge, their demise was inevitable. Kai Mei approached the door and shouted, What do you intend to do? If you dare, set fire to this house. Let us see if Chen Yue will tolerate your actions. Even if our ties with Chen Yue have frayed, we were once family. Do you comprehend the ramifications of wanton murder within this residential area? Upon hearing her words, the assailants began to calm. Indeed, the atmosphere in the residential area had shifted dramatically. If they were to take the lives of the Su family, what difference would it make from the past? The crux of the matter remained. The divorce was real, yet the bond of family had existed. Chen Yue may not care now, but what of the future? Wait for it. Even if I cannot destroy you, I will not allow you to find peace. Indeed, let us see how long you can endure without sustenance. Brothers, let us depart. We shall no longer concern ourselves with the Su family. The individuals outside began to hurl threats before departing. As they watched the assailants leave, Kai Mei and the others finally exhaled in relief. However, it was not long before someone returned to the exterior of the Su villa. Just as Su Lang and Su Xiaoxian were filled with confusion, they heard the sound of someone splashing something upon their front door. The individual then hastily retreated. Curious, Su Lang opened the door, only to be met with a sight that made him gag involuntarily. It was a foul mixture of excrement and urine. Once these filth was splattered upon their front door, it solidified within a mere 10 seconds. The brownish substance covered the entrance, its nauseating stench lingering even in the breeze. Who could be so despicable? Kai Mei approached and, upon witnessing the scene, erupted into a furious tirade. If you have the guts, confront me directly. What kind of hero resorts to defiling my door? Yet, her outburst proved utterly futile. In the subsequent days, filth continued to be hurled at their home daily. The Su family's villa had transformed into a veritable public latrine for the entire neighborhood. Thus, 30 days into the apocalypse, the snow finally ceased. A relentless snowfall had enveloped the world for a full 30 days, and on this day, it finally abated. The residents of the villa community emerged to gaze at the sky, their eyes brimming with hope. The cessation of snowfall heralded a glimmer of optimism. However, the temperature plummeted immediately after the snow stopped, prompting a pressing need for everyone to procure additional supplies. At that moment, Aunt Zhang gathered everyone at her residence for a meeting. Once all had assembled, she cleared her throat and announced, Just now, Chen Yue contacted me with new directives. This time, there are several tasks. First, Chen Yue has requested that we clear the accumulated snow in the community. Second, we are to assist the elderly couple in establishing a medical station, as Grandpa Zhao is a doctor. With the snow ceased and temperatures dropping significantly, the likelihood of illness will markedly increase. Chen Yue's initiative is indeed for our benefit. Moreover, once we clear the snow, we may also find ways to cultivate some cold-resistant crops in the community. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Yue's tasks were undoubtedly for the collective good. Even without his urging, they were compelled to act. Indeed, clearing the snow and setting up the medical station were initiatives aimed at enhancing the welfare of all. And with the promise of rewards upon completion, he truly was a commendable individual. Absolutely, absolutely. Aunt Zhang waved her hands to quiet the crowd. Before you all rush to express your gratitude, there's more. Chen Yue has also instructed us to gather power generation devices and fuel, and to seek out any electricians. He intends to establish a power supply for the community so that everyone can have electricity. Upon hearing this new task from Chen Yue, excitement surged among the crowd. This was yet another endeavor aimed at improving their lives. Goodness, could Chen Yue be a savior? Why does he go to such lengths? I feel so guilty. I had previously criticized him. You're not alone. I too have scolded him before. After we finish our work, I plan to bow to him at his shelter. Count me in, I shall join as well. Once the crowd settled down, Aunt Zhang continued, the rewards this time are quite generous. And once the snow is entirely cleared from the community, Chen Yue has promised a seafood feast to reward everyone. What? A seafood feast? Chapter 116, Mutual Blame and Ultimately, Hard Work. Upon hearing the news, everyone found it hard to believe their ears. A seafood feast. For days, they had subsisted on mere bread, and instant noodles had seemed a luxury. Now, Chen Yue had the audacity to promise them a lavish seafood banquet. Was this a glimpse of paradise? Goodness gracious, Chen Yue had brought forth the provisions from her own home for their enjoyment. What excuse did they have not to labor diligently? Indeed, A single day without working the full 8 hours would be an affront to the prospect of that sumptuous feast. Brother, your calculations are mistaken. 8 hours translates to 2 shifts. I am not mistaken. I am indeed referring to 8 hours. If you work only 8 hours a day, how can you find the audacity to indulge in a seafood feast? I ask you, is that not a source of embarrassment? Exactly. To work merely 8 hours and still partake in a seafood banquet? Your audacity knows no bounds. Thus, it is settled. We shall all commence our daily toil with a minimum of 8 hours. Indeed, anyone who dares to shirk their responsibilities, failing to work the requisite 8 hours, shall be met with our scorn when the time for the seafood feast arrives. Absolutely. The one chastised immediately became the target of collective ire, lowering his head in shame. Yet, this ignited a fervor among the others. They were eager to see shovels, snowplows, and ice scrapers charging forth to labor. In the ensuing days, the community members worked with a fervor that was almost reckless, dividing into several groups. Some youthful and vigorous individuals set about clearing the snow within the neighborhood. Others, willing to venture out, gathered electric generators and fuel, inquiring where electricians could be found. Still others sought out medical supplies, collecting traditional Chinese herbs from local pharmacies. The elderly gentleman among the couple, being a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, possessed a deeper understanding of these herbs. Observing the industrious efforts of the villa residents, Chen Yue and Tang Xiaoxian could no longer remain idle. They fervently implored Chen Yue to allow them to contribute as well, feeling that only through labor could they truly realize their personal worth. Chen Yue acquiesced, providing them with pepper spray and tactical flashlights for their safety. The Su family, witnessing the fervent activity within the villa area and hearing whispers of the rewards promised by Chen Yue, were filled with regret. As they sat indoors, the unpleasant odors wafting around them, they began to blame one another. Su Lang, it's all your fault. You led us into a life of indulgence. And now we find ourselves like turtles, unable to venture out and work. What about you? You did nothing but eat, consuming more than anyone else. Su Lang retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Su Jiao. Then he turned his ire towards Kai Mei. Mother, this is your doing. Whose foolish idea was it to lounge about? If we had diligently gathered supplies from the beginning, we too could be enjoying a seafood feast now. However, at present, we find ourselves confined within our home, inhaling the foul stench from outside. All the neighbors regard us as adversaries, unwilling to utter a single word to us. This must be what they call social death. Can I be blamed for this? Kai Mei retorted defiantly. You all are so languid that you could grow maggots. None of you are willing to step outside and work. What else can I do but deceive? If only you were a tad more industrious, I, as your mother, would not have to resort to such measures and could simply wait at home for your filial piety. It seemed you desired nothing but to reap the benefits without toil? Kai Mei's words incited the ire of her children. The four of them erupted into a cacophony of accusations, pointing fingers at one another for several hours before finally relenting. This life is unbearable, not for a single moment. After careful consideration, Su Xiaoxian declared, I will seek out Chen Yue to apologize. I intend to work. Have you lost your mind? If you go out now and are discovered, all eyes will turn against you. Su Lang immediately blocked her path as she rushed towards the door. If we are to go, it must be at night. Venturing out now is unwise. Su Xiaoxian stood still for a few moments, contemplating, before finally nodding in agreement. When night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, the Su family stealthily emerged under the cover of darkness, arriving at the shelter's entrance. Chen Yue had just engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Xiaoxian when he spotted the 4 members of the Su family standing outside through the surveillance monitor. What are they doing here at this hour? He pondered, but it was clear what their purpose was. A cold smile crept across his face as he emerged from the pristine white BMW. What brings you here at such a late hour? Just get lost. I'm trying to sleep. Chen Yue's displeasure echoed through the loudspeaker. We're here to express our stance. Su Xiaoxian initially intended to apologize, but after her family's persuasion, she altered her words, merely stating their intention to declare their position. Chen Yue, we are willing to work. However, you cannot use our past actions against us. We demand equal treatment. Chen Yue, nestled under the covers, absent-mindedly stroked Tang Xiaoxian's hair while responding through the loudspeaker. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Prove your worth first. Moreover, whether the others in the villa community will accept you is still in question. So refrain from overthinking. Very well, we will work. But do not forget my words, Chen Yue. As for whether the others will accept us, that is our concern. After delivering her statement, Su Xiaoxian turned on her heel, leaving without a backward glance. Her retreating figure and demeanor suggested they were engaged in something extraordinarily audacious. Chapter 117, The Strategy Meeting of the Think Tank. How to conquer Chen Yue. The following day, the Su family surprised Chen Yue with their actions. The 4 of them went from door to door, offering heartfelt apologies and pledging to work diligently. They even promised to allocate half of their earnings as compensation to the community. Whether their intentions were genuine is another matter, but their declarations were indeed made. And they followed through with their promises. Given the relationship between the Su family and Chen Yue, despite their divorce, the complexities of marital discord often allow for reconciliation. After all, with Su Xiaoshuan's beauty, it may not be an impossible feat. Thus, the community chose to forgive them, allowing the Su family to officially join the workforce. However, it did not take long for them to realize the daunting reality of their situation. The residents of the Villa district were exceedingly industrious. Although the legal workday was only 8 hours, these individuals voluntarily extended their hours to an exhausting 16. Even a weary donkey would shake its head in disbelief. After a few days, the Su family began to entertain thoughts of shirking their responsibilities, opting for laziness whenever possible, with everyone preoccupied with their own struggles for survival. Few had the time or energy to monitor their efforts. After all, the mere fact that these four were willing to work was considered a miracle. What more could be expected? Meanwhile, Lu Jianrong grew increasingly agitated as he noticed that, despite the passage of several days, the shelter where Chen Yue resided still had a supply of food. He could no longer remain idle. Upon dispatching his men for inquiries, he learned that the residents of the Villa district were constructing isolation walls. Moreover, his subordinates reported that Chen Yue's resources were seemingly endless, with promises of extravagant lobster feasts for the Villa residents. This was utterly absurd. Lu Jianrong had allowed these individuals to depart with the intent of depleting Chen Yue's food reserves, so why were they still intact? Upon hearing this news, he hastily convened his think tank. Brothers, I am preparing for a full-scale assault on the Villa district. They are currently erecting isolation walls. If they complete this task, breaching their defenses will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I implore each of you to reflect on how we can infiltrate Chen Yue's shelter. The think tank exchanged glances, each reluctant to speak. Frustration surged within Lu Jianrong as he surveyed the silence surrounding him. You inept fools, all you do is eat and drink. What else can you possibly contribute? At this critical juncture, not a single one of you dares to voice an opinion? Do you not envy Chen Yue's solitary and comfortable existence within her shelter? Do you not yearn to experience a life akin to paradise? After his tirade, the heads of his subordinates lowered even further. It was not that they lacked desire. Rather, they were utterly at a loss for how to proceed. To put it bluntly, Chen Yue's shelter resembled an impenetrable fortress, making any attempt to invade seem like a fanciful dream. Moreover, the individual known as Chen Yue is exceedingly cunning. He does not confront you head-on, but rather employs subtle tactics that catch you off guard. Furthermore, no one is privy to the extent of his arsenal. Should anyone propose a suggestion, Lu Jianrong's temperament would undoubtedly compel that individual to implement it. A failure would lead to repercussions, and why endure such consequences? The real concern is the potential loss of one's life. Just as Lu Jianrong was preparing to unleash his wrath, however, Wu Laoda raised his hand. Look at you all. You seasoned veterans are outshone by a newcomer. Lu Jianrong, satisfied, stepped forward to pat Wu Laoda on the shoulder, casting a fierce glare at the crowd. If Wu Yu's proposal enables us to seize the shelter, I shall appoint him as my second-in-command, and none of you shall dare to oppose. Those who defy me shall face dire consequences. Lu Jianrong signaled Wu Yu to proceed. After clearing his throat and surveying the assembly, Wu Yu spoke slowly. Even if Chen Yue is formidable, he is still but a man. We could launch smoke bombs into his ventilation system. If we disrupt his airflow, it is only a matter of time before Chen Yue surrenders. Before Lu Jianrong could respond, Mr. Huang sighed and shook his head. Wu Yu, your idea is commendable, but regrettably, if you considered it, Chen Yue had already anticipated it before the apocalypse and took preventive measures. When he instructed me to construct the shelter, he also mandated the installation of an air circulation system. Moreover, alarmingly, the ventilation ducts are ingeniously embedded within the inner walls of the shelter, shielded by thick steel and concrete. The fresh air intakes are positioned atop the structure. To compromise his ventilation system would necessitate dismantling the walls. And if we were to do that, we could simply breach the shelter without needing to focus on the ventilation system. Wu Yu was taken aback by Chen Yue's foresight, realizing that the plan to target the ventilation system was futile. Damn that Chen Yue. Does he possess some prophetic ability? Lu Jianrong slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Whether or not he has such foresight remains uncertain. But one thing is clear. He either received some insider information or merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Mr. Huang sighed once more and continued. Before the apocalypse, the world was already rife with unrest, with various incidents occurring globally. Should any significant upheaval arise, it is indeed possible that the world could descend into chaos. Thus, Chen Yue may very well be an apocalyptic theorist. Such individuals often exhibit peculiar behaviors, striving tirelessly to construct shelters in anticipation of an uncertain demise. Is there truly no way to infiltrate Chen Yue's sanctuary? The mere thought of the abundant food and superior living conditions within Chen Yu's shelter filled Lu Jianrong with envy and resentment. Chapter 118. Su family's indolence provokes public anger unexpectedly. The usually taciturn Mr. Huang suddenly spoke up. Boss Lu, I have an idea, though its implementation may prove quite challenging. Nevertheless, it is the sole method to infiltrate Chen Yu's sanctuary. What method? Lu Jianrong inquired eagerly. Instead of offering a direct explanation, Mr. Huang dipped his finger in water and began sketching the outline of the sanctuary. Behold, this is Chen Yu's refuge, along with the layout of its various facilities. He meticulously marked the symbols on the diagram, elucidating their significance to Lu Jianrong and the others. Gradually, they began to comprehend the structure of this sanctuary. If feasible, we could dispatch an elite team to scale the outer moat, and then use a flamethrower against the tempered glass of Chen Yu's residence, Mr. Huang proposed, drawing a circle on the map. Don't be absurd. Tempered glass can withstand bullets. What good will a flamethrower do? One of the subordinates retorted. Are you planning to melt the glass? Its melting point is around 1,200 degrees. You know nothing. Are you familiar with thermal expansion and contraction? First, we heat it. Then douse it with water, and the glass will become brittle, understand? Mr. Huang shot him a disdainful glance before continuing to Lu Jianrong. Boss, this is our only option. If we can devise a way to breach the outer wall and directly spray the villa's glass, we can force our way in, even if it takes time. The glass is the weakest point of the entire sanctuary, being only 25 centimeters thick. After absorbing Mr. Huang's suggestion, Lu Jianrong sat in contemplation for a moment. Although this approach seemed implausible at first, upon further reflection, it indeed appeared far simpler than other alternatives. While the flamethrower may not directly melt the glass, it could render it brittle layer by layer. If they could create a hole, subsequent actions would become significantly easier. Whether in offense or defense, they would seize the initiative. Even if they did not wish to enter the sanctuary themselves, they could still create disturbances through this breach. I concur with your idea, Lu Jianrong declared decisively. Brothers, let us get to work. It is time for Chen Yue to experience some suffering. However, as Lu Jianrong instructed his subordinates to gather the flamethrowers, another issue arose. They had exhausted all fuel during the earlier door-cutting operation. Moreover, even if they procured more fuel, scaling the outer wall presented its own challenges. They could not simply stroll over and leap the wall without a plan. After hearing his subordinates' reports, Lu Jianrong let out a heavy sigh. Who would have thought that in the end, Chen Yue would evade a calamity? However, he is like a grasshopper in autumn, able to leap only a few more days. Once I have secured control over the other areas in the coastal district and have sufficient manpower, I shall seek him out for retribution. That sanctuary shall be mine for the taking. Chen Yue was oblivious to the events transpiring on Lu Jianrong's side, as all his energy was devoted to the community renovation. Under the collective effort of the residents, the renovation was progressing fervently, fueled by the provisions Chen Yue supplied, which invigorated everyone as spirits. Some diligent individuals even insisted on laboring for 9 hours just to feel satisfied. However, among them were the Su family quartet. Although they were no longer ostracized, they could not endure the arduous work and constantly sought ways to shirk their responsibilities. Whenever they were tasked with labor, they would feign the need to relieve themselves or claim discomfort. Yet, when it came time for food distribution, they received rations equivalent to those of their industrious counterparts. Chen Yue observed the Su family's work ethic through surveillance footage, and he could not suppress his disdainful laughter. How infuriating it was that these individuals remained unchanged. Even Aunt Zhang had transformed, while these four had not shown any improvement since their visit to him. He had hoped that their encounter would spark some change, but alas, that was not the case. Nonetheless, this was a typical manifestation of a communal system. There would always be those who sought to evade work, which served as a reminder for Chen Yue. If he aspired to establish his own influence, he needed to refine the community's regulations, ensuring that incidents like those involving the Su family would not recur. With this thought in mind, Chen Yue contacted Aunt Zhang via intercom. Aunt Zhang, henceforth, reduce the food rations for the Su family quartet. They will not receive normal provisions until they can demonstrate a commitment to their work. Please keep a close watch on their efforts during this period. Upon receiving Chen Yue's directive, Aunt Zhang promptly agreed and implemented the changes that very afternoon. When Su Lang went to collect the rations for the Su family, he was dismayed to find their portions significantly smaller than those of others. This incited his displeasure, and he suspected Aunt Zhang was intentionally making things difficult for them. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to confront her. Aunt Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Why are our rations so much less than everyone else's? Don't forget, you owe your position to my son-in-law Chen Yue. I could have him remove you with a mere word. Aunt Zhang cast a disinterested glance at Su Lang and unflinchingly replied, to be frank, the reduction in your food rations is a direct order from Chen Yue. What do you and your family do each day? Must I enumerate your laziness in detail? Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, the queue of residents began to voice their disapproval. Indeed, Su Lang, look at how often you excuse yourself to the restroom, making numerous trips in a single day. Do you think you are made of water? And your sister Su Jiao? All she does is act cute and beg others for help. In this world's end, who is going to indulge you? Absolutely, I support Chen Yue's decision. He is entirely justified in reducing the Su family's rations. As Su Lang became the target of collective ire, his composure faltered. These were neighbors from his hometown. How could he maintain any semblance of dignity? Just as Su Lang was about to erupt, he discovered a drone silently observing him. Chapter 119. Fortuitous blessings. Even Su Lang could discern that the drone was armed. The one controlling the drone was none other than Chen Yue, seated within the shelter. It turned out that, with the assistance of Shan Xian and Tang Xiaozhen, Chen Yue had successfully managed the fire control system of the shooting port. Furthermore, he had outfitted 4 drones with the surplus fire control systems. Although these drones were modest in size, they were nonetheless equipped with 22 caliber pistol ammunition, making it exceedingly easy to take a life. As Su Lang observed the ominous black muzzle of the drone aimed directly at him, he instantly refrained from any outburst. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom on Aunt Zhang's waist. Aunt Zhang, increase the volume. I have a few words for Su Lang. Following her instructions, Aunt Zhang placed the intercom on the table. Su Lang, I provide you with food and work. Thus, you must perform your tasks diligently. Should you choose to be lazy, do not blame me for being unkind. This villa community does not harbor idlers. Do you understand? If you wish to act like a lord, then leave this place. Otherwise, consider how you might meet your end. Su Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei, having waited for their son's return without success, came to seek him out. Coincidentally, they overheard Chen Yue's recent remarks. Upon hearing them, Su Xiaoxian's eyes instantly reddened. She stepped forward, seizing the intercom to shout at Chen Yue. Chen Yue, why are you so heartless? Although our family has indeed wronged you in the past, we have sincerely apologized. Why do you continue to hold this against us? Can we not be friends? And regarding Lin Jiao, yes, do you know how he died? He was killed by my brother, Su Lang. His death should sufficiently attest to our sincerity, no? Simultaneously, silence enveloped both the intercom and Aunt Zhang's household. Chen Yue's derisive laughter gradually intensified. Haha, you wish for my forgiveness? That can only happen in one way. You must die. The Su family members remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Yue had already been wronged by them once before, mistakenly believing he held a grudge over past events. Su Xiaoxian's words had ignited the flames of Chen Yue's wrath. Only in death will I forgive you. As long as you exist in this world, I shall never grant you absolution. To be honest, if it were not for the current lack of personnel in this villa community, I would not have allowed you to remain here at all. Moreover, that drone has already fired. Su Xiaoxian was taken aback by Chen Yue's mercilessness, left frozen in place upon hearing his words. Chen Yue, is there truly no way back for us? Can we not even be friends? After a long pause, Su Xiaoxian finally voiced the question that weighed heavily on her heart. Friends? You think you are worthy of being my friend? Chen Yue scoffed. If your family wishes to survive, there is but one path. Obey my orders and work diligently. Should I show mercy, perhaps I may spare your lives. However, if you continue to hinder the progress of others, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Xiaoxian fell into silence for nearly a minute after hearing this, and then raised her head with unwavering determination. I do not require your support. I will leave this place. What? Chen Yue could hardly believe her ears. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. I have stated my intention to depart, and I shall take my family with me. You said this yourself. I hope you can maintain some semblance of dignity and refrain from dismissing your own words as mere nonsense. Chen Yue could barely contain her excitement, longing to celebrate with a barrage of firecrackers. Leaving this place, given their four's utterance outside, they would likely not survive a week. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxuan's words, Kai Mei, Su Jiao, and Su Lang's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly approached and seized the walkie-talkie. Chen Yue, our little Xian is merely jesting. Do not take her seriously. We will work diligently, rest assured. Do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. She is just mad, speaking nonsense. Indeed, you may not know this, but my sister has been ill since childhood. However, there was no further response from Chen Yue on the walkie-talkie. Su Xiaoxian, amidst the gaze of many, turned and strode away like a victorious general returning from battle. The remaining 3 from the Su family rushed to catch up, bringing Su Xiaoxian back to the villa. Little Xian, have you lost your mind? Where can we go if we leave here? Where will we find food? Where will we live? Are you not condemning us all to death? Kai Mei was furious. After much effort, they had finally found a place to stay and food to eat. Yet, Su Xiaoxian, in her bid to show off, had the audacity to declare her intention to leave. It would be one thing if she left alone, but she intended to take the Su family with her. Was this not sheer madness? As Su Shaoxian packed her belongings, she replied, "You all have witnessed it. Although we have food here, it is merely a handout. We have shelter, but it is filthy, akin to a dog kennel. I intend to rely on my own strength to survive in this apocalypse. I will no longer beg Chen Yue. Hurry and gather your things. We are leaving. Perhaps we will discover a place better than this once we depart." Seeing that they could not sway Su Shaoxian, Kai Mei, accompanied by Su Jiao and Su Lang, descended to the first floor. "What shall we do? When she gets stubborn, she is as obstinate as a mule." Kai Mei sighed. "Regardless, I will not leave this place. It is not easy to find food, and I refuse to venture into the icy wilderness, fluctuating between hunger and a meager meal. No, it is impossible to be satiated. It is merely a matter of eating less or having nothing at all." Su Jiao was the first to declare her stance. "Moreover, I certainly cannot survive in the frigid cold." Chapter 120. Fortuitous circumstances. Su Jiao was vehemently opposed to leaving, and Kai Mei and Su Lang shared her reluctance. After all, this place provided sustenance and safety. Venturing beyond meant plunging into the vast, perilous white expanse where danger lurked at every corner. Moreover, what if they encountered Lu Jianrong's men? At that moment, Su Shaoxian descended with a backpack, asking, "Why are you all still standing here? Aren't you going to pack your things?" "Shaoxian, we genuinely do not wish to depart," Kai Mei interjected, grasping Su Shaoxuan's hand. "The outside world is fraught with peril. You must contemplate this carefully. Life here is manageable, but once we step out, it will be entirely different. Especially since you are a girl, you are well aware of the wicked individuals that roam outside. Thus, you must think this through." Unwavering in her resolve, Su Shaoxian observed that her family was unwilling to accompany her. She decided to venture out alone. "Son, you must follow your sister," Kai Mei urged Su Lang, desperate to avert any misfortune. "Why should I follow her? She desires independence, so let her be independent." Su Lang retorted. "What sort of talk is that?" Kai Mei glared at Su Lang. "She is, after all, your sister. Can you bear the thought of her wandering out there alone? You know the dangers that lie beyond. Hurry up and bring your sister back. Or don't bother coming home at all." Reluctantly, Su Lang took up a stick and stepped outside. The world beyond was vibrant yet fraught with danger. It was imperative to have something for self-defense. As Su Lang followed the footprints, he saw Su Shaoxian just as she was scaling the barrier. "Damn it, what bad luck." Su Lang hurriedly climbed over the wall and chased after her. "Why did you follow me?" Su Shaoxian inquired, surprised. "Do you intend to come with me?" "Let us just go back," Su Lang insisted. "It's truly dangerous out there. Though we may not be welcomed in the villa area, at least it is safe." "Huh. No need to persuade me. My mind is made up," Su Shaoxian declared, striding forward. "I refuse to believe I cannot find food out there." Su Lang sighed in resignation and continued to follow her. After walking for over 3 hours, they arrived near another neighborhood. Not long after, they were astonished to see a crowd gathered ahead. Lu Jianrong's men were addressing the residents of this community and forcing them to labor. "Search thoroughly. Do not overlook anyone," commanded one of Lu Jianrong's subordinates. At this, a dozen armed henchmen began to scour the vicinity, startling Su Shaoxian and Su Lang. "We cannot linger here. We will be captured soon," Su Shaoxian exclaimed, scanning her surroundings. She spotted a nearby building with a glass window. "Let us break the glass and get inside, quickly." Su Shaoxian seized the iron rod from Su Lang's hands and shattered the glass in one swift motion, then slipped inside. It was only then that they realized they had inadvertently entered the second floor after breaking the glass. The incessant snowfall over the past several days had completely buried the first floor, so they found themselves on the second floor platform. What was that sound? There must be others. Let us go check it out. Damn it, if I catch them, I will peel their skin off. Lu Jianrong's men followed the sound, and, upon seeing the shattered glass, immediately jumped inside as well. Su Lang and Su Shaoxian, on the verge of being apprehended, hastily ran downstairs. The first floor, having been buried in snow, had rendered visibility extremely low, and they dared not make a sound as they concealed themselves in the stairwell. At that moment, a figure appeared on the first floor, beginning to search each room. Eventually, this individual approached the stairwell door, just as a voice echoed from above. "Lao San, hurry up and finish searching the first floor. Brother Feng wants us to check upstairs." "Understood." Lao San, standing at the stairwell door, decided to abandon his search there and dashed upstairs. After Lu Jianrong's men thoroughly searched the first floor, they proceeded to the upper levels, allowing Su Shaoxian and Su Lang to narrowly escape capture. "Shaoxian, look. If it weren't for our luck this time, we would have already been caught." Su Lang spoke in a hushed tone to Su Shaoxian, urging her, "Let us go back. We must heed caution. The outside world is not a place for anyone to linger. If I were caught, it wouldn't be the end of the world." I might just get a beating. But what if you were captured? Those bandits wouldn't care about the consequences. You would surely endure inhumane torment, ultimately becoming their plaything. How do you expect to survive out there? Shouldn't we focus on working diligently in the villa area and earn our rightful wages instead? The events they had just experienced left Su Shaoxian feeling apprehensive. After hearing Su Lang's words, her resolve began to waver. Should they really return? I have already severed ties with Chen Yue. What would it mean to go back now? I would not only be ridiculed by everyone in the villa area, but Chen Yue would mock me as well. No, I cannot simply return. Ignoring Su Lang's objections, Su Shaoxian flung open the stairwell door and commenced her search of the first floor. In that moment, she noticed something peculiar about a dilapidated house ahead. Upon entering, she found that one wall had collapsed, allowing a significant amount of snow to pour into the room. However, Su Shaoxuan's sharp eyes spotted a box of cookies nestled amidst the snow. This is a convenience store. I have been here before. Su Lang, catching up, surveyed the room's layout. Brother, look here. Su Shaoxian exclaimed as she unearthed the cookies from the snow and handed them to Su Lang. There is actually food here. Chapter 121. The adventurer's reward. Su Lang could hardly believe that he had stumbled upon food in such an unexpected place, and his interest was piqued. Shaoxian, do you think there could be other supplies buried beneath this wall in the pile of snow? Upon hearing this, Su Shaoxian's eyes gradually brightened. Let us give it a try. We might actually find something. Without hesitation, the siblings commenced their excavation of the snow. Initially, they harbored little hope. Yet reality rewarded their efforts. Beneath the snow and the wall lay a substantial cache of food, instant noodles, biscuits, bread, chips, and more, in considerable quantity. Before long, the unearthed provisions had formed a small mountain. Haha, we have struck gold, Su Lang exclaimed, gazing at the towering pile of food. We can afford to rest for several days without having to work. Quick, find a box. Let us take this back. Back? Su Shaoxian shook her head. No. I want to go back. Su Lang sighed lightly, realizing that his sister was once again being obstinate. Shaoxian, aren't you eager to prove yourself? If that is the case, wouldn't he returning home be a resounding slap in Chen Yue's face? He believes you cannot survive out here. How would he react to you bringing back such a bounty of food? Hearing Su Lang's words, Su Shaoxian's eyes sparkled with determination. Let us go back. We'll pack everything up right now. The two siblings swiftly packed the food into a box and, finding the area deserted, set out on their journey back to the villa district. By the time they arrived, dusk had fallen. On the other side of the isolation wall, many were still busy. As they caught sight of Su Lang and Su Shaoxian, whispers erupted. How did the Su siblings manage to get out? Don't you know? Su Shaoxian had a falling out with Chen Yue and claimed she would survive on her own. So they went out searching for food? Indeed. But I doubt they found anything substantial, or they wouldn't have returned looking so disheartened. That may not be the case. Look at the box Su Lang is carrying. It might contain food. As Su Lang and Su Shaoxian drew closer, the crowd jested. Oh, look who is back. The Su siblings. Giving up on self-reliance? Haha. Who needs to rely on oneself when one can rely on Chen Yue? In these times, those who depend on themselves are as good as buried. Su Shaoxian glared at them coldly and then scoffed. Open your eyes and see what I have. She snatched the box from Su Lang's hands. Look. Just look. Su Shaoxian, found all this food on my excursion. Do I still need to depend on Chen Yue? Upon witnessing the contents of the box, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances in disbelief. Relishing the moment of vindication, Su Shaoxian led Su Lang back to the Su family villa, her spirits soaring. Kai Mei and Su Jiao were overjoyed upon the return of Su Shaoxian, who brought with her an abundance of food, their excitement akin to that of a festive celebration. Now we can rest for several days, exclaimed Su Jiao. Shaoxian, you truly are remarkable. We no longer need to rely on Chen Yue. Indeed, sister, you are simply amazing. Su Jiao exclaimed as she leaned over the box, inspecting its contents and discovering spicy strips in the delightful happy water. This is simply perfect. It has been ages since I last enjoyed happy water. Let us share it, don't be greedy. Su Shaoxian chuckled and gently tapped Su Jiao on the head, saying, You little glutton, you've always been this way. There is only one bottle of soda, don't drink it all by yourself. Let us wait until everyone can enjoy it together. The news of Su Shaoxuan's successful food hunt spread swiftly throughout the villa community. Aunt Zhang relayed this development to Chen Yue, who merely smiled at the report without taking it to heart. Such ventures driven solely by luck were not sustainable. Today she may find food, that is impressive, but what about tomorrow? Or the day after? Are we to depend on serendipity for our survival? Chen Yue reflected. Whether in the current apocalyptic world or in the times before, reliance on chance was bound to be fleeting. Moreover, just because Su Shaoxian encountered no mishaps today did not guarantee that she would be spared in the future. It was akin to gambling with one's life, and ultimately, the gambler would end up with nothing. On the 50th day of the apocalypse, the snow had thoroughly frozen over, resulting in a slight decrease in its depth. Even with an axe, one could only chip away at the icy surface. This posed significant challenges for the teams tasked with clearing the snow from the community. While the upper layers of snow had not yet fully solidified, the lowest layer was harder than granite. The teams worked to melt the ice using boiling water before employing ice-breaking shovels. Fortunately, the construction teams responsible for erecting the isolation walls had completed their tasks. These walls were primarily formed from discarded appliances and vehicles, layered with water that, once frozen, created an impenetrable ice barrier. Not only were they tall, but they also thwarted any attempts at climbing. Even bullets could not penetrate. After Boss Chow was defeated by Ma Chao, he struggled to construct walls to defend against attacks. He then devised a method of mixing water and sand to erect a fortification overnight. Chen Yue adopted this strategy, enabling the shelter's inhabitants to exert minimal effort while achieving maximum effectiveness. Once the construction of the isolation walls was completed, the workers joined the snow-clearing efforts, thus accelerating their progress. Chapter 122. The Seafood Feast begins. Chen Yue has fulfilled his promise. He informed Aunt Zhang and brought people to the shelter. Chen Yue wheeled out a diesel generator, accompanied by 10 barrels of 2-liter diesel. This generator, along with the small generators already found by the others, was sufficient to provide power for 1 hour each day to everyone in the villa area. Although it was merely a fleeting hour, the excitement among the people was palpable. They had gone days without the luxury of electricity. The prospect of using electric blankets or charging their power banks and mobile phones for just 1 hour daily filled them with joy. Most importantly, many tasks required electricity to accomplish. For instance, welding and repairing items had now become feasible, igniting a newfound hope. After Chen Yue honored his promise, the workers within the villa area labored with even greater zeal. Their toil stemmed from the simple desire to enhance their quality of life. They despised empty promises. As long as Chen Yue could deliver on his commitments, they found their motivation to strive. Their thoughts were consumed with the seafood feast promised by Chen Yue once the snow was cleared. A seafood banquet, though they had not experienced true hunger in recent days. Who could resist such a sumptuous offering? Thus, through the collective effort of the community, 3 days swiftly passed, and the snow on the main road of the neighborhood was thoroughly cleared, piled high on both sides, forming a trench flanked by icy walls. Once the snow was removed, the residents spotted Chen Yue's drone soaring overhead. Simultaneously, Aunt Zhang's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Everyone is doing splendidly. Aunt Zhang, bring a few people to gather the ingredients. Today, I'm treating everyone to a seafood buffet. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Take a well-deserved break. The group surrounding Aunt Zhang erupted in cheers, swiftly spreading the exhilarating news. When the others, still working, heard that Chen Yue was treating them to a seafood buffet that evening, tears of joy streamed down their faces. Long live Chen Yue. My goodness, I thought he was merely teasing us, perhaps offering some squid at best. I never imagined he would truly host a seafood banquet. Quick, let us finish our work and return to feast. Aunt Zhang arranged for the buffet to take place in the community activity center within the villa area, as it was spacious enough to accommodate all the residents. The method Aunt Zhang and the others employed to prepare the seafood was straightforward, simply boiling it in water. Given the scarcity of seasonings, Chen Yue refrained from providing any, aiming to further unify the community. Consequently, each household contributed the last of their remaining spices, enhancing the flavor of the seafood stew. The fragrant aroma wafted from the activity room, invigorating the workers. Tasks that were initially expected to conclude by nightfall were completed a full 2 hours ahead of schedule. In the shelter, Sisters Shen Xian and Tang Xiaojun heard that the residents of the villa area were organizing a buffet party, and they expressed their desire to attend. Reluctantly, Chen Yue consented. He could not comprehend why these individuals were so intrigued by the villa area when there were numerous delectable dishes at home, surpassing even seafood. Since they were insistent, he decided to accompany them, taking the opportunity to commend those who had worked the hardest. In our community, we judge not by origins, but by contributions. Those who toil diligently shall reap greater rewards in food. The remarkable contributions to the villa's development were not solely from Aunt Zhang, but also from the elderly couple. Although these 3 individuals were not physically strong, their ideas and insights significantly enhanced the living conditions for others in the villa. Particularly the elderly couple, with the husband being a retired traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, once renowned in Lingjiang district. Anyone suffering from ailments would seek his expertise. His wife, a former teacher, took it upon herself to educate the school-aged children in the villa, ensuring that even amidst the apocalypse, they did not abandon their education. This also assisted the adults who ventured out in search of supplies. Furthermore, Chen Yue expressed his intention to implement a points system. The more work one accomplishes, the more points one earns. These points could be exchanged for food. The verification of points would be managed by the 2 sisters and Aunt Zhang. who would report to him daily. Upon receiving the directive, Shin Xian and Tang Xiaozhen made their way to the activity center in the villa area. By the time they arrived, nearly all the residents were gathered, and as soon as they entered the room, applause erupted. After the sisters elucidated Chen Yue's proposal, the room fell silent. "I see no issue with this," one individual declared. "Where else is safer than with Chen Yue? Truth be told, when food is in our possession, we worry about theft and robbery, yet with Chen Yue, it can simply be exchanged as needed. Furthermore, I trust in Chen Yue's integrity. He is undoubtedly reliable." Following this initial expression of support, the rest of the crowd began to voice their agreement. The overwhelming majority endorsed Chen Yue's idea, leading to a consensus. With these matters resolved, the seafood buffet commenced, and joy radiated from everyone's faces. The succulent shrimp and rich seafood soup represented the finest meal they had enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Su family, having consumed all the food brought back by Su Xiaoxian, remarked, "I heard there's a seafood party today. How wonderful." Chapter 123, Indulging in Food and Drink. Is this success? The 4 members of the Su family, huddled at home by the warmth of the fire, had not worked for several days. During this time, they subsisted solely on the food brought back by Su Xiaoxian. Initially, they reveled in their good fortune, feeling as though they had struck gold, no need to labor outdoors, as sustenance was readily available at home. However, as the days wore on, a sense of regret began to permeate their thoughts. "Do you think Chen Yue will invite us to the seafood party?" Su Jiao asked, swallowing hard, her snack suddenly losing its appeal. Their meals had been limited to instant noodles, bread, and biscuits, with the occasional sausage, leaving them utterly weary of such fare. "Surely he won't invite us," Su Xiaoxian remarked with irritation. "We've already severed ties with Chen Yue. How could he possibly extend an invitation?" "That's all your fault," Su Jiao retorted, her frustration evident. "If it weren't for you, we could be enjoying seafood right now." "My fault?" Su Xiaoxian exploded at the accusation. "You eat more of the food I bring than anyone else. And if you're so unhappy, why not go out and work for your own food? You're just too lazy, like a maggot, and now you dare to complain to me. I've never encountered someone so shameless." "Who are you cursing?" Su Jiao shot back. "I'm cursing you. What is wrong with that?" With that, the two began to grapple. "Enough," Kaimei shouted angrily. "If you have the energy to fight, perhaps you should contemplate our future instead. We may have food now, but what happens when it's gone? Will we return to work? Will the others in the villa district even accept us then? Sit down. We are all in the same boat. No one should act in a way that undermines our unity." After reprimanding Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao, Kaimei sighed heavily, deeply troubled. The fact that Su Xiaoxian could return with such a bounty of food felt like sheer luck, a chance encounter. Once these provisions were depleted, what lay ahead for the Su family? At that moment, Su Jiao stood up and headed towards the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Su Xiaoxian asked irritably. "I'm using the restroom," Su Jiao called back, entering the bathroom where she had prepared some clothes. The villa's bathroom was spacious and connected to the yard. Before the apocalypse, they would simply turn the water valve here to irrigate the flowers and plants outside. Once inside, Su Jiao propped the door shut and swiftly changed her clothes before sneaking out. Her destination was the activity center of the villa district. The aromas wafting through the air were irresistible, and as the least noticeable member of the Su family, she felt confident that mingling in line for some seafood and soup would be a piece of cake. If it were Su Lang or Su Xiaoxian, they would likely be apprehended immediately, given Chen Yue's deep-seated animosity towards them. However, my situation is different. I bear no deep-seated animosity towards Chen Yue. My past mischiefs towards him were merely trifles, which I believe he would not hold against me. Moreover, with my striking beauty and pitiable demeanor, any man would surely find himself captivated by me. At worst, I could allow Chen Yue to touch my hand, even if just to moisten it. With this thought in mind, Su Jiao quickened her pace, only to soon encounter a familiar figure. "Mom." Su Jiao stood frozen, staring at the person before her. "What are you?" "Shoo. Quiet." Kaimei tugged Su Jiao into a secluded spot. "I can no longer resist. I wish to sneak in and partake in some food. It seems we heroes share a similar vision." Su Jiao chuckled, for with Kaimei by her side, she feared no discovery by Su Xiaoxian. Surely, she wouldn't dare to unleash her wrath upon her own mother, right? Both Kaimei and Su Jiao wrapped their faces securely and stealthily entered the activity center. "Hey, why did you two just arrive?" inquired the person stationed at the door. "Ah, Aunt Zhang asked us to help move some supplies, so we came late." Kaimei fabricated a tale, confident that the doorkeeper would not verify with Aunt Zhang. Indeed, upon hearing that they were sent by Aunt Zhang, the doorkeeper's demeanor shifted immediately. "Oh, I see. Quickly, go on in. Make sure to eat plenty. The seafood buffet is truly delightful this time." "Thank you, good sir," Kaimei said, leading Su Jiao into the hall, which was filled to the brim with people. Each individual held a plate, savoring the delectable seafood with great enthusiasm. Kaimei guided Su Jiao to first fill a bowl with rice, then ladled a generous scoop of broth and seafood from the pot onto the rice. Thus, a delightful seafood rice dish was prepared. Not daring to blend into the crowd, the two found a corner to crouch down. As they sipped the seafood broth, warmth enveloped their bodies, and the aromatic scent wafted into their nostrils, igniting their appetites. They could hardly wait. Without concern for the heat, they devoured several shrimp, shells and heads crushed and swallowed whole. They then took a few bites of rice, feeling as if they were floating in ecstasy. "This is exquisite. Mom, this is truly delectable," Su Jiao exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "I feel as though I've come back to life after this meal." "Silence. Hurry and eat," Kaimei urged. "This is a buffet. We can refill as long as we finish. But the supplies are limited. We must be swift, or we shall miss out if the soup pot runs dry." Su Jiao nodded vigorously and joined in the fervent feast. Their unusual behavior eventually caught the attention of others, and someone approached Aunt Zhang to whisper something. Chapter 124. The Su family captured upon hearing this, and Zhang directed her gaze toward the two individuals in the corner who were reveling in their gluttony. It did not take long for her to recognize them as Kaimei and Su Jiao. What a surprise! The Su family remained elusive during work hours. Yet appeared the moment it was time to feast. Such audacity is intolerable. Nonetheless, Aunt Zhang merely instructed the others to keep a watchful eye on Kaimei and Su Jiao. She also took a moment to ascertain that Su Shaoxian and Su Lang were not mingling in the crowd. Subsequently, Aunt Zhang reported this matter to Chen Yue. Upon listening to Aunt Zhang's impassioned account, Chen Yue fell into deep contemplation. The Su family, it seemed, had not changed their ways, even at this juncture. They showed no signs of remorse. If that were the case, let the masses judge them accordingly. Aunt Zhang, do not act hastily. I have faith that Su Lang and Su Shaoxian will succumb to temptation and soon come over to indulge in the feast. Have everyone remain vigilant. And once Su Lang and Su Shaoxian arrive, we shall capture all 4 members of the Su family in one fell swoop. Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement and proceeded to delegate tasks. Thus, this seafood party became quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, within the Su family's villa, Su Lang noticed that both Kaimei and Su Jiao had vanished, and panic ensued. They must have sneaked off to partake in the seafood buffet. Su Lang fumed. Hands on his hips, how dare they indulge in delicacies without inviting us? Don't include me, Su Shaoxian retorted, swallowing hard. Though her heart yearned for the feast, she maintained a stubborn facade, declaring, "I will not eat Chen Yu's food. I vowed long ago to never consume anything from her again." "Shaoxian, you are being foolish," Su Lang exclaimed in frustration, yet he continued to implore her. "It is a seafood buffet." "Seafood? While we have managed to fill our stomachs these past few days, have we been able to savor any seafood? At most, we've had shrimp noodles, lobster, crab meat, sea cucumber, abalone. Do you not crave these delicacies?" "Dare you say you do not?" Hearing Su Lang's words, saliva pooled in Su Xiaoxuan's mouth, and she could not help but swallow again. Who wouldn't he desire a seafood feast? However, the thought of attending and risking capture filled her with dread, threatening to obliterate her carefully crafted image of an independent and strong woman. What would Chen Yue say then? "No, I absolutely cannot go." Resolutely, Su Shaoxian vowed that even if it meant perishing from desire, she would not partake in Chen Yu's seafood buffet. Moments later, standing in the activity room hall, Su Shaoxian inhaled the aromatic scent of seafood wafting through the air and involuntarily took a deep breath. How delightful. In truth, Su Shaoxian had been reluctant to come. However, Su Lang's words had completely shifted her perspective. He remarked, "Chen Yue is currently your adversary, is she not? If you indulge in the offerings of your foe, would that not be a triumph? Moreover, let us emulate Su Jiao and Kaimei. We shall disguise ourselves and stealthily infiltrate the gathering, for at present, everyone's attention is fixated on the feast. Who would concern themselves with the identities of those around them? However, should one abstain from indulging in the meal, they would unwittingly fall into Chen Yu's trap. His extravagant seafood party is merely a ploy to tempt us. Thus, we must ensure that his scheme does not succeed. Not only shall we remain unaffected, but we must also consume every morsel of the food he has painstakingly amassed." Upon hearing Su Lang's mischievous words, Su Shaoxian finally made her appearance. Inhaling the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air and observing the diners around her, Su Lang could no longer contain his excitement. "Quick, let us hasten to fill our plates." Just as Su Shaoxian lifted her bowl, ready to serve herself some rice, a large hand seized her arm. Startled, Su Shaoxian turned to see that it was Aunt Zhang who had captured her. "Who are you? You bear a resemblance to someone from the Su family." No. You've mistaken me. I am not a member of the Su family," Su Shaoxian hastily replied, adjusting her scarf to obscure her face. Yet, in the next moment, Aunt Zhang yanked it down. Su Xiaoxian, it truly is you. Aunt Zhang's loud voice instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Following suit, Su Jiao, Kai Mei, and Su Lang were also recognized, and soon they found themselves encircled. Where were you during work hours? Yet you appear now when there is food to be had. The Su family truly has no shame. How dare you come here to mooch off our meal? Su Xiaoxian, did you not declare your independence from Chen Yue? Yet here you are, seeking to partake in the feast. Indeed, you were quite the boastful lot. How is it that you've resorted to sneaking in for a meal now? The 4 members of the Su family stood at the center of a vehement reprimand, with the crowd ready to take action had Aunt Zhang not intervened. They had diligently constructed the isolation walls, cleared the accumulated snow from the villa area, and assisted the elderly couple in establishing a medical station. All of this was accomplished by their own efforts, thus justifying their right to partake in the meal. But what of the Su family? They were nowhere to be seen during work hours, choosing instead to remain at home. Yet, upon the announcement of a lavish seafood banquet, they emerged. Such behavior would infuriate anyone. Seize them and deliver them to Chen Yue for his judgment. Indeed, comrades, seize them. Find them all. Since we cannot resort to violence within the villa district, let us deliver them to Chen Yue. He shall provide us with a satisfactory resolution. The crowd hastily bound the 4 members of the Su family and prepared to escort them away. When Su Xiaoxian caught sight of the Shen sisters at the back of the throng, she paused momentarily, then immediately grasped the implications of the situation. Chapter 125. Su Xiaoxuan's descent into madness. The sudden appearance of Shen Xian took Su Xiaoxian by surprise. Yet, in the next moment, she comprehended that Shen Xian must have sought refuge in Chen Yu's sanctuary. Otherwise, she would never have shown up here. Shen Xian, let me go? I must find Shen Xian. Su Xiaoxian screamed in a fit of hysteria, struggling against her captors. She broke through the encirclement and rushed towards Shen Xian. In that moment, Su Xiaoxian appeared utterly disheveled, her hair in disarray and her clothing smeared with mud, presenting a pitiful sight. She glared at Shen Xian like a frenzied lion. Have you taken shelter in Chen Yu's sanctuary? Yes, Shen Xian nodded, instinctively shielding Chen Yue behind her. You wretched woman. I should have seen this coming. You little harlot must have been entangled with Chen Yue. Su Xiaoxuan's jealousy surged as she recalled the glances exchanged between them at the company. The flirtations that had persisted even after her expulsion. I never imagined that banishing you from the company would not deter you from approaching her. You are despicable. Su Xiaoxuan's fury escalated, and she attempted to lunge at Shen Xian, but her hands were bound, leaving her in a state of impotent rage. He is mine. He belongs to me, and you dare to seduce Chen Yue. No wonder he has suddenly grown cold towards me. It was all you're doing. You vile creature. I swear I will end you. If it weren't for you, I would be the one residing in Chen Yu's sanctuary, indulging in hot springs and gourmet feasts every day. Shen Xian remained silent, offering no defense or words of rebuttal, for she had indeed sought refuge with Chen Yue to find support, and there had been an intimate connection between them. The events had transpired, and no matter how she explained, it would only serve to worsen her predicament. The onlookers began to speculate. Could it be true? Did Shen Xian truly sell her allure to reside in Chen Yu's sanctuary? If so, she is indeed a disgrace. Hush. Do not speak so carelessly. Shen Xian is currently favored by Chen Yue. You ought to consider the consequences of offending her. Though Shen Xian remained reticent, Tang Xiaojun could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and delivered several sharp slaps to Su Xiaoxian, abruptly bringing her back to her senses. How dare you utter such words? Tang Xiaojun's fists were clenched, tears glistening in her eyes. Are you unaware of what your family has done to Chen Yue? In the eyes of your Su family, Chen Yue is perhaps even less than a dog. I have heard that the majority of your family's fortune was built upon Chen Yu's hard work. Yet you cast him aside, allowing your family to seize control of the company's vital sectors. Not only that, but you also had the audacity to berate him. And what is even more outrageous, you shamelessly carried on an affair with Lin Jiabao in front of Chen Yue. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Su Xiaoxian was taken aback, realizing that Tang Xiaojun was well aware of the details surrounding her and Chen Yue. She shook her head in disbelief. I did not. You were lying. Did not? Tang Xiaojun scoffed. The neighbors from the villa community may not have known the entire story, but they could certainly deduce what had transpired between them. You, Su Xiaoxian, have not only demeaned Chen Yue in character, but have also insulted him spiritually. I have not. I truly have not. You are lying. Su Xiaoxian screamed hysterically, completely shedding her former image of a gentlewoman, resembling a shrew. Not at all. Tang Xiaojun stepped forward, gripping Su Xiaoxuan's chin, her gaze icy. Then tell me, why did Lin Jiadong leave the Su family? Where is he now? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxian stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The reasons behind Lin Jiadong's departure and his current whereabouts were well known among the Su family. Naturally, He could no longer endure the daily torment inflicted by Su Lang and the ridicule from the Su family, which drove him to leave. Furthermore, the 4 members of the Su family ultimately conspired to murder Lin Jiadong. However, this was merely the Su family's own delusion. They were unaware that Lin Jiadong had actually been taken by a mysterious figure. The mere mention of Lin Jiadong was the last straw that shattered Su Xiaoshuan's psychological defenses. She collapsed onto the ground, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance. Chen Yue, did you hear all of that? How shall we deal with them? Aunt Zhang spoke through the intercom. It turned out that Aunt Zhang had connected with Chen Yue from the beginning, and he had naturally heard the entire exchange. Upon realizing that Aunt Zhang was conversing with Chen Yue, Su Xiaoxian immediately crawled over to her on her knees. Chen Yue, I know you are listening. I wish to speak with you. Yes, we must discuss this. Regarding the events of that year, Before Su Xiaoxian could finish her sentence, Chen Yu's emotionless voice came through the intercom. Aunt Zhang, I have nothing to say to the Su family. Simply expel them. Aunt Zhang, holding the intercom, shot a cold glance at the dazed Su Xiaoxian. Very well, I understand. At Aunt Zhang's command, the crowd worked together to throw Su Xiaoxian and the others out, warning them never to set foot in the activity room again. Su Lang was the first to free himself from his restraints and then untied Kai Mei, Su Jiao, and Su Xiaoxian. Let us go home. Su Lang struggled to articulate his feelings at that moment. He felt as though he were a dog despised by all. No, I will not return home. I want to see Chen Yue. Su Xiaoxian, now delirious, cried out frantically, I must see Chen Yue today. He surely still loves me, yes. We have been married for so many years. He must love me. Otherwise, he could have easily expelled us from the villa area, leaving us to fend for ourselves. The fact that he has not done so must mean he still holds me in his heart. I must see him today. With that, Su Xiaoxian staggered toward Chen Yu's sanctuary. Helpless, Su Lang could only escort Kai Mei and Su Jiao back to the villa first. Chapter 126. The malicious ex-wife pleads for forgiveness. Freezing herself in the snowy wilderness, a figure stumbled forward, barely maintaining her footing. The biting wind and swirling snow had transformed her once lustrous black hair into a tangled mass of white strands, while her striking visage was rendered crimson and purple by the frigid air. This was Su Xiaoxian, emerging from the activity room. Seemingly indifferent to her plight, she murmured incessantly, resolutely advancing toward her destination. After more than an hour of treacherous trekking, she finally arrived at her goal, a 2-story shelter, encircled by thick concrete walls towering several meters high. Chen Yue, come out, I need to speak with you. Su Xiaoxian cried out desperately. I refuse to believe you no longer love me. Come out and see me. Look at what I've become. Do you not feel any pity? Inside, Chen Yue sat comfortably in the warmth of the living room, his gaze fixed on the surveillance feed displaying Su Xiaoshuan's plight, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable hatred. In a past life, Su Xiaoxian had brought in great suffering. Her demise had been orchestrated by the Su family. Thus, Chen Yue yearned to inflict upon them countless torments. Yet, he refrained. For allowing them to survive in this apocalyptic world was the ultimate punishment. In this desolate existence, each day of survival was a torment in itself. Indifference, neglect, betrayal, and the exploitation of familial ties were sharper than any blade. Hunger, cold, and despair ravaged the body, while the mental anguish loomed like a guillotine. As Su Xiaoshuan's frantic cries pierced the air, Chen Yue remained unmoved, even deriving a twisted satisfaction from her suffering. Chen Yue, I was wrong. We were wrong. Please, just open the door, Su Xiaoxian implored, falling to her knees, her hands covering her face as she wept. We truly erred. I should never have treated you that way. It was all my fault. Please, open the door. If you don't let me in, I will freeze to death right here. With that, she began to shed her outerwear. I know you can see me and hear my words. Please, open the door. When Chen Yue continued to remain silent, Su Xiaoxian resolved to strip off all her clothing. Moments later, she stood in the icy expanse clad only in her undergarments. The temperature had plummeted to around -50 degrees, and a fierce wind began to howl after the snow had ceased. The winter gales cut through her like 1,000 knives, each gust feeling as though it was scraping her very flesh. Before long, Su Xiaoxian was thoroughly frozen, her bones stiffening, rendering her immobile. Chen Yue, do you truly hate me so? She stammered, her facial muscles betraying her control, her voice barely a whisper and punctuated by gasps. If I die, will you be happy? Very well then. I shall grant your wish. Today, I will freeze to death right here. Her voice dwindled to a faint murmur, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. She felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy, unable to resist the urge to close. Yet, Su Xiaoxian was acutely aware that succumbing to slumber at this moment would undoubtedly spell her demise. Alas, even now, Chen Yue refuses to meet my gaze. If I must perish, so be it. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is destined to meet their end. It is merely a matter of whether one departs early or late. In death, there is no fear of cold, no dread of hunger. Death brings liberation. Chen Yue observed as Su Shaoxian became frozen in the biting wind and snow, uttering not a single word to her. If you seek your own demise, what concern is that of mine? Chen Yue cast aside her tablet and retreated to the gym. When Su Shaoxian next opened her eyes, she was engulfed in unbearable itching. Feeling as though she were being scorched by flames, suffering from intense pain. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld the familiar ceiling. Chen Yue? Was it you who saved me? Is it truly you? Huh. I always knew you still loved me. I knew you would not allow me to freeze to death outside. Shaoxian, please, cease your words. At that moment, Kai Mei's eyes were swollen from weeping. It was us who rushed to save you. That heartless wretch. He never even stepped outside. Upon hearing Kai Mei's voice, the hope that had risen within Su Shaoxian plummeted into despair, and she laughed bitterly. Huh, even so. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? What have I done wrong? Why treat me this way? After uttering these words, Su Shaoxian succumbed to unconsciousness due to overwhelming emotions. This left Kai Mei and Su Lang in a state of alarm. Sun, quickly plead with the elderly couple at the medical station, urged them to come and save Shaoxian. Su Lang nodded fervently and dashed out. Upon arriving at the medical station and confronting the elderly couple, he was met with the grim reality that they could offer no assistance. All medications here are redeemable only through labor credits, and daily checks are conducted by Aunt Zhang, Shen Xian, and Tang Xiaoxian. Even a single missing pill would be discovered. Uncle, Auntie, I implore you. Su Lang was now thoroughly panicked. Uncertain of how to rescue his sister. Once an arrogant figure, he now found himself kneeling on the ground. I beg of you, save my sister. I promise to compensate for the credits. If you refuse to help, she will surely perish. The elderly couple, moved by compassion, softened at the sight of the tall young man weeping inconsolably, and tenderly produced a single ibuprofen capsule. We have a little credit left. Take this pill for emergency use. Young man, since we have benefited from Chen Yue's generosity, we must heed her requests. Moreover, the tasks issued by Chen Yue serve the greater good, not merely her own desires. Therefore, you must not act as you did before. Su Lang nodded vigorously in response. Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. Clutching the ibuprofen capsule as though it were a treasure, he sprinted homeward. Chapter 127. Su Xiaoshuan's grave illness and memories of the past. Before long, Su Lang returned home, administering ibuprofen to Su Shaoxian, and conveyed the recent events to Kai Mei. Mother, I intend to venture out in search of supplies, Su Lang stated after tidying up his belongings and donning his attire. If this continues, Xiaoshuan's fever will surely worsen. We can no longer afford to wait. We must procure materials to exchange for medicine with Chen Yue. Reluctantly, Kai Mei acquiesced, watching as Su Lang exited their abode. She understood that the outside world was fraught with peril, and the cost-effectiveness of seeking supplies was quite low. When Chen Yue had issued the tasks, it had been the most opportune moment. Laboring within the confines of the villa area was indeed arduous, yet it was devoid of life-threatening risks. Beyond the villa, however, the circumstances were drastically different. They could barely contend with the forces of Lu Jianrong, let alone those of other factions. Yet, remaining indoors was not a viable option either. After all, they had already missed the prime opportunity. After consuming the medication, Su Shaoxian took several hours to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her bed was warm and cozy. Upon closer inspection, she noticed it was filled with hot water bottles. These bottles had been filled with water extracted from snow, which Kai Mei and Su Jiao had painstakingly melted. It is well known that a mere square meter of snow yields very little water. This implied that Kai Mei and Su Jiao had expended considerable effort to gather such a volume of hot water. Observing the frostbitten wounds on Kai Mei's hands, Su Shaoxian felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Her own recklessness and obstinacy had not only rendered her bedridden, but had also burdened her family. As she calmed her thoughts, Su Shaoxian found herself reminiscing about her time with Chen Yue. The sun had been warm, and the air was infused with a subtle, sun-kissed fragrance. In that very room, she had once been ill with a fever, and Chen Yue had been beside her, on the verge of tears. He had tirelessly changed the towel on her forehead, fearing her discomfort, and had even prepared a gentle honey water for her. Was Chen Yue truly such a tender-hearted individual? A tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she pondered this. Why had she never recognized Chen Yue's virtues before? At that time, the company was at a critical juncture, struggling to sell its goods, and it was Chen Yue who had comforted her, urging her not to panic. He had tirelessly run errands for 4 or 5 days, returning with dark circles under his eyes to inform her that someone had purchased the entire stock. In that moment, she realized that Chen Yue had gone without sleep for days, seeking assistance from others. Sales were inherently challenging, contingent upon the whims of others. and she could scarcely fathom the disdain Chen Yue had endured during those days, being turned away time and again. In terms of career, Chen Yue had rendered immeasurable assistance to the Su family, and in matters of the heart, he had remained steadfast and loyal throughout their years of marriage. Su Shaoxian had not even laundered her own socks. Chen Yue had taken on the responsibility of washing all her undergarments. What a gentle, sunny, and responsible soul he was. Why had the Su family treated him so poorly? Was it merely because of his humble origins? Before the establishment of Su's company, the Su family's circumstances were even worse than those of the Chen family. We were mistaken. It was the Su family that erred. We unwittingly forced Chen Yue into a desperate situation, which led to his profound hatred towards me. As these thoughts consumed her, Su Shaoxian could not restrain her tears. Beside her, Kai Mei was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What troubles you, Shaoxian? Please do not cry. You are still unwell. Rest assured. Our Su family shall not let Chen Yue escape unscathed. We will avenge you. Do not be disheartened. Be good. Your mother is here. Yet, Su Shaoxian could no longer comprehend Kai Mei's words. Her heart was overwhelmed with regret and guilt, and her thoughts were consumed by Chen Yue. Meanwhile, Su Lang stepped out of the villa community and returned to the neighborhood where he and Su Shaoxian had discovered an abundance of food. Naively, he believed that just as he had struck gold previously, fortune might smile upon him again. However, he was unprepared for the reality that Lu Jianrong's forces had not only evacuated the entire community, but left no trace behind. Wooden beds, wardrobes, and other furnishings had been smashed to pieces and taken away for firewood. Pots, pans, and other ironware had been removed to be remelted into iron for new equipment. Su Lang wandered the area, yet he found no supplies. Every house appeared as though it had never been inhabited, with furniture and appliances vanished, leaving only dust and snow to testify that life once thrived here. It seemed there was no bounty to be found. Su Lang's heart sank with anxiety and despair. He realized that without supplies to bring back, he could not procure medicine, and Su Shaoxian would remain unwell. He had to venture further afield. Only then might he have a chance to find resources. Despite his shortcomings, Su Lang was devoted to his sister. Thus, even knowing the dangers that lay ahead, including the likelihood of encountering Lu Jianrong's men again, he pressed on without hesitation for the sake of his sister. In this apocalyptic world, some individuals have descended into selfishness, while others have become utterly malevolent. Yet within every heart lies a tender fragment. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Su Lang had acted out of self-interest, but had never harmed his two sisters. Even though Su Jiao could be quite inept, he never withheld food from her. This sentiment was shared by everyone in the Su family. Su Lang knew that a few kilometers away lay an area of single-story homes, the old district of Linjiang, marked for demolition just before the world fell apart. Perhaps there, he might uncover some supplies and food. Back in the Su family villa, Kai Mei finally managed to lull Su Shaoxian to sleep and, visibly fatigued, made her way to the first floor to warm herself by the fire. Su Jiao was boiling water to replace the hot water bottle in Su Xiaoxuan's bed. The two sat in silence, their faces etched with worry. Chapter 128. The innate malevolence of humanity, especially in the Su family. In the stillness of the night, Su Shaoxian awoke, feeling considerably better, though her forehead still radiated warmth, indicating a temperature slightly above 37 degrees. She donned her clothing and descended the stairs, noticing Kai Mei and Su Jiao nestled together in slumber. Wrapping her coat tightly around her, she stealthily exited her home. She sought to confront Chen Yue, not to plead for mercy or to offer apologies, but to ascertain a singular truth. Why did he harbor such animosity towards her? Was it truly due to her past transgressions against him? While she acknowledged her prior misdeeds, they hardly warranted such a profound hatred. The night air was markedly colder than the day, biting against her skin. Su Shaoxian, armed with a flashlight, trudged step by step toward Chen Yue's refuge. After what felt like an eternity, when her consciousness began to wane, she finally arrived at the entrance of his shelter. Inside, Chen Yue had already drifted into sleep, cradling Shun Xian and Tang Xiaozhen. The blaring alarm from her mobile device roused the trio from their slumber. What was happening? Were they under attack? Tang Xiaozhen, rubbing her sleepy eyes, expressed her displeasure. Chen Yue, perplexed by the disturbance, accessed the surveillance feed at the entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure, Su Shaoxian. What could she possibly want at this hour? Surely, Shi Wunti continued to demean herself. Just as he contemplated shutting off the feed, Su Xiaoxuan's voice resonated through the monitor. Chen Yue, I know you are watching me. I am not here to seek entry into your shelter, to beg for provisions, nor to throw a tantrum. Her tone was uncharacteristically composed as she continued. There is one thing I cannot fathom. Why do you despise me so? The actions of my family towards you were indeed misguided, but such transgressions hardly justify your profound loathing. After years of marriage, I have come to understand your temperament. You are not a petty man, thus, Your hatred must stem from another source. I have come to implore you to enlighten me. Let me understand, even if the truth brings me to my end. With that, Su Shaoxian bowed deeply towards the shelter. The frigid night wind whipped around her frail form, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. If the day's chill could freeze a soul, the night promised an even harsher fate. Chen Yue sighed deeply before beginning to dress. Are you going to see her? Shun Xian and Tang Xiaojin inquired in unison. Indeed, he replied, fastening his clothing. Since she had braved the elements to come, it was only right that he clarify matters for her. You two should return to sleep. There is no need to wait for me. I will rest next door. A woman's jealousy runs deep. When Shun Xian and Tang Xiaozhan learned that Chen Yue was to meet Su Shaoxian, an uncomfortable sensation arose within them. Yet, as they found themselves under someone else's roof, they dared not voice their grievances regarding Chen Rui's actions. Even when Chen Yue expressed her intention to bring Su Shaoxian to the shelter, they could only hastily prepare a room, suppressing any hint of complaint. Chen Yue entered the room with the shooting hole in the wall. After gazing at Su Shaoxian for a lengthy moment, she finally spoke. You wish to know the reason for my hatred? Very well, I shall tell you. I had a dream, a vision of the apocalypse. I recounted my past experiences in a narrative tone. In that dream, I cared for your family, for members of the Su household, for more than 6 months. Yet in the end, I was brutally slain by you, leaving no trace behind. Yes, your family offered apologies, but mere words cannot erase the hatred I bear towards your kin. The reason I dangle your lives before you is to witness, with my own eyes, the tragic demise of your family in this world's end. To see you suffer in the most excruciating manner possible. Chen Yue's words were as cold and unyielding as iron, despite her efforts to suppress her emotions. Su Shaoxian could still perceive the overwhelming hatred that radiated from her. Is this truly your reason for hating me? Su Shaoxian asked, perplexed. It was merely a dream. How can it be treated as fact? Can the events of a dream be realized? If I were to claim that I dreamed of you killing me, would that mean I could also harbor hatred towards you? Su Shaoxian retorted, feeling unjustly accused. But do you consider this a dream? Chen Yue replied with a cold laugh. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, had I not found refuge here and lived alongside you, what fate would have awaited me? Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Su Shaoxian was momentarily stunned. Images of Lin Jiadong flashed through her mind. When Lin Jiadong resided with the Su family, he was regularly beaten by Su Lang and cast out to scavenge for supplies. Yet, the provisions he gathered rarely benefited him. Most were surrendered to Su Lang. If Chen Yue had remained, her fate would likely mirror that of Lin Jiadong. Su Shaoxian, from the inception of my endeavors alongside your family until the brink of the apocalypse, you stripped me of everything. Your family is merciless. If I am not mistaken, Lin Jiadong has likely perished by now, hasn't he? Chen Yue's words pierced Su Shaoxian's heart like a dagger. Indeed, Lin Jiadong was dead, and it was at the hands of the 4 of them. Had Chen Yue still been with the Su family, she too would have met her demise by now. In that moment, Su Shaoxian suddenly grasped Chen Yue's perspective. She comprehended why Chen Yue harbored such animosity towards her. The actions of the Su family had ignited a profound fury within Chen Yue, ultimately inflicting deep emotional wounds. Thus, it became clear why Chen Yue despised the members of the Su family so intensely. I understand now. At this moment, Su Shaoxian realized that she might never again find refuge in Chen Yue's sanctuary. In that instant, she seemed to attain a sense of liberation, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 129, The Harsh Apocalypse and the Awakening of Humanity. That faint smile resembled the day she first met Chen Yue during their university days. If given the chance to start anew, Su Shaoxian would certainly not have treated Chen Yue with such harshness. Alas, time cannot be rewound. The past is irrevocable, and all that remains are memories etched in the heart. Chen Yue, I am leaving. Perhaps this will be our final conversation. Su Shaoxian smiled at the camera. It is exceedingly difficult to scavenge for supplies outside, and there are no medicines at home. Tonight, I venture out alone, and upon my return, I will surely fall gravely ill. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. In this wretched apocalypse, death often brings more solace than life. Chen Yue, when I am gone, I beseech you not to be overly harsh on my mother, my brother, or my sister. They have indeed committed grievous acts, and I apologize on their behalf. I seek nothing from you, save for your equitable treatment of them. After speaking, Su Shaoxian bowed towards Chen Yue's shelter and then turned to depart slowly. It was only when the light of her flashlight dwindled to a barely perceptible point that Chen Yue let out a heavy sigh and returned to the shelter. Regrettably, the seeds of hatred had already taken root after the tragic demise in her previous life, deeply entrenched and irreconcilable. Wrongdoings inevitably incur consequences. In the dead of night, Kai Mei awoke, intending to check if Su Shaoxian was properly covered with her blanket, only to be astonished to find the bed empty. She hurried downstairs to rouse Su Jiao, and the two quickly dressed to search the villa compound. Yet they found no trace of Su Xiaoxian. I'm frantic. Where could your sister possibly be at this hour? Kai Mei exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Mom, please don't panic. Perhaps she merely stepped out for some fresh air and will return shortly. Let us not lose hope, Su Jiao consoled her mother. My sister is grown. She wouldn't just get lost. Let us go back and wait for her. How can I possibly sit still? Kai Mei wiped her tears, distressed. Your brother is out scavenging for supplies, uncertain of his fate. Your sister is running a high fever, and now she is gone. As a mother, how can I not feel heartache? How can I not be anxious? At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, holding a flashlight. Kai Mei and Su Jiao exchanged glances before hastily rushing towards the person, discovering it was indeed Su Xiaoxian. At this point, Su Xiaoxian was on the brink of collapse. Already feverish and ill, she had traversed a long distance. Upon seeing Kai Mei and Su Jiao, she could no longer withstand it and collapsed into the snow. Kai Mei gasped in alarm and hurried forward to support Su Xiaoxian, gently patting her cheek while calling out, Su Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian, wake up, what is wrong? Kai Mei then felt Su Xiaoxian's forehead, discovering it was burning hot, akin to a red-hot iron. Her face immediately drained of color. As she understood the gravity of the situation, she quickly signaled to Su Jiao, and together they carried Su Xiaoxian back home. Upon returning home, Kai Mei urged Su Jiao to quickly boil water, while she carried Su Xiaoxian into the bedroom and laid her down in the blankets. Xiaoxian, you must not come to harm. Tears welled up in Kai Mei's eyes. If anything happens to you, I truly cannot go on living. What on earth is wrong with your brother? He is yet to return with any supplies. Oh heavens, what has happened? Why is fate so cruel to our Su family? Su Jiao filled a hot water bottle with the boiling water and descended to the second floor, tucking it into Su Xiaoxian's bed. Careful not to let it touch her frostbitten skin, as such contact with high temperatures could cause further injury. Thus, they relied solely on the residual warmth of the hot water bottle to gradually warm the bedding, hoping to restore warmth to Su Xiaoxian's body. Time passed, and gradually, Su Xiaoxian's complexion began to regain its color, allowing Kai Mei's heart to ease slightly. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 4 in the morning, indicating they had kept vigil by Su Xiaoxian's bedside throughout the night. Mother, you should rest for a while. I will keep watch over my sister, Su Jiao said, supporting Kai Mei as they made their way downstairs, draping a blanket over her. In the flickering light of the campfire, Su Jiao suddenly noticed that Kai Mei's hair had turned completely gray overnight. It was indeed a transformation born of a single night's distress. Suppressing her urge to cry, Su Jiao returned to the second floor, resuming her watch by Su Xiaoxian's side. Morning arrived as expected, sunlight pouring over the snow-covered ground, blinding in its brilliance. The residents of the village district voluntarily began their labor, venturing out to gather supplies and food. They exchanged supplies with Chen Yue and retained food for themselves. For food was abundant with Chen Yue. Even a mere data cable could yield more points than a bag of bread. At that moment, Su Lang returned to the villa district in a disheveled state. Those on guard duty noticed his tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and wounds on his neck and face, prompting them to mock him. Oh dear, is that our esteemed young master, Su? What happened to you? Did you tussle with wild dogs? So, did you bring back a bounty of food? They jeered. Looks like the Su family can afford to slack off again. I truly envy you for. Every time you go out, you seem to strike gold. But where's your food? I see nothing in your hands. Ignoring the jeers, Su Lang made his way home. And upon seeing Kai Mei's gray hair, his heart ached, and he called out, Mother, what has happened? Your hair turned white overnight. Kai Mei smiled wryly and shook her head. I am fine. Speaking of which, you've been gone all day and night. Did you manage to find any supplies? Your sister is in desperate need of medicine. Feeling ashamed, Su Lang lowered his head and pulled a few biscuits from his pocket. Chapter 130, ultimately an outsider currently. The streets are teeming with individuals scouring for supplies, and I find myself powerless against them. I had managed to procure some resources, only to have them snatched away. Presently, I possess but a few biscuits. Mother, please eat a little to tide you over. I must venture out again today. No, I shall forego eating. Take these biscuits to Aunt Zhang and see how many points you can exchange them for. We need to ascertain if it suffices to purchase a single ibuprofen. Very well. I shall go at once. Su Lang clutched the biscuits in his hand and made his way to Aunt Zhang's room. However, she informed him that the supply list provided by Chen Yue contained no food items. This implies that any food discovered in the outside world belongs solely to the finder. The Chen Yue shelter is brimming with food, far more than they could consume, and it consists entirely of high-end provisions. There is no sense in competing with others for such trivialities. Upon learning that food could not be exchanged for points, Su Lang remained silent, merely nodding before departing. Upon returning home, he explained the situation to Kai Mei, then poured all the biscuits into a pot, boiling them in water until they transformed into a porridge-like consistency. They fed the steaming mixture slowly into Su Xiaoxuan's mouth. However, they were unprepared for the fact that after a night's ordeal, Su Xiaoxian's condition had worsened, and she was now experiencing short bouts of shock. It is all Chen Yue's fault, that ungrateful wretch. Su Lang seethed, enraged. How dare he withhold medication while Su Xiaoxian suffers like this? I swear, if I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall make him pay dearly. Indeed. My former son-in-law is utterly outrageous. We have humbled ourselves to plead with him, yet he struts about with such arrogance. Kai Mei shared his frustration, directing all her ire towards Chen Yue. How could I have allowed Xiaoxian to marry such an ungrateful individual? They say a day as husband and wife merits 100 days of gratitude. He should at least show some compassion and provide her with medication. We cannot simply stand by and watch her perish in bed. As Kai Mei and Su Lang vented their frustrations towards Chen Yue, Su Xiaoxian, lying in bed, suddenly awoke. Mother, brother, please cease your words, she said weakly. I now understand Chen Yue. He is justified in his actions. This is all our doing. We cannot blame him. My dear child, why would you speak in his defense? Kai Mei queried, bewildered. Chen Yue clearly possesses the means to assist you, yet he watches you suffer without intervening. Is he not the epitome of ingratitude? If he is not a heartless scoundrel, then who is? Mother speaks the truth. Su Lang chimed in. He could easily provide for our family, ensuring we lived without worry, yet he finds ways to torment us. Chen Yue is truly contemptible. Enough, Su Xiaoxian exclaimed, summoning all her strength. Have you forgotten how our family once treated Chen Yue? How did our family business develop to its current state? Have you all forgotten? You treat me well, and you treat yourselves well. The Su family has always been kind to its own. Yet, we have consistently been selfish towards outsiders. To us, Chen Yue has always been an outsider. We have never regarded him as family. We are the ungrateful wolves. We are the heartless ones. Kai Mei and Su Lang were taken aback by Su Xiaoxuan's words, both momentarily frozen in place, while Su Jiao, observing the subtle cues, sensed something was amiss. Sister, did you meet Chen Yue last night? Upon hearing Su Jiao's inquiry, Kai Mei and Su Lang immediately perked up, directing their attention towards Su Xiaoxian. With a sigh, Su Xiaoxian nodded. Indeed, I met him last night. I asked him why he harbors such hatred for me, such animosity towards the Su family. And what did Chen Yue say? Kai Mei inquired. He mentioned he had a dream. Su Xiaoxian recounted the entirety of Chen Yue's dream to Kai Mei. Su Lang and Su Jiao. Just a mere dream. What does it signify? Kai Mei could not help but chuckle. If Chen Yue had not divorced you, he would be one of us. How could we treat him so poorly? Indeed, if he had not divorced you, he would be my brother-in-law. Su Lang chimed in. I feel sorry for him. How could we possibly mistreat him, let alone deny him sustenance? Su Xiaoxian, expressionless, sat up on the bed, her gaze fixed on Su Lang. Brother, what about Lin Jiadong? The mention of this name plunged the Su family into a profound silence. Yes, Lin Jiadong, Su Xiaoxuan's husband, Kai Mei's son-in-law, and Su Lang's brother-in-law. Yet, how has Lin Jiadong fared in the apocalypse? One could say he is worse off than a stray dog. If Chen Yue had not divorced Su Xiaoxian, his fate would likely mirror Lin Jiadong's, perhaps even worse. Su Jiao began to comprehend why Chen Yue managed to construct this sanctuary before the apocalypse. It was that dream that inspired him to sever ties with Su Xiaoxian and the Su family. Could it be that we were truly in the wrong? Kai Mei slumped despondently at the edge of the bed, appearing aged by several years in that moment. Indeed, we were mistaken. Su Xiaoxian nodded in agreement and turned to her brother Su Lang. Brother, can you assure me that if Chen Yue had not divorced me, he would not be facing a fate akin to Lin Jiadong's today? Su Lang prepared to offer his assurance but fell silent the next moment. He understood that even if he spoke eloquently now, the precedent of Lin Jiadong would render his words unconvincing. Lin Jiadong had indeed perished, and it was at the hands of the 4 members of the Su family. Mother, brother, let us go and apologize. Su Jiao's gaze took on an inexplicable determination. Since we have erred and caused Chen Yue so much trouble, we must extend our apologies. Chapter 131. The Futility of Whining. A crisis approaches. Kai Mei and Su Lang remained silent. Truth be told, they were opposed to the idea of apologizing to Chen Yue. From the past to the present, it was indeed the Su family that had erred. Yet, even with their wrongdoings, the Su family had endured a month of misery in this apocalyptic world. Surely Chen Yue should have calmed down by now. Was it truly necessary to cling to a single mistake? However, at this critical juncture, failing to apologize might jeopardize their very survival. Regardless of their attempts to rationalize, they could not alter this grim reality. Thus, they decided to apologize. Since Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao had expressed this sentiment, offering an apology seemed inconsequential. After all, since the onset of the apocalypse, their family had long lost any semblance of dignity. Not only had they lost face, but they had also forfeited their innocence. Contemplating this, Su Lang absent-mindedly patted his backside. Su Jiao said nothing, silently dressing herself before stepping out of the villa. Within moments of heading towards Chen Yu's shelter, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Kai Mei and Su Lang following closely behind. The trio walked in silence, the duration of their journey unknown, until they finally arrived at the entrance of Chen Yu's shelter. Chen Yue observed the Su family through surveillance cameras, his brow furrowing. What new schemes were these three plotting? Just as he pondered this, he witnessed Su Lang kneeling on the ground, soon followed by Kai Mei and Su Jiao assuming the same position. Chen Yue, I have come specifically to apologize, Su Lang spoke in a softened tone. I am truly sorry for the way I struck and scolded you before the apocalypse arrived. You have sacrificed so much for our family and for Su Shaoxian. I have witnessed all of it. I sincerely apologize for all my past transgressions. After offering his heartfelt apologies, Su Lang bowed 3 times towards the shelter. Kai Mei then began to express her contrition. Before the apocalypse, she had looked down upon the son-in-law, never imagining that the Su family's current fortune was solely due to his efforts. As the family's business flourished, Kai Mei had unilaterally demoted Chen Yue, relegating him to serving Su Shaoxian at home. One by one, she recounted her misdeeds, offering sincere apologies for each transgression. Lastly, the youngest of the Su family, Su Jiao, enumerated her own past actions and extended her apologies to Chen Yue. Once all three had expressed their remorse, the loudspeaker of the shelter crackled to life with Chen Yu's voice. You would do better to use your time to gather supplies and procure fever-reducing medicine for Su Shaoxian. He stated, I will never forgive you. Chen Yue continued, everything you have done to me is like a mental scar, deeply etched in my heart. Therefore, do not expect that your apologies will earn my forgiveness. The best I can offer is to treat you with indifference and nothing more. There is no need for apologies here, as I shall not accept them. Instead, I urge you to hasten back and diligently gather supplies to aid Su Shaoxian. After uttering these words, Chen Yue returned to the shelter, feeling a sense of relief. Upon their return to the villa district, the Su family remained silent, each absorbed in their own tasks. Observing the significant transformation within the Su household, the other residents speculated whether Su Shaoxian had passed. It is only after death that one recognizes change, but by then, it is too late. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that the Su family had genuinely undergone a heartfelt metamorphosis, particularly Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao. Su Jiao and Su Lang ventured out to procure supplies, while Kai Mei stayed behind to care for the ailing Su Shaoxian. After an arduous search, Su Lang and Su Jiao returned with supplies, albeit insufficient to exchange for an entire box of ibuprofen capsules. This was not a deliberate challenge posed by Chen Yue. Rather, medicines are inherently scarce, thus elevating the points required for exchange. The dynamics of supply and demand dictate prices, and Su Lang and Su Jiao bore no resentment, continuing their quest for resources. Finally, after 2 days, they amassed enough points. Following the medication and Kai Mei's attentive care, Su Shaoxian's condition steadily improved. After days of toil, Su Lang and Su Jiao bore the marks of their struggles, their faces and hands marred by frostbite, rendering them a pitiful sight. Yet, they uttered no complaints. In a world beset by calamity, survival itself felt like a triumph, rendering such minor injuries trivial. Meanwhile, the Su family sought to integrate themselves into the villa community. Although some residents found it challenging to accept them, the Su family persisted in their efforts, displaying no animosity and shedding their previous arrogance. Chen Yue observed all of this through surveillance footage, astonished by the extent of their transformation. He had previously believed that the Su family would remain unchanged. Yet here they were, demonstrating genuine growth. The atmosphere in the villa district gradually became more harmonious, with residents working, laboring, and dining together in a spirit of camaraderie. However, calamity often strikes when tranquility reigns. While Su Lang accompanied a supply-seeking team from the villa, they encountered members of Lu Jianrong's faction. A confrontation ensued, with Lu Jianrong's group armed and ready, rendering Su Lang and his companions outmatched. In the chaos, one individual was struck by gunfire. Su Lang swiftly carried the injured person back to the villa, seeking the assistance of the elderly couple. Is he going to survive? He implored. Uncle, please. You must save him. The seasoned physician examined the wound, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. The bullet had penetrated his lung, and I, merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, possessed no surgical experience, nor was there any equipment available. My only option was to find a way to keep him breathing, though how long he could endure remained uncertain. After the old doctor spoke, he hastened to prepare the medicinal concoction. Upon hearing of the injury, the residents of the villa community rushed over. What transpired? This Lu Jianrong is truly audacious. How dare he harm our people? We must seek vengeance. Otherwise, they will continue to trample upon us without consequence. Chapter 132. The medical team at the outer defensive barrier. A warm current surged within Aunt Zhang as she gazed upon the enraged crowd. This was an emotion she had never before experienced. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was no mutual assistance among individuals. Many even sought to undermine one another, hoping their neighbors fared worse. She herself was no exception. Yet, who could have anticipated that, at this moment, everyone's hearts would unite? This transformation was solely due to Chen Yue, who had instilled in them a glimmer of hope for survival. When that hope was ruthlessly trampled and lives began to be lost, an unexpected wave of anger surged among them all. This was something Aunt Zhang had never dared to imagine. Even before the onset of the apocalypse, neighborly relations had never been so harmonious. However, she understood that it would be futile to send these people to confront Lu Jianrong's forces, as they stood no chance against them. Lu Jianrong's faction was armed and numerous, while they possessed nothing. Venturing out would only lead to their demise. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me for a moment. Aunt Zhang shouted into the megaphone, commanding the attention of the crowd. Upon hearing her voice, the crowd quickly fell silent. Dear neighbors, I understand your anger and your desire for vengeance for our fallen kin, but it is precisely in times like these that we must remain calm. We cannot confront them. We have nothing to fight with. Going out would be tantamount to walking to our deaths. Therefore, I propose we inform Chen Yue and seek his counsel. Indeed, how could we have forgotten Chen Yue? He possesses weapons and equipment. Exactly. We should borrow some arms from Chen Yue to avenge our neighbor. Right, Aunt Zhang. Please contact Chen Yue at once. We are eager to act. Before the crowd, Aunt Zhang retrieved her walkie-talkie and began to call for Chen Yue. Meanwhile, Chen Yue was practicing his shooting in the training room. Upon hearing the call on the walkie-talkie, he approached and answered, "What's the matter? Is there something happening in the villa area?" Aunt Zhang glanced at the crowd and nodded. "Chen Yue, while we were out scavenging for supplies, we encountered Lu Jianrong's men. They killed one of our neighbors, and everyone wishes to know if you could lend us some weapons. We seek to avenge him." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Yue sat down on the sofa and instructed Aunt Zhang, "Amplify the volume. I have something to say to them." Aunt Zhang promptly increased the volume, and soon the crowd heard Chen Yue's voice resonate through the air. "You desire weapons, and I do possess them. Yet I cannot simply give them to you. Remember, I am not a benevolent figure. I will provide only in proportion to what you offer in return." The crowd exchanged glances, unable to find fault with Chen Yue's words. This had always been his principle. Only through effort could one reap rewards. "Then please tell us, how can we obtain the weapons and equipment in your possession?" This question was voiced by Zhang Dama, representing the collective curiosity of the crowd. Chen Yue sat quietly, pondering for a moment. To be honest, he currently had no pressing needs. However, if he desired the unwavering support of the others, he must offer something in return. At the very least, these scapegoats could only derive value from the external defense systems they crafted if they remained alive. Otherwise, confined to the shelter. Even if it could withstand an assault from Lu Jianrong's forces, they would merely become turtles retreating into their shells, spending their lives in hiding while constantly wary of incursions. There is no logic in perpetually guarding against thieves without ever taking action. Even if the enemy could not breach their defenses, they would undoubtedly devise ways to harass them, perhaps by defiling the tempered glass with excrement, which, though undetectable by smell, would still be visually repugnant. Let us assign you a new task. You are to seek out a surgeon and surgical instruments outside. Chen Yue finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Furthermore, you must find machinery for large-scale processing. If you can accomplish these tasks, I shall reward you by establishing a defense team for the villa area, equipped with crossbows and firearms. Understood, Zhang Dama replied, ending the communication and turning to the crowd. They immediately began to discuss the implications. Chen Yue actually expects us to find a surgeon. That is no small feat. One exclaimed, "Indeed. And he also requires large processing machinery. Where on earth are we supposed to find that?" Another added, "But have you noticed?" Someone interjected, "Chen Yue's requests, while challenging, are also for our benefit. If we can locate a surgeon, future injuries need not leave us feeling helpless as we did today. Additionally, the processing equipment could be used to manufacture weapons. Even if we cannot produce firearms, surely we can craft some crossbows." "Yes, Chen Yue truly has our best interests at heart." Another affirmed, "Let us not delay any further. We must set out at once." Everyone, hold on a moment. Allow me to speak. A robust man, appearing to be in his 30s, stepped forward. Zhang Dama recognized him as Li Zhenxing, a resident of Villa Number 3. Li Zhenxing had connections with the hospital in Linjiang district prior to the apocalypse. "Boldly, if you have something to say, please be quick. We still need to find people," someone urged. "Indeed, no need to dawdle, just speak." Another echoed. Clearing his throat, Li Zhenxing addressed the crowd. "Dear neighbors, I believe we should head directly to the People's Hospital in Linjiang district. I have some acquaintances there, including the hospital director. We were good friends before the apocalypse. And on the very day it struck, he was on duty at the hospital. If we can locate him, bringing back a few doctors will surely be feasible. The crowd exchanged glances, surprised by Li Jinxing's connections. Well done, oldly. Let us not waste another moment. We must depart immediately. Recognizing the need for a focused group, Li Jinxing selected a few strong and capable young men to accompany him on the mission. The People's Hospital of Linjiang District holds the esteemed position of being the premier medical institution in the entire Jiangnan city. It is also classified as a first-class hospital. Renowned for its exceptional medical expertise, patients from various regions often come seeking its esteemed services. If a physician could be brought back from this esteemed establishment, it would undoubtedly fulfill Chen Yue's expectations. Moreover, Aunt Zhang has observed that through their shared labor and communal meals over this period, the sense of camaraderie among the residents of the villa area has grown remarkably strong. They harbor an unwavering admiration for Chen Yue, with Li Jinxing being one of the notable admirers. In contrast, there are also residents such as Wang Dongsheng from Building 11 and Feng Lin from Building 14, who have shown an unwavering loyalty to Chen Yue. Chapter 133. The Path Beyond the Map. Wang Dongsheng, a 32-year-old man, was engaged in the sand business before the apocalypse struck. It is well known that those who once thrived in this line of work often carried a certain air of authority. Wang Dongsheng was no exception. However, he had since abandoned his former chaotic lifestyle. Feng Lin, a 29-year-old man, was born into wealth and worked as a fitness trainer prior to the cataclysm. His muscular physique exuded strength. Both men had joined a team tasked with locating a surgeon. Under the leadership of Li Jinxing, their group of 9 set off towards the People's Hospital. Brotherly, do you think we will successfully complete this mission? Feng Lin inquired, attempting to strike up a conversation as he followed closely behind. Is that even a question? We will undoubtedly succeed, Wang Dongsheng replied, a piece of dry grass clutched between his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Lin. Shoo, don't speak. Everyone stay low, Li Jinxing suddenly warned, having spotted something. The group quickly concealed themselves within the snow, burying their bodies beneath it. At that moment, a group of people appeared at the intersection ahead, and Li Jinxing immediately recognized the leader as Boss Wu, who had emerged from the villa district. Boss Wu must have joined Lu Jianrong's faction, Li Jinxing thought. It seemed Lu Jianrong's team also aimed for the People's Hospital in Linjiang District. We cannot allow them to reach it first. They are armed, and the hospital personnel cannot hold out for long. Don't worry, even if they have guns, we are not afraid, Li Jinxing remarked. Watching as Boss Wu and his men moved further away, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If they were to arrive first, it would be difficult for Li Jinxing's team to gain the upper hand. No, we must find another route, Li Jinxing declared, pulling out a map to examine. Unfortunately, the only nearby route led directly to the hospital. I know of another path, a diminutive man in the crowd raised his hand. Before the apocalypse, I worked in urban planning and design. There is a road we designed that is yet to be opened, so it isn't marked on the map. While vehicles cannot traverse it, pedestrians can. Moreover, it is much closer than this route. Should we consider it? Li Jinxing felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such talent in his team. He promptly handed the map to the man. Quick, draw that route for me. All right, okay. The man studied the map momentarily before producing a pencil from his pocket and drawing a line on an unmarked section. Here it is. If we take this path, we can reach the hospital before Lu Jianrong's faction. Excellent, Li Jinxing exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. When we return, I will commend you for your contribution. Let us go. We must quicken our pace. Under Li Jinxing's leadership, the group hurried along, breathless as they reached the entrance of the hospital. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The hospital not only stood with its doors firmly shut but was also cluttered with an assortment of items at the entrance. Beds from patient rooms and sofas from the offices created a chaotic barrier, preventing anyone from entering the premises, while those inside were equally trapped. Numerous individuals within the hospital leaned against the windows, gazing intently at Li Jinxing and his companions. Dr. Cheng, who was known for her grace and poise, pondered the identity of these individuals. Could they possibly be affiliated with Lu Jianrong's faction? Dr. Cheng, a well-regarded practitioner of obstetrics and gynecology, shook her head, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Let us first hear what they have to say, she mused. Li Jinxing stepped forward and called out to the hospital. Is anyone there? May I inquire if Director Wang Xiao is present? Is anyone there? Please respond quickly. Lu Jianrong's men are on their way. A voice echoed from inside. Director Wang is dead. You all should leave immediately. We do not welcome your kind. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, depart at once. Do not expect us to yield. Are you here to pressure us into joining Lu Jianrong? Let me be clear. That is utterly impossible. We will not submit. From the shouts emanating within the hospital, Li Jinxing grasped that Lu Jianrong's faction had harassed them on multiple occasions, leading them to mistake him for one of their own. You are mistaken. We are not affiliated with Lu Jianrong. We reside in a villa community. Li Jinxing attempted to clarify. We seek assistance. Our community is in dire need of experienced surgeons. Just recently, someone was shot and died before our eyes due to a lack of medical care. We require doctors and equipment. If you are willing, you may accompany me back to the villa community. There, we have a benefactor who can provide support. He possesses abundant food resources, obtainable through labor. Dr. Cheng peered out from the window, her curiosity piqued by Li Jinxing's proposition. Though her specialty lay in obstetrics, the medical profession requires a foundational understanding of various fields. She was capable of treating gunshot wounds, albeit with methods and recovery times differing from those of a surgeon. Fortunately, she had a friend specializing in surgery who worked within the same building. If she were to advocate for this friend, it was likely that her companion would be inclined to join them in the villa community. The hospital's supplies were dwindling. The remaining resources were mere remnants from the cafeteria, with only grains left as other foodstuffs had long since been depleted. Despite the loss of many patients and healthcare workers due to the apocalyptic circumstances, a significant number still remained. If a better refuge could be found, who would not wish to escape? Now, only one question looms before us. Are the individuals before us trustworthy? Chapter 134. A better choice. Perhaps you should leave. There is no need to waste breath here. Indeed, do make haste and depart. We are quite comfortable here and have no desire to relocate to the villa district. Be gone swiftly, or we shall have no choice but to retaliate against you. Li Jinxing was oblivious to Cheng's intentions, only able to hear the voices of those persistently shouting. The reason these individuals were reluctant to vacate the hospital was that they had grown accustomed to their comfort zone. Stepping outside into the world beyond posed a grave risk to their lives. The people outside resembled ravenous wolves, mercilessly hunting for sustenance, willing to prey upon even their own kind. Brotherly, it seems they will not accompany us. Let us withdraw for now. Indeed, if we linger too long, we shall find ourselves in a more precarious situation when Chief Wu arrives with his men. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Li Jinxing heard footsteps approaching from afar. Let us move quickly. We must ascend to the upper floors. Situated in the heart of the city, the Linjiang District People's Hospital was surrounded by numerous office buildings and residential complexes. Li Jinxing led his group to the nearest upper floor. Just as they reached the top, they spotted Chief Wu arriving at the hospital's entrance with a throng of followers. Those inside, are you still unwilling to surrender today? Chief Wu gestured dismissively, and one of his subordinates stepped forward, bellowing, our leader has issued a final ultimatum. If you refuse to submit today, we shall unleash our fury upon you. There must be numerous doctors and nurses within the hospital, yes? I have a particular fondness for the allure of uniforms. Do not disappoint me. Chief Wu and his minions erupted in lewd laughter. They felt no fear of the unarmed doctors and nurses, boldly striding forward to clear the debris piled at the entrance. Within the hospital, the occupants had no means to retaliate, resorting instead to hiding within, impotently seething as they watched their assailants clear the entrance. When the debris was finally removed, it would signal the moment they would breach the hospital and unleash their primal instincts. Dr. Cheng, what shall we do? If this continues, it will not be long before they break in. We possess no firearms or ammunition, not even a bow and arrow. What can we do but wait? Perhaps we should consider surrendering. They might offer us favorable treatment. I share your sentiment. After all, we are doctors and nurses. Even in the apocalypse, we are skilled professionals. Dr. Cheng shook his head, fully aware that if Lu Jianrong's faction gained access to the hospital's medical supplies, they would become virtually unstoppable. Lu Jianrong's ambitions had already spread throughout the Linjiang district of Jiangnan City. It could be said that many factions had been devoured by Lu Jianrong, leaving only a few small to medium-sized groups struggling to survive. The hospital was their most coveted target, with its array of specialists and nurses. Whoever controlled the hospital would undoubtedly seize the upper hand in this grim new world. Dr. Cheng decisively intervened to stop those who wavered, yet she found herself devoid of any particularly effective solutions. However, in the next moment, she noticed a considerable number of individuals attacking Lu Jianrong's faction. They hurled refuse and various debris from the adjacent building, attempting to obstruct the transport of items from the hospital's entrance. Who the hell are these people? Roared the leader, Big Wu, in indignation. Brothers, let's head to that building and capture these rats. Yet, upon reaching the residential building near the hospital entrance, Big Wu's men discovered it utterly deserted, without a soul in sight. What the hell is going on? Exclaimed one of his men. There must be someone behind this. You all continue moving the supplies. I'll keep watch from this building. If I spot anyone, I'll apprehend them immediately. All right. You take 2 men to guard this building while the rest of us return to the hospital entrance and continue moving the debris. Big Wu led his men back to the hospital entrance, only to be met with a scene that shattered his hopes. It turned out that during their brief absence, many had been dispatched from within the hospital, blocking the very gap they had just cleared with more debris. Essentially, their efforts would need to begin anew. This is infuriating. These beasts, if they prevent me from entering, I swear I will dismember you. Big Wu continued to move the debris at the entrance when Dr. Chung, inspired by recent events, devised a plan. She instructed her team to procure medical alcohol, which they filled into fragile glass bottles. After stuffing the bottle openings with gauze, they fashioned makeshift incendiary devices. Dr. Cheng led her team in launching the Molotov cocktails, igniting a blaze at the hospital entrance. What madness is this? How dare they attack us? They aren't merely mad, they are reckless. Boss, give the order, and we will charge in and deal with them. Yes, issue the command quickly. I can hardly contain myself. Big Wu's subordinates urged him to issue the order, yet deep within, he understood the gravity of the situation. The doctors and nurses inside the hospital could not be lost, for their lives were paramount. Otherwise, upon returning, Lu Jianrong would surely demand his life. After a moment of contemplation, Big Wu decided to issue a retreat. He recognized that a breakthrough was not feasible at this moment, and the longer they lingered, the worse their situation would become. It would be wiser to return for reinforcements, and once they held an overwhelming advantage, they could return to eliminate all obstacles. Do not revel in your triumph for long. When I return, I will report the circumstances to Lu Jianrong faithfully. When we come again, you will not be able to easily escape. If you resist my command then, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Big Wu departed from the scene. Chapter 135. Divergence in the hospital. Once the members of Wu's faction departed, Li Jinxing and his companions emerged from the nearby abandoned residential building. They returned to the hospital's entrance to extinguish the fire caused by the Molotov cocktails, for if the flames were to engulf the hospital, the consequences would be dire. Upon completing their task, Li Jinxing once again called out to those within the building. Did you see that? Those just now were indeed Lu Jianrong's men. We are not affiliated with them. Let me reiterate, we are from the Villa District. I hope you will contemplate whether to join us. Those who choose to come, I assure you, life will undoubtedly be much better. Inside the hospital, a group of a dozen survivors huddled together. Having witnessed Li Jinxing and his companions' actions, they had largely come to believe that they were not part of Lu Jianrong's faction. However, was life truly as idyllic in the Villa District as he claimed? It seemed to them that the assertions made by the outsiders were exaggerated. After all, who could possibly believe that a haven existed when the powerful were out seizing territory? Indeed, one remarked, the outsider claimed that the Villa District is under the protection of a big shot. Why should I trust that? Now that the influential are out for land, who would remain in the Villa District? You make a valid point. I too oppose going to the Villa District. Cheng Xian sat in place, listening to the opinions of others, then fell into deep contemplation. If the outsiders were indeed fabricating tales, it would not be easy to expose them. Even if they could lure people to the Villa District, how could they retain them? Moreover, judging by the demeanor and condition of Li Jinxing and his companions, they did not appear to be those deprived of sustenance for many days. Though their hands and faces bore wounds from the biting cold, their spirits seemed remarkably high. Thus, Cheng Xian concluded that the outsiders were not lying. Life in the Villa District was indeed considerably better than elsewhere. Suddenly, a thought struck Cheng Xian. The individuals with whom she had conducted business prior resided in the Villa District mentioned by Li Jinxing. That person had always demonstrated commendable character, and if she could reach out to him, it would surely provide her with greater assurance. With this in mind, she approached the window and called out to Li Jinxing outside. Hey, do you know Chen Yue? Upon hearing the name Chen Yue, Li Jinxing paused momentarily, then quickly replied. I know him. Do you also know Chen Yue? Yes, I know Chen Yue. Cheng Xian responded. Years before the apocalypse, Chen Yue had signed a health examination agreement with Cheng Xian, conducting comprehensive health checks for all employees every 6 months to ensure their well-being. Moreover, leveraging Cheng Xian's expertise in obstetrics and gynecology, he provided additional maternity leave and benefits for female employees. Such consideration for employees was indeed rare. Chen Yue is the big shot I mentioned earlier. Li Jinxing resolved to share the truth with Cheng Xian. If you decide to join us, I can take you to meet him. Cheng Xian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the mysterious benefactor protecting the Villa District was none other than Chen Yue. With this revelation, the credibility of Li Jinxing and his companions had significantly increased. After all, Cheng Xian and Chen Yue had interacted before, and their relationship was relatively close. She firmly believed that Chen Yue would not deceive her. However, one must always retain a degree of caution, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world where vigilance is paramount. Chen Xian refrained from immediately agreeing to Li Jinxing. Instead, she returned to her seat and continued to converse with the survivors within the hospital. The villa area was undoubtedly akin to Lu Jianrong's faction. They were all cut from the same cloth. Therefore, I propose that we remain steadfast here, for perhaps one day a rescue team will arrive. It is unlikely that any rescue team will come. Nonetheless, I concur with staying here. We are entirely oblivious to the circumstances in the villa area. Should we rashly join them, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian could no longer contain herself. Your considerations are far too narrow-minded. If those individuals outside truly share the same malevolent nature as Lu Jianrong's faction, then could we even be gathered here in discussion? Who was it that aided us in driving away Lu Jianrong's forces? Who extinguished the flames outside? Had the fire not been quelled, half the building would have been reduced to ashes. Although Chen Xian was a woman, her words resonated with authority, instantly commanding the room. Everyone fell silent, at a loss for how to counter her argument. The actions of those outside bore no fault. In fact, for the hospital's occupants, they were, in essence, their saviors. Even if Li Jinxing and his companions had driven away Wu Laoda's crew to garner support, what benefit could possibly be derived from extinguishing the fire? That was indeed a thankless task. As Chen Xian's words echoed, the crowd fell mute. The facts lay before them, and even if they wished to argue, they found themselves bereft of any means to do so. I have resolved to venture to the villa area. Chen Xian stood and surveyed the gathering. If life there truly surpassed that of the hospital, as they claimed, I shall inform everyone. Is there anyone who wishes to accompany me? The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating for a considerable time without anyone stepping forward. Their skepticism regarding the villa area was already entrenched. With someone willing to scout ahead, they could simply await the feedback, rendering it unnecessary to place themselves in jeopardy. Chen Xian understood their sentiments perfectly. She said nothing, merely letting out a soft sigh. Just as she prepared to turn away, a voice called out to her, I will go with you. Me too. Chen Xian turned to see a man and a woman approaching her. The man, Zhao Lei, was a fellow native from her class, having been classmates since high school and subsequently attending the same university. After graduation, they both joined the same hospital, thus maintaining a strong bond. The woman, Lu Jia, was a junior to both Chen Xian and Zhao Lei, having also entered the Linjiang People's Hospital post-graduation and currently in her internship phase. Chapter 136, An Ambush Encounter. Li Jinxing takes action with the presence of the two of you accompanying me. I feel considerably more at ease. Chen Xian, Zhao Lei, and Lu Jia emerged together from the room, making their way toward the hospital entrance. Zhao Lei specialized in surgery, while Lu Jia was interning in pediatrics. Although their departments differed, their wealth of knowledge was ample. Chen Xian and Zhao Lei ranked first and second in their cohort, with Lu Jia consistently maintaining the top position in hers. In terms of theoretical knowledge, they could easily surpass the majority of medical students. Unlike seasoned doctors, however, they lacked practical experience. Li Jinxing and his companions had been waiting at the entrance, and the impatience among them was palpable. It seems that Lao Li and the others aren't coming out. We should head back. If we delay any longer, it will be dark, one remarked. Alas, it appears yet again we return empty-handed. Without a doctor, if we encounter Lu Jianrong's forces again, who knows how many lives we might lose in our villa district. I believe we should discuss with Chen Yue about borrowing a batch of weaponry. We can always pay interest. Once we eliminate Lu Jianrong's influence, we can work harder in the future. That idea is rather impractical. He has already made it clear he is not a benevolent individual. If we press him for assistance, it could yield adverse results, another countered. So what do we do now? Even if we had a doctor, we still couldn't transport medical equipment back. In this frigid weather, our vehicle won't even start. Listening to the ongoing debate around him, Li Jinxing found himself engulfed in frustration. He contemplated returning immediately, yet he feared that if they delayed any longer, it might very well cost them their lives. The role of a doctor extended beyond merely serving the villa district. It was equally pertinent to their own survival. Thus, seeking out a physician was imperative, a task that must be undertaken as long as the apocalypse persisted. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed likely they would return empty-handed today. Li Jinxing sighed in resignation, preparing to issue a retreat order when three young individuals emerged from the hospital. Hello, we are willing to accompany you back to the villa district. Zhao Lei spoke first. Li Jinxing could hardly believe his ears. Are you truly certain you wish to join us? Of course, we have come out. So we are certainly committed to going with you, but you must wait a moment, Chen Xian replied with a smile. We cannot exit through the main entrance. It is obstructed by defensive debris. Clearing a pathway is quite challenging, hence we will use another exit. Another exit? Do you have alternative ways to enter and exit? Li Jinxing blurted out instinctively. only to realize his indiscretion the next moment. The existence of other exits must be their secret. If others were to discover this information, anyone could leave the hospital, rendering the barricades at the main entrance unnecessary, especially for the people of Lu Jianrong in the city. If they were to learn of this news, the hospital would soon be overrun. Li Jinxing, with a face full of regret, spoke. I apologize, I meant no offense. Shall we wait for you here? Yes, you may wait for us here. We shall join you in a few minutes. With that, Zhao Lei and his companions turned and entered the hospital. Wonderful. Old Li, this time we can bring back doctors, exclaimed Feng Lin with a hint of excitement. Now, Chen Yue should grant us a portion of the weapons for our defense. With these doctors at our disposal, we shall no longer fear the forces of Lu Jianrong. However, Li Jinxing did not share Feng Lin's optimism. Their numbers are considerable. We must remain vigilant. These individuals are desperate, living each day on the edge of a blade. Such people possess a common trait. They focus solely on the present, disregarding the future. Only Lu Jianrong has some long-term plans, but his subordinates do not share that perspective. They might perish in a skirmish tomorrow, so why not indulge in the present? After waiting for several minutes, Zhao Lei and his companions emerged from a narrow alley. Apologies for the wait. Shall we set off? Indeed, Li Jinxing and his group of 9, accompanied by Zhao Lei and his 3 companions, totaling 12, departed the hospital, heading towards the villa district. However, they had not walked far when they noticed Wu Yu and his group encircling them from the surrounding buildings. You cannot escape. Wu, furious, shouted. Damn it. The hospital's people do not surrender to us. Instead, they yield to you? Brothers, seize them all. Take them back for the boss to deal with. Although Wu's group was small, they were armed, with several wielding firearms. Li Jinxing, after a moment's contemplation, commanded, quickly, take the others and run. The group immediately turned and fled. Wu Yu smirked. Run? The world is blanketed in snow. Where can you escape? Where can you run without leaving footprints? No rush. Let them flee. Follow their tracks slowly and see how far they can go. Familiar with the local terrain, one of them guided Li Jinxing's group through back alleys, allowing them to momentarily evade Wu's pursuit. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they saw Wu Yu leisurely trailing behind them. Li Jinxing frowned, noticing the chaotic footprints left in the snow. This won't do. We cannot continue like this. They are tracking our prints, Li Jinxing panted. You all pass through the residential buildings and head to the other side. I will draw them away. This is the only way you can safely return to the villa district. Otherwise, we will all be captured. Remember, they have firearms. Li Jinxing's words were met with immediate dissent. No, we must leave together. How can we abandon you here? Indeed, it is perilous for you to divert them alone. Let us charge forth together. There must be a way. Enough with the idle chatter. You all must flee. Li Jinxing urged the crowd, stating that within the confines of the city, visibility is still limited. Once we reach the outskirts, we shall be surrounded by desolation. Do you truly believe we can evade capture? Chapter 137. Li Jinxing falls into enemy hands grasping Wang Dongxing by the collar. Li Jinxing gazed intently into his eyes. Old Wang, from this moment forth, you shall lead this team. After I draw their attention away, you must swiftly return to the villa area with the brothers, ensuring the safety of the 3 doctors above all. Off you go. Wang Dongxing nodded gravely, rallying the others to depart hastily. This was no melodramatic scene from a film. After all, the instinct to survive is inherent in all, who would willingly choose to remain in such perilous circumstances if they could escape. Li Jinxing's strategy was born of necessity. If he commanded others to divert the likes of Old Wu, it was uncertain whether they would comply. Even if they did, how much could they truly contribute? There was a chance they might abandon their mission entirely. Thus, to safeguard the entire team, this task fell solely to him. None other than Wang Dongsheng or Feng Lin could undertake it. Deliberately, Li Jinxing left 2 distinct footprints on the ground, one clear, one obscured, before dashing in the opposite direction of Wang Dongxing's departure. When Old Wu and his cohorts caught up, the keen-eyed leader immediately discerned the clues left behind. Brother, they truly lack experience, chuckled one of the underlings beside him. Leaving such obvious traces is practically inviting us to capture them. Old Wu furrowed his brow. Based on his familiarity with the villa residents, he knew they were astute individuals. Though lacking experience, they would not leave such blatant signs. Thus, this path must be suspect. Old Wu meticulously examined the fork in the road, and soon discovered even more discreet traces along an alternate route. AFAOD amidst the reality, this is unmistakably the handiwork of Li Jinxing. The surrounding subordinates gathered around, immediately showering him with praise. As expected of Brother Wu, you spotted it right away. It seems they fled from this direction. Indeed, this is a classic case of misdirection. They surely did not anticipate that our elder brother would uncover it. Absolutely. Our elder brother possesses an extraordinary eye for detail. Having once been a resident of the villa area, Old Wu knew Li Jinxing well, and their relationship was fairly close. Li Jinxing often liaised with medical departments, while Old Wu, as the leader, occasionally required treatment for injuries, relying on Li Jinxing's connections for assistance. One could say that Li Jinxing had rendered a significant favor to Old Wu. After careful contemplation, Old Wu realized that since Li Jinxing orchestrated this ruse, he must be aware that the pursuers were indeed his own. Thus, it was likely that Li Jinxing could anticipate their actions. Typically, upon recognizing such a setup, Old Wu would confidently proceed down the less obvious trail. However, since the architect of this trap was Li Jinxing, and knowing he understood Old Wu's tactics, it was imperative to act contrary to his usual approach. Let us pursue in that direction. Wait. Old Wu abruptly halted the eager subordinates preparing to chase. You are all mistaken. We should pursue in the opposite direction. This statement left the younger brother utterly bewildered. The other path bore such conspicuous traces. It appeared to be a deliberate lure designed to mislead us. Why pursue such an evident route? This is clearly illogical. With a smile, Big Brother Wu articulated his thoughts, prompting expressions of sudden enlightenment among the crowd. So that's how it is. This is truly a game within a game. Is this the nature of the rivalry among the elites? Big Brother, I am genuinely in awe of you. That you could deduce this is simply astounding. I feel the same. Big Brother, if we head in the opposite direction, we are bound to capture them. Once we return to the camp, I must share your exploits with everyone. I feel the same. At that moment, Big Brother Wu was delightfully pleased, yet he maintained a facade of modesty, urging everyone to remain low-key. We should hasten our departure. Once we apprehend them, we can discuss future matters. Very well, Big Brother. Let us go. As Li Jinxing pondered why no one was pursuing him, he suddenly spotted Big Brother Wu leading his men toward him. Thankfully, he understood Wu Yu well. As he searched for a commotion to create, he simultaneously sought his next hiding place. The longer he could conceal himself, the further Wang Dongsheng and the others could escape, thus ensuring their safety. As for Li Jinxing, he believed Wu Yu would not resort to excessive measures against him. After all, he had assisted Wu Yu on numerous occasions before the apocalypse. Surely, such repeated aid should warrant the preservation of his life. While contemplating and fleeing, Li Jinxing was taken aback when he realized Big Brother Wu and his men had surrounded the building he was in. Noticing that every exit had 2 guards stationed, he understood his escape was impossible. Those upstairs, listen, Big Brother Wu bellowed. If you come down voluntarily, you can spare yourselves some suffering. Otherwise, if I catch you, do not expect me to be lenient. Li Jinxing hid in a dilapidated room, wiping the dust off his watch to check the time. Thus far, he had managed to buy himself over an hour. This time was sufficient for Wang Dongxing and the others to vacate the city and traverse a considerable distance across the wilderness. Even if Big Brother Wu desired to pursue them now, he would be unable to catch up. Consequently, Li Jinxing revealed himself, only to be immediately seized by Big Brother Wu's subordinates and brought before him. Oh, isn't this brotherly? Before the apocalypse, Big Brother Wu had referred to Li Jinxing as brotherly. What about the others? Call them down. Your leader has come down. What are you hiding for? Hurry up and show yourselves. Chapter 138, The Real-Life Farmer and the Snake. Yet, within the hollow confines of the building, only the echo of Wu Laoda's voice resonated, unanswered by any presence. What could be the matter? A sense of foreboding stirred within Wu Laoda, yet he remained undeterred. He stepped forward and seized Li Jinxing by the collar, exclaiming, "Damn it! Where have you all hidden yourselves? Little Wu, are you referring to Wang Dongsheng and the others?" Li Jinxing replied with a grin. Given the current time, they should be nearing the villa district by now. This revelation struck Wu Laoda like a bolt from the blue, leaving him incredulous. How could that be? Was my judgment flawed? Had they taken a different route altogether? I know you are suspicious, Li Jinxing continued, his smile unwavering. Thus, I intentionally left 2 distinct traces. One clearly marked my path, while the other indicated Wang Dongsheng's route. It appears you have not disappointed me. Quite impressive. Wu Laoda stood frozen, retreating 2 steps, still refusing to accept the reality before him. Are you trying to deceive me? He lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Li Jinxing's abdomen. Though Li Jinxing was restrained by Wu Laoda's subordinates and did not fall, he was lifted off his feet momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground. Speak. Where have they all gone? Wu Laoda grasped Li Jinxing's hair, glaring at him fiercely. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. Ha ha ha, you fool. Li Jinxing chuckled. I've already told you. Wang Dongsheng and the others have returned to the villa district. Why don't you believe me? Still so defiant, Wu Laoda slapped him across the face, then turned to his men. Search thoroughly. Inspect every room in this building. I refuse to believe they can simply vanish. Understood, boss. Wu Laoda's subordinates commenced a meticulous search, and Li Jinxing regarded the flurry of activity with a mocking smile. This was destined to be a fruitless endeavor. He understood that Wu Yu had already come to accept his words in his heart, yet, for the sake of maintaining authority, he refused to divulge the truth to his men. After all, even if they rushed out now, they would not catch up to Wang Dongsheng and his group. Thus, Wu Yu could only perpetuate the error, keeping everyone occupied and ultimately placing the blame on Li Jinxing. Once all had ascended to the upper floors, Wu Laoda stood before Li Jinxing. Boldly, tell me, what is the purpose of this charade? I propose you join forces with me. Let us be as we were before the apocalypse. What do you think? Li Jinxing lifted his gaze to meet Wu Laoda's eyes, scoffing coldly before lowering his head again. Uttering not a single word, Wu Laoda's expression darkened. He seldom sought assistance and had never uttered many soft words. Today, he had extended an invitation for Li Jinxing to join him, yet was met with such blatant disrespect. Be honest with me. What is the current state of the Villa District? Master Wu lowered his voice and, with great patience, continued to inquire. Boldly, our relationship has always been amicable. If you could just share with me the details of the villa area, I shall release you at once, as if I had never captured you. What do you think? With a smile, Li Jinxing replied, you wish to learn about the changes in the villa area? I can certainly enlighten you. The transformations are quite significant. Even 100 or so people would struggle to seize it. Do you know why? Because everyone has united. Therefore, you might as well save your efforts and refrain from provoking those of us in the villa area. Is that what you have to say? Master Wu could no longer contain himself, delivering a swift kick that sent Li Jinxing sprawling to the ground. He then seized a metal pipe and struck Li Jinxing repeatedly until exhaustion compelled him to cease. Curse you, oldly, Master Wu panted, brandishing the pipe at the prostrate figure of Li Jinxing. What I wish to know is the defensive layout of the villa area. What weapons are present? How many individuals reside within? And what are the supplies of food and medicine? I did not ask for your irrelevant commentary. Weapons? None. Food and medicine? Also absent. Li Jinxing spat blood, revealing his crimson-stained teeth. Defensive layout? Apologies, but that too is non-existent. You speak of matters far beyond my comprehension. Perhaps I should take you to see for yourself? Master Wu, incensed, had not anticipated that Li Jinxing would be so impervious to both pleasantries and threats, rendering his efforts futile. Damn it, since you hold no value, I shall end your life today. With that, Master Wu commenced a brutal assault on Li Jinxing. Have you forgotten to eat? Li Jinxing mocked, laughter escaping his lips. You filthy cur, do you truly believe you can kill me? He continued, you are a traitor. Forsaking your own for that scoundrel Lu Jianrong. You would do best to take my life today. Otherwise, I shall surely flay you alive one day. Provoked by Li Jinxing's insults, Master Wu intensified his blows. Each strike echoed ominously, and if this continued, he might indeed kill Li Jinxing. Yet Li Jinxing was not one to yield to force. The more aggressive Master Wu became, the less inclined he was to speak. In fact, even if Master Wu were to kneel and beg, Li Jinxing would remain unmoved. Meanwhile, Wang Dongxing and the others had arrived at the villa area, where they encountered Aunt Zhang. Chapter 139. The rescue of Li Jinxing. Wang Dongsheng, accompanied by his companions, returned to the villa district, where they immediately sought out Aunt Zhang. She possessed a walkie-talkie that could establish contact with Chen Yue. Currently, the only person capable of rescuing Li Jinxing was Chen Yue. What is the matter? Why are you all in such a flurry? Has something occurred? Aunt Zhang inquired, observing the anxious expressions on their faces. Wang Dongxing succinctly conveyed the events to Aunt Zhang, whose countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. She had not anticipated encountering the formidable Wu Laoda during her brief outing. Moreover, Li Jinxing had selflessly chosen to divert attention to facilitate the escape of others. What a peculiar turn of events. One might think such a plot too far-fetched for fiction. Despite her incredulity, Aunt Zhang promptly relayed this situation to Chen Yue via the walkie-talkie. Chen Yue, having limited knowledge of Li Jinxing, was aware only that he had frequently associated with Wu Laoda prior to the apocalypse. Thus, he asked, Aunt Zhang, what is your opinion of Li Jinxing? Aunt Zhang immediately perceived Chen Yue's skepticism regarding Li Jinxing, as Chen Yue's acquaintance with the residents of the Villa District was rooted in the pre-apocalyptic era, and he had little interaction with the post-apocalyptic Li Jinxing. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Zhang replied, Li Jinxing is actually quite a decent person. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Chen Yue probed. Before the apocalypse, Li Jinxing engaged in somewhat dubious business ventures, particularly in pharmaceuticals. He would procure near-expiry medications from hospitals and then sell them at a markup. Consequently, he was well acquainted with hospital personnel, even those from the Jiangnan City Health Department. It was this line of work that fostered his closeness with Wu Laoda. And Zhang elaborated meticulously, explaining that Li Jinxing maintained a moral compass in his dealings. He would destroy any medications that had expired, regardless of their resale potential. Thus, he could be characterized as an unscrupulous businessman, but not one who would resort to murder for profit. And how has he fared in the post-apocalyptic world? Chen Yue inquired further, seeking to understand Li Jinxing's conduct after society's collapse. Upon the onset of the apocalypse, Li Jinxing had stockpiled a considerable amount of food. However, due to Aunt Zhang's previous deceit, much of that food had ended up in her possession. The mention of her past actions filled Aunt Zhang with remorse. Subsequently, Li Jinxing survived by scavenging for supplies until the moment tasks began to be issued, which finally allowed him to enjoy a hearty meal. Presently, his points ranked second among all residents, indicating his diligent efforts. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. After concluding the conversation on the walkie-talkie, Chen Yue settled into a rocking chair, gently swaying while contemplating the matter at hand. Based on Aunt Zhang's account, it was evident that Li Jinxing possessed potential. Despite his prior involvement in questionable enterprises, he had not committed acts of murder and was not a ruthless villain. The aftermath of the apocalypse has proven to be quite remarkable. At the very least, there remains a sense of loyalty towards oneself. Currently, the Villa District is in dire need of capable individuals, and Li Jinxing's esteemed reputation among the residents clearly indicates his influence. Although the Villa District cannot be described as a tightly knit community just yet, a semblance of cohesion has begun to emerge. If one could stoke the flames of this unity, these individuals could potentially become invaluable assets to the Villa District in the future. In summary, rescuing Li Jinxing would undoubtedly yield far greater benefits than drawbacks. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yue resolved to embark on the mission to save Li Jinxing. As Chen Yue prepared to leave, Shen Xian and Tang Xiaochen recognized her imminent departure. Be safe out there. Do take care, Shen Xian cautioned, her expression tinged with concern, reminiscent of a wife anxious for her husband's journey. Rest assured, you know the prowess of our snowmobile, Chen Yue replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Even if faced with 100 adversaries, I fear them not with this vehicle. Once everything was packed, Chen Yue drove his snowmobile out, setting his sights on the vicinity of the Linjiang District Hospital. According to the accounts of Wang Dongxing, who had escaped, they had encountered Boss Wu and his entourage while heading away from the hospital. Given this information, Chen Yue was confident in his ability to find Li Jinxing, as the options were limited. Moreover, with Boss Wu leading a large group, there would undoubtedly be traces left behind, alleviating any concerns Chen Yue had about losing his way. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing found himself on the receiving end of relentless assaults from Boss Wu's men for nearly an hour. He had lost consciousness several times, only to be jolted awake by the pain. Are you still unwilling to speak? If you remain silent, you shall perish here. Boss Wu glared menacingly at Li Jinxing. Tell me, is it worth risking your life for someone so unrelated to you? Who says this matter does not concern me? Li Jinxing retorted with a bitter laugh. My wife and 2 children reside within the Villa District. If I betray the district's secrets, would that not be a betrayal of my wife and children? Do not fret. Once we breach the Villa District, your wife and children shall remain unharmed, Boss Wu assured, his words laced with false promises. In truth, he understood that once in the hands of Lu Jianrong, regardless of age or gender, everyone must serve a purpose. Boss Wu's intent was merely to extract information from Li Jinxing, leaving the consequences for later. Li Jinxing, however, was far from naive. With a derisive smile, he turned his head away, choosing to ignore Boss Wu and his associates. He was acutely aware of Lu Jianrong's true nature, having once escaped from his clutches. Chapter 140. A turn of events. Observing Li Jinxing's unyielding demeanor, Wu Laoda felt a surge of frustration, yet he could not devise a suitable plan at the moment. At that juncture, one of his subordinates suggested eliminating him outright. This notion struck Wu Laoda like a thunderclap, reverberating within his mind. Indeed, how had he not considered this? However, mere murder would not suffice. Even in death, Li Jinxing must possess some semblance of value. Old Li, are you not concerned for your wife and children? Wu Laoda leaned closer to Li Jinxing, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Then allow me to show you how they fare. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing's countenance shifted dramatically. Wu Yu, what the hell do you intend to do? He spat vehemently. Don't think you can leverage my wife and children against me. If you have the guts, come at me directly. Look at how irate you are. Wu Laoda maintained his smile despite the insult, gazing at Li Jinxing with malevolence. My subordinate just suggested killing you, but considering the bond we've shared over time, I've decided to grant you one last glimpse of your family. How kind of me. Wouldn't you agree? Realization dawned on Li Jinxing. Wu Yu clearly intended to take him to the entrance of the Villa District before executing him. Wu Yu, you despicable coward. Even in death, I will not spare you. Li Jinxing struggled to rise, only to be forcibly restrained by Wu Laoda's henchmen. Brother, what is the plan? Are we taking him elsewhere to finish him off? One subordinate inquired, puzzled. Do we really need to go through all this trouble? It's over an hour's drive to the Villa District. Ah, You fail to grasp the intricacies. Wu Laodao chuckled, elucidating his rationale. Killing Li Jinxing here yields no benefits. However, slaying him at the villa district entrance presents us with at least 2 significant advantages. Truly the elder brother. Pray tell us what these advantages are. The subordinates chimed in, eager for insight. Firstly, we can set an example, instilling fear among the villa dwellers and demonstrating the fate that awaits those who oppose us. Secondly, we can undermine Chen Yue's authority. This fellow has been courting favor with the villa inhabitants, has he not? Let us show them what kind of leader they have chosen. One who stands by as his subordinate is ruthlessly slain without lifting a finger. Wu Laodao spoke with fervor, his words dripping with contempt. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing's apprehension grew with every utterance. Wu Yu's heart was indeed as cold as ice. And the very scenario he had dreaded most was unfolding before him. From the moment he was captured, Li Jinxing had braced himself for the worst. Yet the current predicament was even graver than anticipated. In a desperate bid to provoke Wu Yu into a hasty execution, Li Jinxing sought to incite his wrath. But he had not anticipated Wu Yu's remarkable restraint, which had persisted until now, culminating in this treacherous scheme. Witnessing Li Jinxing's ashen visage, Wu Laodao recognized that he had gained the upper hand. So, old Li, what will you do now? The plan I devised is quite thorough, isn't it? Boss Wu said with a smile as he gazed at Li Jinxing. This time, I shall see how you will respond. What will Chen Yue do? Once I bring you to the villa district, should anyone dare to show their face, regardless of who they are, I shall show no mercy. This is the consequence of your defiance against us. For now, you shall endure the humiliation of being our test subject. I want everyone to witness, and all factions to see, the fate that befalls those who oppose our Lu Jianrong's forces. At this moment, Li Jinxing's mind was blank. He could no longer conceive of a viable way to escape his predicament. The only solution to his current plight lay in Chen Yue coming to his rescue. However, Chen Yue likely wouldn't even recognize his own name. So how could he possibly come to save him? Li Jinxing let out a deep sigh, resigning himself to his fate. He could only hope that his wife and child were not at home, or that, when he reached the villa district's entrance and faced impending death, a neighbor might intervene. Boss Wu observed the despondent expression on Li Jinxing's face and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a visage of terror. He had spotted an armored vehicle approaching his direction. The sight of that vehicle was all too familiar, and a cold sweat broke out across his body. Damn it, has Chen Yue lost his mind? To confront us head-on for a mere car thief? Boss Wu immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Brothers, stop him. He is the mastermind behind the villa district. If we capture him, we shall have all we desire, food and women." Upon hearing that the boss of the villa district had emerged, the group of subordinates surged forward with renewed vigor, firing at Chen Yue's snow-white vehicle. The bullets ricocheted off the armored plating, creating a cacophony akin to cannon fire. Soon, Boss Wu was astonished to discover that none of the bullets could penetrate the vehicle's steel shell. They merely left pale imprints on its surface. What in the world is this monster? Boss Wu felt an instinctive urge to flee as the behemoth drew nearer. However, his subordinates were watching closely. If he were to run, he would likely face Lu Jianrong's wrath upon his return. Explosives. Hurry. Bring me explosives to blow up this vehicle, Lu Jianrong commanded. A subordinate rushed forward, clutching explosives tightly. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yue let out a cold chuckle. Not even explosives or an anti-tank mine could harm this vehicle. What use would those explosives be? The subordinate quickly crawled beneath the vehicle, placing the explosives on the ground and igniting the fuse. Unexpectedly, Chen Yue made a sharp turn, crushing the hapless subordinate beneath him. Blood splattered at the scene. Chapter 141. Life and Death. The subordinate, crushed on one side, did not succumb immediately but lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. His body had been flattened into a two-dimensional plane, allowing him to see the grotesque amalgamation of flesh and earth, the ice and snow merging together. He cried out, pleading for his leader, Wu, to save him. Yet Wu was rendered speechless, his gaze locked in shock. He had assumed that the explosives would send Chen Yue's vehicle soaring into the air. But to his utter disbelief, nothing had happened. Was this even reasonable? Inside the vehicle, Chen Yue let out a cold laugh, pressing 2 buttons that caused machine guns to emerge from the roof. You fools still wish to target me? Prepare to meet your end. The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, forcing Wu to cower behind cover. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not so fortunate. 2 of them were mercilessly shredded by the barrage. The penetrating power and force of the machine gun far surpassed that of ordinary rifles and handguns. The portrayal of gunfire in films, where victims merely sport a few holes, is but a mere concession to censorship. In reality, any hit from a machine gun results in a gaping wound. As Wu beheld the shattered stones and mangled flesh strewn about, he was paralyzed by fear. Though he was regarded as the boss, he had never encountered such a scene before. The single thought racing through his mind was to flee. It was clear that this individual could not be defeated. Forgetting his subordinates, Wu fled in a panic, regardless of the potential punishment from Lu Jianrong. After all, what harm could come from returning, even if it meant facing retribution? Staying here, however, was an assured death sentence. Little did Lu Jianrong anticipate that just as he prepared to leave, Chen Yue's vehicle appeared before him. "Oh, I assent to this, Wu, the boss? Why the rush? Shall we not have a little chat?" Chen Yue's voice, sinister as a demon's, echoed from the vehicle's loudspeakers. Startled, Wu stumbled back, hastily scanning his surroundings, eventually seizing Li Jinxing to use as a shield. "Chen Yue, get out of the car, or I will execute him," Wu thought with a grim smirk. "Chen Yue, aren't you invincible? I have Li Jinxing here. Let us see if you will risk your life for him. If you dare step out, I will shoot you dead. At that point, your vehicle and sanctuary will become mine. Lu Jianrong will be nothing to worry about." Li Jinxing immediately discerned Wu's intentions. Struggling, he shouted, "Chen Yue, don't get out of the car. Don't concern yourself with my fate. In this apocalypse, we have cast aside our dignity, our morals, even our humanity. You have been the one to help us reclaim these lost values, allowing us to live decently in this harsh world. Therefore, my life is of no consequence. I only hope that after my death, you will treat my wife and child kindly. Your wife and child are capable of taking care of themselves. I am not Xiaomingda," Chen Yue remarked with resignation. "And you, Wu Laoda, have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end?" A chilling smile crept across Wu Laoda's face. "It seems the upper hand is mine. Does it not? If you do not exit the vehicle, I shall shoot Li Jinxing right here. By all means, if you wish to kill him, do so," Chen Yue replied, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he were a merciless specter of death. "However, let me be clear, should Li Jinxing perish, your fate will be equally grim. You witnessed the fate of your subordinates earlier, did you not? Do you wish to be shattered into fragments as they were?" Chen Yue's words echoed in Wu Laoda's mind like a devil's whisper. "I assure you, your demise will be far more agonizing than that of your subordinates." With a clatter, Wu Laoda's handgun fell to the ground, his trembling hands unable to maintain their grip. The horrific images of his fallen comrades haunted his thoughts. What could be worse than their fates? The mere thought of his own end was too dreadful to contemplate. "Chen Yue, no, Chen Gu, I was mistaken," Wu Laoda pleaded, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "This is Lu Jianrong's fault. He forced my hand. If I did not obey his commands, he would have taken my life. I had no choice but to comply. I am not a bad person, truly. You must believe me." Chen Yue sat within the vehicle, coldly observing the pitiful figure of Wu Laoda, who resembled a jester. He sighed heavily. "I expected you to be a man of strength. I did not anticipate such weakness." "Never mind. A person like you is hardly worth my effort." Wu Laoda felt a wave of emotion at Chen Yue's words, tears brimming in his eyes. "Yes, you are right. A person like me is unworthy of your attention. I shall leave at once, and vow never to cross your path again." Just as Wu Laoda attempted to rise and flee, the silence was shattered by the sharp crack of a gunshot. In horror, he realized his leg had been struck by a bullet from a machine gun, his calf instantly severed. Blood gushed forth, a gruesome spectacle. "You, Chen Yue, how could you?" "My apologies, I was merely jesting. Why do you believe everything so readily?" Chen Yue replied nonchalantly. "I have not broken my word. I only interrupted your leg. Whether you survive this ordeal is entirely contingent upon your own abilities." With that, Chen Yue opened the car door, allowing Li Jinxing to enter. Chapter 142, Aerial Assault. After Li Jinxing entered the vehicle, Chen Yue did not immediately untie him, instead allowing him to sit quietly in place. Although Li Jinxing was now under Chen Yue's control, Chen Yue harbored lingering doubts about these individuals. Should Li Jinxing be swayed by Wu Laoda, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Even in the face of such uncertainty, Chen Yue was resolute in ensuring his own safety. Li Jinxing seemed to comprehend Chen Yue's apprehensions and refrained from demanding to be released. He sat quietly, awaiting the moment he would reunite with his wife and children in the villa area. Meanwhile, Wu Laoda, who had been shot and collapsed, soon felt his wound growing numb. A few of his subordinates emerged from their cover, approaching him with cold expressions. "Brother, hurry. Take me back. I need to report to Lu Laoda," Wu Laoda commanded, his tone still authoritative. "Get moving. Stop dragging your feet." "Huh, Wu Yu, what are you thinking?" one subordinate coldly retorted, a mocking smile gracing his face. "How could we possibly take you back to camp?" Wu Laoda stood frozen, unable to fathom the implications of their words. "What do you mean? I am your elder brother. Is there no loyalty in this world anymore? Are you not even going to save your elder brother?" "Elder brother?" One subordinate placed his foot on Wu Laoda's head. "If it weren't for the need to make a living, who would want to follow someone like you?" Cursing, Wu Laoda, feeling the intense pain on his face, screamed in desperation, "You cannot treat me this way. Even if I die, I must see Lu Jinrong first. Save your breath. Another subordinate approached, patting Wu Laoda's face. Will you think about it? What benefit do we gain from taking you back? Lu Jinrong would not waste any effort to save you. You are nothing but a liability now. Do you think he would invest resources in you? Furthermore, if we were to inform Lu Jinrong of your demise, the next leader could very well be chosen from among us. Surely you understand the advantages of being the leader. So do not obstruct our brother's paths to success. Upon hearing these words, Wu Laoda finally grasped the truth of his situation. He was merely a jester in this cruel play. Amidst Wu Laoda's frantic laughter, his subordinates began to distance themselves from him. In the biting cold, he felt his life force slowly waning, and he grew increasingly drowsy. Just sleep. It will be better once you drift away, he thought, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned his daughter, far away abroad. I wonder how she is doing now. After Wu Laoda's subordinates returned to the camp, they reported everything to Lu Jinrong, embellishing the tale to claim that Chen Yue had killed Wu Laoda. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong immediately shattered the teacup in his hand, exclaiming, "That Chen Yue has gone too far. Notify everyone to return. We are preparing to confront Chen Yue. I refuse to believe that a mere Chen Yue can turn the tide against us. During this time, we have consolidated numerous camps. Even if I must fill our ranks with manpower, I will ensure his demise." At that moment, a figure rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Brother, we mustn't." Lu Jinrong turned to see. It was General Huang. Panting, Huang said, "We have painstakingly gathered so many people, but if we engage in a direct conflict with Chen Yue, we won't even breach his sanctuary. Even if we annihilate everyone in the villa area, if we cannot penetrate his stronghold, it would all be in vain." Lu Jinrong seized Huang by the collar, furiously demanding, "Then what do you propose we do? I have provided you with ample sustenance since your arrival. Yet you have yet to devise a plan to infiltrate Chen Yue's stronghold. I expect you to come up with a solution immediately, or I shall have the oldest and most unsightly woman in the camp serve you." To Lu's surprise, General Huang appeared unfazed. With a sly grin, he replied, "Fear not. Brother, I have already conceived a plan. Look." As he spoke, Huang gestured aside, revealing several of their underlings dragging along 2 or 3 parachute packs. These parachutes were procured from nearby survival clubs. With these, we could scale Chen Yue's moat wall and gain direct access within. Subsequently, we would utilize flamethrowers to gradually melt the bulletproof glass, allowing us entry into his sanctuary. Lu Jianrong approached and examined the parachute. "This must be deployed from a great height, correct?" he inquired. "No, brother, this is not the type used by airborne troops," Huang clarified. "This parachute can deploy at low altitudes. Given that Chen Yue's moat wall stands about 30 meters high, comparable to a typical residential building, this parachute can fully deploy and facilitate a safe descent from that height." Huang continued, "With this equipment, we can execute our plan. However, we currently lack liquefied gas. Perhaps you could ask the brothers to exert themselves a bit more?" After hearing Huang's explanation, Lu Jinrong felt a surge of delight. "Very well. I will take charge of acquiring the liquefied gas." He clapped Huang on the shoulder, praising him. "You have done well. Tonight, I shall treat you to an extra sausage in your instant noodles." "Thank you, brother. It is your leadership that invigorates us all," Huang responded, adeptly flattering Lu Jinrong, who basked in the praise. Chapter 143. A Vehicle? Hope. On the other side, Chen Yue drove the snowmobile across the desolate wilderness, with Li Jinxing beside her. The interior of the snowmobile was warm, yet Li Jinxing bore numerous wounds from the relentless assaults by Wu Laoda. The frigid weather outside had caused the blood on his injuries to freeze and subsequently thaw, rendering him a ghastly sight. To make matters worse, the wounds throbbed with pain and itched intolerably, compelling him to rub against the armored surface of the snowmobile, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood behind. "I apologize, Chen Yue," Li Jinxing said, observing the bloodstains on the ground, striving to maintain his composure. He certainly did not wish to make a poor impression on Chen Yue during their first encounter. "No worries, just hold on a little longer. We'll arrive shortly," Chen Yue replied nonchalantly. "Once we get there, the new doctor will tend to your injuries. You have played a crucial role in this endeavor. So I will cover the costs of your treatment. No points will be deducted. That is not acceptable." Although Li Jinxing suspected that Chen Yue possessed ample resources, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant value of even a single ibuprofen in this apocalyptic world. The medical supplies required to heal his wounds would amount to a considerable sum. In truth, upon realizing the severity of his injuries, Li Jinxing had already resigned himself to the idea of foregoing treatment. He wished only to catch a final glimpse of his wife and children, and he would find solace in that. "You're older than I am, so I shall call you Oldly from now on," Chen Yue remarked, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "What did you do before the apocalypse?" In truth, Chen Yue had already learned about Li Jinxing's pre-apocalyptic profession from Aunt Zhang. Now, in their private conversation, she broached the subject again to gauge and test him. If Li Jinxing could not even confront his past, she would never entrust him with a significant role. Li Jinxing was taken aback by Chen Yue's inquiry about his past, momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Yue, my past is far from the glorious narrative you might envision, he replied with a wry smile, his voice measured. Growing up in a poor family instilled in me a fear of poverty, so I resorted to any means of making money as I matured. I even engaged in activities that skirted the boundaries of legality. Ultimately, after starting a family, I only dared to dabble in gray industries. Yet, I have come to realize that money pales in comparison to the value of family. Thus, Li Jinxing recounted the entirety of his rise to fortune. And Chen Yue nodded slightly, finding it consistent with what she had heard from Aunt Zhang. As for the gray industries in which Li Jinxing had previously engaged, Chen Yue was indifferent. In this post-apocalyptic reality, as long as a person possessed a fundamentally pure and kind heart, what did it matter if they had once strayed from the path of righteousness? As long as he was not a villain intent on causing harm for profit, that was sufficient. Li Jinxing laid bare all his thoughts, ultimately succumbing to silence. A multitude of questions erupted within him. Why did Chen Yue suddenly inquire about these matters? What was his intention? Could it be that he wished to expel me from the villa district? Such a notion, although troubling, held a semblance of logic, considering the multitude of clandestine deeds I had committed prior to the apocalypse. Surviving for this long amidst the ruins of the world felt nothing short of miraculous. It is often said that good and evil eventually reap their rewards. Perhaps my reckoning is drawing near. As long as Chen Yue treats my wife and children with kindness, I would bear no resentment even if I were to be ousted from the villa district. On the other hand, Chen Yue did not perceive matters as intricately. He had gleaned from your revelations information that aligned with what Zhang Dama had conveyed. This indicated that Li Jinxing had not deceived me at such a critical juncture. Thus, he proved to be of considerable value. It was decided that Li Jinxing would lead the newly formed defense team for the villa district. However, the question of what armaments should be procured for this team lingered. To be candid, this was the aspect that required meticulous consideration. If the weapons were insufficiently powerful, the purpose of establishing a defense team would be undermined, countering its original intent. Conversely, should the armaments be excessively formidable, it could evoke a scenario reminiscent of the fable of the farmer and the snake. After all, in the midst of the apocalypse, even the most trivial of items could sway a person as faith. What sort of equipment should be allocated to them? Chen Yue sighed heavily, unaware that his exhalation plunged Li Jinxing into despair. Was he truly intent on driving me away? Surely, his wife and children would find happiness in a place like the villa district. Even if I were to be cast out, I would not mind. Thus, Chen Yue and Li Jinxing, each harboring their own thoughts, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the villa district. At that moment, a throng had already gathered at the gates, drawn by the roar of the engine as they awaited the return of Chen Yue and Li Jinxing. I see the vehicle. They have returned. Chen Yue has succeeded. Good heavens, there were so many individuals and firearms at Wu Laodai's location. Yet, Chen Yue managed to rescue Li Jinxing? I felt it prudent to temper my excitement. We had only glimpsed Chen Yue's vehicle, and the occupants remained a mystery. Zhang Dama maintained a composed demeanor, wielding a loudspeaker as she called out. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether Li Jinxing was indeed within the vehicle, so it was imperative for everyone to remain calm and prepare for battle. Upon hearing Zhang Dama's words, the crowd found her reasoning sound and dispersed from the entrance, seeking cover while vigilantly observing the approaching vehicle. Chapter 144. The establishment of the guard squad. Everyone rushes to join initially. Li Jinxing and Chen Yue, seated inside the vehicle, furrowed their brows upon witnessing a throng of people gathered outside. However, they soon observed that everyone began seeking cover, prompting smiles to break across their faces. It appeared that these individuals had developed a sense of vigilance. With a grin, Chen Yue remarked, "Old Li, once we return, I shall appoint you as the captain of the guard squad, and you will select its members. All right, once we get back, I will promptly pack my belongings and leave." Wait, what did you just say? Li Jinxing could hardly believe his ears, staring incredulously at Chen Yue. Are you suggesting that I become the captain of the guard squad? Indeed. Do you think I would dismiss you? Chen Yue chuckled. Rest assured. As long as you perform admirably, I will not treat you poorly. The guard squad would also operate on a point system when there were no external threats. They would seek resources just like everyone else. However, should an enemy invade, the guard squad would be at the forefront, fighting valiantly. Naturally, the points earned through such perilous efforts would be greater, leading to a more prosperous existence for you. Thank you, Chen Yue. You can count on me. I will not let you down. Despite being bound, Li Jinxing sat upright, expressing his excitement to Chen Yue. There's no need to be so formal. Chen Yue waved his hand, signaling him to relax. From now on, we are allies. Just contribute your efforts for the community, and all will be well. Amidst their jovial conversation, the snow vehicle came to a halt outside the villa's perimeter. Following Chen Yue's instructions, there was indeed a door on the wall. This door was constructed from exceptionally sturdy material and was fortified with cover at the rear. Even if someone were to breach the door, the cover would provide the residents of the villa with precious time to retaliate. Identify yourselves, occupants of the vehicle, Aunt Zhang shouted through a megaphone. Although the residents were armed with rudimentary weapons, baseball bats, golf clubs, and even some wielding household cleavers, they kept a watchful eye on the snow vehicle. If the individuals disembarking were not Chen Yue or Li Jinxing, they would not hesitate to prevent them from crossing the wall, even at great personal risk. You all have done quite well. Chen Yue's voice emanated from the vehicle's loudspeaker, filling him with satisfaction. Upon hearing Chen Yue's voice, the residents of the villa exhaled in relief and joyfully rushed towards the snow vehicle, encircling it. Chen Yue, did you bring Li Jinxing back? Yes, has he returned? He must have been rescued, right? Chen Yue, where is my husband? Is he inside the vehicle? Li Jinxing's wife, accompanied by their 2 children, pushed to the front of the crowd, eagerly gazing at the vehicle's door. Creak. As the mechanical sound echoed, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the snow vehicle. This phenomenon occurred due to the high temperature inside the vehicle clashing with the frigid outdoor air, resulting in a dense mist. A figure slowly emerged from the haze. And as the crowd focused their gaze, they recognized Li Jinxing. Old Li, how are you? Are you injured? Oh my goodness, how could you have lost so much blood? Where's the doctor? Someone, quickly summon a physician. That wretched Lu Jianrong and his gang have been excessively brutal, and as for Wu Yu, how could he be so heartless? Old Li once shared such a close bond with him, yet he struck with lethal intent. Indeed, if I ever lay eyes on Wu Yu, I shall ensure his demise. At that moment, Li Jinxing's wife and children rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. Embracing him tightly, Li Jinxing tenderly caressed their heads. Daddy, does it hurt? His youngest daughter asked, her heart aching as she gently wiped the blood from his arm. I'm fine, dear. You and your mother should head home now. I'll bring back some treats for you shortly. With a subtle glance, Li Jinxing's wife understood and led the children away. Witnessing the profound affection of the Li family, Chen Yue couldn't help but smile with a sense of solace. This was the trio of doctors that Li Jinxing and the others had brought back. Aunt Zhang introduced them from the vehicle. This doctor is Cheng Xian, while the other 2 are Zhao Lei and Lu Jia. Chen Yue remained seated inside the car, unwilling to exit. In the safety of the vehicle, he was untouchable. However, stepping out could invite a bullet that might claim his life. Welcome to our family, he addressed them through the car's loudspeaker. I am acquainted with Dr. Cheng. The other 2, I trust, will utilize their expertise to assist us. We are currently establishing a medical station, and with your addition, our medical capabilities will significantly expand. I must clarify that we operate on a points system. Everyone is treated equally, and any resources exchanged must be done so with points. Naturally, due to your professional roles, you will receive a fixed point reward daily while in the villa area. Additionally, treating others will also earn you corresponding points as compensation. Aunt Zhang will provide you with further details. Understood, the 3 doctors replied in unison. Chen Yue's decision to keep these physicians out of his sanctuary was not without reason. Apart from Dr. Cheng, he was unfamiliar with the other 2. Should either harbor ulterior motives, it could lead Chen Yue into peril. Thus, for the sake of caution, he resolved to proceed with prudence. There is one more matter I need to address, Chen Yue continued. You all have performed admirably in this mission, successfully bringing back 3 doctors. Consequently, I have decided to establish a guard team. Li Jinxing will serve as the captain of this team. I will also distribute the necessary weaponry and equipment for the guard. Chapter 145. Formulating the selection plan and initiating the recruitment of team members. This announcement struck the hearts of everyone like a deep-sea bomb. No one had anticipated that Chen Yue would take the initiative to establish a guard team, nor could they fathom that Li Jinxing would be appointed as its captain. The way everyone looked at Li Jinxing transformed entirely. This marked the first guard team in the villa area, drawing immense attention. Moreover, being chosen as the captain indicated that Chen Yue had deemed him one of their own, promising an array of future benefits. I shall not designate the members of the guard team. That responsibility will rest upon Li Jinxing, Chen Yue continued. Li Jinxing, I have but one requirement. The members of the guard team must be capable and diligent. Should the individuals you select fail to accomplish the tasks I assign and protect everyone, then you, as captain, will no longer hold that position. Rest assured, I will develop assessment measures and ensure that I select the most suitable candidates. Li Jinxing vowed, thumping his chest. There will be no favoritism under my watch. That suffices. I have faith that you will excel. Chen Yue nodded in agreement. His choice of Li Jinxing stemmed from trust, prompting him to refrain from further elaboration. By the way, Aunt Zhang, henceforth, the guard team's meals will be adjusted to 2 hearty servings a day. Furthermore, they will receive canned ham daily from you. If food supplies run low, inform me in advance, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Aunt Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the generous meal provisions for the guard team, the others could hardly contain their envy. While they managed to eat their fill daily, it was limited to just 1 meal, with the other 2 consisting merely of thin gruel to stave off hunger. Only by acquiring exceptionally rare items, potentially scarce even for Chen Yue, could they accumulate sufficient points for a few days of hearty meals. In contrast, the guard team enjoyed the privilege of 2 substantial meals each day, elevating their standard of living significantly. Moreover, the allure of receiving canned ham daily was far greater than any other reward. After all, ham was meat. Although canned ham was considered a relatively inexpensive food prior to the apocalypse, for the influential residents of the villa area, being able to savor even a morsel of ham was a source of immense joy. It was not long before some individuals could no longer restrain themselves and approached Li Jinxing. Brotherly, I wish to sign up for the guard team. Please let me know the assessment criteria. I also want to join. Do not underestimate me due to my age. I am like an old steed still eager for the race. Am I not still sprier than the young lads? Brotherly, count me in as well. Please reserve a spot for me, and be sure to inform me of the assessment details when the time comes. As the crowd encircled Li Jinxing, Chen Yue interjected once more. Everyone, please quiet down and refrain from rushing. Li Jinxing, come to the vehicle. I will hand over the equipment to you. The door of the snowmobile swung open once more, and Li Jinxing stepped inside, where he beheld an orderly display of 15 crossbows laid out on the ground. Chen Yue stood nearby, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Let us first recruit 15 members for the initial guard team, she suggested, her tone softening. These are the weapons for the team. Secure them for now, as you shall be assigned different armaments shortly. Under Li Jinxing's curious gaze, Chen Yue drew her sidearm from her waist. This is my service pistol, the QSC-92 model, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds. I utilize a modified magazine, as the standard version holds only 15. It is equipped with 5.8mm ammunition. I shall provide you with 3 magazines, totaling 60 rounds. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask. With that, she placed the pistol and magazines before him. How could I? This is your sidearm. I cannot possibly accept it. Li Jinxing exclaimed, taken aback, as he waved his hands in refusal. I shall manage with the crossbows alongside the team. There is no need for me to have a pistol. Since you are the captain, you ought to embody the role. How can you be akin to an ordinary member? Chen Yue replied with a smile. This 92 model is exceptionally comfortable to use. Prior to the apocalypse, both the military and the armed police were equipped with it. Thus, it has stood the test of time. Please do not reject my offer. Accept it promptly. After much back and forth between Li Jinxing and Chen Yue, he ultimately secured the pistol at his waist. At that moment, he exuded a semblance of authority. How do you plan to select the team members? Chen Yue inquired curiously, observing Li Jinxing as he organized the crossbows. I suppose I shall choose based on physical endurance and strength. Li Jinxing pondered briefly before speaking. What do you think? Is this approach suitable? Chen Yue considered this, remarking, if we are to assess strength and endurance, then weightlifting is an excellent option. For endurance, running would serve well. However, she surmised that mere possession of these skills would not suffice for survival. I recommend conducting competitions in weightlifting, running, and visual acuity. Visual acuity? Are you certain you did not mishear? Did you just suggest a contest of vision? What purpose could that serve? Of course, it is to prevent friendly fire and aid in resource location. Chen Yue chuckled from her seat. Moreover, prior to the apocalypse, vision assessments were mandatory for military enlistment. Li Jinxing nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with Chen Yue's proposal. Then I shall prepare according to your 3 suggestions. After packing the crossbows, he slung them over his back. Once you have gathered the members, remember to compile a list and present it to me, Chen Yue stated as she returned to the driver's seat. Certainly. You can rest assured. Chapter 146. The assessment begins. The crowd wails upon hearing Li Jinxing's assurance. Chen Yue nodded and swiftly accelerated away from the scene, steering towards the shelter. On the way, he noticed 4 members of the Su family laboriously clearing the accumulated snow in the villa area. Su Shaoxian also spotted Chen Yue's vehicle. Their eyes met momentarily, yet neither uttered a word. Shaoxian, what are you staring at? Hurry up and get to work. Kai Mei chided, her head bowed as she chipped away at the ice, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. You know, in my youth back in the countryside, this was an everyday task. I find myself somewhat nostalgic for those times now. Mom, I heard that Chen Yue is going to establish a guard team. Su Lang remarked casually, wielding his ice chisel as if engaged in light conversation. I plan to join the guard team. They should offer more points than what we earn now. Then I'll be able to support our entire family. Go ahead if you wish, Kai Mei responded, pondering the transformation she perceived in her son. He used to merely ask her for money, but now he had taken on the responsibilities of a man. Brother, when you join the guard team, I'll head to the medical station to study, Su Jiao chimed in cheerfully. We'll surely accumulate a significant number of points. Who knows, we might even have meat to eat every day. The 4 members of the Su family dreamt of a brighter future, smiles gracing their faces. At that moment, the loudspeaker at the villa area crackled to life, emitting a robust male voice. Ahem, dear neighbors, I am Li Jinxing, the captain of the guard team. Those wishing to join us can gather at Villa Number 1 for registration. The guard team offers excellent benefits, not only rewarding points, but also providing a daily can of ham. We hope everyone will actively sign up. Recruitment criteria must be physically fit, under the age of 35, and able to pass a physical fitness test. Cans will be distributed the day after joining, without delay. Li Jinxing repeated the announcement 3 times. And by the end of the first round, a substantial crowd had already gathered at the entrance of Villa Number 1 to register. Almost every household in the villa area had 1 or 2 men present, some of whom were above the age limit but hoped for leniency. However, Li Jinxing was known for his integrity. He would not bend the rules for anyone, regardless of their attempts at persuasion. Su Lang, having heard the announcement, excitedly set his tools aside. Mom, I'm going too. Go ahead, just be careful. Kai Mei encouraged with a smile. If you succeed in this, our family will have hope. Don't worry, Mom, I'm confident I can make it, Su Lang declared, brimming with self-assurance. How many young men are there in the villa area? There are hardly any younger than me. With my physical fitness, I'm certain to be selected. Go for it. Su Jiao cheered him on. Once you're in the guard team, I'll try my luck at the medical station. All right. As Su Lang arrived at Villa Number 1, he discovered that the first group had already commenced their testing. The assessment comprised 3 components, the first being weightlifting. Besides their primary duty of guarding the villa area, the security team also engaged in resource hunting, and with their insulated clothing and weaponry, it was imperative that they possessed sufficient strength. Li Jinxing had arranged a box with handles, filled to the brim with water, which quickly froze into ice once placed outdoors. This box, along with the ice inside, weighed no less than 50 kilograms. The task was straightforward. Participants were to carry this box and traverse a distance of 1 kilometer back and forth. The individual who completed the task in the shortest time would emerge victorious. This test was designed to evaluate their arm strength, endurance, and stamina, as it was conceivable that they would need to transport vital equipment or supplies back to the villa during future missions. Thus, this trial served as a measure of their suitability for the task at hand. A kilometer, even without any load, would take at least 10 minutes to cover. One could only imagine the challenge posed by carrying 50 kilograms. The best performance recorded was 30 minutes, while most struggled to complete the distance. After all, the external temperature had consistently remained below -50 degrees Celsius, with each breath filled with frigid air. Those who persevered displayed remarkable endurance. All right, everyone take a 10-minute break. We shall proceed with the second test, Li Jinxing instructed, as he directed the staff to serve each participant a warm cup of honey water, replenishing their energy while providing warmth. After all, this was merely a test. It would be regrettable if any serious harm were to arise. The next assessment involved a running race around the interior of the villa area. The preceding kilometer was merely an appetizer. This race represented the main course. It is noteworthy that the villa complex sprawled over an expansive area, with a lap around the inner circle nearing 5 kilometers. Such a distance was not one that an ordinary person could sustain. Li Jinxing opted for this challenging task because he understood that no one could maintain a full-speed run for the entire distance. However, he wanted to observe if anyone would surrender. A withdrawal would indicate a lack of resoluteness, and individuals lacking determination were unsuitable for the security team. Should they be captured, they could easily divulge all the confidential details of the villa area. That would render them not a security team, but rather a cohort of traitors. As soon as the participants learned that the second test involved long-distance running, cries of despair erupted. No, I loathe long-distance running. How many kilometers do we have to run around this villa? It's simply torturous. Indeed, Li, could we possibly substitute this with another activity? This is not our forte. Please, let us change it. Li Jinxing maintained a stern expression as he gazed at the crowd. The content of this assessment was determined through discussions between Chen Yue and myself. Thus it cannot be altered at whim. If anyone wishes to withdraw, they may do so now, and I will harbor no objections. Chapter 147. Cheating? Never hired. Upon hearing Li Jinxing's words, everyone fell silent. Although they were reluctant to participate in the long-distance run, they were even less willing to forfeit this opportunity. The prospect of joining the guard team and improving their families' living conditions was a dream they all cherished. Oldly, we were merely joking. Please don't take it to heart, said one. Indeed, we will participate. After a brief rest, we shall commence. Li Jinxing granted them only 10 minutes to recuperate. However, when the time elapsed, many had not truly rested. Having just undergone a rigorous test, their bodies were still struggling to recover. Yet, there was no choice. They had to grit their teeth and endure. Once everyone was in position, Li Jinxing called for the start, and the participants dashed towards a common direction. At this moment, he retrieved the walkie-talkie that Aunt Zhang had entrusted to him and contacted Chen Yue. Boss, the long-distance run test has begun. Please keep an eye on things from your end. Chen Yue acknowledged and proceeded to activate all the surveillance cameras within the community. It turned out that this long-distance run was not merely a test of endurance but also a measure of character. No one would accompany them during the run. And if anyone chose to take a shortcut, it would go unnoticed. Li Jinxing would merely await them at the finish line, not accompanying them throughout the course. Meanwhile, Chen Yue monitored each individual's movements through the surveillance footage. Anyone who deviated from the path to take a shortcut would be immediately disqualified and permanently barred from hiring. Thus, this was also a test of integrity. Chen Yue observed that initially, everyone ran with great effort, but as time progressed, their speed diminished. Some had begun to take shortcuts. At first, these individuals were somewhat restrained, merely circumventing a villa, which was less than 100 meters. However, as the run continued, some even resorted to shortcuts of 200 to 300 meters. Such individuals were promptly added to Chen Yue's blacklist, and she relayed real-time updates to Li Jinxing, who waited at the finish line. As the number of cheaters increased, Li Jinxing's expression darkened. Among those who cheated were several individuals he had high hopes for. Had they completed the test sincerely, their chances of being selected would have been substantial. However, due to their dishonesty, they were irrevocably dismissed. After more than an hour, all participants reached the finish line, their faces adorned with frost. Li Jinxing gazed at them expressionlessly, picking up the list in his hand. Those whose names I call. Step forward. Wang Shouchuan, Zhang Fengfeng. Without exception, these were the top contenders. Upon hearing their names, each displayed a radiant smile. Shouchuan, well done. It seems you have been accepted. Feng, you're amazing. I shall rely on you from now on. This run was utterly exhausting. It nearly took my life. Indeed, Jinxing. I must report. Wan Xiaoxian and the others took shortcuts. The individuals who had previously stepped forward, including Wang Shouchuan, immediately expressed their discontent. On what grounds do you accuse us of cheating? Do you possess any evidence? They retorted. Indeed, we are honest participants who have run fairly. How could we possibly cheat? You are slandering us. How dare you? In their indignation, Wang Shouchuan and his companions prepared to teach a lesson to the young man who had reported them. What do you intend to do? Stand down immediately. Li Jinxing glared coldly at the group. Have you forgotten that Chen Yue can observe every move within the villa district? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Wang Shouchuan and the others panicked. Do you not realize what that implies? Every action you have taken has been witnessed by Chen Yue. Li Jinxing, exasperated, shot them a disapproving look. Your cheating has long been discovered by Chen Yue. The individuals named just now are forever barred from participating in the Guardian Squad tests. You may return home now. Li Jinxing announced their failure, and the faces of Wang Shouchuan and his companions turned ashen. No, this cannot be. You are engaging in entrapment. They protested. Have you ever informed us that cheating was prohibited? Therefore, this should not count. Indeed, this is exceedingly unfair. I shall report you. Report? To whom? Li Jinxing scoffed, speaking slowly. This is the rule set by Chen Yue. If you must place blame, direct it at yourselves for failing to adhere to the regulations. This is merely a test. How will you behave when you join the Guardian Squad and face even greater temptations? Would you not all succumb to greed? Li Jinxing approached Wang Shouchuan, patting him on the shoulder. Cease this commotion, maintain some dignity, and preserve your self-respect. With a heavy sigh, Wang Shouchuan departed, disheartened. As he left, the others who had been implicated in cheating ceased their outcry and also began to disperse. In truth, most of you could have qualified for the Guardian Squad. Such a pity. Li Jinxing lamented, observing the departing figures. The third part of the vision test commenced shortly thereafter. The vision assessment was divided into two segments, static vision and dynamic vision. The static vision component involved the familiar eye chart used during routine medical examinations. Chen Yue's requirement was straightforward. One need only meet the enlistment standards. Some individuals, accustomed to staring at computer screens daily, unfortunately failed the static vision portion. However, when it came time for the dynamic vision test, Li Jinxing found himself troubled, as he was uncertain how to proceed. Chapter 148. Su Lang's failure and his appeal for assistance from Chen Yue. Ultimately, Su Lang reached out to Chen Yue, who imparted to him a most straightforward method to guess the location of the ball beneath the cups. We have all seen or participated in this game, where an individual places a ball on the table, covers it with one of 3 cups, and then swiftly shuffles the cups. The challenge lies in determining under which cup the ball resides, serving as an assessment of dynamic vision. However, Li Jinxing's version was an enhanced iteration. He enlisted 2 participants, employing a total of 8 cups and 2 balls. Both individuals commenced simultaneously, with the balls continuously shifting positions. The participant who correctly identified the location of the balls would earn points, 1 point for guessing one ball correctly and 2 points for guessing both. Over 5 rounds, the individual with the highest score would secure a superior ranking. This test primarily evaluated the participants' focus and dynamic vision. The rationale behind assessing dynamic vision during the selection of team members stems from the myriad of complex situations encountered in the field. A lack of agility or poor eyesight could lead to injuries. Thus, the fundamental prerequisites for the guard team included endurance, physical strength, resolute willpower, commendable character, swift reflexes, and clarity of mind. The dynamic vision segment was swiftly completed, and due to its lack of strenuous physical demands, the participants remained in good spirits. However, when the results were announced, Li Jinxing discovered that only 2 individuals met the required standards. Such a meager number prompted him to consult with Chen Yue about potentially lowering the threshold to allow more candidates to qualify. Yet, Chen Yue's response was unequivocally negative. The guard team bore the critical responsibility of safeguarding the villa area, necessitating a selection process that favored quality over quantity. It was imperative to select only the most capable individuals. Otherwise, entrusting the guard team to a collection of the frail and unfit would compromise its combat effectiveness. Despite harboring differing opinions, Li Jinxing acquiesced to Chen Yue's perspective, permitting only the 2 qualified candidates to proceed while the others were eliminated. The second round of selections soon commenced, with Su Lang among the participants. The first round involved a 1-kilometer weighted run. Upon completing the distance, Su Lang felt as though he might disintegrate, his legs trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of the aftermath of his indulgent escapades prior to the apocalypse. Had there been no time constraints, he surely would have faltered. His performance in the first round was dismal, placing him near the bottom. After a brief 10-minute respite, the second round commenced, requiring participants to run a lap around the villa area. This lengthy run nearly cost Su Lang the remainder of his vitality. As he crossed the finish line, he collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to rise. Likewise, his performance in the second round was subpar, placing him at the bottom once more. Having spent the previous round observing the other participants, he had refrained from employing any cunning tactics, instead choosing to complete the lap with earnestness. To be frank, those participating in the second round of testing were already aware that Chen Yue would be monitoring their every move through surveillance. Consequently, no one attempted any underhanded tactics during the long-distance run. At the commencement of the second round, Chen Yue had already gone to accompany Shen Xian and Tang Xiaozhan, and he did not position himself in front of the monitoring screen. Learning from past experiences, he did not believe anyone would be foolish enough to disregard the rules. In the third round of the vision test, Su Lang unexpectedly achieved first place, which significantly bolstered his confidence, leading him to believe that he would surely be selected this time. However, upon Li Jinxing calculating the overall scores and announcing the results, Su Lang discovered that he was still far from the passing mark. Could you possibly make an exception, Brother Jinxing? I haven't been eating well lately, which might have affected my physical performance, hence my poor results in the first 2 rounds. Yet, my dynamic vision score in the third round was quite commendable. Surely, you would need someone with my talents. Typically, Su Lang had little interaction with Li Jinxing, and now that the latter was the captain of the guard, he spoke cautiously. I'm afraid the passing mark was set by Chen Yue, and I have no authority to grant you any leniency. Li Jinxing glanced at Su Lang's scores and sighed softly. Your scores are simply too far from the passing line. Everyone's eating and drinking the same these days. If you believe your physical condition is lacking, focus on improving your health before joining us. Su Lang, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words and could only nod before departing. Upon returning to the villa, the Su family noticed Su Lang's glum expression and immediately understood that he had not been selected. Don't worry, son. Since you weren't chosen, we can just work hard to earn points instead. Maintain a calm demeanor. It's essential. Su Lang approached Su Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, why don't you speak to Chen Yue on my behalf and request an exception for my admission? Although my scores in the first 2 rounds were disappointing, I excelled in dynamic vision. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Exclaimed Kai Mei, tapping her forehead. Xiaoxian, just help your brother by having a word with Chen Yue. Su Xiaoxian, however, shook her head. I believe it's impossible for Chen Yue to assist us. Have you forgotten how our family treated him in the past? What reason would he have to help us? It would be entirely unwarranted. Moreover, it is already a mercy that he hasn't expelled us from the villa area. Must we now be so greedy? What do you mean by being greedy? Kai Mei shot Su Xiaoxian a glare. It's merely a request. It's not as if we're asking him for something unreasonable. Chapter 149. Rejection. Su Lang ventures out in search of supplies. After all, we were once a family. We do not seek anything from him, merely a kind word of support. Surely, he cannot refuse such a small favor. Indeed, sister, Su Jiao chimed in, eager to lend her support. Just think, if brother Su Lang could join the guard, wouldn't he our family as fortunes improve? Yes, Xiaoxian. Why not speak to Chen Yue about this? Encouraged by her family, Su Xiaoxian sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall attempt it, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Under the urging of the Su family, she donned her clothing and set off towards Chen Yue's shelter. As she walked, memories of her past interactions with Chen Yue flooded her mind. Despite having experienced anger and regret in the past, she now felt a sense of clarity and understanding. After approximately an hour, Su Xiaoxian arrived outside the shelter. Chen Yue, busy roasting lamb legs, heard the alert from his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noted Su Xiaoxian standing outside. What brings her here? Surely, she has tea come seeking food again? Using the voice system on his phone, he connected to the speaker at the entrance. What is it? Why have you come? Su Xiaoxian replied, her expression somewhat awkward. I must clarify that this was not my intention. My brother, Su Lang, also attempted to join the guard but did not pass. Thus, the Su family urged me to speak with you, hoping to see if it might be possible for my brother to join the guard. No, Chen Yue replied decisively. Sprinkling seasoning on the lamb leg, Su Xiaoxian was not surprised by his response. She had anticipated that he would likely refuse to assist them. First of all, the guard in the villa area was not established by me, Chen Yue continued. It was formed spontaneously by the residents, and I merely provided weapons and equipment. Thus, I hold no sway in these matters. Secondly, Su Lang failed to meet the necessary standards due to his own shortcomings. If he truly wishes to join the guard, he must dedicate himself to training. Su Xiaoxian nodded in acknowledgement. You are correct. It was presumptuous of us. I suspected you would not agree to help. It is my mother and brother who insisted, so please do not take offense. I am not offended. Chen Yue felt no emotional response towards the Su family. Not only was he not angry, but he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Well, then, I shall take my leave. Very well, no need for farewells. As Chen Yue watched Su Xiaoxian depart through the surveillance, he turned off the monitoring device on his phone and continued roasting the sizzling lamb leg. This lamb had been sent from the farthest province, nourished by glacial waters and the tenderest of grasses. Moreover, they had always been raised in a free-range manner, resulting in meat that is firm and devoid of any gamey taste, incredibly tender. Chen Yue had been craving this lamb for quite some time. Upon returning to the Su family villa, Su Xiaoxian was immediately surrounded by Kai Mei and Su Lang. So how did it go? Did Chen Yue agree? Does this mean I can join the guard team now? No, Chen Yue did not consent to assist, Su Xiaoxian replied, shaking her head as she settled beside the fire to warm herself. He didn't agree. Upon hearing this, Su Lang was initially taken aback, then immediately erupted in anger. Isn't this a bit excessive? We aren't asking him for food or drink. We merely requested that he speak to Li Jinxing on our behalf. Such a simple matter. And he refuses to help us. He's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Exactly. It was just a casual request, something he could easily accomplish. Why wouldn't he lend us a hand? Kai Mei chimed in, equally indignant. Even if we have made numerous mistakes in the past, we have apologized. Furthermore, we have been diligently working in the villa area without causing him any trouble. All we desire is to improve our situation just a little, and he is unwilling to assist us even with a few words. Listening to Su Lang and Kai Mei's back and forth, Su Xiaoxian silently warmed herself by the fire. Why should Chen Yue help us? What connection does he have with our family? The fact that he has allowed the four of us to reside in the villa area is already a significant kindness. How could he possibly assist with something like joining the guard team? The guard team is responsible for the safety of the entire villa area. If such a team could be influenced through backdoor dealings, then what purpose would it serve to exist at all? Regrettably, Su Lang and Kai Mei could never grasp this point. What should we do now? If we can't join the guard team, our meager points will be utterly insufficient for sustenance. Kai Mei lamented. Don't worry, I will go out for a while, Su Lang sighed, planning to seek out resources to exchange with Chen Yue for points. This way, our basic needs will be secured. Despite the frustration and helplessness of Su Lang and Kai Mei, reality remained unchanged. After all, physical fitness cannot be cultivated overnight. It requires a prolonged effort. Moreover, with Su Lang not eating enough each day, it was a miracle if his health improved at all. Thus, the Su family had now shifted their primary focus to sourcing supplies for food and training Su Lang. If Su Lang could triumph in the upcoming guard team selection, the Su family would no longer need to worry about food. The mere thought of the canned ham available daily was enough to excite them. Watching Su Lang's departing figure, Kai Mei let out a soft sigh before returning home to continue warming herself and preparing a meal. Meanwhile, Chen Yue was also busy organizing the next phase of their tasks, as they were in need of large processing machinery. Chapter 150, New Mission. A discussion amongst the crowd. Chen Yue reclined on the sofa, a glass of crimson wine in hand, the liquid swirling like blood within the vessel. Before him, the television displayed surveillance footage from the community, revealing the orderly division of labor among its residents. This brought a sense of gratification to Chen Yue, as his efforts were beginning to yield results. However, life in the Villa District had yet to reach the ideal he envisioned. In his mind, the Villa District should resemble a utopian paradise, where numerous individuals catered to his every need. To realize this dream, one essential element was required: large-scale machinery. Chen Yue articulated the phrase slowly, understanding that the presence of such machinery would enable the production of various components, and even the fabrication of rudimentary weapons and defensive equipment. Thus, acquiring this machinery became imperative. It seemed time to assign a new task to the residents. Taking a sip of his wine, Chen Yue pondered aloud about the potential rewards for this undertaking. After some contemplation, he decided on a generous allocation of points for those who participated. Currently, these points served as the currency circulating within the Villa District, allowing individuals to exchange them for desired items. With a firm resolve, Chen Yue picked up the intercom and called for Aunt Zhang. At that moment, Aunt Zhang had already settled down to rest. However, upon hearing the intercom buzz, she immediately sprang to attention. Aunt Zhang, a new mission has arrived. I need you to seek out large-scale machinery. Aunt Zhang hesitated momentarily, puzzled by the term large-scale machinery. As an ordinary woman, she had little understanding of mechanical concepts and could only envision something akin to a tractor from the countryside or an excavator from a construction site. How can I explain this to you? Chen Yue thought, realizing her unfamiliarity with the topic left him at a loss for words. Just inform everyone about the task. We have individuals in the Villa District who work in construction. They will understand what large-scale machinery entails. Very well, I will do just that. Aunt Zhang eagerly nodded. And what about the rewards for this mission? Points, Chen Yue replied. Those who excel in the task will earn substantial points, while all participants will receive a certain amount as well. The exact number of points will depend on the value of the machinery they procure. If it is of high worth, the points will be plentiful. If it is more common, the points will be comparatively fewer. Understood. Aunt Zhang affirmed with a nod. By the way, if you cannot find what you seek, consider reaching out to Mr. Huang. He is currently aligned with Lu Jianrong's faction and will undoubtedly know where to locate the items I require. The two conversed late into the night, discussing numerous details, until Chen Yue finally ended the call. However, Aunt Zhang found herself unable to sleep. The search for large processing machinery seemed daunting at first glance. Even if they managed to locate such equipment, the villa area lacked sufficient power to operate it. Yet, once found, it would undoubtedly bring significant changes to their community. The following morning, Aunt Zhang convened everyone and presented the latest task issued by Chen Yue. Most of the attendees exchanged uncertain glances. This machinery would likely be difficult to procure, possibly available only in the outskirts industrial zones. Nonetheless, transporting it back posed another challenge. Indeed, large processing machines are not mere trinkets. Some weigh several tons, with others even reaching upwards of 10 or 20 tons. After locating the equipment, they would have to rely on Chen Yue to assist in transporting it back. In my opinion, we should first track down that Mr. Huang. Once we secure him, the rest will fall into place. Precisely. Li Jinqing, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke, suggesting that the task of capturing Mr. Huang should be entrusted to the security team. Aunt Zhang hesitated. Are you certain? Capturing Mr. Huang might lead to a direct confrontation with Lu Jianrong's forces. We do have some weapons, Li Jinqing replied. And even if we encounter danger, the odds are in our favor for a safe retreat. However, the same cannot be said for the others. If they come across Lu Jianrong's men, they might indeed find themselves in peril. Captain Li's reasoning held merit, another neighbor interjected, stating that such a task would be better suited for the security team. Once we have Mr. Huang in our grasp, the remainder of the endeavor can be left to us. Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment. The security team was highly valued by Chen Yue. This mission marked their inaugural operation, and failure could inflict significant psychological distress upon the residents of the villa area. Nevertheless, the difficulty of the task was undeniable, and it would be impossible to succeed without the security team's involvement. After all, Mr. Huang was entrenched within Lu Jianrong's faction, and rescuing him would require meticulous preparation. With this in mind, Aunt Zhang devised a plan. Let us not assign this task solely to the security team. Instead, we shall all participate. Everyone is aware of Lu Jianrong's considerable influence. Numerous teams venture out daily in search of supplies, and a diminished group might struggle to retrieve him. Therefore, we will operate as a united front, with the security team tasked with safeguarding our well-being, while the rest focus on capturing Mr. Huang and bringing him back. What does everyone think? Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's proposal, a flurry of discussion erupted among the group. All of us will mobilize. But what if we encounter Lu Jianrong's men? Can the security team truly protect us? Chapter 151. Formulating the battle plan and preparing for departure. Indeed, Lu Jianrong's faction possesses a considerable arsenal. While our armaments consist primarily of bows and crossbows, a stark comparison. It is true, and what advantages would we gain by venturing out? It may be wiser to remain in the confines of the villa district. Aunt Zhang observed the crowd with a resigned sigh. Indeed. When the interests of the majority are jeopardized, resistance becomes formidable. Neighbors, allow me to speak for a moment. Aunt Zhang rapped her knuckles on the table, her expression grave as she addressed the assembly. Firstly, I have faith that the guard team will risk their lives to protect us. We have coexisted for so long. Do you intend to merely reap the benefits? Awaiting the guard team to return General Huang and earn points without effort? Aunt Zhang's tone grew increasingly solemn. If this is your mindset, you are gravely mistaken. We are all aware of the rigorous selection process for the guard team, as many among you participated in the selection. Why must it be so stringent? It is because Chen Yue desires for us to unite and collectively fend off external threats. With Chen Yue's presence, our fundamental existence is assured. However, in the face of external adversaries, even Chen Yue cannot guarantee the safety of each individual. Thus, we must empower ourselves to safeguard the villa district and, in turn, protect ourselves. Only then will the villa district, under Chen Yue's leadership, become the safest haven in this apocalypse. Undeniably, Aunt Zhang, being a frequent organizer of community activities, possessed a compelling charisma. Her words resonated with the crowd, silencing dissent and prompting some to bow their heads in guilt. Among this assembly, there were indeed those who felt a sense of injustice. Since I was not allowed to join the guard team, let them protect everyone and undertake all perilous endeavors. Yet, they failed to grasp that if the villa district continued on its current trajectory, Lu Jianrong's faction could effortlessly engulf it. What awaited their families was a bleak existence. Wives could become commodities for trade, while children might be forced to scavenge for supplies in frigid conditions. Should they fail to procure resources one day, they would inevitably face starvation. Presently, their situation felt akin to paradise. Not only were they safe, but labor also ensured sustenance. Neighbors, Aunt Zhang's tone softened. We cannot repeat past mistakes. This is a moment of trial for us. Although I am uncertain of the precise utility of large processing machinery, I am convinced it is indispensable. At the very least, once we acquire this apparatus, Chen Yue will surely devise a way to enhance our electrical conditions, correct? Her words struck like a bolt of enlightenment. While most remained oblivious to the specific applications of large processing machinery, they still grasped fundamental truths. To operate such machinery, an ample supply of electricity was essential. Thus, it was certain that Chen Yue would find ways to improve the electrical situation within the villa district. After improving the power situation, the clear beneficiaries are the residents of the villa area. Although having just 1 hour of electricity each day has already brought much joy to everyone, who wouldn't desire a longer supply? Many tasks indeed require sufficient power to be accomplished. Aunt Zhang spoke wisely. I am willing to participate. So am I. I too wish to apprehend that individual surnamed Huang. I realize now that I had been narrow-minded, unaware of the intricate undertakings involved. I shall join this mission. Me too. Aunt Zhang's words effectively united the previously scattered crowd. Now, a singular thought consumed them: to capture General Huang and return with substantial processing equipment. At that moment, General Huang, stationed within Lu Jianrong's stronghold, suddenly sneezed. What on earth is happening? Am I catching a cold? That shouldn't be the case. I Haven Tea had to venture out for supplies, and I can enjoy warm meals daily. How could I inexplicably fall ill? Huang, perplexed, touched his forehead, noting no fever. It seems unpleasantries are afoot. Perhaps it is wise to refrain from strolling outside for the time being and avoid drawing attention. Since General Huang proposed the idea of using parachutes to breach Chen Yue's stronghold, Lu Jianrong had treated him like a military advisor, providing him with daily indulgences without requiring him to forage for supplies. His sole task was to contemplate the intricacies of the assault on Chen Yue's refuge. However, such strategies are intellectual exercises, lacking tangible evidence. Whenever Lu Jianrong inquired, General Huang would concoct a series of incomprehensible technical jargon to evade scrutiny, allowing him to enjoy a relatively comfortable existence. Unbeknownst to him, the villa residents had set their sights on him. After the meeting, Li Jinxing, the captain of the guard, convened with others to discuss the details of capturing General Huang. They were all individuals who had escaped Lu Jianrong's faction, thus familiar with the routes for gathering supplies. At least a few of them. Li Jinxing retrieved a map and marked these routes. Brothers, our mission is to apprehend General Huang. Therefore, I propose a 3-step approach. He addressed the assembly. Step 1. Reconnaissance. We will set ambushes along these routes to observe whether General Huang traverses them and assess the surrounding personnel. Once we ascertain all necessary information, we will report back and proceed to Step 2. Capture. Understanding General Huang's route, our guard will lie in wait on a designated path. Upon spotting him, we will first neutralize his armed forces. The rest should focus solely on General Huang. As long as we secure him, we shall retreat swiftly. Li Jinqing paused. Does anyone have objections? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Good. Once we have apprehended General Huang, we can execute the third step, retreat. The support personnel shall await here. Should there be pursuers from behind, their duty will be to create distractions, but they must avoid direct confrontation. Our armament is inferior to that of the adversary. Mere harassment will suffice. Chapter 152. After 2 fruitless days, the group began to feel disheartened. Well, that concludes my plan, Li Jinqing announced, surveying the crowd. If anyone has any objections, please voice them. Let us collaborate and refine our strategy. At that moment, someone raised their hand. I have a suggestion. Following an intense discussion and thorough examination, the final plan was established, and the evening had already settled in. According to our arrangement, everyone should return home to rest, Li Jinqing instructed. When dawn approaches, dress warmly and bring thermoses filled with hot water. If fortune favors us, we may only need to wait 1 day. If not, we might be here for several. Understood, the group replied, departing to return home for rest. Thanks to their diligent efforts earlier, everyone had accumulated a fair amount of points. Therefore, even a brief respite of 2 or 3 days would pose no problem. The points they had amassed would suffice for their sustenance, ensuring they could eat well each day. Once this task was completed, the points earned would surely be more substantial. At that juncture, not only would they be adequately fed, but they might even enjoy occasional improvements to their meals. Once the others had left, Li Jinqing remained behind to further discuss the task's intricacies with Aunt Zhang. Time flew by, and soon it was the appointed hour. Outside, darkness still enveloped the land. Yet households had retrieved their fully charged flashlights and gathered together. After confirming attendance and taking roll call, Li Jinqing led the group towards Lu Jianrong's territory. The snowfall had ceased for several days, and the surface snow had hardened into a solid crust, alleviating concerns of sinking into snowdrifts. Moreover, the guards moved ahead of the others to scout the path. To avoid detection, they refrained from using flashlights, advancing solely by touch in the darkness. Any unusual occurrence would undoubtedly create a commotion, providing reassurance to the main contingent behind them. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Li Jinqing and his team reached the designated location, quickly burrowing into the snow to conceal themselves. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lu Jianrong's men emerged in search of supplies. The formation remained unchanged, led by a squad leader with the rest of the individuals being conscripted laborers. Among them were both the elderly and the young, with the oldest likely exceeding 70 years of age, while the youngest barely reached 8. It is pertinent to note that the coldest moments of the day occur just as the sun rises. The younger and more robust individuals might weather the chill, but the elderly and children were not so fortunate. Each of them trembled uncontrollably from the cold, yet the squad leader displayed no semblance of compassion. Should their movements slow even slightly, they faced verbal abuse and, in severe cases, physical punishment. Damn it, these people are truly heartless. A person lying beside Li Jinqing exclaimed angrily. Remember when we were subjected to their beatings, forced to scour for supplies daily? Yet upon returning, we were rewarded with only meager rations. Even our wives and children have become mere bargaining chips. Hush, speak softly, lest they overhear us, Li Jinqing admonished those around him, reminding them of their mission. I trust that Chen Yue will consider rescuing these individuals in due course, but not at this moment. Our current objective is simply to bring back General Zhang Huang. By the way, have you seen General Huang's entourage? I have yet to catch sight of them. No. I haven't seen them either, came the replies. Li Jinqing let out a gentle sigh. For them, the only option now is to wait. It was impossible for them to storm in and forcibly extract General Huang. The risk involved was far too great. Everyone. It appears we may be in for a protracted struggle. We must prepare ourselves to endure several days here. In truth, Li Jinqing had begun to harbor a suspicion. General Huang had become a pivotal figure within Lu Jianrong's faction. It was widely acknowledged that Lu Jianrong maintained a rigid class structure. Those in the upper echelons of his power did not need to scavenge for resources. They merely awaited provisions within their base. Only those who had been captured were compelled to venture out in search of supplies. Hence, Li Jinqing believed that successfully accomplishing their mission would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, they waited from day until night, yet General Huang's shadow remained elusive. It was not until darkness enveloped the land that they finally rose from their snowdrift. They then discovered that the thick layer of cotton clothing they wore had frozen solid, making movement exceedingly arduous. They had to break the ice before they could walk freely. Thus, Li Jinxing and his companions toiled until the dead of night before returning to the villa district. However, the following day required an early departure, leaving them with little time to rest. Everyone hurried home, eager to consume a meal and recuperate. The next day, their efforts yielded naught. This led them to the brink of despair. Could it be that Chen Yue is deceiving us? Is it possible that General Huang is not even at Lu Jianrong's stronghold? Indeed, we have adhered to our task for 2 days without a trace of General Huang. He cannot possibly be dead, can he? Shall we venture forth again tomorrow? I truly wish to abstain. I feel as if I am freezing to death and utterly exhausted, and our household points are dwindling. My points have already been depleted. I shall not go tomorrow. If I do not work, my family will go hungry. If one person chose not to participate, others would inevitably follow suit. The only reason they had been able to unite was due to the ample provisions offered by Chen Yue. Now, with no visible rewards, they were left to toil day after day, which fostered a sense of rebellion among them. Chapter 153. Su Lang's Adventure in the Tiger's Den. Neighbors. We cannot afford to give up. We have already persevered for 2 days. What if Mr. Huang appears on the 3rd day? Aunt Zhang implored earnestly. Thus we must persist and never abandon our endeavor. Moreover, even if our household points are depleted, completing this task will yield even greater rewards for everyone. The hardships we are currently enduring are akin to an initial investment. However, no one heeded Aunt Zhang's counsel this time. In these trying times, securing enough food is paramount. The one who can provide sustenance is the true leader. With families struggling to put food on the table, who would be inclined to exert themselves? As the crowd began to disperse, Aunt Zhang felt a surge of desperation, yet was powerless to change their minds. Very well, let them leave. I shall remain with the guard team to observe the situation for a few more days. Li Jinxing sighed in resignation, deciding that it would be prudent to gather everyone only upon confirming Mr. Huang's whereabouts. Thus, Li Jinxing and his team continued to stake out for 3 more days. Yet still, there was no sign of Mr. Huang. Even the most resilient members of the guard team could not withstand lying in the snow for such an extended period. Some had even fallen ill. Reluctantly, Li Jinxing permitted the guard team to return to the villa district for a few days of rest, during which he reported the events of the past 5 days to Chen Yue. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yue sat in silence for a considerable time. Could it be that Mr. Huang had truly become a minor leader within Lu Jianrong's faction? What had he done to earn such trust from Lu Jianrong? As he savored his steak accompanied by a glass of red wine, Chen Yue realized that extraordinary measures were necessary. Meanwhile, within the Su family villa, chaos erupted. Son, if you return, you will perish. Kai Mei screamed hysterically. We barely escaped from Lu Jianrong. If you go back, they will undoubtedly not spare you. You know what kind of person Lu Jianrong is. He is exceedingly ruthless, and he harbors feelings for you. Therefore, you must not return. Let us simply work diligently here to earn points. Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao chimed in, echoing her sentiments, including Kai Mei. The 3 unanimously believed that Lu Jianrong posed a significant threat, and Su Lang must not return. However, Su Lang had his own considerations. He had previously failed to secure a position within the guard team and had been brooding over this matter. He was unwilling to be perceived as useless. He aspired to accomplish something noteworthy to showcase to Chen Yue, as well as to his mother and 2 sisters. He yearned to prove himself, even if it meant returning to that nightmarish place. Mother, I have made my decision, Su Lang declared resolutely, gazing into Kai Mei's eyes. No matter what, I will return. Once I am back in that place, I will have the opportunity to get closer to Mr. Huang. Then, I will be able to extract valuable information from him. By then, everyone will regard me with newfound respect, and I shall no longer be that pitiful young master of the Su family. We have spoken at length. Yet you have absorbed not a single word. Kai Mei sighed, instructing me to return to my room, warning that should she discover me absent, I would face dire consequences. With my head hung low, I retreated to my chamber, bewildered by the lack of support from my family. Nevertheless, whether they support me or not, I am determined to go alone. Resolute in my decision, I cocooned myself beneath the covers, for my plan was to set forth that night, necessitating some rest. As the night deepened into stillness, I opened my eyes, stealthily descending the stairs, only to find Kai Mei seated by the fireplace on the 1st floor. Is mother not sleeping? I mused, only to discover that she had succumbed to drowsiness herself. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Like a rabbit, I bolted through the door, though my footsteps ultimately roused Kai Mei from her slumber. Do not run. Stop right there, she called, chasing after me, but by then, I had vanished without a trace. Alas, that foolish boy has gone after all. Kai Mei stamped her feet in frustration, unable to devise a plan to hinder my departure. Wait, I could seek out Aunt Zhang and have her relay this matter to Chen Yue. Perhaps Chen Yue possesses a means to rescue my foolish son. With that thought, a frantic Kai Mei disregarded the time and hurried to Aunt Zhang's villa. Aunt Zhang, bewildered, opened the door to let Kai Mei in. Her expression one of confusion as she listened to the unfolding tale. What on earth is happening? Lu Jinrong covets Su Lang's beauty? He offers himself to extract information from General Huang? Calm down, Aunt Zhang urged. In summary, Su Lang has ventured alone to Lu Jinrong's place, correct? Yes, indeed, Kai Mei affirmed. Furthermore, he aims to extract from General Huang the whereabouts of large-scale processing machinery. Am I right? Precisely. This child is so earnest, I advised him. But all right, I understand, Aunt Zhang interjected, sensing the lengthy discourse that would ensue if Kai Mei continued. I shall convey this matter faithfully to Chen Yue. I firmly believe Su Lang is in no peril. Your immediate task is to return home, keep a watchful eye on the remaining 2 children, and ensure you rest well. We shall take care of the rest. Kai Mei nodded gratefully. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 154. The Lover of Lu Laoda after a long and arduous journey. Su Lang finally arrived at the outskirts of Lu Jianrong's territory. He gazed at this familiar yet foreign place, swallowing hard. The visage that haunted his dreams emerged in his mind, instilling a sense of dread. His first time, referring to the subsequent first, had been taken from him by this very individual. Memories of the past flickered through Su Lang's mind like a revolving lantern. He had departed with high aspirations, yet upon his arrival, he was engulfed in hesitation. Should he truly venture inside? Just a few hundred meters further, he would undoubtedly be spotted by the patrolling guards and brought before Lu Jinrong. At that moment, he might even have to sacrifice his own safety. In truth, he need not involve himself in these matters at all. That Chen Yue fellow had shown indifference towards the Su family. Why should he seek out General Huang to procure large processing machinery for the residents of the villa district? Could he not simply remain in the villa district, doing odd jobs and earning points to support his family? Yet, was this truly what his heart desired? Su Lang found himself ensnared in confusion. On one hand, he yearned for recognition, aspiring to gain the respect of those in the villa district, particularly that of Chen Yue. On the other hand, he found comfort in complacency, relishing the ease of his current existence. Why venture out when he felt so at ease within his comfort zone? Thus, even before reaching Lu Jianrong's camp, Su Lang began to reconsider his intentions. Perhaps it would be better to return. His mother had worked so hard to persuade him. Why defy her wishes? Listening to his mother's counsel was paramount. He must not cause her distress. With this thought, Su Lang turned back, retracing his steps towards the villa district. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a solitary moon that cast a bright glow upon the snow-covered landscape. Su Lang's spirits were low as he trudged forward, kicking at the snow beneath his feet. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through his foot. He had inadvertently struck an arm hidden beneath the snow. The shocking sight caused him to recoil. Upon closer inspection, he realized the unfortunate stranger's body had long since frozen beneath a thick layer of ice. The arm protruding from the ice was brittle, snapping easily with the slightest exertion. Who was this unfortunate soul who met their demise here? Su Lang sighed, preparing to bury the remains when he abruptly froze in place. The Su family was living comfortably, their bellies full, all thanks to the villa district and the point system established by Chen Yue. He could have easily ignored these individuals, as his family had enough food to last generations. Yet, he chose to allocate resources, issuing numerous tasks for others to complete in order to earn points to exchange for food. Why would he do such a thing? Su Lang pondered. For if he were in Chen Yue's position, he would be surrounded by a multitude of women, indulging in daily diversions. He would summon renowned healers to attend to his health, living a life of celestial bliss. As for the plight of those outside, it was of no concern to him. However, Chen Yue allowed only 2 individuals into his sanctuary, one of whom was accompanied by a child. Moreover, every task he issued was intrinsically linked to the welfare of the villa community. It could be said that even in the absence of Chen Yue's directives, the residents would autonomously strive for a better existence. Presently, Chen Yue had tasked everyone with locating a large processing machine, although Su Lang was perplexed about its utility. Yet, the mere fact that Chen Yue sought it indicated a rationale behind the request. If I fail to safeguard the villa and foster its development, my fate, along with my family's, may mirror that of the unfortunate soul encased in ice, ultimately leading to death. The sight of that long-frozen, nameless corpse solidified Su Lang's resolve to ally with Lu Jianrong's faction. He suddenly comprehended that the survival and livelihood of his family were inextricably tied to the villa's progression. Should the villa thrive, their lives would undoubtedly improve, potentially even resembling their former existence before the apocalypse. Conversely, if the villa were to fall, the Su family, including himself, would be rendered homeless, thrust back into the perilous wilderness, preyed upon by their own kind, ultimately facing a death devoid of dignity. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Su Lang. As dawn approached, Su Lang trudged through the snow, steadily making his way towards Lu Jianrong's camp. This time, he did not conceal himself, nor did he waver in uncertainty. he boldly approached the entrance. The guard stationed at the gate immediately noticed Su Lang. Halt. What is your purpose? Which team do you belong to? The guard scrutinized Su Lang closely. Are you from the search team? Why have you returned now? I am not from the search team, Su Lang replied with a forced smile. I have come to seek refuge with Boss Lu. He knows me. Get lost. The guard kicked Su Lang to the ground, incredulous that anyone would claim to know their leader. Speak. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? And why are you here? Due to Lu Jianrong's recent aggressive expansion of power, he had made many enemies, resulting in stringent security measures. Anyone of dubious origin was categorically denied entry into the camp. Who knows if you're here for a decapitation operation? Su Lang clutched his abdomen where he had been kicked, his anger rising. I am Su Lang, and I demand to see Boss Lu. Get lost. Do you think our boss is so accessible? Who do you think you are? The guard brandished his weapon menacingly. If you don't scram, I'll take you down right here. Do you believe me? Su Lang's face flushed crimson. I am his beloved. Chapter 155. I am his beloved. And I can do as I please. As Su Lang uttered those words, he immediately regretted his declaration. How utterly embarrassing. Thankfully, he was not a resident here. Otherwise, he would surely face social demise. The duty personnel, upon hearing Su Lang's statement, stood frozen in bewilderment. They were caught in a dilemma. They could neither strike nor reprimand him. It was common knowledge that Lu Laoda had a penchant for handsome men. If this inexplicable man truly claimed to be Lu Laoda's lover, would that not mean they would be striking at the brother, or rather, the sister-in-law? Such a transgression was something they, mere night watchmen, could never bear the weight of. It had been previously stated that Lu Jianrong maintained a rigid hierarchical system. Those tasked with guarding the entrance at night were hardly distinguishable from the lowest echelons of scavengers. They could be brash towards their peers. Yet they would cower before those of higher status, lowering themselves even more than a dog. Thus, when they heard Su Lang proclaim himself to be Lu Laoda's lover, the expressions on the duty personnel's faces shifted dramatically. Come, young man, please rise. The duty personnel stepped forward to assist Su Lang. Regardless of whether the man was lying, exercising caution was never a folly. You just claimed to be Lu Laoda's lover. Do you have any proof? The duty personnel were unwavering in their resolve to keep strangers out without evidence. This was a matter of principle. I have no proof. Su Lang rubbed his sore backside. But you can inquire. I am well acquainted with many here. If you cannot provide evidence, I truly cannot allow you entry. The duty personnel's face betrayed his inner conflict. You must understand, Lu Laoda is quite fearsome. If I let you in, I might just lose my head by morning. Su Lang, unfazed, retorted, that is your dilemma. I am not concerned. Either you let me in quickly, or I shall report you to Lu Laoda. The duty personnel, taken aback by such a calamity on a simple night shift, sighed in resignation. All right, I will escort you inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally lead Su Lang into the premises. Night shifts typically required 2 personnel, often alternating between the first and second halves of the night. Summoning his companion to cover for a moment was a manageable task, although abandoning one's post could incur penalties. The repercussions were far less severe than recklessly permitting entry to an unknown individual. Within a minute, the duty personnel roused his partner and beckoned Su Lang to follow him into the camp. Wait, Su Lang suddenly raised a hand. What now? The duty personnel exclaimed in exasperation. Did you just hit me? Did you kick me? Yes, but that was not. Before the duty personnel could finish his sentence, Su Lang retreated several steps. Under the scrutiny of the other's bewildered gaze, Su Lang suddenly lunged forward and leaped, delivering a swift kick to the duty personnel. Instantly, the man was propelled several meters backward, taking a considerable time to rise from the ground. The duty officer tightened his grip on his weapon, yet hesitated to take actions. For before him stood the formidable elder sister. What are you staring at? Are you unconvinced? Su Lang grinned widely, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Damn it, for too long. I have been bullied by you wretched lot. Now it is my turn to turn the tables. Even though he was aware of the pretense, the thrill was sufficient to overshadow any reservations. No worries, I am convinced, utterly convinced. The duty officer, one hand clutching his chest and the other wielding his weapon, escorted Su Lang into the encampment. The transformation within the camp was striking. The once desolate warehouse hall was now brimming with an assortment of supplies. Edibles, useful items, and even parachutes were piled high. Su Lang observed it all keenly. Xiao Wang, who is this? Why have you brought a stranger in? A patrolman approached upon spotting the two. Ego, this is the elder sister, Xiao Wang, the duty officer, replied, the beloved of Lu Laoda. Ego paused for a moment, incredulous. Are you jesting? Does our leader prefer men? Indeed. Xiao Wang whispered conspiratorially, I have heard from the seniors that Lu Laoda once lavished affection on a man, who subsequently fled. He pointed at Su Lang, explaining, "This individual appeared mysteriously outside our camp, boldly declaring himself as Lu Laoda's beloved." I thought, given that so few know of Lu Laoda's affairs, perhaps this outsider speaks the truth. Hence, I took the liberty of having someone cover my shift and brought him in to meet Lu Laoda. Higo listened, utterly bewildered. Is such a remarkable coincidence truly possible? Tell me, do you genuinely enjoy being the submissive one? Even after fleeing, why return? Oh, perhaps hunger drives him. The outside world is far less hospitable than here. Higo mused. It is truly alarming. The state of the world has become exceedingly dreadful. Not only do women barter their charms for sustenance, but men are resorting to the same. Higo cast a disdainful glance at Su Lang. Very well, you may proceed. Our leader is likely still awake. You can go directly to him. Xiao Wang, ensure you search him thoroughly. Do not allow any dangerous items to accompany him. Rest assured. Xiao Wang nodded. I have meticulously checked him. Aside from a slightly sharp object, there is nothing else of concern. At Xiao Wang's words, Higo inexplicably shuddered. Indeed. The people here were far from ordinary. Chapter 156, Midnight Benefits. Su Lang's unexpected encounter. Xiao Wang led Su Lang to Lu Jianrong's door, swallowing nervously as he gently knocked. Brother, are you asleep? After receiving no response, Xiao Wang and Su Lang exchanged glances and knocked again. Brother, I bring you a surprise. Come in. Came the familiar voice of Lu Jianrong from within. The moment Su Lang heard it again after so many days, his body involuntarily trembled. After all, Lu Jianrong had cast a considerable psychological shadow over him. Xiao Wang turned the doorknob, and the dimly lit room was permeated with an unbearable stench. Su Lang couldn't help but furrow his brow. How long had Lu Jianrong gone without a bath? The odor was more repugnant than that of a pigsty. Suppressing the urge to gag, Su Lang entered, guided by Xiao Wang. There, on a familiar steel-framed bed, lay Lu Jianrong, lounging leisurely. The room was heated fiercely, and he was clad only in autumn garments, exposing a belly covered in coarse black hair. Beside him sat a muscular man, whose eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. Fixated on Su Lang and Xiao Wang, Su Lang was certain that any slight movement from either of them would result in immediate subjugation by this imposing figure. What brings you here, Xiao Wang? Lu Jianrong asked, his eyelids barely lifting. You know the rules of our camp are paramount. You're already shirking your duties. And unless you provide me with a compelling reason, I will undoubtedly have to punish you. At this, Xiao Wang trembled, nodding fervently. Brother, I assure you, I have a satisfactory reason. I would never neglect my duties without cause. Please, lift your gaze and see who is beside me. You will surely be delighted. Lu Jianrong slightly opened his eyes, adjusting to the dimness before fixing his gaze upon Su Lang and Xiao Wang. When he looked at Xiao Wang, his expression remained neutral. But upon turning his attention to Su Lang, he was visibly taken aback. Lu Jianrong immediately sat up, disbelief etched across his face. Seeing this reaction, Xiao Wang felt a surge of triumph within. It seemed this young man beside him had indeed not deceived him. He was undoubtedly someone significant to Lu Jianrong. Otherwise, how could the usually composed leader display such astonishment? Having been in the camp for some time, Xiao Wang had rarely witnessed Lu Jianrong in such a state, always observing him as a master strategist. Where did you find him? After a few moments, Lu Jianrong managed to regain his composure. His gaze now icy as he focused on Xiao Wang. Brother, this fellow appeared at our camp's entrance. I was on duty at the time and stumbled upon him. Xiao Wang replied. Xiao Wang spoke eloquently, yet he felt compelled to admit a fault to his elder brother. Though he remained uncertain about the nature of the relationship between the two, thus his approach may have been somewhat heavy-handed. Concerned about Su Lao, he decided to humble himself before Lu Jianrong, seizing the opportunity while Lu's mood seemed amiable, hoping perhaps to secure his own reprieve or even a modicum of reward. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Lu Jianrong's expression shifted from coldness to astonishment. Are you saying he appeared at our camp's entrance? Indeed, it was no mere fabrication. How intriguing. Lu Jianrong mused, stroking his chin as he regarded Su Lang. Many have escaped from here, yet you are the sole one to return voluntarily. Su Lang, do enlighten us. What compelled your return? In truth, the moment Su Lang entered the room and beheld Lu Jianrong, his inner turmoil nearly overwhelmed him. Once again, he confronted the man who haunted his nightmares. Countless nights had been spent tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Often jolted awake by nightmares that left him drenched in cold sweat. After awakening, he would hastily check his back for any signs of trouble. Thus when Lu Jianrong posed his question, Su Lang stood frozen in silence. Su Lang, did you not hear my words? Lu Jianrong's brow furrowed as he raised his voice, startling Su Lang into a feeble collapse upon the ground. Aha, you remain unchanged, still so pliant. Lu Jianrong licked his lips, urging, speak. Why have you returned? I. Su Lang stammered. They bully me. They all hit me. Even Chen Yue strikes me. Yes, Chen Yue bears a grudge against me for my actions before the apocalypse. He has rallied the entire villa community against me. I could scarcely find sustenance there. Enduring daily beatings, thus I fled. Yet, I did not know where to go, and by a twist of fate, I found my way back here. Lu Jianrong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Lang's expression. However, Su Lang was already traumatized by Lu Jianrong's presence. Leaving little room for any other expression, his face was a canvas of fear and anxiety. Ironically, it was this very display of terror that lulled Lu Jianrong into a sense of complacency. He believed Su Lang had merely recalled the wretchedness of his life in the villa community, thus revealing such a countenance. This kind of genuine fear could not be feigned. Consequently, Lu Jianrong was inclined to trust Su Lang's account. Moreover, even if Su Lang were indeed sent from the villa community, his weak disposition would hardly pose a significant threat. Fear not, Lu Jianrong said, rising to stand before Su Lang, gently grasping his chin to lift his gaze. Is it not preferable to enjoy good food and comfort here, rather than suffer in the villa community? Tonight, you shall remain with us, and I shall offer you some sound guidance. Chapter 157, Successful Infiltration. Su Lang's plan begins. A shiver ran through Su Lang's body as he fixed his gaze on Lu Jianrong, struggling to articulate his thoughts. All right, you all may leave. I wish to have a private conversation with him. Lu Jianrong instructed the burly man beside him and Xiao Wang. Both understood Lu Jianrong's intentions and promptly exited the room. Once they were alone, Lu Jianrong seized Su Lang and placed him upon the bed. Little one, you certainly made it easy for me to find you. I never expected you to appear before me so willingly. Now that you're back, do not blame me for being impolite. Let us indulge ourselves tonight. As he spoke, Lu Jianrong's hands began to caress Su Lang's body, skillfully disrobing him. In a bid to earn Lu Jianrong's trust, Su Lang endured silently. Having anticipated such torment prior to his arrival, he was mentally prepared to sacrifice a little, provided he could extract information from Mr. Huang. Lu Jianrong, unrelenting, pressed down upon Su Lang. The iron bed creaked under their movements, and Su Lang was reminded of the sensations he had experienced in his dreams. After a night of tumultuous activity, both Su Lang and Lu Jianrong were left exhausted. When dawn broke, Su Lang found himself nestled in Lu Jianrong's embrace. You're awake. My dear, Lu Jianrong murmured, affectionately stroking Su Lang's hair. Su Lang nodded numbly, bewildered by how he had fallen asleep in Lu Jianrong's arms. Hadn't he always been sent back to his dormitory after such encounters? You feel absolutely delightful to me, and I shall not let you slip away again. Now that you are back, you will remain here. As long as I have a meal, so shall you. Lu Jianrong's expression grew increasingly unsettling. Having been outside for so long, you must be famished. I have arranged for some food and drink for you, ready to be enjoyed once you rise. But do refrain from overindulgence. Excess can lead to unfortunate mishaps. Su Lang nodded and proceeded to help Lu Jianrong dress. With many responsibilities awaiting him during the day, Lu Jianrong eventually departed, leaving Su Lang alone in his room. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Come in, Su Lang called out. The door creaked open, revealing Xiao Wang peeking inside. Big sister, you're awake, Xiao Wang exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of deference. As expected of you. After a night of such activity, you seem none the worse for wear and can walk already. How do you feel? Isn't it delightful to be back? Su Lang recognized the sarcasm in Xiao Wang's words and shot him a glare. Do you have a death wish? He retorted. As long as I casually mention it to Big Lu, you could find yourself in an irretrievable predicament. Do you believe that? For instance, if I were to tell Big Lu that you took advantage of my absence to make advances towards me, how do you think he would react? Little Wang never anticipated that Su Lang could devise such a cunning scheme and immediately fell into a state of panic. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. You must not inform Big Lu, he implored, bowing repeatedly in apology. To be honest, I owe you my gratitude. I no longer have to work the night shift outside and have been reassigned to the camp. You must understand that working inside the camp is far more comfortable than enduring the night shifts, and the rations and supplies are significantly better, all thanks to you. Thanks to me? You merely utter hollow words of gratitude. Is that truly commendable? Su Lang scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. Of course, I cannot come empty-handed. Little Wang exclaimed, rummaging through his pocket to reveal a cloth pouch, which he presented to Su Lang. Sister, these items were obtained on credit from the supply depot, specifically to show my respect and appreciation for you. Please don't think they are insufficient. If I ever rise to prominence, you shall be the first I acknowledge. Su Lang opened the pouch and was pleasantly surprised by the contents. Indeed, it was filled with an impressive assortment of goods, all of high quality. There were peanuts, marinated chicken legs, spicy chicken feet, beef tendons, and various snacks reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Little Wang even thoughtfully brought half a bottle of liquor. Although it wasn't the finest, merely erguo tu from Nolanshan, It was known for its pure flavor and left no headache after consumption, a favorite among the populace. In the context of the apocalypse, the value of cigarettes and alcohol far exceeds that of ordinary supplies, and securing half a bottle was already Little Wang's utmost limit. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. It's commendable that you thought of me. I will certainly speak favorably of you to Big Lu in the future. You are quite astute. What our camp lacks is talents like you. Look at the others. Though they may be robust, they possess the intellect of a blockhead and lack adaptability. I assert that navigating the underworld is not merely about violence, but rather about understanding human relations. The same holds true in this apocalypse. Social acumen is even more crucial. Those who cannot grasp the nuances of human interaction have no chance of surviving in these dire times. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely, you are right." Little Wang eagerly nodded. "From now on, I shall learn from you in earnest, striving to become a minor leader myself." Upon hearing Little Wang steer the conversation in this direction, Su Lang seized the opportunity to continue. "By the way, there is something else I wish to ask of you. It has been quite some time since I left this place, and many individuals are unfamiliar to me now. I would like your assistance in inviting the prominent figures within our camp to a meal and drinks, so we may become acquainted. After all, we shall be one big family moving forward. Fostering familiarity is undoubtedly beneficial." Chapter 158. The banquet at Haomin is set. Awaiting Chairman Huang's bite upon hearing Su Lang's intention to invite the minor leaders within the camp, Xiao Wang was instantly filled with exhilaration. Although he had recently been assigned to work within the camp, his status remained the lowest. Yet, if he could assist Su Lang by extending invitations to the various minor leaders, it would at least afford him the opportunity to become familiar with these influential figures, significantly benefiting his future endeavors. To his astonishment, the elder sister-in-law considered him so promptly. It seemed he had indeed aligned himself with the right individual. Just as a fine steed requires a discerning master, otherwise it risks becoming a mere nag in the stables, Xiao Wang finally felt he had encountered his mentor. With the elder sister-in-law's support, would he not soar to great heights within the camp? Given her excellent rapport with Lu Laoda, a few well-placed words at night could elevate his position further. At that point, the daily rations he would receive would multiply significantly. Although it pained him somewhat to provide the elder sister-in-law with such a bounty of food, the future rewards promised to far exceed the present offerings. In comparison, this strategic move was indeed wise. "Thank you, elder sister-in-law, for this opportunity." Xiao Wan expressed his gratitude to Su Lang, leaving him momentarily perplexed. What was this fellow imagining? I merely asked him to relay a message. Why is he so elated? Could it be that Xiao Wang harbors some peculiarities? After profusely thanking Su Lang, Xiao Wang departed to connect with the various minor leaders within the camp. His primary objective was to find the minor leader who managed him. At that moment, Lu Jinrong was engaged in discussions with this individual regarding work matters. When Lu Jinrong learned of Su Lang's plan to invite all the minor leaders for a feast, he merely nodded expressionlessly, lost in thought. Seeing Lu Jinrong's demeanor, Xiao Wang's confidence swelled, and he felt reassured. He began to search the camp, calling upon anyone of note. Some agreed to attend out of respect for Lu Jinrong, while others dismissed the gathering as meaningless, as they were merely there to work. When Xiao Wang extended the invitation to Chairman Huang, the latter paused momentarily before inquiring whether Lu Laoda was aware of this matter. Surprised by the sudden question, Xiao Wang nodded, explaining that since Lu Laoda did not express any objections, he felt it appropriate to inform everyone. Understanding the situation, Chairman Huang contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then return and tell him I shall attend the banquet as scheduled." "Understood, Chairman Huang. I will certainly relay your message to the elder sister-in-law," Xiao Wang replied eagerly before taking his leave. At this juncture, Xiao Wang had invited all potential attendees. Whether they chose to come or not was now entirely up to them. When Xiao Wang returned to report to Su Lang, he noticed an array of delectable treats had appeared on Su Lang's desk. It turned out that these were sent over by Lu Jinrong. Previously, when Su Lang and his team were stationed here, the camp's conditions were rather modest, resulting in a lack of gourmet fare for the higher-ups. However, as the number of people gradually increased and their influence expanded, the overall standard of living improved correspondingly. Of course, their living conditions still paled in comparison to those in the Villa District. For instance, in the Villa District, as long as one accumulated enough points, one could exchange them for anything one desired, even a platter of fresh meat. In contrast, such luxuries were absent here, as they could not procure fresh meat and were left to consume only canned goods filled with preservatives, prepared long before the apocalypse. Nevertheless, Su Lang did not mind. This gathering was for entertaining others, not for his personal enjoyment. What mattered was accomplishing his objective. Su Lang's aim was straightforward: to keep Mr. Huang entertained, encourage him to drink, and extract the location of large processing equipment from him. His plan was both simple and audacious. As for the reason for inviting others, it was merely a ruse. Inviting Mr. Huang directly would undoubtedly arouse Lu Jianrong's suspicions. Thus, he had to include others in the invitation to divert attention away from himself. Xiao Wang, you've done exceptionally well. When the guests arrive, you should join us for the meal, Su Lang said, nodding in satisfaction after hearing Xiao Wang's report and instructing him to stay for a while. The addition of a pair of chopsticks was strategic. Having Xiao Wang present would significantly reduce Lu Jianrong's suspicions. Through his previous interactions with Lu Jianrong, Su Lang recognized him as a cunning old fox, shrewd and elusive. Although he did not openly express his thoughts, he was inscrutable in private, meticulously investigating every matter. However, Xiao Wang had a different perspective. He believed that Su Lang's invitation to dine together signified an intention to elevate his status. Thus, he began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. He was astonished that the older sister-in-law valued him so highly, not only entrusting him to invite various minor leaders, but also allowing him to share a table with them. I must perform splendidly at this meal today, showcasing the social acumen I honed in my previous career, and impressing all these powerful figures. Unbeknownst to Su Lang, Xiao Wang had already concocted an elaborate narrative in his mind. He sat quietly in his chair, contemplating the evening's gathering. If all went smoothly, he would be able to intoxicate Mr. Huang and extract valuable intelligence. If fortune did not favor him, he would have to endure for a few more days and hope for better prospects later. Chapter 159. Is the address authentic or not? As night fell, Xiao Wang, the sole subordinate of Su Lang, dutifully assumed the role of errand runner. When the appointed hour arrived, nearly everyone had gathered, particularly the pivotal figure, General Huang, who arrived punctually. At this moment, General Huang was regarded as a favored individual in Lu Jianrong's eyes, and his presence brought joy to all. Oh, is that not General Huang? It has been quite a while. When shall you come to my place for a drink? I have some fine liquor prepared for you. One remarked. No, you ought to visit me instead. Not only do I have wine, but also meat, and even lovely maidens, another chimed in. General Huang, beaming, greeted everyone, appearing as if he were the host of the gathering. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to take on the role of host in Su Lang's territory, Su Lang understood that his primary task today was to extract information from General Huang rather than to assume any hosting duties. Thus, the normally petty Su Lang paid little heed to such matters. As long as the principal guest had arrived, everything else would fall into place. With Xiao Wang's guidance, everyone took their seats. The dining setup was rather simple, consisting of an octagonal table adorned with a few dishes. These were not hot meals but rather cold dishes, primarily canned goods. The most that could be done was to have them heated slightly, emitting steam, but their flavors left much to be desired. General Huang naturally took the seat of honor, with Su Lang beside him. General Huang, would you kindly share a few words with us? Someone prompted. Yes, General Huang. Do say a few words. It has been ages since we gathered like this, another added. Thanks to General Huang, we are fortunate to enjoy such a feast today, which is quite rare for us, along with fine wine. Yet another voice chimed in. Indeed, it is no surprise that wherever General Huang goes, there is always good food. General Huang looked at the crowd with a smile, nodding slightly. Well, it is difficult to refuse such warm hospitality. Since everyone has requested, I shall say a few words. He continued, first and foremost, we must welcome Su Lang back to our family. Some of you may know that Su Lang was once part of our camp but departed for certain reasons. Now that he has returned, it brings me great joy. And I am certain it brings joy to our elder brother as well. Only when our elder brother is pleased can we truly enjoy our lives. Hence, Su Lang's contributions cannot be overlooked. Raising his glass, General Huang gazed at everyone. I shall say no more. Enjoy your meal and drink well. And take the time to rest. I appreciate everyone's hard work during this period. The crowd raised their glasses to toast with General Huang. At the onset of the meal, discussions of business were strictly off limits. Su Lang was well aware of this etiquette, so he refrained from steering the conversation in that direction, focusing instead on showering General Huang with compliments and offering him toasts. General Huang, ever gracious, accepted every toast thrown his way and consumed the offered drinks. After several rounds of drinks, General Huang's complexion grew flushed, and his speech became slightly slurred. Su Lang cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing that the moment was ripe. General Huang, may I inquire about something? Su Lang raised his wine glass, cheerfully toasting to General Huang. Oh, a young man like you, with such a commendable thirst for knowledge, is indeed a rarity. General Huang, also eager to impart wisdom, lifted his glass and glanced at Su Lang. What is it? Do you have something you wish to inquire? I assure you, I will speak candidly. Well, General Huang, Su Lang began cautiously. Before the apocalypse, I was involved in engineering. As you may know, our Su family's projects are nearly ubiquitous across the nation. Now that the end times have arrived, I wish to reclaim the resources of the past. Yet I find myself lacking the necessary equipment to do so. Su Lang delicately articulated his most pressing question. Therefore, General Huang, do you know where I might find large-scale machinery? General Huang cast a fleeting glance at Su Lang, then a smile graced his lips. Ah, little Su. So you seek information on the whereabouts of substantial processing machinery, which is why you invited me to dinner. Su Lang shook his head vehemently. No. I merely wish to foster good relations and express my admiration for you, hence the invitation for a meal. Ah, there is no need for such modesty. General Huang waved his hand dismissively. I can indeed inform you where to find large processing equipment. I have my connections. However, due to the heavy snow obstructing the roads, I cannot reach it myself. But if you have a way to get there, I can certainly disclose its location. If General Huang wishes to go, it should not be difficult. We simply need to rally the brothers and dig until we clear a path. It's only a matter of time, Su Lang replied, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Please, General Huang, do enlighten me about the location. Come here, little Su, let me whisper it to you. General Huang leaned in close to Su Lang's ear, imparting a few hushed words. Su Lang's expression shifted gradually, and he nodded earnestly. Little Su, I have revealed my resources to you. Please do not share this information with anyone else, General Huang said, feigning seriousness. Of course. Rest assured. I will not breathe a word to anyone. You can place your utmost trust in me, Su Lang vowed fervently. Very well then. It appears that everyone has had their fill for the evening. Shall we call it a night? General Huang patted his belly and rose to his feet. Seeing General Huang preparing to leave, the others realized their appetite had waned as well, and they all stood, bidding farewell to Su Lang. Having completed his objective, Su Lang made no effort to detain them. He instructed Xiao Wang to see the guests out, while he retreated to his room, contemplating how to escape. Having secured the location, he felt compelled to venture forth and ascertain its authenticity. Thus, Su Lang began to devise his escape plan. However, unbeknownst to him, he had already drawn the attention of others. Chapter 160. Su Lang returns home, relaying his escape in the dead of night, within the Su family villa. Kai Mei sat beside the fire, staring vacantly at the flickering flames. Su Shaoxian, wrapped in a blanket, descended the stairs and, upon noticing Kai Mei still awake, sighed helplessly. She then made her way to the kitchen, retrieved a packet of instant noodles from the countertop, and returned to the warmth of the bonfire. Mother, you should eat something and rest early. You mustn't overexert yourself, Su Shaoxian said, her face etched with concern. If you continue like this, your health will surely suffer. Oh, how can I eat or sleep? Kai Mei replied, her eyes reddened and bloodshot as she gazed at Su Shaoxian. Your brother Su Lang has ventured into a den of wolves. His life is uncertain. You know he is the only man in our family. If anything were to happen to him, what would I do? Don't dwell on it too much. Su Shaoxian gently patted Kai Mei's back. Brother will be just fine. Though he may seem unreliable at times, he is quite clever when it matters most. He won't come to harm. After a long moment of contemplation, Kai Mei slowly nodded. You may be right. Perhaps he will return on his own shortly. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden knock echoed through the entrance, startling both women. Who is it, at this late hour? Su Shaoxian furrowed her brow as she approached the door. Upon opening it, her expression transformed to one of astonishment. Brother, you're back. Upon hearing it was Su Lang, Kai Mei abandoned her cooking and rushed to the door, enveloping him in a tight embrace. You rascal! You had me so worried. She scrutinized Su Lang, asking, Are you hurt? Of course not, Su Lang declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Mother, I was successful. Successful? What do you mean? Kai Mei inquired with confusion, but quickly grasped the implication. You mean you discovered where there are large processing machines? Indeed. Su Lang raised his head proudly, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle. I managed to outsmart that General Huang. He spilled everything without hesitation, answering all my questions. Wonderful. This is truly splendid. Kai Mei exclaimed, her fist clenched in excitement. Now we have a substantial amount of points. Quickly, son. Tell me everything in detail. All right. The scene shifted back a few hours. After the banquet concluded, Su Lang surveyed the chaotic table with a triumphant grin. He had anticipated a series of obstacles. Yet the affair had unfolded far more smoothly than expected. Now that he had the address, all that remained was to inform the residents of the villa district. However, how to escape? Sitting in contemplation, Su Lang pondered for a long while before deciding to approach Xiao Wang. Previously, Xiao Wang had been on night duty at the entrance. Thus, he would be well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the gate. At the very least, he would know when the personnel were most fatigued. With Xiao Wang's familiar face, the chances of escaping were significantly heightened. With this thought in mind, Su Lang settled down to await Xiao Wang's return. A few minutes later, Xiao Wang, his face flushed, returned to the room. Under the influence of alcohol, he plopped down beside Su Lang and embraced him. Sister-in-law, I shan't say much. Thank you. Xiao Wang exclaimed, lifting a glass of leftover liquor. His words were slurred. Though you are everyone's sister-in-law, you are my elder brother. From now on, if you say go east, I shall never venture west. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without hesitation. Is that truly the case? Su Lang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Of course it is, Xiao Wang declared, realizing that he could not retract his words. Well then, I do have a matter that requires your assistance, Su Lang stated, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Wang with a composed demeanor. Xiao Wang was taken aback by Su Lang's seriousness. He had merely been courteous, yet Su Lang was not reciprocating the sentiment at all. This was entirely out of the blue. How was he to respond? If he agreed, what if his sister-in-law requested something of a more intimate nature? If he declined, retracting his earlier promise would be equally awkward. Sister-in-law, I am not particularly fond of male affection, Xiao Wang stammered nervously. Su Lang was momentarily stunned, then retorted in irritation. What nonsense is this? Where did your mind wander? The matter I speak of is not in that vein. That is a relief. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? Xiao Wang sighed in relief. I wish to leave the camp. Ah. Then you must indeed be fond of male affection. Seeing Su Lang's expression darken, Xiao Wang quickly clarified. What you propose is simply unrealistic. You are well aware of the rules here. I lack the capability to take you out. Moreover, should we be discovered, our lives would be forfeit. Xiao Wang then eyed Su Lang suspiciously. Sister-in-law, what is your intention in wanting to leave? Are you planning to escape? If Su Lang intends to flee, Xiao Wang would certainly report it to Lu Jianrong. After all, this presents an opportunity for merit. What are you thinking? Su Lang waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire to escape. I merely wish to retrieve my family. However, as you know, we are permitted to enter but not to exit. And with my brother keeping such a close watch, I have no chance to contact my family. If you do not believe me, come with me. My family is not far away. Seeing that Xiao Wang still harbored doubts, Su Lang steeled himself. Xiao Wang, if you do not agree to my request, do not blame me for being impolite. What do you intend to do? Xiao Wang's senses heightened with caution. Nothing at all, Su Lang replied with a sinister smile. If you refuse, I shall inform my brother that you harbor ulterior motives towards me. Chapter 161. Little Wang is killed. Su Lang escapes upon hearing the news. Little Wang immediately fell apart. Brother, please don't toy with me like this. When have I ever harbored such thoughts towards you? The crucial matter is not whether you do or do not, but rather whether our boss Lu believes it, Su Lang remarked, casually picking up a peanut and chewing it. Do you think boss Lu will believe it? Little Wang involuntarily swallowed hard. What my sister-in-law said, brother will surely believe it. Even if he doesn't I would certainly lose my current position and be reassigned to a remote area far from my sister-in-law. In this world, the more isolated the place, the higher the mortality rate. I might end up freezing or starving to death outside without even realizing it. Or worse, become cannon fodder and die tragically in the streets. At this thought, Little Wang shivered uncontrollably. So, have you made up your mind? Su Lang asked cheerfully. If you find it too difficult, you can leave right now. No. Please don't send me away. Little Wang hurriedly replied. I promise, I will do it. Good. Then let us not delay any further. We shall set off at once. It was already past 11 at night, and at Su Lang's pace, it would take over 2 hours to return to the villa district. They would not reach home until 1 or 2 in the morning, making it imperative to leave immediately. We're leaving now? All right, I'll go prepare. Let us meet back here in 5 minutes. Little Wang nodded and quickly dashed out. Su Lang had little to gather, so he simply took his belongings and awaited Little Wang's return. 5 minutes later, Little Wang arrived as promised. Have you figured out how to get me out? Su Lang inquired, following Little Wang. Sister-in-law, you can trust me to handle this, Little Wang said, pulling out an oil paper from his pocket, revealing several pieces of bones. The brothers on guard outside don't get to eat well, so I collected some bones and brought some wine to warm them up. Collected bones? Su Lang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Little Wang responded nonchalantly. For people like us at the bottom, getting a bite of meat is as difficult as reaching the heavens. So we can only scavenge the bones left by the big shots. If I take them back and boil them, I can make a pot of soup. Su Lang suppressed the urge to retch and silently followed Little Wang. When they reached the entrance, the duty officer immediately spotted them. Hey, Brother Wang. Xiao Lu, you're on duty today? Little Wang greeted him warmly. Yes, Brother Wang. Xiao Lu nodded, glancing at Su Lang, and this is our sister-in-law. Little Wang explained. Brother asked me to accompany her to fetch his family, just to make it convenient. A troubled expression crossed Xiao Lu's face. Brother Wang, you've worked here before. You know that without Brother S orders, I can't open the door. Every time the search team goes out, Brother stands at the door to see them off. When they return, he is also here to greet them. I really can't open the door without seeing Brother. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, I bear a heavy responsibility. as my family relies on me for their livelihood. Xiao Wang and Su Lang exchanged glances, assuring each other that all was well. Come, Xiao Lu. I have brought you some food. As he spoke, Xiao Wang produced a bottle of wine and some bones from his pocket. Gifts procured by the elder sister for their brotherhood. Do take a taste. Xiao Lu accepted the oily paper and the wine, and upon inhaling the savory aroma of the meat, his eyes immediately welled with tears. Elder sister, Brother Wang, thank you so much. Xiao Lu wiped away his tears and added, how about this? I shall pretend I did not see anything. Just make sure you return early. Not a problem. Xiao Wang patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder, grinning as he said, in my opinion, you are the most compassionate among us. With that, Su Lang and Xiao Wang successfully exited the camp. Upon inhaling the fresh air outside, Su Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most challenging step had already been taken. Now he merely needed to deal with Xiao Wang by his side to ensure a smooth return to the villa district. There, he would report the situation to those within the villa, thus earning his points. At that moment, he could indulge in whatever he desired and enjoy a prolonged respite from labor. After all, the successful completion of this task would be chiefly attributed to his own efforts. As he contemplated this, Su Lang couldn't help but smile, while Xiao Wang regarded him with a look akin to that of someone observing a fool. Elder sister, let us hurry, Xiao Wang urged. The place you mentioned is still quite distant. Wait a moment. Su Lang clutched his stomach. I need to relieve myself. Can't you hold it in? Xiao Wang exclaimed in exasperation. Just try holding it in once your back door is open, Su Lang retorted, hastily scanning for a sheltered spot. Otherwise, once his trousers were down, the frigid air would rush into him. Having never experienced such a predicament, Xiao Wang reluctantly nodded. Then do hurry. Su Lang found a secluded area, searching for a suitable weapon. He had deceived Xiao Wang earlier, with the intent of eliminating him to make his escape back to the villa district. At last, Su Lang discovered a wooden stick used to prop up a sign on a nearby building. Although a third of it was broken, it was still useful for a bludgeon. Elder sister, are you done yet? Xiao Wang, growing impatient in the biting wind, adjusted his hat to cover his ears. This action inadvertently played into Su Lang's hands. With his ears covered, he would not hear Su Lang's approach. Su Lang stealthily crept closer to Xiao Wang, and before the latter could react, he raised the wooden stick and struck down. A dull thud echoed as Xiao Wang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After incapacitating Xiao Wang, Su Lang glanced around to ensure no one had witnessed the act, then hastily fled the scene, making his way towards the villa district. Chapter 162. Su Lang returns with good news. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Kai Mei stood there in a state of disbelief. Is this truly how you managed to escape? She inquired incredulously. Su Lang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I didn't dare to rest even once along the way. I ran straight back. Quickly, go find Aunt Zhang and Li Jinxing. I must inform them of the precise location, he urged. Understood. With that, Kai Mei wrapped herself tightly in her clothing and hurried out into the night. Meanwhile, at Lu Jinrong's camp, General Huang approached Lu Jinrong's room and knocked gently on the door. Come in, a voice called from within. Huang pushed the door open to find Lu Jinrong seated on the bed, clad in an overcoat. Are you still awake, Boss Lu? Huang asked with a smile as he pulled up a chair and sat down. You mentioned you had something important to report, and I've been waiting for you. Lu Jinrong, slightly impatient, responded. Is it time to share that information? Huang maintained his cheerful demeanor and nodded. Of course, my brother. You are aware that Su Lang treated us to a meal today, correct? I am, Lu Jinrong replied with a nod. Huang continued. Do you know what questions Su Lang posed to me at the dinner table? Lu Jinrong's impatience grew. Stop keeping me in suspense. What is it? I only allowed Su Lang to return based on your advice. If you are deceiving me, you may as well stay here tonight. Huang quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. Brother, let me assure you, once you hear this, you will undoubtedly reward me. Hearing Huang's confidence, Lu Jinrong chuckled. You are so certain? Well, if it is indeed of great importance, a reward is not out of the question. Huang moved his chair closer to the bed and leaned in to whisper, today. Su Lang inquired about where to find large processing machinery. Lu Jianrong frowned at this revelation. What does he need that for? Can he even transport it? Furthermore, since the apocalypse began, electricity is in short supply everywhere. To utilize such large machinery, a significant power source is indispensable. Without a large generator, it is simply impractical. Huang smiled knowingly. Thus, this cannot possibly be Su Lang's own idea. In my estimation, it is actually Chen Yue who desires the large processing machinery. While I cannot ascertain their exact intentions, it is undoubtedly significant. Su Lang risked his safety to return here and ascertain the precise location, which speaks volumes about its value. Did you provide him with the information? Lu Jinrong fixed his gaze on Huang. Huang smiled mysteriously. Of course, brother. I provided him with a genuine address where large processing machinery does exist. This was to prevent Su Lang from becoming suspicious and verifying it himself. However, it seems he did not overthink it and went straight back to the villa district after leaving here. You have come to me late at night. You aren't implying that you have sold information, are you? Lu Jianrong gazed at Manager Huang, his eyes gradually turning cold. Why should they divulge the location of such significant processing machinery? What are your intentions? Manager Huang smiled and countered, Brother, if you were Chen Yue and had received such precise information, what would you do? Lu Jianrong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, Of course. I would gather people to transport those items back to the villa district. Isn't that the right course of action? Manager Huang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Brother, think about it. We are closer to that location, and we know Chen Yue will undoubtedly go there. We can simply lay in wait at that spot. Once Chen Yue arrives, we can capture him all at once. Even if he drives that vehicle, we need not fear. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong's eyes brightened, but he soon furrowed his brow. Manager Huang's suggestion was indeed tempting, a golden opportunity to eliminate Chen Yue. However, would Chen Yue be so foolish as to personally transport large processing machinery? He had many subordinates in the villa district. Couldn't he just assign them to do the heavy lifting? Observing Lu Jianrong's expression, Manager Huang had a vague inkling. Brother, I can assure you with confidence that Chen Yue will come. Just consider the current situation outside. Apart from his snow vehicle, what other car could possibly navigate the terrain? Not to mention carrying several tons of machinery. When the time comes, he will at least need to drive that snow vehicle with a trailer. If he doesn't show up, you can deal with me as you see fit. Lu Jianrong chuckled, placing his hand on Manager Huang's chest, patting it. All right, Lao Huang. Though you may be of mature age, you still seem quite robust. If you are truly mistaken, then you shall replace Su Lang and keep me company here. Manager Huang gritted his teeth. Fine. Meanwhile, within the villa district, Kai Mei had summoned Aunt Zhang and Li Jinxing. They were both astonished to hear that Su Lang had returned from Lu Jianrong's camp. Su Lang, why did you go over there? It's so dangerous. Aunt Zhang admonished. Look at your mother these past few days. She has had a moment's rest. Indeed, Su Zong, Li Jinxing added, if there is an issue, we should tackle it together instead of shouldering it all alone. Su Lang, however, waved his hand. Li Gu and Zhang, listen to me. I've discovered the location of the large processing machinery. Li Jinxing and Aunt Zhang exchanged glances. Where did you hear this? Su Lang smiled. I didn't venture into Lu Jianrong's territory for mere leisure. I encountered Manager Huang there. After orchestrating a little scheme, I managed to extract this information from him. Manager Huang once had a factory filled with large processing machinery, located in the old industrial zone of Linjiang District, approximately 20 kilometers from here. I believe we should take a look. Chapter 163, Arrival at the Warehouse, Processing Equipment. Li Gu, Zhang Dama, what are your thoughts? Li Jinxing remained silent after hearing the question. Zhang Dama also refrained from speaking. The atmosphere grew quiet. In truth, Li Jinxing wished to take a group to investigate. For the guard unit had been established for quite some time and had merely been distributing canned goods daily, without taking any substantial action. Their first mission to apprehend Mr. Huang had regrettably ended in failure. Now, Su Lang had risked his life to extract intelligence from Mr. Huang, and Li Jinxing felt that his guard unit should unhesitatingly take the lead to verify the authenticity of this information. However, Zhang Dama harbored an entirely opposite sentiment. She believed that Su Lang was acting too rashly. After his return from Lu Jianrong, he claimed to have obtained intelligence, which seemed excessively fortuitous. Noticing the silence from both individuals, Su Lang grew anxious. Zhang Dama, Li Gu, please give me a definitive answer. This information was not easily acquired from Mr. Huang. It is inconceivable that we would not even take a look. Su Lang, do not rush. Zhang Dama waved her hand and said, I believe we should approach this matter with caution and prudence. Let us gather all members of the guard unit to discuss whether we should proceed. Li Jinxing nodded. All right, please wait a moment. I will summon everyone now. The members of the guard unit resided nearby, and within 20 minutes, Li Jinxing had assembled them all at the Su family villa. They sat in a circle around the hearth. On the way over, Li Jinxing had provided a brief overview of the situation, so Su Lang did not feel the need to elaborate further. Now that everyone was present, let us deliberate. Should we go or not? I believe we can take a look, one member of the guard unit suggested. It is merely 20 kilometers away, and with the snow having ceased, the roads are relatively passable. If we mobilize the entire villa community, we should be able to clear a path to our destination within 2 to 3 days. I concur that we should go. No risk, no gain. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, we must verify it. Indeed, it is true. Since the formation of our guard unit, we have yet to accomplish a single substantial task. This time, we must bring back the large processing equipment. The The members of the guard unit expressed their agreement one by one. With a unified consensus, everyone was willing to explore the location Su Lang had mentioned. Very well. Since everyone agrees, we shall depart tomorrow morning. Li Jinxing resolved firmly, reminding everyone to bring ice picks, hammers, and shovels. Although we shall rely on others to open the path to our destination, the main effort lies with us. No one is permitted to slack off, understood? Understood. Early the next morning, Zhang Dama gathered all the residents of the villa community in the activity room for a meeting. Su Lang elaborated on the matter of infiltrating Lu Jianrong's camp to gather intelligence. After listening to him, the majority of the group expressed their agreement to explore the location Su Lang had mentioned. After all, it presented an excellent opportunity to earn points. Even though a few individuals disagreed, they had no choice but to follow the majority and commence their tasks. The collective strength of the group far surpassed that of the guard team. Within just one day, they had already carved out 10 kilometers of snowy path. The subsequent 10 kilometers were primarily asphalt roads, mostly covered in ice and snow, rendering them impassable. Therefore, under the leadership of Li Jinxing, everyone capable in the villa area rushed to the site the following day, armed with pickaxes and ice shovels. They painstakingly chipped away at the layers of ice obstructing their path. It was not until the 5th day, as dusk approached, that they finally cleared a snow path. The reason for their meticulous effort in clearing the surface was that Li Jinxing anticipated the need to transport the large processing machinery back, whether pulled by manpower or vehicles. A smooth road surface was indispensable. Thus, they exerted themselves tirelessly over 3 days to remove all obstacles. On the morning of the 6th day, Li Jinxing and Su Lang once again set out with the guard team towards their destination. They arrived at the warehouse mentioned by General Huang around noon. The old industrial park in Linjiang district, established 4 to 5 decades ago, was a hub for light industry. Due to environmental policies, high-pollution enterprises like coal chemical industries were absolutely not permitted to settle here. It was precisely because this area was a concentration of light processing that General Huang had amassed so much machinery. Li Jinxing had the warehouse doors pried open, and upon entering, a row of processing equipment lay before them. Although it appeared somewhat aged, it was still functional. Brotherly, I've noticed that these machines are quite heavy, some weigh several tons, and others even exceed 10 tons. With our strength, we can hardly move them, one remarked. Indeed. Even the lightest ones are beyond our capability to lift. If we cannot transport this equipment back to the villa area, have we not come in vain? Li Jinxing scanned the warehouse and instructed everyone to spread out and search diligently for any tools that could assist in transporting the machinery. After hearing his words, the group dispersed once more, even though they had already conducted a thorough search. Chapter 164. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. However, this time they meticulously searched every corner of the warehouse. Half an hour later, everyone regrouped before Li Jinxing. Brotherly, there is nothing here. Li Jinxing furrowed his brow and let out a heavy sigh. He had initially wished to avoid troubling Chen Yue, but under the present circumstances, it seemed unavoidable. After all, only Chen Yue's snowmobile possessed the requisite power to transport the machinery. They were utterly incapable of achieving this with just their small group. I fear we must return, Li Jinxing said, a hint of dejection in his voice. We cannot move these items. We need Chen Yue to come. Su Lang, upon hearing this, grew anxious. No. What if Lu Jianrong's men arrive while we're away? These items are treasures. If even a single component is dismantled, they become useless. So what shall we do? Li Jinxing replied helplessly. We can't possibly leave someone here to keep watch. Su Lang's eyes lit up at this. Right. I can stay here and keep watch. You all hurry back and get Chen Yue. If we move quickly, we can resolve this today. Don't joke around, Li Jinxing retorted. If you stay here watching and Lu Jianrong's men come, won't that put you in greater danger? If you get caught, we'll be impeded in our efforts, making matters even worse. You should return with us. We can come back together once we meet Chen Yue. No, I refuse to go back. Su Lang was resolute. Akin to a turtle stubbornly clinging to its shell. I will remain here to keep watch. You must leave without wasting any more time. Today, no matter what anyone says, I will not return. Seeing Su Lang's determination, Li Jinxing had no choice but to relent. The longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation would become. You must ensure your safety while alone. We shall return swiftly, Li Jinxing cautioned before departing. Rest assured, Su Lang nodded. Yet, not far away, Lu Jianrong and his men, lying in ambush, could hardly contain themselves at the sight of Li Jinxing's group preparing to leave. But in the next moment, they were halted by Manager Huang. Boss Lu, if we rush in now, we'll merely catch some small fry. What's the point? We came here to apprehend Chen Yue. Manager Huang said, his expression grave. If we act now, it would undoubtedly alert the prey, and Chen Yue will not show up. Are you truly certain Chen Yue will come? Lu Jianrong inquired. Is he really willing to risk his life? Oh, my dear brother, rest assured. Chen Yue will undoubtedly arrive, Manager Huang declared confidently, thumping his chest. Look, all the equipment in this warehouse weighs several tons. If Chen Yue desires these items, he must drive here. Otherwise, who could possibly lift them? I wager that Chen Yue will indeed come, and when he attempts to move this equipment, he will surely disembark from his vehicle. At that moment, it was indeed an opportune time for action. Lu Jianrong nodded in agreement. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. Let us wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing and his companions hastened back to the villa district. He rushed into Aunt Zhang's residence, clarifying the situation and requesting her to contact Chen Yue. Upon hearing the details, Aunt Zhang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She retrieved a walkie-talkie from her pocket and dialed Chen Yue's number. At that moment, Chen Yue was already nestled in bed, preparing for a brief nap. Startled awake by the walkie-talkie, he responded with a face full of irritation. What is it now? Can't you let me rest properly? It's so bothersome all day long. His impatient tone crackled through the device, and Zhang offered an awkward smile. Su Lang has returned. He acquired the address from Mr. Huang. Moreover, Captain Li and the others have verified that there are indeed large processing machines inside. But those machines weigh at least several tons, and we cannot transport them back. We wish for you to devise a method to bring them to the villa district. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue was astounded that Su Lang had managed to extract information from Mr. Huang. Who exactly was Mr. Huang? Before the apocalypse, he had contracted numerous significant projects in Jiangnan province. He was an exceptionally shrewd individual. How could such a person divulge information to a mere child like Su Lang? This led Chen Yue to suspect that the information was likely fabricated. This implied that the equipment inside had been tampered with by Mr. Huang, rendering it unusable, or that Lu Jianrong's men had already laid in wait there for him, while others might have rushed out at the mention of large processing machines. Chen Yue had endured too much. When fortune suddenly fell from the sky, he considered not how to seize it, but rather how to evade potential dangers. Mr. Huang's tactics might deceive others, but attempting to fool him was far too naive. Nevertheless, Lu Jianrong's influence had been expanding at an alarming rate, encroaching upon his territory. If left unchecked, it was likely that his power would grow even more formidable. By that time, even if he controlled the entire villa district, he might find it impossible to contend with Lu Jianrong. This calamity must be nipped in the bud. Sitting on his bed, Chen Yue pondered for a moment. Su Lang had inquired about the information and subsequently vanished the same day. No one could have anticipated that those large processing machines were what he needed. Thus, there was a 99% probability that Lu Jianrong had already laid an ambush there. Given this, why not employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows? This would allow him to decisively dismantle Lu Jianrong's power. With newfound resolve, Chen Yue spoke into the walkie-talkie. Is that so? Please inform Li Jinxing to come to my shelter. I have something to hand over to him. Li Jinxing, momentarily taken aback, took the walkie-talkie. Chen Yue, I'm right next to Aunt Zhang. What do you wish to give me? You need not inquire further. Just come here. I will be waiting at the entrance. Having spoken, Chen Yue abruptly ended the call. Both Aunt Zhang and Li Jinxing exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. You should go, one urged. Since it was arranged by Chen Yue, it must be important. He surely has something to offer you that pertains to the outcome of this matter. Chapter 165. Deploying drones. Li Jinxing nodded at Aunt Zhang. All right, I'll set off now. I aim to return by tonight. Good, take care, she replied. Meanwhile, Chen Yue was busily engaged within the shelter, transforming more drones into instruments of destruction. As previously mentioned, he had already equipped 2 drones with weapon modules and intended to arm 2 more. The firepower available in the villa area was insufficient to contend with Lu Jianrong's forces. To decisively eradicate Lu Jianrong's influence, it was imperative to rely on drones for aerial strikes. The significance of air superiority is well understood, no matter where one hides. Once detected by the drones, precise strikes can be executed. In that eventuality, the cover Lu Jianrong's men depended upon would be rendered ineffective. At that moment, Tang Xiaoshan approached, clad in her pajamas. Chen Yue, are you heading out again? Chen Yue nodded. Yes, this time I must completely eliminate Lu Jianrong's forces. They've been expanding far too rapidly. If we don't eradicate them here, it will be troublesome to deal with them later. Concern filled Tang Xiaoshan's eyes. Please be careful out there and ensure your safety. I'll be here waiting for your return. Chen Yue assured her. Don't worry. I'm piloting that big machine. As long as I stay inside, no one can harm me. Tang Xiaoshan glanced at the surveillance video mounted on the wall. Chen Yue, someone is at the door. Is it that Li Jinxing you mentioned? Chen Yue looked up and saw a man standing at the entrance of the shelter. Upon zooming in, he confirmed it was indeed Li Jinxing. All right. I'll go speak with him, Chen Yue said. He maneuvered the drone to Wangqing, placing the drone and its controller on the ground. Then, he concealed himself inside a room within the city walls, using a remote control to open the gate. Li Jinxing, you may enter. Chen Yue's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Li Jinxing stood in astonishment as the gate slowly opened, his expression a mix of excitement and seriousness as he stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold of the shelter, he entered Wangqing and immediately noticed a drone and a controller on the ground. Could it be that Chen Yue summoned me here to operate the drone? Li Jinxing pondered. Given that Wangqing was sealed on all sides, its temperature was significantly higher than that outside. He removed his coat and placed it on the ground before approaching the drone. Do you know how to use this? Chen Yue's voice resonated again through the loudspeaker. Li Jinxing nodded. I know a bit. I used to play with these before the apocalypse, though the model is somewhat different. However, the controls are quite similar. Chen Yue, what do you want me to do with the drone? Could it be that they are sent to scout Lu Jianrong and his associates? In Li Jinxing's perspective, the function of this drone is limited to that purpose. If the drone can capture images from the sky to determine whether Lu Jianrong's men are lying in ambush near the warehouse, they would be able to facilitate the transfer of those large processing machines more smoothly. Thus, this drone indeed possesses the potential to alter the entire battleground. Chen Yue, I comprehend your tactics. Li Jinxing nodded resolutely. However, Chen Yue, seated indoors, furrowed his brow. Comprehend the tactics? What tactics are you referring to? How could you possibly understand my strategy with a drone that is devoid of weaponry? At that moment, Chen Yue maneuvered a weaponized drone to hover above Li Jinxing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from the drone, striking the pattern on the wall directly. Following this, Chen Yue's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. This is the true purpose of a drone. I now have but one request of you. Familiarize yourself with this unarmed drone in a very short time. Then, I shall present you with the weapon-equipped drone for your further acquaintance. This time, we must decisively distinguish ourselves from Lu Jianrong. The reason Chen Yue insisted that Li Jinxing first acclimate to the unarmed drone is that the weaponized version is considerably larger and heavier, making it relatively more challenging to control. Only by mastering the unarmed drone can one attempt to pilot the weaponized variant. Although Chen Yue's family is affluent and does not concern itself with the loss of one or two drones, this does not imply a fondness for wastefulness. Therefore, he deemed it prudent for Li Jinxing to first familiarize himself with the unarmed drone. Li Jinxing was taken aback by Chen Yue's grand preparations against Lu Jianrong. After a moment of astonishment, he nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. I will familiarize myself as quickly as possible. With that, Li Jinxing grasped the control stick before him and began to acclimate to the drone. Having previously operated drones, he quickly regained his proficiency. Before long, he reached a basic level of competence, even managing some impressive maneuvers. Through the monitoring video, Chen Yue observed that Li Jinxing had achieved this proficiency and instructed him to halt. Chen Yue then operated the transport drone, deploying a combat drone equipped with a magazine into Wangqing. Upon acquiring this drone, Li Jinxing was filled with exhilaration. Chen Yue's voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Old Li, now try this combat variant. Through the real-time monitoring on your remote control, you can engage the enemy. Your task is to swiftly lock onto the target using the fire control system. Chapter 166, Collision Outside the Warehouse. Who will prevail? Li Jinxing nodded, acknowledging the situation. He maneuvered the drone into the air and launched an assault on a fixed target mounted on the wall. The bullets whistled through the air, with only 4 out of 10 striking the mark, while the remaining 6 veered off course, lost to the void. However, Chen Yue, observing the surveillance footage, felt a sense of satisfaction with Li Jinxing's performance. Achieving this level of proficiency with a combat drone on his first attempt was commendable. After all, piloting a drone required consideration of not only wind direction and speed, but also a multitude of other factors that needed meticulous planning. If 10 bullets could be exchanged for a single life, it would be deemed worthwhile. Yet, Li Jinxing held a different perspective. He aspired for a 100 accuracy rate, believing that the value of a bullet was comparable to that of sustenance. A single bullet could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. Once Li Jinxing exhausted the drone's ammunition, a transport drone reappeared above him. This time, Chen Yue had provided him with 50 rounds for practice. As Li Jinxing adeptly commanded the drone in aerial maneuvers, he engaged the target with precision. In no time, his shooting skills exhibited marked improvement. After depleting the 50 rounds, Li Jinxing had achieved an impressive 80 accuracy rate. Noticing that time was of the essence, Chen Yue spoke through a loudspeaker. Old Li, it's time for us to set off. Once we reach the location, watch for my signal. I will control 2 drones, while you manage the other 2. We shall obliterate Lu Jianrong's faction entirely, eliminating any future threats. Understood, Li Jinxing replied with a nod. I will wait outside for you. Chen Yue was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Jinxing's strong sense of boundaries. Despite having entered the sanctuary, Li Jinxing exhibited no inclination to overstep. Instead, he proactively requested to wait outside. This spoke volumes about his loyalty. Chen Yue nodded in agreement. Very well, wait for me outside. I will be out shortly. Chen Yue returned to the sanctuary, retrieved an armed drone, and took the elevator down to the underground garage. At that moment, Chen Xian and Tang Xiaojun were already waiting for him in the garage. Chen Yue, please be cautious on this outing, Chen Xian urged. Do not get injured. Your safety is paramount. If things get too precarious, just hide. There is no shame in that. Indeed, your life is the most important thing, Tang Xiaojun added. We hope nothing happens to you. Chen Yue nodded, addressing the two with reassurance. Rest assured, I am taking this robust vehicle with me. You both know its durability. I will be fine. Moreover, I will be relying on the drone for the assault. It's akin to playing a game. I merely need to sit in the vehicle and control the drone. As he spoke, Chen Yue opened the door of the snow vehicle. Now, you two should head back. I will return shortly. The door of the snow vehicle slowly closed, and the garage door creaked open. The biting wind and chill swiftly enveloped the entire underground garage. Despite Tang Xiaojun and Chen Xian being scantily clad, they felt no discomfort from the cold. Their expressions remained grave as they watched Chen Yue prepare to depart, their hearts heavy with concern. Li Zhenxing observed the snow vehicle slowly exiting the shelter and hurriedly cleared the path. Chen Yue opened the rear door of the snow vehicle, inviting Li Zhenxing to take a seat. The snow vehicle was divided into 3 compartments. The front section housed the driver's cabin, which was secured by fingerprint and iris recognition. Unless granted permission by Chen Yue, it was virtually impenetrable to others. The middle section served as a spacious cargo hold, capable of accommodating a substantial amount of equipment. The rear section featured seats where passengers could rest. The entire snow vehicle was equipped with a comprehensive heating system. Upon entering, Li Zhenxing felt as though he had stepped into spring, prompting him to hastily shed his outer layers. Before long, Li Zhenxing and Chen Yue arrived at the villa district, where Chen Yue instructed the security team to assemble and head towards the warehouse, with Li Zhenxing and himself trailing behind. As they trudged through the snow towards the warehouse, a sense of trepidation filled the air. Could Chen Yue truly eliminate Lu Jianrong's men? It seemed a daunting task, given the numerous firearms and personnel on their adversary's side. With only crossbows at their disposal, how could they possibly compete? Indeed, warfare is not solely reliant on fervor. Superior weaponry is paramount. Chen Yue, however, was known to possess a fair amount of arms. One could only wonder if Captain Li had accompanied Chen Yue to procure weapons, perhaps filling the snow vehicle with an arsenal of firearms. Such an eventuality would soon be revealed upon their arrival. Li Zhenxing and Chen Yue, leading their contingent, swiftly approached the vicinity of the warehouse. Lu Jianrong and his associates lay in ambush amidst the snow, catching sight of Chen Yue's snow vehicle from a distance. Brother, they are here, Huang said, rubbing his hands together, excitement palpable as he raised his weapon. Lu Jianrong nodded, affirming, indeed, that must be Chen Yue's snow vehicle. It wasn't easy, but they have finally arrived. Are all the weapons ready, brothers? We must seize the snow vehicle, Lu Jianrong urged. Rest assured, everyone is prepared. We will launch our assault the moment Chen Yue disembarks, came the confident reply. Chen Yue instructed the security team to wait at a distance while he drove towards the warehouse as if nothing were amiss. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, he exited through the rear door and entered the building, leaving Lu Jianrong and his men without the opportunity to fire a shot. Old Huang, this won't do. Chen Yue is acting like a thief. If he places the goods onto the trailer, our long wait will be in vain, Lu Jianrong expressed anxiously. Huang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears we must alter our strategy. We need to initiate our attack now. Chapter 167, The Harvest Moment. Drones display their might as soon as the command was given. Lu Jianrong was the first to pull the trigger. The members of Lu Jianrong's faction understood that the sound of gunfire signaled the beginning. Upon hearing the shot, they surged toward Chen Yue's snowmobile. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, in a state of panic, swiftly entered the vehicle. Just as he settled in, he witnessed a Molotov cocktail hurled toward him. Instantly, the snowmobile was engulfed in flames. Inside the warehouse, Su Lang trembled as he observed the chaos outside, prompting him to hide behind a large processing machine. When he saw the fierce blaze consuming Chen Yue's snowmobile, a chill ran down his spine. It was over. Chen Yue was surely facing dire consequences this time. He might even perish here. Lu Jianrong's faction was unexpectedly formidable. How many firearms and bullets did they possess? They had even concocted incendiary devices, truly terrifying. The members of the Villa District security team, witnessing the snowmobile ablaze from a distance, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Could Chen Yue really die here? Good heavens, how could Lu Jianrong's men possess Molotov cocktails? It was simply unbelievable. We stand no chance against Lu Jianrong's faction. We are destined for doom. Should we flee now? Flee. What good would that do? Let us not forget that our families are still in the Villa District, living in safety. We must consider not only ourselves but also our wives and children. Regardless, let us charge forth. Even if we must perish, we shall do so while advancing. Meanwhile, Chen Yue sat comfortably in the snowmobile, sipping chilled cola, leisurely observing Lu Jianrong and his men's assault through the surveillance footage. Such an attempt to breach my snowmobile was a grave underestimation of my capabilities. However, to Chen Yue's astonishment, he saw the village district security team charging forward with crossbows. Chen Yue was taken aback. Were these individuals devoid of common sense? Charging with such weaponry, they seemed oblivious to the danger posed by Lu Jianrong's men. Moreover, they failed to await my signal. Reluctantly, Chen Yue had no choice but to execute the plan prematurely. From a distance, Huang, witnessing the approaching figures, felt an immense surge of joy. Brother, look at those people. They are all members of the village district security team. Now, not only can we eliminate Chen Yue, but we can also take out the entire security team, leaving them defenseless. Lu Jianrong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, brothers. Half of you stay here to contain Chen Yue, while the other half go and deal with the security team. Lu Jianrong's subordinates, all reckless men, roared with excitement as they split their forces to confront the security personnel. As the two sides clashed, the scales tipped dramatically. The security team, armed solely with rudimentary crossbows, stood little chance against Lu Jianrong's faction, who were equipped with an arsenal of rifles and handguns. The guards, positioned in a relatively advantageous geographical location, were surrounded by numerous shelters. Otherwise, this round of skirmishes would have inevitably claimed at least half of their lives. Lu Jianrong glanced over at the guards with satisfaction, nodding in approval. His excitement surged as he observed Chen Yue trapped inside the snow vehicle, unable to escape. Chen Yue, come out quickly. If you emerge now, I will spare your life just as before. You can still hold the position of second in command. He threatened if I manage to capture you. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Jianrong persisted in his psychological assault, endeavoring to dismantle Chen Yue's mental defenses. Yet, having experienced a previous life, Chen Yue was not easily swayed by such flowery rhetoric. He remained composed, deftly manipulating the remote control. Suddenly, two drones soared from the snow vehicle, circling above, followed by two more approaching from a distance. Lu Jianrong and General Huang were initially taken aback by the sight of the drones, their expressions quickly transforming into shock. How could Chen Yue possibly possess drones? If he had drones, he could discern their every maneuver and even devise an escape route. In a fit of rage, Lu Jianrong stamped his feet and commanded his men, shoot down those drones. However, once airborne, the drones became mere black dots, moving with astonishing speed. Given their marksmanship, they posed no real threat. Lu Jianrong attempted to create a web of gunfire, but such an approach was excessively wasteful of ammunition. To expend so many bullets just to destroy a single drone was a luxury they could not afford. At that moment, the air erupted with a cacophony akin to thunder. Flames burst forth from the sky, and Lu Jianrong's subordinates fell to the ground, wailing in agony. General Huang, trembling with fear, pointed at the drones. They were equipped with weapons. By now, even Lu Jianrong, despite his foolishness, realized they stood no chance against Chen Yue. Run, brothers, retreat. Lu Jianrong issued the withdrawal order. Yet, how could they escape under the relentless pursuit of the drones? Those hiding behind the shelters were momentarily safe, but the moment they stepped out, the drones would reign supreme. For drones, like harbingers of death, pursued Lu Jianrong's men. As bullets rained down, more of Lu Jianrong's companions fell. This isn't a viable escape. General Huang gasped, turning to Lu Jianrong. At that moment, he caught sight of Su Lang, hiding in the warehouse, and a knowing smile spread across his face. It seems we have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 168. Battle. The fiery front Su Lang, concealed within the confines of the warehouse, trembled in terror. Curled up in a corner. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently met that of Lu Jianrong and General Huang. In the instant their eyes locked, Su Lang felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, shaking uncontrollably as he scrambled deeper into the warehouse. However, Lu Jianrong and General Huang had no intention of letting him escape. They dashed into the warehouse, evading gunfire, and like a pair of hunters, they cornered Su Lang. At that juncture, for drones had nearly dispatched all of Lu Jianrong's subordinates outside, now encircling the entrance of the warehouse. If you have the guts, Chen Yue, then shoot. I'm prepared to drag someone down with me today. Lu Jianrong bellowed. Damn it. I refuse to believe you would shoot at your own. Su Lang, paralyzed by fear, had turned ashen, trembling so violently that he could barely stand, only kept upright by Lu Jianrong's grip. Damn it, Chen Yue. If you don't let me leave today, I will break Su Lang's legs. Lu Jianrong cursed vehemently. Meanwhile, Li Jinxing, who controlled the drones, found himself in a quandary. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Lu Jianrong. Should he escape now, it would be exceedingly difficult to do so later. Yet, a direct assault would jeopardize Su Lang's life. After all, Su Lang had played a pivotal role in locating this warehouse, and disregarding his safety could dishearten others. Nevertheless, Chen Yue exhibited no hesitation, maneuvering the drones to flank Lu Jianrong's group, aiming to strike him from the side. Shooting from behind posed a risk of penetrating rounds harming Su Lang, hence the decision for a lateral strike. Huang and Lu, however, were no novices. Upon spotting the drones approaching from the side, they swiftly repositioned Su Lang and grabbed a steel plate from the ground to shield themselves. Bang, bang, bang. The weaponry aboard the drones fired several rounds, all striking the steel plate and igniting sparks. Li Jinqing felt a wave of regret. Had he known better, he would not have left Su Lang in such a precarious position. If only he had been more resolute from the beginning, this predicament could have been avoided. In the midst of his capture, Su Lang's mind went blank. The sounds of gunfire and the eruption of sparks jolted him back to reality. He yearned to call for help, yet when the words formed on his lips, he hesitated. If he cried out, it would undoubtedly place psychological pressure on Chen Yue and Li Jinqing, hindering their focus on Lu Jianrong and his cohorts. Ultimately, he would be taken by Lu Jianrong. Moreover, he recalled scenes from television dramas where captives aligned with justice could never plead for assistance. Instead, he should encourage his comrades to disregard their concerns. With this resolve, Su Lang cried out with all his might, Chen Yue, Li Jinqing, do not mind me. Quickly eliminate Lu Jianrong. Once he is dead, everything will be over. Li Jinqing was taken aback by Su Lang's unexpected declaration. His hand controlling the drone faltered for a moment. At that instant, Lu Jianrong and General Huang seized the opportunity, swiftly escorting Su Lang out from behind the warehouse. By the time Li Jinqing and Chen Yue regained their composure, the two had vanished without a trace. Chen Yue speculated that Lu Jianrong and General Huang had taken Su Lang to the snow den, where they could very well be hiding amidst the snow. If that were indeed the case, the search area would be immensely vast. With merely a dozen men at their disposal, they would be utterly incapable of locating their adversaries. Moreover, as the old adage wisely cautions, a cornered foe is a dangerous one. Although Su Lang had been taken by Lu Jianrong, the latter had also suffered considerable losses. His entourage had practically all been eliminated by Chen Yue and his team. Should they force Lu Jianrong into a desperate situation, he might resort to any means necessary. At that juncture, the consequences could be far worse than the benefits. Old Li, inform everyone to retreat. Chen Yue's voice resonated from the snowmobile. Not far away, Li Jinqing, hidden behind cover, nodded and promptly sounded the rallying horn. The guards were taken aback by their unexpected victory over Lu Jianrong's forces, each one brimming with exhilaration. Brothers, we have finally raised our heads in triumph. Ha ha ha, one exclaimed. I just took out a guy with a crossbow. Yes, I saw it. The fellow you dispatched had previously attacked me. With Lu Jianrong suffering such significant losses, he would undoubtedly think twice before provoking them again. All they needed to do was focus on their own development. Indeed, following Chen Yue is invigorating. Li Jinqing then instructed everyone to scour the battlefield, and their spoils were plentiful. They had seized over a dozen submachine guns, along with shotguns, handguns, and various ammunition, more than the entire count of the Villa District's guards. Even if they divided them among themselves, there would still be surplus. This illustrated the formidable strength that Lu Jianrong's faction had amassed. Yet, despite such power, they had still faltered before Chen Yue. Chen Yue, what shall we do with these weapons? Li Jinqing inquired, unable to part with a shotgun he held. Let us place them in my vehicle for now. Chen Yue's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Rewards will be given to everyone later, so let us not rush. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the group eagerly deposited the recovered submachine guns, shotguns, handguns, and a vast quantity of ammunition into Chen Yue's vehicle. As previously mentioned, Chen Yue's snowmobile was divided into 3 compartments, with the second designated for cargo. The 2 to 3 dozen firearms piled in, swiftly filling the second compartment of the snowmobile. Chapter 169, Su Lang's absence. The Su family seeks help observing the abundance of goods before him. Chen Yue clenched his fist in excitement. Indeed, while he had acquired numerous weapons prior to the apocalypse, nothing could compare to the allure of confiscated treasures. This could be deemed a lucrative gain. Chen Yue commanded Li Jinqing to assemble a team to load the necessary processing machinery onto the trailer at the rear. Li Jinqing promptly rallied a few individuals to enter the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with an array of items. Not only mechanical tools but also materials for civil construction and installation. However, Chen Yue's primary focus this time was the processing machinery used in mechanical applications. While the civil and installation materials could be set aside for the moment, the essential processing tools for machinery were few, with the lathe being of utmost importance. Presently, the lathe was indispensable, capable of achieving precision to the millimeter or even micrometer level. Items crafted using the lathe adhered to strict specifications. Previously, Chen Yue had only provided Li Jinqing and his crew with crossbows and a handgun, and the arrows were rather scarce. Hence, Chen Yue intended for them to utilize the lathe to manufacture their own crossbow bolts. Once a foundation of trust was established among them, he would reward the loyal individuals with firearms and ammunition. However, this reward would be a one-time affair. For instance, should one receive 100 bullets as a reward, future acquisitions would necessitate independent efforts. Moreover, the lathe could also fabricate bullet casings, and once the propellant was located, they could replenish this consumable. This was the rationale behind Chen Yue's task assignment, to foster self-sufficiency. The greater the security of the villa area, the safer his refuge would be. Li Jinqing contacted Chen Yue, inquiring whether they should return now that everything was set up. Chen Yue glanced at the lathe on the trailer behind him and nodded. Let us return now. Remaining here serves no purpose. The tense atmosphere that had accompanied their arrival had transformed into an air of relaxation as they marched in unison behind Chen Yue's snow vehicle. The recent confrontation with Lu Jianrong's faction had rejuvenated their confidence. Even against overwhelming numbers, they believed they could secure victory through superior weaponry. However, throughout the journey, Li Jinqing remained furrowed in concern for Su Lang's predicament. Su Lang had risked his life to procure this intelligence, only to be captured by Lu Jianrong and Huang. His survival was now uncertain. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yue pondered the same dilemma. Had Su Lang truly betrayed the villa? Based on Chen Yue's understanding, Su Lang was not inherently treacherous. Thus, when he learned that Su Lang had ventured alone to Lu Jianrong's territory to gather information, doubts began to cloud his mind. Coincidentally, Lu Jianrong and Huang had laid in wait, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Chen Yue. Fortunately, Chen Yue had remained vigilant, thwarting Lu Jianrong and Huang's plans. If Chen Yue had been even slightly careless, he might have become a lifeless corpse by now. Thus, Chen Yue had every reason to suspect that Su Lang had betrayed the villa district, conspiring with General Huang and Lu Jianrong to deliberately ensnare him. Along the way, apart from the exuberant members of the security team, Li Jinqing and Chen Yue were furrowed in deep contemplation over the matter. Upon returning to the villa district, Chen Yue summoned Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, everyone who participated in today's operation will receive an additional 1,000 points, and please grant Li Jinqing an extra 500 points, he instructed. 1,000 points? Aunt Zhang exclaimed, astonished. That's equivalent to the points they would earn in 10 days of hard work. Are you truly giving them such a reward? Chen Yue nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they all exerted considerable effort, so awarding them 1,000 points is entirely justified. Furthermore, please inform everyone that I will be hosting a barbecue feast this evening, allowing everyone a chance to unwind. Upon hearing about the barbecue, Aunt Zhang could not help but swallow hard. In these times, having meat to eat was a rare luxury. All right, I will notify everyone right away. When the security team members learned that their reward for this mission was 1,000 points, they stood dumbfounded in disbelief. Li Jinqing was particularly astonished to find that he had received 500 points. They were aware that, despite their arduous labor, they typically earned merely 100 points a day. Just enough to feed a family of 3 for a single day. Now, with 1,000 points from this mission, they could sustain a family of 3 for 10 days. And if they indulged a little, even enjoy meat. All members of the security team marveled at Chen Yue's generosity, and their families sincerely expressed gratitude toward him. I must say, Chen Yue is truly remarkable. From now on, my life belongs to him. Wherever he directs, I shall follow without question. Indeed, Chen Yue is incredibly generous. 1,000 points. Tonight, I shall redeem a bottle of wine to celebrate. If you're redeeming wine, I'll get some meat so we can gather together. Of course. That's perfectly fine. As they observed the jubilant expressions of the crowd, Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian searched for Su Lang among them. After searching for over half an hour, they ultimately discovered that Su Lang had not yet returned. It was Li Jinqing who ultimately informed Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian of the situation. Upon hearing this, Kai Mei stood frozen in disbelief. How could you let this happen? How could you entrust Su Lang to those brutes? Please, I implore you, rescue him. Yes, my brother took such great risks for this operation. Without him, would you even know the location of the warehouse? Chapter 170. To save or not to save Su Lang. Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian found Aunt Zhang, fervently pleading before her. Aunt Zhang then summoned Li Jinqing. However, Li Jinqing could not act without Chen Yue's orders, as he was unwilling to breach principles. Kai Mei, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Are you not aware that Lu Jianrong has a penchant for men? The intelligence this time was procured by Su Lang at great personal risk. You cannot disregard him. Indeed, your actions are rather excessive. The Su family has been diligently contributing to the villa community. You must not continue to view us through a biased lens. Are the others in the villa community considered human while we are not? They're your comrades. And Su Lang is one of us too. We cannot abandon him to Lu Jianrong. He will truly perish. Li Jinqing observed the two in distress and felt a pang of guilt. Just as Kai Mei stated, the successful retrieval of the large processing equipment was largely due to Su Lang's invaluable intelligence. Although there had been minor setbacks, the outcome was favorable. To disregard Su Lang now would indeed be rather ungracious. All right, do not fret. I will consult with Chen Yue. As you know, though I am the captain of the guard, all my actions must align with Chen Yue's directives. If he forbids us from proceeding, we will resolutely refrain. Kai Mei nodded vigorously. Understood. I appreciate your assistance, Captainly. Please speak with Chen Yue. I trust he will surely agree to rescue Su Lang. Li Jinqing turned and exited, soon finding Chen Yue in a corner of the villa community, who was preparing to gather his belongings to return to his shelter. Chen Yue noticed Li Jinqing's hurried approach. What troubles you, old Li? You seem flustered. Li Jinqing hesitated momentarily upon meeting Chen Yue's gaze, then stammered. It's nothing. Just speak your mind. What is the matter? Prompted by Chen Yue, Li Jinqing finally voiced. Chen Yue, do you not think we should rescue Su Lang? After all, he has played a pivotal role, yet he is currently suffering under Lu Jianrong's influence while we prepare for a barbecue party. This feels rather unjust, does it not? Chen Yue scrutinized Li Jinqing's face, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before slowly responding. How can you be certain that Su Lang is indeed suffering within Lu Jianrong's camp? Isn't it obvious? Su Lang disclosed the location to us, effectively betraying Lu Jianrong and his faction. Lu Jianrong would undoubtedly not show him mercy. Chen Yue, with a slight smile, countered. I ask again, how can you be so sure? How do you know Su Lang is not allied with Lu Jianrong? We were ambushed. Had I not preemptively arranged the drone operations, what would our fate be now? Complete annihilation, would it not? Li Jinqing broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Indeed. Were it not for Chen Yue, their reckless arrival here would undoubtedly have led to a complete annihilation, with dire consequences. Even so, Li Jinqing hesitated and inquired. Do you think it could be mere coincidence? Coincidence? Chen Yue chuckled softly. If you choose to believe it is coincidental, then it is. If you do not, then it is not. However, you must acknowledge that you left a crossbow for Su Lang. Did you not? Li Jinqing abruptly nodded, puzzled by Chen Yue's insinuation. Chen Yue continued. If Su Lang truly possessed the audacity to infiltrate Lu Jianrong's camp to retrieve our intelligence, why did he not open fire on Lu Jianrong and his men? You must understand, while Su Lang is but a single individual, Lu Jianrong commands two. Yet, Su Lang was armed with a crossbow. Even if he were to conceal himself in the shadows, he could have struck them down, yet he chose to observe, without firing a single bolt. Upon hearing Chen Yue's analysis, Li Jinqing felt as though his mind might explode with the realization. Indeed, why did Su Lang refrain from shooting? He had numerous opportunities to do so. Firstly, Lu Jianrong's forces were positioned directly in Su Lang's line of sight. This meant Su Lang had ample chances to betray them. Yet he did not, even allowing himself to be captured without resistance. Surely, one could not be so utterly inept. Li Jinqing wore a contemplative expression, struggling to comprehend Su Lang's actions. Moreover, Chen Yue's reasoning was not unfounded nor an attempt to tarnish Su Lang's reputation. It was a logical assessment derived from objective reasoning. Chen Yue approached and patted Li Jinqing on the shoulder. Old Li, in this apocalyptic world, the human heart is the most inscrutable and the most fearsome. Never place your trust lightly in another, understand? Even if Su Lang were to bring Lu Jianrong bound before me, I would still harbor doubts in my heart. Of course, I am not devoid of compassion. If Su Lang can prove that he is unassociated with Lu Jianrong's faction and that he has not betrayed our community, I will certainly do everything in my power to save him. Li Jinqing nodded emphatically. All right, I understand. I will return and discuss this with the Su family. Very well. Go ahead. And remember to enjoy the barbecue feast tonight, Chen Yue replied. Li Jinqing grinned. Aren't you joining us? Chen Yue shook his head. No. It's best if you all go without me. Chapter 171. Li Jinqing draws his gun, furiously rebukes Kai Mei. The barbecue party was still being held in the activity room. Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao also attended this gathering. And due to Su Lang's commendable performance, Aunt Zhang had nothing to say about the three of them. After all, Su Lang had indeed made significant contributions to accomplishing this task. However, Kai Mei sat there with a furrowed brow, deeply concerned about her son's predicament. In contrast, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao had fewer worries, eagerly indulging in the barbecued meat. After all, having the opportunity to enjoy meat was a rare delight. All you think about is eating. Kai Mei glanced at Su Jiao, scolding. Do you even know what situation your brother is in? You heartless lot are just here feasting. Su Jiao pouted, stuffing her mouth with barbecue as she replied, Mom, you're such an antiquated thinker. Even if something were to happen to brother, that would be his own choice. He wouldn't want us to be so sorrowful. He must have been mentally prepared before he undertook this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such things. This statement infuriated Kai Mei, and she instinctively reached out to strike Su Jiao. But in the next moment, she saw Li Jinqing walking in from outside. Kai Mei hurried over to him, asking, What is the situation, Captain Li? Has Chen Yue agreed to let us rescue my son? At that moment, Li Jinqing was also in a quandary, for he believed that Chen Yue's words and analysis were not without basis. If Su Lang truly had any ties with Lu Jianrong's faction, then rescuing Su Lang would indeed render them akin to fools. I just spoke with Chen Yue. He now has ample reasons to suspect that Su Lang and Lu Jianrong are colluding, Li Jinxing stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Kaimei was left stunned by his words. What? You say who is colluding with whom? How could my Su Lang possibly be in cahoots with Lu Jianrong's faction? They are sworn enemies. Besides, if there were any collusion, would Su Lang have disclosed the warehouse's location to you? That is precisely the issue, Li Jinxing sighed lightly. Su Lang did inform us of the warehouse's location, but Lu Jianrong's men were lying in ambush there. When we arrived, they immediately launched an attack on us. Fortunately, Chen Yue had made sufficient preparations beforehand. Otherwise, we would have perished there. Kaimei was rendered even more speechless, unable to fathom that Su Lang could commit such an act. You must be mistaken. There has to be another reason. My son, he would never betray us. Just think about it. His mother and sister live in the villa area. If he were to betray us, what would happen to our lives? He could never abandon his family. In a world like this, anything is possible, including the abandonment of family, Li Jinxing replied. Have you never abandoned family? Kaimei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of who Li Jinxing was referring to. Immediately, Li Jinxing uttered 3 words. Lin Jiadong. Kaimei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Li Jinxing would bring up Lin Jiadong at this moment. Their memories of Lin Jiadong's past actions were still vivid. Instantly, Kaimei found herself at a loss for words. After all, Lin Jiadong was indeed a member of the Su family. Yet the outcome he faced was well known to all. Li Jinxing regarded Kaimei and slowly articulated. Therefore, I believe Chen Yue's considerations are valid. If you wish to rescue Su Lang, you must prove that Su Lang is not associated with Lu Jianrong's faction. Otherwise, even I would be powerless to assist. No. This must be a deliberate thought planted by Chen Yue. Our Su Lang would never conspire with Lu Jianrong. He surely harbors resentment for the past grievances Su Lang inflicted upon him. Thus, he is intentionally tarnishing Su Lang's reputation. How could Chen Yue, this heartless individual, forget who was responsible for bringing this report to you? At this moment, Kaimei could no longer contain herself. She seized Li Jinxing's sleeve, shouting uncontrollably. You must set out today to save my son. Otherwise, he may very well perish at the hands of Lu Jianrong's forces. If Su Lang dies, then Chen Yue shall not find peace either. If Kaimei were merely venting her frustrations, Li Jinxing might have turned a blind eye. However, she had the audacity to vilify Chen Yue and brazenly threaten him. It must be noted that the current state of affairs in the villa community is largely due to Chen Yue's efforts. Thus, Li Jinxing would not indulge her. He drew his handgun from his waist. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. You should know better than anyone what our situation would be without Chen Yue. We are still suffering under Lu Jianrong's influence. Do not presume that you alone are safe. Perhaps even your daughter has been subjected to Lu Jianrong's men. What right do you have to criticize Chen Yue? Frankly, instead of wasting your energy on complaints, you should consider how to help Su Lang clear his name. If Su Lang cannot extricate himself from suspicion, neither Chen Yue nor I would ever allow the guards to rescue him. Seeing Li Jinxing draw his weapon, Kaimei was immediately struck with fear and ceased her outburst. Su Shaoxian, standing nearby, hurried to intercede. Oh, Captain Li, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need to draw your weapon. Once it is drawn, the nature of the situation changes entirely. Moreover, my mother is merely overwhelmed with anxiety. She may have spoken inappropriately, so please do not take it to heart. Li Jinxing had never intended to fire, and he relented, holstering his gun while glaring and saying, You need to be more mindful of your words in the future. Do not think that just because we are neighbors, I would hesitate to take action against you. Chapter 172. To save or not to save. The Su family's disagreement. Su Lang indeed disclosed the warehouse's location to us, yet we fell into an ambush, making it difficult to ascertain whether there is a connection between the two events. Li Jinxing remarked coolly, If Su Lang truly leaked our intelligence to Lu Jianrong's faction, then your family will certainly find it untenable to remain here. I reiterate, you must urgently devise a means to prove that Su Lang has no ties to Lu Jianrong. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to rescue Su Lang, but you may also be expelled from the villa area. Do you understand? Kaimei nodded numbly. I understand. I understand. At this moment, Kaimei grasped the gravity of the situation. The endeavor to assist Su Lang in proving his innocence was, in essence, a means to vindicate her own family. If Su Lang were indeed colluding with Lu Jianrong's faction, then could the Su family truly be trusted? Clearly not. Li Jinxing exhaled deeply, his tone softening. I may have a suggestion to guide your thoughts. You should find a way to abduct General Huang. He knows everything. As long as he can vouch for Su Lang's suspicions can be dispelled. Subsequently, Li Jinxing produced a hand crossbow from his coat and handed it to Kaimei. Consider this a temporary loan. If you intend to kidnap General Huang, it is imperative to possess a weapon. Reflect on this. I believe that with a well-crafted plan, abducting General Huang should not be overly arduous. With that, Li Zhengxing departed without looking back. Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei stood in silence, contemplating how to accomplish this daunting task. Su Jiao spoke first. Mother, sister. Is he jesting? This mission is utterly impossible to fulfill. Their security team has deployed numerous personnel and has remained on watch for days without capturing General Huang. How can 3 women armed with a mere hand crossbow even hope to abduct him? Even if we were to locate him, how could we bring him back? We are utterly powerless. Kai Mei nodded, acknowledging the validity of Su Jiao's concerns. Indeed, it posed a significant challenge. General Huang was a minor leader within Lu Jianrong's faction. To abduct him would necessitate infiltrating the very heart of Lu Jianrong's stronghold. Yet, should the 3 of them venture inside, they would be akin to lambs entering a den of wolves. Discovery would spell certain doom. Kai Mei sighed, turning to Su Shaoxian. Shaoxian, I implore you for one favor. Su Shaoxian immediately discerned Kai Mei's intent and hastily shook her head. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Chen Yue would never assist us. Why not? Kai Mei inquired, her brow furrowed. Just plead with Chen Yue once more. Perhaps he will consider your familial bond and lend us a hand. After all, he is your brother. Your own brother. You cannot stand idly by while he faces peril. Su Shaoxian sighed, replying, Do you think Chen Yue is unaware of this situation? Li Zhengxing articulated the matter with clarity. It was Chen Yue who harbored doubts regarding Su Lang's connection to Lu Jianrong's influence. How could I possibly beseech him for assistance? He already suspects us. Pursuing him for help would be a display of sheer folly. Our only recourse now is to devise our own solution. Kai Mei was poised to counter, but Su Shaoxian swiftly raised her hand to interrupt. Mother, please let me speak. Su Lang has been taken back to Lu Jianrong's encampment. Even if I implore Chen Yue to dispel his suspicions about us, will he truly endeavor to rescue Su Lang? Su Lang is currently ensconced in the innermost depths of Lu Jianrong's stronghold. A direct assault to rescue him would come at an exorbitant cost, potentially annihilating the security team we have painstakingly established in our villa district. And even then, success is far from guaranteed. Mother, consider the reality of the situation. You have been with Lu Jianrong's faction. You know precisely how many firearms and personnel they possess. You are acutely aware. As Kai Mei calmed herself and reflected, she found herself compelled to concur with Su Xiaoshuan's assessment. Lu Jianrong's camp had been converted from a large granary, housing at least 100 armed individuals. The number of those wielding other weapons was unfathomable. In stark contrast, our security team consisted of merely a handful of individuals, with only one firearm, Li Zhengxing's handgun. The remainder were equipped with crossbows, akin to an ancient army confronting a modern military force, a scenario destined for utter defeat. Thus, the singular strategy to liberate Su Lang was to secure Huang Zong's assistance as per Captain Li's plan. This would enable Huang Zong to testify on Su Lang's behalf, thereby providing Chen Yue a plausible reason to dispatch aid at an opportune moment. Kai Mei sighed deeply. It appeared we must venture into Lu Jianrong's encampment. Su Jiao was vehemently opposed. Mother, I refuse to go. We barely escaped from there. Returning now would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. What if we are discovered? Su Jiao remained haunted by Lin Jiabong's previous actions. With her striking appearance, if her true identity were unveiled within Lu Jianrong's stronghold, she would undoubtedly be treated as a mere plaything, forced to cater to countless individuals daily. Kai Mei shot a stern glance at Su Jiao. You won't go? He's your brother. How can you even suggest such a thing? Do you not wish to save him? I simply do not wish to, Su Jiao pouted. If he had not been so harsh with Chen Yue from the outset, would we find ourselves in this predicament? I never mistreated Chen Yue, at most. I merely chose to ignore him. Chapter 173. Prepared and ready to depart, however, what of Su Lang? He frequently resorts to verbal and physical abuse towards Chen Yue, showing no regard for her humanity. This has undeniably strained Chen Yue's relationship with our family, has it not? Upon hearing this, Kai Mei was incensed and struck Su Jiao across the face. She had not anticipated her daughter would voice such sentiments at this moment. Su Jiao, are you speaking rationally? He's your own brother. If you refuse to go, then fine, you shall be cast out from the Su family. You will have no further connection to us. Su Jiao was taken aback by Kai Mei's furious outburst. Her previous bravado dissipated instantly. The very notion of being expelled from the Su family filled her with dread. She contributed nothing to the household, relying entirely on Su Shaoxian, Su Lang, and Kai Mei to sustain her. If she were to leave, it would mean toiling endlessly to earn points merely to secure her daily sustenance. Such a life was one she wished to avoid at all costs. Mother, I was wrong. I will accompany you. Is that not acceptable? Su Jiao pleaded, grasping Kai Mei's hand and shaking it while adopting a coy demeanor. Kai Mei sighed heavily and shot her a piercing glance. If you are to go, prepare yourself mentally. This time, we are not merely jesting. We are genuinely risking our lives. Of course, this endeavor is not solely for your brother Su Lang, but for our very chance to remain in the Villa District. You heard Captain Li's words. If Chen Yue associates Su Lang with Lu Jianrong's faction, we are likely to be expelled as well. Su Jiao nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the trio enjoyed some grilled meat before returning to the Su family villa to strategize. Infiltrating Lu Jianrong's camp was a task that could be perceived as both simple and daunting. The key lay in discerning the schedule of their supply-seeking expeditions. With a clever disguise, they could manage to blend in. After all, they remembered the previous team's insignia. The only obstacle before them was evading detection. Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao, with their striking appearances, would likely attract unwanted attention if they approached openly. Su Shaoxian slapped her thigh and proposed. What if we do this? We venture outside into the snow to gather some clothing, then use ash from the bottom of a pot and dried grass to disguise ourselves. Perhaps applying some makeup to appear older. Would that be feasible? Su Jiao hesitated. Is that truly possible? Absolutely, Su Shaoxian replied with confidence. Before the apocalypse, I witnessed individuals using makeup to create lifelike wounds on their bodies, which appeared more authentic than reality itself. We could mimic this on our faces, crafting grotesque injuries. If others see us, they would avoid us entirely, let alone harbor any other intentions. Moreover, most members of Lu Jianrong's faction are adorned in similar disguises. If we present ourselves in this manner, we will undoubtedly go unnoticed. Kaimei sat there, contemplating for a few moments before finally nodding in agreement. All right. The task of gathering tattered clothing will be entrusted to Su Jiao and me, while the makeup duties will fall to you. Very well, no problem at all. Su Shaoxian readily replied. Thus, Kaimei and Su Jiao ventured out of the house, beginning their search through the snow for the frozen souls. Excavating them from the icy mounds, removing their garments, and bringing them back to the villa. Meanwhile, Su Shaoxian prepared the cosmetics. When she discovered she was short on supplies, she ventured out to barter with others, ultimately assembling a complete set of makeup. The three of them donned the particularly filthy and poor quality clothing, each painting a grotesque wound upon their faces. They even adorned their hands with numerous frostbite markings, rendering them indistinguishable from the destitute outside. Kaimei stood before the mirror, surveying her reflection. Excellent. At this appearance, even if Lu Jianrong were to stand before us, he might not recognize us. Su Jiao was equally pleased with her appearance. She was no longer the beautiful girl. Instead, she had transformed into a woman with a centipede-like scar across her face. In fact, upon closer inspection, one might not even discern her femininity. Now that our preparations are complete, let us set forth, Kaimei declared, and the three of them simultaneously exited the house, making their way toward Lu Jianrong's camp. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yue had overheard their discussions with Li Zhenxing, grasping their plan with clarity. Li Zhenxing inquired, from their strategy. It appears they have no connection to Su Lang, nor any knowledge of his affairs. Chen Yue remained silent, deep in thought. If Su Lang had indeed betrayed the villa's secrets to Lu Jianrong's faction, the next step would surely involve extracting Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kaimei from the villa. However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed they had received no such intelligence, meaning their actions were entirely self-directed, free from external influence. Boldly, I must trouble you and the guard team. Please dispatch someone to keep a watchful eye on these three from the Su family. If they truly have not betrayed the villa, offer them some assistance during their endeavor. Chen Yue spoke with a determined gaze, resting his chin in thought. However, if they have indeed sold out the villa, ensure they are not allowed to return. Do you comprehend my intent? Li Zhenxing looked at Chen Yue and nodded in understanding. I understand. Chapter 174. The inept allies. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered terrain, Kaimei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao were making their way toward Lu Jianrong's encampment. Su Jiao, could you possibly move a bit faster? Kaimei admonished impatiently. At this pace, when shall we ever reach Lu Jianrong's camp? You must understand. We are not here to rescue your brother. Our sole purpose is to ascertain the situation. I was hoping to return to the Villa District tonight, considering the limited provisions we have brought along. Su Shaoxian echoed the sentiment. Indeed, what are you dawdling for? Having been sheltered and pampered throughout her life, Su Jiao had never endured such hardships. Even with the apocalypse at hand, she had relied on the care of others in the Su family. She was accustomed to enjoying the fruits of the efforts made by Su Lang and Su Shaoxian, who earned points to exchange for food. Kaimei, Su Lang, and Su Shaoxian, viewing themselves as family, had refrained from reprimanding her in the past. Yet, now, with the arduous journey ahead and the destination being Lu Jianrong's den of wolves, Su Jiao was reluctant to exert herself. My feet are freezing. Su Jiao whined, Mom. Sister, could one of you carry me for a bit? Kaimei and Su Shaoxian were themselves exhausted. The thought of carrying Su Jiao was out of the question. Stop with such nonsense. Kaimei shot Su Jiao a disdainful glance. Do you really think either your sister or I possess the strength to carry you? It seems you have been spoiled rotten, and now you dare to ask your sister to carry you. Move it. If you don't, you can forget about dinner tonight. Hearing the threat of going without dinner, Su Jiao perked up immediately. After all, her very existence hinged on her daily meals. Please, Mom. I truly can't walk any further, Su Jiao quickly explained. Look at my feet. They're genuinely frostbitten. Kai Mei leaned in for a closer look, only to find Su Jiao's fair feet unblemished. The delicate, porcelain-like soles and the perfectly rounded toes were so exquisite they could easily grace the cover of a foot model magazine. Where exactly are you frostbitten? Kai Mei asked, her voice laced with confusion and a hint of anger. Now, pick up the pace, or we shall leave you here in this desolate wilderness. Realizing her argument was futile, Su Jiao hastily donned her shoes and socks, striding briskly to keep up with Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian. After more than 3 hours, the trio finally arrived within Lu Jianrong's territory. They discovered an abandoned residential building, long stripped of its inhabitants, the air thick with a faint, unpleasant odor, likely the stench of decaying bodies. The moment the foul scent hit them, both Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian became on high alert. Let us hide here, Kai Mei suggested after surveying their surroundings. Once the supply team returns, we shall devise a plan to infiltrate their ranks. Is this truly safe? Su Jiao surveyed the dilapidated building with reluctance. The once sturdy structure had fallen into disrepair, bearing the scars of brutality inflicted by Lu Jianrong's forces. What shall we do if we are discovered? Su Jiao inquired, a note of apprehension in her voice. At this moment, Su Jiao was engulfed by fear. She had opposed this operation from the very beginning, and now, hidden away, her trepidation only deepened. What else could she do but blend in when the time came? Su Xiaoxian cast a disdainful glance at Su Jiao. The situation had escalated to a point where action was inevitable. What purpose did her complaints serve now? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Kai Mei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao all crouched by the window, peering quietly outside. They beheld a group of around 50 individuals, led by a minor leader from Lu Jianrong's faction. Among them were an elderly man and a child of approximately 10 years old. The prolonged labor had rendered the child exceptionally frail, causing him to stumble as he walked. With scarce resources available to him, the child often returned home famished. After several days of this torment, he finally collapsed to the ground. The minor leader of Lu Jianrong's faction, upon witnessing this, exhibited no compassion. He drew his gun, intent on ending the child's suffering. Suddenly, the elderly man stepped forward to intervene, igniting a conflict. Su Jiao watched in horror as the minor leader of Lu Jianrong's faction kicked the old man and the child to the ground, mercilessly trampling their bodies. A tremor coursed through her heart as unwelcome memories surged forth. No, I must leave this place, Su Jiao whispered, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. I do not wish to go to Lu Jianrong's camp. I want to return to the villa district. But to her astonishment, Kai Mei showed no leniency towards her daughter this time, delivering a sharp slap to Su Jiao's face. The sound of the slap was swallowed by the howling wind outside, leaving Su Jiao in disbelief as she clutched her face and looked at Kai Mei. Mother, if you say one more word, I will leave immediately, Kai Mei retorted sharply. Exasperated, do you think we are merely playing house? Don't let your selfishness endanger us all. Su Jiao, feeling wronged, crouched in a corner, tears as large as beans streaming down her cheeks, splattering onto the ground. Su Xiaoxian, witnessing this, merely sighed, refraining from offering comfort. It was all Su Lang and her own indulgence of their younger sister that had led to this moment, where retreat still lingered in her mind. If retreating were effective, Su Lang would not have been captured, and the Su family would not be in such dire straits. Silence. Someone is coming. At that moment, Kai Mei, who had been watchfully observing the surroundings, suddenly whispered, Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, prepare yourselves. When the main group passes by, we will blend in with the crowd. Su Xiaoxian felt a surge of anxiety yet nodded in agreement. Chapter 175. The failure of infiltration. A multitude of individuals, appearing like a sea of shadows, slowly approached from the distance. Kai Mei observed that there were approximately 100 people, all dressed in tattered garments reminiscent of beggars. Some wore exceedingly thin clothing, leading Kai Mei to surmise that their outer layers, meant for warmth, had undoubtedly been seized by Lu Jianrong's faction. Most bore expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes vacant, clutching ragged cloth bags that seemed to be filled with meager supplies. How are we going to blend in? Su Xiaoxian inquired from the side. Kai Mei pondered this dilemma as well. If they were to emerge directly from the residential building and dash into the throng, it would be far too conspicuous. The likelihood of being detected by Lu Jianrong's underlings would increase significantly. However, failing to act could result in a lost opportunity. Therefore, to successfully integrate into the crowd, they needed to compel the group to halt and dispatch someone to search the residential building. Kai Mei contemplated how to provoke such a search. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon some discarded newspapers not far away. Upon closer inspection, she discerned numerous items that could be used for warmth. An idea flickered in her mind. An unrefined plan began to take shape to ignite these materials on the rooftop of the residential building, creating an illusion of survivors in distress. What would Lu Jianrong's men do upon witnessing this? Indeed, they would surely come to investigate if anyone remained. If individuals were still present, they would undoubtedly resort to coercive tactics to compel compliance. In that moment, a brief lapse in vigilance would occur among the group, granting Kai Mei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao the opportunity to merge with the crowd. As for the slaves, the likelihood of them reporting the incident was nearly non-existent. These individuals were preoccupied with the struggle for sustenance, leaving little energy to engage in such trifles. Those who meddled in others' affairs were often those who had too much time on their hands. With this thought, Kai Mei promptly beckoned Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao to gather all the flammable materials nearby and transport them to the rooftop. She then produced a box of matches and struck one, igniting the pile. Thick smoke billowed skyward, rising ominously. Is this really going to work? Su Xiaoxian expressed her concerns. What if they don't take the bait? Wouldn't that expose us? Kai Mei, harboring her own uncertainties, could only gamble on the hope that it would prove effective. If it did not, they would merely have to lament their misfortune and adapt on the fly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, who had assisted Su Lang in his escape, was rewarded with a position as a small leader. He was entrusted with 10 subordinates, each of whom controlled 10 slaves. Their daily task was to venture out in search of supplies and survivors. As long as they could procure resources, Xiao Wang and his companions would enjoy better provisions, along with a share of the profits. It was as if one were engaged in sales before the apocalypse. If resources were not procured, then Xiao Wang could only allocate rudimentary sustenance, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. This circumstance precipitated a significant transformation in Xiao Wang's character. He was no longer the obsequious figure he once was, but rather had grown increasingly ruthless. Brother Wang, look. One of his astute subordinates immediately spotted 3 figures atop a distant rooftop, igniting a pile of debris. Could they be survivors? Are they seeking rescue? The subordinate speculated, noting that typically only those who had never entered their camp would act in such a manner. Damn it, it's true. Xiao Wang exclaimed with excitement, quickening his pace. You lot, pick up the speed. We haven't found any decent resources in days. My throat is parched. If they manage to capture these survivors, he ordered, first, break one of their legs to establish authority. Then, bring the remaining 2 back to the camp. With these 2 as leverage, we shall surely indulge in a feast today. With a commanding shout from Xiao Wang, all the underlings began to strike and kick their subordinates, urging them to hasten. After approximately 10 minutes, the group arrived at the foot of the residential building. Brother Wang, what is the plan? Should we send these slaves up, or shall we ascend ourselves? Xiao Wang pondered before responding. It would be best if you went up personally. These slaves are untrustworthy, like ungrateful wolves. They are constantly plotting their escape. If we let them go up and fail to find the survivors while 2 of them flee, it would be a grave miscalculation. We currently have 10 individuals. 7 will go up, while the remaining 3 will stay with me to guard these wretches. Undeniably, the execution of orders within Lu Jianrong's faction was commendably high. Following Xiao Wang's directives, 7 individuals promptly rushed up the building. Meanwhile, Kai Mei, Su Xiaoxian, and Su Jiao concealed themselves in a snowdrift outside, biding their time. As the 7 ascended, the remaining 4 would surely intensify their management over the slaves. Thus, it was not an opportune moment. They needed to wait until the guards relaxed their vigilance or were distracted before they could successfully infiltrate the ranks. However, Kai Mei was taken aback to find that the remaining 4 had formed a square, encircling all the slaves in the center. No matter from which direction, discovery was inevitable. As time elapsed, the 7 individuals who had entered the building had already searched the rooftop, yet Kai Mei and her companions had not yet found their chance. Chapter 176. Entering the camp, exchanging food for lives. This is impossible. Su Xiaoxian whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. The guards are too vigilant. We can't possibly blend in. I never anticipated it would turn out like this. Kai Mei admitted with a hint of frustration. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there will be a twist in our fortunes. While Kai Mei and Su Xiaoxian managed to maintain their composure, Su Jiao was struggling to keep her anxiety at bay. When those individuals appeared not far from them, even nestled in the snow, she felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. This impulse was forcibly suppressed. Yet the agony of waiting was palpable. Though they were concealed within their snowy refuge, Su Jiao's palms were slick with cold sweat, and her body began to tremble. Just then, a glimmer of hope emerged. Xiao Wang's walkie-talkie crackled to life, summoning his remaining 3 subordinates to his side. This is our chance, Kai Mei exclaimed. Leaping from their hiding place and darting into the crowd, crouching down among them, Su Xiaoxian and Su Jiao swiftly followed suit, blending into the throng. The people around them cast only puzzled glances in their direction, too weary to voice their concerns. The building is empty. One of the searchers remarked with disappointment as he returned from his task. Damn it, No wonder these survivors have made it this far. They have an uncanny knack for evasion. Xiao Wang was not surprised by this outcome. Survival demanded certain exceptional traits. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Well then, since it's deserted, let us proceed. Xiao Wang commanded, we must return to the camp swiftly. This cold is unbearable. I intend to savor 2 bowls of soup rice tonight. It is well known that within Lu Jianrong's faction, hierarchies are strictly enforced, even regarding something as simple as soup rice. For instance, a lowly leader like Xiao Wang was permitted only 2 bowls, each containing a mere 15 pieces of noodles. In contrast, someone like Huang, a favored confidant of Lu Jianrong, could indulge freely, ladling as much as he desired. Lu Jianrong himself had even more privileges, able to enjoy fried noodles at will. Thus, when Xiao Wang mentioned his intention to feast on 2 bowls of soup rice, his underlings looked on with envy, for they were limited to 1 bowl, each containing a scant 10 pieces of noodles. By the way, the boss just instructed me to remind our search team to keep a keen eye out for weapons and equipment, Xiao Wang conveyed to his subordinates. It appears we are in for a tough battle ahead. Each search team has been assigned a daily quota. We must unearth weaponry, or we shall surrender our own. Every day? Are they mad? One of the subordinates exclaimed. The upper echelon seems to think this is an armory, with weapons lying around for the taking. They lounge in their warm rooms while we toil to the bone, barely scraping by, and now they impose such a demand. Xiao Wang sighed, alas. This time the boss has been thoroughly intimidated by that Chen Yue character, and his bloodlust has been thoroughly awakened. I suspect that a significant action from the higher-ups is imminent. Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao listened intently to the conversations around them, committing every crucial detail to memory. The small leaders, who had been assigned quotas, were visibly displeased, unable to vent their frustrations upwards. They could only unleash their ire on the subjugated. Anyone who lagged even slightly would feel the sting of the whip upon their back. Consequently, even Su Jiao quickened her pace, her face pale as she navigated through the crowd. Soon, they returned to the familiar confines of Lu Jianrong's camp. As per usual protocol, upon entering the camp, logistics personnel approached them one by one to inquire about their supplies. Su Jiao noticed that anyone who failed to submit their provisions would be swiftly knocked to the ground and beaten mercilessly. Do we have any food on us? Su Jiao asked, her voice trembling. Yes, Kai Mei replied, reluctant to part with the precious food she had managed to keep hidden, which included 2 large buns, a packet of pickled vegetables, and 3 sausages. Kai Mei had exchanged her points with Aunt Zhang for these provisions, fearing that they might have to spend the night outside without sustenance. Thus, she had spent over 30 points to acquire them. That's good. Once we hand these over, we won't have to endure a beating, Su Jiao sighed in relief. No, we cannot give these away. Kai Mei instinctively protected her food. I'll stand with Su Jiao this time, Su Shaoxian said, equally fearful of the consequences, as being beaten could potentially expose their identities. If we are incapacitated, how can we complete our mission? Being hungry is one thing, but being injured is entirely different. After contemplating for a moment, Kai Mei finally nodded in agreement. When the logistics personnel approached the trio and extended their hands, Kai Mei produced one of her parcels. Upon opening it, the logistics worker's eyes gleamed momentarily before he regained his composure. Is this all for you? No, it's for the 3 of us, Kai Mei clarified. Oh, if it were just for you, you would receive the food, as your task was executed commendably. However, 3 individuals finding such a meager amount is simply absurd. Kai Mei pouted. Surely these provisions were sufficient to satiate all 3. Why then were they deemed inadequate? How much is considered enough? Well, based on your performance, you shall have no dinner tonight, the logistics worker declared before turning on his heel and leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 177. Confined in a dark room upon hearing that there would be no dinner that evening, Su Jiao immediately expressed her discontent. Isn't all this food enough? The small leader responsible for collecting the provisions glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, What's the matter? Do you still wish to eat? You might want to take a good look at yourself first. With a face like yours, how can you even think about food? If you looked a bit better, perhaps you could barter your body for something to eat. But with those scars on your face, it makes me want to retch. No man would ever find you appealing. Having been praised for her beauty throughout her life, this was the first time Su Jiao had been told she was repulsive. Upset by the remark, she was about to retaliate when Su Shaoxian beside her pulled her arm. It was then that Su Jiao remembered she had put on makeup for the occasion, and the gruesome scar on her face was merely a part of the fade crafted by Su Shaoxian. Realizing this, Su Jiao silently nodded and retreated behind Su Shaoxian. She had momentarily forgotten about her makeup, and had she not remembered in time, the consequences could have been dire. Su Shaoxian noticed that the amount of supplies required to be submitted at Lu Jianrong's camp had significantly increased compared to before. Based on the quantity they had just submitted, it would have sufficed for their family of 3 for a single dinner in the past. Yet now, after contributing so much food, it was still inadequate. The provisions they submitted could only sustain one person, meaning that each individual was now required to contribute approximately 3 times the amount they had previously. After a thorough search of everyone's belongings, Su Xiaoxian and her companions were escorted back to their room by another small leader. The accommodations for the slaves under Lu Jianrong had changed drastically. Previously, Su Xiaoxian and her companions resided in a cramped but private apartment. Now, they were assigned to a large dormitory. Su Xiaoxian recognized that this space had once served as a storage room before the apocalypse. Even now, the air was thick with the pungent scent of machine oil. Why have conditions deteriorated so severely? Su Jiao complained, pinching her nose. We weren't like this before. Kaimei quickly interjected, don't speak. Let us just remain quiet here. We'll find a way to see where your brother is once we have the chance. Su Jiao nodded and found a relatively clean corner to squat in. Su Xiaoxian and Kaimei searched for a decent spot for quite some time, but ultimately squeezed into the corner with Su Jiao. Su Xiaoxian then noticed that the room was co-ed. However, given the dire circumstances, no one was inclined to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Moreover, Lu Jianrong's authority would not tolerate such misconduct. Any intimate relations would require the negotiation of food. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and a cold wind mixed with snow blew into the room, prompting Su Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kaimei to instinctively wrap their clothes tighter around themselves. They saw a small leader enter, accompanied by someone who resembled a slave. Choose quickly. Anyone here can accompany you tonight. The small leader nudged a man, who, with an awkward smile, nodded and stepped forward. Utilizing the dim light, the man surveyed each individual until he reached Su Jiao. Upon noticing the gruesome wound on her face, he turned to leave. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon Su Jiao's delicate and fair wrist. He swiftly seized her wrist and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a pristine arm. Initially, Su Jiao believed she had escaped unscathed and felt a sense of secret delight. However, when he grasped her arm, panic immediately engulfed her. Oh my, her skin is astonishingly flawless. The man gazed greedily at Su Jiao's arm, his grimy hands caressing her skin incessantly. Each touch felt like barbed wire, inflicting unbearable pain upon Su Jiao. Brother, I choose this one. The small leader approached, casting a glance at Su Jiao, his brow furrowing. You can settle for such an unattractive woman? Ah, brother, you are still young. The man replied with a practiced smile. There's a saying, an ugly woman can still be appealing in the dark. As long as the figure is good and the skin is smooth, that's all that matters. As for looks, they aren't of great importance to me. The small leader remained silent. If this fellow was willing to choose an unattractive woman, so be it. For him, completing the task was what truly mattered. Very well, since you have no objections, I shall say nothing further. As he spoke, the small leader moved to grasp Su Jiao's arm. Su Jiao was utterly alarmed. If these two men took her away, she would undoubtedly endure inhumane torment. She cast a pleading glance towards Su Xiaoxian, who hurriedly whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, Su Jiao's expression shifted to one of peculiar determination. As the small leader's grip tightened around her arm, Su Jiao steeled herself, and a warm liquid began to flow from her lower body. Immediately, a pungent odor enveloped the room, causing everyone to recoil from Su Jiao as if she were a harbinger of disease. The small leader stood frozen, his mind in a daze. He had not anticipated that this woman would urinate in her pants. Ugh! He released Su Jiao's arm, as if touching filth. What kind of person have you chosen? The small leader vented his anger upon the other man, exclaiming, I've never encountered anything so disgusting. The man was equally stunned, unable to fathom that this woman could resort to such actions. She scared the piss out of me. Chapter 178. Can this flesh be consumed by humans? Damn it. Do you still want it? If not, you may as well forfeit this opportunity. The small leader, hiding several meters away, inquired while pinching his nose. Under normal circumstances, who would entertain any ulterior motives in such a situation? The man shot Su Jiao a resentful glance before reluctantly following the small leader back to another room. Su Jiao had narrowly escaped a calamity, but she soon realized that everyone in the room was regarding her as if she were a monster. Sister, your tactic truly is a double-edged sword. Su Jiao leaned closer to Su Xiaoxian, lamenting. Su Xiaoxian and Kaimei hastily stood up and crouched a few meters away. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, keep your distance. Su Xiaoxian declared as she covered her nose. Just moments before Su Jiao was about to be taken away, it was Su Xiaoxian who whispered this dubious suggestion in her ear. Having heard about such a tactic on a certain app before the apocalypse, Su Xiaoxian, in a moment of desperation, shared this survival skill with Su Jiao without much thought. At that time, Su Jiao was left dumbfounded. After all, they were in an enclosed space. I could wet my pants, but can you handle it? Just as Su Jiao hesitated over whether to proceed with the plan, events escalated to a point where she had no choice but to comply. With a bitter expression, she crouched in a corner. At that moment, The door swung open once more, and a figure pushed a small cart into the room. The already stagnant air in the confined space became even more oppressive, exacerbated by an indistinct foul odor. Damn it, did you lot urinate here? The person delivering the food, connected in some way to Lu Jianrong, was a notable figure within Lu Jianrong's camp. All eyes turned to Su Jiao. Damn it, forget it. You lot cannot even be considered human. The food bearer grumbled, announcing. Today's offering is corn leaf porridge with meat, 1 scoop per person. Upon hearing that food had arrived, particularly the corn porridge with meat, everyone scrambled forward with their battered bowls. However, their enthusiasm waned when they beheld the large vat on the cart containing the porridge mixed with meat, which elicited waves of nausea, especially with the lingering odor permeating the air. To eat or not to eat, this was indeed a dilemma. Consuming it felt akin to feasting on excrement. The combined effects of the olfactory offense and the disturbing visual presentation transformed this meal into a grotesque spectacle. Yet, if they chose not to eat, their stomachs continued to protest vehemently. After much mental preparation, they ultimately resolved to eat. Everyone began to queue up, clutching their battered bowls. And as they received the viscous corn leaf porridge, their brows furrowed deeply. It hadn't seemed so terrible in the pot, but now, with the glistening tips protruding from their bowls, it provoked unsettling thoughts. Su Shaoxian and Kai Mei were already famished, as was Su Jiao, who had barely eaten anything before setting out. By now, her stomach was growling audibly. Thus, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything and seizing every opportunity, they joined the queue. However, when the line reached them, the first in line, Su Shaoxian, furrowed her brow. She remained silent, merely glancing back at Kai Mei. In Kai Mei's eyes, she perceived shock, confusion, and disdain. Look at your demeanor. It's the end of days, and yet you act as if you've never eaten before. Kai Mei shot Su Shaoxian a glare, exclaiming, as long as we can fill our bellies, it's good enough. Step aside. Let me take a look. Kai Mei approached the pile of food, and upon seeing it, she too was rendered speechless. Are you going to eat, or not? If not, stop obstructing. The gruff cook barked. Kai Mei, bracing herself, tasted a morsel, and an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. This is worse than excrement. Fortunately, we didn't linger here earlier. The meat provided by Chen Yue from the villa is 1,000 times better than this. Embarrassed, Kai Mei glanced at the bald cook and stammered, no. No, I won't eat anymore. She tugged Su Shaoxian back, leaving Su Jiao in a state of bewilderment. A natural aura surrounded Su Jiao, creating a space devoid of life within a few meters. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? She inquired, puzzled, looking at Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian. They both managed a wry smile. Come back. You absolutely cannot eat that. Excuse me, if you're not going to eat, could you share some with us? An emaciated old man approached, asking. Kai Mei was taken aback, but nodded. Certainly, feel free to take it. We forfeit our share. Thank you. Thank you so much. Could you help me serve it? The old man was as excited as a child, for each person was allowed only 1 serving of food, and sharing was not permitted. Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian nodded and moved in front of the old man. Sir, may I ask you something? Kai Mei turned to inquire. Upon our return today, they claimed our supplies were insufficient to provide us with food, yet why are we receiving it now? This is the guaranteed ration, the old man sighed. If someone exceeds their task, those of us lacking the ability will receive this minimum provision. However, the types of guaranteed rations vary each time, and today is relatively good. Kai Mei suddenly understood, so that was the case. It seems Lu Jianrong's influence does not allow for arbitrary deaths. Even those without the ability to gather supplies have other roles to fulfill, such as laborers or cannon fodder in battles. In this apocalyptic world, food and resources are scarce, and human labor is equally precious. Otherwise, Lu Jianrong would not have established such a vast camp. Chapter 179. Su Shaoxian takes action. After everyone had eaten their fill, they each sought a comfortable spot to recline. The 3 members of the Su family huddled together. What shall we do? Although we have entered, we find ourselves trapped here. Kai Mei felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Su Lang's fate was uncertain, and he might be enduring inhumane torment. It's all your fault, Su Jiao chastised, having barely eaten and now feeling ravenously hungry. Moreover, the 3 of them had no opportunity to venture outside, let alone search for Su Lang. What should we do now? We can't even get out, and when we regroup tomorrow, we will surely be discovered. At that point, we will all perish. Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that ever since Su Jiao had soiled herself, her mental state had been somewhat unstable. In my opinion, there is but one course of action left. Su Shaoxian sighed softly. What course of action? Kai Mei and Su Jiao asked in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation. We must wait, Su Shaoxian asserted firmly. Kai Mei, Su Jiao, please don't look at me like that, Su Shaoxian explained. We need to wait for the guard at the entrance to doze off. Once he lowers his guard, our opportunity will arise. What if we get caught? Su Jiao posed a soul-searching question. If caught, we must accept our misfortune. Su Shaoxian slumped in resignation. Is there any other way? If so, please enlighten me. Kai Mei and Su Jiao indeed had no viable alternatives. For now, they could only bide their time. Unexpectedly, one individual stood up from the crowd and approached the guard. Look, what is he doing? Su Jiao whispered, pointing towards the guard. Su Shaoxian and Kai Mei turned their attention in that direction. They watched as the individual exchanged hushed words with the guard for several minutes, then produced an item from his bosom and handed it to the guard. To the astonishment of Kai Mei, Su Shaoxian, and Su Jiao, the individual then departed. This is promising. Su Shaoxian clenched her fist. It seemed that the guard was not entirely devoid of earthly desires. If we can procure something to bribe him, we too shall be able to escape. Indeed. We were merchants before the apocalypse. How could we have forgotten our trade? Kai Mei exclaimed excitedly, beginning to rummage through her pockets. However, she soon realized that she had changed clothes before coming here. Everyone knew that the Su family had disguised themselves before their arrival. The garments they now wore were stripped from the corpses in the snowy landscape, entirely different from their usual attire. Had it been their previous clothing, Kai Mei would indeed have possessed numerous valuable items, bracelets, rings, necklaces, all from prestigious international brands. Each would have been beyond the reach of ordinary people before the apocalypse. But now, dressed in unfamiliar garments, they found themselves utterly helpless. Alas, I have nothing in this outfit, Kai Mei said with a bitter expression. Beside them, Su Jiao, under the gaze of Kai Mei and Su Shaoxian, retrieved a ring from her pocket. After brushing off the dirt, it revealed a brilliant golden hue. Astonishingly, it was a gold ring, and quite sizable at that. Where did you find such a gold ring? Kai Mei asked incredulously. Glancing at Su Jiao, and the ring she held. I unearthed a corpse while we were out searching for clothes, and this ring was on its finger. Su Jiao explained slowly. At that moment, I didn't think much of it. I simply took the ring and tucked it into its clothing. I removed the clothes and wore them myself, hiding the ring in my shoe during the body search. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have recalled this at all. Upon hearing Su Jiao's explanation, two words echoed in Kai Mei's mind. Fate. This was undoubtedly fate. Otherwise, how could such an improbable event occur to her? They had unearthed over a dozen corpses and had found just as many outfits. If Su Jiao had altered her choice, opting for another set of clothing, the gold ring would not be in their possession now. So, what do you intend to do with this ring? Su Shaoxian inquired. To the Su family, this gold ring is hardly significant. Before the apocalypse, they could purchase as much gold as they desired. Who knows? One day everything might return to normal, Su Jiao replied with innocent optimism. At that time, wouldn't the gold ring once again be of value? Su Shaoxian was taken aback by Su Jiao's perspective and sighed. Fine. At least we have this item to bribe the guards. Su Shaoxian looked at the two of them, considering the pressing question. Who would go? Kai Mei and Su Jiao exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, You go. Why me? Su Shaoxian asked, perplexed. In truth, the rationale behind Kai Mei and Su Jiao's choice was quite clear. Su Jiao was akin to a biological bomb. Wherever she went, her presence could be detected from 100 meters away. Additionally, Kai Mei, being older, lacked the adaptive capabilities of the younger Su Shaoxian in unexpected situations. Thus, they decided Su Shaoxian should take on the task. Youthful and adaptable, Su Shaoxian had held a CEO position before the apocalypse. A feat not easily achieved by women in such roles. Despite her questionable lifestyle choices, her abilities surpassed those of the Su family, even eclipsing Su Lang by a significant margin. Su Shaoxian sighed. Very well, I shall assess the situation. You wait here for my news. Chapter 180. Astonishing truth. Su Shaoxian carefully placed a golden ring into her pocket and cautiously made her way toward the exit. The area was cluttered with individuals sprawled across the floor, and any misstep could result in her stepping on someone's arm or leg. After navigating through the crowd, Su Shaoxian approached the guard. Brother, may I trouble you for a favor? She said softly, a smile gracing her lips. The guard turned, and upon seeing her countenance, instinctively exclaimed, What happened to your face? It looks like a centipede crawled over it. So many scars. While applying her makeup, Su Shaoxian had first tested it on her own face and neglected to remove the previous application. Thus, in the dimly lit warehouse, her visage appeared marred by numerous scars. What do you want? Speak from a distance. The guard commanded, brandishing his iron rod menacingly. Su Shaoxian took 2 steps back, yet her smile remained intact. Brother, I suffer from claustrophobia. I wish to step outside for some fresh air, if you would permit me. I promise not to wander far, just a brief stroll nearby. And I shall return shortly. The guard scrutinized Su Shaoxian before replying nonchalantly. No can do. There are regulations against letting you all out. Best you stay put. Su Shaoxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother, you are absolutely right. Such regulations do exist, and I am aware of them. However, rules are rigid, but humans are not. With that, she retrieved the ring from her pocket and stepped forward, placing it into the guard's hand. Brother, please, consider this an act of kindness. My condition makes it exceedingly difficult for me to remain in confined spaces for extended periods. The doctor warned that prolonged exposure could lead to unpredictable behavior. Should I cause a disturbance here, it would surely become a burden for you as well, wouldn't it? I implore you, grant me this small favor. I promise. The next time I find something valuable outside, you will be the first to benefit. The guard, a brutish man before the apocalypse, had never encountered such flattery, especially delivered in such a melodious tone. If it weren't for her face, she would be even more enchanting. He took the golden ring, bit into it, and his demeanor softened. Very well, you don't seem unreasonable. Given your condition, I will allow you to step outside for some fresh air. But remember, do not stray too far. Others may not be as accommodating as I am. If you get caught by someone else, it will be your problem. And I don't want to be implicated, understand? I understand, Su Shaoxian assured him. Rest assured, I will heed your advice and merely wander in the vicinity, ensuring that no one sees me. She nodded obediently. The guard, satisfied, nodded back. All right, go ahead. But remember, do not wander aimlessly. There are things you are not meant to see. Understood, completely understood. Under the cover of night, Su Shaoxian stealthily exited the warehouse where they had been residing. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately set her sights on a nearby residential building. From its elevated vantage point, she could observe all the structures within the vicinity, thereby facilitating her search for her brother, Su Lang. However, this plan bore its own significant risks. Should she be discovered, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. If others were to encircle the building and conduct a thorough search room by room, Su Shaoxian would undoubtedly be apprehended. Yet, given the current circumstances, this was the most viable option she could conceive. They were situated within the confines of Lu Jianrong's camp, and methodically inspecting each building one by one would take an indeterminate amount of time they could ill afford to squander. Regardless of the outcome today, she resolved to find a way to flee by tomorrow. Su Shaoxian cautiously approached the residential building, each step filled with trepidation. She paused frequently to scan her surroundings for any signs of life. At the slightest rustle, she would freeze, hastily seeking refuge behind nearby structures. Thus, after a nerve-wracking journey, she reached the residential building, which had once been designated for slaves but now stood empty, a husk of its former purpose. This desolation was a consequence of a devastating fire that had rendered many facilities uninhabitable. Lu Jianrong and his associates had concluded that providing a suitable living environment for these individuals yielded little benefit, hence relocating them to distant warehouses. Su Shaoxian ascended from the first floor to the fourth, halting before a window to peer outside. At that moment, she discerned voices emanating from a small house not far away. How many did you slaughter today? One voice inquired. I reckon it was around 10, replied the other. No wonder the air is so thick today. Those fellows would never suspect they were consuming such things. Indeed, if they had any inkling, they would have stopped eating it long ago. Just observe how ravenously they devour their meals, as if fearing they might miss out. A surge of suspicion coursed through Su Shaoxian. What were these individuals discussing? What kind of food? Were they preparing something in that house? An overwhelming curiosity compelled her to stand upright, and only then did she notice several body bags stacked outside the small dwelling. Furthermore, two individuals were unloading these bags from a cart. Witnessing this scene left Su Shaoxian in stunned silence, her stomach churning violently. Were they referring to these things? These were human beings. They were actually feeding people human flesh. No, it couldn't be. Even Lu Jianrong, twisted as he was, could not possibly stoop to such depths. Chapter 181. Breakthrough achieved. Tracing Su Lang's footsteps. How could they possibly indulge in such revolting acts? At that moment, Su Shaoxian recalled the viscous substance she had seen while serving food, along with the gruesome remnants of flesh. The nauseating stench seemed to linger once more in her nostrils, an odor replete with repulsive, fishy undertones. Su Shaoxuan's body trembled uncontrollably. Despite her utmost reluctance to acknowledge the grim reality, the truth lay stark before her. Lu Jianrong and his associates were indeed feeding the people in the warehouse the flesh of the deceased. Had Lu Jianrong's desperation for resources sunk to such an abysmal level? What Su Shaoxian was unaware of was that Lu Jianrong had, by sheer chance, concluded that humans could serve as a viable food source for those who had yet to procure supplies. In this dire world, deaths occurred daily within the camp, sometimes several, even dozens. Previously, to prevent the spread of disease, Lu Jianrong would send individuals to dispose of the bodies far from the encampment, in the snowy graves. However, executing this task required considerable manpower, which could be better utilized by those capable of scavenging for supplies. Furthermore, the discarded corpses bore flesh that was, in fact, consumable. The lowest tier of slaves, already ravaged by hunger, would express immense gratitude for any morsel offered, regardless of its nature. Thus, Lu Jianrong resolved to encase the daily deceased in body bags and transport them to various warehouses, selecting one to prepare a lavish feast for the consumers of human flesh. These slaves would then possess the strength to partake in the next day's search, perhaps even yielding a fortunate find of supplies. The retrieved resources would be enjoyed exclusively by Lu Jianrong and the upper echelon of the camp, including General Huang. Crouched upon the ground, Su Shaoxian pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, unable to quell her tremors. Terror gripped her heart. Lu Jianrong was a veritable demon. No, he was far more terrifying than any devil. In that instant, Su Shaoxian was reminded of Chen Yue. He had once spoken of how, in his dreams, they had been consumed by their own family. Had it not been for Chen Yue, her family would likely still be enduring such a fate. I must find Su Lang swiftly. I need to discover his whereabouts and return with my mother and sister to the villa district. Their lies are sanctuary. Lu Jianrong had utterly forsaken his humanity. This place was infinitely more horrifying than hell itself. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Su Shaoxian slowly crawled on all fours, fearful of being seen by those outside. Yet, in the next moment, she overheard the grim exchange of those carrying the bodies. Did you hear that the one named Su Lang is nearing his end? Indeed, our leader dispatched a multitude to attend to Su Lang today. I doubt he can withstand it much longer. It seems his demise is imminent. Once he passes, we can treat this lowest class with a sumptuous feast. Indeed. You have not witnessed the sight of those individuals devouring their meals voraciously. Each time, I yearn to inform them of the true nature of what they are consuming. Yet I always restrain myself. You mustn't reveal the truth to them. If these subordinates were to discover it, they would undoubtedly create trouble for us. Rest assured, I shall never disclose such matters, for we still rely on them to procure supplies. Should their resources dwindle, we may find ourselves in the same predicament one day. By the way, what are your plans for later? Would you care for a couple of drinks? Never mind. The chief has instructed me to pay a visit to Su Lang. After all, my expertise in interrogation and torture ranks among the top 3 in our camp. Indeed, it is primarily because you possess a certain eccentricity. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Shaoxian felt utterly lost. From their exchange, she gleaned a crucial piece of information. Su Lang was still alive. However, the situation appeared dire, according to the previous individual's remarks. Su Lang may not endure much longer and could be beaten to death. Su Shaoxian lifted her gaze toward the window and focused on the man who had spoken moments before. Since he was headed to Su Lang, she merely needed to follow in his footsteps to locate him. Only by finding Su Lang's whereabouts could she return to confer with Kai Mei and Su Jiao regarding a potential rescue plan. As for the previously mentioned Director Huang, Su Shaoxian had yet to even catch a glimpse of him. Director Huang was now among the upper echelons of the camp, spending nearly every day in Lu Jianrong's presence. This area, however, housed only the most marginalized individuals of the camp. The higher-ups would seldom, if ever, deign to appear in such places. At most, they might traverse this route when the main forces set out for battle, and that would be the extent of their presence. Thus, upon entering Lu Jianrong's territory, Su Shaoxian shifted her objective from capturing Director Huang to locating Su Lang. If she could ascertain Su Lang's location, she might still manage to rescue him, should fortune favor her. As she observed the 2 men receding into the distance, Su Shaoxian hastily rose and dashed downstairs. She was currently on the 4th floor. If she lost track of them, all would be in vain. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, she discovered that the area was deserted. Damn it! Had she truly lost them? Su Shaoxian cursed in frustration. What was she to do now? She certainly couldn't return to the warehouse, as that would be tantamount to exposing herself to danger without accomplishing anything. No, she absolutely could not allow that. Su Shaoxian anxiously scanned her surroundings. At that moment, she noticed a thin layer of fresh snow blanketing the ground. This sight filled her heart with joy. Chapter 182. The preparation for escape since there was drifting snow. It was certain that the footprints of the 2 individuals could be traced. Su Shaoxian hurriedly pursued the direction in which they had departed. Indeed, she soon discovered 2 distinct lines of footprints on the ground. As she followed the tracks, she realized that the 2 had separated at a crossroads. Now, Su Shaoxian faced a dilemma. Should she choose the left path or the right? Relying on her memory, she opted for the footprints leading to the left, recalling that the individual heading towards Su Lang had a more substantial physique than the other. Thus, the depth of the snow they left behind should be greater. With this thought in mind, Su Shaoxian quickened her pace towards the left fork in the path. After walking for several minutes, a building came into view before her. This structure, prior to the apocalypse, had likely served as a residence for construction workers, a row of modest houses neatly arranged. Each dwelling spanned approximately 30 square meters. The person she had been following entered a brightly lit room. Su Shaoxian then heard a heart-wrenching scream emanating from within. She recognized that it was the voice of her brother, Su Lang. Cautiously observing her surroundings and finding no one else present, Su Shaoxian stealthily approached, leaning against the sole window to peer inside. Within the room, Su Lang was suspended from a wooden frame, his limbs bound, while a brazier flickered in front of him. And two men stood nearby. One of them was the very individual Su Shaoxian had been trailing. Well, is Su Lang still refusing to confess? One of them inquired. He remains tight-lipped. No matter how much we beat him, he refuses to divulge any information about the villa district. The other replied, "You're being too gentle. Let me demonstrate." With that, the man retrieved a whip, dipped it in a basin of cold water to moisten it, and brought it down upon Su Lang's body. The crack of the whip echoed ominously, yet Su Lang remained eerily silent. It was not that he was devoid of pain, rather, his voice had been rendered hoarse from relentless screams. Su Shaoxian could hear him softly muttering, still hurling curses at Lu Jianrong. Witnessing her brother's torment pierced Su Shaoxian's heart with profound anguish. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. The thought of rescuing Su Lang seemed a futile dream. Even if she could manage to extricate him from that room, there would be no way to carry him away. She could only whisper to herself, "Brother, don't worry. We will come to save you. Just hold on a little longer. You must endure." Observing Su Lang's frail state, she steeled herself and resolved to leave. After all, she had already been away for a considerable time. Delaying further would surely arouse the suspicions of the guards. Before long, Su Shaoxian returned to her current residence. As she entered, Kai Mei and Su Jiao rushed to her side. "Did you find your brother? How is he? Is he still alive?" Su Shaoxian understood her mother's deep affection for her brother, Su Lang. If she were to reveal his whereabouts now, her mother would undoubtedly act recklessly in an attempt to rescue him. However, the endeavor to rescue Su Lang was utterly impossible for the three of them. Thus, Su Shaoxian could only shake her head in resignation. They had not discovered where her brother was imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Kai Mei, who had just ignited a flicker of hope, felt it extinguished immediately, and she despondently sank to the ground with a deep sigh. Witnessing Kai Mei's desolate demeanor, Su Shaoxian felt a pang of compassion and hesitated to speak again. "Do not worry, mother. As soon as dawn breaks, we shall venture out in search of supplies. At that time, I will inquire about other survivors to see if anyone knows where my brother is being held. This matter cannot be rushed." Kai Mei nodded in agreement. "Very well, for now, this is the only course of action. We shall wait until morning." Kai Mei and Su Jiao found a somewhat more comfortable spot, lying down to drift into a quiet slumber, while Su Shaoxian was unable to close her eyes. Images of Su Lang being beaten and mistreated, along with his near-lifeless form, haunted her thoughts. She feared that her brother might not survive the night. If Su Lang were to perish, she could scarcely fathom what she would do. While in the villa district, both she and Kai Mei had ventured out to work. Yet, the tasks available to the two women were limited, and the points they earned were meager. In contrast, Su Lang earned points equivalent to their combined efforts in a single day. It was only through Su Lang's contributions that they could sustain a decent living in the villa district. Without him, the points they could earn together would barely suffice for their basic needs, allowing no room to indulge in better sustenance. Currently, rescuing Su Lang seemed unattainable. Would there be an opportunity to save him once they left this place? Would they find someone to assist them upon returning to the villa district? Captain Li and his team followed Chen Yue's orders, and the rest of the inhabitants of the villa district would hardly risk their lives for the Su family. Thus, the prospect of rescuing Su Lang after leaving here appeared daunting. However, if they could secure Chen Yue's support and Captain Li's assistance, their chances would significantly improve. Yet, how could they seek such assistance from Chen Yue and Captain Li? Could they truly help her? Su Shaoxian let out a heavy sigh, her mind overwhelmed with these thoughts, rendering her unable to find peace throughout the night. As dawn approached, she endured until the first light broke. Just as the horizon revealed a pale glow, the door was rudely flung open. A group of individuals entered, barking orders. "You lazy pigs, rise and shine. What time is it? Still sleeping? Do you not wish to eat today?" Upon closer inspection, Su Shaoxian recognized that these were the same petty leaders who had led them in search of supplies. Hearing these words, the others, expressionless, rose and donned their clothes, following their respective leaders out. Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei similarly trailed behind, walking out with indifference. Kai Mei and Su Jiao noticed the dark circles under Su Shaoxuan's eyes and exchanged glances of concern. Yet, they refrained from voicing their worries, quietly following behind the group. Chapter 183. Reluctantly following the group in search of supplies, Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei trailed behind the main group, guided by a small leader, until they reached an open space in the warehouse. It was here that the Su family once gathered to listen to Lu Jianrong's daily lectures. To their surprise, this tradition had persisted until now. The three from the Su family waited alongside the others for a while, and soon enough, Lu Jianrong made his appearance. Beside him stood a slightly plump man, whom Su Shaoxian surmised to be Mr. Huang. Lu Jianrong's complexion was rosy, indicating that he had been faring quite well lately, even gaining a bit of weight. Dear brothers and sisters, a new day has dawned. Lu Jianrong exclaimed enthusiastically while holding a megaphone. I have noticed that the supplies discovered in recent days have been rather scarce. Perhaps the resources surrounding our camp have been nearly exhausted. To ensure that everyone can enjoy a hearty meal, I have decided to send some of you to venture further afield in search of supplies. How far? He continued. The center of Linjiang district. Do you all remember there is a commercial area there? And a large department store as well? That will be our destination this time. However, diesel is a precious commodity, especially the kind that remains usable in low temperatures. Thus, I can only assist you in getting there. I will not be able to help on your return journey. You will have 2 days to make it back to the camp. Upon hearing Lu Jianrong's words, Su Xiaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei's expression shifted dramatically. The commercial street in Linjiang district was over 30 kilometers away in a straight line from their current location. In reality, the distance would likely be doubled. Do we really have to go? Su Jiao's demeanor crumbled at the thought. All she wanted was to return to the comfort of the villa area. Su Xiaoxian glanced at Lu Jianrong atop the platform and sighed helplessly. Let's see how it unfolds. If an opportunity arises, we will slip away. If not, we will have to go with him. Kai Mei surveyed the surroundings. How will he get us there? Lu Jianrong has no vehicles, right? Not necessarily, Su Xiaoxian replied. Lu Jianrong has too many people under his command. If each person brings back a single part each day, it would be sufficient to assemble a vehicle. Moreover, while we were in the villa area, we heard that Mr. Huang was quite capable. If he could procure large processing machinery, then finding a vehicle for Lu Jianrong should be a trivial task. That makes sense. Kai Mei nodded, though his expression grew grave. We don't even know where Su Lang is. If we are out for 2 days and something happens to my son, what shall we do? As he spoke, tears streamed down Kai Mei's face, prompting Su Xiaoxian to hastily wipe them away. Do not cry. There are so many people here, Su Xiaoxian urged gently. If we are discovered here, we will be doomed. Kai Mei nodded, suppressing her inner sorrow. Lu Jianrong's impassioned speech endured for several minutes before concluding. As the surrounding petty leaders gathered to escort their respective team members outside the warehouse to await further instructions, shortly thereafter, a large military green truck ambled into view, inciting a sense of astonishment in Su Xiaoxian, for it bore a striking resemblance to the troop transport vehicles depicted in pre-apocalyptic television and film. Could it be that this Huang had some connection to the authorities, enabling him to procure such a vehicle? In these frigid conditions, most vehicles had become inoperable, their lubricants having frozen solid in the biting cold. Yet this truck functioned seamlessly, indicative of its formidable capabilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary family car. Hurry! Get on the truck! At Lu Jianrong's command, all the petty leaders urged their team members to board. A transport vehicle typically accommodates around 30 individuals. Yet under the insistence of the leaders, this truck was crammed with 70. The faces of those pressed against the railing were nearly flattened as they finally ceased their efforts. After the first vehicle was filled, Su Xiaoxian and her companions assumed they would not be required to venture far. However, to their dismay, a second truck soon approached. Su Xiaoxian felt a surge of panic. According to the queue, they were destined to embark on this vehicle as well. Yet, encircling them, including Lu Jianrong, were no fewer than 20 armed guards. Escaping seemed impossible. Even the slightest movement would surely attract their attention. Sister, what should we do? Su Jiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked anxiously. Stay calm. Let us board the truck and position ourselves near the edge. Su Xiaoxian replied softly to Su Jiao and Kai Mei, reasoning that if the vehicle moved slowly, it would facilitate their escape. All right, understood. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoxian found herself positioned near the rear of the truck, gazing in silence at Su Jiao and Kai Mei, who had been pushed to the front near the cab. It seemed that only Su Xiaoxian possessed the opportunity to flee. Yet, what good would her escape serve? She might not even make it back to the villa before being captured by Lu Jianrong's men. Moreover, crucially, another vehicle trailed closely behind theirs. Any unusual movement from Su Xiaoxian would be immediately spotted by the driver and passenger of that vehicle, sealing her fate. With a heavy sigh, Su Xiaoxian leaned against the edge of the truck, staring vacantly into the distance. It appeared that the only option left was to accompany them in search of supplies. Upon securing the necessary resources, she would have a greater chance of escaping on the return journey. With this thought in mind, she disregarded the biting wind against her cheeks and allowed herself to drift into a deep slumber against the truck. Chapter 184. Seeking Opportunities, Escaping from Peril. Wake up. Wake up. We have arrived. Su Xiaoxian was abruptly roused from her slumber, noticing her squad leader gently patting her shoulder. How could you possibly sleep through this? He chuckled, revealing a grin that suggested he had been concerned for her well-being. This was the first time Su Shaoxian had closely observed her squad leader. He appeared to be just over 20, his physique lean yet exuding strength. His skin was a deep bronze, reminiscent of someone who had indulged in a tanning spa by the seaside, and his smile radiated the charm of a sunny young man. Having had no interactions with men other than Su Lang, she found herself momentarily captivated by his grin, a warmth blossoming within her. "We've arrived. Hurry and disembark." The squad leader extended a hand, assisting Su Shaoxian as she stepped out of the vehicle. He then encouraged the others to follow suit, and once everyone had gathered, they commenced their search. The commercial street lay in ruins, buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, although it appeared as if they were traversing flat ground. The shops lay concealed beneath their feet. When the apocalypse first struck, no one could have anticipated such an enduring and heavy snowfall. Consequently, many stores still harbored supplies, which was precisely why Lu Jianrong had resolved to send them to scavenge for resources in this area. Meanwhile, within Lu Jianrong's encampment, he tossed another log onto the fire and casually inquired, "Old Huang, why did you send those slaves to the commercial street?" Huang chuckled lightly, "Brother, we've already scoured every nearby location, and all the survivors have congregated here. With so many people relying on us for sustenance, we must advance towards the city center. The commercial street in Linjiang district is our first step in that direction. By sending these slaves to scout ahead, we can determine if any rival factions are present, allowing us to prepare accordingly. If no other forces are found, then these slaves will surely return with valuable goods. It's a win-win situation." Lu Jianrong's eyes lit up with understanding, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, what shall we do about Chen Yue? Having such a thorn in our side on our territory is quite bothersome. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you." Huang's expression grew serious at the mention of Chen Yue. "The villa district where Chen Yue resides has fortified itself, and I've dispatched scouts who reported that they have constructed a wall. Though their numbers are few, a direct assault would likely incur heavy losses. Thus, a frontal attack is not advisable." Furrowing his brows, Lu Jianrong instinctively nodded, urging him to continue. "Therefore, I propose we adopt a guerrilla warfare strategy. Isn't it true that the residents of the villa district are also scavenging for supplies? We could send individuals to ambush them. There's no need to kill. Merely injuring their limbs or inflicting minor wounds would suffice, as they would likely succumb to their injuries in such an extreme environment. Consider this. If Chen Yue chooses to rescue the people from the villa district, he will deplete his stored resources. Conversely, if he opts not to intervene, he will lose the support of the people. At that point, we could eliminate the thorn embedded in our territory without expending any resources." Lu Jianrong was not a man devoid of opinions. After listening to General Huang's suggestion, he pondered its feasibility with great care. According to Huang's analysis, this plan could indeed impose a significant burden on the villa district and, by extension, on Chen Yue. However, the villa district has already assembled a formidable team, one they had encountered previously. Each individual possesses considerable capabilities. Although their weaponry may not match ours, such deficiencies could be compensated for. What if our dispatched agents were to be countered by this team? Wouldn't that be akin to shooting ourselves in the foot? Furthermore, the surrounding supplies have been largely depleted. How long would our operatives need to wait to encounter a resident of the villa district? The cost in time and manpower are simply too great. To unify the Linjiang district, manpower is essential, especially the kind of resolute and combative subordinates. Lu Jianrong decided to contemplate the matter further and did not immediately adopt Huang's proposal. Huang smiled and nodded, displaying no urgency. On the contrary, he appreciated Lu Jianrong's approach to handling matters. A mindless leader cannot effectively guide a team. Only the conclusions drawn from their intellectual exchanges can be executed with greater perfection and efficacy. "Boss, to implement my earlier plan, there exists a crucial step," Huang added with a smile. "We must utilize some of the supplies from our camp as bait. There is little left in the vicinity, but without resources, the residents of the villa district will not venture out, or their movements will be unpredictable. If we can place a portion of our supplies in a strategic location as bait, it will facilitate our efforts considerably." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianrong shot Huang a skeptical glance. Previously, using large processing machinery as bait had resulted in the loss of dozens of brothers and a significant amount of firearms and ammunition. Now, to consider using supplies as bait again? Surely, you cannot be a spy sent by Chen Yue? However, Lu Jianrong quickly reconsidered. The feud between Huang and Chen Yue had escalated to a point of no return, making the possibility of Huang being a spy exceedingly unlikely. Chapter 185. We can only turn to Chen Yue. On the other side, in the commercial street of Linjiang district, Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei followed their team leader and finally discovered the entrance. Having traversed the rooftops, the entrance was a vertical descent, laden with a considerable accumulation of snow. Observing the interior, It was evident that this establishment had once been a women's clothing store prior to the apocalypse, with an assortment of plastic mannequins and garments haphazardly strewn across the floor. You three search for supplies in this shop. I will proceed further, the team leader stated. His demeanor starkly transformed from before, now speaking in a frigid tone. Su Shaoxian quickly nodded. All right, we shall remain here. How will we regroup later? Do not worry. Once you have gathered the supplies, simply wait in this store until I return. You may ascend when I am back. The team leader was unconcerned about Su Shaoxian and her companions escaping, as the slope was nearly 90 degrees and coated with ice, without assistance. They would certainly be unable to climb back up. Understood. Su Shaoxian promptly sat on the icy surface and slid down into the clothing store like it was a slide. Su Jiao and Kai Mei followed suit, both gliding into the shop. Upon entering, Su Shaoxian adjusted to the light and began her shopping spree. It had been ages since they had purchased new clothing, and this time, they intended to indulge. However, before fully embracing this moment of freedom, Su Shaoxian resolved to inform Kai Mei and Su Jiao about Su Lang's circumstances. Mom, Su Jiao, come over here, she called out. Both Su Jiao and Kai Mei, momentarily taken aback from their shopping, approached her side. What is it? Mom, I actually know where my brother is, Su Shaoxian began, after gathering her thoughts. Kai Mei was taken aback by Su Shaoxian's revelation, her anger surging. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Now that we've arrived in this desolate place, you decide to drop this bombshell? Are you trying to play with my emotions? Mom, please don't panic, Su Jiao quickly interjected. Sister must have her reasons. Let us hear her out. With her head bowed, Su Shaoxian continued. Mom, my brother's condition is quite dire. He has been beaten to a pulp. If I had informed you earlier, you would have undoubtedly recklessly rushed to save him. But we are within Lu Jianrong's territory. Even if we managed to rescue him, we would be unable to return to the villa area. Thus, I chose to withhold the news about him for the time being. We must save him, regardless. Kai Mei exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes at the thought of Su Lang's plight. Let us go back and rescue your brother now. As she spoke, Kai Mei attempted to ascend the slope, but the slippery ice and steep angle thwarted her efforts, rendering her unable to climb. Mom, please, hold on. Su Shaoxian urgently grasped Kai Mei. Meanwhile, Su Jiao, upon hearing that her brother was in grave danger, began to cry. Mom, let us hurry and save my brother. I don't want to lose him. As the youngest in the family, Su Lang had always treated her with utmost kindness. The bond between the two was indeed profound. Observing the tearful Kai Mei and Su Jiao, Su Shaoxian let out a furious shout. Enough. Stop crying. What good does it do? I have said it before. The three of us cannot possibly rescue Su Lang. There is at least one person by Su Lang's side, and we have no idea how many patrols are around. Even if we manage to extricate Su Lang from that room, how do we escape the clutches of Lu Jianrong? Have you considered that? If we fail to escape and fall into Lu Jianrong's hands, what fate awaits us? Su Jiao, you should know best. At that point, Su Lang would be killed immediately. While the three of us may not perish right away, the ensuing days would be a torment worse than death. Who would come to our aid then? Do you still expect Chen Yue to help? After this outburst, both Kai Mei and Su Jiao fell silent, for Su Shaoxian's words resonated with grim reality. It was already a feat for the three of them to dispatch a single adversary. Should more foes appear, only hell awaited them. Once Lu Jianrong captured them, he would undoubtedly eliminate the barely breathing Su Lang. With new captives secured, there would be no need to keep the old. Extracting information from the three women would prove far easier than prying it from Su Lang's lips. Gradually, Su Jiao and Kai Mei ceased their sobbing. What shall we do now? Kai Mei sighed heavily. Why am I so unfortunate? My husband is absent, and now my son is in this predicament. If Su Lang dies, I shall not survive either. At this point, our only option is to seek Chen Yue's assistance, Su Shaoxian finally declared after a prolonged silence. She was reluctant to trouble Chen Yue, as their previous encounters had created a rift between them. She merely wished to live in peace. Yet, the current situation was beyond the capabilities of the three women from the Su family. They had no choice but to appeal to Chen Yue for Su Lang's rescue. Chen Yue? Are you really going to seek out Chen Yue? Su Jiao exclaimed, her interest piqued instantly. She had long coveted the sanctuary that Chen Yue offered. Sister, take me with you. I, too, wish to have a chat with Chen Yue. Su Shaoxian shot her a sidelong glance. You should temper your enthusiasm. Chen Yue will not allow any members of the Su family into his sanctuary. Su Jiao pouted and retorted insincerely. Who said I wanted to enter his sanctuary? I merely miss him. Is that not permissible? Shaoxian, do you think Chen Yue can truly help us? Kai Mei clung to this notion as though it were a lifeline. Su Shaoxian remained silent, gazing up at the sky, questioning herself. Yes. Would Chen Yue truly come to their aid? Chapter 186. Escape to the Villa District before Su Shaoxian lay a daunting challenge. How to make their escape. Time was of the essence, as they had a fleeting window of freedom. Once the squad leader returned, their chance to flee would vanish. Mom, Su Jiao. We must set off now, Su Shaoxian declared firmly after a moment of contemplation. Kai Mei nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of their situation. Indeed. If we wait any longer, our path will be obstructed. Although we are quite distant from the villa district, there remains a possibility. Even if it takes us a day to return, we can cover 2 to 3 days' journey. 2 to 3 days. Su Jiao's spirits plummeted at the thought. I want to be able to endure that distance. I'm certain I won't make it to the villa district. Mom, sister, you both should go back without me. Wait until you find help and then come back for me. What are you thinking? Su Shaoxian shot Su Jiao an exasperated glare. If we lose even one person, it will undoubtedly arouse Chen Yue's suspicion. Why? Su Jiao questioned, puzzled. Consider this. We have infiltrated Lu Jianying's camp. If we departed as a group and returned with only one person, others might speculate that we had been discovered. They could assume that Lu Jianrong has captured someone and tasked us with a mission, Su Shaoxian explained meticulously. Therefore, we must return to the villa district as a group. Just as we left. Very well, Su Jiao conceded, her brow furrowed. She had never endured such hardship before. Before the apocalypse, she would simply take a car to her destination and use an elevator to reach her floor. Even for hiking, she would rely on a cable car. Now, being asked to walk for a day or two felt like a death sentence. Dear, how do we ascend? Kai Mei gazed at the steep slope, feeling despondent. Su Shaoxian surveyed the surroundings of the women's clothing store and spotted a hook used for hanging garments. She detached it and tied it to a rope. What is this? Su Jiao inquired as she leaned closer. Have you ever watched climbing programs? Su Shaoxian brandished the makeshift climbing hook before Su Jiao. This serves a similar purpose to a rock climbing hook. Although it may not be as sturdy as a professional climbing tool and its load-bearing capacity is limited. Given that none of us are particularly heavy, we should manage if we take turns. With that, Su Shaoxian swung the climbing hook and successfully secured it to a light steel beam overhead. Among the three, Su Jiao was the lightest, so she would ascend first. Su Jiao grasped the rope, wrapping her feet in rough cloth for grip. She leaned her body at a 45-degree angle, stabilizing herself on the slope. Exhaling deeply, she began her cautious ascent. Despite a few slips and near falls, she ultimately emerged safely outside. Once one person had escaped, the remaining two would find it much easier to follow. Su Jiao resecured the rope to a nearby utility pole, allowing Su Shaoxian and Kai Mei to climb out in succession. Let us depart. We have squandered too much time, Su Shaoxian urged, brushing the snow off her clothes. Although they were uncertain of the precise direction, they possessed a general sense of the way. Thus, Su Shaoxian led Su Jiao and Kai Mei onward, intent on distancing themselves from Lu Jianrong's influence, with the hope of encountering individuals from the villa community. If they were to meet companions from the villa area, it would signify a breakthrough for Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei. Meanwhile, in Aunt Zhang's residence, Chen Yue's voice resonated through the communicator. Oldly, how are things? Where are those from the Su family now? Li Zhenxing had been trailing Su Shaoxian and her companions for several days and had just acquired new intelligence. They have not disclosed our villa community's affairs to Lu Jianrong. Currently, they are heading towards the commercial district in Linjiang. How can you be certain they have not betrayed us? Chen Yue inquired. Because Su Shaoxian and the others have not had any private encounters with Lu Jianrong. Li Zhenxing clarified. If they intended to sell information to him, they would have needed to meet directly. My investigation reveals that they have only interacted with a guard and a team leader who took them to scavenge for supplies. Both of these individuals are low-ranking within Lu Jianrong's organization and lack the authority to access such high-level secrets. Silence enveloped the communicator for a few moments, broken only by the crackling of static, before Chen Yue's voice returned. Continue to monitor Su Shaoxian and her group. Report any developments promptly. Understood, you can rest assured. Li Zhenxing affirmed with a nod. Once the call ended, he exhaled in relief. Since Su Lang had been captured by Lu Jianrong's forces, Chen Yue had become markedly more stern. Perhaps she feared that Su Lang might falter and divulge information about the villa community to Lu Jianrong, who possessed both manpower and weaponry, wielding considerable power. Should Lu Jianrong's forces mobilize fully for a confrontation with the villa community, it was likely that the community could not withstand even an hour of conflict. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Li Zhenxing smiled as he bid farewell to Aunt Zhang and exited her home. As he prepared to return to his family, he noticed a member of the guard team rushing towards him. Captain Li, we have visitors. Li Zhenxing halted, inquiring, what is the situation? Speak clearly. Who is coming? Individuals from Lu Jianrong's faction. The out-of-breath guard exclaimed. 2 people have escaped from Lu Jianrong's forces and are heading towards our villa community. Chapter 187. Capturing 2 informants. Su Lang's current situation. 2 individuals have managed to escape from Lu Jianrong's influence, and they are approaching us willingly? Li Zhenxing was taken aback. Just after ending a communication with Chen Yue, he stumbled upon such an unexpected fortune. His prior investigations had revealed no indication of the Su family betraying the villa district. However, this was merely an external probe, and the internal dynamics remained elusive. These two, having just emerged from Lu Jianrong's grasp, undoubtedly possessed valuable insights into his inner workings. Where are they now? Li Jinxing inquired anxiously. They have just passed Shuakan'er, came the response. Shuakan'er was a name coined by the residents of the villa district. It referred to a location that, before the apocalypse, was unrecognizable, now marked by a stark ridge along the road. To facilitate navigation, the locals had designated this area as Shuakan'er. Since they have just crossed Shuakan'er, we still have a modicum of time to prepare, Li Jinxing thought rapidly. Shuakan'er was approximately 20 minutes away, and the route would lead them through an expansive wasteland before entering a small town. However, heavy snow had long since engulfed this town, leaving only a few two-story buildings visible above the surface. Beyond that, they would be venturing further from the villa district. Thus, if they were to apprehend these two individuals, it could only be within the confines of the town. Although the town's geographical position was not ideal, it still offered potential hiding spots for an ambush, thereby slightly increasing the odds of success. Did they possess any weapons? Li Jinxing pressed further. After a brief moment of recollection, a member of the security team replied, "Yes. I observed one individual with a handgun at his waist, while the other appeared unarmed, carrying only a machete." Upon hearing that one of the individuals was armed with a handgun, Li Jinxing's intrigue deepened. Within Lu Jianrong's faction, those equipped with firearms undoubtedly held a position of significance. After all, Lin Jiadong had performed numerous tasks for Lu Jianrong, and yet he had only been granted a gun for a mere few days before it was reclaimed. This indicated that the possession of a firearm could reveal much about an individual's status within Lu Jianrong's ranks. Immediately assemble all security team members, Li Jinxing commanded. We must capture these two individuals at all costs. 10 minutes later, near Shuakan'er, Li Jinxing and his team lay in wait. Within minutes, they indeed spotted two unfamiliar figures approaching from afar. "Captain Li, it's them." Li Jinxing looked up to see two slender individuals, seemingly in their 20s, yet devoid of any vitality, akin to those under the influence of narcotics. "As soon as they draw near, we will charge together," Li Jinxing instructed his companions. Should they dare to draw their weapons, eliminate them on the spot. Though the capture was paramount, ensuring the safety of his team remained even more critical. Should any harm befall a team member during this operation, Li Jinxing would be consumed by regret. "Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, go." A dozen security team members surged forth simultaneously, shouting for the two to remain still, effectively surrounding them. The two individuals had not yet fully comprehended their predicament when they found themselves forcefully subdued upon the ground. "Esteemed heroes, we are merely passing through. Have mercy upon us." One of them lamented while sprawled on the ground. Li Jinxing approached and scrutinized him. "Did you emerge from Lu Jianrong's faction?" "Indeed, I did," the man replied, trembling. "Why did you flee?" Li Jinxing demanded sternly. "Because we are perpetually starved and subjected to relentless beatings," he responded. "We are both captains of scavenging teams. Yet recently we have been unable to procure any supplies. Upon returning to the camp, the food is utterly repulsive. Brother, you cannot fathom it. Lu Jianrong has the audacity to serve us food derived from corpses." Li Jinxing was momentarily taken aback. "Corpses? What is the meaning of this? Speak clearly." "Brother, Lu Jianrong has transcended humanity. He has become a devil. Each of our teams is allocated a significant quota, yet the nearby resources are scarce. Consequently, it is not uncommon for two teams to engage in fierce skirmishes over even the slightest supplies." Upon discovering this, Lu Jianrong did not intervene. Rather, he summoned us captains and proclaimed that corpses could be classified as resources. The man's voice quivered with despair. "It is clear to all of us that this insinuates we are permitted to slaughter one another and report the bodies of rival teams as resources." Li Jinxing was astonished to learn that Lu Jianrong's influence had deteriorated to such a grotesque level. This was no longer humanity. It was a realm lower than that of beasts. Yet, this also suggested that while Lu Jianrong had expanded his domain, he lacked sufficient sustenance to support his followers, prompting him to resort to such abhorrent measures. "Have you encountered Su Lang?" Li Jinxing inquired, producing a photograph of Su Lang from his pocket and displaying it before the man. "This individual is Su Lang. Do you recognize him?" The man studied the image intently for several moments before nodding. "Yes, I know him. He is a criminal within our camp, imprisoned." Upon hearing that this man was acquainted with Su Lang, Li Jinxing felt a surge of hope. "Then tell me, how is Su Lang faring now?" "Brother, if I divulge this, will you allow me to leave?" the man pleaded. "I merely wish to return to my rural home, no matter how far. I long to see my parents again. I truly did not realize this was your territory. I rarely operate in this vicinity." Li Jinxing pondered for a moment. "I can advocate for you, but I cannot guarantee your survival. After all, Li Jinxing intended to bring these two individuals back to ensure they could affirm to Chen Yue that Su Lang had not betrayed the villa district. As for their fates, that would be left to Chen Yue's discretion. Chapter 188. Su Shaoxian pleads with Chen Yue. The man crouched on the ground pondered for a few moments before finally nodding in agreement. That will suffice. At least it's better than losing one's life outright. Subsequently, he relayed Su Lang's latest circumstances to Li Jinxing, who, upon hearing the news, felt a surge of admiration for Su Lang. Despite being thoroughly beaten, he had not divulged any information about the villa district. Truly a man of honor. That brother of yours, the man said, somewhat tremulously. If he is of significant importance to you, I suggest you expedite his rescue, for it seems his condition is deteriorating rapidly. Li Jinxing's mind reeled at this revelation. Meanwhile, Su Shaoxian, accompanied by Su Jiao and Kai Mei, finally arrived outside the walls of the villa district. Upon seeing this familiar place, tears streamed down Su Jiao's cheeks. What a struggle it had been. Had they not found the skis along the way, they would never have returned so swiftly. Though any mode of transportation was rendered nearly futile in the snow and ice under such frigid conditions, the skis proved to be remarkably effective. The three of them swiftly traversed the distance using just 2 pairs of skis. Upon reaching the walls, the guard stationed there eyed Su Jiao, Su Shaoxian, and Kai Mei with suspicion. Where did you come from? One of the guards barked. Do not approach here. If you take another step forward, do not blame me for being unfriendly. Su Shaoxian shouted back. We are from the Su family. Do you not recognize us? The Su family? The guard furrowed his brow. Though there are 3 members of the Su family, you cannot possibly be them. You 3 are far less attractive. Just look at how ghastly you appear, with scars on your faces resembling centipedes. This is our makeup, Su Shaoxian retorted, scooping up some snow to rub on her face, surprisingly removing a patch of the makeup. See? We disguised ourselves to infiltrate Lu Jianrong's camp. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly the 3 members of the Su family? My heavens, I thought you were all dead. Please, wait a moment. With that, he descended from the wall. A few minutes later, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from within the walls, approaching within 5 meters of Su Shaoxian and her companions. One of them carried a basin of warm water, steam rising into the air. Wash your faces, he instructed. Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the warm water. They had endured such rough days, and the heavy makeup felt unbearably uncomfortable. Before the man could finish speaking, Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao rushed forward, with Kai Mei following closely behind. The 3 of them eagerly washed their faces in the warm water, quickly removing all traces of makeup, the once clear water turning dark. When they lifted their heads once more, the 5 individuals before them immediately recognized who they were. Su Shaoxian, Kai Mei, and Su Jiao, it is indeed you. Come quickly inside. Captain Li has gone out to apprehend suspects and will likely return shortly. Under the guidance of the group, the 3 members of the Su family made their way back to the residence of Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang poured a glass of water for the trio and invited them to sit by the bonfire to warm themselves while awaiting Captain Li's return. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Yet Captain Li had still not returned, causing Su Shaoxian to grow increasingly anxious. After all, she had witnessed Su Lang's dire condition firsthand. She wished fervently to fly directly to Chen Yue's sanctuary and implore his assistance. Aunt Zhang, I can no longer wait. I must seek out Chen Yue immediately. The urgency in Su Shaoxuan's demeanor stirred Aunt Zhang's compassion. Child, please wait a moment. I shall use the communicator to call Chen Yue, which will save you the trouble of running back and forth. With that, Aunt Zhang retrieved the communicator, placed it on the table, and activated it. Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and Kai Mei gathered around the device, eager for Chen Yue to respond. A few minutes later, Chen Yue's voice resonated from the communicator. Aunt Zhang, what is the matter? It seems we have been in contact rather frequently today. It's me, Su Shaoxian, she interjected eagerly. I have a request for your help. Chen Yue furrowed his brow and fell silent for what felt like an eternity before replying. What is it? Speak plainly and avoid unnecessary chatter. At that moment, Su Shaoxian could no longer hold back her anxiety. Although she harbored doubts about Chen Yue's willingness to assist them, she felt compelled to try for her brother's sake. Chen Yue, I can guarantee with my life that my brother has not betrayed any information about our villa district. He is currently imprisoned in Lu Jianrong's base and is enduring severe mistreatment. I implore you to rescue him. What use is your life guarantee to me? Chen Yue replied with a light laugh. If Su Lang has indeed betrayed us, then not only your life, but mine could also be forfeit at Lu Jianrong's hands. What I require now is concrete evidence, not your assurances. Do you comprehend? Just as Su Shaoxian was preparing to retort, a resounding voice echoed from outside. Chen Yue, the evidence has arrived. Li Jinxing strode into Aunt Zhang's home with purpose, promptly taking a seat beside the communicator. Old Li, what evidence were you speaking of? I just apprehended two individuals affiliated with Lu Jianrong's faction, Li Jinxing replied with a grin. They can attest that Su Lang did not divulge any information regarding the villa district. Oh, do tell. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue's interest was piqued. After all, they had been on the defensive for too long. Capturing two prisoners could present an opportunity for a proactive strike. Chapter 189. How will you prove your innocence? These two individuals, fearing for their lives, answered every question posed by Chen Yue without reservation. Initially, Chen Yue had contemplated employing various methods of interrogation. Yet none were deemed necessary. So, you are implying that Lu Jianrong is now severely lacking in provisions, correct? Absolutely. One of them responded. I just reported to you that Lu Jianrong has resorted to feeding the lowest-ranking slaves with the dead. Should Su Lang perish, his fate would similarly end with him being cooked and consumed. Upon hearing this, Kai Mei immediately burst into tears. Chen Yue, I implore you, in light of my brother's assistance in locating the large processing equipment, please save him. Su Shaoxian, having endured days of oppressive tension, could no longer contain her desperation and pleaded through the communicator. Seated within the sanctuary, Chen Yue contemplated the matter at hand. Firstly, could these two be trusted? Might they have been dispatched by Lu Jianrong to sow confusion? The forces on both sides had reached a stalemate. If Lu Jianrong did not eliminate his adversary, he would be unable to pursue other endeavors with peace of mind. Conversely, if Chen Yue did not eradicate Lu Jianrong, a prosperous future would remain elusive. Furthermore, according to Su Shaoxian, Lu Jianrong had extended his reach into the commercial district of Linjiang, which is nearly at the heart of the city. If left unchecked, Lu Jianrong's power would only grow, leaving the villa district in a precarious position. The surrounding resources had been nearly depleted, ultimately leading the inhabitants of the villa district to rely solely on their own means of sustenance, a scenario Chen Yue wished to avoid. I have comprehended what you have conveyed. Chen Yue's voice resonated through the communicator. Now provide information unknown to me to validate that you are not spies. Chen Yue laid his intentions bare. Unable to discern the truth regarding these two individuals, he resolved to let them demonstrate their innocence. If they could not substantiate their claims, he would have no choice but to treat them as spies, resulting in their demise. Upon hearing Chen Yue's intent to execute them, the two immediately panicked. Brother, we are truly not spies. Indeed, I have an elderly mother and young children who depend on me. I cannot perish. Brother, please spare us. We beg you. Your fate is not for me to determine, Chen Yue replied, but rather, it lies in your own hands. I shall grant you 5 minutes. If you cannot prove yourselves, I regret that it shall be the end for you. With that, Chen Yue ended the call, intending to reconnect in 5 minutes. In the meantime, he resolved to assist Shen Xian and Tang Xiaojun in the kitchen. Although these two were females, their culinary skills were regrettably lacking. While Shen Xian could prepare a few home-cooked dishes, it was evident that most cooking was now performed by males, leaving females to rely on takeout. Without practical experience, their ability to cook was understandably poor. With no takeout available, Chen Yue began to cultivate their life skills, recognizing that cooking was a fundamental necessity. In the vicinity of Zhang Dama's residence, Li Jinxing cast a glance at the two individuals, urging them to think quickly. For Chen Yue's words were not to be taken lightly. He truly would resort to violence against them. What am I supposed to think of at this moment? One lamented. Indeed, I'm merely a minor squad leader tasked with scavenging for resources. How could I possibly be privy to the secrets of the upper echelons? Suddenly, a thought struck. By the way, brother, do you think Chen Yue would be interested in the layout of Lu Jianrong's camp? Li Jinxing's eyes gleamed at this suggestion. This could work. I believe Chen Yue would indeed find it intriguing. Do you possess it? I do not, but I can sketch it, replied the other. Before the apocalypse, I was an illustrator. Such diagrams are quite simple. Excellent. I shall have someone fetch you paper and pens so you can draw it, Li Jinxing instructed, sending a subordinate to procure the necessary materials. Just as the supplies were returned, Chen Yue contacted them. Have you come to a decision? We can produce a layout of Lu Jianrong's camp, complete with annotations on the firepower, one of them eagerly responded. Chen Yue was taken aback by this unexpected boon and paused momentarily. With such a map in hand, he could devise a strategy to assault Lu Jianrong's camp, thereby reversing the tide of battle and escaping the cycle of passive defense. Very well, but I will need to dispatch someone to verify your drawing once it's completed, Chen Yue stipulated. No problem. With that, the two men leaned over the table and began their sketch. In truth, the layout of Lu Jianrong's camp was not overly complex. The challenge lay in accurately marking the deployment of firepower. Although these two were merely scavenging squad leaders, they had spent considerable time within the camp, traversing nearly every area and gaining a solid understanding of the firepower configurations. They merely needed to recall their observations and avoid any errors. Approximately half an hour later, the drawing was completed. Su Shaoxian, You have just returned from Lu Jianrong's camp. Please examine this for any discrepancies, Chen Yue commanded. Su Shaoxian carefully scrutinized the map and quickly identified the warehouse where she had resided. Having ventured outside, she possessed some knowledge of the surrounding conditions, including patrol routines, personnel details, and firepower arrangements. After meticulously reviewing the map, she nodded. There are no issues. At least the area I occupied appears accurate. Chen Yue had chosen Su Shaoxian for this task precisely because the two men were unaware of her recent escape from Lu Jianrong's faction, thereby minimizing the risk of erroneous drawings. Had they been spies, the map would likely have been altered, particularly regarding firepower and personnel details. Now that Su Shaoxian found no faults in the section she examined, it indicated that the two individuals were likely trustworthy. Chapter 190. Su Shaoxian represents Chen Yue in negotiations. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Chen Yue resolved to place her trust in them. An opportunity now lay before her, and it would be exceedingly unwise to squander it through hesitation. Su Shaoxian anxiously awaited for a moment until Chen Yue's voice resonated through the intercom. Su Shaoxian, you may return now. But my brother, I said to return. Chen Yue's tone brooked no argument. Su Shaoxuan's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally settled, though it was enveloped in an icy despondency. She nodded forlornly and murmured, "All right, I will return." Upon hearing this, Kai Mei's expression transformed drastically, and she cried out, "Chen Yue, you ungrateful wretch. My Su Lang sacrificed his life for this information, and this is how you repay him? No matter how my family has wronged you, we never sought your life, even if you possess a past life. The Su family of that time is not the same as us now. What right do you have to hold us accountable for their mistakes?" Su Shaoxian and Su Jiao attempted to restrain Kai Mei, but she forcefully broke free from their grasp, collapsing to her knees before the crowd, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded into the intercom. "Chen Yue, I implore you. Su Lang is my only son. I, as his mother, have failed in my duties. I have been ungrateful. I have viewed others through a narrow lens, raising my children to be as materialistic as I am. I am less than human. I beg you to save Su Lang. I will bow before you." As she spoke, Kai Mei struck her own face and then slammed her head against the ground, lifting it only to reveal a bloodied visage. Seeing her intent to continue, Su Shaoxian, Su Jiao, and even Li Jinxing and An Zhang desperately tried to restrain her. Li Jinxing addressed the intercom. "Chen Yue, how about I take the guard team to try? If it proves futile, we can retreat promptly?" Chen Yue furrowed her brow, massaging her temples in contemplation. The crux of the matter was not merely saving Su Lang, but rather how to inflict the most significant blow to Lu Jianrong's power during this rescue operation. Should they succeed in substantially weakening Lu Jianrong's influence, they could eradicate him entirely in the future. As for Su Lang, he could serve as bait. Boldly, Su Shaoxian, "I promise you that we will rescue Su Lang." Chen Yue's voice emanated from the communicator. "However, our disparity in strength is too vast. A direct assault is impossible. We must rely on cunning. Therefore, you should first contact Lu Jianrong and inform him that I, Chen Yue, am willing to offer resources in exchange for Su Lang. Let him provide a list of what he requires." "Understood." Li Jinxing and Su Shaoxian responded in unison. Upon hearing Chen Yue's willingness to rescue her son, Kai Mei was overwhelmed with joy and wept. She rushed to the communicator, her voice trembling with emotion. "Chen Yue, thank you. Thank you so much." After a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, Chen Yue responded flatly, "All right, let us proceed with our tasks." Once she severed the connection, Li Jinxing began to confer with the Su family regarding their strategy. With Chen Yue's support, the matter could now engage the personnel of the guard squad. "Captain Li, how shall we establish contact with Lu Jianrong's faction?" At this moment, Kai Mei felt a profound urgency, yearning to rush out and bring Su Lang back immediately. "Do not be hasty," Li Jinxing advised after a moment of contemplation. "I propose that the guard squad refrains from direct involvement in contacting Lu Jianrong. It should be you who takes the lead. The guard squad will ensure your safety. Approach Lu Jianrong's camp, summon him, and clarify matters face to face. Afterward, retrieve the list of supplies Lu Jianrong has specified, and the task will be deemed complete. Isn't that rather convenient for your guard squad?" Su Jiao expressed her dissatisfaction. "We barely escaped that den of horrors, and now you send us to our demise. Do you still consider yourselves men?" "Silence." Su Shaoxian shot Su Jiao a glare. Deep in thought, she eventually nodded. "Captain Li, I concur with your plan. Why is that?" Su Jiao looked at her sister, perplexed, raising her voice. "Haven't we already done so much? Now you want us to handle the outreach as well?" "It is as follows," Li Jinxing explained to Su Jiao. "If the guard squad were to contact Lu Jianrong directly, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Furthermore, should Lu Jianrong harbor any ill intentions and detain members of the guard squad, he might impose conditions. To speak candidly, even if you were captured, it would not significantly impact the transaction. Lu Jianrong is aware that Chen Yue would not increase the stakes due to your involvement. In contrast, the guard squad members hold considerable importance. Capturing even one would facilitate future assaults on the villa district. Do you grasp my meaning? Su Jiao nodded thoughtfully, though she continued to mutter, regardless, I won't go. Whoever wishes to go may do so. Su Shaoxian looked resolutely at Li Jinxing. Captain Li, I shall take charge of contacting Lu Jianrong. Excellent. Li Jinxing felt a newfound admiration for her. He had not anticipated her possessing such resolve. Many men would tremble at the mere mention of Lu Jianrong's name, let alone voluntarily venture into his camp to negotiate terms. Time is of the essence. I shall depart at once. Su Shaoxian was still deeply concerned about her brother, Su Lang. After all, she had seen him barely clinging to life before, and now, with the passage of time, she wondered if he could endure any longer. Should Su Lang have perished, the transaction would be rendered a failure. Thus, Su Shaoxian resolved to expedite her journey, hoping to spare Su Lang from further torment at Lu Jianrong's hands. Very well, I shall find someone to accompany you. Li Jinxing said. However, my team member will not enter Lu Jianrong's camp. He will escort you to the perimeter and then await your return. You must arrange to meet Lu Jianrong outside the camp, ensuring my personnel can observe you. Understood, Su Shaoxian affirmed with a nod. The reason Li Jinxing decided to send someone to follow Su Shaoxian was twofold. On one hand, to safeguard her, and on the other, to keep her under surveillance. Although the Su family members had not exhibited any suspicious behavior thus far, Li Jinxing firmly believed that one should always be wary of others, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. Particularly given that Su Lang had been abducted. If Su Shaoxian were to inadvertently divulge even the slightest detail about the villa area's defenses, it could spell disaster for the entire enclave. Su Shaoxian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Her sole focus was on rescuing Su Lang, and everything else seemed inconsequential. Wang Ming, accompanying Su Shaoxian, Li Jinxing instructed a well-groomed young man in his 20s who stood behind him. Understood, brother, Wang Ming replied with a nod. Having just returned to the villa area, Su Shaoxian was once again embarking on a journey. This time, she was representing Chen Yue in negotiations with Lu Jianrong, which bolstered her confidence. Su Shaoxian had a habit of considering the worst possible outcomes before undertaking any task. The potential negative scenarios this time were numerous, with the most dire being that Su Lang had already been killed, and she herself captured and subjected to torment by Lu Jianrong and his associates. Nevertheless, the harsh realities of life in the apocalypse had allowed Su Shaoxian to gain a clearer perspective. Thus, she resolutely made her way towards Lu Jianrong's faction. Shortly after Su Shaoxian and Wang Ming departed, Li Jinxing confined the two captives in a small dark room. Chapter 191. The brave prevails, and a narrow encounter. Silence enveloped the path as Su Shaoxian and Wang Ming swiftly approached the vicinity of Lu Jianrong's encampment. I shall escort you thus far, Wang Ming declared, surveying the surroundings with keen scrutiny before gesturing to his side. I will remain there, observing you. You are to summon Lu Jianrong for a discussion. He then produced a small electronic component from his pocket. What is this? Su Shaoxian inquired, puzzled as she accepted the device. This is a listening device, Wang Ming replied candidly, without evasion. Place it in your pocket. Chen Yue wishes to overhear your conversation. Displaying no signs of discontent, Su Shaoxian pocketed the electronic component. I shall take my leave. With that, she proceeded toward Lu Jianrong's encampment. After a brief span of minutes, Su Shaoxian arrived at the entrance of Lu Jianrong's camp, where she was immediately perceived by the patrolling guards. Halt! Who are you? What brings you here? The guard halted her, eyeing her with a lecherous gaze. Upon realizing that the individual before him was a woman, the guard's demeanor shifted slightly. Oh, so it's a young lady. What brings you here? Seeking refuge, perhaps? With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Shaoxian shot him a disdainful glance and coldly retorted, You, a mere lackey, presume to converse with me? Go fetch Lu Jianrong. Lu Jianrong. The guard was momentarily taken aback. This woman audaciously called their leader by name. Could she be his wife? Surely not. I thought our leader preferred male company. Is it possible he enjoys both? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and summon Lu Jianrong. Su Shaoxian urged impatiently. At this juncture, the guard's attitude had noticeably shifted. May I inquire your name, fair lady? I am Su Shaoxian. Inform Lu Jianrong of my name. He will understand. Astonished, the guard's heart raced. It seemed their leader recognized her. And she could very well be his wife. Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall summon him at once. With enthusiasm, the guard left. He recalled a tale from a senior guard who once encountered a man and led him before Lu Jianrong, resulting in great delight for the leader. It turned out that this man was Lu Jianrong's beloved. Subsequently, the senior guard was reassigned to a more favorable position within the camp. Now, if bringing a man to Lu Jianrong could earn such rewards, how splendid it would be to deliver a woman. The guard raced eagerly toward the camp, and within minutes, he found Lu Jianrong. Brother, there is a woman outside who wishes to see you. The guard, breathless, reported, prompting a frown from Lu Jianrong. What is the matter? Who is this woman? It must be your wife. The guard looked at Lu Jianrong with anticipation. Lu Jianrong's expression shifted from clear skies to a tempestuous gloom, ultimately becoming chillingly frigid. In a sudden outburst, he struck the guard's face with a resounding slap. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak clearly. My wife passed away over a decade ago. Is she supposed to rise from her grave? The guard, utterly bewildered, stood frozen in place at a loss for words. Indeed, the figure at the entrance was a woman, and her breath was visible in the cold air. Brother, that woman claims to be Su Shaoxian, the guard hurriedly interjected, fearful of incurring another strike. Su Shaoxian? Lu Jianrong pondered momentarily, and after a few seconds, realization dawned upon him. Ah, so it is she. She must have learned of my apprehension of her brother and come to plead for his release. How intriguing, truly intriguing. A hostage delivered right to my doorstep. One cannot refuse such an opportunity. Brothers, follow me. Lu Jianrong summoned a few burly men by his side and stepped outside, soon encountering Su Shaoxian. Isn't this the daughter of the Su family? Ha ha ha, what an unexpected yet delightful visit. Lu Jianrong initiated the pleasantries. Lu, I am here on behalf of Chen Yue. Su Shaoxian replied, her expression devoid of emotion. On behalf of Chen Yue? A jolt of alarm surged through Lu Jianrong. What could this mean? Had the Su family reconciled with Chen Yue? Or had this woman rekindled her marriage with him? Su Shaoxian disregarded his astonishment and continued. Lu, Chen Yue has expressed his willingness to offer supplies in exchange for Su Lang. Will you proceed with this transaction? This revelation left Lu Jianrong further perplexed. If Chen Yue had indeed reconciled with the Su family, it had transpired far too swiftly. Was he already initiating a rescue for his brother-in-law? What methods had the Su family employed? Truly, it was terrifying. Business? Huh, do you think you hold the standing to negotiate with me? Lu Jianrong brandished his handgun, aiming it at Su Shaoxuan's head. If there is to be any negotiation, it should be Chen Yue himself who comes to speak with me. You are unworthy. With the ominous gun barrel trained upon her, Su Shaoxuan's body trembled slightly, yet she feigned composure. For in this moment, any sign of weakness would grant the upper hand to her adversary. Lu, I am merely the bearer of messages. Whether you choose to engage in this business or decide to take my life rests solely with you. Su Shaoxuan's tone softened. If you choose to end my life now, so be it. After all, I am but an inconsequential pawn in this villa. However, Lu, you must be aware of the extent of Chen Yue's resources. Should you desire those supplies, I advise you to contemplate your decision carefully. Lu Jianrong deliberated for several moments before holstering his weapon. Very well, what are the terms? Speak. I am listening. Chapter 192. The conspiracy of Lu Jianrong and General Huang. Lu Jianrong was taken aback by Su Shaoxuan's audacity, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If you are uninterested in the terms I propose, then perhaps you should stay and keep my brother's company. In the midst of the apocalypse, Su Shaoxian had been desensitized to countless vile words and chose to ignore Lu Jianrong's insinuation, continuing with her own discourse. Our business is quite straightforward. We seek to exchange supplies for Su Lang, provided he remains alive and intact, without any missing limbs. As for what supplies you desire, please compile a list for me, and I shall return to Chen Yue to make the necessary arrangements. Upon Su Shaoxuan's arrival, Lu Jianrong had already surmised that her intentions were likely tied to Su Lang. He anticipated she would plead for Su Lang's release, yet he was surprised to find Chen Yue entangled in the matter. The notion of negotiating for Su Lang's return with supplies was unexpected, especially given the previously strained relationship between the Su family and Chen Yue. What had transpired within just a few days? Nevertheless, since extracting information regarding the villa district from Su Lang was no longer viable, trading him for supplies was indeed a favorable alternative. Furthermore, it was conceivable that Chen Yue might make an appearance, presenting an opportunity to eliminate him, thus claiming dominion over the villa district. That sounds reasonable, but I lack pen and paper at the moment. Allow me to return briefly. With that, Lu Jianrong disregarded Su Shaoxian and proceeded back to the camp. Watching Lu Jianrong's retreating figure, Su Shaoxian narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Upon entering the camp, Lu Jianrong promptly summoned General Huang and recounted the events that had just transpired. This is splendid news, General Huang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Brother, with Su Lang in our possession, we hold the upper hand. We can demand substantial supplies from Chen Yue, and we can also dictate the location of the exchange. Should Chen Yue appear, we could eliminate him. Lu Jianrong nodded expressionlessly. Indeed, but the previous encounter taught us that Chen Yue possesses drones. If we aim to eliminate him, he may very well seek to do the same to us. We must carefully devise a strategy to neutralize his drones. With this, Lu Jianrong rose and approached the map affixed to the wall, deep in thought regarding the location of the transaction. General Huang remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation as well. Minutes later, General Huang suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I have an idea." "Oh? Pray tell," Lu Jianrong replied. General Huang moved to the map and pointed to a particular neighborhood. "Let us designate this location for the exchange." "Why this place?" Lu Jianrong inquired, somewhat perplexed. The site selected by General Huang was not particularly advantageous and was quite distant from their camp, offering little more than the benefit of a complex terrain. However, in the context of drones, complex terrain posed little challenge. Once airborne, they would merely turn their targets into mere shooting practice. "Mr. Huang discerned Lu Jianrong's puzzlement and chuckled softly before continuing. "If we were to remain here, we could effectively thwart any aerial assaults from Chen Yue's drones." "Why is that?" Lu Jianrong cast another glance at the map. The location Mr. Huang indicated was familiar to him. He had traversed it no fewer than 10 times. And he was well aware that even a few blades of grass were known to him. How could they possibly evade drones? Mr. Huang elaborated, "My dear friend, you may not be aware, but beneath this community lies a bomb shelter. During my previous engineering endeavors, I oversaw the primary construction of that very shelter." At this juncture, Lu Jianrong seemed to grasp Mr. Huang's intent. "Are you suggesting we conduct the transaction within the bomb shelter?" he inquired. "No," Mr. Huang waved his hand dismissively. "We will take refuge within the bomb shelter while allowing Chen Yue and his associates to remain outside." "Would they consent to this arrangement?" Lu Jianrong instinctively retorted. "Chen Yue is far more cunning than a monkey. Would he willingly walk into such an obvious trap?" Mr. Huang chuckled. "Brother, do you truly believe Chen Yue is merely attempting to retrieve Su Lang? His actual intention is to eliminate us. The initiative lies with us. If we stipulate that Chen Yue must appear and negotiate here, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. When he arrives, we will have fortified our defenses within the bomb shelter, rendering any drone incursions ineffective. At that point, we merely need to establish a formidable barrage to obliterate his drones." As Lu Jianrong listened, his eyes ignited with fervor. "Please, continue." "Thus, I postulate that upon witnessing the bomb shelter, Chen Yue will certainly refrain from deploying drones, as it would be a futile endeavor. Unless he possesses heavy artillery, he stands no chance against our resources." Mr. Huang unveiled his strategy, while Lu Jianrong fell into deep contemplation. "I have 2 remaining queries. First, what if Chen Yue decides to cancel the transaction upon seeing this situation? Second, given the thick ice outside and the shelter being underground, how shall we gain entry?" Mr. Huang smiled. "Allow me to address your second question first. When we constructed the bomb shelter, we specifically created a passageway that connects it to the underground garage of this community, so accessing the bomb shelter poses no issue. As for your first query," he stroked his chin thoughtfully, "if he were to cancel, we would simply choose another location, for the initiative remains firmly in our grasp." Lu Jianrong remained silent for several minutes before finally nodding decisively. "Very well. Let it be so." Chapter 193, Chen Yue's Troubles, What Lies Beneath. After deliberating, Lu Jianrong and General Huang composed a brief list of supplies. Their intention was to facilitate a meeting with Chen Yue, rather than to requisition resources. Thus they feared that an extensive list might lead to an outright rejection of their proposal. Furthermore, an overly detailed inventory could reveal their own inadequacies in supplies. Lu Jianrong dispatched someone to deliver the list to Su Shaoxian, opting to remain in the shadows. Su Shaoxian could scarcely believe the ease with which matters were unfolding. Lu Jianrong had even arranged for Su Lang to be presented at the window for her to glimpse. Once negotiations concluded, Su Shaoxian turned to leave. Her sole task now was to present the list to Chen Yue. In due course, Su Shaoxian arrived at the rendezvous point with Wang Ming. "How did it go? Was it relatively smooth?" Wang Ming inquired with a smile. Su Shaoxian nodded, yet an increasing sense of perplexity gnawed at her. The proceedings had been almost too seamless. And although the list contained a fair number of items, it paled in comparison to what would be required for Lu Jianrong's substantial base. Given the size of Lu Jianrong's faction, the supplies listed would scarcely meet 1/10 of their daily needs. "Take a look at this list." Su Shaoxian handed it to Wang Ming. "Is there anything amiss?" Wang Ming scrutinized the document, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "This doesn't add up. Why would Lu Jianrong request such items? The quantities of food and medicine are minimal, while the rest consist of tools. These items are cumbersome and take up significant space. According to this list, it seems unlikely that even a single vehicle could transport them. You've noticed it too?" Su Shaoxuan's tone turned grave. "I believe Lu Jianrong has no intention of engaging in a genuine transaction with us. Otherwise, he would have requested a substantial amount of food and medicine, as those 2 commodities hold the highest value in this apocalypse." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "Let us return and report our findings to Captain Li and Chen Yue, and see how they wish to proceed." "Agreed." After reaching a consensus, Su Shaoxian and Wang Ming set off back to the villa district. Their minds preoccupied with the unfolding situation, their pace quickened, and they reached the villa area just as night fell. Li Jinxing welcomed them into Aunt Zhang's home and graciously arranged dinner for the two, even covering the cost with his own points. Meanwhile, he delved into the list of supplies presented by Lu Jianrong. You both raise valid points. This list is indeed peculiar, Li Jinxing remarked, scrutinizing each item under the flickering light of the campfire. Wang Ming sipped his noodle soup. Yes, brotherly. Which is why Su Shaoxian and I are in agreement that Lu Jianrong and his associates are not interested in conducting legitimate business. They are undoubtedly scheming. Li Jinxing's expression darkened. With their superior numbers and weaponry, they were capable of deceitful tactics. Yet, their own guard comprised merely a dozen members, equipped solely with crossbows. A confrontation would place them at a severe disadvantage. Even if his comrades were fearless, it was unwise to send them to their deaths without cause. I must confer with Chen Yue regarding this matter. Li Jinxing contemplated for a moment, then donned his coat, preparing to venture out. I shall visit Chen Yue's sanctuary to see if I can procure some firepower support. Otherwise, if a confrontation ensues, we would be at a severe disadvantage. I will accompany you, Wang Ming exclaimed, gulping down the remaining soup in one swift motion, causing his face to redden from the heat. If they offer us anything, you alone will be unable to retrieve it. Li Jinxing regarded Wang Ming thoughtfully for a few seconds before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. However, I cannot guarantee that you will be permitted entry into the sanctuary. It is quite likely you will have to wait outside for me. That's perfectly fine. I need not enter, Wang Ming replied. Turning his gaze towards Su Shaoxian, who was engrossed in her noodles, Li Jinxing inquired, And you? I shall return home shortly. Su Shaoxian responded without lifting her head. She yearned to meet Chen Yue, yet she was acutely aware that Chen Yue did not wish to see her. Therefore, there was no need to impose, preserving a semblance of dignity for both parties. Li Jinxing and Wang Ming proceeded towards the sanctuary. Xiaowang, did Su Shaoxian exhibit any peculiar behavior along the way? Wang Ming paused, reminiscing for a few seconds before shaking his head. No, she was quite honest. That is reassuring. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary, Chen Yue sat before the surveillance monitors, quietly awaiting the arrival of Li Jinxing and his companion. The listening device Wang Ming had entrusted to Su Shaoxian provided a direct line to him, although it had run out of power en route back to the sanctuary. It had captured the preceding events with clarity. Thus, Chen Yue was aware that Lu Jianrong harbored no good intentions. Qinghu community? Chen Yue murmured as he picked up a tablet, accessing the map of Linjiang district, his gaze fixating on the community selected by Lu Jianrong. He found it perplexing why Lu Jianrong and Mr. Huang would choose this location for their transaction. It was situated over 50 kilometers from the villa district and even farther from Lu Jianrong's location, exceeding 60 kilometers. If Lu Jianrong sought to remain at ease, he could have easily opted for a site closer to their camp. What scheme lay behind such a distant choice? Though Chen Yue had not visited this community prior to the apocalypse, it appeared modest in scale from the map, situated in an unfavorable locale. Likely a newly opened market development. What could be the reasoning behind this? Chen Yue opened the documents he had downloaded in advance, searching for the keyword Qinghu community. A torrent of information promptly filled his screen, encompassing everything from official planning to developer bidding and construction company details. He meticulously scanned each entry, spending over an hour without uncovering any valuable insights. With his eyes growing weary, Chen Yue pinched the bridge of his nose, just as Li Jinxing and his companion arrived outside the sanctuary. Chapter 194. The nature of humanity's greed upon witnessing Li Jinxing and Wang Ming appear outside the sanctuary. Chen Yue activated the remote control to open the door. Please, come in. Her voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Li Jinxing was not taken aback. However, Wang Ming was astonished that Chen Yue had allowed him entry, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Aside from Captain Li, no one else had ever been granted access to Chen Yue's sanctuary. The mere thought of being able to enter this haven was enough to fuel his boastful tales for months to come. Li Jinxing led Wang Ming through the entrance and, with familiarity, directed him to a room located just inside the door. For Wang Ming, stepping into Chen Yue's sanctuary felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. He transformed into a curious child, eagerly observing every detail, overwhelmed with joy. Could you possibly be quiet for a moment? Li Jinxing remarked, removing his outer coat and sweater. As the waiting room was surprisingly warm, Wang Ming followed suit, exclaiming, Captain Li, this place is incredibly warm. I haven't been in an air-conditioned room for ages. Why is it that my air conditioner at home doesn't provide such comfort? Li Jinxing shot him a glance. Do you really think our house's insulation can compare to this place? Moreover, the power of Chen Yue's air conditioning is beyond your imagination. Just the electricity consumed in an hour could rival the usage of all residents in our villa area for 2 or 3 days. Wang Ming listened in disbelief. but soon his expression dimmed. Brother, if Chen Yue is so affluent, why can't she share a little with us? Li Jinxing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Ming's line of thought. He swiftly smacked the back of Wang Ming's head. Wang Ming, let me make this clear. Do not entertain such foolish notions. Without Chen Yue, you would still be in Lu Jianrong's camp, dining on human flesh. She is not related to us, and the fact that she has enabled us to live as we do is already a blessing. Ask yourself. With the meager tasks you've performed, would you even earn a meal in Lu Jianrong's camp? Rubbing his head, Wang Ming grinned broadly. Brother, please don't be mad. I was just joking around. Joking around is not acceptable. Li Jinxing glared at him. If you wish to leave the villa area, I want to stop you. But if you harbor any ill intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives, Wang Ming pledged, thumping his chest. I am very content with my current life. Humph. Li Jinxing shot him another glare before taking a seat, lost in his thoughts. A few minutes later, the door swung open, and upon lifting his gaze, Li Jinxing saw that it was Chen Yue who had entered. Oldly, how's the situation? She inquired. Ignoring Wang Ming, and approached Li Jinxing directly. Li Jinxing reported the circumstances to Chen Yue, who nodded upon hearing his account. I also overheard through the bug. It appears that the situation is indeed quite precarious. Chen Yue sighed, pondering the true intentions behind Lu Jianrong's actions. What exactly is he up to? I have no idea. Li Jinxing replied, shaking his head. I examined the map, and the Qinghu community is quite distant from Lu Jianrong's camp. With unfavorable terrain that does not lend itself well to ambushes. What game are they playing? Or is there something of significance in the Qinghu community? Chen Yue shook his head. I checked. The Qinghu community commenced construction 2 years ago. I have perused all available records from that period and found nothing. What about 2 years ago? Wang Ming, who had been silent until now, interjected. Could it be that something was constructed there back then? Chen Yue cast a penetrating glance at Wang Ming. Just moments before, while preparing to consult Li Jinxing, he had overheard their argument through a listening device hidden in the room. This prompted him to sit back down and attentively absorb their conversation. Wang Ming, was it? Chen Yue relaxed his guard. What are your thoughts? Wang Ming, undeterred, strode confidently to Chen Yue's side and pointed at the enlarged map on the tablet. The layout of this community resembles a character. If one were to set an ambush, it would have to be within these buildings. However, I believe Lu Jianrong is not foolish enough to make it easy for us, especially with our drones at our disposal. If he has sent people to lie in wait, we would detect them via aerial surveillance. Chen Yue nodded, urging him to continue. Therefore, I suspect Lu Jianrong is aware of something. There must be a location here that is more conducive for an ambush, one that would render our drones ineffective. Both Chen Yue and Li Jinxing fell into silence upon hearing Wang Ming's keen analysis. While astute, it offered little tangible assistance. Chen Yue had already contemplated this, but remained perplexed about what else could be concealed. By the way, Lao Li, isn't there someone in your security team with a background in urban planning? Chen Yue suddenly brightened, posing the question. Yes, you must be referring to Xiao Lu. Li Jinxing exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You mean we should consult Xiao Lu? Exactly, Chen Yue affirmed, retrieving his communicator. Have Aunt Zhang locate Xiao Lu and inquire if he knows of anything beneath the Qinghu community. Understood. Li Jinxing operated the communicator, swiftly contacting Aunt Zhang. Upon receiving the message, she hurriedly summoned Xiao Lu to her villa. Captain Li, what is going on? Is there something amiss? Xiao Lu inquired. Li Jinxing succinctly outlined the situation and sought Xiao Lu's insights. To their surprise, Xiao Lu's voice came through the communicator, tinged with astonishment. The Qinghu community? There is an air raid shelter there. Chapter 195. With the light machine gun deployed, victory seems assured. A bomb shelter? Both Chen Yue and Li Jinxing paused momentarily upon hearing the term. How could there possibly be a bomb shelter beneath a residential complex? How was this neighborhood constructed? Was the foundation not a consideration? The voice of Xiao Lu continued to relay information from the communicator. Chen Gu, Captain Li, let me explain. Nearly a decade ago, the authorities planned the construction of this bomb shelter, completely unaware that this area would eventually be designated for residential development. However, in recent years, most of the land in the city center has been sold off, and in an effort to stabilize the economy, the government began selling peripheral land. This particular plot was priced low due to its challenging construction conditions, which led to its acquisition by the Qinghu residential developers. Upon taking over, the developers were taken aback to discover the bomb shelter below, nearly resulting in a fallout with the authorities. Ultimately, they had to engage another party to redesign the plans in order to proceed with construction. As it stands, the buildings in the complex were erected around the primary structure of the bomb shelter. In simpler terms, the disorganized layout of the neighborhood is entirely due to the presence of the bomb shelter below. Chen Yue nodded, grasping the situation. In essence, the developers of Qinghu had seized the opportunity to acquire this land. During the design phase of the neighborhood, they completely disregarded rationality, opting to construct wherever it was deemed safe and away from the bomb shelter. As for the less secure areas, they were simply designated as green spaces. While this resulted in an illogical neighborhood layout, it did enhance the green area, and in the future, as transportation improved, the properties within the complex would be in high demand. After all, the population base remains substantial. Young individuals who cannot afford the down payment for a home in the city center would be more than satisfied with merely securing a place to live, indifferent to whether the neighborhood structure is sensible or the room configurations appropriate. Securing an affordable home would be a cause for celebration. Sadly, in the apocalypse, houses are in no short supply. After ending the communication, Chen Yue furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Noticing his pensive demeanor, Li Jinqing refrained from interrupting and continued to sip his water. The information about the bomb shelter beneath Qinghu was undoubtedly divulged to Lu Jianrong by that scoundrel, Huang. Before the apocalypse, Huang managed a large construction company and many projects in Linjiang district bore his mark. Therefore, Chen Yue was not surprised that Huang possessed this information. However, their choice of this location for the transaction clearly indicated an intention to exploit the bomb shelter. But how would they do so? After deliberating for several minutes, a realization struck Chen Yue. Concealment. The bomb shelter is dark and narrow. Sending drones inside would be tantamount to suicide. If Lu Jianrong were to hide Su Lang here and then coerce Chen Yue into the bomb shelter for the transaction, it would present a dire predicament for him. Firstly, given Lu Jianrong's capabilities, he could easily establish multiple layers of defensive positions within the shelter. The mere dozen or so individuals accompanying Li Jinqing would undoubtedly face obliteration. They probably wouldn't last even 10 seconds before being turned into Swiss cheese. But what if Chen Yue were to abandon the transaction? No, that was not an option. The transaction must proceed. I have already declared my intention to rescue Su Lang, yet at the crucial moment, I cannot abandon the deal and retreat to the villa in disgrace. Where would my dignity reside? How can I continue to lead my team, particularly in this apocalyptic world? Those who follow me possess a certain inexplicable faith. However, if I forsake Su Lang, it would signal to others that I would abandon them if they were captured. Such an act would extinguish their faith in me. Clearly, it is imperative to bring forth some genuine firepower. Chen Yue murmured to himself. What genuine firepower? Wang Ming interjected, his face alight with excitement. Brother Chen, are you going to provide us with weapons? Indeed, Chen Yue replied, rising and striding toward the door. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. He entered another room and retrieved 2 light machine guns from his storage. A military enthusiast present would immediately recognize these as 2 Type 95 light machine guns. This weapon features a bullpup design, with a gas-operated automatic mechanism, a rotating bolt, and the ability to fire in both semi-automatic and fully automatic modes. It can be fed by either a 30-round plastic magazine or a 75-round drum. Chen Yue had prepared the latter, which would be particularly effective in the confined space of the air raid shelter. Lu Jianrong had chosen the air raid shelter as the transaction site? Very well, I shall transform this shelter into your tomb. With this thought, Chen Yue returned to the room where Li Jinqing and the others were gathered, clutching one of the Type 95 light machine guns. Upon seeing the 2 machine guns, Li Jinqing and Wang Ming were struck dumb, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Li Jinqing, holding a teacup, found his hand suspended mid-air until scalding water spilled onto his trousers, prompting him to react. Good heavens, these are machine guns. Things I've only ever seen on television. Li Jinqing approached, caressing the weapon gently as if it were a beloved child. Chen Yue, are these for us to use? Of course, Chen Yue replied with a smile. With these, we will surely subdue Lu Jianrong. You can select a couple of strong individuals to don bulletproof armor and foam padding, wielding machine guns as they storm into the air raid shelter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. Li Jinqing could hardly contain his joy, but his expression soon shifted to concern. Chen Yue, what about Su Lang? Shall we also take him down? Su Lang will not be present. Chen Yue had already contemplated this scenario. Yet, he resolved to take the gamble. Lu Jianrong and Mr. Huang would not allow Su Lang to attend the transaction. After all, as long as Su Lang remained in their grasp, they held leverage regardless of the outcome. Should Su Lang be abducted, the initiative would wholly shift to Chen Yue. With Mr. Huang's cunning, he would undoubtedly persuade Lu Jianrong to keep Su Lang at home or in another secure location. Li Jinqing nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take these 2 back. Wait a moment. Chen Yue pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to allocate 2 additional firearms to the guard team. This includes 4 rifles and a submachine gun, which you shall also take back. Remember to entrust them to someone reliable. Chapter 196. Chen Yue, filled with urgency, made early arrangements. All right. Li Jinqing did not stand on ceremony with Chen Yue. After all, with the great battle approaching, having as many resources as possible was essential. I will provide you with ammunition in advance. You can practice with the bullets and the magazines for now. Chen Yue smiled. This battle is unlike any we've faced before, so let us indulge a little. I believe Lu Jianrong will also bring forth all his resources. Li Jinxing sighed, indeed. The tug-of-war between our villa district and Lu Jianrong's faction has persisted for far too long. It is high time we determine a victor. This area is already small, and resources are scarce. Both families need to sustain themselves, hence the inevitable territorial disputes. Chen Yue nodded in agreement. Well then, I shall not keep you from your meal. You must return to make your arrangements promptly. I will head to the agreed location the day after tomorrow, so you need not worry about me. When I pass through the villa district, I will also unload the ammunition for you. Li Jinxing rose. Very well, we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to Li Jinxing and Wang Ming, Chen Yue returned to her room to finalize her preparations. First and foremost, she ensured her personal defense measures were in place. Before the apocalypse, Chen Yue had procured an ample supply of bulletproof vests and helmets, capable of withstanding most attacks unless they were at close range. However, mere protection did not equate to invulnerability. The formidable penetrating power of bullets could still inflict severe blunt trauma. For instance, a bullet striking the chest might be blocked by the vest. Yet the individual would still feel as though they had been struck with great force. Nonetheless, enduring minor injuries was preferable to the alternative of death. Once she had fortified her defenses, Chen Yue felt prepared to confront the worst-case scenario. She contemplated that the direst outcome would involve her entering the air raid shelter only to be shot by Lu Jianrong's men. However, this would only occur if Su Lang was indeed brought along. If Su Lang were detained elsewhere or remained within Lu Jianrong's camp, then Chen Yue would not need to endanger herself. Having made all necessary preparations, she proceeded to the garage. "Isn't there's still a day left?" Tang Xiaojun inquired with curiosity. "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going ahead to scout the area and set things up," Chen Yue responded with a smile. "I can't allow Lu Jianrong's people to set traps while I simply walk into them. I need to comprehend the situation there thoroughly." Tang Xiaojun nodded. Aware of Chen Yue's meticulous nature, she always executed her plans flawlessly. "Just be careful," she cautioned. "If anything feels amiss, return immediately. Do not engage with them directly. Rest assured, I have it all under control," Chen Yue reassured her. "Stay at home and wait for me. I will return the morning after tomorrow." Driving her car, Chen Yue made her way to the designated location. As she passed through the villa district, she left the ammunition behind as agreed. Li Jinxing, upon discovering the bullets left by Chen Yue, instantly realized that Chen had already ventured ahead. He promptly assembled his guards, and after inventorying their weapons, they set forth towards the Qinghu community. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the city's roads had deteriorated into a wretched state, with numerous large pits appearing in various locations. Chen navigated his vehicle with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently driving into one of the gaping holes. Approximately an hour later, Chen arrived at the designated rendezvous point. The Qinghu community, as agreed with Li Jianrong. The area lay in desolation, completely shrouded in ice and snow, the buildings crumbling and forlorn. Chen parked his vehicle in a relatively concealed spot and deployed a drone to survey the surroundings, ensuring the area was devoid of any presence before alighting with his firearm in hand. The terrain of the community was rather intricate, replete with derelict structures and makeshift cover, providing a significant advantage in combat. Whosoever could secure the upper hand and establish an ambush would undoubtedly gain the advantage over their adversary. Chen silently devised a battle strategy in his mind, contemplating how to utilize the available cover for his protection while devising methods to assault the enemy. He meticulously marked several vantage points suitable for observing enemy movements, ensuring he could promptly ascertain their actions during the confrontation. Several windows had already been designated by Chen for ambush preparation, ready to spring into action once Li Jinxing's team arrived. If a transaction became unavoidable, he would not permit Lu Jianrong's faction to abscond with the supplies. That was his unwavering boundary. Having arranged everything, Chen conducted a thorough inspection of his equipment, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He concealed himself within a residential building, poised to await the arrival of Li Jinxing's team. As dusk descended, the biting cold wind howled through the desolate community, carrying an icy chill. Chen tightened his coat around him, retrieving his provisions to nibble on slowly. He understood that the impending battle would be exceptionally arduous, necessitating sufficient stamina and energy. Although the rations were difficult to consume, they provided the essential energy and warmth needed for him to endure the harshness of the cold. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faint engine noise suddenly emanated from the distance. Chen instantly heightened his vigilance, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. A few dilapidated off-road vehicles gradually entered the community, their exteriors caked in mud and dust, bearing the scars of numerous tribulations. Li Jinxing and Wang Ming swiftly disembarked from the vehicles, weapons in hand, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "Chen Yue, where are you?" Li Jinxing called out loudly. Chen emerged from the residential building, waving his hand in response. "I am here."